I had just been humiliated and fired by an unscrupulous manager. Life hits rock bottom. My parents suddenly called to lay their cards on the table. My family is actually a hidden top-tier tycoon. They abandoned their usual frugality and casually handed me $500,000 to spend as I pleased, even warning me not to save a penny. Skeptical yet intrigued, I began experiencing a life of extravagance, staying in luxury hotels and dining on meals worth 100,000 yuan. Every single expense makes my heart race. But I never expected that behind it all lay an enormous secret. My parents bound themselves to a mysterious system. Every cent I spend brings them a massive return of 5 to 100-fold. The more I spend, the richer they become, and I'm gradually indulging in this lavish, omnipotent lifestyle. However, when I was invited to a class reunion, preparing to finally hold my head high before my former classmates, only to discover that the once unattainable white moonlight seems trapped in a financial transaction. This dream life built with money shows its first cracks. Chapter 1, Mom. Dad. You finally come clean. Get the hell out right now, immediately. Go to the finance department tomorrow to complete the resignation procedures, and don't come back after that. In the manager's office, Fāng Yuán's face turned livid as he glared at the smugly grinning fat man sitting in the chair. The proposal I worked tirelessly on day and night was handed over to a relative under the manager's wing in the blink of an eye. The sweat was his toil, yet the harvest belonged to another. Unable to contain his grief and indignation, Fāng Yuán stormed into the office to confront the fat boss. But, TCH, if we hadn't taken pity on you back then, the company wouldn't have kept you. You ungrateful wretch. Scram. You think finding work outside is really that easy? Sooner or later, you'll come crawling back to beg me. At this moment, Fāng Yuán felt utterly humiliated. He didn't know how he walked out of the office. He also forgot what kind of looks his colleagues were giving him around him. Dazed and sitting by the roadside, Fāng Yuán thought of his parents who had placed such high hopes on him. A surge of bitterness and grievance welled up in his heart, reaching the tip of his nose. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing it was a call from his dad, Fāng Yuán quickly composed himself, pretending nothing was wrong, and pressed the answer button. Hey son, don't go to work tomorrow. Actually, our family is secretly wealthy, but your mom and I kept it from you all these years to prevent you from developing those spoiled rich kid habits. Now that you're grown up, we're coming clean. I've transferred 500,000 to your card, spend it freely and ask me for more if you need it. Don't even think about saving money. Even after hanging up the phone, Fāng Yuán's face remained completely stunned. Ding. Staring at the unmistakable transfer notification on his phone screen, he was utterly stunned. Changchuan City, happy town. Fāng Yuán and his wife Zhang Yudan sat on the sofa, their faces full of excitement and enthusiasm. It turns out it was just last night. The couple unexpectedly awakened a system called the Tycoon Cultivation System. The game even comes with a starting bonus of 500,000 yuan. Every single penny spent on his son Fāng Yuán would be returned 5 to 100 times over by the system through various means. The only drawback is that the system specifically stipulates the return of money or equivalent items. They only have 1/10 of the reward available for themselves. At the same time, the existence of the system must not be revealed. If either of the above 2 points is violated, the system will immediately determine the training as a failure and vanish. The systems we both awakened, yet all the benefits go to that damn kid. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but sigh at the whims of fate. Yet with only 1% of control rights. Faced with this incredibly fortunate opportunity, the elderly couple instantly decided to mold their son into the perfect spendthrift. Honey, when do you think our son will be able to spend all this 500,000 yuan? Zhang Yudan rolled her eyes at him and said, who told you to keep teaching him frugality when he was little? No, I must personally supervise this. With his temperament, he wouldn't be able to spend this money even in 10 years. Fāng Yuán nodded in emphatic agreement. If his son doesn't squander the family fortune, when will he ever get to live the legendary life of a nouveau riche? Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán on the other side snapped out of his daze. First, my mind was filled with all sorts of wild thoughts, but in the end, I decided to call my mom again to ask. Perhaps mom and dad have some terminal illness and are distributing the inheritance early. Or perhaps my parents got into some trouble, and they transferred the money to me in advance so I could live comfortably. The more Fāng Yuán thought about it, the more anxious he became, and he quickly dialed his mother's phone number. Hey mom, has something happened at home? Silly child, what could possibly go wrong? Your parents are doing just fine. Remember to spend that money freely and don't be frugal. But, quick, you're damn nagging, kid. Listen up, if you can't spend that 500 grand within a week, don't you dare come back to this house. Don't you understand cultivating noble temperament? Even though our family is secretly wealthy, we're destined never to be the same as before. You need to learn how to spend money properly, otherwise how will you mingle with those second-generation kids in the circle? Listen, if you're short on cash, just ask your dad for it. As long as you don't start a business, our family's money will last you a lifetime. After hanging up the phone, Fāng Yuán suddenly burst into laughter on the street. Passers-by looked at him as if he were a madman, but Fāng Yuán paid no mind to any of it. Returning to the cramped rented apartment, he packed some frequently used belongings. Fāng Yuán directly called the landlord to request moving out. "Young man, let me make this clear up front: if you breach the contract, the deposit won't be refunded. And renting outside is ridiculously expensive now, so think it over carefully." A Mediterranean man glanced at Fāng Yuán with disdain, advising him to reconsider in a condescending tone. In reality, what he truly thought was whether he should raise the rent next month if Fāng Yuán compromised. Fāng Yuán smiled casually at the sleazy landlord who had always found excuses to deduct his security deposit, not even bothering to say another word. After tossing the keys in his hand with a nonchalant turn, he walked away. "Pa! What's with this pauper putting on airs?" Watching Fāng Yuán's receding figure, the landlord couldn't help but sneer. But with 500,000 tucked in his pocket, Fāng Yuán's mindset had gradually begun to shift, even feeling that arguing was a waste of his time. "My parents have always been very strict about money management, and I know that all too well. He can so easily take and freely spend even 500,000, unless there's something else going on. The only explanation is that his parents were indeed secret billionaires." Fāng Yuán called his mother again just to be on the safe side. This time Zhang Yudan flew into a rage. "You little brat, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe it? Not to mention 500,000, even 5 million is just a drop in the bucket for our family. Mom, you guys have kept me in the dark for so many years. Kid, it's all for your own good. Just take the money and spend it, but remember not to fool around outside, especially avoid picking up those shady hotel cards, and stay away from those so-called massage parlors." I got it. Mom pointed it out right to my face, even though I'm all grown up now. Yet Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward for once. Fāng Yuán hailed a cab and headed straight to a relatively upscale hotel. "Book me a luxury single room for 1 month." "Okay, alright sir, please wait a moment." The receptionist girl glanced at Fāng Yuán with slight curiosity upon hearing his words. The clothes this person is wearing don't seem particularly expensive, yet surprisingly they're quite generous with their money. "Hello sir, the price for a deluxe single room is 1,200. Since you're booking for a full month, we can offer a 10% discount, making your total 32,400. Fāng Yuán didn't even blink before scanning the QR code to pay. He'd been longing for a life where he wouldn't need to wash clothes or cook, with someone dedicated to cleaning his room every day. Lying on the soft bed, Fāng Yuán still felt as if he were in a dream. "I never thought that a plot straight out of a novel would actually come true." After murmuring to himself for a while, more and more question marks popped up in Fāng Yuán's mind. Just how wealthy is my family, and how have my parents managed to keep everything completely under wraps all these years? Thinking this way, Fāng Yuán simply decided to slack off. That's right, why should I overthink it? Having money isn't a bad thing. At this moment, the last trace of doubt in his heart completely vanished. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower, Fāng Yuán headed out to grab some food. Chapter 2, You spent 100,000 on a single meal? At the same time, while Fāng Yuán was spending, the elderly couple, who were eating, suddenly paused before exchanging a knowing smile. Fāng Yuán's expenditure on the luxurious single room activated the system's rebate. And luck was on his side, it turned out to be an 80-fold directly. "Honey, over 2 million just came in." Fāng Yuán, who had initially been somewhat skeptical about the system, suddenly had his eyes gleaming with greed. In just these few short hours, their son had actually helped them earn over 2 million yuan. At this rate, becoming the world's richest person seems just around the corner. But the moment Fāng's father remembered the couple only had 1/10 of the money's usage rights, his enthusiasm instantly deflated. No, we must push that brat harder. After all this effort, he's only spent a little over 30,000 yuan. Where's the flair of a prodigal son? Fāng's mother, Zhang Yudan, waved her hand decisively, immediately resolving to meticulously plan her son's future path of extravagance. If outsiders heard the couple's conversation, they'd probably think they'd gone mad. Throughout history, which parent has not wished for their children to be diligent and thrifty in accumulating wealth? The situation was completely reversed with Fāng Yuan's parents. They actively sought ways to make their son squander the family fortune. Fāng Yuán sat in the private room. The large marble table was laden mostly with expensive dishes he could only salivate over in videos before. He even filled a whole bowl with caviar and ate it like a meal. The table was laden with king crabs, goose barnacles, and an abundance of lobsters. The waiter standing nearby was completely dumbfounded. Thinking to himself, where did this nouveau riche demolition tycoon come from? More than an hour later, the well-fed Fāng Yuán slowly emerged from inside. TSK, getting carried away, spending 100 grand on just one meal. Looking at the account balance on the phone, Fāng Yuán began to suspect that he might be a natural-born spendthrift. Looking at the brightly lit streets, amidst the bustling streets and the hurried steps of office workers, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel deeply emotional. Hard work and endurance are virtues, but they must never come with the absence of hope. Starting today, I, Fāng Yuán, will indulge in life to the fullest. Luxury cars, villas, beautiful women, none shall be missing. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán, who had been lying peacefully in bed, suddenly jolted upright with a shiver. With trembling hands, he carefully counted the digits on his bank card transfer. 1, 10, 100, 100,000. Dad. Grandpa. Honey, 10 million bucks. Zhang Yuanying, who had been scrolling through videos of various jewelry pieces, abruptly sat up upon hearing this and snatched Fāng Yuán's phone. Honey. We're rich, even if it's just 1/10, that's still $1 million. What a fine young man, truly my own flesh and blood, born to squander a fortune. Get out, it's because I gave birth so well that it's right. Fāng Yuán beamed with joy, not even bothering to argue with his wife. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking that they had lived in this house for over 10 years, and it seemed it was time to change. Zhang Yudan, on the other hand, saved the jewelry page she had just browsed. Take me to the jewelry store tomorrow, don't you think it's time I changed my accessories? Back when we got married, you only gave me a silver ring. I don't care, tomorrow I must have gold, the 999 pure gold kind. Alright, we'll buy it. Tomorrow we can also check out that new real estate development while we're at it. Fāng Yuán wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder. The couple found themselves too excited to sleep, their minds filled with beautiful fantasies about the future. By the way, we can't just spoil our son recklessly. We need to be careful. I read online how rich second-generation kids turn to drugs and gambling for thrill-seeking. We mustn't let our boy go down that wrong path. After her initial excitement, Zhang Yudan's focus immediately returned to their son. It's okay, darling. Now that we're rich, we'll just buy a house in the city later. Yeah, it's best having them around. Otherwise, we wouldn't even see if that brat Fāng Yuán picked up bad habits. The next day, Fāng Yuán, who had slept until late noon, stretched lazily. Just picked up the phone and opened it. Staring at the transfer notification that had appeared again, he admitted he was utterly dumbfounded. Son, here's some pocket money for you to spend as you please. It's a message from Mom. The moment he saw the deposit information, Fāng Yuán was instantly dumbfounded. $5 million in pocket money? He was genuinely starting to feel bewildered about how wealthy his family actually was. Only then did I dare treat the $5 million as mere pocket money for him to spend freely. Does anyone understand the troubles of being rich? In reality, it was all to pave the way for his son to smoothly embark on the path of squandering the family fortune. After discussing, they decided to increase their investment. It creates the illusion that you come from a wealthy family and can spend money without any restraint. After being poor for over 20 years, what would someone do if they suddenly became extremely wealthy? He must have been extremely inflated with arrogance, then started spending even more recklessly. That's what led to the scene just now. 5 million. What should I do with 5 million? Buy a house? Forget it, I don't even know my family's actual situation. Maybe we already have 8 or 10 villas. Buying more would be pointless. A family that can treat 5 million as pocket money certainly doesn't lack houses either. In recent years, with fluctuating housing prices, buying property for investment is no longer a good idea. Besides, his parents probably wouldn't need his meager savings. Fāng Yuán was pondering what to do next when someone suddenly added everyone in his long silent high school class group chat on VV. Zhang Haitao, long time no see, everyone. I just got back from abroad and want to invite you all to hang out this afternoon. Li Meiyu, Boss Zhang is back. Rumor has it you've struck it rich recently. I wonder if you have a girlfriend yet. Lu Erman, wow, Boss Zhang is worth tens of millions, how could he possibly lack girlfriends? Zhao Mei, absolutely crushing on him. That's our Boss Zhang for you. Li Meiyu, woo woo. Do I still have a chance? Zhang Haitao, ha, old classmate, you're too kind. I'm just a small mid-level manager at a multinational company. I've already booked the venue for the gathering at Moyuan restaurant in our Changchuan city. Those who plan to attend, please give me a headcount in advance for easier planning. Lu Erman, Boss Lu is awesome, I'll definitely be there. Li Meiyu, I'm coming too. There were echoes of agreement from some people in the back. Zhang Haitao actually left an impression on him. During high school, Zhang Haitao was already one of the most prominent figures in the entire school. No surprise there, both of Zhang Haitao's parents were executives at a certain bank. Back in those days, he had a personal chauffeur driving him to school every day, and countless gold-digging girls at school secretly had crushes on him. After all, I'm practically a low-key rich second-generation heir who treats millions like pocket money. It shouldn't be that far off, right? Fāng Yuán was well aware of the true nature of class reunions, but thinking of his parents' insistent tone, it gave him quite a bit of confidence. Aside from that, there was another reason Fāng Yuán wanted to attend the class reunion. That was his once unattainable crush, who had also agreed to attend. Wang Ming et al., Boss Zhang hardly ever comes back, and he went out of his way to arrange a place so we old classmates could get together. I suggest we all line up to welcome him at Moyuan restaurant tomorrow as a way to show our appreciation. Any objections? Li Meiyu, why didn't I think of that? Wang Ming, that's right, among all of us, President Zhang has achieved the most success. He might even have the chance to lend us old classmates a helping hand. Everyone should cling tightly to President Zhang's coattails. Some people in the group felt a bit awkward inside. As an adult, it's still too embarrassing to speak up and refute. Zhang Haitao, the thought counts, there's no need for formalities between old classmates, haha. Wang Ming, it's alright, Director Zhang, we all volunteered to do this. In the end, the matter was settled. After finishing reading the gossip in the group chat, Fāng Yuán went to freshen up, ordered takeout, and planned to just grab a quick bite to eat. Then he sat back and waited for the afternoon to go and mooch a meal. As for resigning from the company's finance department, he planned to find time to go handle it in a couple of days. No matter how little it was still his hard-earned money. He couldn't let that fat bastard take advantage of him. Chapter 3, Class Reunion or Wealth Show-Off? Changchuan City First People's Hospital. Zhang Yunxue sat beside the hospital bed, her arms tightly wrapped around a woman with a haggard expression. Beside her stood her husband, who had been running around for days straight to raise money for his wife's medical bills. Exhaustion etched itself across the middle-aged man's face, but the money needed for surgery was the final straw, crushing his last shred of stubbornness. Dad's borrowed every penny he could, he sighed. But the surgery and follow-up treatment will cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. Sigh. Gazing at his frail wife lying in the hospital bed. In that moment, he hated himself intensely. Why couldn't he even afford his wife's treatment? If all else fails, we'll have to sell the house. After all, as long as she's alive, there's still hope. Hearing her husband's decision, the woman in the hospital bed found an unexpected surge of strength and forced herself to sit up. No, we can't sell the house. If I find out you sold it to raise money, I'd rather die than agree to the surgery. In her eyes, a house was the very foundation of their family's existence. If the price of treatment meant losing their home, the family would have nowhere to belong. She would rather die than continue burdening her husband and daughter. You! What good is the house if you're gone? Her husband tried to retort. But his words died in his throat under his wife's unwavering gaze. Zhang Yunxue sighed and said, Dad, it's okay. I'll figure out a way to handle the money. Zhao Liuwa watched her daughter, who had been running back and forth these past days to care for her, even quitting her job. Her eyes brimmed with guilt and heartache. Swear, it's me who's let you down. Ah! Zhang Yunxue quickly clasped her mother's hand to comfort her. Don't say that, Mom. The doctor said your mental state is crucial. It could affect your recovery. Dad and I will figure it out. As they stepped out of the hospital, Zhang Yunxue felt as though her entire body had gone limp. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes filled with helplessness. Just then, a heavy-set man wearing gold-rimmed glasses pulled up in a luxury car worth millions and slowly stopped in front of her. Well, Ms. Zhang, have you made up your mind? Zhang Haitao gazed at the curvaceous, stunningly beautiful woman. His heart was already aflame. He never imagined that after all these years, the little girl from his class back then had blossomed into such a beauty. Especially those full curves that swayed up and down with Zhang Yunshue's movements. Just looking at them made him want to reach out and touch them. Zhang Yunshue's shoulders trembled slightly. She shot Zhang Haitao a fierce glare. Who would have guessed that the refined and scholarly Zhang Haitao in the group chat would reveal such a repulsive side in real life? Though utterly repulsive, the thought of her mother still lying in the hospital bed, and her father, whose hair had turned white from the worry of borrowing money, the rage surging within her could only transform into a deep sense of resentment. Swear, trust me, my feelings for you have always been genuine. If you come with me, I'll never treat you badly. Your mother will be my mother. I wouldn't just give 1,000,000, I'd give 5,000,000 if I had to. Zhang Haitao saw the look on Zhang Yunshue's face and knew it was a done deal. He smirked inwardly. What good was beauty if she still ended up bowing to his financial power? The thought of tonight's intimate moments with this beauty filled Zhang Haitao with immense satisfaction. Let's go. First, we'll attend the gathering. Then tonight, we'll have a proper discussion. Zhang Yunxue remained silent throughout, but finally seemed to resign herself to her fate as she settled into the passenger seat of the luxury car. Mo Yuan Restaurant. As one of Changcheng City's more upscale restaurants, the service was impeccable. After Zhang Haitao reserved the entire venue, the restaurant manager promptly arranged for a custom banner to be made. Emblazoned with the words "Class Reunion for Students of XX School," it hung prominently at the entrance. As the mealtime approached, over 30 former classmates had already arrived early. Among them, none was more flamboyantly dressed than the quintessential gold digger, Li Meiyu. A white blouse accentuated her fierce appearance. Beneath her short skirt, two long, white, smooth legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings. She drew countless male gazes. Yet towards certain male classmates' deliberate attentions, Li Meiyu adopted an aloof demeanor. What's there to talk about with you guys who have no money and no place to live? Her sole purpose today was figuring out how to latch onto Zhang Haitao's coattails. Before long, Fāng Yuán also arrived at the restaurant entrance by taxi. As a man, how could he ignore those long legs encased in black stockings? Fāng Yuán instinctively glanced at Li Meiyu a few times. Watching Fāng Yuán step out of the taxi, dressed in cheap clothes, Li Meiyu inwardly sneered. Another toad trying to eat swan meat. Long time no see. Long time no see. Old classmate. Fāng Yuán completely ignored Li Meiyu's disdainful look and walked into the crowd, greeting everyone with familiar ease. Ignored, Li Meiyu's expression turned cold. Trying to get my attention like this? How childish. Wang Ming glanced at the time on his phone, then stepped to the front of the crowd and waved his hand. Come on, everyone, line up. Mr. Zhang will be here soon. A few minutes later, Zhang Haitao's car finally pulled up. Wang Ming quickly had everyone stand in neat formation, as if preparing to welcome a high-ranking official for an inspection. That car Mr. Zhang drives must cost over $1 million, right? What's it called again? Over $1 million. That's rich. Of course. Who can blame him? He's got great parents. Pfft, what a cheapskate. The car had barely stopped when Li Meiyu, eyes sparkling, was about to be the first to show off. But unexpectedly, Zhang Haitao completely ignored her. Instead, he opened the passenger door with an eager smile. She gazed out the window at the familiar faces gathered there. Zhang Yunxue gave a wry smile, but she had no choice. What? Isn't that Zhang Yunxue, the most beautiful girl in our school back in the day? How could she be with Zhang Haitao? Li Meiyu nearly lost her mind on the spot. Slut. Back in school, she always pretended to be pure and innocent, but behind closed doors, she's just a money-grubbing whore. Li Meiyu's chest heaved with shame and fury, drawing the stares of several men nearby. What are you looking at? Oomph. With that, Li Meiyu stomped her high-heeled shoe down hard. She was clearly furious. Ha ha. It's been years since we last gathered as classmates. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence. Come on in, let's sit down. Zhang Haitao tried to take Zhang Yunxue's hand mid-sentence, but she gracefully avoided his grasp. This left him thoroughly annoyed. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Wait till tonight, I'll show you what I'm made of. Zhang Haitao skillfully concealed his awkwardness and irritation, putting on a smile once more. Mr. Zhang, watch your step on the stairs. Wang Ming bustled about like a court eunuch, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Though many disapproved, their words were as sweet as honey. Amidst the relentless flattery, Zhang Haitao's vanity was thoroughly sated. Chapter 4, 50 grand for a VIP room? Once everyone was seated, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. The banquet table was filled with laughter and cheer, while Zhang Yunxue instinctively took a seat beside Zhang Haitao. Still refusing to give up, Li Meiyu insisted on sitting next to her. Throughout the meal, Zhang Haitao kept fussing over Zhang Yunxue, though he didn't refuse the occasional cup Li Meiyu passed his way. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that he was trying to have his cake and eat it too. But what could anyone do? Money talks. Many sharp-witted individuals began deliberately trying to pair Zhang Haitao and Zhang Yunxue together. After all, this was a rare chance to make a move. Zhang Yunxue never explicitly refused these advances. Before long, people started calling her sister-in-law. But then, someone suddenly chimed in, come to think of it, I remember Fāng Yuán had a crush on your sister-in-law back in our class. He wrote her several love letters, right? What does that have to do with me? Fāng Yuán, who was eating, hadn't expected to get dragged into this while minding his own business. Zhang Haitao's face darkened slightly, but he feigned indifference as he casually remarked. Fāng Yuán, where are you working now? If you're unemployed, my office could use someone to fetch water and run errands. It pays a few thousand a month, should be enough to scrape by. The remark was clearly aimed at him. Several people fell silent, waiting to see how things would play out. Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly. He feigned deep thought before spreading his hands. My parents said I don't need to work, the money at home is enough to last me a lifetime. The remark immediately drew mocking glances from several people. Wang Ming was the first to speak up, his face darkening with displeasure. No offense, Fāng Yuán, but we're old classmates here. It's not right to put on airs in front of us like that. Mr. Zhang is actively looking to promote you. If you let this chance slip, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Back in school, Wang Ming had been Zhang Haitao's loyal sidekick. As his right-hand man, stepping up with the boss was second nature to him. Exactly. Fāng Yuán, you're taking this joke too far. Think you're some rich kid or something? Getting to work under Mr. Zhang is like manna from heaven, people would kill for that chance. Seems like these days, no one believes the truth anymore. Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered with these attacks from the enemy sycophants. By default, the others assumed Fāng Yuán had been shaken by their words. A flicker of smugness crossed Zhang Haitao's face, but he quickly adopted a magnanimous air. In a conciliatory tone, he said, we're all classmates here. A little banter never hurt anyone. By the way, I reserved a private room at Kanglan. After dinner, let's all head over and have some fun. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Ming's jaw dropped dramatically. Mr. Zhang, you're being way too generous. That place costs at least tens of thousands for a single visit. Zhang Haitao waved his hand modestly with a smile. Today is all about everyone having a good time. A mere few tens of thousands is nothing, let's not dwell on it. Once the post-dinner activities were announced, the atmosphere grew even more lively. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone headed to Kanglan KTV. The lavish exterior decorations, And the constant stream of luxury cars coming and going, many felt a twinge of intimidation. Zhang Haitao strode ahead with confidence. He couldn't help but feel a hint of contempt for these old classmates. Holy crap, never thought I'd step foot in a place like this in my lifetime. Gotta post this on WeChat Moments right now. Mr. Zhang, you're the man. Yeah, unlike certain people who only know how to talk the talk. Wang Ming chuckled smugly as he deliberately walked over to Fāng Yuán. So, Mr. Fāng, with your family's wealth, I bet you come to places like this all the time, right? Fāng Yuán curled his lip. He's got it out for me. First time here. But the place looks pretty nice. I'll get a crystal membership later so I can get discounts next time. Wang Ming sneered coldly, pointing at a consumption chart on the wall. This crystal membership requires a single purchase of over 500,000 yuan. Do you even have that kind of money? Zhang Haitao, who had already harbored resentment toward Fāng Yuán since the restaurant, glared at Fāng Yuán with disgust. Don't take your jokes too far. You'll embarrass yourself, but you'll drag us down too. Some classmates around Fāng Yuán deliberately moved away to avoid being mocked. Just then, a KTV front desk manager approached. He addressed Zhang Haitao politely. Mr. Zhang, your reserved VIP room is ready. I'll have someone escort you there immediately. Zhang Haitao grunted in acknowledgement, then shot Fāng Yuán another warning glare. See that? That's what you call real clout. Ever seen a VIP room with a minimum spend of 50 grand? But before he could finish his sentence, Fāng Yuán walked ahead and addressed the front desk. This is our class reunion. We need the best private room available. Forget that so-called VIP suite, just give us the top-tier supreme suite. Zhang Haitao could no longer contain his rage. He strode forward and barked at Fāng Yuán. What the hell are you playing at? I brought you here as a favor. If you mess things up again, get the hell out. What does the supreme private room entail? The minimum charge starts at 500,000 yuan. Zhang Haitao wasn't short on cash. But spending 500,000 on a bunch of hicks? Absolutely ridiculous. The others trailing behind him shot Fāng Yuán cold stares. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Why pretend? Mr. Zhang invited you out of old school ties. Fāng Yuán, don't push it too far. I think he's just jealous. Having a classmate like you is embarrassing. Fāng Yuán, just stop it, okay? Faced with their accusations, Fāng Yuán finally lost his temper. I kindly invited you all to the most expensive private room, and now you're turning around and blaming me? As the saying goes, a Buddha argues over a stick of incense, but a man argues over a breath of air. Ha, it's only 500,000, right? Fāng Yuán tossed a bank card onto the table with a cold laugh. Pin is. Swipe it. I'll cover this. You'd be a fool not to take the money. At the manager's nod, the cashier at the front desk quickly processed the transaction. Beep. The card swipe confirmation beat. The front desk attendant respectfully replied, Mr. Fāng, we've reserved the Dragon Ascending Sea's supreme private room for you. Here's your card transaction for 500,000. Thank you. Seriously? Not only Zhang Haitao, but everyone else present was stunned. Jiang Yunxue, who had been quiet all along, took her first serious look at Fāng Yuán. That was 500,000 yuan. And Fāng Yuán had just casually spent it. He must have blown his entire savings just to save face. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Zhang Haitao sneered coldly, though he didn't mind someone else footing the bill. Once they reached the private room, Fāng Yuán had no intention of spending any more money. Considering they were classmates, going this far was already generous enough. Putting on any more airs would only invite resentment. Yet trouble finds those who seek it. He never imagined that even after keeping a low profile, trouble would still find its way to him. Chapter 5, The Deal from Jiang, the Campus Queen. Fāng Yuán, remember me? Jiang Yunxue stood before Fāng Yuán, beer in hand, her stunning figure on full display. Paired with her innate aura, even Fāng Yuán, who prided himself on knowing every teacher's secret, felt a flutter in his heart. How could I not recognize you, Jiang Yunxue? Ha ha. Fāng Yuán casually picked up his wine glass and clinked it against Jiang Yunxue's. What he hadn't expected was this. Jiang Yunxue didn't leave after coming over. Instead, she sat down right beside him. A faint, delicate fragrance lingered around him. Zhang Haitao, seated not far away, glared at her with eyes that could kill. Jiang Yunxue sighed, her melancholy expression impossible to conceal. I know. You've all been secretly laughing at me today, haven't you? What's going on? Why am I feeling a bit uneasy? Fāng Yuán didn't avoid the beauty's gaze. Instead, he carefully studied Jiang Yunxue's exquisite, jade-like features. But in the end, her girlish nature got the better of her. Jiang Yunxue quickly conceded defeat. She took a small sip of beer to mask her earlier unease. Suppose, just suppose. If I wanted to make a deal with you using myself as the bargaining chip, would you agree? After mustering her courage to utter those words, Jiang Yunxue stared intently at Fāng Yuán. You? Honestly, when it came to Jiang Yunxue, as a normal man, It would be impossible not to harbor fantasies about such a stunning beauty. But he never expected Jiang Yunxue to state it so bluntly. 1 million. Just 1 million, and you can have me for a year. Whatever you want to do, I won't resist. Fāng Yuán froze. Seeing the woman who had once been his idealized love interest now offering herself for a mere million yuan, he felt an inexplicable discomfort welling up inside him. In Fāng Yuán's view, the fact that she could propose such a transaction with such composure had likely been corrupted by her years working in society. It's just a deal, no need to carry such a heavy burden. Fāng Yuán sneered inwardly. Why pass up a gift that came knocking? Besides, spending a little pocket money to fulfill a long-held desire, why not? But what exactly is your relationship with Zhang Haitao? This point bothered him. If Jiang Yunxue really was Zhang Haitao's mistress, yet she came to him with such words, that would be utterly disgusting. Though she felt deeply ashamed. But Jiang Yunxue, having finally seized this opportunity, didn't hesitate to explain their situation. It was still a transaction, but between Fāng Yuán and Zhang Haitao. Even if it sounded harsh like selling herself, she preferred to preserve the last shred of her dignity. Rest assured, beyond the promise I've made to you, I won't ask for any extra money within a year, nor will I require you to take responsibility for my life. After tearing away the veil of shame, Jiang Yunxue felt considerably more at ease. In this transaction, she knew exactly what she should and shouldn't do. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. It was good that she understood her own limits. Send me your account details. Don't you need to think it over? Jiang Yunxue was taken aback. 1 million yuan was no small sum. But the fact that Fāng Yuán could make such a swift decision filled her with an inexplicable sense of warmth. Fāng Yuán didn't hesitate. After receiving the account details, he promptly transferred 1 million yuan. Staring at the newly added string of numbers on her phone screen, Jiang Yunxue's body trembled slightly. She never imagined she'd be the one to do something like this. Let's go. Where? Jiang Yunxue lifted her head, her clear, beautiful eyes fixed on Fāng Yuán, still a bit flustered. Where? That was obvious. She'd paid for the service but hadn't received it yet. All right. At that moment, Jiang Yunxue seemed to have made up her mind too. She took the initiative to take Fāng Yuán's hand and stood up. They left the private room amidst the stunned expressions of everyone present. Damn it, what I? Damn her. Zhang Haitao's face twisted into a hideous grimace. I swear I'll make you two bastards pay for this. Fāng Yuán hailed a cab and headed straight for the hotel, with no time to spare for Zhang Haitao's thoughts. With a few drinks under his belt and a beauty in his arms, what official could resist such temptation? Upon entering the room, he was about to get straight to the point. Jiang Yunxue, pinned beneath him, looked up with a pleading expression and whispered, Wait. I need to take a shower first. Heh, you're such an experienced woman, why bother with a shower? No. The more Jiang Yunxue resisted, the more the alcohol in Fāng Yuán's mind surged. After a struggle, both their clothes lay scattered on the floor. A wail echoed through the room, plunging it into an eerie silence. Just as young Fāng Yuán prepared to thrust at the enemy, he suddenly collided with a wall. Combined with the narrow forest path, he nearly toppled over. If he still didn't grasp the situation, Fāng Yuán would feel like he'd wasted all those years as a browser master. Seeing Jiang Yunxue's face contorted with pain, tears streaming down her cheeks, Fāng Yuán was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be your first time? This couldn't be right. He assumed Jiang Yunxue, who treated her body like merchandise, was an old hand at this. Who would thought she was still a virgin? Do I look that dirty to you? Jiang Yunxue stubbornly turned her face away. That last shred of hope Fāng Yuán had clung to was brutally crushed. Fāng Yuán let out a bitter laugh. This joke had gone way too far. He lay down and gently wrapped his arms around Jiang Yunxue's soft body. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Jiang Yunxue kept her face turned away. When the man's soft voice reached her ear, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. It's okay. After all, we're just a transaction. This is what I should give and what you deserve. Be my girlfriend. Fāng Yuán gently turned Jiang Yunxue's small face toward him. I'm serious. She looked into his eyes. Jiang Yunxue suddenly burst into tears, the pent-up sorrow in her heart finally spilling out. Fāng Yuán gently wiped the tears from her face. In that moment, he admitted to himself that what he wanted was no longer a transaction, but the woman in his arms. What happened? Can you tell me? Perhaps moved by Fāng Yuán's gesture. After slowly quieting her sobs, she began to recount the experiences of these past years. After hearing it all, Fāng Yuán cursed himself silently for being such a fool. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to see Mom. Don't worry about the money, I've got everything covered. Ha! She's my mom, not yours. With her heart unburdened, Jiang Yunxue brightened considerably. But recalling his earlier roughness, she couldn't help but angrily punch his chest a few times with her tiny fists. Stop it. I won't, I just won't. Who told you to bully me like that earlier? If you do it again, I won't be able to control myself. Control what? Ah, get off me, In the end, Fāng Yuán didn't go through with it. Zhang Yunxue couldn't bear seeing him suffer. So she moved her lips to help him release. It eased a lot of the guilt she felt inside. The next morning when they went out, Zhang Yunxue's face clearly bore traces of embarrassment. She had thought she'd made a mistake, but unexpectedly, things had taken a turn for the better. Gazing at Fāng Yuán's handsome profile, the corners of her mouth curved upward involuntarily. Let's go buy a car. Fāng Yuán considered it. Now that he was two people, constantly taking taxis with Zhang, the campus beauty, was simply inconvenient. Sure, whatever you decide. Zhang Yunxue stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Fāng Yuán's cheek. At this very moment, she was beginning to gradually make room in her heart for Fāng Yuán's presence. Meanwhile, in the town, Fāng's parents had also arrived in Chongqing City, having purchased a pile of jewelry. Suddenly, Zhang Yudan suggested, "Old man, don't you think we should buy a car? It'll be a hassle going out in wind and rain later on." Right. Now that our son has made it big, he can afford to splurge. We need to keep up with the times. Yesterday, Fāng Yuán spent $500,000, and the system immediately rewarded him with a 30% stake in a large supermarket chain. That was a solid cash cow, and the returns were stable. Buying a car shouldn't be too much, right? Exactly. Not just for us, let that brat buy one too. Go for the most expensive one. The two agreed instantly and headed straight for the luxury car dealership downtown. Chapter 6, How About I Be Your Mistress? Guided by the beautiful saleswoman at the dealership, Fāng Yuán held Zhang Yunxue's hand as they scrutinized the various luxury cars displayed in the showroom. The strings of numbers made Zhang Yunxue feel a little uneasy. She had never imagined she'd one day stroll through a luxury car dealership with such ease. Her thoughts tightened her grip on Fāng Yuán's arm. Noticing her tension, Fāng Yuán's lips curved into a smile as he gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. Guided by the salesperson, the pair spent some time browsing the more affordable Mercedes-Benz and BMW sections. For the most part, Fāng Yuán found these cars quite satisfactory. But they still seemed a bit distant from what he truly desired. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a dazzling black car. "Sir, this is our dealership's latest Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's currently priced at just 6 million yuan. We also offer various optional upgrades on the base configuration, which won't add much to the price. Please take a look." The salesperson guiding him spoke, though inwardly, he found it hard to believe this unassuming young man could actually afford it. "Isn't that a bit too expensive?" Zhang Yunxue whispered cautiously. In her eyes, the wealthy were truly extravagant, spending millions on a mere means of transportation. Fāng Yuán felt a bit conflicted too. He loved this car, but he didn't quite have enough money on him. Maybe he should ask his parents? With a tentative hope, Fāng Yuán dialed Zhang Yudan's number. On the other end of the line, upon learning her son intended to spend millions on a car, Zhang Yudan's face lit up with delight. "Son, you finally learned how to splurge. Honey, I'm so happy. Yes, thanks to our excellent parenting. At this rate, it won't be long before we become the world's richest family." Fāng Weigua, growing more excited by the minute, suddenly froze. "Honey, we just transferred another 5 million to our son. How are we supposed to afford a car now?" The smile froze on Zhang Yudan's face. Was it really that straightforward? He'd thought he'd have to explain things to his parents. He'd even braced himself for a lecture. But seeing the additional 5 million in his account, Fāng Yuán fell deep in thought. Only after swiping his card to pay the full amount, and slowly drove away amid the enthusiastic farewells of the entire dealership staff. Only then did he snap back to reality. "Fāng Yuán, just how rich is your family?" Zhang Yunxue, sitting in the passenger seat, spoke with a tremor in her voice. For the first time, she realized just how mysterious the man beside her truly was. She even felt a pang of inferiority. Fāng Yuán reached out and gently took hold of Zhang Yunxue's delicate hand. "To be honest, I don't know exactly how rich my family is either. But it's probably quite a lot. I suddenly feel a little scared." Zhang Yunxue lowered her head. "What are you afraid of?" After a moment's thought, she gathered her courage and looked at Fāng Yuán's profile. "I'm afraid I'm not good enough for you." Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. But Zhang Yunshua's words did give him pause. It seemed that among the second-generation elites appearing in the public eye, almost all sought marriages of equal standing, powerful alliances. If that was truly the case, would his parents approve of him being with Zhang Yunxue? Seeing Fāng Yuán suddenly frown, Zhang Yunxue also fell silent. After a moment, she quietly withdrew her hand and forced a smile. "I was just joking. If I can't be your bride, I'll be your mistress." Watching Zhang Yunxue, who was clearly heartbroken yet forcing herself to put on a cheerful facade, Fāng Yuán felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. Unfortunately, he couldn't offer any promises at the moment. All he could do was gently pat her head to comfort her. Upon arriving at the hospital, with a heavy heart, he met Zhang Yunshua's parents. Upon learning that Fāng Yuán was their daughter's boyfriend and had covered all the surgery costs for them, Lying in their hospital beds, Liu and Jiang He both felt profound guilt toward their daughter. Noticing the unusual expressions on the two elders' faces, Fāng Yuán immediately realized they must have misunderstood. He hastily set out to clear his name. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Liu finally relaxed after subtly observing her daughter's demeanor. It wasn't that she didn't trust her daughter. But since ancient times, there's never been such a thing as a free lunch. Especially when her medical bills totaled over 1,000,000 yuan. Even among relatives, few could afford to shell out that kind of money. You're still young. Some things are worth thinking through carefully before acting. Rest assured, Auntie Xiaoshui and I are truly meant for each other. The honest Jiang He didn't know what to say. Toward this young man before him, he felt both gratitude and a certain inexplicable emotion. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be a parent. Fāng Yuán scratched his nose awkwardly. Zhang Yunxue, sitting by the hospital bed peeling fruit for her mother, held her breath in silence. It's getting late. Fāng Yuán, why don't you head back first? Noticing her boyfriend's awkwardness, Zhang Yunxue spoke up. Alright, then take good care of yourself, Auntie. I'll come visit you again when I have time. Li Yu nodded and smiled. Take it easy on the way back. Shui, you go see Fāng Yuán off. Only after stepping out of the ward door did Fāng Yuán finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was the pressure of meeting his future in-laws for the first time. Hee, you weren't so timid when you were teasing me last night. Recalling Fāng Yuán's earlier demeanor, Zhang Yunxue couldn't help but giggle softly. Oh, you dare tease me? Fāng Yuán moved in with lightning speed, biting down hard on Zhang Yunxue's red lips. MMMPH. Being kissed forcefully in public, Zhang Yunxue blushed so fiercely her cheeks nearly dripped blood. You jerk! I'm ignoring you. Finally breaking free, she bolted away like a frightened rabbit. Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. Though he said that, as he prepared to get into his car and leave. A figure standing at the hospital entrance was still secretly watching the situation unfold. Bye! Fāng Yuán rolled down the window and waved. Only after watching the car drive away did Zhang Yunxue turn and walk back with a smile. All the way home, Fāng Yuán hummed cheerfully under his breath. As soon as he pushed open the front door, he found his parents waiting inside with a lavish feast already prepared. Hurry up, son, it's time to eat. At the dinner table, Zhang Yudan enthusiastically piled dishes onto her son's plate. Her enthusiastic manner nearly overwhelmed Fāng Yuán. He cautiously spoke up. Mom, is something going on at home? Zhang Yudan, who had just added another large crab to the child's bowl, smiled. Oh, what could it be? How about it, son? Are you satisfied with the car we bought today? A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth millions. Who wouldn't be thrilled to receive such a gift? But his parents' strange attitude made Fāng Yuán feel uneasy. Dad, Mom, did I spend too much? If you think so, I'll change my ways right away. Really? The more he thought about it, the more anxious Fāng Yuán became, hastily making solemn promises. He had no idea how wealthy his family truly was. All these years, his parents' frugal image had left a deep impression on him. Today, on impulse, he'd spent millions buying a car. Who knew if his parents would secretly be disappointed in him behind his back and start over with a new account? Fāng Weigua's expression immediately turned stern. How dare you talk like that, you brat? A few million means nothing to our family. The only thing Mom and Dad hope for is that you're happy. Zhang Yudan also blared at her son and said, just spend the money we give you boldly. Our family has more money than you can imagine. Far from being upset by the scolding. Instead, he felt a vague sense of relief. But the question of exactly how much money his family had gnawed at him like a claw, leaving him intensely curious. When his son pressed him, Fāng Weigua could only mysteriously hold up one finger. 10 million? Impossible. After all, his parents could easily spend millions on buying him cars. Fāng Yuán exclaimed excitedly, 100 million. Wrong. Yes, keep spending. Fāng Yuán was stunned by the sudden surge of authority radiating from his father. Chapter 7, Dad's Scheme. After dinner, Fāng Yuán lay in bed after his shower. His mind was still filled with his father's words from earlier. His face alternated between expressions of troubled confusion and excited delight. Seeing their son return to his room, the couple finally began to talk. Honey, did I go a bit overboard just now? The memory of his son's ghostly expression made Fāng Weigua feel a bit uneasy. Zhang Yudan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You call that exaggeration? You never think before you speak. Even the world's richest man wouldn't dare say something like that. No, this is still too slow. Don't you know those billionaires count their money by the second? Slow? This feels faster than robbing a bank. Today my son bought a car with a 10x return on the system. There's still 60 million in the account. Zhang Yudan frowned. 60 million would certainly suffice for a comfortable life. But with the system in hand, she couldn't settle for mere tens of millions. Why was she still trying so hard to persuade her son to squander it? Want to live in a villa? Yes. Want to drive a luxury car? Yes. Want to be the richest man in the world? Yes. Zhang Yudan stared at her husband, speechless. Then hurry up and help me figure out how to make our son squander his fortune. At this rate, by the time he becomes the richest man, we'll both be long gone. What exactly is the easiest way to squander a fortune? They considered starting a company or entrepreneurship, but the system rejected those ideas. The rule was clear, he had to be a spendthrift, no exceptions. After all, being a spendthrift tycoon meant splurging recklessly. Fāng Yuán had a sudden inspiration. Honey, who spends money the most in this world? Of course. You want me to figure out how to make our son squander his fortune? Wait a minute. The couple exchanged a glance and suddenly spoke in unison. Women. But the thought of making their son endure such a tremendous sacrifice just to become the richest man in the world. Fāng Yuán silently wept inside. He wanted to shout out loud. Son, the waters here run too deep for you to navigate. Let your father bear this pain for you. The next morning, Fāng Yuán received news that left him stunned. Mom, I'm only 22. Why are you rushing me into blind dates already? Zhang Yudan muttered discontentedly while tidying her son's appearance. So what if you're 22? If you're not in a hurry, your father and I certainly are. Don't worry, your father and I personally vetted this girl. We wouldn't just settle for anyone for you. While Fāng Yuán wrestled with his inner conflict, he suddenly recalled the conversation he'd had with Zhang Yunxue in the car yesterday. As the legitimate heir of a reclusive wealthy family, he couldn't escape the arranged marriages of noble clans after all. His thoughts churned violently. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. I, Fāng Yuán, renounce my family for love starting today, becoming a discarded heir of a wealthy clan. Just then, Fāng Yuán approached. His eyes brimmed with satisfaction as he looked at his son, who was slightly more handsome than himself. Yesterday, he had stayed up all night asking numerous friends to help select a prime gold digger for Fāng Yuán. I bet you won't be able to resist spending money when you're with a beauty. Sigh. Seeing his parents' unwavering stance, Fāng Yuán sighed, resigned to improvising as the situation unfolded. The agreed meeting place. Inside a high-end restaurant. After booking a private room, Fāng Yuán sat in his chair, his mind racing with thoughts of how to handle things later. Refusing them face to face might make them lose face. Besides, anyone who could arrange a marriage alliance with my family certainly isn't from an ordinary household. What if she gets angry and spreads rumors about me? Could that damage my family's business? This is so frustrating. Just then, the door to the private room opened. But the person who entered made Fāng Yuán's jaw drop. He never expected the matchmaking candidate his father mentioned to be Li Meiyu. Why is it you? It's you. For a moment, Li Meiyu felt like turning around and walking out. Before coming, the matchmaking agency had assured her with great confidence. This time, they assured her without a doubt that the match would be a super-rich second-generation heir. That's why she'd excitedly dressed up beautifully and made her way here full of anticipation. But who would have guessed it would be this country bumpkin, Fāng Yuán? Although he had splurged 50,000 yuan to reserve a private room for the gathering, it fell far short of her standards. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán was left with a head full of question marks. Li Meiyu is actually just like me, a hidden super-rich heiress? But back then, she clearly seemed eager to throw herself at Zhang Haitao that didn't look fake either. But since they were old classmates, things would be much easier. Fāng Yuán decided to lay everything out on the table. After all, everyone probably already knew he and Zhang Yunxue had left the private room together that day to get a hotel room. Well, I never expected it to be you either. Since we're old classmates, I'll be straightforward. You know happiness can't be forced. Fāng Yuán took a deep breath and continued. I know this is our inescapable fate, but there's a perfect solution. We pretend to be together just enough to placate our parents. Privately, we won't interfere with each other's lives. What do you think? Fāng Yuán felt his proposal was sincere enough. Isn't that how it always plays out in TV dramas? Wealthy young men and women resort to fake marriages to resist arranged unions forced upon them by their elders. Li Meiyu was stunned. She couldn't make heads or tails of a single word Fāng Yuán had said. Just as she was about to coldly refuse this beggar and unleash a torrent of angry curses at his shamelessness, Fāng Yuán's payment notification chimed. Ding! Your bank account ending in 1688 has received a deposit of 10 million yuan. He pulled out his phone to check. It turned out his dad, worried he might be short on cash, had transferred another 10 million yuan as pocket money. This 10 million yuan felt like the blazing heat of summer. It melted the icy coldness on Li Meiyu's face and warmed her heart. Sorry, what did you just say? Are we together? Not really together, just pretending. Fāng Yuán emphasized again. Then how much will you pay me per month? Li Meiyu leaned her entire body on the table, her alluring eyes fixed on Fāng Yuán with keen interest. Ouch, you're crushing me. No. What do you mean, give you money? Fāng Yuán was taken aback. Wasn't this mutually beneficial? She carefully recalled what Fāng Yuán had just said. Li Meiyu sensed she had grasped something crucial. The Fāng Yuán before her likely came from some low-key wealthy family. He was now being forced into a marriage alliance, and by some twist of fate, she for reasons unknown. She had become his so-called marriage partner. Of course, this was merely her own bold conjecture. I'm going to make you mine. Since you don't want to be with me but still need my help, then. What about Jiang Yunxue? The name Jiang Yunxue suddenly struck a nerve with Fāng Yuán. He lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. How did the script suddenly go off the rails? After weighing his options repeatedly, Fāng Yuán ultimately decided to compromise for love. Just as he was about to speak, Li Meiyu suddenly giggled. Never mind, I was just teasing. I'll keep your secret. How about accompanying me for a stroll later? As if she wasn't foolish. The lie about the arranged marriage would be exposed the moment Fāng Yuán or his family let slip even the slightest hint. Rather than risk that, she'd rather take her time earning Fāng Yuán's trust. What she truly desired wasn't the monthly hush money, be it tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but to become a genuine aristocratic wife. If Fāng Yuán's family background turned out to be disappointing, she could always take what she needed and leave no loss there. Seeing how agreeable Li Meiyu was, Fāng Yuán didn't refuse. Since she'd agreed to help him, he certainly wouldn't refuse such a minor request. When it came time to settle the bill, Li Meiyu watched as Fāng Yuán casually swiped his card for 50,000 yuan, and her heart suddenly gave a violent jolt. That seemingly ordinary meal at the table earlier was actually worth 50,000. This only deepened her anticipation about Fāng Yuán's family background. Chapter 8, I Deserve to Die. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 50,000 yuan has earned a 5x return from the system, totaling 1 million yuan. Seeing the system notification, Fāng Yuán and his wife had completely lost the initial excitement. It seemed as though earning 1 million yuan was no more significant than a speck of dust. Honey, does this method you're talking about actually work? Don't worry, that girl was personally vouched for by a friend of mine who works at a matchmaking agency. That's good to hear. But now that we're financially stable, when should we start thinking about buying a house? Zhang Yudan was quite concerned about this issue. Not only because she wanted to improve their living conditions, but also because she'd already told her son the family had money, yet they still didn't even live in a townhouse. What if Fāng Yuán grew suspicious that day? How would she explain it then? Well, we'll go look around first. If it doesn't work out, we'll have our son pay for it. But buying a house wasn't considered wasteful spending in the system's judgment. After saving tens of millions with such difficulty, spending it on a villa would quickly wipe out their capital. They wouldn't resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Scene change. To improve her image in Fāng Yuán's eyes as much as possible. When Li Meiyu took Fāng Yuán shopping, she steered him exclusively toward high-end clothing boutiques where items started at several thousand yuan. Look at you just don't know how to dress. How can you improve your taste when you're always wearing those cheap knockoffs? Bring me that one, the 8,888 yuan one. Perfect. It really suits you. Inside a fitting room, Li Meiyu acted like a devoted wife. She kept bringing various outfits for Fāng Yuán to try on. During this time, Li Meiyu also bought herself one or two items, though they were significantly cheaper than Fāng Yuán's. Personally, I don't place much emphasis on appearance, it's the inner qualities that matter most to me. Listening to Li Meiyu's explanation, Fāng Yuán nodded in agreement. When it came time to pay, Fāng Yuán's bill totaled nearly 700,000 yuan. He had never bought such expensive clothes in his entire life. But considering that Li Meiyu beside him also came from a wealthy family, Fāng Yuán could only silently console himself. Maybe spending 1 million or 2 is perfectly normal for them. Maybe I'm just too small-minded. They shopped for a while longer. After pairing Fāng Yuán with leather shoes, a belt, and a Vacheron Constantin masterpiece watch worth 230,000 yuan, Li Meiyu finally ended the date, though she was still reluctant to leave. This shopping experience, where the only limit was what they deemed worthy of their attention rather than what they could afford, left her so excited she couldn't help but press her black stockinged legs together. Her gaze toward Fāng Yuán, which she hadn't noticed shifting, had gradually grown intensely heated. Ahem, that's all for today. Remember, don't give yourself away. Feeling Li Meiyu's unusual gaze, Fāng Yuán quickly prepared to make his escape. Honestly, spending too much time with such a temptress made him worry he might slip up. After getting into his car, Fāng Yuán waved politely. This drew the attention of many passers-by to Li Meiyu, who was bidding him farewell. Savoring the feeling of being the center of attention, the sparkle in Li Meiyu's eyes grew even brighter. You're actually driving a Laolai? You've hidden it well all this time, my little darling. While shopping at the mall, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 1.8 million has earned a 2x system return, 3.6 million. This progress is way too slow. The very concern that had weighed on Fāng Yuán and his wife soon materialized. Watching their phantom car come to a halt in front of an ordinary bungalow, it felt utterly out of place no matter how you looked at it. Dad and Mom said they'd come clean with me that the family money was endless and could never be spent. Why are we still living in the old house? Faced with their son's question, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan exchanged a glance. Haha, actually, your mom and I have discussed it. The family assets are simply too vast. To gradually cultivate you into a truly qualified heir, we'll systematically disclose our assets to you bit by bit according to a plan. Zhang Yudan added. That's right. Your parents have decided to give you the funds to purchase your very first villa yourself. It seems I misunderstood. Fāng Yuán felt inexplicably moved. I never grasped my parents' thoughtful intentions. I really am hopeless. I understand, Dad, Mom. I won't let you down. Now that he understood his parents' intentions, began eagerly searching online for villa listings. I've made my choice. Fāng Wei felt a pang of melancholy deep within. You little spendthrift. The money for that villa is non-refundable. But outwardly, he and his wife still had to smile and laugh. They looked at their son with expressions of satisfaction and admiration. Let's go with Tianding in our city. Tianding? A dark cloud passed over the couple's foreheads. Son, you're not talking about that Tianding where the starting price is tens of millions, are you? Fāng Yuán watched his father's expression and suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Dad, isn't that too expensive? Maybe we should just forget it. After finally seeing their son show signs of becoming a spendthrift, how could the parents possibly refuse? If Fāng Yuán were to be held back from spending freely, all their efforts would be wasted. No way. That's peanuts, just pocket change. Buy it. Honey, transfer the money to our son right now. At the critical moment, Zhang Yudan shot old Fāng a murderous glare. Watching the mere 50 million left in the account, Fāng Yuán closed his eyes in pain as he entered the transfer password. 50 million. Fāng Yuán was once again stunned by his parents' extravagant spending. Mom, should I really go buy that villa then? Go ahead, dear. Just remember to let us know how it goes when you get back. Got it. Fāng Yuán excitedly grabbed his car keys and headed out. Halfway there, his phone rang. And Fāng Yuán nearly burst out laughing when he saw the name. Hey, Zhang the fortune teller, how'd you know I'd come back? Don't even ask, brother Yuan. I'm stuck on Binjiang Road. Hurry over and save me. Alright, give me a few minutes and I'll be right there. He hung up. The thought of his childhood friend, Fāng Yuán, couldn't help but burst out laughing. When he arrived at the scene, Fāng Yuán spotted Zhang Dao's figure immediately. It wasn't that his eyesight was sharp, but because Zhang Dao's attire was simply too distinctive. His tattered Taoist robe and waist-length hair. It had always been his signature look. Get in the car. Zhang Dao, who had been looking around, saw the luxury car parked in front of him. He was instantly dumbfounded. Yuan, did you win the lottery? Lottery? You'd have zero chance even if you bought tickets for 10 lifetimes. Then what's this? Get in the car first, I'll explain later. While driving, Fāng Yuán recounted how his parents had finally confronted him after he quit his job. Seeing Zhang Dao's wide-eyed stare, Fāng Yuán, who'd been struggling to find someone to confide in, felt an instant rush of relief from head to toe. Holy crap, a rich guy was right beside me all along. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. It's all fate. Watching Fāng Yuán play it cool, Zhang Dao suddenly banged his chest in frustration. Heh, you asked where I was going earlier, right? You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 9, Buying a Villa for 50 million. Watching Fāng Yuán drive to Tianding. Then, in less than 10 minutes, he sealed the deal on a villa. With a flourish of his card, 50 million vanished into thin air. Zhang Dao nearly dropped to his knees. Dad, I'm your long-lost biological son. Fāng Yuán was speechless. The speed at which you're claiming me as your father would make Lubu call you Grandmaster. Dad, you're right. I'll do whatever you say. Faced with Zhang Dao's shamelessness, what else could Fāng Yuán say? This brother of his had always been a bit of a maverick since childhood. When others went to school, he insisted herding cattle was better. Most people grew up to work normal jobs, scrambling to make ends meet. But he alone harbored a dream of becoming a wandering Taoist streamer. He stubbornly wandered alone for over half a year. Don't even get me started. Streaming for half a year didn't earn me as much as someone else did in 5 minutes of flirtatious antics. When it came to his streaming ambitions, Zhang Dao looked utterly dejected. He left in one piece, but returned a hollow shell. Even his phone got stolen by some shameless thief. Fāng Yuán patted his chest, his face radiating loyalty. Don't worry, with me here, this time will definitely make you soar. Exactly. Zhang Dao perked up at the words. His best buddy was practically the top streamer himself. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone out to mess around. I should have just stuck to your coattails the whole time. Don't worry, brother Yuan. When I hit it big, we'll split the profits 50-50. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. Money meant little to him. Helping his friend achieve his dream was reward enough. After dropping Zhang Dao off at home, Fāng Yuán returned home and briefed his parents on today's villa purchase. The moment they heard it cost 50 million yuan, Fāng Yuán's eyes instantly lost their sparkle. It took Zhang Yudan giving him a sharp pinch on the waist to snap him back to reality. It's okay, son. Go ahead and spend freely. If you run out, just ask mom and dad for more. At this point, it was too late to do anything about it. Fortunately, some of the earlier funds remained untouched. At least over 10 million yuan still sat unspent in Fāng Yuán's account. That was what kept old Fāng from choking on his own breath and passing out. Honey, what are we going to do now that we're broke? Don't panic. Once we move to the villa, we can sell this place for $1 million or $2 million. Wait. I just thought of a solution. Fāng Yuán watched Zhang Yudong perk up with renewed energy and asked curiously. You'll see when the time comes. Zhang Yudong teased, though she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. A few days passed. After receiving notification that the villa was ready for occupancy, Fāng Yuán drove his parents to Tianding Group, reputed as the city's premier affluent neighborhood. Luxurious, exquisitely crafted villas dotted the landscape, nestled amidst lush greenery. Stepping inside felt like escaping the urban clamor, the tranquil and serene atmosphere captivating the soul. At first glance, Fāng Yuán fell in love with the environment. Moreover, as a premier villa district, recreational and sports facilities were abundant throughout the area. The car pulled up before the gates of Villa 66. Two security guards who had been waiting nearby promptly opened the electric gate. Within the villa, mountains and waters blended seamlessly. A swimming pool, electric car garage, and ornamental fish pond were all present. All doors featured facial and fingerprint recognition systems to prevent unauthorized entry. Though such situations rarely occurred, Fāng Yuán couldn't wait to step inside the villa. White marble floors gleamed like mirrors. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung above the grand hall, exuding an air of grandeur and sophistication. The villa spanned 3 floors. Fāng Yuán took the elevator to his private third-floor suite. His nearly 100-square-meter room was nothing short of spacious, but the most extravagant feature was the large private swimming pool on the rooftop terrace. The thought of living a carefree life here with Zhang Yunxue in the future thrilled Fāng Yuán to no end. What do you think, son? Are you satisfied? Fāng Yuán, who was also experiencing such a high-end villa for the first time. He forced himself to remain composed, his voice calm as he replied. Dad, you're awesome. Fāng Yuán gave his dad a thumbs up without hesitation. But I can't shake the feeling something's missing. Just tell Dad what you need, and I'll make it happen. Fāng Yuán leaned close to Fāng Yuán's ear and whispered a few words. The old man's eyes widened instantly. Whoa! Do you think Mom will approve of this? Fāng Yuán spread his hands with a mischievous grin. Well, that depends on your skills, Dad. Father and son exchanged a knowing glance, understanding everything without words. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yudong watched the father and son sitting there with righteous indignation, trembling with rage. I'm putting this out there today, this is absolutely out of the question. But Mom, how could we possibly clean such a huge villa? Professional maids are needed for that. Exactly, honey. Besides, I said no means no. Seeing Zhang Yudong refuse to budge, Fāng Yuán sighed. But everyone else has one. Zhang Yudong? Mom, go see for yourself. You have no idea what people are saying about our family. Sigh, that's exactly it. Everyone living here is loaded. Having a few maids is perfectly normal, right? Look, everyone else has them, but we don't. It makes us look so cheap when people talk about us. Some might even think we're just putting on airs, buying this place to pretend we're something we're not. The thought of people whispering behind our backs like that. It would be utterly humiliating. Zhang Yudong hesitated for a moment. Just you wait. If you dare lie to me, you'll see what happens when I get back. Father and son shared a sly grin. No one knows a wife better than her husband. Fāng Yuán knew his wife's temperament all too well. Though she's usually pretty clever, every woman has a bit of vanity. Sure enough, after going out and coming back, Zhang Yudong shut herself away. Fine. I'm done with this. You two figure it out yourselves. Done deal. Father and son exchanged triumphant grins. They had the property management send someone over, then began slowly selecting options with the documents in hand. Dad, this one's nice, it's big. Youngsters just can't stick to their guns. This one's got a nice curve. Whoa, this one's a bit small, but it's got a great shape. Let me see. It's nice, but I wonder how efficient it is. The property staff sitting nearby were dumbfounded. He'd seen plenty of wealthy people at Tianding Group, but this was the first time he'd encountered someone quite so entertaining. Rest assured, gentlemen. These are all specially selected by Tianding Group Property Management to meet our homeowners' basic requirements. And they all undergo rigorous training before being hired. Their capabilities are beyond reproach. Fāng Yuán nodded with satisfaction and smiled. That's good. Just then, Zhang Yudong, who had returned to the room, appeared behind the grandfather and grandson without either noticing. She sneered coldly. All this talk about how great this and that is. No need to choose. This one, and this one. 1 butler, 3 drivers, 2 star chefs, and 10 maids. Under Zhang Yudong's overwhelming presence, Fāng Yuán was the first to abandon his teammates and make a run for it. If only I'd chosen earlier. Now it's too late. After taking a couple of hits, Fāng Yuán also managed to escape. Seeing his disloyal son, his anger flared up instantly. It's all your fault, you good-for-nothing brat. I told you to pick this one or that one, but you wouldn't listen. The two shook their heads and sighed, a golden opportunity lost. But Tianding truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier company. Within mere hours, all selected personnel had assembled on the villa's lawn. The elderly couple, encountering such a situation for the first time, had no idea how to handle it. Fāng Yuán could only reluctantly step forward as their representative. Greetings, young master. At the gesture of the elderly butler named Su Lin, everyone politely greeted him in turn. Before arriving, the company had provided photographs and identification documents of the household members. They recognized Fāng Yuán the moment they saw him. Whoa! Fāng Yuán felt a sudden lightness in his feet, as if his entire body had grown lighter. He smiled faintly. No need for formalities, everyone. Just focus on your respective duties and do your jobs well. Yes, young master. Su, the steward, was quite experienced. Seeing that Fāng Yuán had nothing further to say, he began arranging accommodations for the other staff and assigning work areas. Young master, everyone has been assigned. It's fine, it's fine. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Su. Su Lin hurriedly replied upon hearing this. Young master, just call me Old Su. After all, our statuses are different. I can't accept such formal address from you. Ahem, no need to apologize. Go ahead and get back to work. Fāng Yuán, strutting about the villa like a newly rich upstart. Suddenly, a maid called out to him. Young master, the mistress requests your presence. Got it. Fāng Yuán was puzzled. What could his mom possibly want with him? Chapter 10, Recharging by Imperial Decree. He had just returned to his room in the villa. Zhang Yudan looked all mysterious as she urged Fāng Yuán to come check out her room. She claimed to have prepared a huge surprise for him. Before him stood a transparent crystal-colored, with a large screen panel at the front desk. With a strong cyberpunk aesthetic. Fāng Yuán froze again. Mom, this isn't a gaming pod, is it? Zhang Yudan ruffled her son's hair with a loving smile. When you were little, your parents were always so strict with you, and you missed out on a lot of the fun your peers got to experience. Looking back, it was mom and dad's fault. This gaming pod is my way of making it up to you. It cost $1 million just for the unit itself, guaranteed to make gaming fun. Fāng Yuán, who had followed along to join the commotion, stiffened upon hearing this. He couldn't help but want to tell the system. Change your name. You shouldn't be called the Godly Rich Cultivation System. You should be called Scammy. At that moment, Fāng Yuán's attention was almost entirely captured by this gaming pod covered in cutting-edge tech. Son, this seat even has a massage function. When you get tired from gaming, you can enjoy a relaxing moment, very user-friendly. Plus, it's got some VR tech installed. They say watching movies with it is 100 times better than at the cinema. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but hug his parents, overcome with emotion. All these years, they had sacrificed so much for him. Go ahead, son. But when you're gaming, Mom has just one request. Mom, what is it? Zhang Yudan said sternly, the Fāng family is a super wealthy clan. Money is just a number to us. We're powerful in real life, and we absolutely cannot let anyone bully us in the game either. You can play, but you absolutely cannot lose. If you can't win, spend money. If you don't have enough, come find mom and dad, understand? This. If any hottie's parents said that to him while gaming, he'd be over the moon. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel grateful his parents were so open-minded. They even openly encouraged him to spend money on the game. Got it. I won't let you down. Fāng Yuán sat down in the gaming pod with excitement. Back in school, he'd been a hardcore gamer. Later, persuaded by his father's 7 wolves of love, he finally turned over a new leaf. Yet even after all these years, Fāng Yuán still harbored a special affection for games. The thought that he was now playing games with official approval made him eager to dive in. In the living room, Fāng Yuán still found it hard to believe. Honey, will this plan actually work? Honestly, in his experience, he couldn't recall any real opportunities to spend money while gaming. You'll find out soon enough. This is a plan I worked hard to come up with. Just wait and see. If it weren't for this system thing, if we let our son get hooked on games for a few days, this household wouldn't even be enough for him to blow through. Leaving aside the couple's reckless talk in the living room, sitting in the gaming pod, Fāng Yuán was feeling absolutely thrilled. Whoa, $1 million gaming gear really is something else. Just the startup speed alone is lightspeed fast. And this sleek, smooth keyboard feels amazing. Fāng Yuán couldn't put it down, exploring the game pod's features step by step. Hehe, Magic Domain, your old buddy Hu Hansan is back. He remembered back when he first played this game. Since I couldn't afford to top up, I was always getting beaten up as a noob. Finally made it to the boss, only for some big shot to drop a godly vision. Some big shot, you have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Trembling Fāng Yuán, yes, sir. I've weakened this boss for you, go ahead. Just thinking about all those humiliating moments made Fāng Yuán's blood boil with rage. Click to register, log in to your account. Fāng Yuán skipped the beginner tutorial entirely. Watching the newbies in their hemp robes and small knives venture out of the city to fight monsters, Fāng Yuán opened the recharge interface. Buying from merchants would have been far easier, but he relished the process of the game. Right off the bat, Fāng Yuán went all in with a 100,000 credit top-up. Buy everything. In less than 2 hours, Fāng Yuán's name shot straight to the top of the server leaderboards. But this bastard was cunning. He stripped off his entire set of divine gear. He equipped his fusion pet and started trolling newbies by pretending to be a noob. Before long, he'd taken down several skilled players who specialized in sniping bosses. In a certain internet cafe, a young man from a well-off family was cursing furiously. "You bastard! You're such a scumbag pretending to be a newbie to troll people." He sneered coldly. "I was actually trying to get along with you guys as a regular person, but you bastards made me lose my temper." He grabbed his phone and tapped away furiously. He dumped 200,000 yuan straight into the game. Another round of enhancement and star upgrades followed. Now decked out in top-tier divine gear, he began taunting across the public chat. "Sort of no mercy, come on, you little punk pretending to be a newbie, drag your ass to the city gates for a showdown." Provoked? Fāng Yuán chuckled. Demon Realm wasn't exactly a top-tier hit back in the day. So while there were whales in the game, they weren't exactly thick on the ground. "Flashy guy, you just wait." He teleported back to town. Fāng Yuán charged out, his massive lightsaber in hand. But he was one shot back within 5 seconds. "One sword without mercy, ha, is that all you've got?" Seeing the enemy's displayed gear and pet info, Fāng Yuán's rage boiled over. "I'm a second-generation player, what's there to fear?" He charged forward again with a fury of 10,000. This time, Sword of No Mercy was slightly at a disadvantage. "You think it's about spending money? I'll crush you, you little trash." The two seemed to have started competing. "Spending another 100,000. Another 100,000. You wanna race me? Drop 200 grand. Come on, who's afraid of who?" The two high rollers went on a spending spree. This rare spectacle of wealthy tycoons going head-to-head was instantly shared online by those with an eye for such drama. It drew countless curious onlookers to share and watch. Game notifications for massive top-ups flashed across screens one after another. "Damn, these two big shots must have spent over $1 million each." "You bet. I just counted Wu Jing alone dropped over 2 million. La Hong is no pushover either, he's holding his own. Is there really such a crazy big spender in Magic Domain? Think you're better than us Magic Realm players? See what you've gotten yourself into now. Pfft, try my game Journey to the West. Weapons costing millions are everywhere. Shut the hell up, give me your address. Come on then, you internet gangsters, come get me in real life." As time slowly passed, the two red-eyed individuals gradually calmed down. It wasn't that Fāng Yuán refused to top up, the other guy just suddenly backed down and logged off. After this exhilarating battle of spending sprees, Fāng Yuán finally resolved the lingering resentment from years of being bullied. Just to prove a point, he'd spent over 2 million in the virtual game world, making him a true prodigal son. Few people could pull that off in real life. The loneliness of invincibility made Fāng Yuán log off after just a short while. Chapter 11, The Insane Pay-to-Win Game. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán spent 100,000 yuan recklessly and received a 5x system return, 500,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 100,000 yuan has earned an 8x system return, 4.8 million yuan. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán spent 100,000 yuan and received an 88x return from the system, 8.8 million yuan. Congratulations, host. Ever since Fāng Yuán started playing the game, the system's notification sounds barely ceased. Over 2 million yuan spent in total? Fāng Yuán froze in shock. Is this game that ruthless? If my son wasn't at home, I'd think he'd gone off to get high. Our family assets are almost over 100 million now. Holy crap, honey, you're amazing. After buying the villa, we only had about 10 million left. But overnight, it skyrocketed by another 53 million yuan. Add in the villa's value, we'd easily surpass 100 million. Look at you, so unimpressive. This is just the beginning. Don't let the kid play video games tomorrow, take him to buy a car. Fāng Yuán was a bit confused. Doesn't gaming make money pretty fast? Didn't our son just buy a car? Why does he need to buy another one? Zhang Yudan tapped her husband's forehead. Are you stupid? We only have one car now. Won't we need it later? And honey, have you noticed? What? Most of the money our son spends is in small amounts, so the returns are all cash. You know the system rules clearly state that refundable items also include companies, real estate, shares, and such. Fāng Yuán suddenly had an epiphany. I see. What are you getting at? Zhang Yudan nodded. These days, the value of money can rise and fall. The safest bet is still tangible assets. Tomorrow's trip isn't just about buying a car, it's mainly to see if there are any changes to the refund policy for large purchases. Fāng Yuán pondered carefully. He realized his wife's point actually made sense. And so, the matter was settled. Because he had stayed up late playing games the night before, Fāng Yuán slept until noon before finally getting up. With the assistance of a maid, he completed his first ever passive grooming. Don't get any ideas. Now this is what life's all about. Feeling refreshed after his master experience card, Fāng Yuán descended the stairs. He found his parents lounging comfortably in rocking chairs in the living room, scrolling through videos on their phones. Beside them, a maid was dedicated solely to washing and peeling their fruit. "Good morning, young master." Spotting Fāng Yuán descending the stairs, butler Su promptly greeted him. Fāng Yuán walked over, grabbed an apple without hesitation, and popped it into his mouth. Zhang Yudan glanced at Fāng Yuán and said, "Son, go to the car dealership later and buy 3 family cars. Remember not to buy anything too expensive, around 1 million should suffice for our daily grocery runs. Keep that Phantom for us to use. Buy yourself a sports car. Young people driving sedans all the time look so lifeless." Su, the butler, wore a slightly awkward expression. Spending over $1 million on a grocery car? And driving a Lao makes young people look lifeless? Mom, should I tell you what he's saying? Fāng Yuán muttered to himself. But then again, his family was wealthy. Buying a $1 million yuan car just for grocery runs shouldn't be a problem, right? But I'm afraid my remaining few million in pocket money won't be enough. Your dad will transfer 30 million to you later. Oh. Fāng Yuán was left speechless. But for Butler Su, the news sent shockwaves through his mind. Having worked as a butler at Tianding for years, he'd encountered his share of wealthy individuals. He'd seen people casually refer to millions as pocket money. But handing over tens of millions as if it were nothing? That was a first for him. Just how wealthy was the master's family? "Young master, shall I arrange a driver for you?" Fāng Yuán waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'll go myself." Because yesterday he'd promised Zhang Dao. He'd told Zhang Dao he'd help him out this afternoon, and having too many people around wouldn't be convenient. Inside the luxury car dealership, spotting the Phantom pull up at the entrance, the sales manager inside hurried out to greet him. Those who could afford this car were undoubtedly wealthy individuals. They couldn't afford to be careless. The moment he saw Fāng Yuán, the sales manager immediately recognized him. "Oh, Mr. Fāng, how nice to see you. What brings you here today? Please come inside." Fāng Yuán returned a smile and stepped inside. Several other customers browsing the showroom shot curious glances at Fāng Yuán. Wonder which family's young master this is." A young woman murmured. "Wow, imagine how lucky his girlfriend must be. It must be Qianfu. The world's gone to the dogs." A handsome guy sighed, seemingly pondering the state of the world. But the next second, the mood shifted. "Wonder if the rich guy needs a driver. I think I could handle it. Forget it, if anyone's coming, it's gonna be me." The murmurs of those around him reached Fāng Yuán's ears. He couldn't help but feel a surge of quiet satisfaction. "Ahem, let's get down to business first. What are your instructions, Mr. Fāng? Is there an issue with the vehicle or?" At first, the sales manager was puzzled. But upon hearing Fāng Yuán's request, he was dumbfounded. "Mr. Fāng, are you suggesting we purchase 2 vehicles costing over $1 million each for daily errands, plus a top-tier sports car befitting your stature? Did I not make myself clear?" No, my apologies. I'll get right on it immediately." Fāng Yuán's casual remark nearly made the sales manager break out in a cold sweat. If he really angered Fāng Yuán and blew this deal, he'd likely be packing his bags to return to farming the very next day. The thought of the commission he'd earned from closing this deal sent a rush of excitement through the sales manager. He practically ran to fetch the documents. Using a luxury car worth over $1 million to buy groceries. This kind of scenario only happens in TV dramas. It left everyone else deeply stunned. Especially when he pulled up in front of a BMW 7 Series worth around $1 million yuan. The construction boss, with a bulging belly and a briefcase in hand. He'd planned to drive it home and brag to his mistress, but now he realized his show-off capital was nothing more than a grocery getter in the eyes of others. This stark contrast instantly filled him with shame. Rich people deserve to die. Driven by the lure of hefty commissions. What normally took an hour or two to process was wrapped up in under 10 minutes by the sales manager. He rushed into the VIP lounge. Panting, he respectfully handed the paperwork for 3 vehicles to Fāng Yuán. "Those 2 grocery getter sedans are fine as is, but as for the sports car," the sales manager hurriedly explained. "Mr. Fāng, regarding the sports car, I've specially selected these 2 models based on your style. The first is the EVLJA, priced at 21.88 million yuan on the market. It boasts a sleek design and appeals to younger buyers. Looks decent. What about the second one? The final one is the Junkie S9, independently developed by our country. It retails for 15 million yuan and boasts equally outstanding looks and performance. Stop. I'll take the junky S9. Supporting domestic brands is everyone's responsibility. Fāng Yuán made the decision without hesitation. The sales manager was overjoyed this deal was his. We don't have the junky D9 in stock right now, so we'll need to ask you to wait a few more days, Mr. Fāng. No problem. Just notify me when it arrives. At checkout, the total came to 17.88 million. The sales manager arranged for the 2 grocery getter cars to be delivered to Tianding. Fāng Yuán departed once more under the gaze of the entire dealership staff. The customers in the store couldn't help but marvel. This big shot who swiped over 10 million without even looking, I've seen it all now. No wonder they call cars costing over $1 million grocery run cars. Sigh, comparing yourself to others is just depressing. Come on, it's all about being born into the right family. So handsome and rich I wish I could be his boyfriend. Pervert. In an instant, everyone else scrambled to distance themselves from the guy in the pink suit. Chapter 12, Assets Exceeding 1 Billion. Afternoon. A couple leisurely swimming in the pool. Fāng Yuán's body trembled violently the instant he swiped his card. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 17.88 million has earned a 35x system return, 1 5-star Qilin hotel. 17.88 million multiplied by 35 equals 625.8 million. Zhang Yudan had only acted on a sudden whim to test the system. Little did she know it would actually trigger the system's rebate rule. Honey, we've really hit the jackpot this time. As a 5-star luxury boutique hotel, its annual profit would easily exceed tens of millions. For those doing exceptionally well, hundreds of millions annually was no problem. In other words, even if they lost the system now, their annual profits alone would be enough to ensure a comfortable life for the entire family for generations to come. Even their descendants would reap the benefits. As the person involved, Fāng Yuán naturally had no idea his family suddenly owned a star-rated hotel. He was currently busy recruiting actors with Zhang Dao at a job fair. The reason was simple. Originally, Fāng Yuán had intended to simply pay someone off to handle it. But Zhang Dao flatly refused. As Zhang the half-immortal put it, if a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and a dried fish? So he chose to accept Fāng Yuán's investment as seed capital. Then he assembled his own film crew. That's right, this time, Zheng Banxian decided to get behind the camera himself. In recent years, the market has been flooded with more and more trashy films about Taoist priests. To promote the Taoist civilization of our Xiao nation, I must rally and change this trend. Fāng Yuán didn't know what to say, so he simply transferred 5 million yuan as initial funding to show his support. As he transferred the funds, the Fāng family elders suddenly received another system notification, squandered 5 million. It seemed even the system had directly classified Fāng Yuán's action not as an investment, but as squandering money. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Under the spell of money's allure. Even though they knew it might be a terrible film, many still came to audition. After some were cut, the entire production crew barely numbered 16 people. This made Fāng Yuán want to vent his frustration. Making a movie with just 16 people? That's pure fantasy. But Zhang the fortune teller remained confident. Alright then, do your best. Call me if you need money later. Dad, take care. Just kidding, my brother Yuan is a super rich second-generation heir. What's wrong with adopting a dad? Facing the crew's weird stares, Zhang Dao felt not shame but pride. Cut it out. I don't have such a great son like you. Fāng Yuán laughed and scolded him before getting in the car to head home. Unbeknownst to him, just as he parked the car, Fāng Weiguo approached. Your second uncle's back from abroad. He's inviting us to dinner tomorrow. I've already arranged the venue. It'll be at our family's Qilin hotel. Dad, how come you're still in touch with them? At the mention, Fāng Yuan's face fell. When he was 7, the family faced its toughest times. Mom, Zhang Yudan, worked as a factory laborer, while Fāng Weiguo, to make ends meet, he worked odd jobs all over the place, not only to support his own family, but also sending tuition and living expenses to his younger brother who was attending university at the time. His kind uncle, Fāng Mingbo, after graduating from university, became the head of a certain organization. He swallowed public funds year after year, lining his pockets while turning a blind eye to his own family's hardships. What was most despicable was that whenever the family gathered for events, Fāng Mingbo always liked to put on an air of success. He used these gatherings to lecture his parents on all sorts of things. Yet he never offered the slightest hint of assistance. Thinking of this, Fāng Yuán felt nothing but disgust toward this so-called second uncle. No matter what, he's still my only blood brother. Forget it, forget it. Let bygones be bygones. We're family after all. Unable to bear seeing his father's sorrow, Fāng Yuán reluctantly agreed. But he made one demand. Dad, we can go, but we'll take a taxi back tomorrow. And don't carry anything valuable on you. Also, don't mention our family's current situation. Though he understood why Fāng Yuán insisted on this, He still agreed. Deep down, Fāng Yuán also wanted to know. The following afternoon. In a private room at the Qilin Hotel. Dad, look at that family, what kind of nerve do they have, making us wait for them? Fāng Yuán couldn't wrap her head around it. Her family had been living comfortably abroad. Dad suddenly deciding to come back was one thing. But the kicker was inviting her uncle's family over for dinner. The thought of those stingy relatives, who might even ask her family for money. She couldn't muster a single ounce of happiness. Fāng Ningbo glanced at his daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you dare say things like that when we see them. Fāng Yuán, scolded, turned her head away in annoyance. It's true. What's so great about China? It's poor and backward. Just look at that hotel manager earlier. The moment he found out we were returning from abroad, he rushed over to suck up to us. Honestly, I hate this dump. America's way better, even the air tastes sweet over there. Fāng Ningbo saw there was no point arguing with his daughter and let it go. Over a decade ago, when he first left the country. Back then, Xia Nation was still in a backward era. But after more than a decade, returning now. The changes here were nothing short of earth-shattering. His family's ancestral home wasn't far from the city center, and the land was now worth a pretty penny. His overseas business had suffered some setbacks, creating an urgent need for funds. So Fāng Ningbo naturally turned his thoughts to the ancestral home's land. However, he only held half ownership of the ancestral home. Thus, he planned to leverage this homecoming to appeal to his brother's emotions, buying it back at a low price from his elder brother before reselling it. This was the primary reason he sought to meet with Fāng Yuán's family. Meanwhile, at the hotel entrance, the hotel manager personally mopped the floor with a mop. Quickly have the others arrange the flowers and hang the banners. 18 hostesses in red kipayos began lining up. I've already told you all, today is the new owner's first inspection since taking over the Qilin Hotel. Everyone stay alert. If anything goes wrong, you'll be packing your bags and out the door. Even the hotel manager, who usually just sat in his office drinking tea. The hotel manager, who was rarely seen and usually just sat in his office drinking tea, personally came to direct operations. Open all the main doors immediately. What if the boss trips or bumps his head on that tiny entrance? Did you all carefully study the photos of the boss, his wife, and their son that were sent yesterday? We've studied them thoroughly. The other hotel staff replied in unison. The manager nodded. The new owner had suddenly called yesterday to say he'd be coming over for dinner. But in his ears, it had turned into an inspection. He had made thorough preparations for this welcome ceremony. Good. If the boss is satisfied today, everyone's bonuses will be doubled this month. At the mention of doubled bonuses, everyone perked up instantly. A few minutes later. Not far away, a taxi pulled up slowly. Fāng Yuán and his family of 3 stepped out of the vehicle. Just as the security guard was about to step forward to shoo them away. To clear the way for the boss, the manager suddenly halted in his tracks. Chapter 13, Is the air really sweeter abroad? The hotel manager rubbed his eyes, almost convinced he was seeing things. Is that the boss? The hotel supervisor stared intently for a moment before nodding firmly. Whoa! Rich folks sure know how to live it up, skipping the luxury car for a cab. Thankfully, he'd made sure everyone had seen the boss's photo beforehand. Hurry up and get ready. The boss is here. Keep your voices up later. Those few make sure the Chongsams aren't too revealing. The boss's wife is here too. Is this also part of our company's holdings? Fāng Yuán looked up at the towering building, easily 30 stories high. The Kirin Hotel, whose interior design was ridiculously high-end. A surge of pride welled up inside him. At the manager's command, everyone shouted in unison. Welcome, boss, to your inspection. Welcome, madam. Welcome, young master Fāng. 18 women in Chongsam swayed in the breeze, their snow-white legs nearly blinding Fāng Yuán's eyes. This display was absolutely top-notch. Excellent. Fāng Yuán gave the hotel manager a discreet thumbs up. Seeing the young master pleased, the manager's face broke into a broad smile. If only fireworks weren't banned these days, he'd have strung up 70 or 80 strings of them. Guaranteed to amp up the atmosphere. Everything's been handled well. Everyone's done a great job. Fāng Yuán, rare for him, clasped his hands behind his back as he offered his praise. Not at all, it's our pleasure. By the way, when we go upstairs for dinner later, could you please instruct the staff not to reveal our identities? Just treat us like any other guests. Proceed as usual. Just as they stepped into the elevator, Fāng Yuán quietly gave the hotel manager a nod. Certainly, certainly. Rest assured, young master Fāng. Inside the private room, Fāng Ningbo also heard the commotion below. It seemed like some hotel executive had arrived. No big deal. It's just a small hotel putting on airs. Fāng Yuán muttered defiantly. But deep down, she knew full well that while her family was relatively well off, with savings of 10 or 20 million yuan, compared to the owner of a 5-star hotel like this, they weren't even in the same league. No matter how grand it was, in her eyes, it couldn't hold a candle to a modest apartment abroad. Just then, the private room door opened. Mingbo. Big brother. The moment he entered and saw his younger brother sitting in the chair, Fāng Yuán's eyes welled up with tears. The brothers hadn't seen each other in over a decade. His concern for his brother had never diminished. Come, sit down. Fāng Mingbo looked at Fāng Yuán's family dressed in simple clothes. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. It seemed his older brother hadn't fared much better over the years. Seeing the poor relatives enter, Fāng Yu didn't even glance at them. Fāng Yu, quickly greet your uncle and aunt. This is your brother, Fāng Yuán. Ugh, this is so annoying. I don't even remember them. How am I supposed to address them? You. Fāng Mingbo gave an awkward smile. We're so sorry, brother and sister-in-law. Little Yu left with us when she was 7. After all these years, she's just returned and might be a bit out of her element. It's fine. We're family, no hard feelings. Zhang Yudan, however, felt a bit put out. But she didn't want to spoil Fāng Yuán's mood, so she could only stew in her own frustration. The two families sat together, familiar yet distant. The atmosphere felt awkward. That silly little brat looks dumb as a rock, yet she's surprisingly stubborn. Fāng Yu caught Fāng Yuán staring at her. She took advantage of no one noticing and flipped him a thumbs-down gesture. Country bumpkin. Your whole family's a bunch of country bumpkins. You've come in here and polluted the air. Fāng Yuán chuckled at the silly girl's provocation, pretending not to notice. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other in so long. The brothers Fāng Yuán and Fāng Yuán recounted one memory after another. On the surface, the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. After a while, Fāng Yuán couldn't stand it anymore and made up an excuse to slip outside. The moment he stepped outside, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate. It was Zhang Dao calling. Hey, Dad, where are you? Didn't you say you'd take me out for a big meal today? Damn it, when did I ever say that? I don't care. The script will be finished tomorrow, and we're officially starting production. Since I'm helping you out, you have to treat me to a meal. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. This kid sure had a lot on his plate. Fine. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. After getting the address, Fāng Yuán figured his dad and the others probably wouldn't be wrapping up anytime soon. Might as well go pick up Zhang Dao first. After all, the hotel was his own. He'd just have the kitchen prepare a table for them. Just as he reached the lobby entrance, the hotel manager, who had been diligently working all along, immediately spotted Fāng Yuán. He hurried over. Young Master Fāng, what are your instructions? I was just wondering how to get back to pick up the car, but now it's taken care of. I need to pick someone up. Oh, leave it to me. I'll personally drive you there. This was an absolute golden opportunity to boost his performance. Without a second thought, the hotel manager sped off toward the parking lot at 120 miles per hour. He pulled his brand new Mercedes S-Class up to the entrance. The two drove for about half an hour before reaching their destination. Seeing Zhang Dao still clad in his Taoist robe, looking disheveled and unkempt, Fāng Yuán felt both exasperated and amused, giving him a playful smack on the head. I mean, you're supposed to be the protagonist here. Could you at least change your clothes? Zhang Dao shrugged nonchalantly. Just mundane stuff. Even the most beautiful woman in the world looks like a giant skull to me. Fāng Yuán was speechless. If it was all just mundane stuff, then why did his eyes pop out like saucers when he saw the neighbor's wife taking a bath? Let's go back to the hotel first. By the time they got back to the hotel, it was already around 7 p.m. Starving, Zhang Dao kept clamoring for food. Fāng Yuán was about to order a feast to treat him properly. Just then, a hotel attendant rushed over. Young Master Fāng, the boss is looking for you. He says it's urgent. What do they want with me at their reunion? Alright, come with me. My parents are up there too. Uncle Fāng and the others are there too? As childhood friends, Zhang Dao was certainly no stranger to Fāng Yuán's parents. But that was all in the past. The thought that the Fāng family was actually a hidden super wealthy clan. Even the usually carefree Zhang Dao felt a twinge of unease. Upon entering the private room, Zhang Dao immediately greeted Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan loudly and obediently. As for his second uncle's family, he chose to selectively ignore them. Hey, you're Dao's kid? Honestly, I almost didn't recognize you. You've been gone for over half a year. You nearly drove your dad crazy. Seeing his son's childhood friend, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan couldn't help but smile. Zhang Dao had often come to play with Fāng Yuán when they were kids, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. Fāng Yu looked across at Fāng Yuán's family, her expression darkening. He was already in a foul mood about dining with his poor relatives. Now this so-called cousin had brought in someone who looked like a beggar. Freeloading was one thing, but not even bothering to say hello? Her disgust for this family had reached its absolute limit. Unable to contain herself any longer, Fāng Yu stood up abruptly and pointed at Fāng Yuán, shouting, "What do you think you're doing? This private room was reserved by our family. It's bad enough your family comes here to freeload off us, but bringing someone else? Have you no shame?" Chapter 14, Get them out of here. The moment Fāng Yu spoke, The private room fell into a deathly silence. Fāng Mingbo showed no intention of stopping his daughter. Instead, he spoke with disappointment. Fāng Yuán, it's not that your uncle is criticizing you. This guy looks like a vagrant beggar. Who knows what's wrong with him? How could you bring someone like this inside? As he spoke, he seemed to rediscover the ease with which he'd once scolded his eldest brother's family. Watching his brother, who had been so amicable just a moment ago, Fāng Yuán felt a chill run through him. Actually, back in the private room earlier, Fāng Mingbo had revealed the purpose of his return. But considering his younger brother's actions over the years, and Zhang Yudan clearly saw through Fāng Mingbo's ulterior motives, Fāng Yuán was instructed to at least ascertain whether the other party genuinely sought harmony with his elder brother's family. Even though they were now worth over 100 million and long since cared little for the ancestral home's land, he couldn't simply grant Fāng Mingbo his wish so easily. After being politely refused, Fāng Mingbo was visibly annoyed. Zhang Dao had merely become his scapegoat for venting his anger. This trip back home, Uncle Heir was actually considering whether there might be an opportunity to give you guys a boost. But the people we deal with are all big business tycoons. How am I supposed to handle this when you show no respect for etiquette? Get someone to throw him out immediately. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but chuckle. Back when my dad was struggling to feed our family just to pay for your education, I didn't see you offering any help. When you were living it up at work while my dad worked himself to the bone with back pain, too poor to see a doctor, you never offered to help either. Now you want to come back and take advantage, talking about mentoring? Fāng Yuán glared at Fāng Mingbo. If you want to mentor me, take a good look at yourself and see if you're even worthy. My son speaks the truth. I've put up with you two for far too long. When your parents passed away early, your brother worked his fingers to the bone to put you through college. If you don't know how to repay that, fine, but stop pretending all day long. Now you want to come back and take advantage of us? No way. Zhang Yudan pointed at Fāng Yu. And you too. You're blind to dare tell my son's friend to get lost. This hotel is our family's property. If anyone should leave, it's you lot. We don't welcome a family of ingrate dogs like yours here. Fāng Mingbo chuckled coldly, his inner ugliness no longer concealed. Paying for my college education was your duty as the eldest brother. I have money now, so what if I refuse to help you? And this hotel? You run it? I doubt you've ever even set foot in a 5-star hotel in your entire lives. Looks like your whole family's gone broke. Have you finished? The elder brother, who had always seemed weak in Fāng Mingbo's eyes, suddenly slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Fāng Yuán is my son. Whatever he does, whoever he chooses as friends as his father, I support him. It's none of your business to criticize him. I thought you came back because you remembered me as your older brother, but it turns out you just covet our family's land. Fāng Yuán roared like a lion in fury. Fāng Mingbo, let me make this clear, you'll never get a foot on the ancestral estate's land. Watching this unfold, Fāng Yuán silently pulled out his phone. What else was there to discuss with them? Manager, send a few security guards up here. Receiving the young master's summons, the hotel manager clattered over, rounded up 7 or 8 security guards, and stepped into the elevator. Go ahead, I'll see what you're made of. The hotel manager had just entered with his crew. Fāng Yu was the first to jump out, playing the victim. These 4 beggars who knows where they crawled out from are stubbornly refusing to leave our private room. Get your people to kick them out immediately. The hotel manager gave her a look as if she were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? Asking me to kick my own boss out of his own place? Fāng Yu instantly turned red with rage, her face contorted in fury. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me? Let me tell you, we're all returning from abroad. Seeing that neither the boss nor his wife responded, the hotel manager could only turn to Fāng Yuán with a pleading look. Young master, this. Hearing the hotel manager address Fāng Yuán as young master, Fāng Mingbo and Fāng Yu were instantly dumbfounded. Throw them out. Understood. The hotel manager waved his hand, and the burly security guards immediately moved forward. They shoved the father and daughter, who were still cursing furiously, all the way out the door. Some were pushed, others dragged like dead dogs. Seeing Fāng Yuán looking somewhat dejected and heartbroken, Fāng Yuán offered a helpless comfort. Dad, don't get so worked up. It's not worth it for such an ungrateful bastard. I'm fine. I just never imagined my own brother would be so heartless for the sake of profit. Let's not talk about it. Your mother and I will go back to rest. If you 2 kids want something to eat later, just ask the kitchen to prepare it. All right. After mom and dad left, Fāng Yuán had the kitchen prepare a fresh batch of dishes to be served. After all, those dishes had been touched by that disgusting father-daughter pair. It wouldn't be right to serve them to guests. Never mind, never mind. Let's not dwell on this troublesome matter. Let's drink. Zhang Dao raised his cup without a care. Even though he'd been looked down upon, it felt satisfying to see that father and daughter dragged out later. After a round of toasts, Zhang the half-immortal couldn't hold his liquor, so Fāng Yuán had him put up at the hotel. He'd intended to find any room to sleep in. But the hotel manager wouldn't hear of it. This was the young master's friend, after all. In the end, they insisted on giving him the presidential suite. Fāng Yuán, meanwhile, returned to the villa. Perhaps this incident had finally allowed Fāng Weiguai to see his younger brother's true colors. After a brief period of gloom, things quickly returned to normal. To lighten the mood, Fāng Yuán suggested the family go out for a meal together tomorrow. He could tell his son was clearly doing this out of consideration for his own feelings. Fāng Weiguai felt deeply touched inside. On the other hand, after meeting Li Meiyu, Fāng Yuán wrestled with the decision for a long time, but ultimately resolved to bring Zhang Yunxue along to tomorrow's gathering. After all, the daughter-in-law had to meet her in-laws eventually. Besides, recalling Li Meiyu's behavior that day, something about it still felt off to Fāng Yuán. It was best to be upfront with his family. What? I'm meeting the parents tomorrow? Zhang Yunxue, who was still at the hospital caring for her mother, felt her mind go blank for a moment. On one hand, she was overjoyed that Fāng Yuán was willing to bring her to meet his parents. On the other hand, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Fāng Yuán's family background seemed far too prestigious for her imagination. She was just an ordinary girl from a regular family. What if his parents didn't approve of her? Don't worry. I know my parents well. They'll be overjoyed to have a daughter-in-law as wonderful as you. Knowing Zhang Yunxue would be nervous. So Fāng Yuán made a point to reassure her. But I'm still a little scared. If Fāng Yuán's family background was similar to hers or even just slightly better, she wouldn't feel this much pressure. But buying a Rolls-Royce on a whim? The thought of a family treating millions as pocket money was suffocating to her. After much persuasion, Zhang Yunxue finally agreed. Fāng Yuán chuckled. This way, he was one step closer to achieving his goal of living a carefree life with the stunning Zhang Yunxue. Chapter 15, The $1 Million Grocery Cart. The next day, Zhang Yunxue took out her makeup box, which she hadn't touched in ages. Naturally beautiful, she rarely wore even light makeup. But the thought of meeting Fāng Yuán's parents today. She felt nervous yet determined to make a good impression on the couple. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. You can do this. Gazing at the beauty reflected in the mirror, Zhang Yunxue took a deep breath and encouraged herself. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán had informed his parents he was going to pick someone up. So Fāng Weiguai and Zhang Yudan had their family driver take them to the Qilin Hotel in the grocery van. At their own hotel, the quality of service would be superior. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Zhang Yunxue, dressed in a pristine white gown with her hair flowing gracefully. So breathtakingly beautiful. Fāng Yuán couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her delicate cheek. You look absolutely stunning today. Caught off guard, Zhang Yunxue flushed crimson. Then she pouted playfully. Does that mean I wasn't pretty before? Hee, beautiful, beautiful, you absolutely have to be beautiful. You're such a smooth talker. But being teased by Fāng Yuán like this actually eased her nervousness considerably. Yet when they arrived at the grand entrance of the luxurious hotel, Zhang Yunxue suddenly felt her body tremble slightly. The hotel manager had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Seeing Fāng Yuán arrive, accompanied by a girl who looked like a fairy, and considering that today was the family banquet for the owner's household, the woman the young master brought might just become the future young mistress of the house. He hurried forward to greet them. Greetings, young Master Zhang. Greetings, young mistress. The boss and his family are already waiting in the private room. Zhang Yunxue, being called the young mistress for the first time, was visibly flustered. But she didn't protest, and deep down, she felt a hint of sweetness. As they made their way through the lobby, the hostess and other hotel staff greeted them in unison. Good evening, young master. Good evening, young mistress. Good day, young master. Good day, young mistress. Good day, young master. Good day, young mistress. Each address of madam made Fāng Yuán's heart swell with delight. Ahem, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Manager. Ah, what are your instructions, young Master Zhang? Alright then, double everyone's salary for this month. The moment these words left his mouth, every hotel employee immediately praised the young master's generosity. The hotel manager was no exception. After all, his monthly salary was already 200,000 yuan, doubling it meant 400,000 yuan. A solid windfall. Watching the man beside her effortlessly exude charm, Zhang Yunxue found herself utterly captivated. As they approached the private room entrance, Zhang Yunxue instinctively clutched Fāng Yuán's sleeve. Her small face was etched with nervousness. Oh no! I was in such a rush coming here that I didn't bring anything. Just as they were about to enter, Zhang Yunxue suddenly frowned and said, It's okay. My parents don't care about these things. As long as you're here, that's all that matters. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. He pushed open the door. Inside sat Fāng Weiguai and Zhang Yudan. They froze upon seeing Zhang Yunxue beside Fāng Yuán. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend. You can just call her Xiao Shui. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Zhang Yunxue politely greeted the elderly couple. Where did my son find such a beautiful girlfriend? The first thought that flashed through Zhang Yudan's mind was the gold digger Fāng Yuán had mentioned to her before. Having seen Li Meiyu's photo, Fāng Yuán noticed Zhang Yudan's puzzled expression. He quickly shook his head to signal otherwise. My son has grown up. Zhang Yudan looked at Zhang Yunxue, who was not only beautiful but also clearly the type who could bear sons. Her heart swelled with uncontrollable joy. Oh my, Xue, right? Come sit next to auntie. Look how accomplished my son is, he found such a lovely girl. Fāng Yuán silently gave his son a mental thumbs up. Truly worthy of the Fāng family bloodline, outstanding. During the meal, Zhang Yunxue was overwhelmed by the elderly couple's warmth. Xiao Xue, try this, it's good for your complexion. Son, hurry up and serve Xiao Xue some food. How inconsiderate. It's alright, auntie, I can manage. Oh, stop calling me auntie. Just call me Mom, we've only just met. Seeing Zhang Yunxue blush so fiercely, she nearly hid like an ostrich. Fāng Yuán quickly put a stop to his mother's baffling antics. But through their earlier conversation, Zhang Yudan found herself growing increasingly pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. Not only was she well-educated and beautiful, she was also incredibly devoted to her parents. Xiaoxue, if that little rascal Fāng Yuán ever dares to mistreat you, don't hesitate to come tell me. I'll make sure to give him a good talking to. Zhang Yunxue gave a sweet smile. Got it, auntie. Actually, Fāng Yuán treats me pretty well. That won't do. Let me tell you, men need to be kept in line, otherwise, they'll go bad sooner or later. Fāng Yuán and his old man exchanged an awkward glance before silently burying their heads in their rice. Wait a minute, you little brat. What's wrong with you? Don't you care at all about such a good girl like Xiao Xue? What just happened? Suddenly caught in the crossfire, Fāng Yuán looked utterly bewildered. Zhang Yudan gripped Zhang Yunxue's small hand as she spoke. Look at Xiao Xue, such beautiful hands, and not a single piece of jewelry on them. And what about her clothes and necklace? When you're with a girl, are you only thinking about taking advantage? Faced with his mother's righteous glare, Fāng Yuán obediently lowered his head in apology. I'll go buy some right now. We came in such a rush today that I didn't even notice. We'll go together after dinner. Otherwise, with your terrible taste, what if you buy something that doesn't suit our Xiao Xue? Come on, it's not that bad. Fāng Yuán caught his wife's wink and instantly got the hint. This was the perfect chance to let their son splurge. Right, your mom and I will go with you later. And we won't just buy anything, we'll pick out the best and most expensive items. It's settled then. The elderly couple decisively cut off any escape route for the two. Seeing Zhang Yunxue's pleading expression, Fāng Yuán silently signaled he couldn't help her. Just then, Li Meiyu happened to call him. Only then did Fāng Yuán recall that during the blind date, he and Li Meiyu had agreed to pretend to be a couple. But now he was openly with Zhang, the campus beauty. Moreover, judging by his parents' reactions, they didn't seem opposed. The situation had unfolded so suddenly that he'd completely forgotten to inform Li Meiyu. Upon learning the truth, Li Meiyu was stunned. She had planned to string Fāng Yuán along for a few more days before inviting him out alone to fully deploy her charms. But her plan had failed before it even began. No way. After finally finding a rich second-generation heir, I absolutely cannot give up now. As a staunch gold digger, Li Meiyu gritted her teeth. Plans to reel in her golden goose began flashing through her mind. But outwardly, she remained all smiles as she replied to Fāng Yuán. Well, congratulations. Love conquers all. Thanks. Let's stay good friends, then. Fāng Yuán pondered for a moment. Having more friends couldn't hurt. Besides, she was clearly no ordinary girl, herself a stunning beauty with long legs. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Of course. Seeing Fāng Yuán's reply, Li Meiyu smiled. What man in this world doesn't like a little fun on the side? Given the chance, I'll pin you down. Chapter 16, 1.5 billion in pocket money? After finishing their meal, the group arrived at the Tianhan Ginza building. This place was renowned as a luxury goods district. The cheapest items inside were priced in the 4-digit range. Items costing tens or even hundreds of thousands were commonplace. Even the building's security guards remained unfazed upon seeing Fāng Yuán's watch. Walking across the floor covered in exquisite tiles. Observing the men and women passing by, clad in designer labels and carrying luxury handbags. Zhang Yunxue's movements grew slightly stiff. After all, this was the first time in her life she'd set foot in such an upscale place. Calm down, don't forget your husband here is a rich kid too. Fāng Yuán noticed her nervousness and whispered with a mischievous grin in her ear. Thinking of the man walking beside her. Not only did his family drive luxury cars, but they also owned a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yunxue's emotions finally began to settle, though she instinctively slipped her arm through his. She savored the sense of security he provided. Come on, Xiao Xue, let's check out this place. As they passed a jewelry store, Zhang Yudan abruptly snatched Zhang Yunxue's attention and pulled her inside. Exquisite display cases showcased piece after piece of dazzling jewelry. Even the second-generation wealthy, accustomed to high-end spending, were startled by the prices. Pieces worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, were everywhere. Pieces priced in the thousands were tucked away in corners, deemed unworthy of display. "This bracelet is nice. Bring it out for me to see." Zhang Yudan pointed to an emerald green bracelet displayed on a separate counter. "Are you sure you want to see that one?" "That's our crown jewel, an imperial green jadeite bracelet priced at 80 million. 80 million? Zhang Yunxue, I feel like I'm not worthy." Fāng Yuán, Fāng Weiguo and Zhang Yudan were getting it. Hearing the price sent the elderly couple into a frenzy. Last time Fāng Yuán bought a sports car, he scored a 5-star hotel for free. This time, with an 8 million yuan jade bracelet, who knows what the system will reward him with. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry. Just as Zhang Yudan was about to speak, Fāng Weiguo stopped her. "Honey, I don't think we have enough funds." Zhang Yudan snapped back to reality. After buying the car last time, they only had a little over 20 million left. And Fāng Yuan's side seemed to have only about 10 million yuan as well. Even if they pooled all their money together, it wouldn't even cover half the price of the bracelet. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness between Fāng Weiguo and his wife, the attentive salesperson promptly moved to another section and began introducing other items. "Why not take a look at these jewelry pieces first? Both in appearance and materials, they are considered fine pieces, perfectly complementing the lady's elegance." Right, auntie, why don't we look at the others first?" Unlike the salesperson, Zhang Yunxue was terrified that Zhang Yudan might impulsively buy her such an expensive bracelet. She feared she wouldn't dare accept it even if offered. Just a moment ago, Zhang Yudan had been troubled, but now her eyes lit up. Because she suddenly thought of a brilliant solution. What to do if she didn't have enough money? Make up for it with quantity. The store was filled with so many valuable pieces of jewelry and gems. In her eyes, they instantly became tender young scallions ripe for the picking. Fāng Yuán, however, looked at her suspiciously. "Mom, is it because we don't have enough money?" Zhang Yudan shot her son a stern look. "What nonsense are you talking about? Money is just a number to our family." The salesperson smiled faintly. Who knew this lady cared so much about appearances? But what Zhang Yudan did next left everyone dumbfounded. Regardless of whether it looked good or not, as long as the price was high enough, she bought it all. "Son, buy this one. Son, get that one too. And this one, and this one too." What was even more amusing was that whenever the total price neared 2 million, Fāng Yuán would be instructed by his mom to pay the bill. Watching his mother spend money like water, the fleeting doubt about his own lack of funds vanished instantly. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. Fāng Weiguo directly transferred the remaining 23 million yuan to Fāng Yuán. After purchasing over 100 pieces of jewelry, Fāng Yuán's hand was practically cramping from all the payments. "That's enough. We don't want to have to explain this later." At the critical moment, it was Fāng Weiguo who stopped Zhang Yudan, who was getting carried away. By this point, Fāng Yuán had already spent nearly 40 million yuan. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 2 million yuan has earned a 10x system return, 20 million yuan. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 1.98 million has earned a 32x system return, 63.36 million yuan. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 2.01 million has earned a system. After this wild spending spree, the system had returned nearly 3 billion yuan in total. Now, forget about buying a bracelet. He could easily buy out the entire store. At least there was now enough to buy a bracelet for his daughter-in-law. But if he kept spending, his son would surely grow suspicious. Opting for a more cautious approach, the couple halted their exploitation of their son. "Mom, do you really need all these things?" Fāng Yuán rubbed his aching hands with a sigh. No matter how rich the family was, they couldn't spend like this. People come shopping to buy things, but you? You're basically stocking up on inventory. You little brat, who says we won't use it? A woman can never have too much jewelry. Zhang Yudan tapped her son on the head before walking over to the jade bracelet worth 80 million yuan. She instructed the salesperson to remove the bracelet and place it on the bewildered Zhang Yunxue's wrist. In the blink of an eye, she became a high-spending customer who'd dropped tens of millions. The salesperson dared not delay, though a lingering sense of unease crept into their mind. Just moments ago, they thought this unmotivating older sister was putting on airs. But now she had just demonstrated what it meant to be rich and capricious. Zhang Yudan admired it as she praised, "Look at this bracelet, how perfectly it matches my daughter-in-law. They're both so fresh and vibrant." The salesperson chimed in promptly. "You have such excellent taste. This young lady's aura has elevated significantly with this bracelet. Auntie, I can't accept this. It's far too valuable." Zhang Yunxue hastily waved her hands in refusal. She felt as if she were in a dream. Not long ago, she had been running around desperately trying to raise money for her mother's medical bills. She had even contemplated selling herself to save her mother. Yet now, a bracelet worth 80 million yuan was on her wrist. "Ah, you silly girl. We're family, no need for formalities. It's just a bracelet, after all. Our family may lack many things, but money is never one of them. Her mother's commanding words. Instantly his understanding of just how wealthy his family truly was. I thought our family might only have a few hundred million in assets, but now it seems we need to add another zero to that figure. Ding! Your bank account ending in 1688 has received a deposit of 1.5 billion yuan. As the notification tone rang out on Fāng Yuán's phone, he admitted he was genuinely stunned this time. Not just him, even the shop assistant beside him. And Zhang Yunxue, who was still trying to decline, both flinched, nearly convinced they'd heard things. Fāng Yuán remained remarkably calm as he said, "Dad just transferred your allowance. Go pay the bill. 1.5 billion yuan in pocket money?" Chapter 17, Hit me, I'll take the blame. Fāng Yuán stared at the string of zeros in his account. Seemed to have lost all interest in money. With a beep from the card reader, 80 million yuan vanished into thin air. "Here, take it. It's my mother's heartfelt gesture." Fāng Yuán smiled as he walked over to Zhang Yunxue. "Besides, it really suits you." But at that moment, Zhang Yunxue was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. This man had given her far too much. Now he'd even given her a bracelet worth a fortune. She was genuinely worried something might happen to him someday. "Alright, money doesn't matter. If you two could just hurry up and give me and your dad a big, healthy grandson, I wouldn't bat an eye at 800 million or even 8 billion. Under Fāng Yuán's encouraging gaze, Zhang Yunxue reluctantly put the bracelet away. And those 8 million spent did not disappoint her parents' expectations. It earned a 61-fold return from the system, though not in cash. Instead, it was 50% equity in a company called Tianding Group. Fāng Yuán recognized the name vaguely but didn't dwell on it. After all, the system's returns were undeniable. He could look into it later when he returned. Just then, two people entered the jewelry store. The most striking was the woman among them. Her face was as exquisitely carved as jade. Her waist was slender enough to be grasped in one hand, and her figure was tall and graceful, paired with an aloof, ice lotus-like aura. She exuded an aura that made one feel she was meant to be admired from afar, not approached lightly. The other man, however, was none other than Zhang Haitao, the very same who had recently attended a gathering with Fāng Yuán. The very same Zhang Haitao who had foolishly attempted to win over the stunning Zhang Daxiaowa with money. Though the two walked together, Zhang Haitao maintained a perpetually fawning smile. His every word and gesture seemed to radiate reverence toward the woman. Upon spotting Fāng Yuán inside, Zhang Haitao's expression instantly darkened. But he had come today to accompany the heiress of the Run Group. He was here to help the elderly Mrs. Run select a gift for her 80th birthday celebration, so he temporarily suppressed his anger. Fāng Yuán stood with his back turned, yet the voice felt strangely familiar. He didn't recognize him at first glance, but upon looking closer, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, if it isn't Mr. Zhang. What brings you here?" Zhang Haitao had already mentally dismembered Fāng Yuán 100 times over in his mind. But with the Run family's heiress standing right beside him, to maintain his composure, he pretended not to notice Fāng Yuán. But when he saw Zhang Yunxue arm in arm with Fāng Yuán and the conspicuous imperial green jade bracelet on her wrist, Zhang Haitao suddenly exploded with rage. He stormed straight up to the shop assistant and bellowed in fury. "What the hell are you playing at? I specifically told you yesterday to hold this bracelet for me. Why did you sell it today?" Faced with Zhang Haitao's accusation, the young saleswoman was taken aback. But seeing the man's imposing appearance, she knew he was someone she couldn't afford to cross. She could only stammer out an explanation. "But you didn't leave any deposit yesterday. It's just your word against mine. When a customer comes in wanting to buy something, how could we possibly refuse? You dare talk back? You think I can't kick you out of here in a minute?" Zhang Haitao's furious outburst silenced the clerk completely. He then turned and walked coldly up to Fāng Yuán. "I won't settle the private room matter with you for now, but this bracelet is what I, Zhang Haitao, have set my sights on today. Fāng Yuán, if you know what's good for you, get that money grubbing to take it off for me right now." The moment those words left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned to Zhang Yunxue. Sell herself for money? Fāng Yuán and his wife wore expressions of utter disbelief and confusion. Zhang Yunxue's face drained of color in an instant. The commotion had drawn quite a crowd. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside. They pointed and whispered at Zhang Yunxue. "She looks pretty enough, but who knew she was in that line of work? Yeah, probably the whole family got scammed. So young and already going down the wrong path, what a disgrace to her parents." "No. Faced with everyone's accusations, Zhang Yunxue couldn't even bring herself to look up at Fāng Yuán's parents. After all, she had once genuinely begged Zhang Haitao for help. Had she not met Fāng Yuán, she would likely have become Zhang Haitao's plaything by now. Apologize. Watching the one he loved suffer such humiliation. How could he, as a man, continue to endure this? Fāng Yuán clenched his fists and glared at Zhang Haitao, enunciating each word. "Ha! You want me to apologize? Sorry, did I hear that right? You? Zhang Haitao slapped his own cheek. Go ahead, if you've got the guts to touch me. Do you know who my dad is? Ever heard of Tianding Group? My dad's high up in Tianding Group. You, some unknown upstart, dare touch me? A gasp rippled through the crowd. Tianding Group is a publicly listed company worth nearly 10 billion. Whoa, this kid's gonna be in deep trouble if he dares to lay a finger on him. Tianding Group is on another level, they could bankrupt you with just a word. Young man, you'd better bow your head and apologize. Don't think having a little money makes you special. Yeah, messing with a conglomerate could drag your family into trouble. Just as everyone assumed, this was yet another story of a second-generation heir triumphing. Fāng Yuán's voice cut through the air. Is Tianding Group really that formidable? Fight. Son, if anything happens, Dad'll take the fall for you. Got it. Fāng Yuán had been waiting for those exact words. You dare. Fāng Yuán let out a cold chuckle. I've had it with you, you cocky little, for a long time now. What's the big deal if I beat you up? Under Zhang Haitao's stunned gaze, a fist as big as a sandbag slammed straight into his face. That'll teach you to be such a jerk. See what you get for slandering our Xiao Shui. Fāng Yuán shouted as he punched him. Zhang Haitao, who had always lacked physical exercise, had no chance to defend himself. Besides spewing threats and curses, the only thing he could do was clasp his head tightly. Enough! Even though she disliked Zhang Haitao's character, Ren Qian couldn't stand by and watch him get beaten up. Not only would it bring shame upon the Zhang family, but also jeopardize the Ren family's partnership with Tianding Group. Seeing the building security approaching, Fāng Yuán instinctively halted his actions. Zhang Haitao, his face bruised and swollen, glared at Fāng Yuán with venom in his eyes. I advise you to be careful. His father, Zhang Ziyuan, is the CEO of Tianding Group. His connections aren't as simple as you might think. Zhang Haitao pulled out his phone and dialed his father, Zhang Ziyuan. Come on, play with me. If I don't make you kneel and beg me today, I'm not Zhang Haitao. Who doesn't know how to make threats? Watching his father pull out his phone as well, Fāng Yuán suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He had always been curious about his parents' background. But every time he asked, they'd only give him vague answers. Was today finally the day the tip of the iceberg of his family's true power would be revealed? Chapter 18, Spitting Blood? Tianding Group Tower. All shareholders were summoned to the conference room. Looking at the dozen empty chairs, Zhang Ziyuan's eyes burned with uncontrollable fury. Just half an hour earlier, a mysterious figure had suddenly acquired 50% of the group's shares. Among all the shareholders, the Zhang family father and son held a combined 35% stake. It was precisely this stake that had allowed him to maintain his position as the group's top executive. Not long ago, he had planned to groom his son, Zhang Haitao, to succeed him as the group's CEO. But who could have predicted that everything would be thrown into disarray by that mysterious figure? A full half of the shares. The other party had suddenly become the most powerful figure. If a rival engaged in malicious competition, it would deal a fatal blow to the entire group. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Ziyuan immediately convened a meeting of all shareholders to discuss countermeasures. I don't think now is the time to pursue those who sold their shares. The top priority is to contact that mysterious major shareholder. Exactly. The fact that the shares are in their hands is undeniable. Let's send someone to make contact first and see who this person really is. Zhang Ziyuan nodded in agreement. The fact that they could move so swiftly to acquire 50% of Tianding Group's shares. It was clear they were no pushover. As long as it didn't disrupt normal operations, no one wanted to cross such a figure. Just then, his phone on the desk rang. After hanging up, Zhang Ziyuan let out a few cold laughs. Tianding Group was, after all, one of the province's most renowned conglomerates. For someone to dare attack his son in broad daylight was sheer recklessness. But then, someone from the company's General Affairs Department arrived to inform him that his mysterious major shareholder was on the line. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyuan immediately had the call transferred to him. In the presence of this powerful figure who held the group's lifeline, his son's matter naturally took a back seat. Mr. Zhang, since we're all shareholders, why not put it on speakerphone? Right. Let's see what they're really up to. Zhang Ziyuan didn't refuse, wanting to maintain his position. The support of the other shareholders was crucial. Hello, is this Mr. Fāng? Yes. This is Zhang Ziyuan. What can I do for you? Your son was harassing my daughter-in-law at Tianhe Ginza. My son beat him up. Come over yourself and see how you want to handle this. The busy tone echoed through the phone. Not only was Zhang Ziyuan stunned, but all the shareholders in the room fell silent. Damn it! He slammed his fist on the table, his breathing quickening with rage. He knew full well what kind of person his son was. But he never imagined the boy would have the audacity to lay a hand on the daughter-in-law of that mysterious major shareholder. Wasn't this deliberately looking for trouble? Mr. Zhang, please don't let your son's beating cloud your judgment. Exactly. Think bigger picture. Let me add my 2 cents. If we really anger that major shareholder, it could jeopardize the entire group's interests. Old Zhang, be cautious. Zhang Ziyuan, his face dark, said nothing and strode quickly out. He rushed straight to Zhou Xiufu Jewelry in Tianhe Ginza. The moment he entered, he saw Zhang Haitao, beaten to a pulp. Seeing his son's pitiful state, he felt both heartbroken and furious. But the words spoken by those shareholders earlier still echoed in his ears. Dad! You're here! Zhang Haitao's face lit up with joy at the sight of his father. In his memory, whenever trouble arose throughout his childhood, his dad always stepped in and resolved it. Unfortunately, Zhang Haitao didn't see it. Zhang Ziyuan's gaze didn't linger on him at all, shifting instead to Fāng Yuán. It's him! That rotten bastard! Dad, you have to help me take him down. Seeing his supporter arrive, Zhang Haitao's confidence surged instantly. Pointing at Fāng Yuán, he seemed poised to vent all the pent-up anger from earlier. May I ask if you are Mr. Fāng? Ignoring his complaining son, Zhang Ziyuan approached Fāng Weiguo and asked respectfully. Yes. Fāng Weiguo nodded without further comment. What did his silence mean? For a moment, Zhang Ziyuan couldn't fathom the intentions of this major shareholder dressed in such understated attire. But then he remembered why he was here, and it suddenly clicked. He walked straight up to Zhang Haitao, who was still ranting about how he would deal with Fāng Yuán. He thought to himself, don't blame Dad. You've offended someone even your own father would treat with respect. Stealing his resolve, he slapped the rebellious son across the face. Smack! The resounding slap stunned everyone present. Zhang Haitao, the recipient of the blow, felt utterly bewildered, even on the verge of tears from the injustice. Dad, why did you hit me? He actually dared to ask. If it weren't for you, you ungrateful son? As the CEO of a major corporation, did I really have to be humiliated like this in public? With that thought, Zhang Ziyuan channeled his grief and anger into strength, delivering 2 more slaps. Getting hit is the least of your worries, you good-for-nothing brat. Looks like I've been spoiling you rotten all this time. Do you know who hit you? That's the son of Mr. Fāng, the biggest old-timer in our Tianding Group. Zhang Haitao froze in shock. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Fāng. Apologize? You won't stand up for me after I got beaten up, and now you want me to apologize to him? In that moment, every shred of Zhang Haitao's pride and confidence shattered into pieces. Looking at Zhang Haitao, whose face still bore a look of defiance, Zhang Ziyuan delivered his final ultimatum. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Admit your mistake and apologize to young Master Fāng immediately. If you don't ever call yourself my son once you step out of this door. Alongside his sense of helplessness, Zhang Ziyuan was genuinely furious at his son's lack of ambition. At this moment, all that mattered was securing Fāng Yuán's forgiveness to preserve the Zhang family's standing within the conglomerate. What did a little humiliation matter? Look at those who succeed, how many of them cling stubbornly to their pride? If he offends the major shareholder, all it would take is a word from Fāng Weiguo. Countless others would step in to deal with Zhang Haitao. By then, even if he wanted to protect him, he wouldn't be able to. Under Zhang Ziyuan's stern gaze, Zhang Haitao finally chose to submit. He clenched his fists tightly and bowed his head. Yes, I'm sorry, young Master Fāng. It was my mistake. The words barely left his lips before a burning sensation spread across his face. Inside, he screamed frantically. You bastard! If your family was so powerful, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, how could I have walked right into the trap? He didn't need to look to know the surrounding crowd was mocking him. Especially with Ring Qian standing right there, this was an absolute humiliation. The thought of failing to impress and instead getting beaten up only deepened his hatred for Fāng Yuán. Fāng Yuán couldn't care less about him. If his dad hadn't been so powerful, he'd probably be the one bowing his head right now. Heh, Mr. Fāng, this is just kids roughhousing. No need to take it so seriously, right? Zhang Ziyuan interjected with a smile. Seeing the tension gradually ease, Fāng Weiguo didn't want to push things too far. Fāng Yuán led the somewhat dejected Jiang Yunxue and her parents out of the shop. On the way, he recounted the entire incident, how Jiang Yunxue had sold herself to save her mother, only to be threatened by Zhang Haitao. Her parents not only didn't look down on her, but felt even more heartbroken for this sensible young woman. Inside the jewelry store, Zhang Ziyuan stared at his son's ferocious expression. The rebuke on the tip of his tongue somehow transformed into a sigh. He gave a cold snort before leaving. Ren Qian, however, cast several curious glances at Fāng Yuán before he departed. Judging by Zhang Ziyuan's attitude, this man must hold an extraordinary position within Tianding Group. But upon reflection, she couldn't recall any prominent Fāng family she knew. But dwelling on it now was pointless. She glanced at Zhang Haitao, who stood rooted to the spot, looking as if he'd lost all faith in life. Ren Qian had no desire to get entangled in this inexplicable feud. After all, the two families were merely partners, and it seemed Tianding Group was no longer solely under the Zhang family's control. The specifics of their partnership would inevitably change accordingly. After everyone had left, Zhang Haitao finally collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself any longer. It felt like nothing good had come his way since meeting Fāng Yuán. This was nothing short of a disgrace. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it. After unleashing a heart-wrenching roar of fury, overcome by rage and agony, Zhang Haitao suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. The jewelry store staff were so frightened they immediately called an ambulance. Chapter 19. This leg will keep me entertained for a decade. After this incident, Fāng Yuán and Jiang Yunshue's relationship grew even closer. After a few days of peace, Fāng Yuán suddenly remembered that Zhang Dao had just called him today. He implied that life had been tough lately. The actors were full of resentment and wanted him to sort things out. Coincidentally, the car dealership manager called to notify him that the vehicle had arrived. So Fāng Yuán instructed them to deliver the car directly to Tianding Group. The thought of his long-awaited sports car finally arriving, Fāng Yuán felt a rare surge of excitement. Outside the gates of Tianding Group, a dark-hued BMW M3S9 glowed faintly as it sat parked by the roadside. Many passers-by snapped photos with their phones upon seeing it. Some bold young women even approached, claiming their legs were tired and asking if he could give them a ride. Faced with such opportunities presented right to him, what man would refuse? If only this car were mine. The dealership manager sighed wistfully, then spotted Fāng Yuán emerging from the vehicle. He hurried over to greet him. "Young Master Fāng, here are your car keys." "MHM." Fāng Yuán took the keys. Gazing at the sleek sports car, a surge of pride welled up within him. After all, he was still young. Who wouldn't love a sports car, that ultimate show-off tool for impressing girls? Suddenly, he realized his mom was right. Young people should drive sports cars. Driving a sedan just makes you look old. He slid into the driver's seat and turned the ignition. A deep, lion-like roar erupted from the engine. It made him want to floor the accelerator. Under the respectful gaze of the dealership manager, Fāng Yuán drove the sports car toward the Qilin Hotel, a somewhat remote suburban area. After finishing the morning shoot, the actors Zhang Dao had hired, they began lining up to collect their boxed meals. Upon seeing the contents of their meal boxes, many couldn't help but complain. "Director Zhang, why is it pickled radish with scrambled eggs again?" "Sigh, I've lost over 10 pounds in less than a month on this set. My family thinks I'm doing drugs." "Yeah, shooting all night is tough enough, but not getting enough to eat? That's just cruel." The assistant director in charge of production duties noticed the situation was getting out of hand. He hurried over to report to Zhang Dao. At that moment, Director Zhang was wolfing down a huge chicken drumstick. "What's all the fuss about? Tell them I'm treating them to a feast tonight. With your stingy ways, you make us bring our own water on set and now you're treating us to a feast?" The assistant director inwardly scoffed but dared not defy Zhang Dao's orders. He could only relay the message to the others. "What feast? Director Zhang must be pulling another fast one." "Exactly. Last time he promised a feast too, then stood us up in a heartbeat. Forget it. I once brought my own lunch because the food was terrible, only for Director Zhang to confiscate it while preaching about hardship together. He took it and ate it himself. Where in the world do you find such a stingy director?" These actors, who had started out as extras, naturally cherished this rare opportunity to appear on screen. But the hardships were just too much to bear. Sleeping outdoors every night, getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, and barely getting enough to eat. It would be unbearable for anyone. Finally, the afternoon shoot wrapped up. Zhang Dao clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Ahem, everyone's been working hard these past few days. So I discussed it with our production's investors, and we've decided to treat everyone to dinner tonight. The venue will be the 5-star Qilin Grand Hotel downtown." Holy crap, it actually exists. And it's at a 5-star hotel. Director Zhang must be pulling his hair out. Did the sun rise in the east today or something? The actors below all wore expressions of utter disbelief. With a mix of skepticism and doubt, all the actors began boarding a pre-arranged bus in an orderly fashion. They headed straight for the Qilin Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, at Fāng Yuán's instruction, the hotel manager had already cleared out the largest private dining room. The marble dining table was laden with an array of expensive seafood and fine wines. After all, they were brothers. While he couldn't assist with the filming, Fāng Yuán was more than willing to lend a hand in organizing events. It wasn't until they were seated in the private room. The actors hadn't fully processed the situation. Some couldn't resist pinching their arms to confirm this wasn't some kind of illusion. Several attractive actresses even batted their eyelashes at Fāng Yuán, leaving him overwhelmed. Zhang Dao stood up first and raised his glass. "Come on, everyone, let's raise a toast to our production's investor, Mr. Fāng. Thank you, Mr. Fāng. Mr. Fāng is so accomplished at such a young age. Mr. Fāng, are you in need of any accessories?" Amidst the flurry of warm compliments, Fāng Yuán could only rise with a wry smile. Waving his hand, he said, "Director Zhang is a childhood friend of mine. His matters are my matters. Enough with the pleasantries. I hear the production team is facing some difficulties. I'll be adding another 100 million to the investment. Now that's what you call a big shot. This is it. In an instant, everyone was stunned by this handsome and seemingly young yet incredibly generous Mr. Fāng. The moment those words left his mouth, many eyes turned to Fāng Yuán with a mix of awe and respect. Originally, they had assumed he was just some small-time rich kid looking for fun by making movies. But now, no one dared to think that anymore. Except for Zhang Dao, who remained utterly carefree. Everyone else carried an unspoken sense of restraint. After the meal, the 500,000 yuan private room at Kanglan was arranged. Amidst Zhang Dao's howling and wailing, all the actors gradually loosened up. After spending some time with him, many realized that this Mr. Fāng seemed surprisingly approachable. He carried none of the airs of the wealthy. Some bold actresses even dared to sit beside him and offer toasts. As the drinking continued, Fāng Yuán began to feel a bit tipsy. Just then, Li Meiyu sent him a message. "Young Master Fāng, what are you up to? Ever since you got Miss Jiang, I haven't seen you message me once." Her words carried a hint of a woman's resentment. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly, remembering how Li Meiyu had once kindly helped him. He casually sent an invitation asking if she wanted to join him in the private room. To his surprise, Li Meiyu accepted immediately. A few minutes later, Li Meiyu entered the private room, dressed in black stockings, a white blouse, and a short business skirt. Countless male eyes fixed on Li Meiyu, their gazes practically glowing. Holy crap, where did this bombshell come from? Whoa, I could play with those legs for 10 years. Even Zhang Dao, whose sole focus was revitalizing Taoism, couldn't resist wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. As if accustomed to such scenes, Li Meiyu walked over to Fāng Yuán's side without a care and sat down right next to him. "Young Master Fāng, what refined tastes you have." Fāng Yuán swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on the smooth, supple white legs beneath the stockings. Before he could speak, a message popped up on Li Meiyu's phone. Fāng Yuán glanced at it. The sender was Zhang Haitao. He hadn't expected them to still be in contact privately. "Where are you? I'm feeling down. Come sit with me." Zhang Haitao's message got straight to the point, though it remained unclear whether this sitting was legitimate or not. Chapter 20, maybe I should do something productive? If this were the old Li Meiyu, she would have been thrilled to receive such a message. After all, her goal was simple, to latch onto a powerful patron. But now she had encountered an even better option in Fāng Yuán. Li Meiyu decisively chose to decline. She immediately blocked and deleted him. She didn't forget to explain to Fāng Yuán. "He added my contact info after the last class reunion, but I never accepted it. Men are naturally jealous. Especially wealthy men, their possessiveness runs deep." Li Meiyu understood this truth all too well, acting with ruthless decisiveness. She paid no attention whatsoever to the man on the other end who felt utterly humiliated. Zhang Haitao was so furious his nose seemed crooked. Even though Fāng Yuán didn't feel much for Li Meiyu, it was undeniably pleasing to watch. What he disliked most was that kind of boundary-less woman. Women who acted like central air conditioning for everyone. Haha, let's not talk about that. Drink up. He laughed heartily and raised his glass. Being rich felt amazing. Back in the day, a woman of Li Meiyu's caliber wouldn't just throw herself at you. Even if he approached her, she probably wouldn't give him a second glance. Li Meiyu played along perfectly. As they drank, she gradually leaned into Fāng Yuán's embrace. Her beautiful legs, like those of a serpent demon, wrapped tightly around him. When he woke up the next morning, Fāng Yuán groggily reached out beside him. His hand encountered a sensation of extreme slipperiness. Oh no! Fāng Yuán whipped his head around. What met his eyes were strands of hair scattered across the pillow. Li Meiyu, her bosom half exposed. Still fast asleep, she was roused by the commotion beside her. Seeing the stunned look on Fāng Yuán's face, she couldn't help but giggle softly. "Young Master Fāng, you really don't know how to treat a lady gently, do you? Yesterday, you nearly made me cry with all your rough handling." Looking at the torn stockings on the floor and the scattered clothing, Fāng Yuán fell deep in thought. Hee, just teasing you. I did it willingly, no need for you to take responsibility, so what's there to fear? It wasn't that he feared responsibility. Ever since learning he was a rich kid, Fāng Yuán felt he had already changed a lot without even realizing it. Whether in terms of daily spending habits, or in matters concerning women, he seemed far more carefree and generous than before. Maybe I could follow some big shot's lead and buy an island overseas to be my own little king. Then I wouldn't just have one, I could easily have 10 or 8 at my disposal. No, what's wrong with my values? Before Fāng Yuán could even respond, Li Meiyu suddenly threw herself at him, her lips drawing near his ear. After exhaling a warm breath, she murmured softly. "Actually, I lied to you. My family isn't some wealthy clan." That's right. She was a clever woman. Ever since learning that Fāng Yuán had brought Zhang Yunxue to confess to his parents, Li Meiyu had realized her lie would soon be exposed. Since that was the case, she decided to be straightforward and tell the truth herself. It might even win Fāng Yuan's favor more easily. Upon hearing the news, Fāng Yuán was stunned. He had assumed Li Meiyu was a marriage partner arranged for him by his parents. But it turned out to be a lie. So what about back then? Heh, I just thought you were interesting and wanted to tease you a bit. That joke wasn't funny at all. Thinking about how Li Meiyu dared to tease him like that, Fāng Yuán feigned embarrassment and annoyance. Oh, I didn't mean to do it on purpose. Fine, I'll apologize to you. She bit her full lips tightly and slowly retreated beneath the covers. Immediately afterward, Fāng Yuán's body trembled slightly. Soon, rhythmic sounds filled the room. Until around 3 in the afternoon. Fāng Yuán drove Li Meiyu to the vicinity of her residence. Watching the woman's graceful figure walk away, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, you really don't need any compensation from me?" Li Meiyu turned her head and smiled sweetly. "If you want to compensate me, then transfer 3 or 50,000 over first. I won't refuse money." Huh, what a pragmatic woman. Fāng Yuán chuckled. But he still transferred 500,000 yuan to her directly via his phone. Those long legs are pretty smooth. Too bad they were a bit tight. Didn't he catch a glimpse of red? Fāng Yuán muttered under his breath before turning and leaving. Having just made a mistake, he felt a bit guilty and didn't dare face Jian Yunxue yet. He could only return to Tianyunipin first. He returned to a modestly furnished rental apartment. Seeing that Fāng Yuán had indeed transferred 500,000 yuan, Li Meiyu rubbed her eyes hard to make sure it was real. Recalling last night's wild passion in Fāng Yuán's expression, a blush crept across her face. Everyone believed she was a complete gold digger. Who knew how many dirty deeds she'd done for money? She had never once spoken up to refute the gossip. Li Meiyu sneered sarcastically, "What are you thinking about? Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" In the silence, droplets of water appeared on her smooth thigh. The phone rang. She pressed the answer button expressionlessly. Her brother Li Yi's voice came through, demanding money. "Hey sis, did you find the money? I'm telling you, if I don't get it soon, I'll sell the house to pay off the loan. And I won't care where those 2 old fools end up." Hearing her own brother's heartless words, Li Meiyu could no longer contain the hurt and anger welling up inside her. "Li Yi, are you even human? After all the years mom and dad raised you, this is what you say now? You're lazy and good for nothing, borrowing money to gamble like others. Do you have to push our parents to their deaths before you'll stop? Stop lecturing me. Just tell me if you have the money. If not, I'll sell the house right now." "Fine, I'll give you the money. Why didn't you just say so earlier? All this nagging is driving me crazy." Li Meiyu gripped her phone tightly. Her eyes burned with frustration and disappointment at her brother. All the money she'd earned working outside these past years had gone to their parents. She never imagined it would all be squandered by her brother in the blink of an eye. Now he was deep in debt, owing hundreds of thousands of yuan. He'd even considered selling the family home. "Then get ready, I'm heading back right now to handle the property transfer with you." "Damn it, are you even my sister if you're being this cautious? Just say yes or no." After everything that had happened, Li Meiyu was utterly disillusioned with her brother. She couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. Only after Li Yi finally agreed did Li Meiyu breathe a sigh of relief. All these years, her parents had favored sons over daughters, indulging her brother to the point where he'd ended up like this. As a woman, no matter how much she resented him, she couldn't stand by and watch her elderly parents end up homeless. Some might call her foolish, scold her for being stupid enough to meddle in such a mess. But she never once regretted it. Fāng family villa. Fāng Yuán lay on the plush bed. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of emptiness welled up inside him. Before he had money, his sole focus was on making it. Now he didn't even need to work. All he needed to do each day was focus on being a spendthrift. Yet he already had a villa and sports cars. Countless beauties would rush to his bed with just a flick of his fingers. Living the life ordinary people dream of day and night. Yet he finds it growing increasingly tedious. Besides, if mom and dad keep thinking I'm just a spendthrift, how will I inherit the family business someday? Out of nowhere, a strange thought surfaced in his mind. Chapter 21, Can I just play at being a manager? In the living room. After hearing Fāng Yuán's words, Fāng Weiguo and his wife immediately voiced their opposition. "Son, leave the money making to us. That's right. All you need to do is enjoy your own life. Money is no problem." Fāng Yuán observed his parents' seemingly excessive reaction. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be they've secretly opened a second account behind my back? It must be. Just like in those novels, they handed the family assets over to the younger son to manage, but to compensate the older son, they're throwing money at him to live it up. The thought that somewhere in a hidden corner, another young master Fāng was already managing his family's assets on his behalf. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged through Fāng Yuán. "I should have seen this coming. You must have secretly had another son behind my back. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Your mother and I only have this one good-for-nothing son." Watching his son lost in wild imaginings, Fāng Weiguo resisted the urge to give him a loving smack on the head. Dad, even you admit I'm a wastrel. How could you ever trust me with the family fortune? Convinced he'd uncovered the truth, Fāng Yuán felt utterly despondent. He trudged back upstairs alone. The couple sitting on the sofa exchanged a glance. This couldn't go on. If they really messed up their son, things would get complicated later. Honey, I think we've been pushing things too hard lately. Why don't we just let him try? He's just wasting his time anyway. At least we can't let our son keep suspecting something. Fāng Yuán frowned, wondering what new antics the brat was up to. A life of squandering wealth that so many dream of. Yet here he was, managing to stir up so much trouble. Fine then. Tianding Group has been calling me too, asking me to arrange for someone to join their team. That's how big corporations operate. You hold such a large stake, yet you don't place your own people in key positions. Over time, it'll inevitably make the shareholders uneasy, fearing you're not putting in the effort. Zhang Yudan immediately saw the crux of the matter. Then let our son go. Just give him some idle manager position to fill. Fāng Yuán, lying in bed utterly despondent, had lost even the will to squander his fortune. But upon receiving the news, he instantly perked up. Ha! I knew Mom and Dad were just testing me on purpose. Become a manager at Tianding Group. What? You want young Master Zhang to come work as a low-level manager at our group? Inside Tianding Group's conference room, Zhang Ziyuan had gathered the other shareholders, pondering the significance behind Fāng Yuán's move. According to the information he gathered afterward, Fāng Yuán was just an ordinary graduate from a third-rate university. As for his abilities, he was well aware of Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending on cars and villas, even going so far as to pour an additional 100 million yuan into a failing film production company. Plus, Fāng Yuán explicitly requested a non-executive position. This likely served as a subtle signal that the major shareholder had no intention of getting involved in the company's management and operations. Instead, it served to reassure everyone. That's typical of Mr. Zhang, a brilliant move. It dispels our doubts while giving everyone a graceful way out. One shareholder, quick-witted, immediately came to the same conclusion as Zhang Ziyuan. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this arrangement. Had Fāng Yuán demanded absolute control upon arrival, the group's senior members would never agree. The web of interests involved was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. But an advisory role? That was far simpler. Why not have young Master Zhang join the PR department? It's mostly young people over there, and there are quite a few women too. Haha, that's actually a good idea. Young people are all into that sort of thing, aren't they? After deliberation among all shareholders, the proposal was unanimously approved. Upon learning from his parents that he would be taking up the position of PR department manager at the group the very next day, Fāng Yuán was brimming with enthusiasm. He shared the good news with Jiang Yunxue. Seeing her man's ambition, the renowned beauty Jiang Yunxue expressed her full support. Tianding Group Tower. Inside the Marketing and Public Relations Department office, a senior executive was gathering everyone together. The entire PR department comprised over 30 employees, 90% of whom were young, attractive women. Many were recent graduates, their faces still bearing traces of youthful innocence. The former PR manager was a middle-aged balding man. Originally, he enjoyed the pleasant company of the young women in the PR department. Then, out of nowhere, orders came down from above demoting him to deputy manager. That alone would have been bad enough, but Lin Yangjong heard that the person replacing him was a good-for-nothing. A spoiled rich kid fresh out of a third-rate university. This infuriated him beyond measure. But the newcomer's background was surprisingly formidable. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The company executive announced, "Ahem, we've gathered everyone today to share some news. Due to the group's operational needs, headquarters has specially assigned a new department manager to join us. Manager Lin will continue to serve as his deputy, assisting in the management of the PR department. Your new manager will arrive shortly. Colleagues, please continue to work together as always to accomplish our tasks effectively." With that, the executive departed. Many glanced at Lin Yangjong, his face dark with displeasure, and chuckled inwardly. Great, now we'll see what kind of person this new manager is. Still, he'll be better than that old bald guy. He was always dragging us out for drinks and networking under the guise of work. Yeah, always with that lecherous look. Let's just hope the new manager isn't too much of a jerk. Some female colleagues voiced more pessimistic guesses. Forget it. Anyone who gets a department manager position in such a big corporation can't be a pushover. I'm afraid we'll just end up back to square one. Sigh. Lin Yangjong was already bad enough. Now we've got someone with even stronger connections. Who knows who we'll even be able to complain to when we get bullied in the future. Amidst the PR department's growing unease, Fāng Yuán pulled his military-grade S9 into the Tianding Group parking lot. Dressed in formal attire, Ren Xian, accompanied by two senior executives from the Run Group, preparing to meet with Zhang Ziyuan to discuss the collaboration between their two groups. Inside the underground parking garage elevator, Ren Xian recognized Fāng Yuán. "Oh, it's you?" Fāng Yuán looked at the icy cold young woman before him, and his mind instantly flashed back to that day at the jewelry store. The girl walking with Zhang Haitao that day was none other than Ren Xian. Oh, what's up? Though he didn't know the girl's background, anyone entangled with Zhang Haitao was naturally distasteful to him. Who knew if she was some kind of mistress or something? Approaching him meant nothing good. So he decided to ignore her completely. Chapter 22, Taking Office, kicking off with a $1 million gift giveaway. Spotting the PR manager name tag pinned to Fāng Yuán's chest, one of the Rin Group executives snorted coldly. A mere PR manager dares to speak to our Miss Rin like that? I'll report this incident truthfully to the higher-ups at your Tianding Group. Fāng Yuán glared back defiantly at the man who was staring him down. Upon reaching the PR department floor, Fāng Yuán walked straight past the three without so much as a glance. The executives, furious at being ignored, were about to chase after him to give him a thorough dressing down. But Ren Xian smiled and stopped them. Just a couple days ago, Zhang Ziyuan's son got beaten up by him at Tianhe Ginza. And guess who had to go apologize humbly? None other than the CEO of Tianding Group himself. This man's background isn't as simple as you imagine. Hearing this, the impulsive Rin executive abruptly halted in his tracks, his face frozen in disbelief. Who is Zhang Ziyuan? He's the official head of Tianding Group. Yet when his son got beaten up, he didn't dare utter a word. He even went over to apologize. Even if the Ran Group was slightly more powerful than Tianding Group, its strength was still limited. If they don't even hold the CEO of Tianding Group in high regard, what does a mere executive like him amount to? He wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his eyes flashing a hint of gratitude toward Ren Xian. If he really ruined the partnership deal because of himself, he'd be in for a world of trouble back at the office. Stepping into the spacious, well-lit office area, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but lightly touch the nameplate pinned to his chest. This was his first time facing subordinates as a legitimate leader since entering the workforce. To earn everyone's trust right from the start, Fāng Yuán had specially prepared a gift for everyone in the office. However, the gifts procured by Butler Su hadn't arrived yet. But he figured it should be arriving soon. Contrary to his expectations of a warm welcome, most employees met him with curious, appraising glances. Just as I thought, a kid who hasn't even grown any facial hair yet, he thought to himself. But Manager Lin still offered a warm smile as he stepped forward to shake Fāng Yuán's hand. Then, adopting the manner of a seasoned veteran, he patted him on the shoulder. Haha, so you're the new manager, Fāng? Truly a rising star at such a young age. To become manager of our group's PR department at such a young age, impressive. The words were laced with hidden barbs. In truth, it was a subtle jab implying Fāng Yuán had climbed the ladder through connections. But why should he care about such things? Fāng Yuán chuckled. Just then, Butler Su sent a message. Bring everything inside. What was this about? Lin Yongzhong, still marveling at how well he'd phrased his words. He watched as 7 or 8 burly men, under the direction of an elderly man dressed as a steward, carrying 5 large boxes inside. The scene drew everyone's attention. No one could fathom what this new manager was up to. Fāng Yuán cleared his throat and said, I haven't had time to prepare much since I'm new here, so I specially brought some gifts for everyone. We're all working for the group, and you've all been working hard. Gifts too? The new manager is so generous. Many employees who had been holding back suddenly warmed up to Fāng Yuán. Regardless of the gift's value, at least the thought is there. It's far better than Manager Lin, who's always trying to take advantage of his own people without spending a dime. Heh, Manager Fāng really knows how to make an impression. Lin Yongzhong remarked with a forced smile. Even if you have powerful connections, pulling this stunt right after arriving is practically slapping me in the face, isn't it? But since the shareholders backing him had warned him, he held his tongue. He figured Fāng Yuán was probably just giving away some cheap trinkets anyway. Just going through the motions, no need to take it seriously. Come on, everyone gets a share. Those whose names are called, come forward to collect. Zhao Xiaomei, the female employee whose name was called, glanced around at the others. But she couldn't refuse the new manager's face. So, braving Lin Yongzhong's murderous glare, she nervously stepped forward. When she saw what Fāng Yuán handed her, her mind momentarily froze. This is the latest Hermès handbag. No way. After all, as employees of the group, their benefits and perks had always been quite generous. They'd occasionally bite the bullet and splurge on designer bags and luxury goods. After all, being girls, they naturally paid more attention to things like handbags and shoes. After unwrapping the exquisite packaging, Zhao Xiaomei ran her fingers over the bag and instantly confirmed it was authentic. Manager Fāng, this bag must be worth over 50,000 yuan. Are you really giving it to me? Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. It's just a bag, no need to be so formal. Since you work under me, Fāng Yuán, benefits are a given. Wow. Thank you, Manager Fāng. Zhao Xiaomei returned to her seat overjoyed with the bag, already thinking about how she'd brag to her friends back home. Next up, Li Yun. My turn. A bespectacled young woman radiating intellectual charm stepped forward with eager anticipation. This time, Fāng Yuán presented a full set of cosmetics from a renowned international brand, worth tens of thousands as well. Now the rest of the office couldn't sit still. Just who is this manager Fāng? He'd just taken office and was already handing out such generous perks. Next, every single one of the 32 people in the office received a gift. The women mostly got handbags, shoes, and cosmetics, while the men each received the latest high-end flagship smartphone from Huawei's Mate series. Lin Yangzhong, watching from the side, turned green with envy. Fāng Yuán had spent at least over 1,000,000 yuan. Even he couldn't afford such extravagance. Seeing the sincere, trusting gazes of his employees below, Fāng Yuán, basking in the spotlight, beamed with delight. All that nonsense about complicated office politics and social climbing online? It's really no big deal. Look, it's all sorted out now. He seemed to have forgotten that no other junior manager would follow his example. Splurging 1,000,000 right after taking office, who wouldn't be thrilled? There's one more thing I need to share with everyone. After presenting the gift, Fāng Yuán seized the momentum to speak again. Everyone who had received such an expensive gift from the new manager upon his arrival. This time, all eyes turned to Fāng Yuán. The influence and trust built through money worked astonishingly fast. To celebrate our first meeting, I've arranged a dinner tonight at the Qilin Hotel. I hope everyone will join us for a meal. Let's strengthen the bonds among our department colleagues. I'll cover all expenses. No way. Giving gifts was one thing, but a free dinner at a 5-star hotel tonight? This sent the entire PR department into a frenzy of excitement. Chapter 23, No Overtime Tonight. Manager Fāng rocks. Love it. Love it. Manager Fāng, I love you. Holy crap. Before long, news spread that a new manager had arrived at the PR department. And right off the bat, rumors spread about lavish gifts and 5-star hotel dinners. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tianding Group. General Affairs Department, no way. How come our department didn't get any of this good fortune? Development Department, we're working ourselves to death, and now our great manager actually transferred to the PR department. Finance Department, didn't they say we're the group's favorite child? For a moment, employees from every other department in the group cast envious, jealous, and resentful glances at the PR department. When the news spread, the higher-ups merely smiled and nodded approvingly, showed no intention of intervening whatsoever. He really is a spendthrift. As long as he wasn't spending company money or causing trouble for them, all the group executives tacitly chose to ignore Fāng Yuán's minor antics. As deputy manager, Lin Yangzhong naturally had his own private office. But compared to his former manager's office, the environment was significantly less impressive. His title had changed, but all the work from the PR department still landed squarely on his shoulders. This left old Lin feeling deeply frustrated. It seemed Fāng Yuán had come purely to serve as a figurehead. Not only had he snatched his position, but he didn't even have to lift a finger. Damn it, what's his deal? Sitting in his office chair, Lin Yangzhong grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. He immediately called the shareholder backing him. But to his surprise, the other party only told him to calm down. They assured him Fāng Yuán wouldn't last long in the PR department. This finally eased his mind somewhat. Let him gloat for a while. When it was time to clock out, Fāng Yuán clapped his hands. No overtime for anyone tonight. Work could wait until tomorrow. But strangely enough, just as everyone in the PR department assumed such an unreasonable request would never be approved, a major shareholder of the group unexpectedly stepped forward to vouch for their new manager, declaring, "Ha! Manager Fāng truly has guts, you haven't let us down. Young people need this kind of decisive drive to act on the spot. The PR department has always made significant contributions to the group. It's about time you all relaxed properly. Have a great time tonight." The other departments erupted in a chorus of wails and howls. But their complaints were instantly silenced. Especially when Fāng Yuán arrived in his multi-million-dollar sports car. Upon arriving at the Qilin Hotel, the hotel manager had specially arranged a large contingent of greeters to stand at the entrance. When the banner welcoming the Tianding Group PR department for their banquet was hung, the PR department staff were dumbfounded. Just what kind of big shot was their manager? He owned a 5-star hotel. And he still comes to work? This is outrageous. You're this rich and you're here trying to take my job? Lin Yangzhong stared at Fāng Yuán, nearly in tears. Now he finally understood what that shareholder had meant. Turns out the guy was here to experience life. But he secretly felt relieved. Even if Fāng Yuán's family ran a 5-star hotel, his connections within Tianding Group probably weren't that strong. Perhaps it was due to the prestige of the Qilin Hotel that the group had shown leniency. After all, as the group's preferred business hospitality venue, there must be some cooperative ties between the two entities. After the gathering, the PR department had fully endorsed Fāng Yuán. Such is the allure of money. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 1.76 million has earned a 10x system return, 17.6 million. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 600,000 has earned a 5x system return, 3 million. The system notifications appeared. Fāng Weiguo and Zhang Yudan remained relatively unmoved. These days, sums in the tens or hundreds of millions barely registered a flicker of emotion on their faces. Though their son was wasting his time at work, their household assets still ran into the tens of billions, allowing them to spend freely. What they needed to handle now was a matter that seemed minor yet extremely thorny matter. The reason is that after being rejected by Fāng Weiguo last time, his younger brother, Fāng Mingbo, remained undeterred. He eventually sought out several elders of the Fāng family. After spending thousands of yuan on gifts, these elders, though lacking influence, held exceptionally high seniority within the clan. All called Fāng Weiguo. Their messages were nothing more than pleas urging him to be magnanimous and look out for his younger brother. What do they mean by this? Does our family's land have anything to do with them? Zhang Yudan, who had a slightly hot temper, couldn't hold back. Back when Fāng Mingbo was being so outrageous, no one stood up to speak for our family. Now they're suddenly playing the good guys. Fāng Weiguo wasn't in a good mood either. It wasn't that he cared about the land itself, but he was still a member of the Fāng family. After 100 years, he would surely return to his ancestral home. If he let Fāng Mingbo incite those clan elders and ruin his family's reputation, returning later would be utterly awkward. Sigh, I never imagined Fāng Mingbo would stoop so low over the ancestral home's land. Fāng Weiguo sighed. If his younger brother truly returned to apologize, how could he possibly refuse to lend a hand? But now that he'd seen Fāng Mingbo's true colors, Fāng Weiguo had given up hope. We'll go back tomorrow and see what kind of tricks this Fāng Mingbo is up to. Zhang Yudan, now wealthy and assertive, made the decision on the spot. All these years, the couple had honestly maintained a decent reputation within Fangjia village. She simply refused to believe everyone had fallen for Fāng Mingbo's lies. Not for money, not for anything else, purely to prove a point. Not only would they return, but they would do so in style. To show those who had been gossiping behind their backs alongside Fāng Mingbo just how well they were doing now. When Fāng Yuán arrived home, he happened upon his parents discussing plans to return home. Upon learning the situation, Fāng Yuán unquestionably sided firmly with his mother. Some people are just like that. The more you give in to them, the more they try to walk all over you. Last time we kicked them out of the hotel outright, and now they pull this dirty trick. Looks like the lesson we taught them wasn't enough. Fāng Yuán, who had long since cut ties with Fāng Mingbo, wasn't about to hold back like his father did out of brotherly affection. Besides, the other party had never treated him as family. Then this weekend it is. I happen to have both days off, Fāng Yuán said. What he didn't know was that as the manager of the group's PR department, he was entitled to 4 days off per month. But due to his position, the company never considered applying this rule, which everyone else saw as a standard practice. In reality, it was merely a rule designed to exploit employee value. For everyone else except the group's top executives, the concept of a 2-day weekend was practically unheard of. Returning to his room, he freshened up. With the alcohol and fatigue washed away, Fāng Yuán. After a long phone chat with Zhang Yinxue, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 24, Zhang, you're just in time. Morning at work. The enthusiasm of the office staff toward Fāng Yuán was, of course, undeniable. Many single young women began casually using work-related questions as excuses, frequently visiting his office to engage in in-depth discussions. Seeing the preferential treatment that should have been theirs instead going to Fāng Yuán, Lin Yangzhong felt both furious and helpless. Yesterday's events had already made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and Fāng Yuán. But he was still a veteran employee who had been with the group for many years. Lin Yangzhong knew he couldn't do anything to Fāng Yuán. But making his life miserable was certainly within his power. He could simply dump all sorts of trivial tasks onto Fāng Yuán's plate. Sooner or later, Fāng Yuán would grow weary of this pointless game. He would surely back down. Only then would he have a chance to reclaim control over the entire office. Just as everything seemed normal in the office, Zhao Xiaomei, who had been the first to receive Fāng Yuán's gift yesterday, stormed back to her workstation. The finance department is being outrageous. I submitted all my invoices and paperwork after returning from my business trip. But they claimed my invoices weren't properly formatted and insisted I redo them. Issuing an invoice shouldn't be that difficult, right? After all, the finance department is quite large. Why don't you go down there and run around a bit? A female colleague who was on good terms with her offered to mediate. But Zhao Xiaomei replied with a pout, I'd love to, but the last place the group sent me on a business trip was over 200 kilometers away. It's exhausting to drive hundreds of kilometers just for an invoice. Besides, we've always submitted them this way before without any issues. I bet the finance department is deliberately giving you a hard time. A veteran employee well versed in office politics chimed in. Our new manager Fāng is so generous, and yesterday we didn't even have to work overtime. People from other departments must be green with envy. Thinking this, Zhao Xiaomei suddenly understood. But that was a perk manager Fāng brought to their department. What did finance have to do with it? The workplace was just too disgusting. Fortunately, she was someone who could manage her emotions well. After being counseled by a senior colleague, Zhao Xiaomei could only accept her misfortune. After all, she couldn't possibly pick a fight with finance over a few hundred yuan. If no one stood up for her, she'd be the one left holding the bag. Fāng Yuán, who happened to be in the office, overheard the conversation. He thought for a moment and called Zhao Xiaomei into his office. Spill it. What happened? Finance won't reimburse you? Zhao Xiaomei stammered for a while but couldn't bring herself to explain. Manager Fāng had been so kind to them, and she couldn't bear to trouble him over such a trivial matter. But under the weight of Fāng Yuán's gaze, Zhao Xiaomei finally recounted the entire incident of submitting her invoice to finance and being rejected. Before he could finish listening, the second person whose invoice had been rejected by the finance department returned to the office. Then a third. One person having an issue could be excused. But 3 employees having issues with their invoices? That seemed utterly impossible to Fāng Yuán. They'd been with the company for so long, surely they couldn't be so inexperienced they'd never handled reimbursement before? Who's deliberately targeting me? Fāng Yuán frowned, pondering for a long time without finding an answer. But a manager who couldn't even protect the interests of his own team. How could he possibly be considered a competent manager? You 3, come with me. Zhao Xiaomei and the others, seeing Fāng Yuán seething with anger, dared not speak and obediently followed. Oomph, a cocky little brat who doesn't know his place. Lin Yongzhong sneered contemptuously from his deputy manager's office. Yesterday, he'd paid a hefty price to secure the finance department head's approval. A nobody who coasted by on his family's 5-star hotel daring to go straight to finance? This should be entertaining. The finance department was small. Only 8 people. But each of them had powerful connections within the group. Forget about being a department manager. Even some minor shareholders would treat them with utmost courtesy. The finance department was currently in session. Many division heads from across the group, along with several minor managers from headquarters, were inside, each being scolded like a child. Yet not a single one dared utter a word. Is the finance department really this overbearing? Fāng Yuán frowned. Seeing their boss in such a state, Zhao Xiaomei and the other 2 also felt a bit intimidated. Manager Fāng, maybe we should just let it go. It's not that much money anyway. Yeah, the finance people are so overbearing. If we cross them, they might make our lives miserable later. Damn it, they dare. Backing down at the last minute wasn't Fāng Yuán's style. Besides, he had his father's full backing. What's a mere finance department? As a second-generation heir, he had to carry himself like one. If they don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. But if they cross me, I'll flip the table. Bang. Fāng Yuán kicked open the finance office door. Everyone inside froze in shock. Who the hell is this hothead who dares to kick down the finance office door? Zhao Xiaomei and the others hadn't expected their boss to be so tough. They hadn't even managed to step in to stop him. Fāng Yuán surveyed the entire room. His presence alone had already won the battle. Who are you? Which department? Fāng Yuán, PR manager. A mere junior manager, not even a department head, and he dares to barge in like this? I'm here for one thing only, to ask your finance department why all 3 of our PR department's expense claims were rejected? Didn't I tell you the invoice was invalid? Fāng Yuán continued his questioning, glaring at the female accountant who had just sneered. Then tell me what kind of invoice you want and what basis you're using. Why should I answer your question? Luan stood up, pointing her finger at Fāng Yuán's nose as she shouted. Don't think you're just some lowly department manager. Even if your director Wang came here, he'd treat us with courtesy. If you keep disrupting our office operations, I'll have security escort you out. That's right. It was Lin Yongzheng who had sought out Luan last night. During dinner, he'd casually extended a favor. To her, it was merely a matter of casually holding up a few ordinary employees' expense reimbursement requests. So she agreed without a second thought. She never expected Fāng Yuán to show up at her doorstep. But with Ma, the group's second in command, backing her, she wasn't worried Fāng Yuán could stir up any trouble. His words clearly showed he had her pegged. Fāng Yuán smiled. He had only intended to be a steady, competent leader. Who would have thought someone would actually step forward to make trouble for him? Manager, maybe we should just drop it. Zhao Xiaomei and the others had been with the company for some time and knew a thing or two about the backgrounds of these finance people. After the conflict erupted, they feared Fāng Yuán might get dragged into it, so they hurriedly whispered their advice. What's going on? Zhang Haitao had just returned from a meeting in the group conference room. He heard what sounded like an argument coming from the finance department he oversaw. He walked in and, as luck would have it, saw that damn Fāng Yuán right there inside. Good afternoon, Director Zhang. Hello, Director. The moment he saw Fāng Yuán, Zheng Haitao felt a dull ache in his face. Had he known that Pest was here too, he wouldn't have set foot inside for all the money in the world? Seeing Zheng Haitao, Fāng Yuán was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his old classmate to become the head of the finance department at such a young age. This made things much easier. He'd rather not call his dad unless absolutely necessary. Zhang, you're just in time. Come over here and help me figure out how to handle this. Xiao Zhang? He actually called Director Zhang Little Zhang? The entire room was stunned. Chapter 25. Pack your bags and get out. You're the one who's Little Zhang. Your whole family is Little Zhang. Zheng Haitao knew trouble was brewing whenever he crossed paths with this pest. Last time he was so enraged he coughed up blood. He spent 3 whole days in the hospital. Upon learning that Fāng Weiguo had somehow acquired 50% of the group's shares, after his father Zhang Ziyuan's persuasion, Zheng Haitao finally abandoned his plan to get back at Fāng Yuán. If I can't beat him, I can at least avoid him. But who'd have thought that unlucky bastard would suddenly show up at the group? Being called Little Zhang in front of so many people. Zheng Haitao couldn't save face. Yet he dared not retort after all. That smiling fellow across from him packed a surprisingly hard punch. Zheng Haitao took a deep breath, finally suppressing his inner rage, and coldly said, "Spit it out. What do you want? I'm not here to pick a fight for no reason. Your finance department won't let my people get reimbursed for their invoices. Is this really what you're here for? Who handles reimbursement requests for the PR department? Process it immediately." All he wanted now was to get rid of Fāng Yuán. Even if the guy showed up with a blank piece of paper, Zheng Haitao wouldn't bat an eye before signing and stamping his approval for reimbursement. Zheng Haitao's reaction caught everyone off guard. A department head of a major corporation being addressed as Little Zheng by a junior manager. Not only did he not get angry, he actually agreed to help Fāng Yuán get his invoice reimbursed. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. It actually worked. Zhao Xiaomei and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. No way. Director Zhang's team's invoices failed review. They have to be reprocessed. Lu Wan's response was even more unexpected. She flatly refused Zheng Haitao's request. As a veteran in finance, Lu Wan had always been a seasoned professional. She also had connections backing her up. Even Zheng Haitao only dared to be wary of her. She had long coveted the position of finance department head. Now that a chance had finally presented itself to undermine Zheng Haitao's authority and elevate her own standing. If word got out, people would only think Zheng Haitao was too spineless, lacking the backbone of a department head. Not as capable as her, Lu Wan. You. Seeing that the opposition came from Lu Wan, Zheng Haitao's eyes flashed with both irritation and amusement. This wasn't the first time Lu Wan had voiced dissent against him. But the person behind her held a significant stake in the company. Even he dared not completely alienate Lu Wan. But this turn of events suited him perfectly. Zheng Haitao gave Fāng Yuán a cold smile. You saw it yourself, this matter is beyond my control. Fāng Yuán responded with a look of contempt. You're a department head and can't even manage a single employee? Facing Fāng Yuán's mockery, Zheng Haitao shrugged indifferently. He'd already embarrassed himself enough before. What difference did this one more incident make? Watching you two dogs fight each other is what makes me happy. For the first time in his years of arrogance, Zheng Haitao felt like being a teenage mutant ninja turtle might actually be pretty cool. If you really think getting Zheng Haitao involved will smooth things over, you're seriously underestimating me. Lu Wan's eyes were filled with contempt. The situation had escalated to a point no one had anticipated. Fāng Yuán had no choice but to pull out his phone. A few minutes later, Ma Yunlu, the group's second in command, suddenly appeared at the door of the finance department. He greeted Fāng Yuán politely upon meeting him. Then he shot Lu Wan a meaningful look. Of all the people you could have provoked, why did it have to be this prodigal son? His father still holds half the group's lifeline. Who dares touch him? Go ahead and process your resignation. You're fired. Ha, I knew it. Not Manager Fāng, you're the one getting fired. Me? Lu Wan pointed at herself in disbelief. Mr. Ma, but I. Cough cough, cut the nonsense. Pack your things immediately. Everyone was stunned by Ma Yunlu's decision. After all, Lu Wan had been personally brought into the company by Ma Yunlu. Their friendship had spanned at least a decade. Yet just because she crossed paths with Fāng Yuán, Ma Yunlu showed no regard for even the most basic courtesy and fired her outright. Under the strange stares of those around them, Lu Wan trembled with rage yet could do nothing about it. She'd hoped to use this opportunity to undermine Zheng Haitao and bolster her own authority. But she ended up backfiring spectacularly. Watching Ma Yunlu storm off with a dark expression, Fāng Yuán seemed to realize he'd offended the group's second in command. But did it really matter? It didn't weigh on his mind in the slightest. Seeing Lu Wan, with her powerful connections, get dismissed outright like that, the remaining finance staff dared not hold back the PR department's application any longer. Someone promptly stepped forward and efficiently submitted the reimbursement request for Zhao Xiaomei and her two colleagues. The matter was settled for now. But Fāng Yuán couldn't stand the sight of Zhang Haitao gloating nearby. Earlier, when it was time for you to step up, you actually tried to dodge it. But today's incident had already caused enough trouble. To avoid trouble for his family, Fāng Yuán had no choice but to temporarily shelve his thoughts of dealing with this kid. Back at the department, after Zhao Xiaomei and the others gave their flashy sales pitch, the entire PR department now knew their manager had a background so powerful it was downright terrifying. Even employees from other departments began to regard the PR department with a mix of awe and caution. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of a boss with such powerful connections who also fiercely protects their own? My mom's having surgery tomorrow. Can you make it? Fāng Yuán sat in his oversized office chair. The message from Jiang Yunxue flashed on his phone. Only then did he realize it was about time for John's mother's surgery. Fāng Yuán replied, no problem. After all, Lin Yangzhong was handling all the work now. He was just a free agent, no one cared where he went. The next day at the hospital, when he saw Jiang Yunxue, she had visibly lost weight. It was clearly due to her worry over her mother. Fāng Yuán embraced Jiang Yunxue tenderly. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for neglecting his attention toward the school's top beauty, Jiang Yunxue, during this period. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Sitting on the bench, Jiang Yunxue said softly. Jiang Yunxue said nothing, only silently clutching his hand. Zhang's father paced restlessly. His eyes kept darting toward the operating room with hopeful glances. Fortunately, the surgery proceeded without complications. Next came a period of rest and recuperation before discharge could be arranged. In the hospital room, the Zhang parents looked at Fāng Yuán and their daughter with eyes full of gratitude and complexity. It seemed as though they had so much to say. You've both grown up now. You have the right to choose your own paths in life. Your parents won't interfere as long as you find happiness. Uncle and aunt, rest assured I will take good care of Xiaoxue. Fāng Yuán assured the elderly couple. Seeing their relationship finally acknowledged by her parents, Jiang Yunxue's face lit up with a joyful smile. However, there was still much to be done. Jiang Yunxue's mother had just undergone surgery and would certainly need a place to stay afterward. Returning to their hometown was inconvenient due to poor transportation. Moreover, if any complications arose, she couldn't be rushed to the hospital in time. Though the doctor had assured them there was nothing to worry about, it was better to be cautious. Without hesitation, Fāng Yuán called the management at Tianyunipin. He reserved an unsold villa for her. Upon learning of this, the Zhang parents were utterly speechless. Just how wealthy was this boyfriend their daughter had brought home? He'd casually snapped up a villa worth tens of millions without so much as a word. Chapter 26, Li Meiyu's Tragedy. With Mrs. Zhang's successful surgery, Jiang Yunxue had finally let go of her inner burdens. Under the quiet, beautiful streetlights by the river, the two walked hand in hand at a leisurely pace. Jiang Yunxue gazed at Fāng Yuán's profile, her eyes brimming with tenderness. A gentle breeze swept along the riverbank. Fāng Yuán couldn't resist kissing her forehead. Jiang Yunxue, her cheeks flushed with slight embarrassment, did not pull away. Instead, she leaned in bravely. After a moment of tangled threads, Jiang Yunxue breathed softly, truthfully, even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. I never imagined I'd meet you, nor did I ever think we'd come this far. Young girls are prone to such sentimental musings. Fāng Yuán gently stroked her hair and smiled. I never imagined I'd be so fortunate to be with you either. Is there honey on your tongue? Taste it and see. No, An elderly gentleman out for his nightly jog passed by. He waved his hands repeatedly. Young people these days, TSK. Can't bear to watch. Watching the old man cover his face and shake his head as he walked away, the two locked eyes for a long moment before bursting into laughter. Late into the night, because she still had to care for her mother who had just undergone surgery, Jiang Yunxue had no choice but to part ways with Fāng Yuán. She drove aimlessly through the streets. Fāng Yuán ignored the occasional calls of wait from girls nearby. But just as he turned a corner, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance of a hotel. Two men kept tugging at a woman. Li Meiyu? What was she doing here? Without a moment's hesitation, Fāng Yuán pulled over and rushed over. Li Meiyu appeared completely intoxicated, her entire being seeming somewhat out of it. Yet she was still struggling against the two men's grip. Let go. Let go of me. Unfortunately, her drunken words held no threat. Instead, they only made the two men more determined. Because the commotion had grown quite loud. A crowd of onlookers had gathered by the roadside. Sadly, no one stepped in to stop him. These days, it's hard to be a good Samaritan. You never know when helping someone might end up backfiring on you. After all, she was a woman he'd shared physical intimacy with. Even if, deep down, he believed Li Meiyu was the kind of loose woman, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Let her go. Fāng Yuán stepped forward, pulling Li Meiyu behind him. Fāng Yuán, you're here. Li Meiyu opened her mouth to speak. A strong smell of alcohol mixed with perfume hit him. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but frown. For a moment, he genuinely considered impulsively abandoning this utterly drunk woman. Hey, who the hell are you, sticking your nose in this? The two men watched their prey slip away. They charged forward, pointing at Fāng Yuán's face and cursing furiously. If not for the crowd of onlookers, they probably would have attacked him right then and there. Listen up, this little brother still owes us 30 grand. What's wrong with us getting some company from her? Perhaps struck at her weak spot. Li Meiyu, who had been visibly dazed moments ago, suddenly found strength. She yelled at the two men. Li Yi is Li Yi. I am me. Why should I pay his debts? On the very day Li Meiyu returned home with the 500,000 yuan Fāng Yuán had given her, she urged Li Yi to go with her to transfer the property. But no matter how hard Li Meiyu tried to imagine, her own brother would collude with outsiders to deceive her. They hired someone claiming to be an insider to handle the property transfer paperwork. Even though she felt utterly disappointed in her brother, deep down, Li Meiyu still wanted to believe her brother's words. Especially since the credentials the man presented did indeed belong to someone within the organization. After the paperwork was finalized, she transferred the money to her brother. Later on, no matter how she thought about it, Li Meiyu felt uneasy. So she went to the institution to inquire. What she discovered was shocking. The agency staff revealed there was no such thing as an outsourced processing staff member. Moreover, the property rights remained under her brother's name and had never been transferred. Realizing she'd been deceived, Li Meiyu angrily called her brother to confront him. But that bastard said he'd explain everything when they met. Unexpectedly, he had also invited two creditors. He claimed he would give her a proper explanation after dinner. Thinking of the 500,000 yuan she had sacrificed her body to obtain, Li Meiyu could only swallow her anger. She was forced into the role of a hostess. Strangely, despite her usually decent tolerance for alcohol, after a few drinks, she suddenly felt dizzy. Realizing something was wrong, Li Meiyu tried to leave. But two men started pestering her. Li Yi, however, showed no intention of helping her at all. He simply got into the car and left with friends he'd arranged to play cards with. This was the scene Fāng Yuán had initially witnessed. That bastard. He's not my brother. Li Meiyu, who had been holding back tears, now wept openly. But the two men weren't about to let it go. Kid, debt repayment is only fair. If her brother can't pay, then the sister should settle it. If you really want to intervene, fine, hand over 300,000 yuan and we'll leave immediately. With 300,000, what woman wouldn't be fair game? These two weren't stupid enough to escalate things. But it all depended on whether this sucker named Fāng Yuán was willing to pay for her. No, we can't give it to them. Li Meiyu wrapped her arms tightly around Fāng Yuán from behind. Yet her lips pleaded, don't. This is the last time. Fāng Yuán ignored Li Meiyu. Instead, he spoke coldly. He promptly transferred the 300,000 yuan to the two men. The two men, having received the money, showed no intention of continuing the harassment. Before leaving, they reminded Fāng Yuán one last time. For the sake of that 300,000, I'll give you some advice. This woman's brother owes far more than that out there. You'd better cut your losses soon, or you'll regret it later. Hearing this, Li Meiyu felt a wave of panic wash over her. She had always known very little about her brother's affairs. The thought that Fāng Yuán had witnessed her entire humiliating predicament. Her heart sank into utter despair. Fāng Yuán watched Li Meiyu's disheveled state. She bore no resemblance to the carefree, confident woman he remembered, who had always navigated social gatherings with ease. But his sympathy had its limits. Take your hands off me. From today onward, there is nothing between us. If you choose to wallow in self-destruction, that's your business. Fāng Yuán spoke, then forcefully wrenched Li Meiyu's hands away. Just as he was about to get into the car, a commotion erupted behind him. Oh my God! That woman! Call an ambulance fast. Someone's hurt. It's just a man, that's all. To risk her own life over it? Absolutely incomprehensible. Save her. Save her. Hurry up. Fāng Yuán paused, his hand frozen mid-motion to open the car door. He turned his head toward Li Meiyu. On the wide road, Li Meiyu, clad in a red dress, lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Chapter 27, 1. No time to think. Stupid woman. Fāng Yuán cursed inwardly. He charged straight ahead. When he arrived, Li Meiyu, already unconscious, kept repeating three words. I didn't. What the hell was this woman on about? Did she think this would make me pity her, sympathize with her? Then keep cleaning up her brother's messes? But in the end, Fāng Yuán could only manage a bitter smile. What a stroke of bad luck to have run into a woman like you. After confirming Li Meiyu's vital signs were stable, Fāng Yuán finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the ambulance arrived at the scene. The hospital room. The patient only lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Physically, she's fine, but as her boyfriend, you need to take better care of your girlfriend. It's so dangerous out here on the main road with all the traffic. If something really happened, it'd be too late for regrets. Looking at Lee Meiyu lying pale on the hospital bed, the female doctor shot Fāng Yuán a look of contempt. I and she. Before he could explain, the female doctor, having already labeled Fāng Yuán an irresponsible jerk, turned and walked away. As if lingering any longer would spoil her mood. Left with no choice, he silently accepted the snub. After all, he was a grown man. He couldn't very well chase after a female doctor to argue with her. Should he call her family? He and Lee Meiyu were now even. Wasting his time on a woman destined to be nothing more than a passing stranger. Fāng Yuán wasn't exactly eager to do so. He'd already helped her out by paying the 300,000 yuan to cover her medical bills. And even paid her hospital bills in full. That was more than enough kindness. Feeling irritable, Fāng Yuán picked up Lee Meiyu's phone. After unlocking it with her fingerprint, he froze. Because Lee Meiyu's phone screensaver was a candid photo of a man's profile. The man in the photo was someone Fāng Yuán would recognize even if he were turned to ashes. She used my profile as her screensaver? What the hell? This woman wasn't. Fāng Yuán couldn't process it for a moment. He couldn't fathom why Lee Meiyu would do such a thing. If not for that car accident, he might never have uncovered this secret in his lifetime. He opened his contacts list. On Lee Meiyu's phone, the note for Fāng Yuán read first time. What on earth was this first time thing? Fāng Yuán was a bit confused. He couldn't help but recall the first time he and Lee Meiyu crossed paths. At the time, he was certain that although it had been difficult to get in, nothing had appeared. Could I have won the lottery by some crazy coincidence? Recalling all the melodramatic misunderstandings in some TV drama where the male lead got confused because the female lead didn't bleed, Fāng Yuán felt a pang of frustration. Forget it, I'll just call her family first. Even though Lee Meiyu had described her own brother as a beastly monster, they were still blood siblings. His sister had been in a car accident. Could he really just stand by and watch? He dialed the number saved under brother. Unfortunately, Fāng Yuán called 5 or 6 times in a row, but the other party didn't pick up. Finally, he was even blocked outright. Inside the hotel room, Lee Yi, shirtless, was grinding against a heavily made-up woman. He tossed his phone aside carelessly. What's up, brother Lee? Got another little sweetheart trying to get your attention? What nonsense! You're the only little treasure I have. You're so annoying. Just as Lee Yi finished foreplay and was about to get down to business, the phone rang again. He didn't want to answer it. But when he saw the name Tiger Brother displayed on the screen, he froze in his tracks, earning him a disapproving look from the woman. But Lee Yi couldn't care less about her right now. Fumbling frantically, he grabbed his phone and pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, a furious tirade erupted from the other end. Damn it, Lee Yi. You think you're tough enough to lie to me now? No, brother who, what are you talking about? I really don't know. Lee Yi explained frantically, his voice full of despair. Still trying to pull the wool over my eyes? I heard your sister hooked up with some rich guy and she just paid off the 30 grand you owed heir without batting an eye. You've got some nerve. So you're afraid to owe Ernie money, but you don't give a damn about what you owe me, Tiger? You wait. Brother who, I didn't. I swear I didn't know. Hey, brother who. The dial tone rang out over the phone. Lee Yi's face drained of color. He recalled his sister's several calls earlier. He scrambled to his feet, pulling on clothes while simultaneously unblocking Lee Meiyu's number from his blacklist. Where are you going? Talk to me when I get back. Damn it, do you have to be such a buzzkill? Watching Lee Yi push open the door without a second glance, the woman lying on the bed, overcome with desire, rolled her eyes. Then, suddenly remembering something, she dialed the number of a young hunk she'd recently hooked up with. Yeah. Room 306 at XX Hotel on Chuanchi Road, right? I'll come over now. Like I'd think there's no man but you, old lady. She had barely put down her phone. The phone rang again. Fāng Yuán pressed to answer. Hey, sis, where are you right now? Hearing the urgency in her voice, he wondered if she'd heard about his sister's accident and was worried. The thought instantly lifted Fāng Yuán's previously sour mood. At least this brother, though a bit of a troublemaker, still had room for redemption. Your sister was in a car accident. She's at Second People's Hospital now. Come see her right away. Lee Yi on the other end of the line sounded visibly startled. You are my sister's boyfriend? You could say that. Great. Where are you guys? I'll be right over. So eager? Fāng Yuán hadn't expected this young man to actually take the bait so readily. He kept his thoughts to himself. But the title seemed fine enough. About 10 minutes later, a young man wearing a floral shirt, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, entered the hospital room. What Fāng Yuán hadn't expected was that Lee Yi, the younger brother, barely glanced at Lee Meiyu lying in bed. Instead, his shifty eyes kept darting over Fāng Yuán. "Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Li Yi." His enthusiasm overflowed completely, especially after catching sight of the sports car keys hanging from his waist. This Li Yi practically wanted to kneel down on the spot and kowtow to him in recognition. "Brother-in-law, you must be loaded. My sister hit the jackpot marrying you. Black smoke or blue smoke? Whatever, it all means the same thing. If you can't speak properly, just shut up." The more Fāng Yuán looked at this kid, the more off he seemed. This didn't look like someone rushing over out of concern for his sister. It seemed more like he was here for him. "Let's check on my sister first." Fāng Yuán felt an urge to slap this idiot. But to his surprise, Li Yi just casually said, "Don't worry, I asked the doctor on the way over. The doctor said she won't die, but she might need to stay in the hospital for a few days. When that happens, I'll need to trouble you, brother-in-law, to cover the expenses first." Hearing this, Fāng Yuán began to question his entire existence. Is this really your sister? Of course. The real deal, no doubt about it. Otherwise, why would she pay back the 300,000 for me? Oh, and brother-in-law, once you marry my sister, we'll be family. I've run into some trouble lately. Could you help me out? Fāng Yuán looked at Li Meiyu, her face drained of color. A wave of sorrow suddenly welled up inside him for her. This wasn't a real brother at all, he was nothing but a scoundrel. Chapter 28, Your brother's a real piece of work. What struck Fāng Yuán is even more amusing. Was that Li Yi had the audacity to ask for money on their very first meeting. Forget that he wasn't Li Meiyu's real man. Even if he were. It was still his money. Why should he give it to you, a good-for-nothing? A scoundrel who could even use his own sister as a bargaining chip? Seeing the amused look on Fāng Yuán's lips, even the most obtuse Li Yi could tell the other party had no intention of helping him. With his mind focused solely on eating, drinking, partying, and gambling, rage surged within him. Li Yi couldn't help but threaten in a menacing tone. "What do you mean? Can you help or not? Are you begging me?" Fāng Yuán stared at him coldly. "Begging you?" Feeling insulted, Li Yi paid no heed to Li Meiyu still lying in the hospital bed. He roared back, "Who the hell do you think you are that I'd beg you? Let me tell you, there are plenty of rich guys chasing my sister. If you don't agree to my terms, forget about marrying my sister. In my family, I call the shots." Though Li Meiyu couldn't open her eyes, she seemed to sense the world around her. 2 tears had silently trickled down her delicate cheeks. Fāng Yuán frowned instantly at the sight of Li Meiyu. "Please refrain from loud outbursts in the hospital, as it disturbs the patient's rest." A young nurse conducting her nightly rounds happened upon Li Yi's outburst. She quickly stepped in to stop him. But Li Yi, desperate for money, couldn't care less. His face contorted as he clenched his fists and bellowed, "Mind your own damn business. Keep nagging and see if I don't punch you." Unexpectedly, this young nurse was also a person filled with a strong sense of justice. Her expression turned stern as she declared, "Sir, I must warn you again, this is a hospital." "So what if it's a hospital?" "Security." Seeing that Li Yi remained as unyielding as a mad dog, the young nurse immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie in her hand and called for backup. Before long, 2 burly security guards with intimidating expressions entered the ward. "This patient's family member is quite agitated. Could you kindly escort him out to avoid disrupting hospital order?" Seeing the security guards whose fists were nearly as thick as their thighs, Li Yi immediately shut his mouth. He shot a fierce glare at the young nurse and Fāng Yuán. "You just wait. If you don't pay up, you can forget about staying with me. Get lost. Who do you think you're intimidating?" Seeing the 2 security guards about to get physical, Li Yi backed down immediately and left the ward quietly. Where on earth did Li Meiyu get such a bizarre younger brother? Fāng Yuán nearly burst out laughing in exasperation. "Sure, you looked pretty tough when you were showing off earlier, but getting kicked out like that? That was downright pathetic." But after witnessing Li Yi's behavior, Fāng Yuán could only sigh and sit back down beside the bed. Who knows what Li Yi might do to Li Meiyu? Li Yi might do to Li Meiyu for the money. Did I owe you money in a past life or something? Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Haitao. "Zhang, I'm taking tomorrow off work. Remember to let the boss know for me." Already lying in bed resting, Zhang Haitao heard the message notification sound. He reached over and grabbed his phone to check. That bastard Fāng Yuán must have gotten his number from somewhere. And now he was telling him what to do. Overcome with grief and anger, Zhang Haitao slammed his fist hard onto the bed. The woman sleeping beside him jumped in fright. "Damn Fāng Yuán, does he really think I'm his little brother?" Angry as he was, the next day, Zhang Haitao still went to the PR department with a face as dark as iron and informed the PR director. The other party clearly hadn't expected it either. How could he only learn about his own department manager's leave request when someone from finance came to inform him? "Who can tell me what's going on with this new manager?" Lin Yaoguang demanded, his expression dark as he stood in the PR department office. He had just returned from a business trip outside the province. During the department manager reshuffle, the group merely sent him a notice of appointment adjustment. During Lin Yongzhong's tenure, he had certainly shown plenty of deference to his superior. But since the order came directly from Zhang Ziyuan himself, he didn't dare to object. But now you, a mere department manager, can't even be bothered to ask for leave? What's the meaning of this? Zhao Xiaomei, who had always held a favorable impression of Fāng Yuán, spoke up. Should we remind the director that Sister Lu from finance was driven away by our very own manager Fāng? Forget it. Didn't you see how even Director Zhang, the one they used to call Little Zhang, personally came to cover for manager Fāng last time? But Director Lin doesn't seem inclined to give him the courtesy. We're just ordinary employees. It's best not to get involved in this mess. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, they'd all witnessed manager Fāng's capabilities firsthand. No need to worry too much. If we stick our noses in, we might end up doing more harm than good. Seeing that no one was speaking up, Lin Yaoguan grew even angrier. Where is Lin Yongzhong? Where is he? Lin Yongzhong, whose name had been called out, broke out in a cold sweat. If not for him, Lu Wan wouldn't have been fired last time. Although General Manager Ma later reassigned Lu Wan to a remote subsidiary to appease her. He too had been summoned for a severe dressing down. It was precisely through this ordeal that he learned Fāng Yuán's father actually held a 50% stake in the group. Calling him the group's crown prince would be no exaggeration. And this Lin director was notorious for his arrogance. Pointing him out now was like pushing him onto a hot stove. Deputy Manager Lin is over there. An honest employee pointed to Lin Yongzhong, who was just about to retreat back into the restroom. I really appreciate your help. He shot the honest employee a glare. Lin Yongzhong had no choice but to steel himself and step out. Well, Director, Manager Fāng has been working quite hard lately. I suppose it wasn't convenient for him, so he asked Director Zhang to help request the leave. Inconvenient? What's inconvenient about it? I think he's just riding on his connections and doesn't respect anyone. I, Lin Yaoguang, absolutely won't tolerate such subordinates. Well, that was putting his foot down. Lin Yongzhong ducked his head. He hadn't said any of that himself. He'd even tried to plead for that little punk. But Minister Lin's stance was unwavering. There was nothing he could do. Have him draft his resignation letter immediately. Someone who shows no respect for superiors and disregards discipline will only become a liability in the company sooner or later. Minister, please reconsider. Manager Fāng. Lin Yongzhong gestured upward. Connections won't help. This decision stands. Lin Yaoguang snorted coldly and walked away. As if he had no temper. As the head of the PR department for so many years within the group, he had amassed countless connections and resources over the years. A mere junior manager who got in through connections. How could the higher-ups dare to turn against him? Fāng Yuán, who was in the hospital. His expression darkened after receiving Zhao Xiaomei's discreet call. He was largely an invisible figure within the group. This was tacitly acknowledged by Zhang Ziyuan and the others. Who would have thought that simply taking a day off would be blown out of proportion by Lin Yaoguang? Does he really think I'm easily intimidated? Fāng Yuán muttered under his breath, not giving the matter much thought. Chapter 29, The Most Difficult Grace to Repay. Day. Fāng Yuán, who had been sound asleep with his head resting on the bedside, suddenly sensed something unusual above him. He opened his eyes. Li Meiyu had woken up for some reason. She was amusedly running her fingers through his hair. This was the first time he'd seen Li Meiyu display such girlish enthusiasm. You're awake? Seeing Fāng Yuán's eyes open, Li Meiyu showed not a trace of timidity. Instead, she gazed at him with a pair of watery, almond-shaped eyes. Unmistakable tenderness shone within them. Fāng Yuán felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He already had Zhang Yunshui. Though he had crossed boundaries with Li Meiyu back then, he still saw it as nothing more than an accidental lapse fueled by alcohol. If he were truly expected to take responsibility for it now, Fāng Yuán would likely feel profoundly resentful. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. What he hadn't expected was. Li Meiyu's first words were an apology to him. No problem. We're old classmates, helping each other out is only natural. Fāng Yuán replied casually. Now that you're awake, I'll head back. I've already covered your medical expenses, so don't worry about it. Hearing this, a shadow passed over Li Meiyu's eyes. But she wasn't the type to dwell on such things. Last night's heavy drinking, coupled with the grief and resentment from Fāng Yuán's misunderstanding, had simply clouded her judgment. Just before stepping out of the ward, Fāng Yuán suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, and your brother really is a piece of trash, isn't he?" A piece of trash. Li Meiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had heard every word of last night's conversation between Fāng Yuán and her brother. She had long since given up on Li Yi. Thinking back from the very beginning to now, her parents paid no attention to what happened to her. They only knew how to demand money from her for her brother. Li Meiyu felt even more distressed inside. If Fāng Yuán hadn't happened to pass by last night, who knows what might have happened. After Fāng Yuán left, Li Meiyu closed her eyes, lost in thought. Fire me? Fāng Yuán never imagined that taking a day off would lead to Lin Yaoguan wanting to fire him. Earlier that morning, Lin Yaoguan personally drafted a dismissal report for Fāng Yuán and submitted it to higher-ups. The shareholders were immediately up in arms. Why him again? Zhang Ziyuan glanced at the report on the desk and let out a bitter laugh. It had only been a few days since Fāng Yuán joined the group. Just because he fired a veteran employee, now the PR department head is even trying to get rid of him. The more I look at this, the more he seems like a troublemaker. The result, of course, was rejection. But he felt it necessary to have a serious talk with Fāng Yuán. Inside the CEO's office at Tianding Group. As soon as Fāng Yuán entered, Zhang Ziyuan politely ushered him to the sofa. Come. Young Master Fāng, you've been working hard lately. Have some tea. Fāng Yuán stared at Zhang Ziyuan, who was grinning like a sly fox. Fāng Yuan's mind raced. He had beaten up the old man's son last time, yet here he was, still treating him with such courtesy. This man truly possessed the temperament of someone capable of great things. Though his impression of Zhang Ziyuan wasn't exactly favorable. But Fāng Yuán couldn't deny that someone capable of controlling such a massive conglomerate and steadily expand its operations, that wasn't something just anyone could accomplish. Young Master Fāng, I really owe you for teaching my son a lesson last time. Hai Tao's temperament has changed significantly now, and it's all thanks to you. I've been meaning to meet you in person to express my gratitude, but you know how busy I am with the group's work, I just never found the time. You're thanking me for beating up your son? Not at all. If this were a few years ago, when Fāng Yuán was just starting out in the world, he might have bought his bull. Head, no need for formalities. Mr. Zhang, if you need anything, just say the word. Zhang Ziyuan smiled broadly as he took a sip of tea. Haha, young Master Fāng is indeed straightforward. Then I won't keep it from you. He picked up a report from beside the sofa and handed it to Fāng Yuán. It was the resignation letter Lin Yaoguan had submitted. Old Lin is a veteran of the group, having made significant contributions over the years. But now it's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. I've already shelved the report. I hope you won't hold it against him. Is this why you called me here? Since the matter was already resolved, why did Zhang Ziyuan still summon him? Was it merely to show him the documents so he could remember the good deeds Lin Yaoguan had done? The situation is like this now. This Lin Yaoguan really has no sense of propriety. Not only did he send the report to me, but several major shareholders of the group also received it. If you two remain in the same department and something unpleasant happens, it won't be good for anyone. At this point, Fāng Yuán understood. This was clearly the setup for his transfer. Just as he'd anticipated. Zhang Zhizhong wore an apologetic expression as he continued. The reason we asked young Master Fāng to come today was to seek your advice. Just get to the point. Fāng Yuán wasn't fond of this kind of sly, fox-like conversation. Whether he worked or not was merely a gesture he made for his parents' sake. Even if they fired him now, it wouldn't matter. But Zhang Ziyuan clearly didn't want to antagonize Fāng Yuán either. So from the start, he placed the main conflict on Lin Yaoguan. He also mentioned the presence of several major shareholders. Young Master Zhang, we senior executives have discussed this. It wouldn't be appropriate for someone of your stature to serve as a minor manager. Coincidentally, our group and the Ren family have just launched a collaborative project. Therefore, the group has decided to appoint you as our Tianding representative to take charge of the project. What do you think? He had heard about the Ren group from others, to some extent. It was an entity no less formidable than Tianding. Given that the two were collaborating, it clearly wasn't a minor project. Transitioning from a junior manager to project leader was clearly a golden opportunity, a stroke of luck. But to suddenly put him in charge of such a massive project? Could Zhang Ziyuan truly feel at ease? Young Master Fāng, rest assured. The group will assign you an assistant. Should any issues arise, you may instruct him to handle them. So they just wanted him to be a figurehead. Still, Fāng Yuán didn't refuse. After all, he was just a spare part at the group anyway. It was just a shame he'd only just built rapport with the PR department staff before being transferred. Congratulations on your promotion, Manager Fāng. Don't forget about us after you leave, Manager. What, leaving? Manager, you're awesome. You're all wrong now, we should call him Chairman Fāng. Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. We're all still working within the group. We'll definitely cross paths again. Despite being targeted by Director Lin, he seemed completely unfazed. Instead, he was promoted to project lead. Lin Yangzhong now deeply regretted not stabbing Fāng Yuán in the back then. Otherwise, who knows how he might have been manipulated. Thinking of this, he glanced toward the director's office. Damn it! Upon hearing the news of Fāng Yuán's transfer, Lin Yaoguan's face showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, a cold smile spread across his lips. The happier you laugh now, the uglier your tears will be later. Chapter 30, Returning Home in Triumph. Back at the villa. Fāng Yuán lay on his bed, deep in thought as he reviewed the project plan just sent over by the group. He was starting to wonder if that Rin family heiress had a screw loose. Why choose anything else? And you tell me you want to research and develop nanotechnology chips? Even someone as clueless as Fāng Yuán knew this thing was nothing but a money-guzzling monster. Nanoscale process development was universally acknowledged as a money-guzzling game reserved for the elite circles. The manpower required was beyond question. The costs for materials and equipment alone were astronomical. He couldn't fathom how the proponents had convinced the two conglomerates to back it. But Fāng Yuán suspected this project wouldn't last long. Forget it, no point overthinking this. Let the professionals handle these specialized matters. Tomorrow was the weekend. He still needed to return with his parents to handle matters concerning the ancestral home. She was determined to return home in triumph and thoroughly humiliate Fāng Mingbo and the others. Zhang Yudan had made thorough preparations. You think you can push us around just because we're honest? Well, I'll show you what real power looks like. The next morning. The moment he stepped outside, Fāng Yuán froze. In the villa's front yard stood over 20 burly bodyguards clad in black, their presence seemingly materialized overnight. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. Good morning, everyone. What's this about? Before he could finish speaking, his father, face covered, and his mother, adorned head to toe in gold and jewels, approached. Holy crap, Mom, what are you doing? He stared at the thick gold chain around his father's neck, thick enough to fit a finger. The 10 fingers were adorned with various precious rings, and Fāng Yuán almost didn't recognize them. It was all your mother's idea, insisting we overwhelm the enemy with sheer presence. Mr. Fāng, who laid into his son but was meek and submissive before his wife, dared not resist. He could only let Zhang Yudan take charge. Now put those 100-grand sunglasses on me, quick. Stop dawdling. Come on, that's a bit much. Fāng Weiguo tried to protest, but ultimately surrendered under Zhang Yudan's piercing gaze. Fearing his mother might catch him playing the nouveau riche role too, Fāng Yuán. He dashed straight into the garage without a word. That little brat, humph. Seeing her son so cleverly following her lead, Zhang Yudan merely gave a cold snort and didn't pursue the matter. In the garage, 10 black luxury SUVs worth millions had mysteriously appeared. Fāng Yuán guessed his mom must have bought them specifically to show off back home. Dad, Mom, you guys go ahead. I'll go pick up Zhang Yunshui. After a quick farewell, Fāng Yuán slammed the gas pedal and sped off. Let's go. Zhang Yudan couldn't be bothered to stop him. With that command, the couple sat in the first Rolls-Royce Phantom Fāng Yuán had purchased. Escorted by 5 vehicles in front and 5 behind. They drove out in a grand procession from Tianyunipin. Fāng Yuán soon picked up Zhang Yunshui. They had already discussed everything yesterday. Zhang Yunshui was also curious about what kind of village Fāng Yuán had grown up in. Zhang Yunshui was quite curious. To be honest, our village, Shaoqian village, isn't too bad. After all, it's not far from the city. But there's a river in between. It wasn't until the government built a bridge a couple years ago that travel became convenient. Recalling childhood days spent with village friends picking wild berries on the hills and swimming in the river to catch fish. Fāng Yuán's lips curled upward involuntarily. Those days without money had been quite comfortable. Now that we have money, the worries are gone, but life has become a bit dull. Hearing this, Zhang Yunshui couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. If you say that out loud, you'd probably get looked down upon by a lot of people. Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. Shaoqian village. Over 300 households. Nearly half of them bore the surname Fāng. Since the morning weather was still fairly cool, many idle villagers gathered under the large tree at the village entrance to chat. Suddenly, a convoy of vehicles entered the village. The gleaming little golden man and the luxury cars instantly captured everyone's attention. Whoa! Is that a Rolls-Royce? Oh my, I've seen those on TV. And so many Mercedes-Benz S2. Who's this big shot coming to our little Chen village? Goodness, how much must that cost? Seeing the familiar surroundings, Fāng Weiguo felt a wave of emotion. His family mostly lived in the city except for returning home during holidays each year. Returning home in style like this, it would be a lie to say he wasn't thrilled. As the Rolls-Royce window rolled down, the villagers of Shaoqian village were stunned to see Fāng Weiguo and Zhang Yudan inside, adorned in gold and silver. The villagers of Shaoqian village instantly wore expressions of utter disbelief. I'm not seeing things, isn't that Fāng Weiguo? Looks like it really is. What's going on here? Did their family win the lottery? Zhang Yudan smiled faintly, extending her hand to greet the villagers. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Mrs. Fāng felt her heart burst with joy. Before long, news that the Fāng Weiguo family had struck it rich doing business elsewhere, and now returning home in glory. Many villagers rushed to the Fāng family's ancestral home to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. Upon seeing the rows of luxury cars parked outside, young villagers pulled out their phones to snap photos and post them on social media, bragging to their friends. Shaoqian village has produced a big shot. At that moment, Fāng Mingbo, who was sitting and chatting at an elder's home, heard the news. His expression darkened considerably. In his view, Fāng Weigua's high-profile return to the village was nothing short of a blatant provocation against him. Recalling the scene where that brat Fāng Yuán had security kick him and his daughter out of the hotel, Fāng Mingbo was furious. The elderly man seated opposite him was Fāng Min. He was also the highest-ranking member of the Fāng clan in Shaoqian village. The call to Fāng Weigua and his wife, attempting to morally blackmail them into handing over the ancestral home. It was Fāng Min who made that call. Having never seen much of the world in his lifetime, his eyes were instantly dazzled by the gift worth thousands of yuan. That was several thousand yuan worth of goods. Getting him to utter a few words of indifference was no easy feat. Now, upon hearing the news that Fāng Weigua had returned home in glory, Fāng Min, in his 60s, suddenly lit up with excitement. Mingbo, has your older brother really struck it rich doing business out there? Poof. Seeing the greedy gleam in Fāng Min's eyes, Fāng Mingbo knew exactly what the old man was scheming. But since he needed his help for now, he could only play along for the moment. Uncle Min, you know what kind of people my older brother and sister-in-law are. Back in the village, they lived frugally, downright stingy. Now that they've got money, they're probably just as tight-fisted. You're not seriously hoping to get anything out of them, are you? That was pure slander. He didn't even consider what kind of era it was back then. Just getting enough to eat for the family was a struggle. How could they possibly think of others? Though Fāng Min had plenty of cunning schemes, his aging mind couldn't keep up. Upon hearing this, it seemed to make sense. Besides, he'd already accepted gifts from Fāng Mingbo. Flip-flopping like a fence-sitter wouldn't reflect well on him. If this matter gets done, you'd better thank me properly, kid. Haha, you can count on me to get it done. Little did the two of them know just how determined Zhang Yudan was to deliver a crushing blow this time. Chapter 31, Money Talks. Watching the Fāng Weigua couple dressed in various fine garments, most villagers' eyes sparkled with envy. Who would have thought that the couple who were once obscure in the village, after just a few years in the city, they'd actually struck it rich. Now returning in such style, who knows how many jaws would drop in astonishment. While he might show off a bit, Fāng Weigua didn't feel that his newfound wealth entitled him to put on airs. Before long, the couple was chatting away with villagers they'd gotten along with in the past. But the spectacle they put on for this homecoming was simply too grand. So much so that those who spoke with them felt a bit stiff in their speech and mannerisms, addressing them with excessive politeness. Mr. Fāng here, Mrs. Zheng there. They practically had the word all written on their faces. We're all neighbors here. Why must they put on such a show when they return? It's laughable when word gets out. Unexpectedly, the crowd suddenly parted to make a narrow path. It's Uncle Min. Oh, Uncle Min, you're being too hard on him. Weigua's return is a source of pride for our entire village. No need to be so critical. What honor. This is a slap in the face to everyone in Shaoqian village. Fāng Min argued passionately. So what if he's rich? No matter how wealthy he is, he still carries the blood of our Fāng family. Ah, you come back to the village and pull this stunt? Is this how you show off your newfound wealth? Fāng Weigua hadn't expected this. Fāng Min, as the clan elder, had never had any grudge against him. Why was he so furious right off the bat? No sooner had Fāng Min finished speaking, another voice cut through the crowd. Uncle Min is absolutely right. Today, I, Fāng Mingbo, stand with justice, not with family. Your actions show you look down on us. Even as your younger brother, I must speak up. Fāng Mingbo was seen walking out behind Fāng Min. His eyes brimmed with displeasure at his older brother's actions. If Fāng Min had spoken alone, others might have dismissed it as overreacting. But when his own younger brother, Fāng Mingbo, stepped forward, that was a different matter entirely. Some envious individuals eagerly chimed in. Exactly. Look at him decked out in gold and silver. What's he trying to show off? Exactly. We're all from the same village. What's the point of flaunting this stuff to us? Many eyes now turned toward Fāng Weigua and his wife with a hint of contempt. Fāng Weigua, who had been puzzled, finally understood. Fāng Min had targeted him from the start. It must have something to do with Fāng Mingbo. So what if we have money? We didn't steal or rob it. We're not afraid to flaunt it openly, unlike certain people who look human but act like monsters. Fāng Weigua could endure it, but Zhang Yudan couldn't stomach the insult. She wasn't even a Fāng. Besides, they'd come right to their doorstep to bully them. Even a 1,000-year-old turtle would stick its head out for a bite. Let these schemers know that we're not pushovers. Being publicly rebutted by Zhang Yudan, Fāng Min, who always held himself to the standards of an elder, instantly felt insulted. He strode forward, fuming. When did it become your place, a mere woman, to interrupt the Fāng family's conversation? Fāng Min glared at Zhang Yudan with venom. In the old days, a disrespectful woman like you would have been severely punished according to clan rules. No sooner had the words left his mouth, the 20-plus bodyguards standing nearby instantly formed a protective wall in front of Zhang Yudan. These bodyguards were all seasoned veterans who had retired from the military. Their sheer presence alone was enough to intimidate Fāng Min into taking a few steps back. You dare defy me? Fāng Yuán, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have you struck from the family registry immediately. Seeing that force wasn't working, Fāng Min resorted to threatening him with the family registry. Fāng Mingbo stood nearby, coldly laughing to himself. Why had he sought out Fāng Min? This was one of the key reasons. Regardless of how successful one might be elsewhere, the people of Xia valued nothing more than returning to one's roots. If Fāng Yuán dared to defy his uncle's words, the family registry would be severed. The Fāng family's reputation in the village would become utterly disgraced. Then he'll just spend a little money to have people spread the word around. A man of ill repute, expelled from the family registry. Who would still want to do business with him? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice in your life. I'll show you I can handle you. Seeing Fāng Yuán speechless, Fāng Min stood smugly with his hands behind his back. First, crush his spirit. Then it would be much easier to discuss the promise he'd made to Fāng Mingbo. But just then, Fāng Yuán, who had already returned to the village. Fāng Yuán, who had heard the entire exchange, stepped out from the crowd. Yet Fāng Min and Fāng Mingbo paid him no mind. In their eyes, Fāng Yuán was just a young man in his 20s. If even his father had been subdued, what could the son possibly accomplish? Fāng Yuán made no attempt to argue. But since you're playing the genealogy card, then today I'll show you what it means when money talks. You old fogey, you say you're going to expel my father from the family registry? You're too young to spit out pearls from a dog's mouth. Your whole family is like this. When the time comes, I'll kick you out too. Who knew Fāng Yuán would only respond with a calm tone? Our family originally planned to invest 10 billion yuan to improve Shaoqian village this time. Since you insist on expelling our entire family from the genealogy, then it seems pointless to invest that money in Shaoqian village. What do you say? Wait a minute. What did he just say? He was going to bring back 10 billion yuan to invest in Shaoqian village's development. This time, the villagers who had been watching silently just moments ago were furious. Nephew, you can't be serious, right? Someone in the crowd immediately spoke up. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. A mere 10 billion yuan? Besides, how could I possibly joke about something like this? Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 10 billion is a mere trifle? I think Uncle Min's words earlier weren't quite right. Yeah, he made his fortune but still remembered us villagers. Uncle Min, you're being too harsh. Yeah, that's going too far. A burly member of the Fāng family called out loudly. Fāng Yuán, you say they're investing 10 billion in our village. Will my family get a new house then? The speaker was Fāng Daojun. He was about the same age as Fāng Yuán. But his family was poor, so the 6 of them still lived crammed into a small tile-roofed cottage. Fāng Yuán replied. Of course. Not just houses, we'll build villa-style homes. But I have one demand, remove Fāng Min and Fāng Mingbo from the family registry. Whoever supports me, Fāng Yuán, I dare to promise right here and now that construction will begin on their home tomorrow. Hearing this, Fāng Daojun was instantly stirred. Because his family didn't have a decent house, he'd dated several girlfriends over the years, but none of them worked out. Every time they visited his home, they turned around and left. After Fāng Yuán made his promise, all that nonsense about elders and rules flew out the window. Fāng Daojun stepped forward and snapped, "Damn it, Fāng Min. I've had it with you for ages. You're always bossing people around just because you're older. And you, Fāng Mingbo, aren't much better. Don't think we haven't noticed your attitude toward Fāng Yuán's family all these years. Today, I, Fāng Daojun, am putting my foot down. I support expelling these 2 from the Fāng family registry." Fāng Yuán patted Fāng Daojun on the shoulder and declared loudly. Since you're the first to speak up, I won't beat around the bush. Take this million yuan for now. When the construction crew arrives tomorrow, you'll be the first one assigned to the job. No matter how loud the words, nothing was as impactful as the actual action. After witnessing Fāng Daojun trembling as he accepted the million yuan transferred by Fāng Yuán, every villager in Shaoqian village felt their eyes burn with envy. Chapter 32, The rich live in a whole different world. He really gave it? $1 million. Why wasn't I the first to step forward? It's all my wife's fault. If she hadn't stopped me, that million would have been mine. With the incentive of real money before their eyes? The other villagers had no more hesitation. Hadn't they heard Fāng Yuán say? As long as they backed his decision, every household could live in a villa. Besides, Fāng Min had always lorded his seniority over everyone these past years. Many in the village harbored resentment. But seeing his advanced age, they'd grown too weary to argue. I'm in. Shouldn't my house be the second villa built after Fāng Yuán's? Get lost, I said it first. Me too. Seeing Fāng Yuán successfully stir up the villagers' emotions, Fāng Min began to panic. What are you all doing? Have you forgotten the traditions passed down by our ancestors? You've been bossing people around all your life without contributing anything to the village. Look at the Fāng Yuán family, they're willing to spend 10 billion to improve conditions for us in Shaoqian village. Why would anyone support you over them? That's right. And those two are even plotting together to seize Fāng Weigua's land. What nonsense are you spouting? Fāng Mingbo, whose scheme had been exposed, roared in defense. Oomph. I overheard it myself when I passed by Fāng Min's house that day. Don't try to deny it. What? There's more to this? They're not human. Scheming against their own brother? Spit. What a disgrace to the Fāng family. Throw them out. Throw them out. Seeing the crowd's fury mounting, the two hurriedly made a hasty retreat. Fāng Mingbo had given up hope by then. He returned, started the car without a word, and picked up Fāng Yu. He booked a flight back to the US that very night. Fāng Min, utterly humiliated, dared not approach Fāng Yuán. He could only watch helplessly as the other villagers signed up one by one to build villas. When his son and daughter-in-law returned and learned of this, they both cursed him out. Then they rushed over to beg Fāng Yuán for mercy, calling him father and such. But what could compare to the tangible reality of a villa? Thanks to Fāng Yuán's bold investment of 10 billion, his entire family had now become local celebrities throughout the surrounding villages. Wherever they went, people would approach them to greet them. The project to rebuild the entire village of Shaoqian was truly massive. It wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. After giving detailed instructions to the construction team, Fāng Yuán took his parents back to the city for the time being. With the recuperation period over, Zhang Yunshue's mother was also preparing to be discharged from the hospital. They would need to be brought to Tianding. As they saw the grandly decorated villas one after another, the astonishment on the Zhang family's faces was impossible to hide. This, Xiaofeng, these houses must be incredibly expensive, right? Zhang He was an honest man. He never imagined in his wildest dreams he'd ever set foot in a villa community. It was all thanks to his daughter. But the more he learned about the Fāng family's wealth, the more he worried that Zhang Yunxue might be looked down upon for her family background after marrying into it. The villa designated for Zhang's mother's recuperation was number 67. It happened to be right next door to the Fāng family's residence. Watching his parents enter the villa, he saw their expressions of astonishment. And the way they couldn't stop wandering around. Zhang Yunxue suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Her family seemed like country bumpkins fresh off the farm. She wondered if Fāng Yuán might look down on them. Since the renovation just finished, the kitchen appliances aren't ready for use yet. Why don't you two come over to my place for dinner tonight? My mom's been talking about meeting Shui for ages. Is that really appropriate? Zhang He felt a bit flustered. In his mind, he had already imagined Fāng Yuán's parents as wealthy patriarchs and matriarchs. His own family now lived in a villa thanks to his daughter. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. He feared saying the wrong thing or causing offense when he went over. It's fine, don't worry. My parents are actually pretty easygoing. Seeing Fāng Yuán bring up the subject, the Zhang parents could only nod in agreement. Upon learning their future in-laws were coming to visit, Zhang Yudan specifically instructed the two chefs, both trained at 5-star hotels, to prepare extra special dishes. She hadn't expected her son to bring the girl's parents over so soon. This caught Fāng Weigua off guard. They say all these second-generation kids lead messy lives, but I think my son's doing just fine. He's quite devoted. That's all thanks to my good parenting. After saying this, Zhang Yudan suddenly furrowed her brow. Honey, it seems like our son hasn't been splurging much lately. What if this keeps up? Last time at Tianhai Ginza, he only managed to accumulate a few billion in assets. When he returned to the village to handle the ancestral home issue, Fāng Yuán even splurged 10 billion to develop Shaoqian village. They don't object to that. After all, money is meant to be spent. But when spending outstrips income, even the largest fortune won't suffice for extravagance. On one hand, they wanted their son to become a spendthrift. On the other hand, she worried that if he spent money the wrong way, he wouldn't receive the system's feedback. For the sake of this family, Zhang Yudan felt she had worn herself out worrying. Fāng Weigua had also become aware of this. Moreover, according to intelligence from a shareholder who had defected to him from Tianding Group, Zhang Ziyuan had transferred Fāng Yuán to a new project in collaboration with Rin Group. Rumor had it that project was another bottomless pit for money. It seemed the plan to squander the fortune needed to be implemented urgently. Otherwise, when would they ever realize their dream of becoming the world's richest man? Before they knew it, dusk had fallen. To show their family's hospitality, Zhang Yudan had a large table set up on the expansive lawn in front of the villa. Course after course of delicacies began to be served by the maids. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the scene looked utterly delightful. Welcome home, young master. Welcome home, young master. The maids, who had been waiting at the villa entrance, curtsied in unison upon seeing Fāng Yuán enter. This overwhelming sense of sophistication made Jiang He and his wife Liu feel a surge of nervousness. Oh my, in-laws, you're here. Quick, quick, come sit down. Seeing their in-laws arrive, Zhang Yudan and Fāng Yuán also came over to greet them. On the way, witnessing Zhang Yudan's unabashed doting on her daughter, Zhang He finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. They enjoyed a sumptuous dinner on the lawn. Servants stood by to attend to their every need. Such an exquisitely romantic scene was something Zhang He and his wife had never dared to dream of. Today was such a rush, all thanks to that brat Fāng Yuán not giving us advance notice. Please don't mind if we just eat something simple. I've had the chef prepare a whole roasted lamb. Later, we'll all enjoy some late-night barbecue together. He gazed at the crabs on the plate, each pair of claws larger than his own fist, alongside all manner of seafood and delicacies he'd only ever seen on television before. Zhang He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Could this really be called just a light meal? The lives of the wealthy were truly extraordinary. Chapter 33, A Hundredfold Return. After the meal, both sets of parents sat downstairs drinking tea and chatting. During their conversation, the Zhang elders discovered that their new in-laws not only carried no heirs whatsoever. Moreover, their topics of conversation weren't about economic development or business circles. Instead, they focused on topics more relatable to ordinary people. This eased their nerves considerably. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxue was pulled upstairs by Fāng Yuán for a private chat. The moment they entered the room, Fāng Yuán eagerly pushed Zhang Yunxue onto the bed. "What are you doing? My mom and everyone else are downstairs." Zhang Yunxue's face flushed like a red apple after being nibbled on several times. Her stunningly beautiful face sent a wave of heat surging through Fāng Yuán. You better not do anything reckless. If my parents find out, they'll definitely be furious." Fearing Fāng Yuán might lose control, Zhang Yunxue hurriedly warned him. "Relax, I'm not the type to think with my lower half." Fāng Yuán chuckled. Finally, their private moment had arrived. He had to take advantage of the situation, no matter what. "Schwer, are you feeling a bit warm?" "I'm not hot." "You are. Look, you're sweating." Zhang Yunxue shot Fāng Yuán a sultry glance as she peeked out from beneath her head. "Anyway, it's still early for midnight snacks. Why don't we take a shower first? The two of us shower together?" Zhang Yunxue froze. But before she could refuse, Fāng Yuán acted decisively. Amidst her cries of no, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yunxue was stripped bare like a little lamb, buried her face deep into Fāng Yuán's chest. Powerless to resist, she could only let him carry her toward the large bathtub. "You rascal!" No wonder Fāng Yuán had inexplicably turned on the bathtub faucet the moment he entered the room. It had been premeditated all along. Gazing at Zhang Yunxue's body, smooth as white jade, he felt his mouth go dry. Seeing Fāng Yuán's hungry, predatory gaze, she quickly covered her chest with both hands in alarm. Her legs pressed tightly together. Yet the allure still escaped. Seeing Fāng Yuán restrain himself, Zhang Yunxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. They enjoyed a delightful bath together. Except for not taking that final step. They had done everything else that needed doing. So much so that when they descended the stairs, Zhang Yunxue's gaze toward Fāng Yuán held a hint of reproach. "Schwer, have you bathed?" Noticing her daughter's still damp hair, Zhang's mother asked with a puzzled look. Zhang Yunxue dared not reveal the truth, stammering that she'd just been sweating. "So I went upstairs to take a shower." Though this explanation was somewhat suspicious. But seeing Fāng Yuán's calm and composed demeanor, neither set of parents pressed further. Both children were adults now, with their own thoughts and privacy. They respected that. Fāng Yuán shot Fāng Yuán a discreet look of approval. True to the Fāng lineage, bold as ever. "You actually dared to make your move with all these adults around." Knowing his father had misunderstood him, Fāng Yuán didn't bother explaining much. Truth be told, he'd thoroughly teased Zhang Yunxue just now. Ahem, no harm done, no harm done. Seeing that it was about time, the two families sat together in harmony, enjoying the barbecue. Zhang's parents were quite open. During the conversation, they mentioned how Fāng Yuán had bought them a villa. After all, they were future in-laws. Fāng Yuán and his wife naturally had no objections. Upon learning they hadn't hired any staff yet, they immediately instructed butler Su to contact the property management to arrange for servants and cooks to be sent over tomorrow. "Oh, and son, have someone send over a few of our grocery carts later. Let Uncle Jiang and the others use them first." "Ah, but we already feel so indebted to Fāng Yuán, how could we possibly?" Zhang He was cut off before he could finish. "Uncle Jiang, it's fine. These are minor matters. Besides, you'll need transportation for your own outings too." After much persuasion, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang finally agreed. At first, they'd assumed the grocery getter Fāng Yuán mentioned would cost no more than 100,000 yuan. But seeing that gleaming Mercedes emblem, they realized something was off. After the delivery drivers departed, Zhang Yunxue looked up the model and was stunned. The Fāng family's grocery shopping car actually cost over 1 million yuan. And the Fāng family was quite generous, they delivered 5 vehicles at once. Over 5 million. Upon hearing this news, the Jiang couple were also stunned. This wasn't just extravagant, it was downright outrageous. Jiang Yi's jaw dropped. The Fāng family seems to be exceptionally wealthy. Jiang's mother echoed the sentiment. Buying villas and gifting luxury cars, the favor was so immense they had no idea how to repay it. Daughter, are things still okay between you and Fāng Yuán? Seeing her parents' anxious expressions, Jiang Yunxue couldn't help but sigh. If they knew she was still wearing an 80 million yuan bracelet, they'd probably lose sleep tonight. Dad, Mom, it's fine. Since Fāng Yuán gave it to me, you can just accept it with peace of mind. But it's far too expensive. Jiang Yi still seemed worried. Don't worry. His family isn't short on money. Even Fāng Yuán's own pocket money exceeded 100 million, so 5 million really seemed like nothing. The next morning, after waking up, Fāng Yuán called Jiang Yunxue. The two drove to the car dealership together in Fāng Yuán's supercar. Young Master Fāng. The moment he spotted Fāng Yuán, the car dealership manager promptly dashed out to greet him. Lately, he'd been living the high life. Not only had he earned a hefty commission, but he'd also been commended by higher-ups. He expected a promotion soon. All thanks to Fāng Yuán's orders. The shop manager now greeted Fāng Yuán with more enthusiasm than he would his own father. After all, they were old acquaintances. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly without further ado. He placed an order for 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms outright, then asked the manager to design a supercar tailored to Jiang Yunxue's style. I don't need one. Even though she'd seen her fair share of extravagance alongside Fāng Yuán, she was still taken aback when she learned 1 Phantom and the supercar were for her family. But yesterday you already gave us 5 grocery-getter cars. That's plenty. Fāng Yuán wrapped his arm around Jiang Yunxue's delicate, supple waist with commanding authority. I said they were for grocery shopping. Of course we need better ones for the family. Do we really need to be polite with each other? Seeing this wealthy young master so eager to shower his girlfriend with cars, countless saleswomen in car dealerships were green with envy. If they could land such a handsome, wealthy second-generation heir, they'd gladly live a few years less. The Rolls-Royce Phantom goes without saying it starts at over 10 million yuan. The dealership manager clearly saw that Mr. Fāng wasn't short on cash. He directly recommended a 28 million yuan pink Koenigsegg supercar to Jiang Yunxue. Since there was no physical vehicle available, the manager had to contact headquarters for a video tour so Fāng Yuán could view it. Let's go with the pink one. After a quick glance and seeing no objection from Jiang Yunxue, Fāng Yuán proceeded to pay the full amount up front. All the miscellaneous fees added up. The total payment came to 58 million yuan. Knowing their son had taken his wife to buy a car, Fāng Yuán and his wife had been waiting at the villa for good news. The moment the payment went through, they received a notification from the system. But this time, interestingly, the system didn't return any assets, it gave a direct cash rebate instead. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 58 million has earned a 100x system rebate, 5.8 billion. Chapter 34, When poor, cultivate yourself; when rich, benefit the world. Money coming in was certainly a good thing. But what the couple truly desired was tangible assets in the real world. Because that meant having a steady stream of income. Their combined funds now approached the 100 billion mark. But what to do with all this money? For the first time, Fāng Yuán realized that spending money could be a major challenge. They couldn't just let their son buy cars all day long. If they really did that, it wouldn't be long before Fāng Yuán started getting suspicious. Honey, what should we do? Zhang Yudan was also troubled. To be honest, neither of them had much education. And they'd always lived rather frugally. They'd never dared to explore expensive things. Suddenly finding themselves in a wealthy family, they genuinely couldn't figure out how to squander their fortune. Just then, Fāng Yuán happened to come across a charity video about left-behind children in mountain villages. Honey, these left-behind children in the villages are so pitiful. What if we set up a charitable foundation? Is that really wasting money? Zhang Yudan was a bit puzzled. The couple then consulted the system. To their surprise, it actually qualified under the system's evaluation rules. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? We can help those poor children while steadily accumulating wealth. Sitting in the car, Fāng Yuán hung up the phone with an eerie expression. He hadn't misheard. His parents actually wanted him to establish a charitable foundation. Then sponsor those left-behind children and orphans deep in the mountains, and so on. When poor, cultivate oneself; when rich, benefit the world. For some reason, this phrase suddenly popped into his mind. Instantly, his parents' image in his heart grew towering. He shared the plan with Jiang Yunxue. To his surprise, Jiang Yunxue was even more excited than he was. Really? That's wonderful. I've seen so many news reports about how pitiful those children are, but I never felt capable of helping them myself. Uncle and auntie are such kind people. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly. Even he hadn't expected his parents to do this. He had originally planned to go sightseeing with Jiang Yunxue. After receiving the call, Fāng Yuán immediately turned around and headed toward the government office. Due to the unique nature of public welfare foundations, establishing one required official recognition and authorization. The service hall. When the staff learned that these two young people had come to establish a public welfare foundation, they were somewhat incredulous. Judging by Fāng Yuán and Jiang Yunshu's attire, they appeared to be privileged second-generation individuals. Yet among wealthy individuals their age, either work tirelessly for the family business or indulge in a life of leisure and pleasure. Very few would consider dedicating themselves to philanthropy. We're very grateful for your support of charitable causes, but I wonder how much in base funding you're planning to apply for? Indeed, establishing a charitable foundation requires capital. Additionally, certain mandatory conditions must be met. Fāng Yuán glanced at the 30 billion yuan his father had just transferred to his phone. He pondered for a moment. They'd rushed here so hastily that they hadn't even considered this detail. But when it comes to philanthropy, more is always better. Is 30 billion enough? How much? Is 30 billion enough? The staff thought they'd heard wrong. It wasn't a question of whether it was enough, it was more than enough. Overwhelmed with excitement, he even addressed Fāng Yuán, who was younger than himself, with a respectful title. Are you certain you wish to establish a charitable foundation with 30 billion? Yes. After receiving the affirmative response, the staff member asked them to wait briefly before hurrying off toward the executive office. Soon, a tall, slender man emerged. Glasses-wearing middle-aged man emerged with an excited look on his face. Sir, these are the two individuals. Following the staff member's gesture, Li Zhongqi stepped forward and extended his hands to Fāng Yuán. Are you two planning to establish a foundation with 30 billion? Though he felt the man's enthusiasm was excessive, Fāng Yuán still extended his hand politely. Li Zhongqi chuckled heartily as he appraised Fāng Yuán. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. On behalf of the children in need, I thank you both for your generous dedication. To many, charitable work seemed like a thankless task. Yet some still choose to dedicate themselves silently. Li Zhongqi was one such person. To prevent this sacred and noble cause from being exploited by those with ulterior motives, he voluntarily gave up opportunities for promotion. He remained in this department, tirelessly traveling far and wide to secure charitable sponsorships. Yet many wealthy businessmen, upon learning of Li Zhongqi's stringent demands, they all reconsidered and backed out. In the eyes of these merchants, public welfare is acceptable only if it yields returns. Yet such philanthropy had fundamentally changed in nature. Compounded by internal manipulation by those with ulterior motives, it easily turned good intentions into disastrous outcomes. After the initial excitement subsided, Li Zhongqi invited the two to sit down in his office. He personally poured tea for them. May I make a request? Fāng Yuán set down his teacup and spoke up. This instantly put Li Zhongqi on guard, fearing these two young men might also be here seeking personal gain. Of course. Please go ahead. Outwardly calm, Li Zhongqi was inwardly prepared to dismiss them immediately if their intentions proved selfish. He would immediately show them the door. First, I want the foundation to be managed by us. I need to ensure every penny goes to those who truly need it. Perhaps considering the nature of the matter, Fāng Yuán added another point. Additionally, this foundation will not engage in any commercial profit-making activities. The government can send representatives to oversee its operations. That's perfectly acceptable. Anything else? That's it. Just those two requirements. Li Zhongqi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man before him to make only one request, one that seemed so obvious. As long as you can meet this condition, I'll arrange the funds immediately. Agreed. As if afraid Fāng Yuán might change his mind. Here was Li Zhongqi, a high-ranking official, personally running errands with all sorts of documents. This was a matter involving 30 billion yuan in public welfare funds. After verifying that Fāng Yuán's funds were in order, the entire department cleared the process without delay. Rest assured, I'll personally oversee the paperwork. You'll have the necessary permits by tomorrow at the latest. All you need to do is prepare the office space and staff for the positions. No problem. Fāng Yuán readily agreed. Finding a location shouldn't be difficult. After all, he lacked everything except money. The other challenge was recruiting staff. Money moves mountains, especially with 30 billion sitting in the foundation's coffers. Fāng Yuán couldn't handle everything himself. Therefore, the managers he hires must be reliable, at the very least, trustworthy individuals genuinely committed to public welfare. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead. There was someone right beside him who fit the bill. How about it, Schwer? Why don't you take on the role of president? Chapter 35. Can we negotiate the pay? With Fāng Yuán's staunch support, the first president of the newly named Green Grass Public Welfare Foundation was born. Jiang Yunshu, who had never held such a high-ranking position before, felt a bit unsure. Can I really handle this? After all, you've invested so much money. I'm afraid I might not do a good job. It's fine. I believe in you. Looking into Fāng Yuán's eyes, Jiang Yunxue felt both moved and exhilarated. She clenched her fist silently, determined to make this work. She couldn't let Fāng Yuán down. What he hadn't anticipated was Jiang Yunxue's attitude toward the Public Welfare Foundation exceeded his wildest expectations. She nearly forced herself into a life of celibacy. This was the first task my parents had ever formally entrusted to me. It was also for the sake of those children. Fāng Yuán wasted no time. The next morning, he dragged Jiang Yunxue out to finalize the company's address. With money to burn, Fāng Yuán splurged 5 million yuan on the spot. He leased a 3-story office building for a year. He contacted a renovation crew and had them start work that very day. As for employees, to select individuals genuinely committed to contributing to public welfare, beyond the mandatory insurance and benefits, Fāng Yuán set salaries at the absolute minimum average. At the job fair, many candidates glance at the salary and walk away. This is understandable. Because not everyone lives solely for the sake of living, and not everyone can afford to work for love alone. In short, life doesn't allow me to be reckless. But persistence pays off. After sitting around for most of the day, finally, 5 recent college graduates arrived together for interviews. It was clear these young people, fresh out of society, still held on to their innocent and kind nature. Seeing that waiting any longer would yield no results, Fāng Yuán decisively packed up his stall. He instructed the 5 to report to the foundation the next day. Miao Yu was one of them. Born in the mountains, she had been a left-behind child during her childhood. With the support of government assistance and compassionate individuals, she had the opportunity to grow into the person she is today. After graduation, Miao Yu constantly pondered how to repay those who had once helped her. When she saw that the foundation founded by Fāng Yuán was hiring, without hesitation, she chose to join. The other 4 members were her university classmates. They too had similar backgrounds. Inside an ordinary bubble tea shop, 5 young people sat together discussing the afternoon's interviews. Less pay is fine, as long as this foundation isn't a wolf in sheep's clothing. We're okay, but it's a shame about you, Miao Yu. Didn't another company invite you yesterday? Seems like they offered a pretty high salary. Why not give it some thought? Hearing this, Miao Yu flashed a sweet smile, already possessing an endearing appearance. Her smile instantly drew the attention of several men in the milk tea shop. It's fine. If it weren't for the help from those uncles and aunts back then, I'd probably still be herding sheep in the mountains. Sometimes, certain things simply need to be done. Think about it, if no one had been willing to do what many considered cute little things back then, how would children from poor families like us ever find a real way out? Her words left the other 4 nodding thoughtfully. Just as Miao Yu said. At times, money simply cannot replace the genuine bonds between people. They had once been nurtured by kindness, now it was their turn to offer hope to others. When do you think it'll be finished? Fāng Yuán walked onto the renovation site wearing a white hard hat. He asked the foreman who had been following him. Rest assured, it won't take more than a month at most. The contractor estimated the timeline and gave his reply. Renovating such a large company in a month was already quite fast by his standards. But Fāng Yuán wasn't entirely satisfied with this timeline. A month is too long. There's nothing we can do about it. You can see our workers are putting in their best effort. What about paying extra? Boss, this isn't about money. Double every worker's pay. Can you finish within 10 days? That's truly impossible. Triple. The contractor glanced at Fāng Yuán, thinking, is this something money can solve? Just as he was about to refuse again, Fāng Yuán held up one finger. He said calmly, 10 times. All right, boss, rest assured. We'll finish it within 10 days, even if it costs us our lives. The contractor raised his hand and guaranteed it loudly. What did 10 times mean? His workers earned at least 200 yuan per day each. The more skilled craftsmen could earn 500 to 1,000 yuan daily. Sure enough, the moment Fāng Yuán spoke, all the surrounding construction workers were energized as if injected with adrenaline. No more backaches, no more sore legs. They threw themselves into their work with fierce intensity. Witnessing this scene, Fāng Yuán finally nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't that he was in such a hurry. He simply couldn't stand Jiang Yunxue calling every few minutes to check on the project's progress. And he couldn't even scold or complain about it. To get some peace and quiet, he resorted to this desperate measure. Inside the Ren Group tower, Ren Xian sat in the conference room with 2 senior executives from the Ren Group, her expression icy cold. An aura of forbiddance radiated from her. The assistant who approached a portee felt her hands tremble slightly. Seated across from her, Lu Wei, the assistant specifically assigned to Fāng Yuán by Tianding Group for the collaborative project. Despite years in the corporate world, and having interacted with numerous senior executives, felt a twinge of unease under the gaze of the young lady. What on earth is the matter with the person your Tianding Group assigned as the responsible party? Knowing full well there was an important internal meeting today, he still dared to be so late. She detested people who treated work like child's play more than anything. But when she called Tianding earlier, Zhang Ziyuan kept dodging the issue with empty platitudes, showing no intention whatsoever of removing that chronically tardy manager. The group collaboration was a major project. No matter what, detailed negotiations were essential to finalize the implementation details. If their representative doesn't show up, holding the meeting now would be pointless. Miss Run, I'm truly sorry. Our CEO Fāng said he'll be here shortly. Lu Wei cursed inwardly, but outwardly he could only scramble to make excuses for Fāng Yuán. After all, the boss was the one facing consequences. As his assistant, he'd inevitably bear the brunt of the fallout. He could only silently pray that this unseen Mr. Fāng would hurry up and show up. Fāng Yuán, fresh from the construction site, only remembered upon receiving his assistant's call. He seemed to be responsible for some development project at Tianding Group. Last night, Lu Wei had already sent him a text about today's meeting. But after replying got it, he'd completely forgotten about it while inspecting the construction progress this morning. The thought of Miss Ren's icy expression. He felt a twinge of unease. Still, he was handling legitimate business. Asking her to wait a bit should be fine, right? When Fāng Yuán arrived at the Run Group building in his car, he was already nearly an hour late. Just as Rin Qian felt her patience was nearly exhausted and she was about to get up and leave, Fāng Yuán finally showed up, late as ever. Chapter 36, You Set Me Up? The moment he stepped into the conference room, Fāng Yuán shivered. Who turned the AC down so low? Finally here. His assistant, overjoyed at finally seeing him, jumped up to greet him. If he hadn't arrived, he felt his whole body would have gone numb. It's you? Ren Qian watched as Fāng Yuán's icy demeanor suddenly vanished without a trace. Even the others, who had expected a heated confrontation, were taken aback. Not only did Rin Qian not lose her temper, she actually smiled. This man she'd only met twice before. She found herself genuinely curious. Seeing that things had settled peacefully, Lu Wei felt relieved amidst his astonishment. Before Mr. Fāng arrived, Miss Rin looked like she was about to eat someone alive. But when they met, instead of anger, she smiled. Could it be there's some complicated connection between them? He pondered it, but he wasn't foolish enough to voice such thoughts aloud. Now that President Fāng is here, let's get the meeting started. Throughout the entire meeting, Fāng Yuán nearly dozed off. He simply couldn't make heads or tails of the technical jargon Rin Qian was spouting about nanotech chip development. His assistant handled all the responses throughout. Regarding this collaboration, our Ring Group's initial investment amount is set at 1 billion yuan. What are your thoughts on this, Tianding Group? 10 billion? This much. Fāng Yuán understood it meant throwing money at the project. He reached out and took the documents from his assistant's hand. Suddenly, he felt something was off. 1234. Fāng Yuán frowned, counting over and over, but the result remained the same. 10 million? Are you kidding me? Hearing the assistant's investment quote, Ren Qian was unusually flustered. This time, the look she shot at Fāng Yuán was tinged with hostility. After all, nanotech chip development was a bottomless pit of expenses. 10 million yuan thrown into it wouldn't even make a dent. This wasn't the attitude of someone negotiating a partnership, it was outright contempt. Fāng Yuán also sensed something was off. After all, this was a collaboration between two major corporations on such a high-end project. Throwing down 10 million. It was like a beggar suddenly barging into a lavish cocktail party. But when he called Zhang Ziyuan to ask if something had gone wrong, the response caught him off guard. Young Master Fāng, the situation is this: the group has been expanding aggressively lately, and we're truly unable to provide the funds. Then what was the point of bringing me in to discuss this partnership? This was clearly a setup. Well, I've also discussed this project with Miss Run. The return on investment is absolutely worth every penny. But the group's current situation doesn't allow it, so I thought of you. With your capabilities, young Master Fāng, it should be no problem. The contract is actually already drafted. We've decided to proceed with the partnership with the Run Group under your name. Any developments can be promptly reported back to the group. We'll provide support as needed. It's a heavy responsibility, but only someone like you, Mr. Fāng, can handle such a challenging task. Fāng Yuán sorted through his thoughts and finally understood. So Zhang Ziyuan never intended to genuinely partner with Rin Group. Instead, he was pushing him forward as a scapegoat. When the partnership inevitably failed, he would be the one held accountable. Not only would he face pressure from Tianding, but Rin Group's wrath would likely fall squarely on his shoulders. You shameless bastard, Zhang Ziyuan. I never expected you to be waiting here to stab me in the back. Fāng Yuán should have seen this coming. Back then, he'd beaten Zhang Haitao senseless. As Zhang Haitao's father, Zhang Ziyuan would never let it go. But he hadn't expected this old fox to be so patient, biding his time until now to dig a trap for him. At this point, turning tail and running wouldn't change a thing. What Zhang Ziyuan probably hadn't anticipated, though. He feared everything, but when it came to investing money, he'd never back down. You think you can trap me? Just you wait. Without a word, Fāng Yuán had his assistant immediately draft a new contract on the spot. He directly marginalized Tianding Group, then proceeded to collaborate under his own personal name. What? You're partnering under your personal name, yet your initial investment matches ours? This is a huge deal, are you kidding me? Ren Qian stood up, her imposing gaze fixed on Fāng Yuán. This concerned her family's corporate interests. Even though she held a favorable impression of Fāng Yuán, this investment was no small sum. 10 billion yuan. Even as the eldest daughter of the Ren family, she couldn't claim to have that kind of money at her fingertips. Poof. If anything else were difficult to handle. But just now, she'd only sent her dad a text. Fang Weigua didn't even hesitate before transferring 10 billion yuan to her. The system had approved the transfer to the Public Welfare Foundation. That meant as long as Fāng Yuán spent every last cent of the 30 billion stored there, subsequent returns were guaranteed. Even if the entire 30 billion merely doubled in value, it would still be a surefire win. Compared to that, 10 billion was nothing. After seeing the account balance on Fāng Yuán's phone, Ren Qian fell silent. This unassuming, ordinary-looking man before her. What kind of background did he have? This billion is an initial investment. If more is needed later, I'll consider adding to it. So, are we ready to talk now? It's just a matter of a few hundred million. Look how flustered you are, Miss Ren. Fāng Yuán tore up the documents Tianding had brought earlier and tossed them into the trash bin. Now he represented only himself. If you, Zheng Ziyuan, think this matter can stump us, you're seriously underestimating my parents. As for Ren Qian, she didn't care who she partnered with. What she wanted was money, someone who could stand firmly behind her and provide additional funding. Why not join me? At Tianding, you'll always be just a junior assistant. Only with me will you get the chance to showcase your talents. Fāng Yuán, who had been struggling to find someone to help him liaise with Ren Qian, set his sights on Lu Wei. Thank you, Mr. Fāng. Thank you, Mr. Fāng. This was like manna from heaven. Lu Wei was so overwhelmed with excitement he couldn't find the words. He had thought he was just coming to do some manual labor. Who knew things would take such a turn and he'd catch Fāng Yuán's eye? Well then, let's make this a fruitful collaboration. Ren Qian extended her slender hand. The moment Fāng Yuán grasped it, he felt a wave of softness. That warm, silky smoothness felt indescribably exquisite. Let go. Ren Qian shot Fāng Yuán a disapproving glare. Sorry about that. I was lost in thought just now. Fāng Yuán, aware of his thick skin, didn't take it to heart. With their collaboration sealed, all parties were delighted. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxue was showing Miao Yu and the others around the company premises, which were still under renovation. Chairwoman Jiang, is this really where we'll be working from now on? One female employee couldn't help but ask. They had assumed the foundation established by Fāng Yuán and his partner would be modest in scale. But this office building was more lavish than most companies. And the high-end finishes far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 37, Vision, Little Sister. Jiang Yunxue smiled. As long as you work hard and contribute to public welfare, everything you've invested will be worthwhile. Miao Yu marveled inwardly before asking again. President, could you please tell us about the guild's financial situation? This was the point that concerned Miao Yu the most. She could endure any working conditions, but she couldn't overlook the security for the children. Generally speaking, many charitable foundations invest capital in the millions. Even higher amounts wouldn't be too outlandish. Moreover, Jiang Yunxue had made it clear from the outset. The Qingchao Public Welfare Foundation would not engage in any commercial profit-making activities. This means all funds required to sustain the foundation's operations must come entirely from their own pockets. If the deposited funds are too meager, it would likely collapse before long. Jiang Yunxue looked at Miao Yu. Since yesterday's job interview, she had paid special attention to this composed and intelligent young woman. I had intended to address this matter later, but since Miao Yu has brought it up, I'll share it with you all now. At the Greengrass Public Welfare Foundation, our initial funding round was 30 billion yuan. What? 3 billion yuan? Did I hear that correctly? Miao Yu and the other four exchanged stunned glances, seemingly unable to believe it. Jiang Yunxue continued with a smile. That's right, 30 billion yuan. And there will be additional funding later. 30 billion was bad enough, but they were going to keep pouring money in? Could there really be such a generous person in this world? Forget about the others. Even Miao Yu, who was usually calm and collected, felt her heartbeat quicken. Seeing the 5 new employees looking skeptical, Jiang Yunxue immediately displayed the balance of the Qingchao charity account. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100 million. 100 million. It really is 30 billion. This time, the group was utterly stunned. What kind of person could casually donate 30 billion yuan to charity? Miao Yu's mind raced with thoughts. Finally, her focus narrowed to the man at yesterday's signing event. That man who had remained calm and composed toward everyone from start to finish. To spend such a colossal sum helping others, his heart must be truly kind. She recalled how Fāng Yuán's clothes yesterday bore no brand labels. And how he'd been just like everyone else at the scene. A man who could devour steamed buns with plain water with relish. Niao Yu's heart trembled involuntarily. Just then, a voice rang out. So, how about it? Everyone seems pretty satisfied with the office environment, right? After concluding the meeting, suddenly remembered that today was the first time he would meet the other members of the foundation. So he rushed over without delay. Niao Yu immediately fixed her gaze upon him. That intense, burning gaze made Fāng Yuán feel a bit awkward. While you are quite beautiful, staring at this humble servant so directly is rather embarrassing. He cleared his throat twice, finally rousing the others present. Niao Yu, realizing her earlier indiscretion, flushed crimson. As an observer, Zhang Yunxue immediately sensed something amiss through a woman's intuition. She shot Niao Yu an inexplicably meaningful glance. Then she spoke up. This is my fiancé, and also the founder of the foundation. In front of so many people, Zhang Yunxue had actually brought him out into the open. This left Fāng Yuán both surprised and overjoyed. From their initial transaction to the present moment, their relationship had finally been solidified. Little did he know how much courage it had taken her to say those words. Had she not sensed how irresistible Fāng Yuán had become to women? She, who was usually reserved, would never have uttered such words. What no one noticed was Niao Yu's eyes dimmed in an instant. Regarding the subsequent work arrangements and discussions, Fāng Yuán merely sat by listening, showing no intention of speaking. One must know their place. When it came to spending money, he wouldn't hesitate at all. But when it came to management and other issues, Fāng Yuán felt it was best to just keep quiet and listen. At least Zhang Yunxue was there. None of this was his concern. Alright then, He Yun and Li Aiying will stay in the office. He Yun will handle financial management and Li Aiying will take care of reception. The rest of you will join me tomorrow to seek out relevant institutions for collaboration. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yunxue had organized the work assignments. The targets for these outreach discussions included not only other charitable foundations but also various organizations holding information on children from impoverished families. This was a massive and complex undertaking. It was impossible for one person to handle it alone. Niao Yu glanced at Fāng Yuán and indicated she was ready. The others were even less concerned. With just 7 members, the Green Grass Public Welfare Foundation officially commenced operations. To celebrate the occasion, Fāng Yuán decided to treat all the foundation members to a small gathering. The location, of course, was a given. It had to be his own Qilin hotel. High-end and free of charge, what could be more ideal? By the way, do you have cars? Niao Yu and the other 4 exchanged awkward glances before shaking their heads in unison. They came from humble backgrounds. They hadn't even bothered to get driver's licenses, let alone had spare cash to buy a car. Seeing this, Fāng Yuán immediately called Butler Su. He instructed him to arrange for 2 cars to come over. Outside the door, when they saw Fāng Yuán walk over and start the military-style S9 parked by the roadside, the 2 boys in the group stared intently. Their eyes brimmed with envy and excitement. Owning a sleek sports car is arguably every boy's dream. Unfortunately, some are born with it, while others spend their entire lives unable to reach it. Wow, how much does this car cost? A girl couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yunxue smiled faintly. Over 10 million, I suppose. This unprecedented concept of extravagant wealth instantly left all 5 of them stunned, their mouths agape. Such a multi-million-dollar luxury car was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. But upon recalling the initial funding of the Green Grass Foundation, it all seemed to make perfect sense. 30 billion, a figure they had never dared to imagine. Niao Yu, who had been worried the foundation was merely seeking attention or harboring ulterior motives, finally felt reassured. Because under official regulations, funds contributed to the foundation were non-refundable. First, to prevent opportunists from artificially inflating popularity for traffic before withdrawing funds. Second, it served as a warning to those with ulterior motives. Once used to establish the foundation, these funds cannot be reclaimed. This effectively curbs the potential for reckless exploitation of the foundation for personal gain. Regardless of the intentions of the new management, the 30 billion yuan has been permanently allocated. Countless families will benefit as a result. This outcome is undoubtedly the best possible. Unfortunately, Fāng Yuán was unaware of Niao Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have chuckled. What a big picture, little sister. Chapter 38, New Employee Li Meiyu. Zhang Yunxue oversees the foundation. The chip collaboration project was also led by Rin Xian. For a moment, Fāng Yuán felt utterly empty. The little sweetheart who could have stayed by his side. Now she'd become a workaholic. When he occasionally called Zhang Yunxue, she was either busy, or she'd say she'd talk later. Though Zhang Yunshue's words were full of consideration for me, this experience feels far too fleeting. Thinking about this, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but doubt whether letting her become president had been a mistake. At a loss for what to do, he suddenly remembered his good buddy Zhang Dao. Speaking of which, according to Zhang Dao's schedule, the film should be wrapping up soon. He wondered how things were going now. Fāng Yuán drove to Zhang Dao's filming location. Upon arriving at the location, he found Zhang Dao had already instructed the crew to start packing up. "Dad, you're here. Behave yourself." Zhang Dao chuckled. "The movie's wrapped. There's still tens of millions left over. I'll transfer it to you later." An investment of tens of millions. At the time, it was considered a peak investment for this now niche genre of Taoist-themed films. Zhang Dao was now brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting the film's release. As his good buddy, Fāng Yuán had nothing more to say. To celebrate wrapping up filming, they planned another feast that night. But seeing the actors, each with dark circles from filming, he couldn't help but marvel at their dedication. Though they all started as extras, they persevered through such tough conditions to finish the shoot. They were far easier to work with than some prima donna celebrities. During dinner, a somewhat handsome actor approached to toast and suddenly asked, "Director Zhang, will there be more projects after this film wraps?" This was the male lead in Zhang Dao's film. His name was Zhang Wei. His name differed from Fāng Yuán's assistant by just one character. This time, he came to ask on behalf of the remaining dozen or so actors. Though most of them had little confidence in the film's content or quality, it was at least a job that put food on the table. It was far better than running around as extras on the streets before. Zhang Dao naturally understood the actors' concerns. But he was a man of principles, after all. It was already incredibly generous of his good friends to help him fulfill his dream this time. If the film's reception turned out to be too poor, he wouldn't know how to face Fāng Yuán. "We'll see how it goes then." Zhang Dao took a bite of his dish, his true thoughts hidden beneath the surface. Because Fāng Yuán had something else to attend to, he couldn't make it. Director Zhang, anxious about the film's reception after the screening. The atmosphere grew tense as the crew and actors worried about losing their jobs. What should have been a celebratory wrap party? The food tasted as bland as chewing wax. "So, how's the project progressing?" In front of a newly renovated company building that looked fairly grand, Fāng Yuán addressed his assistant, Lu Wei. "Mr. Fāng, the lab is now basically set up. We're currently recruiting research and development personnel. Ordinary researchers are manageable, but it's proving difficult to recruit top experts from China's nanochip manufacturing industry." "What's the situation?" Lu Wei replied with a wry smile. "President Ren is currently allocating most of the funds to purchasing advanced equipment. He's eager to hire talent but lacks the resources. We'll have to see if we can secure some funding from within the group." Upon hearing this, Fāng Yuán slapped his thigh in frustration. "That won't do. I'll call her and ask." Ren Shen, who was still working late into the night at the office. After receiving Fāng Yuán's call, she replied irritably. "So you're finally getting involved, Mr. Hands-Off Manager? I heard you plan to divert funds from the group. I won't approve that. Oh, I almost forgot to mention this is a proposal Tianding Group made to me today. I haven't agreed to it yet. It's just a matter of money. Name your price." After Rin Xian made a rough estimate, Fāng Yuán transferred another 500 million into the account. "Are you really that rich and reckless?" Seeing Fāng Yuán's nouveau riche manner of pulling out cash without a second thought, Rin Xian's lips curved into a smile. Honestly, in business or research, who wouldn't love a partner who pulls out their wallet at the drop of a hat? But I'm telling you up front, even though this is a partnership, I'd appreciate it if you'd give me a heads up before pulling stunts like this in the future. It took a fortune just to establish the basic framework. Now you, Zhang Ziyuan, see an opportunity to profit and want to jump in? No way. With Fāng Yuán's backing, Ren Xian flatly rejected Tianding Group's so-called timely assistance. She had long since seen through it. Fāng Yuán seemed to have some conflict with the Tianding Group's higher-ups. But one was a rich, spoiled upstart. The other was a cunning corporate veteran with sharp ambitions, even eyeing outright acquisition. Ren Xian knew exactly which path to choose. Upon seeing the reply email, Zhang Ziyuan set down his teacup. "Dad, what's the situation?" Zhang Haitao sat on the sofa. He was the one who had proposed investing in the new project. Zhang Ziyuan shook his head. "It's tricky now. The two groups originally planned to collaborate together. But I never imagined that little bastard would have the nerve to go ahead and partner with the Run Group under his own name. Now he's added another 500 million. Who the hell is the real rich kid here?" Zhang Haitao could have strangled Fāng Yuán. Originally, they all shared the same skepticism about the nanochip development. But Zhang Haitao learned through a source that Ren Xian had connections with several bigwigs in renowned overseas nanochip research. The Run Group's bold move into this field was likely driven by this very connection. If they could truly develop more advanced nanochips, the profits generated would be beyond measure. Yet Ren Xian remained completely unapproachable. For Tianding Group to get on board, the biggest breakthrough would likely still have to come through Fāng Yuán. After all, Fāng Yuán remains the nominal head of the Tianding Group's operations. Moreover, his father holds a 50% stake in Tianding Group. When it comes to weighing interests, he would make the right decision. Prepare some gifts tomorrow. We'll pay that major shareholder a personal visit. After confirming there were no other issues requiring his attention, Fāng Yuán sent a message to Zhang Yunxue. Unfortunately, though, the foundation's renovation issues were resolved, but now she was busy securing partnership channels. What a nightmare! Fāng Yuán sighed, glancing at the empty passenger seat beside his $1 million sports car. This was utterly unreasonable. He thought about the women in his life. Besides Zhang Yunxue, there was Li Meiyu, with whom he'd shared a fleeting romance. Compared to those second-generation heirs who changed partners daily, he was nowhere near their level. Little did he know, a text message about a new employee joining the company startled Fāng Yuán. Holy crap! Li Meiyu. Chapter 39, You're really good to her. Given that the foundation's staff was still understaffed, Zhang Yunxue posted the job listing online directly. After several rounds of screening, she noticed a name that seemed familiar, Li Meiyu. Clicking on the resume, it was indeed the same person. In her memory, Li Meiyu had seemed quite taken with Zhang Haitao during their gatherings. Given Zhang Haitao's lecherous nature, he wouldn't pass up a woman with such an exceptional figure. If they had actually hooked up, Zhang Haitao probably wouldn't have been stingy with money. Why Li Meiyu would choose to look for work online was something that puzzled her. Puzzling as it was, Li Meiyu not only met her criteria in appearance and work skills. Coupled with a touch of curiosity, she promptly decided to hire her. After leaving her former luxury apartment complex, Li Meiyu now rented a small studio apartment. Compared to her previous standard of living, it was a significant downgrade. But she never once regretted it. Her younger brother had swindled her out of every last penny. And during her last hospital stay, she had come to terms with it. She realized that the materialistic life she once pursued wasn't what she truly wanted. Now, she only wanted to find a decent job to support herself properly. Perhaps someday she'd meet an ordinary man, marry him, and walk hand in hand through life's journey. Perhaps we were always meant to be from two different worlds, destined to be apart. Staring at the man's profile on her phone screen, Li Meiyu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Forget it, move on. After giving herself a little pep talk, Li Meiyu checked the companies that had accepted her applications. She had sent out quite a few resumes during this period. Quite a few people replied. Most of them offered her positions like executive secretary to the general manager or assistant to the chairman, all administrative roles. However, she had explicitly stated in her resume from the outset that she had no interest in such positions. Some HR departments even called her directly, trying to lure her with promises of high salaries and generous benefits. What did this all signify? Li Meiyu wasn't stupid. When they don't even look at your qualifications but immediately offer generous terms and benefits, it proves they're after something you possess. Either they want your kidneys or they intend to turn you into a decorative ornament or worse, a caged bird. But is this company even legitimate? She sighed and tapped her phone. Grassroots Public Welfare Foundation? She hadn't had much exposure to this kind of industry, but she figured the work environment would be better than at a typical company. The salary is a bit low, but they make up for it with comprehensive and legitimate benefits. Also, the chairperson of this foundation, Zhang Yunxue? Li Meiyu's lips parted slightly, seemingly surprised that the chairperson of this large foundation, one that had announced a 30 billion yuan investment, was identical to Zhang Yunxue's name. Yet Li Meiyu knew full well about Zhang Yunxue's family background. She certainly couldn't come up with 30 billion yuan. Only that man might be able to lavishly donate 30 billion yuan to a charitable foundation for a woman without seeking anything in return. Such extravagant behavior was truly enviable. Li Meiyu's thoughts churned. She had already prepared herself to forget Fāng Yuán. Yet fate thrust her once more to the crossroads of decision. Zhang Yunxue might be slightly prettier than me, but when it comes to figure, I'm not an inch behind. If she can do it, why can't I? After wrestling with her thoughts for half the day, Li Meiyu's gaze finally hardened with resolve. Even if I don't win in the end, I, Li Meiyu, will never concede defeat so easily. This time, it wasn't about money. It was because he was the first man who had truly entered her heart. Gritting her teeth, Li Meiyu accepted the job offer. The next day, she deliberately applied light makeup. She paired it with a fiery red long dress. Beneath her long, straight, snow-white legs were equally exquisite red high heels. Upon meeting, Zhang Yunxue smiled and approached her proactively. Long time no see, old classmate. Hee, it really has been a while. Who would have thought the former campus beauty Zhang would become the president of such a large public welfare foundation? I'll need your guidance going forward. I'm just an employee doing my job. The two women chatted on. Though the atmosphere felt slightly awkward at times, overall it was fine. After all, there was no prior animosity between them. That incident with Zhang Haitao had only occurred because Zhang Yunxue had been forced into it. In the end, Fāng Yuán had resolved the situation. Things proceeded smoothly afterward. Since they were already familiar with each other's backgrounds, the employment contract was signed quickly. Looking at the spacious, luxurious office, Lee Meiyu couldn't deny feeling envious. This ungrateful person, who favored others over her, hadn't even called her once after leaving the hospital last time. Recalling how resolute Fāng Yuán had been back then, Lee Meiyu suddenly felt a pang of worry. What if she really met Fāng Yuán? How would she even begin to speak? Speak of the devil. Ever since he'd done that terrible thing with Lee Meiyu, Fāng Yuán, whom she had believed would never cross paths with her again for the rest of their lives, upon learning she had joined the foundation he founded, his heart was in turmoil. And Zhang Yunxue was right there. If Lee Meiyu were to accidentally or deliberately expose their affair, given Zhang Yunxue's temperament, she might very well break ties with him on the spot. So even though he was reluctant, Fāng Yuán had no choice but to rush to the scene. To his relief, the two women seemed to be getting along quite well. Why did you come? You're out of breath and sweating like that. Seeing Fāng Yuán, who usually appeared calm and composed, now panting heavily, Zhang Yunxue shot him a curious glance. Don't tell me you rushed over because you heard a stunning beauty was joining the company today? Whoa, dangerous vibes. Fāng Yuán gave a perfunctory smile. Then, feigning composure, he walked up to Lee Meiyu and extended his hand. We're honored that you're willing to join us, old classmate. Welcome, welcome. Lee Meiyu smiled sweetly. I never imagined that you, Fāng, were the real deal all along. If only I'd known sooner back then. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. As their hands touched, Fāng Yuán felt as though something soft had tickled the palm of his hand. He remained outwardly composed, but inwardly thought to himself, you little tease. They shared a knowing smile, as if nothing had happened. Even the previous break in contact at the hospital seemed to have been erased without a trace. Zhang Yunxue, who assumed they were just ordinary acquaintances, didn't notice anything unusual either. How about this? Since we haven't seen each other in ages, why don't we have Meiyu come over this time? How about we all get together tonight? We can invite Miaoyu and the others too, so everyone can meet. I'm all for it. What do you say, Mr. Fāng? Ahem, absolutely. Old classmates reuniting. I'll reserve a private room at the Qilin Hotel for 7 p.m. tonight. Fāng Yuán chuckled, considering himself temporarily off the hook. Little did he know. When evening came and they entered the private room, Lee Meiyu delivered a major surprise. Chapter 40, Wake up, scumbag. Sitting inside the private room, two young men spotted Lee Meiyu, exuding an alluring aura. Their eyes went wide with astonishment. Men are all the same. Yuan Ai muttered indignantly. Miaoyu couldn't help but glance back at Lee Meiyu, who had arrived after them. After all, she was a woman who had been out in the world. Her attire and style were beyond comparison with them, fresh-faced graduates. Just then, the private room door slid open. Fāng Yuán entered with Zhang Yunxue. Everyone's here. Let's start serving the dishes. Let me introduce everyone to our foundation's newest employee, Lee Meiyu. Lee Meiyu didn't seem intimidated. She stood up gracefully and greeted everyone. Lee Meiyu, what a lovely name. Welcome, Sister Meiyu. The two young boys were the most enthusiastic, clapping loudly. Seeing Lee Meiyu give them a gentle smile, their adolescent hormones seemed to ignite with intense fervor. Fāng Yuán remained silent, feeling a bit uneasy inside. After all, she was a woman he'd once fought alongside. Granted, those two youngsters were a bit green. As fellow men, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. But recalling the words he had spoken back then, he felt he had no right to meddle. Fāng Yuán offered himself a few words of consolation. Then he raised his wine cup and began to liven up the atmosphere. During the festivities, Zhang Yunxue, who couldn't hold her liquor, soon became quite tipsy. You guys keep drinking. I'll take her back to rest first. Fāng Yuán supported Zhang Yunxue as they exited the private room. The two young men, seeing the president gone, were just about to make their move to impress the older lady. Little did they know, Lee Meiyu also slipped out under the pretext of making a phone call, leaving the two young men feeling utterly dejected. After instructing the family driver to take Zhang Yunxue back to the villa, just as Fāng Yuán was about to return to the private room, his phone rang. Seeing it was Lee Meiyu calling, he hesitated for a moment before pressing to answer. Can you come to room 301? I have something I need to ask you. Go or not? Fāng Yuán frowned, his mind racing with thoughts. Things with Zhang Yunxue were progressing smoothly. Discussions about marriage were likely not far off. Creating trouble now clearly wouldn't be beneficial. Yet hearing Lee Meiyu's pleading tone on the phone, and recalling the events that had befallen her, Fāng Yuán sighed and turned toward room 301. He wanted to clarify things with Lee Meiyu. It would be better for both of them. But unexpectedly, the moment he reached the door suddenly swung open. A pair of delicate hands, as smooth as white jade, grabbed hold of Fāng Yuán and pulled him inside. Inside, Li Meiyu wore only a sheer, gauzy robe. Her delicate figure was faintly visible beneath the fabric. Before Fāng Yuán could speak, warm, fragrant lips pressed against his. Fāng Yuán tried to struggle, but Li Meiyu wrapped her thighs tightly around his waist. Damn it, do you really think I'm not a man? Furious, Fāng Yuán took control. An hour later, Li Meiyu returned to the private room, sitting down with a hint of languidness. Her beautiful legs still trembled slightly. What's wrong, Sister Meiyu? Are you feeling unwell? Yes, if you're not feeling well, we can take you to the hospital to get checked out. Faced with the attentiveness of the two young men, Li Meiyu waved them off with a light laugh. Just then, Fāng Yuán pushed open the door and walked in. Sorry for the delay. He returned to his seat and gave Li Meiyu a meaningful look. Miao Yu blinked her large eyes. She suddenly sensed something odd in the atmosphere between the two of them. And as Fāng Yuán passed by her, he seemed to carry a faint scent of perfume. It was somewhat similar to the scent of that new female employee. Could it be that between the two of them? A bold thought crossed her mind. They say the wealthy play the field. Miao Yu watched the two male classmates still fawning over Li Meiyu. She couldn't help but feel pity for them. Lick dogs licking until they have nothing left. And in that instant, the faint regard she'd once held for Fāng Yuán vanished without a trace. When the gathering finally ended, Miao Yu and the others took a taxi home. Fāng Yuán walked to the hotel entrance. Li Meiyu followed silently behind him. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the man's retreating figure, as if simply watching him could bring her some measure of satisfaction. Why put yourself through this? You know it's impossible between us. I don't care, and I won't take a single penny from you. It's precisely this lack of any demands from you that makes me uncomfortable. Fāng Yuán sighed, then summoned the hotel manager who had been waiting nearby. It's late. I'll see you home. The hotel manager sat in the driver's seat. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Young Master Zhang really has his share of good fortune with women. That young mistress was already a rare beauty in this world. Who'd have thought another woman with a top-tier figure would appear now? Upon arriving at the destination, surrounded by low-rise, modestly furnished apartments, Fāng Yuán couldn't believe Li Meiyu actually lived in such a place. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Li Meiyu couldn't help teasing him. What's the matter? Does young Master Fāng look down on where us poor folks live? Fāng Yuán chuckled. My family even lived in a thatched hut when I was a kid. What's the big deal? Alright then, I'll head back now. Bye. Li Meiyu flashed a playful smile, then waved goodbye to Fāng Yuán. Watching Li Meiyu's figure as she forced herself to appear strong, Fāng Yuán suddenly felt a bit breathless. To say he felt nothing for Li Meiyu would be impossible. Especially back at the hospital, when he saw the messages about himself on her phone. Fāng Yuán felt a sudden wave of confusion wash over him. Back when he had no money, all he ever thought about was making a fortune. Then live the life he desired without restraint. Now, his family had more money than he could ever spend. Yet why did he find himself growing timid and hesitant? Rules are made by the strong. Since I have the means, why shouldn't I live the life I want? If I can't marry 2 wives in China, I'll just buy an island and become its king. At this thought, all the lingering doubts that had weighed on Fāng Yuán's heart vanished like smoke. You go ahead and head back. The hotel manager nodded and got into his car, driving away. Hey! Li Meiyu, wait for me. Inside the cramped apartment rental, Li Meiyu felt both startled and delighted. She never imagined Fāng Yuán would choose to stay. The two lay on the small pink bed. They lay in silence, facing the darkness. Li Meiyu suddenly felt something climb onto her chest. She pouted, but we already did that earlier. It wasn't enough. Fāng Yuán rolled over and pounced on her. That little vixen had been so bold at the hotel. Now it was his turn. As for how the battle unfolded, just wait until you see the 2 roommates in the next room. You'll know when you see him emerge the next day sporting a pair of panda eyes. Everything was getting back on track. The next morning, Fāng Yuán stepped out feeling refreshed and alert. Li Meiyu was still fast asleep in bed. He looked around the surroundings. Fāng Yuán shook his head slightly. Before he came clean, it might have been manageable. But now, how could he possibly let his woman continue living here alone? The surroundings were secondary. The main concern was that it wasn't safe for a young woman to be here alone. Chapter 41, Was I Too Much Just Now? After browsing online real estate listings, he zeroed in on a high-end villa community not far from Tianyunipin, Huanyu Premium Villa District. Though it ranked slightly below Tianyunipin in class, it was still a favored location among many wealthy individuals and the elite class. Driving through the neighborhood, drawing envious glances from many young men and women. The environment's pretty nice. This one it is. After a quick look around, Fāng Yuán headed to the sales office. Inside the sales office, a couple dressed head to toe in designer labels was still present. That guy looks kind of familiar. After a moment's thought, Fāng Yuán recognized her. Zhao Xiaomei? Hearing someone call her name, Zhao Xiaomei turned her head. Ah, Mr. Fāng. What brings you here? Though Fāng Yuán hadn't been in the PR department long, not a single employee disliked him. He was wealthy yet down to earth, and he dared to stand up for his subordinates. During his tenure, hardly anyone dared to pick a fight with the PR department. Little sister, who's this? The young man accompanying Zhao Xiaomei eyed Fāng Yuán with hostility. Upon seeing his plain, ordinary clothes, a hint of contempt flickered in his eyes. Zhao Xiaomei chattered excitedly with Fāng Yuán for a few moments. Only then did she remember her boyfriend was still standing beside her. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my former department manager from Tianding Group. Mr. Fāng, this is my boyfriend, Ren Pingji. Hello, just call me Fāng Yuán. Though surprised by Zhao Xiaomei's departure, Fāng Yuán greeted her boyfriend politely. Heh, looks like we're about the same age. But someone who became a department manager at Tianding Group at this age must be pretty capable. Unlike me, I'm just a lowly supervisor at Ren Group now. If it weren't for my dad being a shareholder there, I'd probably still be stuck at the bottom. The superiority seeping from his words puzzled Fāng Yuán. Had he offended her somehow? What was she trying to prove? By the way, Mr. Fāng, what brings you here today? Looking to buy a place? Perhaps sensing her boyfriend's unease, Zhao Xiaomei quickly interjected to lighten the mood. Fāng Yuán didn't hide anything, he simply nodded frankly. Just looking to see if there's anything suitable. Ren Pingji's lips curled into a cold smile. For some reason, seeing his girlfriend chatting so animatedly with the other man, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment toward Fāng Yuán. The villas here may not be as expensive as Tianyunipin, but they start at 5 million yuan minimum. Since my family lives right here, I'm quite familiar with the area. I brought my younger sister along today to look for a place for her to live. Would you like to join us, Mr. Fāng? I can introduce you to the agent. Tianding Group was indeed a major corporation. But a department manager's annual salary tops out at a few 100,000 yuan at most. If Fāng Yuán really wanted to buy one, he might have to take out a loan. The thought of swiping his card to cover the full payment in one go, while the other party would be bogged down filling out all sorts of contracts and agreements. Ren Pingji couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. With a free sales consultant at his disposal, Fāng Yuán certainly wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. Alright, let's take a look together. Spotting a potential client, the sales office immediately sent over a young lady to give a presentation. Hello, sir. May I ask? What's the price of your most expensive villa? The reason Li Meiyu couldn't go to Tianyunipin was to avoid running into someone. That alone wasn't exactly fair to her. Switching to a lower tier villa naturally meant going for the most expensive one. This was his way of offering Li Meiyu a form of compensation. This was the first time the saleswoman had encountered such a brash customer. But with a major client visiting, she had to make sure everything was handled perfectly. She pointed to the central section. Sir, take a look here. These 50 villas surrounding this area represent our Huanyu's most exclusive residential district. They come with comprehensive facilities and services, each priced at 20 million yuan. Ren Pingji, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. What was this guy thinking? He's going straight for the most expensive option. Can you even afford it? 20 million might be a bit steep for Mr. Fāng. Why don't we look at something else? 20 million? Is that a lot? Fāng Yuán shot Ren Pingji a surprised glance. He seemed genuinely taken aback. Was this legendary second-generation stock tycoon underestimating people? Don't you know my pocket money is counted in billions? Swipe the card. I'll take this one. Fāng Yuán didn't beat around the bush. He pointed directly at one of the villas that seemed to be in a decent location. Then he pulled out his bank card. Sure thing, just a moment. The saleswoman, who'd never closed a deal this quickly before, froze for a moment. Then she nodded hurriedly and ran off to fetch the contract and card reader. Mr. Fāng, you're so generous, swiping 20 million like it's nothing. The humiliating scene Ren Pingji had hoped to witness never materialized, leaving him thoroughly frustrated. Zhao Xiaomei, however, saw nothing unusual about it. You don't know? Our boss is loaded. On his first day in the department, he gave us gifts worth over 1 million yuan. Look at this handbag I'm holding, it was a gift from Mr. Fāng back then. Seeing his girlfriend praise the man so highly, Ren Pingji was seething with envy. Well then, thank you for looking after my girlfriend back then, Mr. Fāng. I wonder where you live now. If you have time, I'd love to bring Xiaomei over for a visit. Actually, I kinda like that rebellious look you had earlier. Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. Right next door, number 66, Tianyunipin. Feel free to drop by anytime. Damn, this guy's loaded. Ren Pingji was speechless. After swiping his card and receiving the keys and property deed, Fāng Yuán said goodbye to Zhao Xiaomei and left. After all, his time was limited. Next, he needed to go back and inform Li Meiyu. Later, he also needed to visit the RD tech company collaborating with the Ren Group. Ren Xian had called him last night. She mentioned several bigwigs would be visiting today and hoped he, as the company's largest investor, could make an appearance. After Fāng Yuán departed, Run Pingji couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. "Little sister, what's the deal with this Mr. Fāng of yours?" Zhao Xiaomei rubbed her temples. "Honestly, we don't know either. But back then, even the son of our group's CEO, Mr. Zhang, who happens to be our finance director, was addressed as Little Zhang by our Mr. Fāng. He must be pretty formidable. Otherwise, why wouldn't even Director Zhang Haitao dare to protest against our Mr. Fāng?" At this, Ren Pingji's expression darkened. His father was merely a minor shareholder in the Ring Group. If not for being a distant relative of Chairman Run, he wouldn't have even secured a supervisor position. Even someone of Zhang Haitao's stature didn't give him the time of day, let alone someone like him. Suddenly, Run Pingji's face went deathly pale, as if his mind had frozen. "What's wrong? Little sister, did I go too far with Mr. Fāng just now? It was fine, I guess." Hearing this, Run Pingji broke down. It turned out he'd been assigned to Miss Ren's newly established chip development company a week earlier. No wonder Fāng Yuán's name sounded familiar earlier. Wasn't that the very same Mr. Fāng who was rumored to have invested 1.5 billion into their new company? The moment he thought about what he'd just said, Ren Ping regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself. Chapter 42, The Super Infrastructure Plan. After finalizing the villa arrangements, Fāng Yuán returned to the apartment to pick up Li Meiyu. "Skip the unnecessary formalities. I'll take you shopping for new ones." Li Meiyu, who never dreamed such a day would come, like a young girl who'd just learned how to date. She clung to Fāng Yuán like a little bird. She nodded in agreement to everything he said. "I never realized you had such a girlish side before." Li Meiyu wrapped her arm around Fāng Yuán's waist. She glanced at him and said, "That's because you never truly tried to understand me before. You were so fierce the first time, not the slightest bit gentle with a lady." Recalling that night's wild passion, Li Meiyu felt her legs go weak again. After parking the car, the two entered the Tianhe Ginza. Clothes were the least of it. Fāng Yuán had practically lost all concept of money these days. Whatever Li Meiyu fancied, and he felt it was suitable, he'd swipe his card and pay immediately. Handbags, shoes, jewelry, nothing was spared. As for furniture and such, he'd already called butler Su to handle the procurement. He also arranged for a chef and maids to be hired, because she'd bought far too much. Fāng Yuán's sports car couldn't hold it all. The mall was thoughtful enough to confirm the address and arrange for delivery. Next, he called the car dealership manager. He ordered a sports car comparable in price to Jiang Yunshue's. With his current status, even without his physical presence, the dealership would handle everything flawlessly. Returning to the Huanyu Villa complex, gazing at the magnificent villa, Li Meiyu had never felt such profound happiness. Her eyes reddened as she threw her arms around Fāng Yuán. Burying her face in his chest, she sobbed softly. "Today, I'm truly so happy. No one has ever been this kind to me since I was a child." At that moment, she could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Fāng Yuán held the woman in his arms with heartfelt tenderness. He whispered softly to comfort her. "It's okay. From now on, I'll always be by your side. I won't let you suffer any more injustice. I want to be with you every moment too. Even if it means being the younger one, I'm willing." As the words fell, Li Meiyu, who had long since succumbed to passion, wrapped herself around Fāng Yuán once more. The newly installed king-size bed underwent its first quality test in the blink of an eye. As they left the Huanyu Villa complex, Fāng Yuán reached down to touch his kidneys. Luckily, it was still alive. Recalling Li Meiyu's wild yet strangely tender actions in certain moments, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel a stir of desire again. Thankfully, he switched to sage mode just in time. Otherwise, if he'd actually turned back, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave the house today. After a moment's thought, Fāng Yuán pulled out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Li Meiyu. After all, they had to eat and drink every day. The little woman occasionally indulged in beauty treatments and shopping sprees. It was really inconvenient not having some cash on hand. The only headache now was how to come clean about this to Jiang Yunxue. In the temporary meeting room of the Green Grass Public Welfare Foundation, the seat reserved for Li Meiyu sat empty. Jiang Yunxue didn't think much of it, because yesterday Li Meiyu had already sent her a message asking for the day off. The reason was that she was moving today. "Alright, we've completed all the official paperwork. Now we're moving into the operational phase. Niaoyu, please start by reporting on the basic situation of this trip to explore cooperation channels." Niaoyu glanced impassively toward Li Meiyu's seat. Then she picked up the documents she had prepared earlier and began her report. Currently, 15 organizations have reached preliminary cooperation agreements with our foundation. According to the plan, our first initiative will be a poverty relief program targeting impoverished families in villages surrounding Changchuan City. The entire meeting lasted over an hour. After confirming the aid targets, Qingchao Public Welfare Foundation finally stepped onto its own stage. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 200,000 has earned an 8x system return, 1,600,000. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 50,000 yuan has earned a 20x system return, 1 million yuan. Inside the villa, Fāng Yuán and his wife were in high spirits. Notification after notification flashed across their screens. To be honest, even now they still found it hard to believe. Why, in the system's design? Why does doing charity count as squandering? Maybe it's karma, good deeds bring good rewards. Why overthink it? Zhang Yudan, however, took it in stride. Now they had luxury cars and villas, and their daughter-in-law was no longer a concern. The couple felt their life growing more comfortable by the day. They'd even put their goal of becoming the world's richest couple back on the agenda. Honey, if you think our charity work counts as wasting money, there are plenty of other ways to spend it, right? What? I think things are just fine the way they are. Fāng Yuán couldn't fathom Zhang Yudan's thoughts. In his view, their current life was practically heavenly. Every morning, someone took care of cooking, laundry, and cleaning. In his free time, he cruised around in luxury cars and bought whatever caught his eye. Life was as carefree as could be. Well, what I mean is, since doing charity work is feasible, why not just let the sun expand it even further? What do you mean? Did you forget what our Xia kingdom is nicknamed? The infrastructure maniac? Zhang Yudan gave him a knowing look. Sponsoring impoverished families relies on long-term, targeted support. Funding consumption won't be that significant. 30 billion will last a very long time. But infrastructure projects are a different story. Besides, these are all endeavors that benefit the nation and society. Why not do them? After hearing his parents' perspective, even Fāng Yuán, who considered his family wealthy enough, he still found it a bit unbelievable. Mom, are you sure you didn't mishear? Are we really going to do public works like building roads and bridges? Yes, son. Go contact the authorities immediately to see if it's feasible. Remember, our family won't take a single penny from the state, we'll cover all costs ourselves. Undertaking public infrastructure projects with just one family's resources. If his mother hadn't told him this herself, he might have thought he was hallucinating. After all, infrastructure projects are practically money pits. No matter how grand the vision, it's something no one could sustain. Fāng Yuán made a special trip home for this. After receiving his parents' definitive approval, he steeled himself to approach Li Zhongqi once more. What? Mr. Fāng, you mean you're going to keep investing in public infrastructure projects? Seeing the look of utter bewilderment on Li Zhongqi's face, Fāng Yuán nodded. My parents said that for our country to become stronger and more prosperous, everyone needs to contribute. Ahem, but regarding the funding, I'm not quite sure how much I can commit going forward. Let's start with 3 billion yuan for the initial phase. Though his parents had told him to proceed freely, they only transferred 3 billion yuan to his account, explaining that the family business needed time for capital turnover. This was the first time he'd ever heard his parents mention needing working capital. So he didn't make any bold promises. But 3 billion yuan was already an astronomical sum. Combined with the Green Grass Foundation, that totaled a full 6 billion. Chapter 43, If Not Me, Then Who? News of a prominent young investor in Chongqing City pledging 6 billion yuan for public welfare initiatives. Within a day, it spread throughout all official institutions in Chongchuan City. The provincial government directly named Fāng Yuán as one of this year's 10 outstanding figures for social contribution. The news was disseminated to all provincial government-affiliated enterprises and major provincial corporations. Major news outlets worked through the night to cover Fāng Yuán's story. This is huge. When he heard the news, Fāng Yuán felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. But in the blink of an eye, he thought again. This was the honor his Fāng family deserved. Besides, a good reputation wasn't such a bad thing after all, so he let it be. Little did he know this news would send shockwaves through everyone who knew him. Zhang Ziyuan, 60 billion? What kind of background does the Fāng family have? Damn it, I need to go apologize in person immediately. Zhang Haitao, young Master Fāng, Mr. Fāng, Master Fāng. For that money, I'd kneel and kowtow to apologize right now. Ren Shen, so it wasn't just a big shot, it was a gold-plated big shot. Clinging on for dear life. Zhang Dao, holy crap, Fāng Yuán is my dad for real. Zhang Yunxue, my man, full of love. Li Meiyu, ditto. As for the outside world, needless to say, people from Shaoqian village even called, wanting to erect a commemorative stele for their family in front of the ancestral hall. This family has definitely produced someone extraordinary. Even though Fāng Yuán wasn't home, the villagers of Shaoqian village spontaneously organized themselves. Firecrackers and fireworks were set off all night long outside his home. When encountering outsiders, the first question was always, do you know Fāng Yuán from our Shaoqian village? You know, the one in the news and newspapers who donated 6 billion to charity. Seeing the stunned expressions on those outsiders' faces, they'd hold their heads high with pride. After this news spread like wildfire, Fāng Yuán became a household name throughout Chongqing City. Even provincial officials have visited several times to personally thank him for his contributions to society. Nearly half a month later, the uproar caused by the incident gradually subsided. During this period, Fāng Yuán encountered swarms of reporters seeking interviews nearly every time he stepped outside. Even numerous internet celebrities traveled long distances to ride his coattails. Fortunately, the security at Tianding was sufficiently robust. This finally spared him the daily torment of being secretly photographed. Being famous sure has its downsides. Fāng Yuán grimaced. Now even visiting Li Meiyu required him to tiptoe around like a thief, terrified of being caught. Then all sorts of rumors about some outstanding young man's decadent private life would surely spread everywhere. Alexander. Following official research by the Changchun city government, it was decided that the 3 billion yuan allocated by Fāng Yuán for infrastructure projects would be prioritized for constructing the Ring Expressway. This Ring Expressway was named after the last character of Fāng Yuán's surname, combined with the final character of Changchun City, the Yuan Expressway. At the highway entrance, a stone monument was specially erected to commemorate its origins. It was a supreme honor. Such a monumental undertaking was clearly not something that could be completed in a day or two. It involved land expropriation, as well as various relocation and labor costs, among other expenses. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán spent 10 million in extravagant consumption and received a 5x return from the system, 50 million. Congratulations, host. Fāng Yuán's extravagant spending of 7.5 million has earned a 10x system return, 75 million. Congratulations, host. As the project commenced, with strong support from the Changchun city government, land acquisition compensation payments were dispersed first. In just one day, nearly 200 million yuan was spent. Yet the system returned nearly 30 times that amount on average. In other words, within a single day, Fāng Yuán recouped all its initial public welfare investment. Only some of it was converted into corporate shares and other tangible assets. This is truly the ultimate cheat code to becoming the world's richest man. On the very day the funds returned, urged by his parents' strong patriotic spirit, he reinvested another 2 billion yuan. This move acted like a shot of adrenaline. It gave the Changchun city government the green light to proceed without reservation. Son, take some time to rest now. Look how thin you've gotten running around these past few days. Zhang Yudan said to Fāng Yuán with a gentle smile. That's right. Our family's businesses have stabilized financially now. You should take some time off. If the foundation ever needs funds, just let your dad know. And when are you and Xiuxua finally going to settle down? Mom and dad can't wait to hold a grandchild. With the right system wealth guide in place, the couple finally relaxed. Their focus shifted back to their son's lifelong matters. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, he just feared his parents wouldn't be able to handle the truth. Noticing her son's evasive gaze, Zhang Yudan suddenly sensed something. Son, you haven't gone and found another woman outside, have you? Tell me the truth, how many have you been seeing? Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, Fāng Yuán could only grit his teeth and say, Just one. Fāng Weiguo flew into a rage upon hearing this. Well, you little brat, do you think having money at home has gone to your head? How dare you? Before he could pull out the 7 wolves, Zhang Yudan shot him a glare. What's the fuss about? Our son just wants to expand our big family. What's there to argue about? Come on, tell mom, is she pretty? What's she like? The moment those words left her mouth, Fāng Yuán froze. Honey, what do you mean? Didn't you like Xiaoshui before? Xiaoshui is pretty, has a good character, and is well-behaved and sensible. I never said I didn't like her. Then what's this about? Zhang Yudan sighed. If our family were ordinary, having a daughter-in-law like Xiaoshui would be a blessing from our ancestors. But have you two ever considered that we're a wealthy family? The sheer scale of our family's assets is beyond what most people could even imagine. With so many businesses, how could we manage them with fewer people? Is that all it takes? Fāng Weiguo couldn't help but glance at the information on the system. Due to the system's infrastructure project returns, the assets under their names were already piling up densely. It was enough to make one dizzy. And this was just the beginning, he couldn't even imagine what it would be like later on. Observing his father's shifting expression, Fāng Yuán asked in confusion, Mom, just how rich are we? Zhang Yudan chuckled. Did you think your dad was joking when he told you that earlier? You could spend our family's money for 10 lifetimes and still not use it all up. Now you understand why your mom was so strict, right? As long as you're sincere with Xiaoshui, we won't shortchange her either. When the time comes, explain things to her properly. Xiaoshui is an understanding girl, I believe she'll comprehend your predicament. In any case, on this matter, your mother will stand firmly by you. Fāng Weiguo, who had been standing by deep in thought for a long while, sighed. It seemed the situation was exactly as his wife had described. With fewer people around, it's simply impossible to manage everything. So does this mean I've been granted permission to build a harem? Fāng Yuán put on a look of deep reluctance, but inside he was thrilled. Thinking of the delightful life in the harem. What else was there to say? For the sake of the Fāng family's lineage. For my parents to enjoy the joy of a large family. If I don't go to hell, who will? Chapter 44, The United Village of Shaoqian. Inside the Qingqiao Public Welfare Foundation. Two people sat in Zhang Yunshue's office. Li Meiyu and Miao Yu looked at Zhang Yunshue, seemingly curious about what had summoned them. The day after tomorrow, I plan to organize a public welfare promotional event in Shaoqian Village. You two will accompany me there. Shaoqian Village? Li Meiyu was a bit surprised. Wasn't that Fāng Yuán's hometown? Why would Zhang Yunshue choose to hold the event there? Neither of them was particularly surprised by this arrangement. Miao Yu knew nothing about it. Li Meiyu had only heard Fāng Yuán mention his hometown but had never visited it herself. Given this chance to visit, she certainly wouldn't object. Fāng Yuán, are you free the day after tomorrow? I'm planning a public awareness event in Shaoqian Village. If you're available, I'd love for you to join me. When Fāng Yuán received Zhang Yunshue's call, Fāng Yuán was quite surprised. When the beautiful Zhang herself asks, I'll definitely make time. But why did you suddenly decide to hold the event in Shaoqian Village? Isn't it all for you? Look at those famous entrepreneurs on TV, don't they all want to build a good reputation for themselves? We're going to Shaoqian Village because that's where your ancestral home is. Given your contributions to the villagers there, they'll definitely give us their full support. Fāng Yuán pondered this. While he didn't care much about reputation, but his parents might visit often in the future. Leaving a good impression on the locals wouldn't hurt. Sure enough, upon learning that Fāng Yuán would be returning in 2 days for the charity event, the villagers of Shaoqian Village were overjoyed, as if it were New Year's. They spread the news far and wide. The village brigade leader, Fāng Yuhua, was a genuine graduate from a prestigious university. After graduating from university, he turned down lucrative job offers elsewhere, and instead resolved to dedicate himself to building up his hometown. But before Fāng Yuán returned and donated 1 billion yuan, the changes he could make with all his might were extremely limited. He had poured his heart and soul into uniting the villagers of Shaoqian Village. The moment word spread that Fāng Yuán would build villas for everyone, the entire village erupted in excitement. With the promise of a better life on the horizon, the villagers' interactions grew warmer and more harmonious. Conversations centered uniformly on Fāng Yuán, the legendary figure of Shaoqian Village. With a shared topic and the tangible prospect of grand villas within reach, everyone chatted in perfect harmony. Unconsciously, the entire atmosphere of Shaoqian Village became incredibly harmonious. Having a big shot like Fāng Yuán in Shaoqian Village is truly a blessing for us all. Surrounded by villas and mansions rising from the ground, wide, straight asphalt roads, and the bustling construction site not far away, Fāng Yuhua felt a deep sense of relief. As the captain of the village support team, he naturally received news of Fāng Yuán's return for a public service campaign. He immediately had someone notify every household to gather at the square in Shaoqian Village. They were preparing to clear a space for Fāng Yuán. While the villagers might not be able to contribute money, lending a hand was certainly within their means. Upon hearing it was to help Fāng Yuán, virtually every able-bodied person in the village showed up. Dao Jun, how's that villa you've got? A villager asked casually while working. At that mention, many eyes immediately turned to Fāng Daojun, who was working the hardest. After all, he was the first to stand up and support Fāng Yuán. Not only did he receive a 1 million yuan reward, the very next day, a construction crew arrived to begin designing a villa for his family. For those brave enough to be the first to take the plunge, Fāng Yuán even made a point to give the construction crew a few special instructions. Now, not only was the Fāng Daojun family's villa the first to be built in the entire village, but also features premium materials throughout its design and furnishings. Others naturally didn't receive such treatment. No offense, but the moment I met Mr. Fāng, I knew he was destined for greatness. And you all saw how things unfolded. If Fāng Daojun hadn't been the first to step forward, Mr. Fāng might have stormed off in anger. Then where would our little Chen village be today? Haha, back in the day, I never dreamed I'd get to live in a villa like this. Fāng Daojun laughed heartily. Now that he had a house and savings, matchmakers had been flooding his home, eager to introduce potential brides. Life was going smoothly and pleasantly. Others felt only admiration, not a trace of envy. You bet. Honestly, if it weren't for Daojun, none of us would have this kind of luck. My villa's already halfway built. When it's done, I'll treat the whole village to a feast. Ha ha. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Fāng Yuhua couldn't help but let a smile touch his lips. All of this was thanks to Fāng Yuán, so he had to personally oversee this public service campaign. He couldn't bring shame upon Shaoqian Village. And he certainly couldn't disappoint Fāng Yuán, who held such affection for his hometown elders. The next day, the construction crew responsible for building the promotional stage facilities arrived at Shaoqian Village. seeing the sprawling villa complex under construction. They almost thought they'd stumbled into some exclusive gated community. Holy crap, are there that many rich folks in Shaoqian village? What? You didn't know? The village actually produced a big shot. You know Fāng Yuán, right? That big boss who invested 6 billion yuan in public welfare projects all at once. After entering the village, the construction crew surveyed the clean, well-maintained asphalt roads. Along with the various recreational facilities and green spaces under construction nearby, they couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate the villagers of Shaoqian village were. What surprised them most was that the villagers of Shaoqian village had not only tidied up the site early yesterday morning. Upon learning that a construction crew was coming to build a stage, they all came over to help voluntarily. Under Fāng Yuán's direction. Some villagers even carried large pots of ingredients on the spot to prepare delicious meals for the construction crew and the villagers who came to help. This gesture significantly elevated the construction crew's regard for Shaoqian village. On the day of the public welfare event, Fāng Yuán first had manager Su order a large batch of gifts to distribute to the villagers upon returning home. He then dispatched over a dozen of the family's newly purchased grocery delivery vehicles to pick up people from the foundation. During this period, with strong official backing, the Qingchao Public Welfare Foundation. Many capable individuals genuinely committed to public welfare had joined the foundation. The original 5 members, including Miao Yu, had now become the backbone of various departments. Observing the grocery delivery vehicles mentioned by the foundation's founder, Mr. Fāng, along with the rows of bodyguards serving as drivers, the new employees' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. For the first time, they truly grasped the immense depth of Mr. Fāng's capabilities. Meanwhile, the villagers of Shaoqian village had risen early and gathered spontaneously at the village entrance. They laid out rows of fresh flowers. A large banner hung at the entrance proclaimed, "Welcome home, Mr. Fāng and all members of the Qingchao Public Welfare Foundation." Chapter 45, a sports car just like that? Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a long convoy of luxury vehicles slowly rolled into the village. Seeing the villagers' warm welcome, Fāng Yuán chuckled and instructed the driver to stop. He then stepped out of the vehicle. Fāng Yuhua exclaimed excitedly, "Fāng Yuán is back. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. Welcome home. Welcome back, Mr. Fāng. Brother Yuan, you're my idol." The young people from Shaoqian village were even more enthusiastic, shouting loudly, as if afraid their enthusiasm wouldn't show. At the same time, they were venting everyone's gratitude toward Fāng Yuán. "We're all family, no need for such formalities." Fāng Yuán smiled as he stepped forward to shake hands with Fāng Yuhua. He then greeted the other villagers. The villager who had once scolded Fāng Yuán's family based on seniority now cowered timidly in a corner. He had participated in the cleanup 2 days prior. But none of the villagers from Shaoqian village had acknowledged him. This left Fāng Min feeling bitter and resentful. Yet in the plans for rebuilding Shaoqian village, Fāng Yuán had surprisingly not excluded his family. This made Fāng Min regret his past actions even more. He desperately wanted to apologize to Fāng Yuán, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. "Hey, isn't that Uncle Min?" Hearing someone call his name, Fāng Min instinctively tried to hide. But a large hand grabbed him. Staring at Fāng Yuán standing before him, he stammered but couldn't utter a word. Truth be told, Fāng Yuán harbored no deep-seated grudge against Fāng Min. He knew that the incident last time had undoubtedly been instigated by his so-called good second uncle behind the scenes. He imagined Fāng Min hadn't had an easy time in the village these past days. Holding on to this grudge only made him look petty. "Alright, what's done is done. From now on, if you just get along well with everyone, I, Fāng Yuán, can guarantee that no one will hold a grudge against you anymore." Hearing Fāng Yuán's heartfelt words, Fāng Min choked back tears several times, especially thinking of his son and daughter-in-law. He suddenly reached out and slapped himself hard across the face. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. "At my age, to have done such foolish things, I truly apologize to all of you, and to the ancestors of the Fāng family." Seeing Fāng Min's genuine remorse, the harshness vanished from the others' gazes. "It's all right. We're all brothers and sisters here. Let's join hands to build our little Qian village into an even better place. Let's put this behind us. Thank you, Fāng Yuán." Seeing Fāng Yuán's magnanimity, the villagers of Shaoqian village couldn't help but feel even greater admiration for him. Soon, with Fāng Yuhua mediating, the atmosphere gradually grew harmonious. The villagers gathered around Fāng Yuán and walked forward together. Behind them, the convoy of luxury cars. The occupants couldn't help but glance around curiously. All of this is funded by our chairman Fāng. When Mr. Fāng returned to see his ancestral home, he waved his hand and allocated 1 billion yuan to renovate the entire village of Shaoqian. Wow, it's just like something out of a novel. You bet. Our Mr. Fāng is incredibly generous, let me tell you. Sitting in the car, Zhang Yunxue overheard the others discussing her boyfriend. She felt immense joy welling up inside. Indeed, in her eyes, Fāng Yuán had always been a man of immense wealth and influence, his brilliance impossible to hide wherever he went. Ultimately, the reason she was so captivated by this man was partly because he had stepped forward when she was at her most vulnerable and helpless. Jiang Yunxue didn't merely covet Fāng Yuan's wealth, but every moment of the profound emotion he had stirred within her had all involved money. Yet this didn't conflict with her feelings for him. Jiang Yunxue, how did you suddenly become such a love-struck fool? Compared to Jiang Yunxue, Li Meiyu's eyes were practically sparkling with admiration. Miao Yu, who shared the car with her, observed the gaze this alluring woman cast upon her, while feeling a hint of disdain in her heart. Yet she also felt an inexplicable envy that the other could express her feelings so genuinely. Who wouldn't like a man who was not only handsome but also wealthy and kind-hearted? Upon arriving at the venue, Fāng Yuán was first pushed onto the stage by the crowd to deliver a brief acceptance speech. Then he quietly took his seat in the guest section below the stage. After all, today was about promoting charity. He could be persuaded to spend money on extravagant things. Fāng Yuán knew he had zero interest in such professional matters. He left the rest entirely to Jiang Yunxue, who was increasingly displaying leadership qualities. At the same time, Fāng Yuán suddenly thought of that kid, Zhang Dao. Naturally, he gave his good buddy special consideration. Construction on Zhang Dao's villa had started almost simultaneously with Fāng Daojuan's. But everyone in the village knew these two were as thick as thieves. Back then, if Zhang Dao had been present, he might have already lunged forward to slap Fāng Min a few times to vent his brother's anger. Inside Zhang Dao's villa, Director Zhang was nowhere near as imposing as he was on set. Instead, he lay sprawled on the bed, fast asleep with his head buried under the covers. His phone by the bed kept buzzing incessantly. Director Zhang, who had stayed up late last night endlessly re-watching his own film, was finally roused by the noise. "Hello? Dad, I'm sleeping." "What is it?" His father on the other end instantly flew into a rage. "You good-for-nothing brat. Didn't I tell you Fāng Yuán was coming back today? And you're still sleeping. You should know how many people in the village envy me for having such a good son who's so close to a big shot like Fāng Yuán. But let me warn you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're close with Fāng Yuán. Get your ass over here right now." After hanging up, Zhang Dao couldn't help but scratch his head. But suddenly, as if something occurred to him, he hopped out of bed in a flash. Almost forgot he must have driven his sports car here. "I gotta borrow it for a spin." That's right, this kid never even considered what he was going to do with Fāng Yuán. Because Zhang Dao knew Fāng Yuán wouldn't care about such a minor matter. But he'd been eyeing that junkie S9 for ages. It just so happened that Ernia, the village beauty next door, was studying film and television performance. After learning Zhang Dao had actually become a director, she'd invited him out for drinks tonight. But he'd been swamped with work, and back then, he hadn't thought to line his own pockets and buy himself a car. Just as he was agonizing over how a director commanding tens of millions could only ride around on a little electric scooter, Fāng Yuán happened to return. Heaven must have known I needed a ride today, so it sent my dad back to save me. Upon arriving at the venue, many villagers instinctively cleared a path for Zhang Dao upon seeing him. After all, this was Mr. Fāng's close buddy who would be so tactless as to stand in his way. Zhang Dao charged unimpeded all the way to the VIP seating area. Fāng Yuhua, the village chief, mistook him for some inconsiderate villager and was about to ask him to leave. But upon recognizing Zhang Dao, he immediately fell silent. "What the hell are you doing back here? Once filming wraps up, I'll definitely take a proper break, though I haven't decided where yet. After finding out my family built a huge villa, I figured I'd just come back and slack off for a while." Fāng Yuán gave a helpless chuckle. Honestly, given Zhang Dao's temperament, he'd probably do just that. "So, can I borrow your sports car? The village beauty next door is, you know." Zhang Dao cut straight to the chase, winking at Fāng Yuán. Take it. If you like it, it's yours." Fāng Yuán scolded him playfully as he handed over the keys. "Holy crap, I'll take it then. Like I'd lie to you? Just swing by my place sometime to grab the paperwork and transfer the title." "Mr. Fāng, you're awesome. Mr. Fāng, you're so generous." Zhang Dao took the keys without hesitation, gave Fāng Yuán a thumbs up, then chuckled and slipped away. "This? A sports car worth over 10 million yuan just given away like that?" Everyone around them was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 46, Director Zhang got standed? Especially Zhang Dao's father. The moment he saw his son charging recklessly toward the VIP seats, he had already reached for his foot. But unexpectedly, Fāng Yuán not only didn't blame Zhang Dao, but actually gifted him a sports car worth over 10 million yuan without hesitation. This left him deeply moved. His son, who had always been full of personality since childhood, had truly met a benefactor. The car-giving gesture left everyone in awe for a moment. After all, Fāng Yuán's net worth speaks for itself. To him, spending tens of millions might feel no different than spending 10 yuan, or even 1 yuan. As he climbed into the newly acquired luxury supercar, Zhang Dao was instantly so excited he couldn't find his bearings. He poked and prodded at every part. After frantically searching for a video tutorial, he finally located the ignition button. Whoa! The deep, powerful roar of the 12-cylinder engine sent shivers down Zhang Dao's spine. In his mind, he could already picture the look on the village beauty next door when she saw him pulling up in his supercar. Shangliu Village. Right next to Shaoqian Village. While Shaoqian Village was riding high on the fame of its new big shot, the villagers of Shangliu Village were filled with envy. They lamented endlessly why their village couldn't produce someone like Fāng Yuán. The Luimin family felt the same way. Gazing at the grand villa in the neighboring village, Lu's mother sighed over others' good fortune, yet couldn't help but fix her gaze on her daughter, the one she pinned all her hopes on. Now, daughter, is this man you found reliable? Does his family have money? Oh, Mom, I told you it's just a trial run. Whether I'll even like him by then is still up in the air. Lu Shuman scrutinized her figure and appearance in the mirror before flashing a satisfied smile. Back in college, plenty of rich kids had pursued her. Unfortunately, none of those relationships had panned out. Unwilling to settle for mediocrity, she decided to test Zhang Dao's mettle after meeting him by chance. Where's he from? Just from the neighboring village of Shaoqian. Whoa! Upon hearing this, Lu's mother's face lit up with delight. Who didn't know that Mr. Fong, the big boss, was willing to pour money into the village? Marrying into Shaoqian village was already the dream of countless women within miles around. Noticing her daughter's disdain, she quickly interjected with a lecture. Xiaoman, don't set your sights too high. I know you're pretty. But marrying into Shaoqian village isn't bad either, at least they live in a big villa. It's just a villa. There are plenty of those in the city. Lu Shuman couldn't care less. She'd stayed in villas before. If that rich kid hadn't found a new flame, she, Lu Shuman, wouldn't have ended up back in this godforsaken countryside. She'd probably still be living the high life of the wealthy. Those villas in Shaoqian village were all funded by that Mr. Fong. He just built them villas, he didn't give them money. What good is that? Lu Shuman sneered, convinced she had seen through the scheme. After all, compared to their Shangliu village, Shaoqian village used to be far, far behind. It was only after aligning with that big boss that the village started to hold its head high. What was so great about that? Too bad she didn't know that Mr. Fong. Otherwise, with her looks, she might have had a chance to become a wealthy wife. Just then, Zhang Dao had already driven his sports car into Shangliu village. Fortunately, the government had built rural roads years ago. Otherwise, his supercar probably wouldn't have made it in. Its sleek exterior paired with the blood-pumping roar of its engine quickly drew a crowd of curious villagers. Holy crap, isn't that Zhang Dao from Shaoqian village? That car must cost a fortune. Where'd he get it? Brother Dao, can I take it for a spin? A few young guys approached, their faces beaming with envy. Since they were all from neighboring villages, they knew each other pretty well. Go away, go away. Do you even know how much this car costs? This thing must be worth at least $1 million. I think it's some Lamborghini or Ferrari thing, definitely not something you can get for a few bucks. That's stating the obvious. Zhang Dao chuckled but said nothing. Alright. I've got people to pick up. We'll talk about this later. Watching Zhang Dao drive off stylishly in his sports car, the young villagers of Shangliu village watched with envy so intense it brought tears to their eyes. To surprise Lu Shuman, when he was not far from her house, Zhang Dao deliberately pulled over. Then he called Lu Shuman. Ready? I'm here. You're here? But I don't see your car. How did you get here? Lu Shuman peered out her bedroom window but saw no sign of Zhang Dao. How else would I get here? I rode my electric scooter. Upon hearing that Zhang Dao had ridden a scooter over, Lu Shuman's expression darkened instantly. This guy even bragged to me that he was a director. What kind of director is so broke he can't even afford a bike? Then you'll have to wait a bit. I haven't finished my makeup yet. With that, she hung up the phone. Then, cradling her phone, she flopped onto the bed and started scrolling through videos, completely ignoring Zhang Dao waiting nearby. Women are such a hassle. Poor director Zhang had no idea he'd been played. Still foolishly waiting outside. This wait lasted over 2 hours. During that time, Lu Shuman would either complain about her makeup and have it redone, or claim stomach discomfort to use the restroom. Later, she didn't even bother answering his calls anymore. Only then did Zhang Dao realize. When someone doesn't want to meet you, they can come up with 1,000 excuses. He'd been stood up. Damn it, what's going on? After waiting for ages and already boiling with rage, Zhang Dao couldn't hold back any longer. He revved up his sports car and sped straight to the Lu family's doorstep. Hearing the roar of the sports car outside, Lu's mother hurried out to investigate. When she saw the ridiculously cool BMW M3, she couldn't help but gasp. Who parked a damn tractor in front of our house? It's so noisy. Lu Shuman, equally annoyed by the noise, walked to the door with an impatient expression. The moment she recognized the sleek black supercar, her demeanor instantly transformed into that of a refined lady. If you didn't want to come out, just say so. What do you mean, making me wait outside for hours? No, Dao Ge, let me explain. Get lost. If you don't want my supercar, plenty of others would love to take it. After venting his frustration, Zhang Dao rolled up the window and floored it, speeding away. Lu Shuman chased after the car, shouting something behind him. But I, Director Zhang, am no one to go back on my word. Besides, an actress had invited him to play cards today. He simply ignored Lu Shuman. Oof. Think driving a sports car makes you special? I couldn't care less. Frustrated by her failed attempt to stop him, Lu Shuman planted her hands on her hips and hurled a few angry curses at Zhang Dao's taillights. She hadn't even considered that she was the one who stood him up first. Upon learning the full story, Lu's mother, now bereft of her golden son-in-law, launched into a tirade at Lu Shuman. The mother and daughter argued until they came to blows. Word of the incident spread to the ears of other villagers. It instantly became the talk of the town, a source of amusement during their leisure hours. Chapter 47: Exports from M country. When the public welfare campaign concluded, Fāng Yuán distributed gifts to every household. Before departing, the entire village of Shaotian gathered to see him off at the village gate. They bid him a reluctant farewell. On the way back, Fāng Yuán called Zhang Dao. Learning that the kid hadn't managed to hook up with the village beauty, he couldn't resist teasing him. If you just pulled up in a sports car and blocked her driveway when you arrived, that snobby, gold-digging little fairy would have followed you in a heartbeat. As for that movie Zhang Dao shot a while back, word is it got slammed with bad reviews upon release. It was a total flop. Seeing his good buddy sitting around doing nothing, Fāng Yuán was thinking about finding this kid a job soon. He couldn't just let him sit idle at home forever. Money wasn't an issue, but supporting a freeloader went against Fāng Yuán's principles. Tianding Group. Early in the morning, aside from Fāng Weigua, all the group's elders and executives were lined up before the main gate. It seemed they were preparing to welcome someone. They didn't wait long. 3 luxury cars pulled up in front of Tianding Group. 7 or 8 fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners stepped out of the vehicles. Zhang Ziyuan approached with a warm smile. Welcome, welcome. We are deeply honored that Mr. Martin has taken the time to guide our group's work. Leading the group was a man in his 40s. Dressed in a black suit, his face bearing a faint air of arrogance. Martin Fester, the head of the powerful Festo family in M Nation. Due to some of his subordinates' business ties with Tianding Group, coupled with their recent plans to enter the domestic market of Xia Nation, he personally led a delegation to assess the market conditions. Guidance is an overstatement. We're all here to collaborate and prosper together. Martin chuckled heartily, then strode into the building with the air of a protagonist. Several Americans followed closely behind him. They paid no heed to the smiling faces around them. Who does he think he's looking down on? Damn it, Americans are so arrogant. The other shareholders present, including Zhang Ziyuan, wore grim expressions. But they couldn't stand up to the other party's formidable capital. Tianding Group relied heavily on their support for many of its cross-border ventures. So no matter how furious they felt, they could only bite their tongues and pretend nothing had happened. Inside the elevator, Martin and his group communicated in gibberish. Mr. Martin was absolutely right. You can't be too polite with these Chinese people. Ha! They're born with that slave mentality. If you're too polite to them, they'll just look down on you. True. Didn't you see how we pushed it? That Tianding Group CEO still had the nerve to come lick our boots and press the elevator button for us. It was laughable. Martin sneered with an air of superiority. Before coming to Xia, I thoroughly studied their cultural traits. People like them respond best to this approach. Mr. Martin, you're impressive. As expected of you. It seems we'll be able to secure a favorable position in this collaboration. Upon entering the conference room, Martin took the seat of honor without hesitation. Zhang Ziyuan shot him a meaningful glance before silently taking the seat of honor. I trust you're all aware of the purpose of our visit today. Here are the specific details regarding this multinational joint venture. Please review them first. Martin's assistant retrieved a stack of documents and tossed them to Zhang Haitao, who was seated nearby participating in the meeting. The implication was clear. It was clear he was being treated like a subordinate, tasked with distributing the documents. You! Hurry up! Don't keep Mr. Martin waiting. Zhang Ziyuan shot his furious son a glare. Damn it! Putting up with that bastard Fāng Yuán was one thing. At least he's got real talent. But what the hell do these outsiders from M country think they are? Young Master Zhang, seething with suppressed anger, snorted angrily as he picked up the documents and distributed them one by one. The meeting atmosphere was thick with awkwardness, but at least it could barely continue. However, upon reviewing the cooperation terms regarding Tianding Group's export goods, in addition to the original commission, a certain percentage must be paid to the Martin family. Additionally, they must assist the Martin family in developing the domestic market at no cost. This time, Zhang Ziyuan couldn't hold back. He fixed Martin with a piercing stare. Tianding Group has demonstrated sufficient sincerity in this collaboration. However, the terms stipulated in this document are excessively onerous. We regret that we cannot agree to them. The other shareholders chimed in one after another. This wasn't just bullying. This was outright insult. Martin had anticipated this reaction all along. He calmly picked up a cigar and looked at Zhang Ziyuan with a mocking expression. Then I'm sorry. If you refuse to accept the terms above, starting today, your Tianding Group's business in M country may face certain repercussions. Furthermore, let me make one thing clear, this is a notification to your Tianding Group, not a negotiation. This is outrageous. I, Lu Yan, absolutely refuse to agree. Me too. This isn't business negotiation, it's outright robbery. Hearing this, the shareholders, who had been seething with anger, erupted in a chorus of shouts. Shut up. Zhang Ziyuan slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen. I think Mr. Zhang should be well aware that the initial capital and goods you've invested in M over the years alone aren't exactly cheap. Indeed, this was precisely why he was so confident. This was the ultimate trump card that would ensure these Xia nationals were completely at his mercy. 3 years ago, Zhang Ziyuan, driven by ambition, had set his sights on overseas expansion for the entire group. Over the subsequent 3 years, to achieve this goal, he not only poured in massive amounts of capital and manpower, but also shifted a major portion of the group's business focus overseas. Since everything had proceeded smoothly and the overseas ventures had made substantial progress, even before Fāng Yuán acquired shares in Tianding Group, Zhang Ziyuan joined forces with several major shareholders to secretly allocate nearly 2 billion yuan from an investment fund toward preparing the next phase of overseas expansion. If the Martin family, as the local powerhouse, were to intervene and block this, Tianding Group would have suffered catastrophic losses, potentially even facing bankruptcy. The major shareholders who had sided with Zhang Ziyuan turned pale. Instantly, they grasped the consequences of severing ties with Martin. In that moment, Tianding Group found itself in a precarious predicament. As the biological son, Zhang Haitao was well aware of the inner workings. But at that very moment, the last person he wanted to see suddenly surfaced in his mind. At this critical juncture, the lifeline for Tianding Group rested on Fāng Yuán, who had no interest in money. If that bastard had been present, given his temperament, he certainly wouldn't have shown these old fools any mercy. Money? A man who casually donates billions to charity. 20 billion was absolutely no problem. Dad, I'm stepping out to make a call. With the situation already burning at the eyebrows, what's the point of making a phone call now? Zhang Ziyuan was about to scold him, but then suddenly realized who his son was calling. He paused in silence before finally consenting. Chapter 48, The Downfall of the Zhang Family. Why is Zhang Haitao calling me? He stared at the name displayed on his phone. Fāng Yuán was suddenly puzzled. Ever since he'd gotten beaten by him, that kid Zhang Haitao ran away from him faster than anyone else. For him to actually call him out of the blue today, it was utterly baffling. But driven by curiosity about what he wanted, Fāng Yuán decided to answer. Young Master Fāng, I apologize for my previous ignorance and for offending you. Oh boy. Tell me you haven't been possessed. Starting off with an apology and confession. Does this even sound like your usual self, Zhen? Fāng Yuan's expression was peculiar. Tianding Group is facing a life or death crisis. I hope you can set aside past grievances and help the company overcome this hurdle. Tianding is the culmination of my father's lifelong dedication. I cannot stand by and watch it crumble. If you agree to help, I'll do whatever you ask, even kneel before you and beg forgiveness. At first, Fāng Yuán thought young Master Zhang had lost his mind. Turns out Tianding Group was in trouble. But the score from Zhang Ziyuan's previous betrayal remained unsettled. Now that they were in trouble, they finally came begging for help. Fāng Yuán considered himself no villain. But the saying repay kindness with kindness, repay grudges with grudges should hold true, right? First, tell me what's going on. A conglomerate as massive as Tianding couldn't just suddenly run into trouble. Even if he needed to intervene, he had to understand the situation first. Because he needed Fāng Yuán's help. Zhang Haitao dared not withhold anything. He could only lay out the full story, how Zhang Ziyuan had stubbornly pushed for massive overseas investments, and how the Martin family now held their vital interests in their hands. Young Master Fāng, I beg you to intervene. It's not much to ask. I can agree to help, but there's one condition. Once this matter is resolved, Zhang Ziyuan must leave Tianding. That's my only demand. Agree to it, and I'll go to the group headquarters immediately to resolve the issue. If you refuse, then do as you please. The family's assets were so vast that even his mother supported him having a harem. Just the Tianding Group? If it really gets destroyed by Zhang Ziyuan, Fāng Yuán wouldn't care either. Zhang Haitao on the other end of the line was torn between conflicting emotions. He then entered the conference room. Martin and his group had already departed. They were given only 1 day to respond. Inside, the shareholders were practically tearing each other apart. Even the most obtuse among them realized Zhang Ziyuan must have been caught red-handed by Martin and his crew. That was why the other side was acting so arrogantly. Under mounting pressure, Zhang Ziyuan ultimately chose to come clean about the matter. This move, however, incensed everyone. The minor shareholders who had once been deferential in his presence. Now they were pointing fingers at him and hurling insults. If it weren't for Zhang Ziyuan's stubborn insistence, how could things have escalated to this point? Tianding Group has now placed half its life under the enemy's blade. If we show mercy now, that would be the real problem. Enough. Zhang Ziyuan, you must take full responsibility for this matter. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. What you've done amounts to outright misappropriation of corporate funds 20 billion yuan. That'll be enough to rot you in prison for life. My advice is for everyone to dump their shares immediately. They're coming for us with full force. This won't be their last move. True. If they succeed this time, they'll be back even faster next time. It's like cutting flesh with a dull knife. Who can blame them for exploiting such a massive weakness they've seized? The group is finished. Some vented their anger. Others began predicting doom, adopting a complete what's-the-point attitude. Zhang Ziyuan didn't argue. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his son, who had just finished a phone call and walked in. Dad. Fāng Yuán said he can help. Wonderful. As long as that good-for-nothing stepped in, the group's current crisis would surely be resolved. But what Zhang Haitao said next froze the joy that had just filled Zhang Ziyuan's face. But the condition is, you have to step down from Tianding Group. After that, Zhang Haitao fell silent. Accepting Fāng Yuán's terms was undoubtedly the wisest course of action at present. But Zhang Ziyuan had poured decades of his life into Tianding Group. How could that be possible? Sure enough, upon learning Fāng Yuán's conditions, Zhang Ziyuan flatly refused. You're not willing to help, are you? Then let's all stop eating this meal, let's flip the table. Little did they know that at that very moment, a shareholder suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, doesn't young Master Fāng also hold shares in our Tianding Group? Why not ask him for help? The remark jolted everyone awake. The shareholders present suddenly recalled Fāng Yuán, who had always been a minor player at the group. They had also heard about the recent news of Fāng Yuán investing 6 billion yuan in charity. They had heard about it too. Right. Who has young Master Fāng's number? Call him immediately and ask. We were truly blinded by our own situation. If young Master Fāng agrees to step in, who among Martin and his crew could still act so brazenly? One shareholder connected the call and put it on speakerphone. Fāng Yuán waited a while but didn't see Zhang Haitao return his call. He knew Zhang Ziyuan would never budge. If he agreed to his terms, at least he could make a graceful exit. And as long as Zhang Haitao didn't go looking for trouble, Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered with such a minor player. But the opportunity had already been presented. But this father-son duo, each harboring their own agenda, failed to seize it. Then there was no need to spare them any dignity. Over the phone, Fāng Yuán flatly changed the terms. He wanted both father and son to pack their bags and get lost. The shareholders in the room exchanged stunned glances before immediately giving their affirmative response. Are you kidding me? Sacrificing the entire Tianding Group for the sake of the Zhang father and son? Sacrificing everyone else's interests? How could that be possible? As he saw every shareholder in the conference room glaring coldly at him and his father, Zhang Ziyuan finally panicked. Have you all lost your minds? If not for me over the years, how much dividend would you have earned annually? And now you're going to turn on me just because some good-for-nothing brat told you to? Have you all lost your minds? He bellowed desperately, trying to salvage the inevitable defeat. But it was all in vain. You know full well whether this is for the group's interests or just for you and your son. You've been treating the group like your personal asset all this time. Do you really think we don't know about that secret share acquisition you pulled off behind our backs? Given the magnitude of your transgression, we're being generous by not pursuing it further. If you too know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for forgetting all those years of ties and seeing you off ourselves. With the ultimatum delivered, Zhang Ziyuan's mind finally cleared. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he resembled a defeated old dog. His expression twisted into a maniacal grin. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that Zhang Ziyuan, who's been clever all his life, would end up losing to some greenhorn brat? Follow him if you must, but remember this, offending the Martin family will ensure Fāng Yuán dies a miserable death. And none of you will escape unscathed. Zhang Ziyuan's parting words. They dismissed it as the ranting of a dying man, paying it no mind. The crucial point was that Fāng Yuán's conditions had been met. Tianding Group could finally emerge from the crisis. Chapter 49, No Deal, Get Lost. After Zhang Ziyuan departed, the others intended to bring Fāng Yuán forward to take charge of the situation. But he declined. His philosophy was straightforward. The family had too many businesses. If he were to personally oversee each one, he would inevitably become overwhelmed. It was enough to remain behind the scenes. As for profits and losses, as his father, Fāng Yuán, put it, there are plenty of companies and groups out there. If one goes under, another takes its place. There's no need to let it affect your own life. However, the day after meeting with Martin and the others, Fāng Yuán still insisted on attending in person. Upon learning that the Americans had come to Tianding Group to flex their muscles, Fāng Yuán didn't hesitate. He promptly transferred another 3 billion yuan to Fāng Yuán to offset the financial shortfall in the group's capital chain caused by Zhang Ziyuan's previous misguided decisions. This move addressed the resulting gap in the group's capital chain. After a night of relaxation, Martin and his team, who had been plotting how to harvest Tianding Group's greenhorns today, but as soon as they entered the conference room, they discovered the seat that should have been his was already occupied. Martin glared at everyone present. Pointing at Fāng Yuán, he demanded, "Who are you? How dare you sit in this seat? Get out of here." Didn't these Xia nationals realize that with just one phone call from him, could paralyze all their overseas operations? Fāng Yuán observed Martin, who was fuming and glaring. Though these shareholders had described his domineering and unreasonable nature yesterday, but meeting him for the first time, Fāng Yuán realized these foreign devils truly regarded themselves as the masters of this place. He gave a cold laugh. "What nonsense is this dog spouting? If you want to talk, talk. If not, get the hell out." Nurtured in the Fāng family's intense patriotic atmosphere, Fāng Yuán harbored no genuine affection for these foreigners. Did they really think Xia was still the ignorant land from over a century ago, ripe for the taking? Martin raged impotently, but at their core, they were merely a pack of opportunists chasing profit. Upon realizing Fāng Yuán's attitude was downright hostile, though they couldn't fathom what gave him such confidence. For Manning's sake, Martin swallowed his rage and found a seat. "Everyone except Martin up front, the rest of you, take seats in the back. This is a meeting for serious business deals. Who do you think you are, sitting at this table?" You thought that one retort to Martin was Fāng Yuán's limit. Wrong. The more he fretted over those crooked-headed Americans, the more irritated he grew. "Weren't you lot acting all high and mighty yesterday? You even claimed we Chinese have a slave mentality. Today I'll show you just how ruthless the Chinese can be when they lose their temper. Don't push it too far." Having been humiliated repeatedly by Fāng Yuán, Martin's inner rage was palpable. But Fāng Yuán wasn't buying it. His stance was clear. "I'm the boss here, and I make the rules. If you want to talk, sit down and listen to my terms. If not, pack your bags and get out." Martin shot Fāng Yuán a venomous glare. In the end, he had his entourage choose compromise. Despite his bluster yesterday, he actually placed great importance on this collaboration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally led the delegation here. The Martin family was indeed a prominent and wealthy clan. Precisely because of this, countless within the family coveted his position. The slightest misstep could invite attacks and impeachment from rivals. So even though he wanted to tear Fāng Yuán limb from limb inside, in reality, he could only grit his teeth and endure. His sole focus was on how to turn the tables during the upcoming cooperation negotiations. The shareholders of Tianding witnessed young Master Fāng's unyielding stance, and repeatedly put Martin in his place. They couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Yesterday they were so arrogant, but today they're all cowering before young Master Fāng. Exactly, it's absolutely satisfying. Serves them right for acting so arrogant. Compared to Zhang Ziyuan's timid demeanor, the difference was like night and day. It gave everyone a sense of vindication. The partnership negotiations continued. Though Martin was annoyed by Fāng Yuán's earlier words and actions, his confidence immediately returned when the topic turned to cooperation. He suspected these people were merely bluffing. As far as he knew, the people of Xia were notoriously obsessed with saving face. They must have been humiliated too badly yesterday. So today, they deliberately set up this scheme to retaliate. Otherwise, a young man who looked barely in his 20s wouldn't dare speak to him like that without someone backing him up. How could he dare speak to him like that? What he hadn't anticipated, however. Fāng Yuán merely picked up the documents on the table, glanced at them casually, and tore them in half before tossing them into the trash can. What negotiations? He'd come today specifically to disrupt things. With money in hand, he felt no panic. Do whatever you want. What a load of crap. Can't even make heads or tails of it. Fāng Yuán crossed his legs, sipping tea from his cup. Damn it. Do you realize you're provoking the Martin family's authority? Are none of you going to speak up? Are you just going to let this kid ruin our partnership? Did you really think I was joking yesterday? Martin, enraged, began issuing threats. Mr. Martin, please watch your language. This is Mr. Fāng, the head of our Tianding Group. His words represent the stance of our entire corporation. What the hell are you yelling about? Didn't you hear our CEO say he doesn't understand? Then show some sincerity and redo it properly. No sooner had Martin finished speaking than two bolder shareholders stepped forward, unleashing a barrage of verbal attacks. Don't come begging me later. Knowing he'd been deliberately mocked, Martin stood up and gave a cold snort. He led his people out of the conference room. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. What era is this, still pulling this kind of stunt? Acting all high and mighty with us here in Xia? You better believe we could have your wheels taken off right now. As long as the group is on board, it's straightforward. Fāng Yuán had already injected 3 billion into the group's account before arriving. Otherwise, how could these old hands have openly backed him like that? Mr. Martin, what should we do now? I didn't expect Tianding Group to be so stubborn. This doesn't align with our original plan. Martin snorted coldly. He hadn't anticipated that in just one day. Not only had Zheng Ziyuan been fired, but the young man who replaced him. The new guy's approach was completely different from yesterday's. Just moments ago, he had already called back to notify the US side to suspend Tianding Group's overseas operations. Yet despite all that time passing, it seemed as though nothing had happened here. As if they were turning a blind eye to that multi-billion-dollar investment. They think this will make everything okay. Poof. As the old saying goes in Xia, let's see who has the last laugh. Mike, pay a visit to the Ren Group. The memory of today's humiliation filled Martin with rage. Unfortunately, if not for Tianding Group's stubbornness, his gains this time would have been far more substantial. But he still had a trump card up his sleeve. If played right, he could still make that bunch of annoying bastards from Tianding Group kneel before him begging for mercy. Chapter 50. Can a meal be this much of a game? Fāng Yuán sat in his office. He smiled as he looked at Martin, who had suddenly come knocking. Though they hadn't interacted much, he was somewhat familiar with some of M Nation's prominent families. The Martin family might have limited influence in the business world. What truly made them renowned was their arms dealing. While they couldn't compare to the true titans of the arms trade, they were still considered among the elite in the field. As a legitimate businessman, he wondered what Martin's true intentions were in coming here. He withdrew his lingering gaze from Ren Qian. Martin spoke with a hint of meaning. In the near future, our family intends to collaborate with a conglomerate from Xia Nation to expand into new commercial markets. One of the starting points will be within Changchuan City. But as you Xia people say, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. I wonder what Mr. Rin thinks about the Tianding Group. The implication was clear. But any man who's built his business to this scale couldn't possibly lack ambition. Tianding Group was being unreasonable. So he'd choose to concede some ground strategically, teaming up with Ren Group to take them down. As for the profits he relinquished, given enough time, he had plenty of ways to claw them back bit by bit. Fāng Yuán didn't respond immediately. Instead, he weighed the pros and cons. After all, Tianding Group was a local powerhouse entrenched in this region for years. Moreover, its capital strength was nearly on par with Ren Group. Under normal circumstances, without certainty of success, he would never have chosen to go head-to-head with them. But Martin's arrival seemed to hint at a potential disruption of this delicate balance. Mr. Martin, I understand your intentions, but I wonder how sincere your family truly is. Having finally encountered an opportunity, Fāng Yuán was reluctant to let it slip away, so he decided to pass the ball back. Martin chuckled and held up one finger. For this expansion into the Xia market, we've prepared an initial investment of 10 billion. Additional funding will follow steadily thereafter. 100 billion. Fāng Yuán felt as if he'd suddenly choked, unable to speak. The current market value of Ren Group itself was only around 200 or 300 billion. The Martin family seemed determined to take a bite out of Xia's commercial pie this time. Their initial investment alone reached the 100 billion mark, truly befitting the prestige of their family background. Seeing Martin's sincerity, Fāng Yuán's mind began to race. With this 100 billion, the possibilities were endless. The thought of finally outmaneuvering his longtime rival, Tianding Group, sent a sudden rush of excitement through him. Additionally, I'd like information on someone named Fāng Yuán, apparently also affiliated with Tianding Group. Fāng Yuán? Fāng Yuán had heard of this recently rising star in philanthropy. Fāng Yuán had heard of him, and it seemed the man was involved in a new project with the Ren Group. But Fāng Yuán had absolutely nothing to do with him. As a gesture of reciprocity, Fāng Yuán promptly had someone compile Fāng Yuán's publicly available information into a document and handed it to Martin. Seems like Mr. Martin doesn't have the best impression of this Fāng Yuán. Haha, it's no big deal. Martin gave a cold laugh and said no more. Oh, and who might this be? After roughly confirming the cooperation intentions, he turned his attention to Ren Qian. Today, Miss Rin was dressed in a standard business outfit. A crisp white blouse paired with a knee-length black skirt. Her legs, smooth as jade, glowed under the meeting room's bright lights, emitting an alluring sheen. Facing Martin's suggestive gaze, Ren Qian's eyes turned icy. She despised the lecherous look on the old foreigner's face, but considering he was here to collaborate with the Ren Corporation and his powerful backing, she had no choice but to endure it. Fāng Yuán, however, burst into laughter. This is my daughter, Ren Qian, one of my most capable lieutenants. I never imagined Miss Ren would be so beautiful and exceptionally capable, truly captivating. Mr. Martin, you flatter me, Ren Qian replied coolly. Martin, however, paid no heed to her coolness, instead showing even greater interest. Ren Jianyuan observed this clearly from the sidelines. But for the sake of his dream of building a business empire, he chose to ignore it. Instead, he spoke up, to celebrate our first successful collaboration between our two families. Ren Qian, you'll be in charge of arranging tonight's arrangements. Make sure to properly entertain our guests who've traveled far, especially Mr. Martin. Understood? But Dad, I still need to return to the research institute tonight. Humph. Do you understand that the group's greatest interests must come first? Chip development isn't something that can be resolved overnight. That's final. Ren Jianyuan snorted coldly, then disregarded Ren Qian's displeased expression. He had the matter settled. Martin chuckled, well then, we'll be relying on Miss Ren's hospitality tonight. Ren Qian felt both humiliated and furious, yet she couldn't challenge her father's decision. In that moment, she seemed to truly realize. In Ren Jianyuan's eyes, the interests of the corporation far outweighed her own. After confronting someone, young Master Fāng, he idly toured the group's facilities. Finding little enjoyment in it, he drove over to the foundation for a visit. Unfortunately, the foundation's operations were now running smoothly. Everyone was swamped from top to bottom. Jiang Yunxua barely exchanged 2 sentences before politely ushering him out. Fortunately, at the gate, he encountered Li Meiyu, who had just returned from an outing. The alluring little vixen spotted Fāng Yuán. She nonchalantly headed toward the men's restroom. Having tasted the sweetness before, Fāng Yuán instantly understood. When he emerged from the restroom, Li Meiyu swiftly dashed into the ladies' restroom to rinse her mouth, then tossed him a flirtatious glance before departing. Having entered a state of enlightenment, Fāng Yuán departed the foundation with deep satisfaction. Coincidentally, Zhang Dao had arranged to meet with former cast members from his production crew tonight for a gathering. Curious, Fāng Yuán decided to tag along for the fun. The venue was set at the Qilin Hotel. But when he arrived at the scene, the private room was filled with women except for him and Zhang Dao. Come on, let's toast to Mr. Fāng. As long as he's happy, funding for the next film is guaranteed. In the private room, Zhang Dao grinned mischievously as he egged everyone on. He urged the aspiring actresses seeking connections to keep toasting Fāng Yuán. Damn, it's like if I don't drink, I won't support you, haha. Having not let loose in a while, young Master Fāng accepted every offer. His glass barely left his hand. I can't take it anymore, I need a break. Until his eyes began to glaze over. Fāng Yuán quickly called a halt. Then he made up an excuse to slip out of the private room and hide. But after taking only a few steps, he heard a commotion coming from the adjacent private room. With the alcohol taking effect and knowing this was his own hotel, so Fāng Yuán plucked up his courage and pushed open the door. What he saw left him utterly speechless. Dining out could get this wild? Chapter 51, The Tyrant's Forced Advance. Inside the private room, several Westerners each had a scantily clad woman seated beside them. When it came time to drink, beneath the table, limbs were already tangled in a mass. Some had even started kissing. The scene was nothing short of a moral decline. And of all people, Fāng Yuán recognized these old crooks. It was Martin's gang. What surprised him most was that Ren Qian was among them. Ren Qian, who now despised Martin and his crew to the utmost. Her face was ashen. What should have been a pleasant banquet, only to have Martin's assistants suddenly bring in a bunch of women who were infatuated with Western culture. Under the old Westerners' sweet talk and lies about taking them abroad to enjoy life, each woman became more eager than the last. Some were already down to their bikinis. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and it seemed like a live broadcast might unfold any moment. What disgusted her most was Martin's unabashedly aggressive gaze. You two sit down. I'll step out to make a call. Given her father's instructions, Ren Qian could only come up with the most flimsy excuse to leave as quickly as possible. But Martin wasn't about to let his prey slip away so easily. Especially since, back at the Ren Group, Ren Jianyuan knew full well Martin had designs on his daughter. He still assigned Ren Qian to oversee this reception. The implication was clear without needing to be stated. Faced with 100 billion and his daughter, Ren Jianyuan chose the former. Dear Miss Ren, please don't rush off. You're so captivating. If you're willing to return to M country with me, I promise you, I will make you my wife. Then forget 10 billion if you agree to be with me, I'll invest 50 billion into the Ren Corporation. Martin pushed away the woman clinging to him. Then he addressed Ren Qian directly. I'm sorry, but I think you've had too much to drink. Ren Qian pushed away Martin's outstretched hand and spoke coldly. Under the influence of alcohol, Martin not only failed to restrain himself but lunged directly at Ren Qian. Rest assured, Miss Ren. If you come with me, I'll never go back on my word. Get off me. But no matter how fiercely Ren Qian struggled and fought back, she was no match for Martin, a burly man. The others present were mostly Martin's subordinates. As for the women who had come to admire him from afar, They watched her with eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred laced with scorn. Just as Martin's lips drew closer to Ren Xian's, a voice suddenly rang out. "What the hell are you doing?" The thunderous shout. It startled the old perverts in the private room into complete silence. Seizing the moment, Ren Xian mustered all her strength to push Martin away. She dashed out of the private room. Her face still bore traces of terror. She shot Fāng Yuán a complex look, a mix of shame, anger, and sorrow. Had Fāng Yuán not appeared in time, she dared not imagine what might have happened next. "Oh, Miss Ren is here too." Martin, upon seeing Fāng Yuán, flew into a rage. Not only had she humiliated him and his men at Tianding Group, now, just as he was about to have his way with Ren Xian, only for this bastard to show up again and ruin everything. Under the influence of alcohol, several Americans charged straight at him, determined to teach Fāng Yuán a harsh lesson. "Security, throw them out." Fāng Yuán showed no fear whatsoever. He merely stepped back to make room. A dozen burly security guards swarmed forward. They pinned Martin and his crew to the ground, grinding them into the pavement. "You're dead meat. We foreigners get the best treatment here, and you dare hit me. I'll report you to the Changchuan city authorities." Facing Martin's threats, Fāng Yuán merely smiled faintly, watching the security guards drag Martin and his crew out like dead dogs. "What are you doing? Release my Tony immediately. I'm calling the police to report you. He's a foreign friend, how could you treat him like this?" What Fāng Yuán hadn't anticipated was the woman whose chest still bore kiss marks and scratch marks. Not only did she show no gratitude for being rescued, instead, one by one, they stepped forward to defend Martin and his crew. He'd never had much regard for this sort of Western-obsessed, foreigner-worshipping behavior. Fāng Yuán had never held much regard for such people. "Just a few foreigners, and you're groveling like this? You're a bloody disgrace to our ancestors. What are you saying? How dare you curse like that?" Fāng Yuán waved his hand. "Throw these sycophants groveling over foreign trash out with them." He still had some feelings for people. But these half-human, half-ghost things? Forget it. "Thank you." Ren Xian couldn't help but speak up. But the thought of her father, Ren Yuan, learning about what happened here. Her heart raced with dread. But before Martin and the others could act recklessly, she had called her father to say she felt unwell and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, he flatly refused. He appealed to her with the group's interests, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. Convinced her father would never harm her. So Ren Xian ultimately stayed. The result nearly allowed Martin to succeed. Deep down, Ren Xian had lost all hope in Ren Yuan. Where to go from here? She felt utterly lost. Having left the Run group, she was just an ordinary woman with some skills. And now that this matter had been botched, Ren Yuan would never let it go so easily. Perhaps the man before her. The alcohol began to take effect. Miss Ren's already exquisite features appeared even more alluring in Fāng Yuan's eyes. He wrapped his arm around Ren Xian's slender waist, his breath reeking of alcohol. "If you're free, join me for a few drinks. Don't let those foreign trash fools get to you." "Sure." Ren Xian hesitated only briefly before agreeing to Fāng Yuan's request. Back in the private room, seeing Fāng Yuan had only been gone a few minutes, Zhang Dao was utterly impressed when he saw Fāng Yuan return with a stunning beauty in tow. Look at the prowess of Mr. Fāng. Wherever he went, romantic opportunities bloomed one after another. And without exception, every woman by his side was top-tier beauty. The other girls in the private room saw their chances were gone. They could only obediently drink and eat. Meanwhile, Martin, who'd been kicked out, was furious enough to explode. In the past, wherever he went, people would give him the courtesy of stepping aside. Yet in Changchuan City, he kept getting snubbed. And it was all because of the same person. He pulled out his phone and vented his frustration to Ren Yuan. Ren Yuan immediately called Ren Xian on the other end. But she never picked up. It was one thing for his own daughter to defy his decisions. But for some upstart kid with a bit of pocket money to suddenly pop up, had somehow managed to disrupt the Martin family's business dealings. According to Martin's words on the phone, if Fāng Yuán wasn't dealt with, he would withdraw the previously agreed upon $100 billion investment. Kid, blame yourself for crossing someone you can't afford to cross. No major entrepreneur rises to prominence with a clean slate. Ren Yuan's expression turned grim. He then called a subordinate who had handled his shady dealings in the past. Chapter 52, Ambush at the Crossroads. After dinner, Fāng Yuan's favorite show, Kanglan, had to be arranged. Up front sat the driver and Zhang Dao. Fāng Yuán skillfully wrapped his arm around Ren Xian's waist, savoring the feel of her slender form as he settled into the back seat. Even now, Ren Xian couldn't fathom that she, who had always been cold and distant toward everyone, would willingly let a man wrap his arm around her waist and drape his arm over her shoulder. And not only that, she felt no resentment whatsoever. Gazing at Fāng Yuan's dashing profile, a blush spread across her cheeks. At an intersection just a few hundred meters from Kanglan KTV, suddenly, a white van darted across the road. It slammed into the S9 sports car that Fāng Yuán had given to Zhang Dao. Fortunately, the speed wasn't high. Everyone felt a jolt but escaped serious injury. The driver frowned, opened the door, and got out, intending to confront the other party. Fāng Yuán followed out of curiosity. If the damage wasn't too bad and the other party showed a decent attitude, he wouldn't bother pursuing it. He discovered it was only a minor scratch on the paintwork. Fāng Yuán's expression relaxed. But the moment the van door opened, a tall, burly man burst out. Wielding a machete, he lunged toward Fāng Yuán. "Watch out!" Zhang Dao, who had also come down to investigate, mustered an unexpected burst of courage. He darted forward, blocking Fāng Yuán's path. He raised his arm to take the blow for him. "Damn it!" The burly man cursed angrily, about to strike again. But Zhang Dao desperately blocked him. In the critical moment, Fāng Yuán also reacted swiftly. He shouted for help while dashing toward the seats. He retrieved the alloy umbrella he'd specifically kept in the car for emergencies. Using its superior material, he shielded the injured Zhang Dao. He braced himself to withstand the blow from the burly man's machete. As more people were drawn to the commotion, the burly man reluctantly abandoned his attack. He turned and strode toward a shadowy corner. Meanwhile, Zhang Dao lay collapsed in a pool of blood. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers stunned. "Quick, call the police and an ambulance." Fāng Yuán stared at Zhang Dao, whose arm bore a deep, bone-exposing wound that gushed blood uncontrollably. His eyes turned red. His rage now simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Fāng Yuán, who had always lived for spending money and indulging in life's pleasures, never imagined he would one day come so close to death. That blow had been aimed squarely at his head. If Zhang Dao hadn't blocked it for him, his head would have been fried to a crisp today. "I seem to have underestimated my current status. Those business tycoons always had bodyguards and bulletproof cars when they went out." Fāng Yuán still thought it was overkill. He believed such danger could never befall him. But he failed to realize. The Fāng family was now at the height of its power. The wealth flowing through his hands far exceeded tens of billions. The foundation had stirred up a hornet's nest of opportunists seeking to profit from it. This time, the conflict between Tianding Group and the Martin family. He had crushed their schemes with overwhelming force. But the Martin family relies on their pedigree. Even if you called him a model citizen, no one would believe it. Martin is undoubtedly involved in this matter. He called home to report the attack. Fāng Weiguai and Zhang Yudan instantly turned pale with fear. They immediately summoned all the bodyguards to rush to the hospital. After the ambulance arrived, Zhang Dao lay pale on the stretcher, his voice weak as he chuckled. "Well, Mr. Fāng, I've certainly done myself proud this time. How can you even laugh at a time like this?" Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly. Fine. Since Director Zhang saved the day this time, I'll arrange for 5 or 6 beauties to nurse you back to health. How's that?" The paramedics in the ambulance couldn't help but chuckle. These two are quite something. Their clothes look ordinary enough. But they sure talk big. Outside a high-end private hospital specializing in clinical surgery, rows of luxury cars lined both sides of the entrance. A middle-aged couple dressed in expensive attire. Under the protection of dozens of bodyguards, their eyes darting anxiously toward the entrance. "Old man, did you send someone to escort the ambulance carrying our son? Have they arrived yet?" "They're on their way. They'll be at the hospital in 5 minutes." Fāng Weiguai patted his wife's hand reassuringly, signaling her not to worry too much. That good-for-nothing Fāng Yuán, with all those bodyguards at home, he just wouldn't take a few with him. Otherwise, something like this wouldn't have happened today. We must get to the bottom of this. The thought that someone had attempted to kill the son she had raised with such painstaking effort filled her with fury. Zhang Yudan's face burned with fury she couldn't conceal. Find him. This debt must be repaid. Fāng Weiguai listened to his wife's words. Though he had always been honest and straightforward, his inner rage was no less intense. If Zhang Dao hadn't been in the car today, he might have faced the heartbreaking scene of burying his own child. As they spoke, an ambulance, surrounded by $8 million luxury sedans, slowly pulled up before the hospital gates. The medical staff disembarked, stunned by the scene, a spectacle they'd only ever seen in movies. They wondered in their hearts which Dragon King was returning to the mortal world. Until Fāng Yuán stepped out. All the bodyguards shouted in unison, "Greetings, young master." Fāng Weiguai and his wife hurried forward to check on their son's condition. Only then did they realize that unassuming young man they'd encountered along the way promised his brother, who shielded him from the knife, luxury cars, mansions, maids. Might very well be true. Many medical staff sighed inwardly. Where would you find such a wealthy brother? Not just one stab, I could take 10. The commotion outside the hospital couldn't escape the notice of the leadership inside. Not only the specialists from every department. Even the hospital director himself was alerted and came out personally to greet the patient. Seeing Zhang Dao's pale face, The couple was deeply moved. Dao, we really have to thank you this time. When the time comes, just tell us what you want. As long as it's within our means, we'll make it happen. Zhang Dao replied nonchalantly. It's nothing. Fāng Yuán and I have been friends since childhood, closer than brothers. Uncle Fāng, Aunt Fāng, you're making this too formal. Fāng Yuán cut off his parents before they could continue their thanks. After all, Zhang Dao was still bleeding. Any further delay might cost him his life. Director, please take good care of my brother's injuries. Use the best equipment and the finest medicine. Money is no object. Understood, understood. The patient only has severe external injuries. There's no need to worry excessively. Just before being wheeled in, Zhang Dao, using his uninjured hand, waved and said, Fāng Yuán, don't forget to find me a few more. Son, what on earth is Dao talking about? Fāng Yuán cleared his throat twice, then gave a dismissive chuckle. But that night, after Zhang Dao's surgery, when he arrived at the ward, 5 more young, beautiful attendants had already appeared inside. Chapter 53, The Price for Laying Hands on My Son Part 1. Standing before the transparent windows of a towering skyscraper, gazing at the city's dazzling lights, Zhang Yuán hung up the phone with a dark expression. Useless. You couldn't even finish him off with such a golden opportunity. Stabbing someone in broad daylight on the street, it wasn't a major crime, but it wasn't minor either. But if the authorities got involved, it would be a real headache, especially now, when things were worlds apart from the past. Just minutes earlier, upon receiving word of the failed operation, Zhang Yuán immediately transferred 1 million yuan to the other party using his overseas private account. He instructed the man to board a boat that night and sneak across the border to Monkey Country, then transfer to a vehicle at the Cambodian outpost to reach Thailand. This was to ensure absolute safety. Even if the other side uncovered Lao Hei's background, as long as they couldn't catch the man, as long as they couldn't catch him, Zhang Yuán would stick to his story and everything would be fine. They have the upper hand, but we operate in the shadows. If this fails, there's always next time. I refuse to believe you'll always be so lucky. At the hospital. Though that slash had cut rather deep, it hadn't severed any major nerves. After undergoing surgery and suturing, with proper rest and recuperation, he'd make a full recovery. Zhang Dao's left arm was in a sling. He lay leisurely in bed. 5 beautiful young nurses. 2 massaged his legs. 1 fed him fruit. 1 helped him scroll through videos on his phone. Another massaged his shoulders. This life of luxury made him forget all about leaving the hospital. Wow, Director Sang's really living it up now. Look at you living better than I am. Fāng Yuán entered with Zhang Yunxue carrying a basket of fruit to visit him. Seeing Zhang Dao's elaborate recuperation routine, his eyes turned red with envy. At the very least, with Zhang Yunxue and Li Meiyu around, enjoying such treatment was practically like walking a tightrope with a knife to his throat. No way, someone's actually jealous already? Zhang Dao gave Fāng Yuán a sly grin. Then he shrugged his shoulders and said, envious? This is something you pay for with your life. Fāng Yuán waved his hand dismissively. Alright. You're always going on about it. I've transferred 50 million into your card. When you want to eat or buy something, just have someone go get it for you. I'm still digging into the details of this case, so I might not have time to visit you often for a while. Zhang Dao didn't seem to mind. Having a beautiful nurse was enough for him. Whether other people came or not made no difference. Watching Zhang Dao bask in his contentment, Fāng Yuán shook his head helplessly. After sitting for a while, he took Zhang Yunxue and left. Before leaving, he left behind 6 bodyguards to ensure Zhang Dao's safety. Though the other side had failed in their last attempt, they probably wouldn't dare make another rash move. But better safe than sorry. Caution is the key to lasting success. The Fāng family contacted major media outlets and exerted immense pressure. The authorities quickly identified the assailant who attacked Fāng Yuán. A middle-aged man nicknamed Old Black, unemployed, with a history of robbery and extortion that had netted him several silver bracelets in the past. We regret to inform you that based on our current intelligence, the suspect had already fled overseas at the time of the incident. Apprehending him now would be extremely difficult. Staring at the unfamiliar face in the photo, Fāng Yuán was certain he had never met this man before. Yet at the crime scene, this man named Lao Hei charged straight at him with clear intent. There was clearly no possibility of mistaken identity. This was a targeted attempt to kill him. What should we do now? Fāng Yuán frowned. The target had already fled overseas. Capturing him would require immense time and resources. The mere prospect of apprehending the criminal was already extremely slim. Failing to bring the killer to justice was one thing. But if this were the case, the hidden mastermind might well continue orchestrating similar crimes. Constant vigilance will inevitably lead to lapses. That was Fāng Yuán's greatest concern. He didn't want to live in constant fear whenever he stepped outside, terrified that one careless moment might send him to meet his maker. Just as the authorities in Fāng Yuán were at a loss. A mysterious text message arrived from an unfamiliar number. Old Black was sent by Yuan of the Run Group. Run Group. Fāng Yuán was stunned. He had no grudge against Yuan, and they even had a collaborative project underway. For the development of the nanochip. Fāng Yuán had invested a considerable amount of capital back then. Yet now, the person Yuan, the head of the Run Group, was talking about wanting to kill him? This was utterly baffling. But when he tried calling back, the phone was turned off. He sent a text message but saw no reply. What exactly is this person trying to accomplish by telling me this? Fāng Yuán wasn't foolish enough to trust a stranger based on a single text message. But at this moment, the mysterious person's message offered a direction he could explore. With official assistance and thorough investigation, the suspect named Lao He was discovered. It turned out that over a decade ago, he had actually been an ordinary employee at the Run Group. Later, he was dismissed for assault with a weapon. Since then, he had repeatedly been involved in street brawls, targeting individuals with whom he had conflicts. This is undoubtedly a major point of suspicion. Moreover, while investigating Yuan, a new discovery emerged. Martin and his group were frequently seen entering and exiting the Run Group building around the time of Fāng Yuán's incident. This led to a new discovery during the investigation into Yuan. Seeing this, Fāng Yuán formed a tentative conclusion. Yuan had likely struck some kind of deal with Martin. And who knows? One of the conditions was to help Martin eliminate him. This would explain why Xian had accompanied Martin and the others to drink in the private room that night. When the incident occurred, the direction from which Lao He charged seemed deliberately to avoid Xian's location. Why? She was Yuan's daughter. How could a mere employee dare lay a finger on the boss's daughter? Mr. Fāng, while your speculation holds some merit. But at present, there's no evidence to prove Yuan is the mastermind behind this case. So we can't act rashly from an official standpoint. Without evidence, we can't arrest Yuan. The perpetrator has already fled overseas. Humph, that old fox sure is cunning. He must have planned his escape route before even starting this. Fāng Yuán clenched his fists, his resentment already thick as molasses. He just didn't know if that little minx Xian was involved. I extended a hand of goodwill to cooperate with your Rin family, yet you, Yuan, stabbed me in the back. Did you really think the Fāng family was easy to push around? After informing his parents of his discovery, Zhang Yudan's eyebrows shot up in anger. Whoever it is, if they dare touch my son, I'll kill them first. After receiving orders to boycott the Ren Group from the mastermind behind the scenes, hundreds of large, medium, and small enterprises in Changchuan City simultaneously released online statements declaring permanent severance of business ties with Ren Group. Simultaneously, a flood of defamatory posts about the Ren Group spread like wildfire. This sudden turn of events caused Ren Group's stock price to plummet nearly 20% overnight. Billions in market value evaporated overnight, resulting in catastrophic losses. Who the hell is it? Yuan's face turned ashen. Those companies seem to have suddenly gone mad, collectively striking at the Run Group, this colossal entity. Chapter 54, The Price for Targeting My Son Part 2. If this had happened before, he certainly wouldn't have reacted with such intensity. After all, most of these companies were only worth a few million. The largest was a 5-star hotel, with assets amounting to only a few hundred million. What made him most nervous was the involvement of his old rival, Tianding Group. Additionally, several companies that had previously been dealt with by Run Group had also chosen this moment to kick him while he was down. Many ants can kill an elephant, let alone when powerful enterprises are mixed in. Martin, I need your help now. With no other choice, Yuan directly called Martin. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Martin, who had been so readily agreeable before, now sensed trouble brewing at the Ren Group. He began relentlessly driving down the price. Finally, pushed beyond endurance, Yuan lowered his voice, his words dripping with gritted teeth. Mr. Martin, this is the absolute maximum concession I can make. Given your passion for studying Xia culture, you must know the saying, a cornered rabbit will bite. Martin, realizing he'd reached the limit, fully understood the principle of not pushing someone to the brink all at once. He chuckled, then dispatched someone to sign the contract with Yuan. He then transferred the initial 10 billion yuan, not a single cent less, into the Run Group's account. Seeing the funds arrive, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a necessary trial the Ren Group must endure to expand. Once they weathered it, they would soar to new heights. A rabble of misfits. No matter how numerous they are, they'll never amount to anything. With substantial funds in hand, Yuan immediately convened a meeting of all senior executives. Unlike Tianding Group, at Run Group, Yuan held nearly 90% of the shares. In other words, within the Ren family, he was the undisputed ruler. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a one-man show. Under Ren Jiangyuan's directives, all group executives immediately sprang into action. They launched an offensive against companies that had declared a break with them. First, Run Group's various businesses began aggressively expanding. Its tentacles reached into every industry. Indeed, with the backing of the Martin family, Ren Jiangyuan intended to crush these insignificant rivals one by one, using sheer financial might to eliminate them. As for large enterprises like Tianding Group, could be defeated without a fight simply by crushing them in the stock market. The battle commenced. That very night, several smaller companies with insufficient assets were forced into declaring bankruptcy. While venting his pent-up frustration, Ren Jiangyuan felt even more certain about his decision to partner with the Martin family. Over the next 2 or 3 days, the small companies aligned with Fāng Yuán were nearly wiped out entirely. This vast disparity in quality left them utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the conglomerates. Within the Fāng family villa complex, the Fāng family of 3 sat comfortably on the lawn, enjoying their meal. Beside them, chefs continuously grilled various delicious ingredients and served them to the table. Having already received a call from Tianding Group earlier, hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Dad, Ren Jiangyuan's side is really ramping up their pressure now. Aren't you too worried at all? At such a tense moment, his parents showed not a trace of worry. Instead, upon learning that the public infrastructure project faced budget shortfalls, they had Fāng Yuán inject another 10 billion yuan into it. This move sent shockwaves through provincial government circles once more. Some even claimed the news had reached the central government. While the Ren family was aggressively acquiring assets under the Fāng family's name, a high-ranking official from the provincial government even called him, inquired whether he needed assistance. One could only imagine how much attention the authorities were now paying to outstanding young men like Fāng Yuán, men who not only repaid kindness but did so in spectacular fashion. Don't worry, son. Not just one Ren Jiangyuan, even 10 of them couldn't touch our family. Zhang Yudan may not understand the ways of the business world. She knew that as long as their charitable foundation kept pouring money into projects, no matter how powerful Ren Jiangyuan became, he wouldn't be able to touch the Fāng family. Seeing the calm composure on her parents' faces, punctuated by occasional laughter, in their eyes, it was merely a clown putting on a show for himself. Infected by his parents' calm composure, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but chuckle softly. At the Run Group executive meeting, Ren Jiangyuan stared at the documents in his hands. His expression darkened to the point it seemed water could drip from his face. What the hell is going on? We've poured nearly 20 billion into this from the very start. That amount could fill a room if converted to paper money. We've poured such massive funds into attacking them, yet why are their assets growing ever larger? The other Ren Group executives were now visibly flustered. Initially, progress had been smooth. But just as they finished clearing out the companies and enterprises originally registered under the Fāng family's name and prepared to shift their focus to Tianding Group, they suddenly discovered, at some unknown point, a large number of companies under Fāng Yuán's name had emerged in the market. And their numbers were even greater than before. Like a virus, eliminating one batch only led to another emerging immediately. They had dragged the entire Ren Group into a quagmire from which there was no escape. Giving up now was impossible. The battle between the two sides has reached a fever pitch. Whoever relents first will face an all-out counterattack from the other side. Call Mr. Martin and tell them to initiate the second round of financing. With no other option after draining all of Ren Group's liquid assets, Ren Jiangyuan had no choice but to turn to the Martin family for help once more. Martin, who answered the call, sounded surprisingly relaxed. Before arriving, he had thoroughly researched the entire Chongqing city. The initial 10 billion yuan in funding was more than enough for Ren Jiangyuan to carve out a substantial market share. What? Moving to the second phase so soon? Upon receiving Ren Jiangyuan's call, Martin realized the process was moving a bit too smoothly. But they were now in a partnership. Besides, Ren Jiangyuan wouldn't risk the entire group's fate just to joke around with him. After a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to transfer another 20 billion yuan from the family account. With cumulative investments reaching 30 billion, it's nearly matching my initial projections. As long as we capture this market, the return on investment will definitely shut those old farts in the family up. A dream of sitting back and reaping a windfall. Martin flashed a smug grin. Meanwhile, Ren Jiangyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon securing the second round of additional funding. But this familiar feeling somehow made him uneasy. He'd felt the same way during the first round of funding. Yet he never imagined the plan would suffer an unprecedented setback halfway through. Impossible. There's no family that powerful in Chongqing City. He muttered to himself in self-reassurance. He immediately ordered his team to accelerate their offensive, determined to seize victory in one decisive move. Having secured the Martin family's 30 billion investment, it was too late for regrets now. There was no turning back now. Chapter 55, The Price for Targeting My Son Part 3. Dad, did I hear that right? Another 20 billion? That's right. Contributing to the nation is our duty. Son, this sum is insignificant to our family, yet it can aid countless others in need. Fāng Yuán said earnestly. He promptly transferred another 20 billion yuan to Fāng Yuán as an investment in public infrastructure projects. When Fāng Yuán announced another 20 billion yuan donation for public infrastructure projects, the entire Changchuan city television stations and newspapers went wild. As Yuán, who regarded the Fāng family as his primary rival, got wind of the news the moment it broke, he slumped lifelessly in his chair. His initial panic gradually gave way to dread. This suddenly emerging Fāng family seemed like a bottomless pit of wealth. Just when you thought they'd reached their limit, the next second, it'll blow your mind again. How can you even play this game? To them, Martin's new investment of 20 billion yuan is just a casual act of charity. Immediately halt all projects and minimize losses. As a seasoned veteran of the business world, Yuán realized the Fāng family was a colossus he couldn't possibly shake. He immediately called the responsible manager. Mr. Ren, all our funds have been invested as per your instructions. We can't retrieve them anytime soon. Hearing this, Yuán's vision went black and he collapsed to the floor. It's over. Ren's group is truly finished this time. As the root cause of all this, Fāng Yuán had just retrieved Zhang Yunshua's sports car from the dealership. He probably never imagined. Before he'd even made his move, Yuán had already fallen. Fāng Yuán stared at the balance displayed on the system panel. After accounting for all assets, the cash alone was now approaching the 500 billion mark. This time, he should be able to go toe-to-toe with the Run Group. Both husband and wife came from ordinary backgrounds. They didn't have all those business strategies and schemes. They hadn't acted sooner for fear of being swindled by the other side. Now that they had sufficient capital, they were determined to avenge their son. But just then, news broke that all Ring Group projects were urgently suspended. Massive capital withdrawals were underway, and the stock market had hit its daily limit down. As the group's CEO, Yuán suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, was immediately exposed by the paparazzi who had been monitoring the situation around the clock. Fāng Yuán and his wife exchanged a glance. What was going on? The Run Group, which had been singing its own praises just days ago, had fallen too quickly. The news instantly sent shockwaves through everyone. Inside the hotel, Martin received a call. He flew into a rage. Hell. What the hell is going on? Yuán. After his initial rage subsided, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had personally guaranteed his family that this investment would be a huge moneymaker. Now, after throwing out 30 billion, this was the result. The thought of facing his family's wrath back home, Martin felt like dying. No, I can't just give up like this. He had already reached the middle of the river. There was no turning back. Even if it meant death, he would fight to the end. Martin cursed Yuán bitterly as a useless piece of trash. Then he hurriedly led his men toward the hospital. Yuán, who had barely survived the ordeal, his heart surged with emotion the moment he saw Martin's face. His vital signs nearly spiked off the charts. Martin knew the urgent priority now was to deal with the Fāng family. Therefore, he didn't waste time discussing responsibility with Yuán. He cut straight to the chase. I'll give you another 50 billion. This time, you must bring him down for me. Otherwise, I won't be happy, and you won't escape either. Hearing the figure of 500 billion, Yuán lit up as if he'd been handed a life-saving elixir. His eyes lit up. But the thought of the Fāng family's bottomless connections, hesitation crept into his mind. Backing out now would only leave the Ring Group severely weakened. After all, most of the funds for external expansion came from Martin. But if he accepted this 50 billion, according to the contract's terms, it would mean the Martin family would completely seize 90% of Ring Group's shares. The money was tempting, but it was scalding hot. Moreover, it would gamble away the life's work of Yuán himself. 500 billion, 500 billion. Yuán repeated the words over and over. Surrendering in the current situation was undoubtedly the wise choice, yet he refused to accept it. Yet he feared the Fāng family's power. Right. Call that old codger Zhang Ziyuan. Being kicked out as the head of a conglomerate. Zhang Ziyuan's inner frustration and bitterness were palpable. Father and son sat in their luxurious mansion. Though being expelled left a bad taste in their mouths, they had already lined their pockets with substantial sums from the conglomerate over the years. Considering Zhang Ziyuan had previously caused major trouble for the group, and considering his substantial contributions over the years, after deliberation, the matter was dropped. After all, no one could claim to be entirely clean. One shouldn't be too ruthless, lest they face the same predicament when their turn comes. Just as Zhang Ziyuan raised another glass to numb himself, his son reached out to stop him. Dad, you can't drink anymore. So what if that Fāng Yuán kid outmaneuvered us once? If you could build an empire from nothing back then, we can certainly rise again this time. Zhang Haitao gritted his teeth. The underlings who had once swarmed around him, drawn by his status as the crown prince of the conglomerate, scattered like a flock of birds upon learning he and his son had been expelled. Even the women who'd once been in his orbit cut ties. The glory days were gone forever. He too hated Fāng Yuán with a passion. Zhang Ziyuan roughly pushed his son's hand away and roared, "What the hell do you know about making a comeback? What do we have to fight him with?" But just then, Zhang Ziyuan's phone rang. He had initially been too lazy to answer. But upon seeing it was his old rival Ren Jianyuan calling, Zhang Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, composed himself, and pressed to answer. "Partnering with you guys to take down Fāng Yuán?" Because he'd been drowning his sorrows in alcohol at home all this time. He hadn't paid attention to what was happening outside. "Exactly. I'm sure you're itching to take that kid down by now, Mr. Zhang. Why don't we join forces? Mr. Martin has just committed an additional 50 billion in investment. What do you say?" Ren Jianyuan didn't beat around the bush, pulling out his trump card immediately. With 50 billion yuan and the Martin family backing him, he refused to believe Zhang Ziyuan could truly swallow his pride. As the saying goes, the enemy's own allies know him best. He dragged Zhang Ziyuan along. He, too, harbored the same intention to uncover the Fāng family's vulnerabilities. The idea was sound. But Ren Jianyuan could never have imagined. Forget Zhang Ziyuan. Even Fāng Weiguo and his wife's own son, Fāng Yuán, knew nothing of their family's true circumstances, let alone outsiders. It was nothing short of courting their own destruction. Chapter 56, One crisis follows another. Just when everyone thought the Ran Group had finally run out of tricks and was on the brink of collapse, the news that Zhang Ziyuan, former CEO of Tianding Group, had forcefully taken over Ring Group with 50 billion yuan in capital exploded like a thunderclap. Ran Group's stock price surged dramatically as a result. A glimmer of hope emerged from the depths of despair. But that wasn't all. Through the collaboration of these two seasoned veterans, over the next month, Ran Group charged forward like it had been injected with adrenaline. They embarked on a frenzied expansion drive. They quickly gained an absolute advantage. Meanwhile, Fāng Weiguo remained completely inactive. Tianding Group also faced a stock market attack, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Victory seemed within sight. Martin and his two associates gathered at a luxury hotel to celebrate prematurely. "Ha! I told you the Fāng family was on their last legs. It all comes down to Mr. Martin. Without your bold, all-or-nothing gamble, the Fāng family might have slipped through our fingers." Zhang Ziyuan, having vented his frustration, raised his glass with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Ren. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for granting this Zhang the chance for vengeance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen the Fāng family looking so pathetic." Martin chuckled. "You're too kind. Once the cake is baked, the money will flow into our pockets effortlessly. Keep up the good work." The three exchanged knowing grins, already envisioning mountains of gold and silver beckoning to them. "That old codger Zhang Ziyuan is that rich?" Fāng Yuán was startled by the news. Before he could dwell on it, Fāng Weiguo promptly transferred 50 billion yuan to him. "Son, it seems the infrastructure project isn't progressing fast enough. Here's what we'll do. Go donate another 50 billion. See if you can get the higher-ups to expedite the project." Even at this hour, the old man was still thinking about doing charity work. Fāng Yuán was utterly baffled by his parents' inexplicable confidence. Fāng Yuán racked his brain but couldn't fathom why. "Dad, why don't we just fight back with that money? You're still young and don't understand. This is called having a bigger picture, you know? Just follow Dad's plan. That Ren Jianyuan won't be able to run wild for much longer." Fāng Weiguo and his wife had originally planned to strike decisively. After seeing Ren Jianyuan somehow secure another 50 billion yuan in funding, they immediately decided to change their strategy. "You're targeting the Fāng family's assets, right? Then I'll conjure up even more. Let's see who can sustain this war of attrition." The next day, the news that Fāng Yuán, one of the province's top 10 outstanding youths, had generously donated another 50 billion yuan to a public welfare fund. This news instantly overshadowed the buzz surrounding Rin Group. It drew the attention and admiration of countless netizens nationwide. "Whoa! What's Fāng Yuán's background? He's donated nearly 100 billion yuan in total. Even Wang Tsong, the son of the so-called richest man, wouldn't dare play like this. I told you so. Those publicly recognized tycoons definitely aren't the ones holding the real wealth. The real absolute wealth lies in the hands of those hidden elite families. Maybe the Fāng family is one of them. Hidden elite families, that explains it. Wonder how the Fāng family compares to the Rothschilds in M country." Overnight, discussions about Fāng Yuán and the entire Fāng family flooded the internet. It even reached overseas. Many looked down on Xia Nation netizens for their narrow-mindedness. After all, families like the Rothschilds have accumulated wealth passed down through countless generations. A mere $100 billion is but a drop in the bucket for these ancient dynasties. Is merely a drop in the bucket of their family fortunes. But Xia Nation netizens weren't about to back down. You claim your foreign elites are truly elite? We've barely scratched the surface of what we possess. After all, we're an ancient nation with a legacy spanning millennia. Who dares claim the Fāng family, as a hidden lineage, falls short of those ancient foreign clans? When it comes to verbal sparring, Chinese netizens have never backed down. After facing scorn and rebuttals from foreign netizens, Chinese netizens immediately began rallying their friends and allies. Mobilizing the nation's keyboard warriors, they clashed with trolls worldwide. And in the end, they secured an overwhelming victory in this battle of wits. Within the Ross family, a young man radiating aristocratic refinement scanned the online comments. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. What Eastern secluded aristocracy? How dare they compare themselves to my family? Han Dan was a direct descendant of the Ross family. Having just earned his doctorate from the world's top-ranked Manhwa University this year, he returned to the family. His assignment was to expand the family's business operations in Xia Nation. Unexpectedly, before he could even take up his post, he encountered such an amusing incident. Crushing you before the Ross family would be as easy as crushing an ant. Influenced by the discussions, Han Dan immediately set his sights on the province where Fāng Yuán resided. He vowed silently to himself that he would teach this Fāng Yuán a lesson when the time came. An additional investment of 50 billion yuan. The news sent shockwaves through the Changchuan municipal government. The moment the funds arrived, the provincial government sent representatives. The message was clear. Changcheng City is part of our province. We're all one big family. Developing your city is like building our big family. You won't be able to spend all that money at once anyway. Coincidentally, the provincial government has numerous infrastructure projects urgently needing support. Representatives from the provincial government secretly met with Fāng Yuán and secured his backing. Successfully diverted 30 billion yuan in construction funds. While this nearly made the officials of Changchuan City slam their fists on the table in frustration, they became even more protective of their precious little treasure. 300 billion vanished in a single lapse of attention. Really? Who would have thought the higher-ups would throw all dignity to the wind for money, even sneaking in for private meetings? Rank and file crushes you. Forget it, forget it. Ensure Fāng Yuán's security is reinforced. Immediately assign more personnel to investigate the previous attack. Even if he's fled the country, bring him back. The top official of Changchuan City declared with authority at the meeting. Comrade Fāng Yuán has made such tremendous contributions to society, we must not let him down. Furthermore, the Ren Group's collusion with foreign families to undermine our domestic enterprises must be investigated. We cannot allow these black sheep to corrupt our business environment. With the city leader's direct orders, the various agencies below sprang into action. Upon learning that Fāng Yuán had donated another 50 billion yuan, Ren Yuan, already in despair, immediately liquidated all his shares in the group without a word. He even fled without informing his own family. This stunning reversal left the newly appointed Zhang Ziyuan and his son utterly dumbfounded. How could the group possibly function with its CEO on the run? Martin, furious beyond reason. After failing to locate Ren Yuan, he decisively labeled the father and son as accomplices who had deliberately set him up. The conflict escalated into an irreconcilable standoff. 3 days later, the Ren Group officially declared bankruptcy. It unfolded like a farce swiftly begun, and just as swiftly concluded. Meanwhile, Han Dan of the Ross family arrived at Changchuan City Airport. He immediately convened a press conference, claiming they would soon invest substantial funds in commercial development projects within Changchuan City. Chapter 57, Betraying a Benefactor. Given the global renown of the Ross family, the Changchuan City government accorded them the highest level of attention. Yet they also worried this might conflict with Fāng Yuán's interests. Before receiving the delegation, the city government specifically consulted with Fāng Yuán. The response they received left the officials somewhat speechless. No problem. It's just the minor Ross family. That was one of the world's 10 wealthiest families. Yet observing Fāng Yuán's composed demeanor, it seemed as though an invisible force compelled everyone to believe his words. Indeed, Mr. Fāng is truly remarkable. We understand what needs to be done now. The official smiled faintly, shook hands with Fāng Yuán, and took his leave. This was the peak period of China's reform and opening up. Attracting foreign investment was something most officials welcomed wholeheartedly. Moreover, Changchuan City had the formidable presence of Fāng Yuán to rely on. They certainly weren't worried about Han Dan causing any trouble. Regarding the warm reception from the Changcheng City authorities, Han Dan and his assistant chatted for quite some time. On one hand, he felt it was only natural. Yet he also found it somewhat peculiar. After all, the Ross family was a genuine powerhouse. Surely they don't naively believe that some guy named Fāng Yuán could compare to a Ross family? If that's the case, I'll show these Xia people what true power looks like. Han Dan smiled confidently. Moreover, he had just arrived at his destination. He had already headed to the Run Group to discuss acquisition matters. Starting from scratch would be too troublesome. The Ren Group's recent offensive, though unsuccessful, had preserved most of its foundational assets. Ren Group no. After being acquired by Handan, it has been renamed Handan Group. Correct. Following the Ross family's traditional custom, every enterprise under a family member's name would bear their name as the prefix. Zhang Ziyuan and his son had finally waited for someone to clean up the mess. Now they stood obediently behind Handan. Martin, who had betrayed the family's trust and ended up paying hundreds of billions in damages, no longer possessed his initial swagger. And standing before him, the direct descendant of the Ross family. In terms of status and family background, he didn't even have the right to look up to him. In Handan's eyes, Martin, a fellow American, was clearly more palatable. Though his earlier investment had failed, it didn't mean the man was utterly worthless. They had simply underestimated the Fāng family's true capabilities. Young Master Handan, I'd begun reinvesting in the previously suspended projects as per your instructions. But the Fāng family is also expanding relentlessly, and their momentum seems to be outpacing ours by a few steps. Oh? Handan withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon. A relaxed smile touched his lips. It seemed the other party, aware of his arrival, was already feeling the pressure. That's why they're choosing to strike first. Heh, no matter how much they jump around, they're still just clowns. Pass the order down. Disperse the first round of 10 billion investments completely. Yes, sir. Martin's heart trembled as he hurriedly responded. This was the true power of an ancient family. The sheer power to casually dismiss 100 billion as a mere thousand. Under such a terrifying offensive, the Fāng family would inevitably collapse like a mountain crumbling. The thought of imminent revenge. Zhang Ziyuan and Zhang Haitao couldn't help but grin maliciously inside. I hear you've had quite a bit of contact with that Fāng Yuán fellow before. Tell me everything you know about him. Especially his woman. Handan was an exceedingly proud man. Merely defeating his rivals in the business world wouldn't satisfy him. What he craved was total, utter domination. Zhang Haitao, at Zhang Ziyuan's signal. He approached with a bowing and scraping demeanor. He began explaining some details about Fāng Yuán to Handan. Then he pulled out Jiang Yunshue's photo. Gazing at the image, dressed in a black long dress, her long hair flowing, lightly made up, radiating beauty and charm, Handan couldn't help but clear his throat. I'm quite fond of this woman, heh. If he could defeat his opponent while also claiming the woman he cherished most. The very thought of it sent a thrill through him. At that moment, Fāng Yuán was in the office with Jiang Yunxue. They had no idea that due to the accelerated pace of infrastructure projects, the system was simultaneously processing various asset feedback. Handan took it as a provocation. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, when the sky falls, Mom and Dad will be there to catch it. Jiang Yunxue frowned, her beautiful brows furrowed. How should we handle the situation with these households? Fāng Yuán accepted the report from her hand. It listed several households designated as aid recipients by the Greengrass Public Welfare Foundation. However, due to a staff oversight during the previous funding disbursement, the funds hadn't reached their accounts on time. Now these families had banded together to lodge official complaints. They accused the Qingchao Public Welfare Foundation of breaking its promises. Fully aware of the circumstances, the authorities sent representatives to explain the situation. Yet these individuals remained relentless, even making various unreasonable demands and seeking compensation. Many unscrupulous media outlets seized the opportunity to stir up trouble for clicks. They published defamatory statements smearing Fāng Yuán and the Qingchao Foundation. Scammers. They're all scammers. Yeah, where's the promised money? We're suing him for compensation. Everyone, come see. There's a scam foundation here. Outside the main gate of the Youth Foundation headquarters, a dozen people held a large banner, tearfully denouncing him with fabricated accusations. And they say their founder, Fāng Yuán, is some kind of saint. I think those reports are just propaganda. Don't believe them. Two foundation staff members tried to step forward to calm the crowd. But they were surrounded by the troublemakers, who hurled a barrage of abuse. The vile language was beyond description. Fearing the situation would escalate, Jiang Yunxue hurried out the gate and patiently explained. I admit this is an error on our foundation's part. The funding will be dispersed to your accounts as soon as the bank completes processing. But the troublemakers refuse to accept this. It's this dam, spouting nothing but lies. We don't believe you. Either hand over the money now, or we'll make your life miserable. Look at her delicate, fair skin. She's clearly embezzled a fortune. Maybe she's the one kept by that Fāng Yuán. This is disgusting. Give us the money, or we're calling the cops. It's not like that. Everyone, calm down. Jiang Yunxue tried to say something. Several men with lecherous eyes, having caught sight of Jiang Yunshue's curvaceous figure, began inciting others to swarm her and take advantage of the situation. The situation was about to spiral out of control. Fāng Yuán emerged from the main gate with a dark expression. A dozen bodyguards followed behind him, tasked with ensuring his safety. The imposing, burly bodyguards stood their ground. The troublemakers instantly fell silent. Chapter 58, Sisters Reunited. Looking at the resentful faces before him, Fāng Yuán felt an inexplicable sense of pity. He knew that even when doing good deeds, one would inevitably encounter difficulties and unpleasant people. But to expect nothing in return for a favor is one thing. Instead, they pushed their advantage further, craving even more benefits. These weren't pitiable souls, they were villains. With such villains, there was no need for courtesy. Record every troublemaker here. Starting today, the foundation will withdraw all funding from them. As soon as Fāng Yuán spoke, the group that had been so arrogant moments ago suddenly froze in shock. The reason they dared to come here so brazenly to cause trouble was because they assumed the foundation would hesitate to act against them. They figured the foundation would hesitate to take action, mindful of its reputation. But they never imagined Fāng Yuán couldn't care less about such empty prestige. Even the foundation was established only at his parents' urging. Helping others is perfectly acceptable. But to try to morally blackmail him with reputation and righteousness? Well, they'd be sorely mistaken. Even if Fāng Yuán didn't contribute a single penny, who could possibly affect his life? With infrastructure and public welfare projects worth hundreds of billions sitting right there, who dares to criticize him in the slightest? You're threatening us. Think you're so great just because you're rich? Quickly take a picture of him. Let everyone see how the boss bullies us poor folks. He was stubborn and refused to yield. They thought throwing a tantrum would make Fāng Yuán back down. Call the police. They're disrupting our company's operations now. If you want to cause trouble, I'll play along. Seeing Fāng Yuán's unyielding stance, some of the instigated troublemakers began to back down. What about the funding we agreed on? How can you abandon us over such a trivial matter? This is a minor issue? Fāng Yuán knew. If he didn't stop this momentum today, a second wave, or even a third wave, of troublemakers might emerge tomorrow or the day after. The foundation's money is meant for public welfare, not to aid the wicked. Mr. Fāng, all the registrations are complete. Li Meiyu, in charge of this operation, quickly retrieved the information on these individuals. No, you can't do this. You're forcing us to our deaths. Yes, it's too hypocritical. You can't do this. Mr. Fāng, I know I was wrong. I'll leave immediately. Some still tried to wriggle out of it, while others began begging for mercy. But it was too late. Cancel everything. If they have any issues, let them protest or so I'll take full responsibility. Soon after, personnel from the Public Security Bureau arrived. After learning the full details of the incident, they took all the troublemakers away without a word. Are you kidding me? Now that Fāng Yuán had reached the provincial government offices, and everyone treated him with utmost courtesy. You lot are pushing your luck, you've picked the wrong target to bully. And as for those rumor-mongering media outlets, our lawyers will track down every last one of them. It's precisely because of your unscrupulous media that so many corrupt practices have flourished. If you're going to do it properly, take them all down at once. These media outlets have been recklessly stirring up trouble online. They've long drawn widespread discontent. It's not that no one can handle it, it's just that this is a complete mess. But Fāng Yuán had all the time and money in the world to play along with them. Once this matter hit the news, the Changchuan city government publicly backed Fāng Yuán. They harshly criticized the unscrupulous media outlets spreading rumors across the market, resorting to any means for traffic. At first, the media outlets involved brushed it off. They genuinely believed the internet was reality, constantly emphasizing authenticity. Unfortunately, they underestimated Fāng Yuán's resolve. Not only did they fail to issue an immediate apology, instead, they seized on the controversy, attempting to amplify the public outcry to grab more attention. But when lawyers arrived at their company's doorstep with lawsuits in hand, and companies of all sizes across various industries began issuing condemnations against them, only then did these media outlets realize just how formidable the Fāng family truly was. Overnight, these media outlets all bowed their heads in apology. The entire media industry came to recognize a stark truth. That is, never provoke Fāng Yuán lightly. Mr. Fāng may be a good man, but that doesn't mean he's someone to be pushed around. Ha, you bet. They really picked the wrong target this time. Upon hearing about the incident, the city's top two officials, they immediately chuckled. But when exactly did the Fāng family amass such vast holdings and influence? It's downright terrifying when you think about it. The top official chuckled. Fāng Yuán has always been the pride of Chongqing City, and his entire family has a spotless background. So no matter what, even if their business is enormous, as long as their hearts are with the nation and their own people, we must unconditionally support such heroes. Inside the Fāng family villa, Zhang Yudan couldn't help but voice her frustration. Don't you think our son has been coming home less often lately? Sigh. These days, Fāng Yuán was either at the foundation or driving around aimlessly. At night, he dines at the Qilin Hotel, and after drinking, he simply stays overnight there. He doesn't even bother coming home anymore. This left Zhang Yudan, who hadn't seen her son in ages, feeling resentful. Fāng Yuán emerged carrying his newly purchased fishing rod. He walked right into the trap. Well. The young one disobeys, and the old one just wanders off fishing every day with his rod. Planning to ditch your old mother and go off gallivanting, are you? Looks like both of you have grown wings now. Fāng Yuán chuckled. Back then, you were the one who encouraged your son to find you more daughters-in-law. Not coming home to explain things is just perfect. What else would I be doing? Just going fishing with a few company presidents I just met. Money makes you stand tall. Plus, Fāng Yuán's infrastructure projects were progressing smoothly. The money and assets flowing in daily were beyond measure. How could he not seize the moment to enjoy life? Zhang Yudan shot her husband a disapproving look. She didn't really want to keep such a tight rein on father and son. But she couldn't stand being bored at home all alone. Then I'll invite a few girlfriends over for tea. She thought of her old friends she hadn't contacted in ages. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yudan pushed aside her husband's late-night fishing binges. Her husband's newfound obsession with fishing slipped from her mind. She flipped through her contacts. Zhang Yudan finally found two close friends she'd been tight with even before marrying old Fāng. Alas, times had changed. With a try-and-see attitude, she actually managed to get through to one of them. After catching up on old times, she was also fortunate to learn that the other friend happened to be living in Changchuan City. The two immediately agreed to meet and catch up properly. Arranged by butler Su, Zhang Yudan rode in the newly purchased Phantom. Escorted by 10 bodyguards, slowly drove away from Tianding. It wasn't that she liked to draw attention, but her son had only recently been in an accident. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 59, The Big Shot. Su Yulan. She and Zhang Yudan had once been among the closest girlfriends. Due to her striking looks, despite her shortcomings in education and cultural refinement, she still found herself a decent husband. Her family background was relatively well off. Another close friend, however, was not as fortunate. She often had to rely on her for financial support, barely scraping by. I wonder how Yudan is doing now. It's been decades since we last parted ways. Su Yulan sighed wistfully. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, there was also a fashionably dressed young girl. Meng, be sure to be polite when you meet Auntie later. When we were kids, Auntie Yudan and I used to joke around. We were thinking of arranging a childhood betrothal between you and her son. Speaking of which, that Fāng Yuán boy should be in his 20s now. Zhao Meng flicked her hair, then exclaimed in surprise. Really? Mom, there's this famous rich kid in Changchuan City named Fāng Yuán lately. You wouldn't be talking about him, would you? Su Yulan smiled faintly. How could that be? There are plenty of people with the same name in the world. My sister-in-law married an ordinary man back then. We kept in touch a few years ago. Back then, his family was still very poor. For them to build up that kind of fortune in just a few years? It's practically a fairy tale. Perhaps worried her daughter might look down on her sister because of this. Su Yulan gave her a few special reminders. Zhao Meng nodded. She wouldn't judge someone by their looks. Besides, they were her elders. Upon arriving at the location, a middle-aged woman with weathered features, with hands covered in calluses, waiting by the roadside. Beside her stood two children, likely around 15 or 16. Behind her stood the 5-star Qilin Hotel. She seemed uneasy in such an upscale environment. The woman kept rubbing her hands together, her eyes darting nervously. Bauer, how did you get here so fast? After asking the hotel staff to assist with parking, Su Yulan led her daughter toward the woman. Her eyes brimmed with pity and sorrow. To be honest, Wang Bauer was the most beautiful of the three back then. Unfortunately, she had a rough life. She married a good-for-nothing who only knew how to abuse her and drink himself into oblivion. After 5 years of marriage, he ran off with another woman. She was left alone to raise their two children. All these years, if it weren't for Su Yulan's constant support, Wang Bauer's life would have been unbearably hard. Seeing her former best friend, Wang Bauer's eyes first brimmed with emotion, then filled with inexplicable self-doubt. Even though she had dressed in what she considered her finest, newest clothes, she still felt inadequate in comparison. Hello, Aunt Su. Hello, Aunt Su. Upon seeing Su Yulan, Wang Bauer's two children politely greeted her. All the ways Su Yulan had helped their family over the years. The two children remembered it all and were filled with gratitude toward her. Then they turned their gaze to Zhao Meng, dressed fashionably nearby. Their eyes brimmed with envy. By the way, why hasn't Sister Yudan arrived yet? Perhaps noticing Wang Bauer's unease, Su Yulan stepped forward to take her hand and casually change the subject. Feeling the unchanging bond between the sisters, Wang Bauer's nervousness eased considerably. I don't know. I only rushed over today after you told me. After all these years apart, I find myself missing the days when the three of us used to hang out together. just as they were reminiscing about how time flies. Meanwhile, the hotel manager, having received a call from butler Su informing him that Zhang Yudan was coming for dinner, rushed out with several waitstaff. "Excuse me, ladies, could you please make way?" Su Yulan and the others moved aside. Under the manager's direction, several waitstaff rolled out a long, bright red carpet and laid it at the entrance. What's this for? Probably welcoming some important officials or something. After all, she was someone who frequently frequented high-end establishments. Su Yulan guessed the reason at a glance. "Madam will be dining here shortly. Everyone, buckle up. Don't let her down with our service." Understood. No sooner had the words left her mouth than four black luxury SUVs worth millions pulled up by the roadside. A Phantom followed behind, along with four more grocery-style vehicles providing rear cover. Except for the drivers. The bodyguards swiftly exited the vehicles ahead of schedule, maintaining vigilance, ready to respond to any unexpected situation at a moment's notice. Zhao Meng couldn't help but gape at the scene. Her family had some money, but she'd never witnessed such an extravagant display before. Wow, this is way too much. No wonder the hotel manager had them roll out the red carpet for someone like this. Su Yulan couldn't agree more. Having occasionally accompanied her husband to various social engagements, she recognized many luxury car brands. Not to mention the iconic golden Phantom emblem on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, but even the cars the bodyguards were riding in. Each one was worth over $1 million. What extravagance! Passers-by couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Each speculated and whispered about which important figure had arrived. "Welcome, madam. Welcome, madam, to dine at our hotel." The hotel manager eagerly approached the Phantom. But he was stopped midway by the bodyguards. The car door opened. As they watched the figure step out, Su Yulan and Wang Bauer stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Sister Yudan. How could this be?" Seeing her two former best friends, Zhang Yudan hurried forward with a smile. "Oh my, it's been ages since we last met, Golden Flower Sisters." The joy of their long-awaited reunion brought smiles to all three faces. But upon seeing Zhang Yudan's entourage, Su Yulan and Wang Bauer hesitated to reach out their hands. Zhang Yudan, however, was the first to embrace her two dear sisters with a hearty hug. Then she spoke up. "Hey, this must be Mingming's, right? She's all grown up now, she's getting prettier every day. Remember how we used to joke about having Mengmeng marry me? Does that still count?" Who knew mom was actually serious about that? Zhao Meng looked at her mother with a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Su Yulan replied in an uncertain tone. "Given the situation, it must be your son who's been appearing in the news lately. They say he's invested nearly 100 billion yuan into establishing a foundation." "Oh, it's just my little brat dabbling in some minor projects." "It really is him." Su Yulan sucked in a sharp breath. She couldn't fathom it at all. Over the past few years, what on earth had happened to her dearest friend? "Bauer, are both of these yours?" When Zhang Yudan turned to look at her, Wang Bauer's speech became slightly stuttered. It wasn't intentional, it was simply that after so many years apart, the transformation in her dear friend Zhang Yudan made her hesitate to approach her with the same easygoing attitude as before. After a brief introduction, the two children nervously greeted Zhang Yudan as well. "Thank goodness Yulan told me ahead of time Auntie prepared a gift for each of you three for this first meeting." "Gifts too?" Zhao Meng and the two children's eyes lit up with anticipation. Gifts from someone as important as Aunt Zhang must be something special. Chapter 60, Little Sister about to become a love sister. Escorted personally by the hotel manager, the group entered the lavishly decorated private room. Shortly after, a bodyguard brought in 3 gifts. "What's this about?" "Just meeting someone, look at you." Su Yulan spoke up. Even Wang Bauer waved her hands in protest. "Sis Yudan, no need for that. It's just a simple meet-up." But Zhang Yudan was in an exceptionally good mood today. After all these years, she was finally reuniting with her dearest friends. A little gift was nothing. Besides, through Su Yulan's words, she'd already learned about Wang Bauer's current situation. Back then, she couldn't afford it, so it was understandable. Now, the money at home was practically endless. Helping her best friend seemed perfectly natural to her. "Ding dong. This is for Meng Meng, and these are for the two of you. Aunt Zhang, what are the gifts?" After discovering that Aunt Zhang carried herself without the slightest air of superiority, and that her status hadn't cooled the bond between the 3 sisters, Zhao Meng, who had grown up in privilege, was the boldest and spoke up directly. Zhang Yudan didn't say anything, just smiled warmly. "Just open it and see." Wang Bauer's children, perhaps sensing Aunt Zhang's warmth, after a moment's hesitation, after receiving their mother's approval, they unwrapped the gift box in their hands. Inside lay a house key card and a gleaming gold bank card. Zhao Meng opened her own gift box, which also contained a house key card. But upon seeing the exquisitely crafted card bearing the inscription Tianyuni Pin number 68, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow, a villa keycard for Tianyunipin. Wang Bauer had always been exposed to the lower strata of society, so she didn't feel much about it. Su Yulan, however, was utterly stunned. Who gives away villas on first meeting? And not just one, but two. And both were in Tianyunipin, reputed to be the top luxury neighborhood. The place they currently lived in was also a small villa, but its value was only around 2 or 3 million yuan, a world apart from Tianyunipin. No, we can't accept this. It's far too valuable. After hearing Su Yulan's explanation, Wang Bauer was so shocked she couldn't speak. A villa worth tens of millions? She dared not even imagine it. Zhao Meng also yearned to live in a grand villa like Tianyunipin. This gift was simply too extravagant. They simply couldn't afford it. Seeing this, Zhang Yudan immediately put on a stern expression and feigned anger. This is my welcome gift for the kids. What's wrong? Are you looking down on me now, your sister? Not acknowledging me anymore? Back in their youth, the three sisters had been inseparable. Su Yulan and Wang Bauer had helped her countless times. In Zhang Yudan's eyes, the bond forged over so many years was far more precious than two modest villas. After much persuasion, she finally persuaded the two. Hurry up and thank Aunt Zhang. Thank you, Aunt Fāng. Thank you, Aunt Fāng. They'd received such a huge favor from their dear sisters right upon meeting. Especially Wang Bauer, she could vaguely guess. Zhang Yudan had gifted her the villa for her children, and that bank card both must have been specially prepared for her. Thinking of this, her eyes stung with tears. In this world, all one truly needs in a lifetime is one or two genuine friends. Wang Bauer felt fortunate to have found two sisters who truly cared for her. After a while, one after another, exquisitely priced dishes began arriving at the table. Even Su Yulan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. In the past, when she and her husband attended business dinners, the most expensive meal they'd ever had cost around 50,000 yuan. Judging by the prices on the menu, this meal wouldn't come in under 100,000 yuan. Here we go, let's dig in. Seeing the three younger generations already swallowing their saliva, Zhang Yudan immediately announced the meal command with a cheerful smile. Led by the lively Zhao Meng, Wang Bauer's children gradually loosened up. The three old friends chatted and reminisced about the good old days. The three little ones dug into their meals with gusto. The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious. After the meal, at Zhang Yudan's invitation, the group headed to Tianyunipin with renewed enthusiasm. They intended to see their new home. Stepping inside, except for Zhang Yudan, who was already accustomed to the villa district environment, everyone else felt like they'd stepped into a grand garden, filled with wonder and admiration at every turn. If it weren't for their supportive best friend, they might never have set foot in such a place in their entire lives. Come on in, let's sit down at my place first. Tonight, I'll have the chef prepare a late-night snack for us to share. Zhao Meng, experiencing such a grand villa for the first time, was filled with curiosity. Especially Zhao Meng. According to Aunt Zhang's words, she had long been earmarked as her future daughter-in-law. Had they not lost contact later, she might have already become the mistress of this house. That Fāng Yuán looks quite handsome in the news, though I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The thought that she could ever be starstruck like this. Zhao Meng's cheeks flushed bright red. Zhang Yudan pulled her two best friends onto the lawn to chat. She told Zhao Meng and the others to feel free to explore the place. After all, the villa was empty now. Since they were her best friend's children, she felt completely at ease. But the two children weren't as bold as Zhao Meng. They dared only to wander nearby. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhao Meng's mind. What if I went to take a peek in Brother Fāng Yuán's room? From what she'd heard in the media, her impression of Fāng Yuán was limited to him being rich and somewhat handsome. If people found out she'd actually been in Fāng Yuán's room, how many women would envy her? This bold thought took root in Zhao Meng's mind, then translated into action. As for which room belonged to Fāng Yuán, Zhao Meng simply asked a maid. Knowing she was the mistress's younger relative, the maids assumed she knew Fāng Yuán and promptly revealed the room's location. As Zhao Meng headed up to the third floor, the maid hesitated for a moment. Because just moments ago, the young master had returned home drunk as a skunk from who knows where. But Zhao Meng slipped away swiftly. By the time she reacted and tried to call out to him, it was already too late. This should be the room, right? Zhao Meng quietly pushed the door and found it was already open. Curiosity drew her inside. There wasn't much inside. There was also a gaming pod that Zhang Yudan had given her son. Looks like Brother Fāng Yuán must have a thing for gaming. Knowing this little-known secret about the young Master Fāng filled Zhao Meng with a surge of excitement. But as she walked on, she suddenly caught a strong whiff of alcohol. She looked in the direction of the scent. Zhao Meng abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. On the large bed in the room, Fāng Yuán lay sprawled out, his legs spread wide. He probably never imagined that an outsider would dare barge into his room like this. How embarrassing. But Brother Fāng Yuán looks even more handsome than in the news. Calming her racing heart, Zhao Meng found herself inexplicably drawn to the bedside. She gazed at the sleeping Fāng Yuán. She suddenly leaned in slightly, wanting to get a closer look at this legendary second-generation heir of Changchuan City. But just then, Fāng Yuán, who had been asleep, suddenly reached out with both hands, pulling the startled Zhao Meng into his embrace. Chapter 61, Curiosity Killed the Cat. Swear. Fāng Yuán murmured softly. He buried his face in Zhao Meng's small mouth and kissed her fiercely. But deep down, Fāng Yuán knew full well that Zhang Yunxue wouldn't be in his room right now. Therefore, all of this must be a dream. Since it was a dream, it should be fine, right? Under the scorching warmth of Fāng Yuán's masculine breath, Zhao Meng's entire body went limp. 500 words omitted. Once Fāng Yuán entered the sage state, he gazed at the girl beside him. With her delicate, adorable features, his mind instantly froze. Who are you? How did you get into my room? With no other choice, Zhao Meng stammered out her identity and purpose. Fāng Yuán listened, stunned. So this girl had just wandered in out of curiosity about what his room looked like. And now she'd gotten herself into this mess? If this had happened before, Fāng Yuán would have been somewhat flustered. But after learning his mother's unwavering support for him to expand the Fāng family lineage last time, he'd become much more open-minded about such matters. According to Zhao Meng, Aunt Su and Mom are as thick as thieves. They probably won't object, right? Zhao Meng felt a bit uneasy too. Though she had a favorable impression of Fāng Yuán, she hadn't expected to lose the first blood. She'd been taken so completely. Now even the slightest movement sent sharp pains through her lower body. It was all because Fāng Yuán had drunk a bit too much and gotten carried away, and hadn't controlled his strength properly. When helping Zhao Meng get dressed, he couldn't help but stare at those clouds that seemed completely mismatched with her petite frame. Fāng Yuán couldn't resist reaching out to play with them again. The girl blushed crimson, nearly reigniting the flames of passion. Can you still walk? Zhao Meng shot Fāng Yuán a peculiar look. What do you think? Ahem. I'll carry you then. Just say you twisted your ankle. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yudan and the others, when they saw Fāng Yuán emerge carrying Zhao Meng on his back, the air around them instantly froze. The silence was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Su Yulan was the first to speak up. Meng, what happened? Mom, I accidentally twisted my ankle earlier. Thankfully, brother Fāng Yuán carried me down. Hearing this, Su Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. In her mind, her daughter had always been sweet, sensible, and endearing. Besides, this was their first meeting. It couldn't possibly be like the wild scenarios she'd imagined earlier. He really is my son, what a champ. Zhang Yudan's eyes sparkled. She expressed immense approval of her son's gentlemanly demeanor. Su Yulan was her best friend. Meng was adorable, and the two of them actually made a pretty good match. If this could truly work out, she naturally wouldn't object. But explaining it to her best friend would be tricky. Through Zhang Yudan's introduction, Fāng Yuán politely greeted both of them. By the time they sat down for a late-night snack, Fāng Weigua had just returned from fishing. He hadn't caught any fish, but the joy of an old friend visiting filled the entire villa. We're neighbors now, so feel free to drop by whenever you have time. Before leaving, Zhang Yudan smiled and presented Zhao Meng with a jade pendant worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan to wear. Meng, come visit your brother Fāng Yuán whenever you have time. Young people like you need to spend more time together and exchange ideas. Hearing this, Fāng Yuán could only think to himself. Perhaps hanging out and chatting should be changed to hanging out and doing things instead. Got it, thanks Aunt Fāng. Zhao Meng flashed a sweet smile, casting a subtle glance at Fāng Yuán. Su Yulan, who had arrived earlier, looked oddly troubled. But she couldn't very well ask her daughter about it in front of everyone. Just as she got home, Zhao Meng, who had been thinking of sneaking back to her room to hide, was caught by Su Yulan. Sitting on the sofa, Su Yulan watched her daughter's unnatural posture, a chill creeping through her heart. She said sternly, "Spill it. What exactly did you do at the villa earlier? Don't try to fool your mom." Zhao Meng's eyes darted around, avoiding Su Yulan's gaze. But she stubbornly insisted, "Mom, what are you thinking? I just accidentally twisted my ankle upstairs, and brother Fāng Yuán carried me down." A mother knows her daughter best. Watching her daughter, whose tone of voice felt unnatural, she knew exactly what had happened. Zhao Anjuan had just returned from overtime at the office. Seeing the commotion, he immediately joined the questioning crowd out of curiosity. Upon learning that his precious daughter had merely gone out once, had been seduced by another man, he exploded on the spot. "You! What on earth have your mother and I been teaching you all these years, huh? We don't oppose you dating, but that was a man you'd only just met." Zhao Anjuan's face turned ashen. "Tell me who that guy is. I'm going to confront him right now." Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, Zhao Meng had no choice but to confess. But she didn't see anything wrong with it. Both families were old acquaintances, and besides, Fāng Yuán not only came from a distinguished background, He was also so kind-hearted and handsome. If word got out, people might say she was marrying above her station. Su Yulan sighed. He's the son of my dearest friend, you know, Fāng Yuán, right? The one who founded that foundation and invested nearly 100 billion. What? She'd been worried her daughter might have been taken advantage of by some good-for-nothing. Zhao Anjuan, the notorious womanizer who'd been deceived by that smooth-talking punk, suddenly fell silent. Dad, Mom, I'm not a child anymore. How could I possibly act recklessly in such matters? Besides, brother Fāng Yuán is so outstanding. What's wrong with me liking him? Oh, you. Su Yulan paused before speaking in a gentle tone. Mom isn't really blaming you, but think about it, Aunt Zhang's family isn't just some ordinary, slightly well-off household. Honey, do you even grasp what 100 million means? That's more money than your mom and dad could ever save in a lifetime. But your brother Fāng Yuan's family can spend billions on charity without batting an eye. I'm afraid that if you ever marry into such a top-tier wealthy family, if you ever get bullied, our family wouldn't even have the courage to speak up for you. Deep down, Su Yulan understood the vast disparity in their family's standing. That was precisely why she worried. Zhao Anjuan let out a bitter laugh. What luck his daughter had. To be entangled with such powerful figures. Since things have come to this, let's schedule a visit tomorrow. No matter how wealthy the Fāng family is, they must give my daughter an explanation. Even knowing the vast disparity in their social standing, he had to stand up for her in this matter. Because this was his duty and obligation as a father. Chapter 62, Damn Vanity. What? Yulan, are you telling the truth? Zhang Yudan, still sitting in the living room without resting. After receiving the call from her best friend, she exclaimed in shock. What's the big deal? Why all the fuss? Fāng Yuán covered his ears to dodge his wife's shrieking attack before asking. Without pausing to speak further with her husband, Zhang Yudan hung up the phone, half startled, half delighted. Su Yulan, did you know? Of course I know. You've been best friends for so many years. Her daughter, that rotten Fāng Yuán, did it to her. Father Fāng was stunned. Wait, these two young people had only just met, right? How did things suddenly? Facing his parents' piercing stares, as if interrogating a commoner, Fāng Yuán could only confess everything truthfully. But he took most of the blame upon himself. After all, Zhao Meng was a pure young maiden. She'd been attacked just for being curious and wanting to peek into her own room. He felt a twinge of guilt deep down. But the problem was that the Zhao family would be paying a visit tomorrow. Even Zhang Yudan, who had always supported her son, was feeling a bit unsettled. After all, this was the daughter of her longtime best friend. Such an incident occurring on their very first day as guests. She had no idea how to explain this to Su Yulan. You good-for-nothing brat, couldn't you just control yourself a little? Fāng Yuán glared at his son with disappointment. Not only had a system finally arrived, but it was tailor-made for Fāng Yuán. Why was his son's romantic luck even more intense than his own back in the day? One after another. Old Fāng felt a bit crushed inside. Fāng Yuán desperately wanted to defend himself. The situation back then wasn't entirely his fault. But after a moment's thought, he lowered his head once more. It was too late to say anything now. To be honest, this was our fault. Since that's the case, we won't wait for Aunt Su and the others to come tomorrow. We'll take the initiative and go over ourselves. Son, when you go over, keep your attitude straight. Even if Aunt Su and the others want to hit or scold you, just let it happen. Meng Meng is a good girl. You'd better not let her down, or Mom will be the first to give you a good smack. After a few more words of careful instruction. Early the next morning, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan took their son to the Zhao family's home. Upon learning they intended to visit in person, Zhao Anjuan immediately requested leave from his supervisor overnight. His company was actually quite busy at the time. But upon hearing it was the Fāng family, now the most prominent clan in Changchuan City, his supervisor approved the leave without hesitation. He even hinted that if possible, he'd like to come along tomorrow. This made Zhao Anjuan suddenly realize having an influential in-law might not be such a bad idea after all. Who in Changchun City didn't know the name Fāng Yuán? If his daughter could truly form a couple with him, money would be the least of their worries for the rest of their lives. Even the crumbs that might slip through the Fāng family's fingers would be more than enough for them to enjoy for a lifetime. And upon learning that he'd gifted 2 top-tier villas at their very first meeting, Zhao Anjuan was utterly stunned. Last night, it was sheer anger that made him speak that way. The next morning, once he sobered up, he immediately had his entire house cleaned inside and out. He even went out of his way to hire a chef from a star-rated hotel to prepare for the luncheon banquet. The neighbors living next door to the Zhao family were all households with considerable financial means, at least in households that are relatively well off. Seeing Zhao Anjuan rise early to arrange for cleaning services, he even laid out a red carpet outside the door and hired a chef to cook meals. Some busybodies began to tease him. Their words were laced with sarcasm and ridicule. Most of the neighbors around here were old acquaintances. They knew each other inside out. While Zhao Anjuan had some ability, everyone knew his connections were limited. Suddenly pulling off such a grand display. It seemed like he was trying to show off. Old Zhao, what's all this about in broad daylight? Yeah, what's with the red carpet and hiring chefs? Could it be some big shot is coming? Ha! We're just middle-class folks stuck in the middle. What chance do we have to meet real big shots? I'm curious to see what kind of show old Zhao's putting on with all this fuss. It was about time. Zhao Anjuan took his wife and daughter outside to wait. Beside him stood 3 middle-aged men in sharp suits. They were the CEO and 2 vice presidents from Zhao Anjuan's company. It sounded like old Zhao's daughter was being betrothed to the renowned Fāng Yuán. The 3 immediately realized this could be their chance to establish connections with the Fāng family. As for whether it might turn out to be a farce, who dared to joke about the Fāng family? Hadn't they seen what happened to those fairly large media companies last time? Now they were on the verge of bankruptcy and fleeing. Old Zhao, you've been with the company for so many years. We've seen all the contributions you've made. The CEO smiled warmly and patted Zhao Anjuan on the shoulder. After you return, we'll hold a meeting to discuss this. We'll find a way to promote you. Haha, that's right. If you really end up connecting with that person, you'll have to remember our company well. Faced with the company leader's praise, Zhao Anjuan waved his hands modestly in refusal. After all these years at the company, he was still only a deputy department manager. Plus, he was getting older. Not long ago, the company had even assigned him a deputy. Officially an assistant, but in reality, they were grooming him as a successor for his position. If not for the favor of the Fāng family, his position would likely be taken over before long. Promotion was out of the question. Then I suppose I should thank the 3 executives for their kindness. Amidst the laughter. Suddenly, a long convoy of luxury cars arrived at the entrance of the villa district. To save face for their future in-laws, Zhang Yudan had instructed Fāng Yuán to rush to the luxury car dealership overnight yesterday, arranging for 10 additional grocery-run vehicles. Surrounded by $30 million luxury sedans, the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in the center stood out strikingly. Holy crap, what's with this display? Who could it be? Whoa! Old Zhao, you're not telling me that's your family, are you? The crowd murmured in astonishment. While there were certainly many residents here who could afford million-dollar luxury cars, but judging by the display, they clearly didn't regard million-dollar luxury cars as mere vehicles. The convoy came to a halt at a suitable spot. Bodyguards at the front and rear swiftly formed a coordinated perimeter to prevent unauthorized access. The spectacle resembled the security arrangements for a high-level government official on an official tour. Zhao Anjuan, who had been anxious that the other party might not take his family seriously or even bother to acknowledge them, finally let out a sigh of relief. At least it seemed the Fāng family took this visit seriously. The occasional gasps from the elderly neighbors nearby, alongside the smiles of the 3 company presidents beside him, which gradually shifted from solemnity to obsequiousness, couldn't help but stir a damned bit of vanity within him. Chapter 63, The Visit. To demonstrate sincerity. This time, the entire Fāng Yuán family of 3 attended. Bodyguards cleared the way ahead. Several servants followed behind, carrying gifts of various sizes. First-time visits demand a certain decorum. Welcome, Mr. Fāng. Welcome, welcome. Zhao Anjuan, who had initially intended to put on a slightly tougher front, but seeing the grandeur of the Fāng family's reception, he lost all trace of his earlier resolve. Besides, Fāng Yuán had already shown his family ample respect and consideration. Faced with such a vast disparity in status, a mere hint of goodwill from those in power, and the weaker party feels deeply honored. Such is human nature. Su Yulan looked at Fāng Yuán, her inner turmoil beyond words. Especially her daughter, Zhao Meng. Her awkward and bashful demeanor upon seeing Fāng Yuán made her inwardly sigh that the saying, "daughters grow up and leave home," truly held some truth. Fāng Weiguo politely shook hands with Zhao Anjuan. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry about this. But rest assured, one way or another, we'll make sure that Brat takes responsibility for Meng Meng. Not at all, not at all. It's just kids' business. As long as they like each other, that's all that matters. Zhao Anjuan replied. Come in. My humble abode has little to offer, but please have some tea first. A villa worth millions, and he still calls it a humble abode. Old Zhao, you're being far too modest. But upon seeing Fāng Yuán, the onlookers by the roadside finally caught on. They're all business people. Who wouldn't recognize the billionaire young Master Fāng? Now that's impressive. No wonder old Zhao went all out with this grand affair. Wow, the Zhao family is going to hit it big this time. Wonder how he managed to connect with such a big shot. As for Zhao Anjuan's 3 executives, the moment they spotted the Fāng family, without a second thought, they pulled out their phones. They immediately began arranging how to transfer Zhao Anjuan to a different position once they returned. A mere deputy department manager? That position was beneath his stature. At the very least, he needed a title with director in it. Upon entering the villa, The gifts presented by the Fāng family truly demonstrated what it meant to be a family of extraordinary wealth. Gold and silver jewelry was measured by the pound, filling 2 entire large boxes. Moreover, to demonstrate their esteem for Zhao Meng, Fāng Yuán directly transferred 10% of Tianding Group's shares to her name. 2 additional companies worth tens of millions each were added to the package. And a supercar worth 30 million yuan, ready for pickup as soon as it arrived. Such a lavish gesture of nearly 100 million yuan during a single visit was something ordinary people could scarcely imagine in a lifetime. After sensing the Fāng family's profound regard for her, Zhao Meng was overjoyed and immediately plopped down beside Fāng Yuán. Her blissful little expression made both sets of parents smile. "Thank you, Aunt Chang. Thank you, Uncle Fāng." Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she had suddenly become a little millionaire? And this was only the beginning. Our families know each other inside out. If these 2 kids end up together, it's fate. That's right, my dear sister, you can rest assured. With me around, no one will dare bully Meng Meng. Zhang Yudan took Su Yulan's hand and made a solemn promise on the spot. Sigh. With things all ready at this point, what else was there to say? Su Yulan sighed. She could only go along with her daughter's wishes. That's the right attitude. Give the 2 kids some time to get to know each other better. Feelings are cultivated over time. Once they're solid, we'll consider the next step. At this critical moment, Zhang Yudan didn't forget to remind her son about his harem plans. For now, the Zhao family's hearts were steadied. This period wasn't solely for Fāng Yuán and Zhao Meng to deepen their understanding of each other. It also gave her son time to figure out how to navigate his relationships with the 3 women. Such thoughtful consideration made Fāng Yuán want to hug his mother and give her a kiss. "Mom, you're like a godsend sent to save me." He was still worried about what to do if the Zhao family suddenly proposed an engagement for the 2 of them. As for Li Meiyu, well, that went without saying. Fāng Yuan's words carried the weight of an imperial decree in her heart. Marrying a few more wives? Even being his 3rd wife, she'd gladly accept. Zhao Meng was simple-minded. With a little effort and persistence, she figured she could handle him just fine. Only Jian Yunshui gave him a headache. "It's too difficult. I just want to give each woman a proper status and happiness, but thinking about it gives me a headache." During dinner, Fāng Yuán suddenly suggested, "Uncle Zhao, why don't you take Ming Meng's place at Tianding Group? My dad and I haven't had time to manage the company lately anyway." By now, with infrastructure project funds steadily depleting, the meager profits from Tianding Group had become a mere drop in the bucket for the Fāng family. But every little bit helps. At least having someone from their own family benefit meant the Fāng family's substantial shares wouldn't go to waste. Upon hearing this, Zhao Anjuan was both delighted and hastily declined. Having just received such a generous gesture upon his arrival, now he was being asked to go to Tianding Group? That would be downright rude. The 3 executives beside him felt like they were on a roller coaster. They'd finally managed to establish a connection with the Fāng family through Zhao Anjuan. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was preparing to head to Tianding Group. "It's fine, Uncle Zhao. Go ahead with peace of mind. With you at Tianding Group, we'll feel more secure." Knowing Zhao Anjuan was about to rise to prominence, the 3 followed Fāng Yuan's lead in reassuring him. Exactly. Young Master Fāng is absolutely right. Sigh, staying at our company can't compare to joining the billion-dollar Tianding Group. The prospects there are much broader. Exactly, old Zhao. Why not follow young Master Fāng's lead for now? We're counting on you to foster more business connections with our parent company once you're at Tianding Group. Retaining him was unrealistic. Better to grant him a favor now. Who knows? He might repay the kindness later. He might even lend a hand to his old company. Fāng Yuán chimed in with a smile. That brat's right. We'll all be family soon anyway. Besides, once Meng Meng becomes a daughter-in-law of the Fāng family, her birth family will need some capital too. Otherwise, it might attract gossip from those who love stirring up trouble. That wouldn't be good for anyone's reputation. Think of it as doing it for Meng Meng's sake. When it came to his daughter, Zhao Anjuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. As for Tianding Group now, ever since the Zhang family father and son left in disarray, the shareholders now practically followed Fāng Yuan's lead in everything. One phone call later, the position of finance director landed squarely on Zhao Anjuan's shoulders. The subsequent dinner gathering unfolded in a convivial atmosphere. After the convoy escorting Fāng Yuán departed from the roadside, the onlookers immediately gathered around Zhao Anjuan to ask about the situation. They learned about the exorbitantly priced gifts the Fāng family had brought as a token of appreciation. And that old Zhao had even been directly appointed to a position at Tianding Group. The envy and jealousy in many eyes became almost impossible to hide. They couldn't help but sigh that old Zhao had raised a remarkable daughter. Ahem, old Zhao, I just got some fine tea the other day. Why don't you come over for a cup? Whoa, what's that? Mr. Zhao, I've got a bottle of Mao Tai that's been aging for nearly 30 years. Let's share a drink. Hey, hey, hey! Look at you guys now that old Zhao's made it big, you're all scrambling to cozy up to him. Not like me, I've watched our little niece Meng Meng grow up since she was a baby. Meng Meng, your sister Chuntao just got back from abroad and bought a limited edition makeup set. She was planning to give it to you. I'll go get it for you later. Damn, old Lu, you're shameless. Trying to piggyback on your niece Meng Meng's connection too? Watching the crowd practically spewing profanity in their eagerness to invite him over for their own gain, Zhao Anjuan felt utterly helpless. But to avoid causing trouble for his daughter, he reluctantly declined each invitation one by one. Next came the task of finding a moving company. As the pinnacle of luxury living, Tianyunipin was a place Zhao Anjuan had long coveted. Chapter 64, The Impenetrable Ross Family. Xingqiao Public Welfare Foundation. Today, a very special guest arrived. In the reception room, Han Dan's admiring gaze kept lingering over Jiang Yunshua's figure. His shifting expressions, combined with his handsome features, his gaze carried no trace of lewdness. In fact, had it been directed at an ordinary woman, might even find themselves captivated by him. Miss Jiang, I deeply admire the founding principles of your Green Grass Foundation. Truthfully, I am a kind-hearted person myself. This time, I've come prepared to invest 100 billion into the Green Grass Foundation. 100 billion? Are there really that many wealthy people nowadays? But considering this was a massive investment that could help countless families, Jiang Yunxue could only exercise patience, choosing not to dwell on the earlier disrespect in his gaze. Excuse me, Mr. Han Dan, are you certain you wish to invest 100 billion? First, you should understand that the Qingqiao Foundation does not engage in any commercial profit-making activities. In other words, once your investment is made, it will be entirely allocated to charitable relief efforts and will not yield any financial returns whatsoever. Han Dan smiled faintly and spread his hands. I imagine Miss Jiang is unaware that I come from the Ross family. This sum is nothing to me. Moreover, I have a deep affection for Xia Nation and am more than willing to contribute my share of compassion to those in need. Isn't there an ancient saying in your country, when poor, cultivate oneself, when rich, benefit all under heaven? I find that wisdom profoundly true. Seeing the sincerity in Han Dan's eyes, Jiang Yunxue suddenly found her impression of this American man before her greatly altered. Moreover, she never imagined he was descended from the Rothschild family, one of the world's 10 most influential clans. We appreciate your willingness to help those in need, but before proceeding, we need to verify your assets. Okay. A sly smile spread across Han Dan's lips. This was precisely the step he had been waiting for. In his experience, women immune to the allure of money had always been exceedingly rare throughout history. He was certain the woman before him, Jiang Yunxue, would be no exception. After seeing his balance, he couldn't believe she wouldn't be tempted. The two walked into the lobby. Li Meiyu was in charge of this verification process. She sat before the computer. Her long, slender legs, firm and smooth, were gently encased in black stockings. Her professional office attire did little to conceal her stunning figure. Seeing such a heavenly beauty within the foundation, Han Dan couldn't help but lick his lips. It seemed he had truly made the right decision coming here. Meiyu, please check if this gentleman's account meets the funding criteria. The intended funding amount is 100 billion. That much? Li Meiyu shot Han Dan a surprised glance. Hee hee, lovely lady, thank you for your help. Han Dan flashed what he considered a refined smile. But Li Meiyu's attention was entirely focused on Fāng Yuán. She had absolutely no interest in other men. She merely hummed in acknowledgement before turning to work on the computer. Han Dan, having hit a brick wall, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Yet outwardly, he maintained his gentlemanly facade as if nothing had happened. As the account password was entered, the balance of Han Dan's bank card appeared on the computer screen. Li Meiyu, who had remained remarkably composed, stared at the figures displayed. Her face was filled with shock. Han Dan observed the expression on Li Meiyu's face. Her smugness nearly overflowing. Well, Jiang Yunxue, seeing Li Meiyu's silence, couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Meiyu snapped back to reality at the question. The card balance is 1 trillion. Jiang Yunxue froze, doubting whether she was hallucinating. 1 trillion? Li Meiyu nodded. She couldn't fathom it. This countrywoman, seemingly their age, possessed such immense wealth. In any part of the world, would be considered a fortune rivaling that of a nation. The Ross family was simply unfathomable. Well, Miss Jiang, I trust you no longer doubt my words now. Han Dan smiled elegantly. Indeed, Mr. Han Dan has demonstrated that you possess such resources. We are delighted to have you join our cause and contribute to charitable endeavors. Seeing the timing was right, Han Dan spoke up. However, I still have many questions about this collaboration. Would Miss Jiang be available for a meal later to help clarify things? After all, 100 billion wasn't exactly pocket change. Anyone in my position would want to ask detailed questions. Of course, this didn't apply to Fāng Yuán. Her request was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, committing such a substantial investment clearly demonstrated that Han Dan was genuinely committed to philanthropy. But two unmarried individuals dining alone together. Zhang Yunxue couldn't help but worry that Fāng Yuán might misunderstand. Noticing her hesitation, Han Dan seized the moment. If Miss Jiang feels uneasy, she's welcome to invite a few colleagues. Since we're all here for the sake of charity, I'd be very interested in meeting the members of the Green Grass Foundation. At this point, refusing would likely seem impolite. News that a prominent figure with formidable connections intended to invest 10 billion yuan. The news spread quickly throughout the foundation. The overwhelming majority were eager to attend. After all, this was a rare opportunity to connect with such a powerful figure. Who knows? If they could win his favor, it might open doors to further opportunities. But there were exceptions. The experienced Li Meiyu keenly sensed that the other party's intentions weren't so straightforward. Yet when she privately discussed it with Zhang Yunxue, she dismissed her concerns. Mr. Han Dan seems like a decent person, and with his distinguished background, he probably doesn't have ulterior motives like you suggest. Anyway, I'm not going. I'm just giving you a heads up. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Li Meiyu didn't dwell on it. Her warning to Zhang Yunxue stemmed from concern for Fāng Yuán. Since she wouldn't listen, so be it. Who knows? Maybe the campus beauty Jian would fall for his good looks and wealth. At least that would eliminate one competitor for her. Oomph. A foreigner shows up out of nowhere wanting to donate 100 billion? Who'd believe he has no ulterior motives? If he's so charitable, why doesn't he help his own country? Instead, he comes to your Xia nation to spread his kindness? Like Li Meiyu, Miao Yu also politely declined the dinner invitation. Her reason for declining was simple. She simply didn't enjoy crowded gatherings. Though Han Dan wore a convincing facade, there was still an aura about him that repelled her, so she simply declined. After everyone had left the foundation, Miao Yu intended to grab a quick bite before heading back to rest. But Li Meiyu grabbed her arm. She grinned mischievously. Xiao Yu, wanna go raid the rich tonight? Who? Who else could it be? Of course, it's that hands-off Mr. Fong. He set up his own foundation but never shows his face. We work so hard, how could we not give him a good fleecing? Thinking of Fāng Yuán's appearance, Miao Yu hesitated slightly before agreeing. And when invited by the lovely Miss Li, how could Fāng Yuán possibly refuse? After hanging up, he told them to wait for him at the foundation. Chapter 65, Zhang Yunxue is in trouble. After picking up the two women, the dining location was a given. Although his father had told him the Fong family owned over a dozen hotels and restaurants, Fāng Yuán held a slight preference for the Qilin Hotel. Not only because the chefs there were skilled, but because the hotel manager knew how to handle things. Seeing Fang Xiao come in for a meal, the hotel manager moved with remarkable agility. After Fāng Yuán entered the private room, he even fetched a chair and stationed himself outside, standing by at all times, ready to be summoned. With service like this, he'd definitely be nominated for Employee of the Year. By the way, what's the deal with Xiao Shui going out for a business dinner? Before going to pick her up, Fāng Yuán specifically called Zhang Yunxue, but she mentioned a major investor was coming to discuss cooperation details. Since she mentioned on the call that she was going with some foundation staff members, so Fāng Yuán wasn't overly concerned. It's just that someone claiming to be a member of the Ross family suddenly showed up today, offering to invest 10 billion into our Green Grass Foundation. So Ruoxue went over to discuss the specifics with him. The Rothschild family? Fāng Yuán was somewhat familiar with this renowned, ancient global family. But the man hadn't claimed to be in Chongqing City to invest in expanding commercial markets. Why would they suddenly get involved in philanthropy? Doing a deal with no return whatsoever didn't seem like the Rothschild family's style. But if this Han Dan had ulterior motives, Fāng Yuán couldn't begin to guess. After all, there had been no prior dealings between the two parties. Seeing Fāng Yuán's unconcerned expression, Li Meiyu hesitated before deciding to warn him. Fāng Yuán, I can't shake the feeling that this Han Dan isn't here with good intentions. Remember to contact Ruoxue later to check on things. Though he didn't know why Li Meiyu would say such a thing. But when it came to his woman, Fāng Yuán dared not take it lightly. Alright, I'll ask Ruoxue where they're having dinner later. Let's eat first. The three ate and chatted, the atmosphere pleasantly relaxed. Except that little vixen Li Meiyu kept rubbing against Fāng Yuán's calf under the table. The more young Master Fāng ate, the more irritated he grew. To get back at her, Fāng Yuán followed Li Meiyu's lead, determined not to be outdone. But as he rubbed, he suddenly noticed Miao Yu seated beside Li Meiyu, her face alternating between pale and flushed. As if she'd encountered something utterly unbelievable. Her gaze could kill. Could it be? Fāng Yuán cleared his throat lightly, pretending to pull out his phone and glance down at it. This was utterly outrageous. Li Meiyu had withdrawn her leg at some point. Turns out he'd been rubbing against Miao Yu's calf the whole time. But honestly, Miao Yu's leg felt smooth and incredibly comfortable to rub against. But still, she was just a young girl fresh out of school. Acting like this felt like a shady boss trying to take advantage of a subordinate. I'm full. Fāng Yuán sheepishly withdrew his leg. An awkward smile spread across his face. Li Meiyu, still eating, flashed a sly look in her eyes. A faint, schadenfreude-laced smile touched her lips. You little devil, Li Meiyu. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Fāng Yuán glared at her. But knowing full well that young Master Fāng was all bark and no bite, Li Meiyu wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, she shot him a flirtatious glance. It was nearly 9 o'clock by then. Since they both had work tomorrow, Fāng Yuán had them driven home after dinner. It should be about time now. Fāng Yuán glanced at his wristwatch. He then called Jiang Yunxue to ask if he should pick her up. But after ringing over a dozen times, no one answered. When he tried again, the phone was turned off. A sudden chill ran through Fāng Yuán as an uneasy premonition took hold. He immediately summoned the driver and bodyguards waiting nearby. They rushed toward the location of the Heaven and Earth Grand Restaurant. This was the address where Han Dan had invited them to dinner tonight. With no other options midway, Fāng Yuán had no choice but to call the Foundation personnel. From them, he learned that just over 10 minutes ago, Jiang Yunxue, having accidentally drunk too much, had excused herself to use the restroom. She still hadn't returned. Upon learning that Han Dan had also just left under the pretext of needing to make a phone call, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but curse angrily. This whole situation reeked of something being off. How could a group of people go out to eat and not even keep an eye on a woman? Frantic with worry, Fāng Yuán didn't bother with formalities. He immediately called his father, Fāng Weigua. Fearing something might happen to his future daughter-in-law, Fāng Weigua immediately dispatched several detective and paparazzi agencies under his name to search for her. After hesitating, Fāng Yuán made another call, this time to Li Zhongqi. Although Li worked in the public welfare sector, he was, after all, an official with considerable standing. Hearing the somber tone in Fāng Yuán's voice over the phone, especially since this matter involved a member of the Ross family, Li Zhongqi immediately sensed trouble brewing. He reassured Fāng Yuán over the phone not to panic while simultaneously mobilizing his own connections to locate the person. A short while later, Li Zhongqi, still in his pajamas, was in the official Sky Eye surveillance room. He located Jiang Yunshue's whereabouts. There she was, stumbling so badly she could barely walk straight, being supported by a fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigner as they staggered into the hotel. Seeing this scene, Li Zhongqi felt his head was about to explode. Who didn't know Jiang Yunxue belonged to Fāng Yuán? And now this foreign bastard. How dare you set your sights on Jiang Yunxue? If anything happened, it would blow the roof off the place. So he immediately called Fāng Yuán back. According to surveillance footage, Miss Jiang was dropped off at Jiayuan Welcome Hotel by a car. Don't act rashly, I'm heading over to handle this immediately. But Fāng Yuán didn't wait for a response. Upon learning the location, he immediately ordered his driver to change course. Simultaneously, he called Butler Su, instructing him to dispatch another team of bodyguards to the scene immediately. Ensuring Jiang Yunshue's safety was the absolute top priority. Damn it! Whoever you are, if you dare touch a single hair on Xiao Shue's head, I'll kill you even if it costs me everything. Fāng Yuán roared with fury, urging the driver to step on the gas. Traffic lights were the last thing on his mind now. He'd plow through anything to get there safely. Meanwhile, the CEO of Jiayuan Welcome Hotel received an urgent call from city officials in the middle of the night. He learned that a major incident was about to unfold in his own hotel. The hotel CEO, despite his 180+ pounds of bulk, dragged himself out of bed, not even bothering to put on shoes. Hurry up, get the front desk to check which room that couple just checked into our hotel is staying in. Yeah, a foreign guy and a woman, Han Dan and Jiang Yunxue. Damn it, what the hell are you babbling about now? Once you find them, have security kick the door down. Make absolutely sure that woman isn't harmed in any way, otherwise, this hotel is finished. The manager, who had been dozing off, jolted awake and rushed to the front desk. He vaguely remembered the two who had just arrived. The man was handsome, decked out in international designer labels. The woman was tall and stunningly beautiful, one in a million. He'd initially thought they were a couple. But the woman seemed somewhat reluctant. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming it was just a bit of coy resistance. After all, most women these days tend to be rather Western obsessed, and the guy clearly had money to burn. Besides, she was drunk enough to be brought to a hotel, what else was there to say? But now that he thought about it, something was seriously wrong here. Chapter 66, Didn't your mother teach you before you left home? Inside the hotel room, Jiang Yunxue lay on the bed, her face flushed crimson. Her eyes tightly shut, clearly having lost all consciousness. Gazing at the woman with her exquisite figure on the bed, Han Dan felt a surge of heat in his heart. Originally, he hadn't planned to make his move on Jiang Yunxue so soon. But after drinking a little wine, he suddenly changed his mind. So he slipped some medicine into Jiang Yunshue's bedding. That's why Jiang Yunxue became so drunk after just a couple of cups. Such a rare beauty absolutely couldn't be let go. As for that so-called Fāng Yuán, he didn't give him a second thought. Did he really think the Ross family's centuries of heritage came from nowhere? Even kings and princes of minor nations would bow and scrape before him. Let alone some nobody who just happened to get lucky and amass a bit of wealth. Baby, I'll make you feel good in a minute. Han Dan chuckled wickedly as he began slowly stripping off his clothes. Just as his hand reached for the buttons on Jiang Yunshua's collar, the two bodyguards stationed at the door suddenly bellowed in anger. What the hell are you idiots doing? It turned out the hotel manager had charged in with 7 or 8 security guards. Fortunately, Li Zhongqi was quick-witted. Realizing it would take time to intervene, he immediately contacted the hotel management and applied pressure in an official capacity. This allowed reinforcements to arrive just in time, saving Jiang Yunxue from imminent danger. Looking at the two arrogant foreign bodyguards, an ordinary person might have hesitated due to their foreign status. But everyone knew these business tycoons who'd built their empires from scratch had clean backgrounds to begin with. Recalling the boss's furious roar during the phone call and that line, "Whoever dares to stop us, just take them down," the hotel manager rolled up his sleeves and declared bluntly, "Damn it! A couple of American bastards think they can act tough on our Chinese turf? Take them down." Even though these two bodyguards were skilled fighters, but with 7 or 8 of them swarming at once, they were no match at all. Within moments, they were beaten to a pulp, sprawled on the floor with bruised faces. The hotel manager kicked the door open, just in time to see Han Dan glaring at them with a dark expression. "I'll be damned." After confirming the woman on the bed was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief before hurling an insult at Han Dan. "You dare curse at me? Do you know who I am?" "Oh, really?" The hotel manager chuckled. He'd been itching for a fight for years. And this time, he had orders to do it. What the hell did he have to fear? "You foreign bastards sure are cocky. You idiot." Han Dan frowned and couldn't help but curse under his breath. This time, the hotel manager, a rough and tumble guy, couldn't hold back his anger. "Who cares what you are? This is Xia Nation. This ain't no place for you foreign devils to show off your swagger." Watching those sandbag-sized fists loom larger in his field of vision, Han Dan gaped in disbelief. "I'm Ross. You arrogant bastard. I'll kill you." Han Dan, now sporting a black eye from the punch, roared furiously. Seeing the foreigner still wouldn't back down, the hotel manager simply lunged forward and beat him up again. By the time Li Zhongqi and the others arrived, Han Dan lay sprawled on the floor, blood streaming from his nose. The once defiant man now trembled like a bullied little wife. He curled up, his face filled with fear as he looked at the burly hotel manager. The viciousness in his eyes dared not surface again. Spit. That scum deserved a lesson. Seeing the boss appear respectfully behind a middle-aged man, the hotel manager rushed over to curry favor. "Haha, boss, thank goodness we got here early. The woman's fine, but that Japanese brat tried to fight back, so I gave him a good beating." Looking at the badly beaten Han Dan, even Li Zhongqi felt a headache coming on. This time, the trouble was truly immense. When they first arrived in Changchuan City, Li Zhongqi, as a government official of considerable standing, had attended the welcome reception for foreign investors. The moment Han Dan saw Li Zhongqi appear, Han Dan, who had been trembling moments before, instantly regained his composure. "Is this how you treat foreign investors? I will report this matter to the family." The Ross family wielded extraordinary influence worldwide. Should they unite all foreign capital in Xia Nation to pressure the authorities, those who had offended him would face dire consequences. Seeing Li Zhongqi's deeply furrowed brow, the Jiayuan CEO nervously whispered, Boss, what's the deal with this foreign devil?" Li Zhongqi shot him a glare, though without much blame. After all, he'd been too preoccupied with fearing Jiang Yunxue might get into trouble and trigger Fāng Yuán's rage. So he hadn't revealed Han Dan's true identity. He's a direct descendant of the Ross family from M country. Holy! The CEO of Jiayuan saw stars and nearly fainted on the spot. You. He pointed at the hotel manager, who was still waiting for praise, momentarily speechless. The Ross family? What level of existence was that? Who'd have thought my own guys would beat up someone else's family scion? Word got out that anyone who saw him would have to give him a thumbs up. Damn impressive. You really don't know when to back down. The Jiayuan boss stammered, "Boss, I only did this because you told me to. Please don't abandon me when the time comes." This incident wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. If Han Dan was determined to retaliate, it wouldn't just affect them, but the entire upper echelons of Xia Nation would find themselves in a bind. And that woman? The CEO couldn't help but ask again. The CEO of Jiayuan couldn't help but ask again. She's Fāng Yuán's woman. Damn it, another big shot. The Jiayuan CEO felt utterly helpless. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Why did this have to happen at his hotel? Alright, let's wait for Fāng Yuán to arrive first. The words had barely left his mouth Fāng Yuán appeared at the far end of the corridor, striding swiftly in a casual shirt, his face radiating a murderous aura. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards followed in his wake. His aura was impeccably commanding. Young Master Fāng is here. Spotting Fāng Yuán, the grim-faced CEO of Jiayuan rushed over as if seeing a savior. He then briefly explained the situation. There was no other choice. That foreigner from the Ross family had already been beaten. Even if he were an absolute fool, he knew better than to cross young Master Fāng now. Learning that Zhang Yunxue was unharmed, Fāng Yuan's tense mood eased considerably. Well done. If he'd received such praise from the big boss under normal circumstances, the CEO of Jiayuan would surely brag about it to his old buddies. But now, the Ross family's major trouble was right there. Facing the newly emerged Fāng family, he felt somewhat uneasy. Seeing Li Zhongqi standing at the door with a wry smile, Fāng Yuán nodded gratefully. If not for Li Zhongqi's quick thinking, something might have gone wrong today. Don't act rashly. They're the Ross family's direct line. Li Zhongqi, seeing the murderous intent radiating from Fāng Yuán, hurriedly urged him not to act rashly. So what if I did it? Now I'm giving you a chance to beg for mercy. Hand this woman over to my room voluntarily. Otherwise, the wrath of the Ross family will be far beyond what you can bear. With Li Zhongqi present, the situation was brought under control. Han Dan, emboldened by his confidence, finally sneered coldly. Even if these Xiao nationals, now aware of his identity, had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare act again. But Fāng Yuan's response gave Han Dan an ominous foreboding. Didn't your mother teach you before leaving home that you shouldn't act cocky on someone else's turf? Chapter 67, You forced my Fāng family to act. Sir, I'm sure you're tired. You should go back and rest early. I, Fāng Yuán, will remember this favor. Fāng Yuán, you must understand that the Ross family is no ordinary. I know. A sharpness never before seen flashed in Fāng Yuan's eyes. Like a sword drawn from its scabbard, it silenced the words Li Zhongqi had been about to utter. But watching my own woman suffer humiliation, seeing a foreigner flaunt his power in our great Xiao nation, this is something I, Fāng Yuán, cannot tolerate. If our ancestors were here today, they'd likely send him back to his homeland in M country with a single stroke of the blade. I promise you no one will die. That is the utmost assurance I, Fāng Yuán, can give you. Sigh. Knowing Fāng Yuan's resolve was unshakable, Li Zhongqi sighed helplessly. He then silently turned and walked away. When the time comes, I'll press charges against Han Dan for attempted sexual assault against a woman. But you must exercise restraint yourself. Fāng Yuán was taken aback by Li Zhongqi's unexpected support. You brat, you really think your Uncle Li is some cowardly Han who trembles at the sight of a foreign devil? I'll also seek support from the provincial government on this matter. Seeing his protector about to leave, Han Dan finally panicked. You can't leave. I'm an outsider, a distinguished foreign investor. Aren't you Chinese supposed to be the land of etiquette? No. He tried to rush forward and escape. But Fāng Yuán gave a subtle signal. The CEO of Jiayuan standing by the door instantly understood, slamming the door shut with a bang. Damn it, I've already pissed them off. What the hell do I have to fear now? Fāng Yuán patted the Jiayuan CEO on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll handle this. You don't need to fret. He then fixed a cold stare on Han Dan, who had already shrunk into the corner. He instructed the bodyguard beside him. Just keep him alive. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán had the unconscious Zhang Yunxue carried back to Tianyunipin first. These bodyguards were all professionally trained. They knew exactly how to inflict maximum pain without causing fatal injury. Han Dan wailed in agony for over 10 minutes. Finally, he collapsed on the ground, barely alive, watching as Fāng Yuán led his men away. Two bodyguards who had long since regained consciousness lay outside feigning death. Only after confirming all the bad guys had departed, they finally dared to tremblingly rise, pull out their phones, and dial 120. The next day, news broke that a direct descendant of the Ross family had attempted to harm a woman in Xiao Nation. Both the Changchuan city government and provincial authorities immediately condemned these low-quality foreign enterprises. They demanded that Han Dan himself immediately report to the supervisory agency to cooperate with the investigation. A mere Li Zhongqi could never achieve such things. But this time, the provincial leader who knew the full story didn't hesitate before slamming the table and delivering his verdict. What about the Ross family? They wouldn't dare stir up trouble in our country even if they had 100 guts. Do they really think our nation's years of keeping a low profile stem from fear of them? Forget a beating. If anything happens, I'll make sure not a single one of those little devils leaves our country alive. Cold sweat beaded on the assistant's forehead as he hurriedly interjected. Boss, watch your words. What's there to fear? Our ancestors certainly didn't shy away from a fight back in the day, with the big shot backing him up. Fāng Yuán, upon hearing the news, felt deeply moved. It proved once again that one's own people were the most reliable. When Zhang Yunxue came to later, she was still trembling with fear. Had Fāng Yuán not reacted swiftly, she might have truly met with disaster this time. It's okay now. Just be more careful when you go out in the future. Never trust strangers so easily again. I know, Fāng Yuán. Thank you. If it weren't for the thought of how she would face her parents after being defiled. Facing Fāng Yuán. Jiang Yunxue trembled as she clung tightly to the man beside her. If something truly irreparable were to happen, she feared she would have no face left to live in this world. Don't just thank me, thank Mei Yu too. It was thanks to her timely warning that we managed this. Yes, I'll make sure to thank her properly in person. After finally calming Jiang Yunxue down. But the situation he would face next was his greatest challenge. 3 days later, Handan was directly expelled from Xia Kingdom by its authorities. This move thoroughly enraged the notoriously arrogant Ross family. At the patriarch's command, multiple foreign enterprises across Xia Nation raised protest flags. They demanded that Fāng Yuán, along with the authorities of Changchuan City and Sichuan Province, provide an explanation for Handan's treatment. Otherwise, they would consider implementing further economic sanctions. This amounted to a blatant, open threat. The situation had escalated significantly. Even the top official of Chuan Province frowned. The other side had abandoned factual arguments and was now directly stirring up trouble under the pretext of violent assault against foreign investors. To break this deadlock now, it would likely require direct intervention from Xia Nation's high-level officials. Although the higher-ups held some admiration for the young man Fāng Yuán. But to get someone of that caliber to intervene, there likely isn't sufficient incentive to justify it. Considering the broader interests at stake, it remains highly improbable. For those at the national level, cannot act on whims like ordinary people, their decisions must consider the entire nation. However, the provincial government did call Fāng Yuán to reassure him. Oh dear, honey, what should we do? Since acquiring the system, this was the first time Zhang Yudan had tasted the bitterness of helplessness. Fāng Weiguo's brow was deeply furrowed. The trouble their son had caused this time was too immense. But then he thought about his wife being drugged and subjected to such an outrageous act. He realized he hadn't beaten his son hard enough that day. Since he'd already crossed the line, he might as well slap him a few more times to teach him a lesson. Don't panic. There must be a way. What possible solution could there be? Zhang Yudan looked at her husband with hopeful eyes. Just then, Fāng Yuán returned home. Seeing his parents sitting on the sofa, sighing and lamenting, Fāng Yuan's already heavy heart grew even heavier. As the Ross family began to exert their influence, he finally witnessed for the first time just how formidable the methods of this ancient family truly were. A financial conglomerate family could even openly pressure a world superpower. This was far beyond what mere wealth could achieve. With centuries of heritage, the Rothschilds' profound influence was far more terrifying than it appeared on the surface. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Fāng Yuán understood clearly that the intricacy of this matter far exceeded his initial expectations. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't be wearing such troubled expressions. Seeing her son return, Zhang Yudan's eyes brimmed with heartache, yet she held little intention to blame him. After all, in that situation, any man would have struggled to control his temper. Fāng Weiguo sighed. Fāng Yuán's heart sank. Your mother and I had planned to keep a low profile, hoping to give you more time to grow into your role. But now they're forcing our hand. So what if it's the Ross family? Do they really think the Fāng family is made of clay? Dad. Fāng Yuán froze, then suddenly felt a surge of tension. Were his parents actually deciding to reveal their family's true strength? Chapter 68, we'll risk everything to settle this for you. With the Ross family's aggressive move, many foreign-funded enterprises in Xia Nation responded accordingly, and reduced employee benefits at numerous companies, using economic leverage to stir public outrage and pressure the Xia government into submission. As for the losses incurred by these foreign companies, the Ross family covered them entirely. Using their own people to target your own people, that is the most heartless tactic of all. For a time, ordinary citizens across Xia Nation, however unwillingly caught in the crossfire, began directing their anger toward Fāng Yuán. Ah, what's the point of young people showing off their abilities? He's got money at home and lives it up, but what about us who still have to work for a living? Rich people can be so reckless. They don't even consider the Ross family's power. What a stroke of bad luck. A public benefactor of Xia? Put. He's a disaster magnet. Make him apologize to the Ross family. Apologize. He must apologize. Some echoed the sentiments of those foreign-funded enterprises. Naturally, others couldn't stomach it. Oof. Since when did our Xia Nation start producing scum like you who fawn over the enemy? What did Fāng Yuán do wrong? Tell me. You cynics spouting nonsense? Why not just hand your wives over to those foreign devils while you're at it? How do you know I haven't? Women can be replaced. Now I rake in $1 million a year, envy me, you broke losers. Exactly. If you want to get by in life, what's wrong with wearing a little green on your head? What a sickening set of values. Ha, that's because you haven't been beaten down by life. If Fāng Yuán had been willing to part with his woman, the Ross family would never have treated him unfairly. As these trolls grew increasingly brazen, netizens who still held normal ethical standards and could distinguish right from wrong immediately banded together. They unleashed a torrent of abuse on the vermin trying to distort Chinese values and peddle victim-blaming nonsense. Get the hell out of China, you foreign devil's lackeys! Curse these bastards to death. In the heat of the moment, even influential figures stepped in. They exposed the identities of the most vicious keyboard warriors who had tried to pin all the blame on Fāng Yuán. Before long, the most brazen trolls had their windows smashed, wires cut, and internet disconnected. News spread of others having paint splashed on their doors or getting fired from their jobs. Unable to withstand the pressure, the online trolls apologized one by one and retreated from the internet, terrified of being dragged into the mess. They had only dared to spew their venom because they were hiding behind the anonymity of the internet. But the moment reality hit, they immediately backed down. Meanwhile, the top official from neighboring Hai province was now sitting inside the Fāng family villa with the top official from Chuan province. The Hai province leader never imagined that at this critical juncture, Fāng Yuán would proactively invite him to visit. As the top official of a provincial government, regardless of location, travel schedules were meticulously planned. Had it not been for the strong invitation from his old comrade, the top official of Sichuan province, coupled with his curiosity about the particularly troublesome young man who had recently stirred things up, he wouldn't have personally made the trip. Moreover, before his arrival, the top official of Sichuan province had quietly hinted to him that a tremendous opportunity awaited him. I'm well aware of the situation with the Ross family this time. However, Mr. Fāng is an outstanding talent who holds great love for our nation and has made significant contributions to society. I will certainly convey this to the higher-ups when the time comes. Looking at Fāng Yuán, the top official of Hai province was the first to state his position. But that was all. After all, Fāng Yuán's efforts had primarily benefited Sichuan province. While he agreed to speak on his behalf, how much effort he would actually exert remained uncertain. Fāng Yuán understood this. But, since Brother Chuan is here, I'll be blunt. I plan to establish an infrastructure engineering foundation in Hai province as well, with an initial investment of 100 billion. What are your thoughts? Hai Lao couldn't help but fall into deep thought upon hearing this. Fāng Yuán had invited him specifically to discuss resolving the Ross family matter. The proposed 100 billion yuan was a clear demonstration of Fāng Yuán's sincerity. But was it worth risking the goodwill of most foreign enterprises in Hai province for a mere 100 billion? Seeing his old comrade frowning in thought, Boss Chuan scolded Fāng Yuán with a laugh. The big boss of the entire province has personally come over. What are you dawdling for, kid? Hurry up and finish what you have to say. Haha, right away, right away. What other conditions are there? Hai Lauda was momentarily confused, but then his eyes lit up. Could it be that this 100 billion was merely an appetizer? Fāng Yuán paused briefly before continuing. What I mentioned earlier was just the initial funding. I've prepared several more rounds of investment. At the latest, the entire 5 trillion yuan investment for Hai province will be fully dispersed within a year. What? You said 5 trillion. Hai Lauda's expression turned serious. Fāng Yuán, you must understand this is no joke. If you fail to deliver, you'll be in serious trouble. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. Rest assured, I, Fāng Yuán, always keep my word. What I say goes. If I can't deliver the funds when the time comes, you, Boss Hai, can come and deal with me personally. If it were just 100 billion, he certainly wouldn't have agreed so readily. But 5 trillion yuan? That was enough to fund countless large-scale infrastructure projects in Hai province. Deal. But old Chuan, don't let us down when it counts. Tomorrow, we'll go to the national authorities. Even if I have to throw my old face to the wind, I'll get this sorted for you. I told you there'd be perks. If it weren't for our friendship, you wouldn't get a share of this windfall. Seeing Hai Lauda's eyes nearly pop out of his head, old man Chuan teased him, a rare display of humor. Even though he was grateful, old Hai remained rather reserved. On the way back, he couldn't help but ask his old partner. If Fāng Yuán is willing to invest 5 trillion in our Hai province, then your Sichuan province must be putting up at least as much, right? Spill the beans. Old Hai held up one finger mysteriously. 1 trillion? Impossible. Could it be 10 trillion? Wrong. Try again. 100? Nope, it's endless spending. Whoa. Old Chuan, you've really hit the jackpot this time. No way, tomorrow I'm taking this kid back to the coastal province. I'll tie him up myself if I have to. Hey, you can't do that. Or else I'll definitely turn on you. Ha ha ha. Listening to the two provincial bosses chatting in the back seat, the driver up front was completely numb. Fāng Yuán wasted no time either. The very next day after the Hai boss agreed, he immediately arranged for Li Meiyu and Miaoyu to head to Hai province to establish the foundation. This efficiency left Hai Lauda thoroughly satisfied. After consulting with the Sichuan boss, the two threw themselves into their congressional trip with full force. Naturally, they wouldn't reveal to Fāng Yuán exactly who they were meeting. However, the international clamor from the Ross family soon began to fade. Internally, it was only known that a high-ranking official had personally intervened to resolve the matter for Fāng Yuán. Consequently, while many grew even more wary of Fāng Yuán, the Fāng family's presence also drew the attention of numerous top-tier powerhouses within Xia Nation. Chapter 69, Let the Snowball Keep Rolling. Within the Ross family, Han Dan lay in bed receiving care from his personal physician. Those bodyguards were brutal in their attacks. Though he wasn't killed, he suffered greatly. Upon learning that Fāng Yuán had enlisted the help of a powerful figure from Xia Nation to forcibly suppress the Ross family, his injuries felt increasingly unbearable. Impossible. It must be fake. I'll make sure that bastard pays with his life. Since he couldn't win fair and square, he'd resort to dirty tricks. But his unauthorized actions had enraged Fāng Yuán, escalating the situation and leading to the mission's failure. As punishment, the head of the Ross family imposed a month-long confinement order on him. No matter how furious he was, he had to endure this period before venturing out again. Meanwhile, the two provincial leaders returned triumphantly from the National Congress. Under Fāng Yuán's unwavering commitment, they too began dedicating greater effort to infrastructure development. Road and bridge construction would all adhere to the highest standards. High-speed rail and airports, once exclusive to major cities, now spread across the province. As Governor Chuan put it, with such a powerful financial backer behind us, build high-speed rail all the way to the villages. Of course, reality isn't quite that extreme, but cities and counties across the province have already begun comprehensive high-speed rail and light rail construction. Concrete roads will be retained only on essential sections. All others are being replaced with asphalt roads. Such major moves by the two provinces naturally caught the attention of other provincial leaders. Through subtle inquiries and discreet probes, they finally learned that Fāng Yuán, the central figure in the Ross family incident, was the driving force behind it all. Moreover, the investment pledged to High Province alone reached a staggering 5 trillion yuan. This news caused many provincial leaders to express righteous indignation, lamenting the unfairness of these two monopolizing such vast resources. The Sichuan leader, however, remained unfazed. Haha, Fāng Yuán is one of us from Sichuan province. Naturally, we prioritize our own people when benefits arise. As for the High Province leader, after receiving moral condemnation from the other provincial leaders, he had no intention of responding at all, instead retreating to his office to quietly rake in the profits. Later, someone suddenly noticed. At some unknown point, the number of officials dispatched from neighboring provinces to Changchuan City on business had surged. Upon learning this, Boss Chuan immediately ordered the Changchuan City authorities. No matter what, keep a close eye on that precious asset, Fāng Yuán. If anyone tries to poach him, you'll be held accountable. The city officials were utterly speechless. Of course, there was one person who benefited from this. That was Li Zhongqi, who had chosen to protect Fāng Yuán during the incident. After the matter was settled, Li Zhongqi was personally received by Boss Chuan. Upon his return, he was promoted 3 ranks at once, becoming the city government's 4th in command. Upon learning that the matter concerning Fāng Yuán had been resolved, Li Zhongqi personally paid a visit to express his gratitude. It could be said that, not just Changchuan City, across the entire province of Chuan, there's hardly anyone who doesn't know Fāng Yuán. After Han Dan packed up and got lost, fearing retribution from Fāng Yuán, the Zheng family father and son promptly boarded a flight and vanished without a trace. Dad, can our family really come up with that much money? After the incident concluded, Fāng Yuán felt a pang of unease. If it were 100 billion, he was confident his family's resources could easily cover it. But the combined total for the two provinces was approaching 10 trillion. What kind of scale was that? South Korea's so-called uncrowned king, the Samsung Group, reportedly had total assets of around 30 billion US dollars. Based on that calculation, even disregarding Samsung Group's hidden wealth, it still amounts to less than 1/5 of the Fāng family's holdings. Unconsciously, he suddenly found himself a bit baffled. If they truly possessed such vast assets, how could mom and dad have concealed it so thoroughly from childhood, never giving the slightest hint? It felt like something straight out of a fairy tale. Son, how could your parents ever deceive you? If it weren't for the Ross family coming to pick a fight this time, we wouldn't have bothered to deal with them. Anyway, don't worry about the family's money. A mere 100 billion or so is nothing. Yeah, if we go head to head, the Ross family would probably just end up trailing behind us in the dust, right honey? Fāng Yuán cleared his throat twice, then nodded solemnly. Your mother's right. That top 10 ancient families list? That's just for show. Hidden powerhouses like us are the ones truly standing at the pinnacle of global wealth. The couple played their parts perfectly, finally managing to fool Fāng Yuán. Watching their son ascend the stairs, Zhang Yudan exhaled in relief. This was too risky. Young people tend to think outside the box. What if he figured out we have the system? Fāng Yuán chuckled. No way. As long as we don't bring it up, he'd never guess. Look at all those system novels online these days, aren't they all aimed at young people? Who in their right mind would figure it out at our age? Besides, our son didn't do anything wrong. As parents, how could we just stand by and watch him get bullied by those foreign devils? Zhang Yudan nodded, yet still felt conflicted. Still, taking risks had its rewards. At the very least, from this moment onward, the Fāng family's horizons had truly expanded. All they needed to do was pour money into large-scale infrastructure projects. The system's returns would only grow. She summoned the system interface she hadn't checked in ages. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but gasp at the dense array of monetary assets displayed. Godly Tycoon Cultivation System. Hosts, Fāng Yuán, Zhang Yudan. Cash assets, 320 billion yuan, 320 billion. Tycoon cultivation progress, 6.5%. Assets under ownership, 40% stake in Tianding Group, Shilin Grand Hotel, Wanhu Mall. The assets are too numerous to list in detail. There are at least hundreds of properties and equity holdings of varying sizes. If all this wealth were fully disclosed, he'd easily crack the global top 500 wealthiest list. But the couple's ambition? To become the world's wealthiest. Previously, it was merely about pursuing the dream of becoming the wealthiest. Now, after experiencing this incident, they have come to deeply realize that money can sometimes bring more than just material comforts. But when amassed to a certain extent, it can even become a powerful tool to manipulate a nation or even multiple nations. Compared to the true ancient families, their current wealth still pales in comparison. Transfer all 300 billion to my son's account. Let him allocate the infrastructure funding for the two provinces himself. Money spent quickly comes back faster. If it doesn't work out, we'll just cast our net wider. It's like rolling a snowball. Once set in motion, the Fāng family's snowball would rapidly gain momentum. If the day ever comes when the Fāng family's infrastructure projects span the globe, forget the Rothschilds. Even if all the world's elite families banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Contemplating such a grand vision, the couple became completely absorbed. Chapter 70, The Miao Family in Congress. Changchuan City Airport. A distinguished-looking man and woman stepped off the plane. Brother, if that girl is so important, why didn't the main branch send someone themselves? Why send us two from the collateral line instead? Miao Yifan looked at his adorably clueless younger sister. He raised an eyebrow. Precisely because the clan chief's long-lost illegitimate daughter is so important, the main branch would never send anyone. Miao Yuan tapped her forehead. You make it sound so profound. You know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, yet you still talk like this. It's so annoying. Forget it. That's all the main branch's business. It's none of ours. Our main task this time is just to bring that girl back. Getting involved in the main branch's affairs isn't a good idea. Outside, a luxury car had been waiting by the roadside for quite some time. Spotting Miao Yifan and Yuan approaching, the driver hurriedly stepped out to open the door for them. Greetings, young Master Yifan, Miss Yuan. Miao Yifan nodded and got into the car. To the Green Grass Public Welfare Foundation. Through the window, he observed the bustling construction projects underway outside. Miao Yifan couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought Changchuan City harbors such a super wealthy family? Investing trillions at a drop of a hat, that Mr. Fāng sure knows how to spend big. Miao Yuan rolled her eyes dismissively. No matter how impressive, he's still just a businessman. Sometimes you just don't get it. Someone who can go toe-to-toe with the Rothschilds and even get the higher-ups to step in and clean up his mess is far from an ordinary businessman. Perhaps realizing it was pointless to discuss this with his sister, Miao Yifan shook his head with a smile. Remember what the clan leader told us before he arrived. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to provoke any conflict with Fāng Yuán. Yeah, I know. Inside the Green Grass Foundation, Miao Yu, who had just returned from the coastal province, hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath. Suddenly, Li Meiyu called her to the conference room with a strange look in her eyes. What is it, Sister Meiyu? I was just about to get a drink. Hold off on that water. Your brother and sister are here to see you. My brother and sister? Miao Yu was stunned. She had grown up deep in the mountains with her grandparents since childhood. Where would any siblings come from? But Li Meiyu didn't seem to be joking. As soon as he stepped into the conference room, Miao Yifan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She looks just like her. It's uncanny. Miao Yuan saw Miao Yu's appearance and wore an equally astonished expression. She looks exactly like the clan chief's wife. The siblings hurried forward and respectfully addressed Miao Yu. Miao Yifan of the Miao family's collateral branch. Miao Yuan, we greet the eldest young lady. By this point, Miao Yu was completely bewildered. They were supposed to be brother and sister, so why were they addressing her as the young miss upon meeting? Judging by their attire and demeanor, they were clearly not from an ordinary family. Though they shared her surname, had they made a mistake? Miao Yu waved her hands nervously. Have you mistaken me for someone else? perhaps anticipating her response? Miao Yifan smiled as he pulled a jade pendant carved with a flying dragon from his pocket. The jade pendant was exquisitely crafted, and the material used appeared exceptionally rare. The only flaw was a missing piece at its center. The moment she saw the jade pendant, Miao Yu suddenly froze. "Young miss, you must be familiar with this jade pendant. This dragon-shaped jade was personally prepared for you by the clan chieftain back then. But later, due to certain events that befell our Miao family, the clan chief had no choice but to send you away. The smaller jade pendant you hold is the token that proves your identity." To Miao Yifan, however, the presence or absence of this jade pendant seemed irrelevant. After all, when Miao Yu was sent away, she was barely a month old. The clan chief feared her appearance might change over time, so he prepared the jade pendant as a precaution. But seeing Miao Yu's appearance now, it was unlikely anyone would doubt whether this young lady was truly the clan chief's biological child. Her hands trembled slightly as she removed a small jade pendant from around her neck. Her name was still engraved upon it. If she placed her jade pendant on the dragon-shaped one, it would perfectly fill the gap. No wonder she had always been puzzled since childhood. Why had her surname always been so different from that of her late father and grandfather? And given the environment she grew up in, finding such a jade pendant would have been no easy feat. It all made sense now because she had never truly belonged to the mountains. Every lingering doubt vanished from her mind in that instant. If that's the case, why haven't my birth parents ever come looking for me all these years? Miao Yu's eyes were red-rimmed, yet she asked calmly. Faced with this question, Miao Yifan fell silent. Back then, the turbulent times had stirred up deep conflicts within the Miao family's main branch, compounded by the turbulent times of the past. To ensure Miao Yu's safety, the matriarch of the clan, Miao Yu's biological mother, made the agonizing decision to send her away. Once the political climate stabilized, Miao Yu's mother passed away due to a serious illness. The clan chief focused on rebuilding the Miao family and having since fathered a son after Miao Yu. The clan chief had no inclination to search for his own biological daughter. Until a month ago, when the Miao family's young master also passed away from an incurable illness. Seeing the clan leader without an heir, the legitimate daughter from the previous generation, the current clan chief's own aunt began scheming to have her son inherit the position of Miao clan chief. Naturally, this proposal met with widespread opposition among the Miao clan. But with no other options left, the clan chief finally remembered the first daughter he had with his wife years ago. With the Miao family's resources and connections, locating Miao Yu proved effortless. Thus, today's recognition ceremony came to pass. But these details must remain unknown to Miao Yu. Miao Yifan sighed. He made up a story on the spot. Her birth mother had left, while her birth father, for some reason, was unable to acknowledge her. Whether others believed it or not, at least he had provided the necessary explanation. "Young miss, the clan chief sending you away back then was an act of necessity. Now, the Miao family stands among the top clans in the Xia kingdom. Upon your return, you will become the next clan chief, with wealth and power at your fingertips." "Indeed, Miss Miao. We've come specifically to escort you home." Though Miao Yifan's words were sincere, an air of superiority still emanated from him. The Miao family was certainly extraordinary. Even within the National Assembly, where influential figures abound, the Miao family held a position of considerable prestige. Even provincial officials of ordinary rank must conduct themselves with utmost courtesy when visiting the Miao residence. Had to conduct themselves with utmost courtesy, a testament to the immense influence wielded by this family. Such an opportunity to rise from obscurity to prominence. In his eyes, no one could possibly refuse. Chapter 71, Can You Handle It? But Miao Yu merely pondered for a moment before shaking her head. From the day she could remember, she had been a child of the deep mountains in Sichuan province. Besides, she was perfectly content with her life now. Though she didn't live in luxury, she never went hungry or went without clothes. She was surrounded by like-minded colleagues. She was doing work she loved. She neither wanted nor intended to follow two strangers blindly. To this so-called Miao village they kept mentioning. Even if life there was wonderful, it wasn't what she truly desired. "I'm grateful you've helped me understand my origins, but I'm perfectly content with my life now. I'm sorry I can't agree to your request." Miao Yu's response stunned the siblings. Miao Yifan immediately grew anxious. "Miss, don't you believe a word we've said?" Seeing the situation suddenly turn this way, Li Meiyu, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward and shielded Miao Yu behind her. "Didn't you hear Miao Yu say she doesn't want to go back? Besides, who knows if what you're saying is true? You can't just say a few words, pull out a jade pendant, and expect her to go with you. Human traffickers have all sorts of tricks these days, pretending to catch mistresses, claiming to be relatives, you name it." Miao Yuan pointed at Li Meiyu angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are, talking to us like that?" "Oh look, she's getting flustered." Li Meiyu sneered coldly, refusing to be outdone. "My status is none of your business. Miao Yu doesn't want to go with you. Keep yelling, and I'll call security right now." "You!" Miao Yuan tried to say more, but her brother stopped her. He shot Li Meiyu a meaningful look. Then he said, since the young lady doesn't believe us, we'll visit again tomorrow. Regardless, the blood flowing through your veins is undeniably that of the Miao family's direct line. There's no question about that. Li Meiyu snorted. Stop trying to scare people with moral blackmail. Do you even know who founded the Green Grass Foundation? I advise you not to cause trouble here. Otherwise, things won't be so easy to resolve later. Thinking of her lover, Li Meiyu finally felt a surge of confidence. Miao Yifan chuckled softly but said nothing. He led his still disgruntled sister out of the room. That evening, Fāng Yuán received a call from Boss Chuan. Hey, Fāng, does your Green Grass Foundation have an employee named Miaoyu? Yeah, there is. What about her? Fāng Yuán hadn't expected Boss Chuan's sudden call to be about Miaoyu. But what Boss Chuan revealed next made Fāng Yuán frown. That girl's background isn't simple. She comes from the Miao family in the National Assembly. For the sake of our friendship, I'll let you in on something. She's caught up in the Miao family's current power struggle over the legitimate line. She's a ticking time bomb. You'd better get her out of the foundation sooner rather than later. The Miao family wields immense power in the National Assembly. Even I have to tread carefully around them. Hearing this, Fāng Yuán was taken aback. He hadn't expected Miaoyu to have such a hidden background. If even Boss Chuan had personally called him, it suggested this matter's complexity might even rival that of the Ross family. After all, no matter how powerful the Ross family was, they remained foreigners. They couldn't directly intervene in Xia's internal affairs to deal with him. But the Miao family was different, especially with their influence extending into Congress. If the Ross family were a fierce dragon crossing the river, the Miao clan would be the undisputed local tyrant, one with 9 heads at that. What a headache. Fāng Yuán sighed. All he wanted was to live a quiet, carefree life. Yet it seemed that as his family background was gradually uncovered, the more troubles he seemed to attract. The next day, the Green Grass Foundation received word that Li Zhongqi, the city's 4th-ranking official, would be coming for an inspection. What surprised Zhang Yunxue and the others most was that the man and woman who had come yesterday to claim kinship with Miaoyu were also in the delegation. Moreover, Li Zhongqi treated them with remarkable courtesy. Only then did they realize something might be amiss. Fortunately, Fāng Yuán, who had received the call last night, arrived just in time, greatly easing everyone's concerns. In the eyes of the women, Fāng Yuán was like a stabilizing force. If this were merely a routine inspection, Li Zhongqi might have been manageable. But last night, he had received a call from higher-ups. That meant he was acting as an intermediary for the Miao family. Inside the conference room, Fāng Yuán massaged his slightly throbbing temples. What on earth was going on? After briefly commenting on the Green Grass Foundation, he quickly turned his gaze to Miaoyu. For today's inspection, the other party had specifically requested Miaoyu's presence. The implication was clear. Miaoyu maintained a composed expression. But the panic within was known only to her. The Miao family wielded considerable influence, even capable of summoning officials from the municipal government. It seemed yesterday's words weren't mere bluster after all. She glanced sideways at Fāng Yuán. Chuan Laoda had personally called. With Li Zhongqi's visit as well, even the most naive person would understand. This so-called Miao family was far more formidable than he had imagined. But Miaoyu was among the first members to join the foundation. If he caved now, how could she possibly face herself afterward? Ahem. Li Zhongqi, who had been hesitating, cleared his throat slightly at Miao Yifan's glance. Regarding the operational matters within the Green Grass Foundation, there aren't any fundamental issues, but Mr. Fāng. He uttered just that one meaningless phrase. Li Zhongqi promptly passed the buck to Fāng Yuán. Ha! Fāng Yuán chuckled. Even Boss Chuan had called to warn him. What could he possibly say? But Miaoyu was, after all, a member of the foundation. Miao Yifan looked at Fāng Yuán with a faint, ambiguous smile. This man dared to go head-to-head with the Ross family. And had even made a $1 trillion investment. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. Young Master Fāng, I presume someone has already contacted you by phone last night. Truthfully, our visit here is primarily about family matters. If you could speak on behalf of the Miao family from a position of reason and compassion, I would be deeply grateful. Fāng Yuán paused only briefly. Then it clicked. In that light, Brother Chuan's call yesterday was clearly prompted by the Miao family's prior intervention. That said, since even the governor of a province had spoken up, and considering Fāng Yuán had previously received favors from 2 provincial leaders, it would be unreasonable not to respond. Yet when he spoke with Zhang Yunxue over the phone yesterday, he learned that Miaoyu had no desire whatsoever to return to the so-called wealthy family. After all, anyone abandoned as a child, only to be reclaimed now due to the family's circumstances, wouldn't feel comfortable about it. But could he bear this pressure for the woman under his command? Fāng Yuán fell silent. Because he himself wasn't sure. Chapter 72, The Suffering Boss Chuan. This Thai Life. Why does it keep throwing challenges at him? Miao Yu, what do you think? Fāng Yuán paused for a moment before deciding to ask Miao Yu's opinion again. They are indeed members of the Miao family. If you're willing to return to the clan, you'll soon be living a life above others. But if you don't want to, no one can force you to go. Miao Yifan's expression darkened upon hearing this. The first two sentences had made him think Fāng Yuán was being reasonable. But what did that last sentence mean? Mr. Fāng, I hold you in high regard, but the affairs of the Miao clan may not be something you should meddle in. Recalling the clan chief's earlier instructions, Miao Yifan decided to express his displeasure diplomatically. In terms of money, they might not be a match for Fāng Yuán. But in Xia Kingdom's society, wealthy individuals were a dime a dozen, powerful ones, however, were another matter entirely. I'm sorry, but Miao Yu is still under my command. Even if your family wields great influence, you cannot force a woman to do what she refuses. Does the Miao family truly believe it stands above the law? You! Miao Yuan shot Fāng Yuán a glare, but ultimately dared not utter words of outright defiance. Miao Yu, I've made my position clear. Anyone who dares to forcibly take you away will first have to get my permission. Interesting. Miao Yifan chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. As for why Fāng Yuán was so confident, it was because of yesterday. Two provincial leaders from neighboring regions had sent envoys to approach Fāng Weigua, hoping the Fāng family would also contribute to their charitable efforts. They also hinted that if the Fāng family agreed, they could make any request within their capabilities. Both provincial leaders could deliver. For the Fāng couple, who were struggling with how to accelerate the system's feedback, this was a godsend. Adding Sichuan and Shandong to the mix, a full 4 provincial governors were now protecting the Fāng family. Even if your Miao family is powerful, you can't afford to ignore 4 provincial governors. Seeing the situation turn sour, Li Zhongqi quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Haha, as Mr. Fāng's business continues to expand, we'll inevitably need to interact sooner or later. There's no need to make things so tense. Miss Miao Yu, returning to the Miao family would bring you considerable benefits. Why not give it serious consideration? Returning to the Miao clan as the daughter of the clan chief would be like leaping through the Dragon Gate. How many could resist such temptation? I'm sorry, but I have my own life now. As for wealth and prestige, let those who desire it have it. Just like yesterday, Miao Yu's response was firm and unwavering. Her sole focus now was on helping children in need. Staying at the well-funded Qingchao Foundation, which was generous with its resources, was the perfect fit. Besides, she knew nothing about the Miao family's true circumstances. And the fact that someone had suddenly tracked her down after so many years of absence, there was definitely something fishy about it. Then I'm afraid I must decline your offer. You've heard Miao Yu's answer, please leave. Fāng Yuán fully supported whatever choice Miao Yu made. Since she herself didn't want to go back, there was nothing more to discuss. Fāng Yuán promptly issued his farewell. Young miss, are you certain you won't reconsider? After being refused time and again, Miao Yifan's tone grew cold. He wouldn't resort to force unless absolutely necessary. But this was a task personally assigned by the clan chief. Miao Yu must return with him no matter what. Shall we discuss this further? Li Zhongqi kept shooting him meaningful glances. Clearly, he didn't want Fāng Yuán to clash with the Miao family either. But this kid seemed to have a natural talent for stirring up trouble. He'd just clashed with the Ross family, and now he was immediately taking on the Miao family of the Congress. At this rate, he feared his own heart might not withstand the strain. Fāng Yuán calmly met Miao Yifan's gaze. I didn't back down from the Ross family, so who do you think you are, some Miao family? Ah, very well. Since that's the case, we shan't disturb you further. Miao Yifan laughed heartily before adding, Miss Fāng will return in 3 days. I'm sure you'll have a change of heart by then. Additionally, I'll let Mr. Fāng in on a secret. The one who resolved your troubles last time is a lifelong friend of our Miao family. Threatening me? Fāng Yuán wasn't foolish enough to believe Miao Yifan's parting words were merely venting anger. Sigh, you really are something. Fine, I'll report this to the higher-ups. The Miao family isn't one to be trifled with. Li Zhongqi sighed, but he couldn't pretend to ignore this. This kind of thing landing on his head. He could bet that Brother Chuan, whom Fāng Yuán held in such high regard, would lose a bunch of brain cells over this. Alright, everyone can go now. Seeing the immediate trouble averted, Fāng Yuán dismissed everyone back to their posts. As for what Miao Yifan intended to do, that was his own business. They'd deal with it as it came. If they couldn't handle it, they'd figure it out later. Miao Yu approached Fāng Yuán with a look of shame on her face and whispered softly. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's not your fault. The Miao family is simply too overbearing. Rest assured, as long as I, Fāng Yuán, stand here, no one will take you away. Seeing Fāng Yuán's composed demeanor, Miao Yu gave a soft nod. For some reason, whenever she stood beside this man, an inexplicable sense of security welled up within her, as if he would bear the weight of the world for her should it ever collapse. But the next moment, Miao Yu's eyes darkened instantly. Because everyone at the foundation knew. Zhang Yunxue was Fāng Yuán's official girlfriend. If she stepped in, wouldn't she become the third wheel? Besides, she wasn't even sure how Fāng Yuán truly felt about her. Better to just keep things as they were now. Even though she knew Miao Yifan wouldn't let it go. Fāng Yuán hadn't anticipated that the dagger from the Miao family would strike him so swiftly. Over the next half-day, he fielded no fewer than 40 or 50 calls from municipal and provincial authorities alone. All were from heads of key departments. They inquired whether he had offended anyone in the National Congress. The pressure exerted by the other party was immense. Had it not been for Fāng Yuán's unique status, and the fact that Boss Chuan had personally ordered his protection, much of the Fāng family's assets would likely have been subjected to regulatory scrutiny. Inside a luxury hotel, Miao Yifan hung up the phone with a cold laugh. I underestimated Fāng Yuán's connections in Sichuan province, but that's all it amounts to. Brother, we must teach him a lesson this time. How dare he look down on our Miao family? Oomph. Rest assured, the clan chief has already made arrangements with the National Assembly. Within 3 days, I guarantee every single business under the Fāng family's name will shut down. By then, I hope he doesn't come crawling back to beg us on his knees. This incident revealed just how terrifying the Miao family could be when wielding power. A single phone call could plunge the entire Fāng family into unprecedented crisis. As for Boss Chuan, he sat in his office, several strands of hair already gone. That brat never ceases to cause him headaches. He'd already warned him over the phone, yet he still went and clashed with the Miao family. Sigh, this is troublesome. Chapter 73, The Power of Capital. Sighing was one thing. But to make him abandon Fāng Yuán, his precious little treasure? That was simply out of the question. Left with no choice, Brother Chuan picked up the phone and called for backup. Congressional Miao family? Upon learning who Fāng Yuán had provoked this time, Boss Hai on the other end of the line also found himself in a bind. Hey, old Hai, don't turn your back on me just because you've got your pants on now. But this was a different matter entirely. He just helped smooth things over with the Ross family last time. Why was the Miao family suddenly popping up now? Recalling how Fāng Yuán had eagerly poured another 100 billion into Hai province just days ago, Big Brother Hai suddenly felt this investment was a bit too hot to handle. I can't handle this alone. You've got to help me figure something out. No matter how I try to figure it out, this kid is such a troublemaker. The excited boss nearly let out a curse. To say the two provincial leaders couldn't handle this situation would be a lie. But Hai Lauda would likely be promoted to the National Assembly soon. If he were to offend the Miao family at this critical juncture, who knows what trouble might erupt once he's in Congress. So this time, he was genuinely torn. By noon the next day, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, the various departments could only apologize to Fāng Yuán for the inconvenience. They then commenced inspections and suspension of operations for all assets under the Fāng family's name. Suddenly, rumors slandering the Fāng family were everywhere. The most vocal culprits were none other than the media companies that Fāng Yuán had previously pushed to the brink of closure. Finally seizing their chance, they pounced like rabid dogs, eager to sink their teeth in as many times as possible to vent their resentment. Yet many more chose to watch from the sidelines. After all, the Fāng family wasn't someone to mess with. Who knew what unexpected twists might unfold in the next instant? Because their actions were simply too conspicuous. Fāng Yuán knew he couldn't keep it hidden any longer. He instinctively headed home to find his mother. This is outrageous. Could the Miao family really be that formidable? Zhang Yudan, hearing her son had been punished for righteous justice after rescuing a damsel in distress. Her anger flared instantly. What does that Miao Yu girl from your foundation look like? She must be pretty, right? Otherwise, why would you take on the Miao family for her? Fāng Yuán? Mom, what's wrong with you? They're about to seize our family's assets. And you still have the energy to care about such trivial details. Let them investigate. It's no big deal. Dad Fāng Weigua's attitude left Fāng Yuán completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Mom and Dad suddenly decided to give up and just let things go to hell? But Dad, I just feel like this time it's really serious. Don't worry, son. If he dares to freeze up all our family's assets, I reckon the Miao family will be finished soon enough. Fāng Weigua didn't consider himself particularly clever. But his companies employed countless workers. The other side was merely trying to make Fāng Yuán back down. But they couldn't care less. As long as the public welfare infrastructure projects continued, the Fāng family's assets would keep growing. You can target 1 of us, 10 of us, it doesn't matter. But what about 100? 1,000? The repercussions would be absolutely immense. As long as the Miao family isn't afraid to die, they can come at us anytime. By evening, 30% of the companies under the Fāng family's name had already been ordered to suspend operations for rectification due to various issues, big and small. The official in charge of this operation was personally dispatched by Miao Jia from the National Assembly. The more he investigated, the more alarmed he became. He had initially assumed this was merely a routine warning mission. But who could have imagined that the Fāng family's assets spanned hundreds of companies? Moreover, they spanned virtually every conceivable industry. After seizing only 70 or 80 companies, he instinctively sensed he couldn't proceed any further. Because over 1,000 ordinary people had been caught up in this. If these 1,000+ individuals started causing trouble over losing their jobs, it would cause headaches even for the Miao family. He promptly led his team to wrap up the operation and rush to the hotel to report the situation to Miao Yifan. With so many of the Fāng family's assets seized, how can they remain so calm? Not only that, but during the asset investigation, we discovered numerous companies both large and small being transferred under Fāng Yuán's name. We're moving fast with the seizures, but the pace at which companies under the Fāng family's name are being acquired is equally swift. If this continues, something serious is bound to happen. Should we just give up? For the first time, Miao Yifan frowned. Back in the National Assembly, those wealthy tycoons had always bowed their heads and looked at them with deference. He had assumed that a mere demonstration of the Miao family's influence would be enough. Fāng Yuán would feel intimidated and back down on his own. But he had underestimated the power of capital. They had backed down from the Miao family's companies because their own foundations weren't clean. Offending the authorities was absolutely not a wise move for them. But the Fāng family's assets were all obtained through system feedback. Moreover, Fāng Yuán and his wife knew they weren't cut out for business, compounded by their excessive wealth. They simply adopted a hands-off approach. After all, they weren't short on cash. All they needed to do was sit back and wait for Fāng Yuán's infrastructure projects to squander their inheritance and generate returns. No amount of investigation could implicate them. Is there any information regarding tax evasion or similar offenses by the Fāng family? We've investigated everything. While several companies under their umbrella are suspected of illegal operations, Fāng Yuán and Fāng Yuán have barely touched the business affairs of their own companies. In fact, most of these companies were never even visited after being acquired by the Fāng family. They don't even glance at the numerous companies under their name? How did such eccentric people build such a massive business empire? At this moment, Miao Yifan found himself questioning reality. Should one say the Fāng family was rich and capricious, or did they genuinely hold these corporate assets in contempt? But without any evidence against Fāng Yuán or Fāng Yuán, no matter how furious he felt, he had nowhere to vent it. I'll consult the clan chief first. Caught in a dilemma, Miao Yifan dared not act rashly. After all, if things escalated, he wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. After explaining the situation on the phone, Miao Yifan breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the reply. After all, he was the one who had made the bold threats. If he backed down now, it would be a blow to his pride. Keep digging. I refuse to believe the Fāng family's background is that clean. Understood. With the Miao clan patriarch backing them up, the seizure operation resumed swiftly. And the intensity only grew. Before, they needed some pretext to carry out seizures. Now they simply showed up at doorsteps and fabricated any flimsy excuse to proceed. By the third day, the Fāng family's assets had been seized almost entirely. Many ordinary people who lost their jobs and income sources because of this incident. Their discontent grew increasingly intense. It was clear the Fāng family had offended someone and were being deliberately targeted. Yet they were just ordinary citizens trying to make a living. Why must they be dragged into such a conflict? Soon, people began joining the protests in droves, demanding justice for the Fāng family. Restore the livelihoods they depended on. Unbeknownst to them, the incident escalated rapidly. Chapter 74, Shooting Yourself in the Foot. Fāng Yuán, lying in the bathtub leisurely eating grapes, was still unaware. Outside, the Miao family's actions had already caused an uproar. How about it, brother Fāng Yuán? Are they tasty? Zhao Meng, who had finally wrapped up all the moving arrangements days ago. She quickly forgot what Su Yulan had said about girls needing to be reserved. And that girl shouldn't visit a guy's place every other day. No sooner had she returned from breakfast. She had sneaked into Fāng Yuán's bed. After a passionate encounter, they took a bath. Zhao Meng thoughtfully peeled the grapes from her hand and placed them in Fāng Yuán's mouth. Feeling the warmth of the cute girl, with the little grapes in his mouth, Fāng Yuán felt utterly blissful. The only thing missing was Zhang Yunxue and Li Meiyu. Otherwise, a threesome would have been quite interesting. Just imagining that scene made little Fāng Yuán jump up again with excitement. Ugh, brother Fāng Yuán, you're so naughty. Feeling the hardness pressing against her thighs, Zhao Meng flushed and pouted. Hee, women don't love men unless they're a little naughty, right? By the way, Meng, I need to handle something later. Why don't you head back first? We'll connect again later. Fāng Yuán suddenly remembered Li Meiyu had mentioned discussing something with him today and spoke up. What? I just got here. But knowing Fāng Yuán was a big-time businessman, it wasn't surprising he was busy. After expressing her displeasure in a playful, pouty manner, Zhao Meng obediently got up and dressed. Before leaving, she gave Fāng Yuán a deep kiss, the kind where she stuck out her tongue. If only every girl were this well behaved, Fāng Yuán mused to himself. He wondered when his dream of a foursome would ever come true. Maybe next time you should try inviting Zhao Meng and Li Meiyu. He knew Li Meiyu well, not only thoughtful but also quite accommodating. Zhao Meng still carried a touch of youthful innocence, but her background wasn't bad. She probably understood the ways of wealthy families too. With careful planning, it might just work out. Upon arriving at the villa district where Li Meiyu resided, Fāng Yuán had barely reached the door when Li Meiyu, wearing a red lace-trimmed nightgown, impatiently pulled him inside. Hey, it's only been a few days since we last did it. Meiyu, don't be so impatient. Who cares? I don't care, I want it now. An hour later, Fāng Yuán, feeling utterly drained, leaned against the wall as he made his way out. That was brutal. We were just supposed to talk, but the thought that he, a grown man, had been pinned down and rubbed against by a woman filled him with shame. Fāng Yuán felt utterly humiliated. Just you wait. Tonight I'll go home and eat a few extra kidneys, then come back and deal with you. Of course, his hasty departure wasn't because he didn't want to linger and exchange heartfelt confessions with Li Meiyu. It was because he sensed that Boss Chuan, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, had personally come to the door. Still, Fāng Yuán reluctantly finished his business before leaving. Fāng Weiguo watched Boss Chuan sitting calmly on the sofa, sipping his tea. A sense of unease crept into his heart. After all, sitting before him was the governor of an entire province. For such a high-ranking official to personally pay a visit was something ordinary people couldn't even dream of. And who knew where that brat had gone off to? Making the other guy wait around. What an arrogant attitude. My deepest apologies. Please have some tea while I call him to hurry up. That good-for-nothing kid who knows where he's gone. Haha, no need to apologize, Mr. Fāng. It's fine. Young people these days just can't sit still. Besides, Fāng Yuán is still young. It's only natural he likes to go out and explore. To be honest, it's my fault for not giving you advance notice. Xuan Laoda laughed heartily. Who would have thought Fāng Weiguo, who'd built such a massive business empire, remained so humble in his dealings with others? Truly a shark in the business world. This significantly raised his estimation of Fāng Weiguo's character. A few minutes later, when he saw Fāng Yuán strolling leisurely into the villa, Fāng Weiguo nearly lost his temper and reached for his 7 Wolves cigarette pack. He was ready to give this reckless brat a proper scolding. Ahem, sorry about that. I had to run an errand and kept you waiting. Seeing his father's murderous glare, Fāng Yuán shuddered immediately, then chuckled awkwardly as he apologized to old Master Chuan. Seeing the main man return, and with numerous official duties awaiting him, old Master Chuan wasted no time. He cut straight to the point. It's fine. Actually, I came here mainly because of the Miao family matter. As per the higher-ups' instructions, it's best to wrap things up soon. Prolonging this won't benefit anyone. As for Miao Yu's situation, it remains a family matter for the Miao clan. It's best not to get involved. After hearing Boss Chuan's words, Fāng Yuán showed no trace of surprise on his face. On his way back, he had already guessed the reason for old man Chuan's visit. Essentially, Miao Yifan had caused too much of a stir, and now that he couldn't back down, he was looking for someone to act as a mediator. But the other party was so overbearing, and resorting to such extreme measures at the slightest disagreement to force him into retreat. Fāng Yuán felt a deep sense of injustice if he didn't vent this anger. Brother Chuan, I've never forgotten the favor you and Brother Hai did for me last time. But this time, the Miao family has gone too far. If we let this slide, others might think the Fāng family is a soft target, easy for anyone to push around. Brother Chuan didn't argue, but if this escalated further, not only would the Miao family be implicated, but his own faction would be dragged into it as well. The Fāng family couldn't stay out of it either. That's precisely why he came in person, intending to play peacemaker. And what Fāng Yuán had just said earlier wasn't meant to be an absolute demand. Fundamentally, continuing the feud with the Miao family would bring nothing but harm to both sides. This brought a relieved smile to Brother Chuan's face. A man of substance knows when to yield and when to stand firm. This youngster has the makings of a great leader. If the Miao family genuinely seeks reconciliation, I have only 3 conditions. What are they? First, the Miao family must respect Miao Yu's own choice. She is my employee. If I cannot even protect my own staff, I would have no face to account for it to them. Upon hearing the first condition, Boss Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Go on. Second, Miao Yifan must publicly apologize to our Fāng family. After all, we bear no fault in this matter. Yet he immediately seized all of Fāng's corporate assets. Without an apology, I cannot let this go. Third, the Miao family must compensate us for all losses incurred during this period. That's all I demand. It's up to the Miao family whether they're willing. Otherwise, if he insists on freezing assets, I'll simply grant him the favor and shut everything down. Fāng Yuán chuckled. So the Miao family thinks they're tough, huh? This time, I'll make sure they end up shooting themselves in the foot. Every day the Fāng family's business assets remain shut down. Those employees who've lost their income won't rest for a single day. Then we'll see whether your Miao family connections hold sway over ordinary people or if my Fāng family's cash proves more lethal. These 3 demands aren't unreasonable at all. But whether the Miao family would agree? Old boss Chuan had no idea. Hold tight. I'll call the Miao family. Chapter 75. Where there's a will, there's a way. A few minutes later. Brother Chuan returned with a sigh. Miao Yongshan, the clan chief, said he can agree to your second and third requests. But Miao Yu must return to the Miao family. This concerns the matter of the Miao heir, and that is non-negotiable. Everything Fāng Yuán had done so far was done to protect Miao Yu. If the first demand wasn't met, what else was there to discuss? In that case, let him be. I'll issue an order shortly. All Fāng Yuán Group enterprises are to enter standby mode. Operations will resume only when the Miao family agrees to the first demand. Fāng Yuán, don't act on impulse. Brother Chuan couldn't help but speak up. I know you're trying to use public opinion to pressure the Miao family into submission, but I can tell you with certainty that if Miao Yongshan decides to get serious, it won't just be you, your entire family will be in deep trouble. As far as I know, you and that Miao Yu aren't particularly close. This isn't worth it. At least until you have the strength to confront the Miao family, my advice is to seek reconciliation. Besides, Miao Yu's return to the clan likely positions him as the next clan leader, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fearing Fāng Yuán might act irrationally, old man Chuan hurriedly interjected. But no matter what he said, Fāng Yuán remained steadfast in his resolve. All I know is she's my employee. At this moment, since she chose to trust me, Fāng Yuán, I absolutely cannot let her down. You fool. Are you driven by loyalty or sheer stupidity? Old man Chuan shouted angrily before rising and storming out. He had said all he needed to say. If Fāng Yuán persisted in his stubborn course, disaster would surely follow. Fāng Weigui remained silent, merely walking over to his son and patting his shoulder gently. Now that's a real man. I'm behind you, son. What the hell is this Miao family nonsense? I refuse to believe there's no law in the entire Xia kingdom. Fāng Yuán watched his father, who had finally let loose with a rare outburst. The weight on his shoulders lifted considerably. But no matter what, he had to be prepared. Because this time, there might be no one to stand up and help him. Meanwhile, Miao Yongshan, upon learning of his rejection, flew into a rage. It had been years since no one had dared to show such contempt for his words. He slammed his fist on the table so hard it startled the younger members of the Miao family standing in the room into holding their breath. A mere merchant dares to disregard the Miao family? Does he think a little money makes him untouchable? Very well, very well. Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for not giving you a chance. Call the other side and order a thorough investigation into every detail of Fāng Weigui's family. With so many companies and businesses being rapidly acquired by them, I refuse to believe there's no foul play involved. Even if there truly isn't, you'll find some. Indeed, Fāng Yuán's stubborn refusal had thoroughly enraged Miao Yongshan, a man who never backed down from his word. In his view, agreeing to two of Fāng Yuán's demands was already pushing his limits. Yet the other party dared to press his advantage. Did he really think the name Miao was a joke? The following noon, a group of expressionless enforcers arrived at the Fāng family villa. Leading the team was none other than Miao Yifan. Moreover, Fāng Yuán spotted familiar faces among them. It was none other than the Zheng father and son, who had vanished without a trace after Han Dan's defeat last time. Oh, it's you? Fāng Yuán stared at Zheng Ziyuan and Zhang Haitao, their faces twisted with resentment. He wondered what kind of trouble they were up to now. Miao Yifan pointed at Fāng Guodao with a grim expression. We've received reports that you abused your authority within Tianding Group, forcing your son into a senior management position, embezzling company funds for personal use, and allegedly acquiring other companies through illegal means. You're coming with us. They just made up some baseless excuse and showed up to arrest someone? Fāng Yuán nearly laughed in anger. If you're going to frame someone, at least come up with a better excuse. Humph. We're an official organization. Since there's a complaint, you must undergo investigation. If you're innocent, we'll release you once we've cleared things up. What? Are you going to resist arrest in public? Fāng Weigui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. After all, merely assisting with an investigation was manageable. But if they actually resorted to violence, wouldn't that be like handing the upper hand to their accusers? Where's the evidence? Zheng Ziyuan exclaimed, his face twisted with grief and indignation. Evidence? You still have the nerve to ask for evidence? Let me tell you, Fāng Weigui, justice may be slow, but it never fails. I am the living proof of your bribery and embezzlement. Back when you schemed to push us father and son out of Tianding Group, fearing exposure, you probably never imagined this day would come, did you? Zheng Haitao followed his father, his voice thick with venom. 3 or 4 others glared at Fāng Yuán and his son with the same murderous hatred reserved for their father's killer. That's right. He sent people to threaten me into selling my company to him. My company was worth 50 million yuan. Yet this Fāng Weigui forced me to sell it for a mere 10 million, threatening that if I dared report him, my entire family would never know peace. And me, I was forced to sell my office building under his threats too. Fāng Weigui, this is your comeuppance. Watching their incredibly convincing performances, If not for his belief in the system's capabilities, Fāng Yuán almost fell for it. I'll say it again, if you want to frame someone, produce the evidence first. Any sane person could see through such a flimsy frame-up. But Miao Yifan ignored his words. Regardless of guilt, you have a responsibility and obligation to cooperate with our investigation. Take him away. Watching Miao Yifan throw all decency aside and resort to sheer force, Fāng Yuán clenched his fists in rage. But Fāng Yuán stopped him with a look. He could only watch helplessly as his father was forced into the vehicle. The most effective course of action now was to call Boss Chuan. Have him negotiate a resolution with the Miao family. But Fāng Yuán wasn't foolish enough to do that. Having already offended the Miao family, if he backed down now, he might face even greater retaliation and punishment later. Mr. Su, immediately arrange for the news of my father's arrest to be spread online. The bigger the stir, the better. Vaguely understanding the young master's intentions, Su nodded and turned to leave. Indeed, without the backing of Boss Chuan and other provincial leaders, all Fāng Yuán could do was leverage public opinion first to ensure the other side dared not resort to more despicable tactics. To confront a clan like the Miao family, only by uniting every available force could he maximally turn the tables. Soon, within mere hours, a news story flooded the internet. The biological father of Fāng Yuán, Xiao Nation's youngest chief justice, had been falsely accused and taken away. This was largely thanks to Fāng Yuán's financial clout. Self-media platforms possessed considerable influence in this era. With sufficient investment, the news's visibility would inevitably surge relentlessly. The benefits of his extensive charitable work, undertaken at his parents' urging, now began to manifest. Chapter 76, 4 provinces jointly sign. What? Fāng Yuán's father was arrested? Yeah, I heard it was because he embezzled public funds from Tianding Group, plus using improper means to maliciously acquire other companies. No way, you've got to be kidding. The Fāng family is so wealthy, they wouldn't stoop to such petty mistakes. I don't buy it either. Look at how Mr. Fāng donates in the hundreds of millions every time. I checked Tianding Group's market cap is only around 10 to 20 billion. No way. Pfft, so what if they're rich? Don't they say the wealthier you are, the more likely you are to embezzle? As the report was released, an endless wave of online discussion erupted. Some expressed resentment toward the wealthy, while others insisted the Fāng family must have been framed. However, overall, under Fāng Yuán's deliberate guidance, most rationally thinking netizens chose to side with the Fāng family. After all, regardless of other factors, since the establishment of Qingchao Charity, thousands of families have benefited. Upon learning that Fāng Yuán had been taken away for investigation, have collectively mobilized their relatives and friends to speak out for the Fāng family. As the infrastructure project with the largest investment from Fāng Yuán, it has paved brand new asphalt roads through villages that previously lacked the funds to build them due to limited government budgets. Now have brand new asphalt roads. This had even subtly altered the destinies of countless individuals, particularly in Sichuan province, which is inherently mountainous. Deep within its towering mountains, countless people have never left their villages, and never left their hometowns their entire lives. But after the infrastructure projects began, the people deep in the mountains finally saw hope. We've all been deeply indebted to the Fāng family. Now that they're in trouble, we must stand up for them. We absolutely cannot let good people suffer unjust accusations, nor can we let the guilty go unpunished. Right. Let's unite, everyone. We'll report this to Congress together. Stand up and expose the corruption. Watching the growing number of supporters rallying behind him online, Fāng Yuán felt his eyes grow misty. These pure and simple-hearted people. At the very moment he needed help most, they bravely stepped forward. Without any ulterior motives or demands. Simply because they were a group who understood gratitude. Seeing that their past efforts had not been forgotten. That was enough. Yet even this merely made the Miao clan somewhat wary of the other side's intentions toward the nation. To truly win this battle, he must find other ways. Just as Fāng Yuán sat alone in his room, frowning in deep thought, Chuan Lao called again for some reason. Though their last conversation had ended somewhat unpleasantly. But ultimately, it was all for his own benefit. Fāng Yuán wasn't one to confuse right from wrong, so he decided to answer the call. Get your ass over to the provincial government office right now. The other 2 provincial bosses are looking for you. You've really put me in a bind this time, kid. Move fast. After hanging up, 2 other imposing men in Chuan's office immediately broke into smiles. They had previously sent representatives to negotiate with Fāng Yuán. But no formal cooperation had actually begun yet. After hearing their subordinates' report, the 2 provincial bosses mulled it over and still felt uneasy. Then, as if by fate, the Miao family had actually made a move against Fāng Yuán. Seizing this rare opportunity, the 2 provincial bosses wasted no time and headed straight for Sichuan province. Ha! The Miao clan is formidable, but bullying others like this is simply wrong. After years of internal power struggles, the Miao clan's strength is nowhere near what it once was. And in this day and age, to act so brazenly, this Miao Yongshan is truly audacious. The Sichuan boss nodded with satisfaction, chuckling. Let's not get into other matters. I know both of you come from prominent families in the National Assembly. Even compared to the Miao clan, you hold your own. This time, he's really dug his own grave. If trouble comes, they'll have only themselves to blame. If the higher-ups weren't mindful of the favors the old patriarch of the Miao family once did, they'd have dealt with them long ago. Now they've dared to target entrepreneurs like Fāng Yuán, who serve the nation and its people. Do you believe they haven't been gathering evidence all along? They'll strike the moment the time is right and bring the Miao family down. You're right. Miao Yongshan can't see the writing on the wall. Having him as clan leader is a stroke of bad luck for the Miao family. The three chatted idly for a while. Hai Lao De joined them. The four provincial bosses gathered together, each offering their strategies on how to resolve this matter. Having grasped the underlying meaning in Brother Sichuan's words, Fāng Yuán immediately arranged for a vehicle to depart after ending the call. After driving for over 2 hours, they finally arrived at the official provincial government building in Sichuan. Is there any issue with the two provinces jointly funding infrastructure projects? Since they were all old acquaintances. With Boss Tuan present, there was no need for excessive formalities. He sat for a moment after entering, sipping some tea. The two provincial leaders laid out their conditions directly. As for the amount, they didn't specify a figure after all. If they did, and Fāng Yuán couldn't meet it, it would be embarrassing for everyone involved. Originally, in the minds of the two provincial leaders, had been an investment of around several hundred billion. But after Fāng Yuán made a call back home to consult his mother, the figure he presented caught them completely off guard. Each province will invest 5 trillion yuan, with funds dispersed in stages according to the timeline. 5 trillion. That was on par with the original investment in Hai Province. Their visit had two purposes. First, they didn't want to stand by and watch a patriotic entrepreneur be sanctioned by the Miao family. Second, they also harbored hopes of befriending Fāng Yuán. But they never expected such a huge windfall. The rest is history. With the support of two provincial leaders secured, the provincial chief of Hai Province had no further reservations. Even if the Miao clan remained formidable, they couldn't possibly disregard 4 provincial governors. Meanwhile, in the National Congress, with the tacit approval and covert backing of these 4 provincial heavyweights, public opinion regarding the Fāng family began to ferment. Miao Yongshan, who had always sat securely in his high seat, could no longer remain calm. He never imagined that not only did Fāng Yuán refuse to yield, but dared to strike back at the Miao clan. The surging public sentiment finally caught the attention of congressional officials. Just as the Miao family gathered to discuss how to resolve the situation, a man in his 50s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, strode solemnly through the Miao family gates. 2 heavily armed official bodyguards followed behind him. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, a flicker of panic crossed Miao Yongshan's eyes. But he quickly stood up, feigning calm as he stepped forward to greet him. Haha, isn't this Secretary Jiang? How did you find the time to visit today? You didn't give us a heads up, so we couldn't come out to greet you properly. The man before him was named Jiang Zhou, the personal secretary to the head of state. Though his position was not as high as other bigwigs, his position was unique, making him a figure of real power. Even the Miao family, entrenched in the National Assembly for years, dared not offend him lightly. Jiang Zhou glanced at Miao Yongshan, who appeared utterly unconcerned, and spoke in a calm tone. Chief Miao, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here primarily regarding the Fāng Yuán incident in Sichuan province. Take a look for yourself. These are reports submitted to the National Assembly by the top officials of Sichuan, Hai, Jiang, and Heshi provinces. The higher-ups are already aware of this matter and have specifically instructed that it be thoroughly investigated and dealt with severely. Though your Miao clan is no ordinary force, having 4 provinces jointly petition the government is quite the honor they bestowed upon you. Chapter 77. Those who deserve pity also deserve scorn. This is utter nonsense. Miao Yongshan's eyebrows shot up in fury as he shouted back. Have the governors of these 4 provinces lost their minds? Would my Miao family resort to such despicable tactics to deal with one person? I suspect someone is deliberately targeting my Miao clan. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Seeing Miao Yongshan's expression of being falsely accused, Secretary Jiang refrained from confronting him directly. After all, the Miao clan's patriarch had made immense contributions to the Xia kingdom in the past. Were it not for the Miao clan's patriarch, the higher-ups would never have turned a blind eye to certain violations by the Miao family all these years. But this incident had escalated far too dramatically, compounded by Miao Yongshan's lack of tact, which had alienated many in the National Assembly. The goodwill earned by the Miao patriarch has been nearly exhausted. If this continues, the entire Miao clan will face crisis. I've delivered the message. I hope your Miao family will act wisely. Out of respect for our long-standing ties, I advise you to know when to stop. The higher-ups have their limits too. They won't tolerate the Miao family's actions indefinitely. With that, Secretary Jiang turned and left without a second glance at Miao Yongshan's utterly mortified expression. He never imagined Fāng Yuán could actually get the leaders of 4 provinces to jointly petition on his behalf. Add to that the swirling rumors now circulating online. The situation had become extremely unfavorable for the Miao family. Shortly after Secretary Jiang departed, a woman bearing a passing resemblance to Miao Yongshan entered. A young man followed behind her. "Uncle, you've made a foolish decision this time." Miao Firan entered the room and immediately addressed Miao Yongshan with a sneer. "My sister, whom I've never met, is a Miao, but so am I. We're all family. Why stir up such a fuss over an heir?" Facing his nephew's confrontation, Miao Yongshan only sneered coldly. The Miao clan elders inside the room remained silent. In their eyes, whether Miao Yu or Miao Firan inherited the clan chieftain position in the future, as long as the successor was a Miao, it didn't matter. Miao Shuzhen couldn't help but speak up to plead for her son. "My dear brother, the Miao family is already in a precarious situation. Now, because of your personal desires, you've alienated so many people. Isn't this just creating enemies for our Miao family? Ranner is your nephew, and he is also a member of the Miao family. Does it really matter who inherits this position?" Miao Yongshan glanced at his own sister, his expression a mix of apprehension and anger. Over the years, to preserve the Miao lineage, most of the women from the main branch had married distant relatives from the collateral branches, ensuring the family fortune stayed within the family. Miao Shuzhen was no exception. Yet Miao Shuzhen was a woman with ambition. After marrying into a collateral branch, she began secretly reaching out to the women who had married into the collateral branches over the years. Because the Miao family was a large clan, and the main branch had always been small in number, it was impossible for them to control everything. They had no choice but to entrust a significant portion of their business resources to the collateral branches for joint management. This arrangement gradually empowered the collateral branches to a certain extent, gradually developed the capacity to counterbalance the main branch. While the legitimate heir was alive, the collateral branches dared not entertain any ambitions regarding the family succession. Otherwise, not to mention Miao Yongshan, the clan elders would be the first to object. "Now that the son is gone, you, Miao Yongshan, want to bring back your mistress to inherit the Miao family. A woman who hasn't lived with the Miao family for over 20 years. An outsider with no familial ties whatsoever to anyone present. Demanding to inherit the position upon her return. No wonder the collateral branches are all resentful. Oomph. I, Miao Yongshan, am still the clan chief. My decisions are not for you to question." Miao Yongshan snorted coldly and swept his sleeves away. But he noticed the elder's brows slightly furrowed. Miao Shuzhen smiled. Her brother was good in every way, except he couldn't stand being questioned. Such high-handed behavior would inevitably stir discontent among the entire clan. Then the real drama would begin. First, Secretary Jiang's warning. Then came the threats and coercion from his nephew and his own sister. Miao Yongshan seethed like an enraged lion, his resentment toward Fāng Yuán deepening by the minute. If it weren't for that meddlesome brat, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. "You want me to compromise? Impossible." But the problem now was that as long as Miao Yu didn't return, he couldn't swiftly resolve the chaos and firmly secure the position of heir. Moreover, under pressure from above, Fāng Yuán certainly couldn't keep stirring up trouble. He had to rein himself in a bit. How to proceed next became a dilemma confronting Miao Yongshan. Within Sichuan province, Miao Yifan, upon receiving the call, was initially taken aback. Then, with resignation, he ordered Fāng Yuán released. Seeing their father return safely, the mother and son finally let out a sigh of relief. There's nothing more to say this time, Miao family. For the first time, Fāng Yuán felt the rage within him could no longer be contained. The Miao family had repeatedly pushed his boundaries. They even went so far as to attack his parents. They'd even laid hands on his parents. This was no longer something he could simply let go. Before settling accounts with the Miao family, it was time to settle accounts with the Zheng family father and son. After Han Dan's humiliating retreat, the Zheng family had fled as well. Fāng Yuán hadn't intended to pursue the matter. But this time, the Miao family somehow tracked down these two. They returned, attempting to join forces in stabbing the Fāng family in the back. Fāng Yuán coldly called Zhao Anjuan, his future father-in-law whom he had placed within Tianding Group. He ordered him to gather all evidence of the embezzlement committed by Zhang Ziyuan and his son during their tenure at the group, then submit it to law enforcement for reporting. This father-son duo possessed little real capability. But they were like flies everywhere, buzzing annoyingly. The moment you show the slightest opening, they'll swarm right in. This time, Fāng Yuán had no intention of showing mercy. He was determined to eliminate Zhang Ziyuan and his son once and for all. "Young Master Fāng, we know we've made a mistake. Please spare us. We were forced into this. We beg you to spare us both. We promise to leave the country immediately and never return." Zhao Anjuan had just submitted the whistleblower report. Zhang Ziyuan's call came through to Fāng Yuán. In his view, this wasn't the first time the father and son had committed despicable acts. Yet they always walked away unscathed. Who could have imagined Fāng Yuán would finally decide to take real action this time? Ever since Fāng Yuán's release, Zhang Ziyuan, sensing trouble, threw caution to the wind and called Fāng Yuán directly, begging him to let them off the hook. Zhang Ziyuan, I once respected you as a man of substance, but now I realize I misjudged you. Fāng Yuán sneered in fury. Running away back then was one thing, but when they saw the Miao family was coming after him, you and your son scurried back like dogs begging for mercy. Now that the tables have turned, you beg for mercy? Do you really think I, Fāng Yuán, am some kind of pushover? He couldn't be bothered to listen to Zhang Ziyuan's rambling any longer. He hung up the phone without another word, leaving everything to the law to handle. Pity the wretched, for they deserve scorn. At the very least, the Zhang family father and son should have anticipated this outcome before provoking me. Chapter 78, The Miao Family Dispute. On the very day Fāng Yuán returned, Fāng Yuán had already dispatched representatives to establish infrastructure development foundations in the two provinces as promised. It could be said that, without the crucial assistance of these two provincial leaders at the critical moment, Fāng Yuán's situation likely wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly. Just then, Xuan called Fāng Yuán. Miao Yongshan says he can agree to the 3 demands you made earlier. His only condition is that Miao Yu return to the Miao family first. Once her position as the Miao family heir is confirmed, she can go wherever she wants afterward. While this temporarily resolves the Miao family issue, it's not ideal to remain under their scrutiny indefinitely. You should think this through carefully. This time, Boss Chuan didn't directly tell Fāng Yuán to back down. Back then, neither he nor Hai Lauda had dared to take on the Miao family lightly. But now, with 4 provincial bosses united, Miao Yongshan would have to think twice. First they suppress our Feng family's businesses, and now that they see they can't gain the upper hand, they want to turn around and make peace? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If they reconciled with the Miao family so easily, how would the outside world perceive the Feng family? At the very least, I'll make sure the Miao family learns a lesson. Fāng Yuán chuckled darkly. He now held the upper hand. If Miao Yongshan wanted reconciliation, he'd have to offer 200% sincerity. Xuan Lauda probably already knew Fāng Yuán's intentions. He was likely giving Fāng Yuán an opportunity to vent his anger, which was why there was no urgency whatsoever. All assets under the Feng family's name had now been fully released from seizure. But Fāng Yuán showed no urgency to resume operations. Publicly, he stated that the recent shocks had been too severe, requiring time to adjust. But anyone with eyes could see through it. This was merely an excuse. His true intention was to leverage public sentiment to thoroughly deal with the Miao family. As time passed, the grievances of ordinary people grew increasingly intense. Some had already learned through unknown channels that it was the Miao family who had deliberately frozen the Fāng family's assets. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Complaints and reports against the Miao family poured into Congress like snowflakes. Some were real-name online reports, others were direct written accusations. The uproar had the higher-ups frowning so deeply their brows were practically knotted. Sitting in his office, old man Xuan took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Looks like Miao Yongshan is in for a world of trouble this time. Haha, who can blame him? The Miao family was so domineering back then, dragging others into their own clan feuds. This is nothing but karma. The top official of Changchuan City chuckled as well. Truth be told, it was all thanks to Fāng Yuán's various construction projects and support over the past period. It allowed him to add a substantial entry to his record of achievements. A promotion was imminent. This trip served 2 purposes, to report on the situation and to get a heads up from his top boss, Brother Chuan. By the way, how's the infrastructure project progressing? After discussing minor matters, Boss Chuan shifted his focus to the province-wide infrastructure projects. Everything is proceeding smoothly. With Fāng Yuán's ample financial backing, those stubborn holdouts that were previously impossible to resolve have been swept aside. We expect to complete the first phase of the project by the end of this year. Regardless, Fāng Yuán is a major contributor to our entire province. This year, I plan to nominate him for the title of one of Xi'an Nation's 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. Boss, is that confirmed? With me, Old Hai, and the other 2 provincial leaders jointly recommending him, it should be no problem. The city's top leader was slightly taken aback. But he quickly understood. Given Fāng Yuán's contributions, this honor was truly well-deserved. With this title, the future benefits for Fāng Yuán were self-evident. Even a congressional dynasty like the Miao family would have to think twice before taking action against him. Unlike Fāng Yuán's situation, the Miao family was now in complete uproar from top to bottom. For just a short while ago, in response to numerous public complaints and reports against the Miao family, Zhang Zhou called Miao Yongshan again. This time, he showed no mercy whatsoever, directly berating him. He gave Miao Yongshan a week to resolve the matter. Otherwise, high-ranking officials from the National Assembly would personally intervene. This news filled Miao Yongshan with rage, yet also stirred a hint of fear toward Fāng Yuán. Meanwhile, there was still no word from Boss Chuan. That was what worried him most. Damn it! Does Fāng Yuanqing really intend to destroy both our families? The tactics that had worked against other businessmen in the past were utterly ineffective against this opponent. Even he himself had lost the confidence he once possessed. Yongshan, now that things have escalated to this point, you must give the family an explanation. Well, from the start, we elders never opposed you bringing your daughter back. But now the issue isn't about the family heir, it's that the National Assembly already has grievances against our Miao clan. If we don't resolve this quickly, the consequences will be severe. Oomph. It was only under the protection of our ancestral patriarch that our Miao clan prospered and thrived. Now you've all gotten too big for your britches. Some elders could no longer contain themselves and spoke out in anger. Miao Yongshan was playing with fire, and it was becoming clear he was dragging the entire Miao clan into the vortex. As elders, they could no longer stand idly by. Miao Yongshan listened coldly to the elder's words, his frustration deepening within. These old fools back when the Miao clan was down and out. It was his own talent that lifted the entire Miao clan back to its feet. How glorious he had been back then. Back then, whenever he spoke, which elder dared to object? Now, over a mere minor mistake, they were already preparing to push their luck. What, do you elders harbor ulterior motives? The feeling of being publicly condemned by all was too much for Miao Yongshan to bear. He shot a cold, piercing glare at every elder present. But as his authority had gradually been diluted over the years, coupled with his advancing age, Miao Yongshan's once formidable authority had significantly waned. Yongshan, your contributions to the clan over the years are well known to all. No one denies your dedication. A respected elder rose to speak. But now is not the time to persist in your own way. Perhaps you should step down for a while to cool off and reconsider. I agree. The family is not the creation of one man. We hope you won't make this difficult for us. This is for your own good, and for the good of all the Miao family. Yongshan, step down. Ha, dear uncle, I agree the elders make a sound point. Why don't you take a well-deserved rest? Leave this mess to me to sort out. Unnoticed, Miao Firen had entered with measured steps. How rude. This is a crucial meeting of the Miao clan. What are you doing here? Miao Yongshan glared at his nephew with unbridled fury. In the past, Miao Firen would never have dared to cross his uncle, the clan chief. But now? Poof. Chapter 79, Zhao Meng and Jian Yunxue collide? Looking at the nephew he had raised with his own hands, who had openly defied his authority today, Miao Yongshan felt a chill in his heart, yet a sense of crisis began to surge within him. For most of the clan elders present seemed utterly unsurprised by Miao Firen's arrival. This meant they had already communicated privately. None of today's events were coincidental. Uncle, as your nephew, I still wish to offer you some advice. At this point, it would be better to step down voluntarily. At least preserve some dignity. Ha! Do you even know what you're saying? Miao Yongshan paused, then burst into a wild laugh. He fixed Miao Firen with a piercing stare. Indeed, Firen is undoubtedly the most outstanding representative of the younger generation in our Miao family. I believe he is the most suitable candidate to temporarily assume the role of Miao family patriarch. Originally, it had merely been a contest for the position of family heir. But with the crowd's unseen encouragement, their focus shifted to Miao Yongshan's position as clan leader. Taking advantage of Miao Yongshan's preoccupation with Fāng Yuán's affairs, Miao Shuzhen had secretly arranged meetings with several Miao clan elders, bringing her son Miao Firen along, offering generous terms. If her son could ascend to power smoothly, everyone would benefit. On one hand, this stemmed from Miao Shuzhen's personal commitment. On the other hand, Miao Yongshan's tyrannical rule over the years had long stirred discontent among many. Multiple factors and conflicts erupted at this moment. The situation had finally become irreversible. Fine. Looks like you've all been in cahoots for quite some time, huh? Knowing there was no turning back, Miao Yongshan cast a lingering glance at the crowd. Then he let out a bitter laugh. I never imagined that after all these years of pouring my heart and soul into the Miao family, this is the outcome I'd receive. But so be it. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish, my dear nephew. Miao Yongshan ground out each word through gritted teeth. Ignoring the mocking and scornful stares of those present, he turned and walked away. Unfortunately, no one noticed. As he departed, a sinister smile flickered in the depths of his eyes. My dear nephew probably has no idea how dire the situation the Miao family is about to face truly is. Heh, I bet once you become clan chief, you'll end up coming back to beg me. Having navigated the complex environment of the National Assembly for so long, Miao Yongshan had long since become a deeply calculating old fox. If he truly refused to relinquish the clan chieftain position, not even the entire Miao clan united could force him to do so. But judging by Secretary Zhang's attitude, it seemed the higher-ups had already made up their minds to make an example of the Miao clan this time. That 1 week deadline? Nothing but a fairy tale. Even if he resolved this current issue, the Miao clan would still face inevitable reckoning. All this stems from the fact that when he first ascended to power, to resolve the Miao family's predicament, he employed methods that were far too high profile. Back then, the Miao clan's patriarch was still alive, and the higher-ups, out of old loyalty, refrained from taking action against them. Now that the Miao family patriarch is gone, on multiple occasions, he could sense a subtle shift in the official stance of the National Assembly toward the Miao family. This incident was merely the spark that ignited the powder keg. The old fox, who understood the situation perfectly well, seized this opportunity. He decisively extricated himself from the Miao clan, leaving his foolish sister and his rebellious nephew to take the fall. At this thought, Miao Yongshan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It succeeded so easily? Miao Firan, newly elevated to clan chieftain by popular acclaim, felt nothing but disbelief. But now that he sat upon the seat he'd coveted for years, his heart was now filled with delight and excitement. He didn't think twice. The other elders were also surprised that the usually domineering Miao Yongshan would concede so easily. They all attributed it to his advancing age. Moreover, fully aware of the power struggle unfolding, they interpreted his actions as a wise retreat. They say a new official must make a splash. Miao Firan's first act upon ascending to power was to remove loyalists close to Miao Yongshan from key positions within the clan. Then he promoted those he had promised positions to. Amidst the sweeping reforms sweeping through the entire Miao clan, news of Miao Yongshan's resignation as clan chief began circulating outside. Fāng Yuán, who had come to discuss infrastructure projects with old man Chuan, was also somewhat puzzled. He wasn't foolish enough to believe Miao Yongshan had voluntarily stepped down because he couldn't withstand the pressure from above. But having navigated the political arena for years himself, and having access to some inside information, Boss Chuan immediately analyzed the reasons behind Miao Yongshan's actions. Miao Yongshan is a true old fox. He must have sensed trouble brewing long ago and acted decisively to extricate himself. Poor thing, his nephew is going to be the one to suffer. I expect he'll be knocking on your door before long. Me? Fāng Yuán pointed at himself in disbelief. No way. He's got such deep grudges against our Fāng family. How could he dare come looking for me? Ha! Don't believe me? Just wait and see. Brother Chuan didn't elaborate, merely chuckling mysteriously. Fāng Yuán didn't press for answers. This time, Miao Yongshan had thoroughly enraged him. If the man truly wanted to come offering his head on a platter, Fāng Yuán wouldn't mind. After injecting another 500 billion yuan into Sichuan's infrastructure development, carrying the good news that Brother Chuan planned to nominate him as one of the nation's top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs in a month's time, Fāng Yuán returned home. Before I knew it, the spring festival was almost upon us. Feeling the coolness of late autumn, life suddenly seemed peaceful again. But the moment he arrived home, Fāng Yuán almost turned and fled. By the villa's poolside, Zhao Meng and Jiang Yinxue were sitting together, laughing and chatting about who knows what. A chill instantly ran up his spine. This was bad. Mental preparation for a harem was one thing, but actually running into it in real life was another matter entirely. But before he could turn and make a run for it, Zhao Meng, with her sharp eyes, spotted him. Fāng Yuán, why are you just getting back now? Dad said Uncle Fāng nearly had an accident recently. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. That tone of intimacy and genuine concern. Anyone listening could sense something was off. Jiang Yinxue, who had been smiling moments before, froze. Initially, she too had been worried about Fāng Yuán. After arriving and finding him absent, she was about to leave when she happened to encounter Zhao Meng approaching. Being naturally shy, when introducing herself, Jiang Yinxue only mentioned that she and Fāng Yuán were colleagues. Zhao Meng also didn't reveal her identity, only mentioning something about being his sister. Thus, by a twist of fate, the two began chatting. And now, trouble had ensued. Zhao Meng skipped over, immediately wrapping her arm around Fāng Yuán's. She pressed her soft chest against his hand without a care. He who knew young Master Fāng had such an adorable little sister. When she said the word little sister, Jiang Yunshua's tone clearly grew heavier. Ruoshua, let me explain. She forced back the disappointment and pain welling inside her. Jiang Yunshue took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Go ahead. Let's see what kind of tricks you've got up your sleeve. Noticing the awkward tension between them, Zhao Meng lifted her head to look at him. Her large eyes blinked rapidly, brimming with questions. Fāng Yuán nearly let out a wail of despair. What the hell was this? Chapter 80, you really have to trust me. But when he looked into Jiang Yunshue's eyes, the words Fāng Yuán had carefully prepared in his mind suddenly failed him. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll leave first. I have work to attend to at the foundation. Though his tone remained calm. How could Fāng Yuán fail to hear the pain in her voice? Brother Fāng Yuán, what's your relationship with her? By now, even the most oblivious Zhao Meng could see there was definitely something going on between Fāng Yuán and Jiang Yunxue. Her expression clouded with sorrow as she slowly released her embrace around Fāng Yuán. Tears fell from her eyes. Then, without looking back, she ran toward the door. Mang Mang. Fāng Yuán reached out, but his hand grasped only air. Zhang Yunxue walked over and shot him a mocking glance. That's how rich kids play all talk of love to me while spreading their affections around. Excuse me, please move aside, a good dog doesn't block the path. He watched helplessly as the two women walked away. Only then did Fāng Yuán snap back to reality, slapping himself across the face. I'm a second-generation rich kid, having a few girlfriends is perfectly normal. Why did I chicken out and couldn't even speak up just now? But now it was too late for regret. Zhang Yudan walked out of the villa and stood beside her son. Her eyes were filled with contempt. How did I end up with such a dim-witted son? Girls need to be courted properly. Go chase after them now. Just explain our family situation clearly to them later. Xiao Shui and Meng Meng are both sensible girls. They'll understand your predicament. Mom, but I just feel weird about it. Silly boy, what's the big deal? Anyway, I'm telling you now, don't come crying to me when Xiao Shui and Meng Meng end up with someone else. At that, Fāng Yuán suddenly jolted awake. They always say that, right? When women are heartbroken and vulnerable, that's when scumbags take advantage. The image of Zhang Yunxue and Zhao Meng being held in other men's arms flashed through his mind. Fāng Yuán immediately turned around and gave chase. So what if they were jerks? Better to have them than lose them. Zhang Yunxue, needless to say. Fāng Yuán knew instantly she wouldn't be heading home. He instructed the driver to head straight for the foundation. As for why he chose to chase after Zhang Yunxue first, it was simple. Zhao Meng had only recently entered society. With her innocent and clingy personality, she was the kind of sweetheart who could be easily appeased. Zhang Yunxue, however, was different. After years of honing her skills as the foundation's president, her personality had grown increasingly independent. She also has her own convictions. If she were to truly calm down and ponder whether their relationship should continue, once she internally rejected the relationship, it would be incredibly difficult to salvage things afterward. Sure enough, as soon as Fāng Yuán arrived at the foundation, he spotted Zhang Yunxue's pink supercar parked nearby. Sure enough, he spotted Zhang Yunxue inside the president's office. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. He sat down on the office sofa and quietly observed Zhang Yunxue. Her delicate features were as graceful as jade. Her delicate willow brows held an indescribable charm. Her cascading hair fell to her waist, highlighting the graceful curves of her youthful figure. Even with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Zhang Yunxue's peerless beauty remained undeniable. At this sight, Fāng Yuán found himself unintentionally mesmerized. Scumbag. Rogue. Shameless pervert. He never imagined that the moment he retreated back to the foundation, the shameless scumbag had already tracked her down so quickly. And now he was staring at her with such lecherous eyes inside her office. Zhang Yunxue's grip on the pen in her hand tightened so hard it began to squeak. What the hell do you want? Unable to endure his stare any longer, she blurted out. Fāng Yuán, lost in the beauty before him, snapped back to reality. He gave an embarrassed chuckle. Sorry about that. You're just so beautiful, I got a little lost in the moment. Smooth talker. Why come bother me when you should be with your sweetheart? I'm busy and don't have time. It was rare to see Zhang Yunxue looking angry. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But he knew that doing so would only add fuel to the fire. So he forced his smile away and adopted a stern expression. He began explaining to Zhang Yunxue piece by piece, just as his mother had taught him. He carefully explained to Zhang Yunxue that due to the family's immense wealth, he was compelled by necessity, and had been forced into an alliance with the Zhao family. At first, Zhang Yunxue remained unconvinced. All this talk, wasn't it just Fāng Yuán's excuse for coming out to her? If you truly loved me, you wouldn't have hidden this from me from the start. If I hadn't happened to go to your house today, how would I ever have known that besides me, you actually have another woman? Fāng Yuán wiped a cold sweat from his brow. He wore an expression that was both aggrieved and timid. Actually, I didn't tell you because I was trying to protect you. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Back then, our relationship wasn't as deep as it is now. Could you guarantee you wouldn't have left me if I told you? Xiao Shui, you have to believe me, it's all because I love you so much. Excuses. Keep up the act. Zhang Yunxue laughed coldly. But as she listened, she suddenly fell deep in thought, as if weighing how much truth lay in Fāng Yuán's words. To be honest, from the very beginning until now, I haven't even known the exact extent of our family's assets. But my parents have told me that even compared to the Ross family, the wealth our Fāng family controls is in no way inferior. Even though I know this goes against moral principles, I am, after all, a member of the Fāng family. I must consider the family's future. Besides, if it were merely about winning you over, I could have done so back when we negotiated that $1 million deal. Why would I still treat you this way now? Sigh, I know it's useless to say anything now, but no matter what, I hope I can earn your understanding. At that moment, Jiang Yunxue was locked in an internal struggle. Her instincts urged her to trust Fāng Yuán. Yet a woman's innate possessiveness in matters of love seemed to urge her to refuse. Are you done? If so, you may leave first. I need time to calm down. Fāng Yuán stood up and sighed. Jiang Yunxue's emotions were unstable now. He had already said enough. The rest needed time for her to think it through. I know you don't want to see me right now. I'll leave first. Don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. Even if the worst happens, I still hope you find happiness. Jiang Yunxue watched Fāng Yuán's lonely retreating figure with an inexplicable expression. A pang of pain pierced her heart. It seemed she had never truly understood this man at all. Beneath the surface of his immense wealth, how much bitterness and turmoil had he endured alone? What had compelled him to accept other women? Could it be that I'd been too harsh? As Jiang Yunxue pondered this, the initial rage she felt upon learning Fāng Yuán was too timing her had long since dissipated. All that remained was a deep ache for him and a weight of guilt. Chapter 81, Coming to Terms. Emerging from the green grass foundation, Fāng Yuán rushed straight back to Tianding. Upon arriving at the Zhao family villa, Zhao Anjuan, who had just returned from the group, warmly welcomed him inside. But Su Yulan, who had already learned from her daughter that Fāng Yuán was playing both sides, her expression was nothing short of grim. They had only this one precious daughter. And now she'd been betrayed. If not for her old friendship with Su Yulan would have kicked Fāng Yuán out on the spot. Then the entire family would have immediately moved out of Tianding. Noticing his wife's unusual expression, Zhao Anjuan asked in confusion. Yulan, why didn't you greet Fāng Yuán when you saw him arrive? Ahem, it's nothing. Aunt Su was the elder, I should have spoken first. At this point, Su Yulan was already doing well to restrain herself from directly lashing out at him. Fāng Yuán dared not let her greet him. Su Yulan's gaze toward Fāng Yuán was filled with complex emotions. But how could she bring herself to scold him? Setting aside her relationship with Zhang Yudan, the Fāng family itself belonged to the absolute elite of the wealthy elite. For second-generation rich kids from such families, playboy tendencies seemed like an inseparable label stuck to them. From the start, she had feared precisely this outcome. That's why she vehemently opposed her daughter dating Fāng Yuán. But she couldn't stop Zhao Meng from being captivated by Fāng Yuán on their very first encounter. She even lost her virginity to him. Once she realized her daughter had made up her mind about Fāng Yuán, she could only reluctantly give in. Earlier in her daughter's room, watching Zhao Meng weep so bitterly her tears streamed down her face, Su Yulan felt both worried and furious. Her daughter was so innocent and kind-hearted, yet she had to encounter such a rogue. Seeing Fāng Yuán's awkward expression, Su Yulan spoke softly. Meng just fell asleep. If you have nothing else, you should go home now. Aunt Su, it's not what you think. Let me go explain things to Meng. What's there to explain? You've hurt my daughter so badly. The thought made her blood boil. Su Yulan said sternly. Meng doesn't want to see you. You should leave first. If there's anything, we can talk on the phone. Zhao Anjuan stood by, unsure what to say. His daughter was the apple of his eye, his precious treasure. But Fāng Yuán was also his benefactor. Plus, he'd always had a favorable impression of Fāng Yuán. So now he found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Zhao Anjuan gave a wry smile and said, Honey, is there some misunderstanding here? Why don't you let the two kids meet and talk it out first? He knows full well if there's a misunderstanding. We're moving out of here tomorrow. There's nothing more to discuss. Su Yulan said coldly. This made Fāng Yuán panic. But judging by his mother-in-law's demeanor, she clearly wasn't joking. Before he could speak, Zhao Meng, her eyes swollen from crying, suddenly appeared at the staircase leading down to the first floor. She shot Fāng Yuán a complex look. Her voice trembled with tears as she said, Mom, I believe brother Fāng Yuán didn't mean to hurt me. Please let him come up. Meng. I like him. No matter what, I like him. This kid is hopeless. Su Yulan frowned, but in the end, she couldn't bear to see her daughter so upset. She could only glare fiercely at Fāng Yuán before turning on her heel and storming back into her room. How could I have given birth to a daughter like you? Sigh, I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. Fāng Yuán gave Zhao Anjuan an apologetic smile before hurrying upstairs. Inside the room, he saw a wet spot on the pink quilt covering Zhao Meng's bed. He knew the girl must have had a good cry after returning. Meng, I'm sorry, Don't say another word, brother Fāng Yuán. I don't blame you. In Fāng Yuán's eyes, Zhao Meng could have cursed him out. Even if she'd slapped him, it would have been perfectly understandable. After all, he had initiated the physical contact without her consent and kept it hidden afterward. He had plunged a young girl, full of endless dreams about love, into such an awkward and heartbreaking situation. Yet the moment they met, Zhao Meng showed not a trace of blame. Instead, she stepped forward and embraced Fāng Yuán. Her petite frame pressed tightly against him, as if this alone could soothe the pain within her heart. Fāng Yuán gently stroked Zhao Meng's back, whispering words of apology. It was a deeply emotional scene. But as Fāng Yuán held her, he suddenly felt his body grow warm. The person in his arms began to breathe more rapidly. Fāng Yuán noticed Zhao Meng's restless little hands. A ridiculous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No, at least not here. But then, 1 hour later, Fāng Yuán wiped the sweat from his temple. He discreetly pressed his waist and slipped out of Zhao Meng's room. How'd it go? Everything okay? Zhao Anjuan was still sitting in the living room when he spotted Fāng Yuán and couldn't help but ask. The thought of having just come over and bullied someone else's daughter. His face flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly replied, "It's fine, Uncle Zhao. Don't worry. I've already cleared things up with Meng Meng." "Ha, that's good, that's good. You young folks just tend to get into little spats like this. Back in the day, your Aunt Sue and I were the same. As someone who's been there, I understand your situation. Just make sure to communicate more often." Sweat. He knew the man wasn't referring to that. Fāng Yuán still felt a bit uneasy. "Well then, Uncle Zhao, I'll be heading out now. I'll drop by again sometime when I have the chance. Aren't you staying for a meal?" Fāng Yuán waved his hand. No, let's save it for next time. "Thanks, Uncle Zhao." When it was time for dinner, Zhao Anjuan couldn't help but smile as he said to Su Yulan and their daughter, "Fāng Yuán is quite a fine young man. Though born into wealth, he doesn't have a single trace of that spoiled rich kid attitude. He's kind and generous with others. If he really ends up with our daughter, we'll have nothing to worry about." Zhao Meng lowered her head shyly. After all, hearing her beloved gain her father's approval naturally brought her joy. But Su Yulan shot him a disapproving look. "At ease? Look at how badly your daughter's been treated. And that rotten boy is playing both sides, you don't even know it." But seeing her daughter soothed in the blink of an eye, she was clearly love-struck. There was no point in saying anything. Su Yulan swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. She couldn't be bothered to interfere for now. As long as Fāng Yuán didn't hurt her daughter again and treated her well, that was enough. Besides, her best friend was there to watch over things. Even if Meng Meng married into the Fāng family someday, she'd never let her suffer any injustice. Ah, what a fateful entanglement. Su Yulan sighed inwardly. Halfway through her journey, Fāng Yuán also received a message from Jian Yunxue. The message was brief, but its meaning was clear. "Jian Yunxue, I'm a bit hungry." Fāng Yuán slapped his thigh hard, and the chaos in his mind vanished in an instant. Xiao Shui had finally come around. Chapter 82, Thanks, bro. Night market food stalls. With the faint hint of autumn in the air, Fāng Yuán grabbed a bottle of beer and downed it in one satisfying gulp. A wave of coolness instantly washed over him. "How's it going with your sweetheart?" Things had been fine when he went to pick her up. But the moment Jian Yunxue brought it up, Fāng Yuán's face immediately soured. This woman sure held a grudge. On this topic, Fāng Yuán chose silence and playing the victim. His brow was etched with depression and helplessness. Sometimes he noticed Jian Yunxue actually fell for this act. Thankfully, the conversation didn't linger long, otherwise even his wine would have tasted bitter. "So, what's the latest with Miaoyu?" Perhaps unsure what else to say, Jian Yunxue suddenly inquired about Miaoyu's situation. "For now, it seems manageable. But as long as the Miao family refuses to apologize to me, not a single asset under the Fāng family's name will resume operations." He had already discussed this with his parents. As for all employees belonging to the Fāng family, would receive their standard monthly salary. Payments were acceptable, but work was entirely optional. Society is like a vast ecosystem. It's no exaggeration to say that one part affects the whole. With so many of the Fāng family's companies and enterprises not operating, it also brings many drawbacks to the market. Initially, only the employees of those companies were anxious. But as time passed, other businesses that had been watching from the sidelines could no longer sit idly by and joined the ranks, demanding accountability from the Miao family. Even ants can bring down an elephant when their numbers are great enough, let alone when so many entrepreneurs join the fray. Miao Firen, who had been basking in the euphoria of his recent promotion, only to discover after taking office, the problems facing the Miao family now demanded his full attention. Yet now he was the head of the Miao family. All this pressure now rested squarely on his shoulders. Miao Firen grabbed his hair. His face twisted into a hideous grimace. Only now did he finally grasp it. Why had Miao Yongshan so readily relinquished the position of clan chieftain back then? It turned out that what he had gained now had already been marked with a price in the unseen realm. Damn it, damn Fāng Yuán. Miao Yongshan. Sitting in his elegantly decorated office, Miao Firen's voice cracked with fury. For just moments ago, Secretary Jiang had delivered another ultimatum. Congressional officials couldn't care less about your internal Miao family feud, but when it comes to public welfare issues, since the Miao family had broken the rules, they must pay the price. The thought of having to compromise and beg for mercy from a merchant so soon after taking office. Not only would the entire Miao family's reputation be trampled into the dirt, he, Miao Firen, would certainly fare no better. Miao Yongshan had indeed made a mess of things, yet he never once bowed to Fāng Yuán, not even on his final day in office. At least not outwardly. Yet here you were, Miao Firen, begging for mercy. If he did that, the clan elders would likely want to tear him apart. What should he do now? For the first time, Miao Firen felt the position of clan chief was becoming a hot potato. Inside the Fāng family villa, Fāng Yuán and his wife were analyzing the system's feedback. Godly tycoon cultivation system. Hosts, Fāng Yuán, Zhang Yudan. Cash assets, 150 trillion yuan, 15 trillion. Godly tycoon cultivation progress, 9%. Assets under ownership, 80% stake in Penguin Group, 60% stake in Galaxy Pictures, 40% stake in Tianding Group, Shilin Grand Hotel, Wanhu Mall. Most conspicuous were the top-listed Penguin Group and Galaxy Pictures. Both are major conglomerates that rank among the most prominent in Xia Nation. Now, however, they have been forcefully taken over by the Fāng family, undisputedly becoming one of the largest shareholders. Penguin Group, a dominant force in telecommunications, payments, and gaming, enjoys global renown. Galaxy Pictures, meanwhile, has risen to prominence in recent years. Dubbed the Eastern Hollywood by domestic netizens. With its formidable strength and heritage, Galaxy Pictures now possesses the capital to rival Hollywood internationally. Honey, did you realize we're already trillionaire tycoons? It's just a trillion. Fāng Yuán stared at Zhang Yudan in astonishment, as if he'd discovered a new continent. Back when that spendthrift Fāng Yuán first splurged recklessly, and the system reported over 1 million in feedback. The couple had been so excited they barely slept all night. Now it was 1 trillion. Honey, you've changed. Zhang Yudan shot him a disapproving glare. My son is now the top philanthropist in Xia Nation. As his mother, I have to maintain appearances. Real aristocrats aren't interested in money, you know. Not interested in money? Fāng Yuán muttered to himself, seeming to concede his wife had a point. But why did that phrase sound so familiar? With infrastructure projects now fully underway across 4 provinces and our substantial cash reserves, why not expand our operations further? Zhang Yudan pondered for a moment before speaking. Then have our son taught to Brother Chuan. After these 2 incidents, the couple had come to realize something. In Xia Nation, money alone wasn't enough. Without connections, trouble would inevitably arise when problems occurred. Therefore, Zhang Yudan decided that while seeking greater system feedback, she would also prepare to expand her network. Sure enough. Upon learning of Fāng Yuán's plans to expand infrastructure projects, Brother Chuan personally paid a visit. A provincial big shot. A figure ordinary people might never see in person in their entire lives. Yet he repeatedly lowered himself to pay visits to the Fāng household. The news would surely send shockwaves through society. But the boss of the agency was more than willing to take on this role. For starters, the referral fee alone was nothing to sneeze at. In official circles, favors are the hardest debts to repay. But when faced with the generous philanthropic investment from the god of wealth, even knowing they'd be indebted, those provincial leaders wouldn't pass it up. Haha, Brother Fāng, you're the best. Always remembering your old buddy when good things come your way. As soon as he entered the door, Chuan's big boss, Ajio, greeted Fāng Yuán with a cheerful smile. Even his title had shifted to younger brother. Clearly, he was quite pleased that Fāng Yuán had thought of him first. Upon learning that Fāng Yuán was preparing to take a major leap forward by injecting a whopping 15 trillion yuan in one go, Chuan Laodao was as happy as if it were New Year's. Wow, no wonder they call you Mr. Fortune. You sure know how to make a grand gesture. This sum is rather substantial. Allow me to give it some serious thought. For years, Boss Chuan had been stuck in this position, unable to move due to certain circumstances. If he played his cards right this time, he might just get a chance to move up. As for this favor, he considered it accepted. After analyzing the situation for a while and making a few more calls, Boss Chuan provided a list of 6 provincial-level administrative regions. These 6 will do. I'll arrange a meeting for us all to sit down together soon. Consider it me giving you an introduction. Thanks a lot, Boss Chuan. We're all family here, no need for formalities. Next time we meet, skip the boss and just call me brother. Thanks, bro. Fāng Yuán and Boss Chuan exchanged a knowing smile. The agreement was happily sealed. Chapter 83, I'm not done with you. Galaxy Pictures. As the interviewer, Lu Tingting watched the trainees striking poses before her. Her face was all smiles, but inside she was nearly sick. These grown men wearing heavy makeup was bad enough. But they also had to put on this overly sweet, cute act. Besides my big brother Jia, I doubt anyone else would find this appealing. Alright, enough chit-chat. This is your debut performance. Plus, some bigwigs from the film industry are here today. Remember to put on a good show once you're on stage. Got it, Ting. Rest assured, Candy Sweet will definitely not let you down this time. Go go, we're the best. Sigh. Lu Tingting sighed. She couldn't figure out what was going on lately. Like candy sweet. More and more trainees are turning grown men into sissies. The makeup on their faces is thicker than what women wear. She'd trained quite a few trainees at Galaxy Pictures herself. But each new batch is worse than the last. At the start of the show, every time the host introduced a guest judge, the audience erupted in waves of enthusiastic cheers and applause. What the audience didn't expect was, today was merely an ordinary debut performance for trainees. Yet nearly all the leading actors and actresses in the entertainment industry were present. Some well-known industry heavyweights didn't even qualify for a seat on the judging panel. Of the 10 judges, 9 were industry heavyweights whose names were household names. Yet surprisingly, these industry heavyweights all approached the young man presiding over the judging panel with humble demeanor. Mr. Zhang, I'm Lu Diqiang. I hope you'll look after me. Mr. Zhang, I'm Feng Dagong, specializing in directing. It's truly an honor to meet you. Mr. Zhang. Ha! Zhang Dao felt his face go numb from smiling so much. After his film dreams shattered, he'd resolved to wallow in self-pity indefinitely. After all, he had a best friend backed by billions in family wealth. Even if he never worked a day in his life, the crumbs that fell from Fāng Yuán's table would be more than enough to sustain him. But just 2 days ago, Fāng Yuán suddenly called him, claiming a great opportunity awaited him. Before he could figure out what it was, Fāng Yuán simply handed him a plane ticket to Shenzhen City. And before he knew it, he'd become some kind of executive at Galaxy Pictures. His specific role was to participate in the selection of trainees. Yep, the task was that simple. Despite Zhang Dao's narrow scope of responsibilities and, frankly, limited expertise. Upon learning he was the representative sent by Galaxy Pictures, the bigwigs in the film industry didn't look down on him at all. Instead, they all treated him with great courtesy. Because across the entire Xia Kingdom, Galaxy Pictures held near monopoly power in the entertainment industry. Offending them could easily lead to being blacklisted from industry resources. Even the most famous stars with legions of fans couldn't withstand being sidelined. After years, even decades, of obscurity. Among the trainees selected in several batches, one trainee with a soft, feminine appearance hadn't even taken the stage yet. He confidently declared to the other 4 members of his group, "Don't worry, my dad's already got everything set up. We're definitely advancing this time. Thanks, Brother Feng." Hanging with Brother Feng means you're guaranteed to get your share, huh? Seriously, have you even seen who Brother Feng's dad is? He's the vice president of Galaxy Pictures. From now on, we're all under Brother Feng's protection. Ha ha. Tang Feng burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying this feeling of being the center of everyone's attention. Becoming a star was his ultimate goal. Otherwise, with his status and family background, he wouldn't have bothered attending some debut show. With his father backing him, it was essentially just a formality. Galaxy Pictures would naturally funnel massive resources his way afterward, paving a smooth path to stardom. But what Tang Feng hadn't anticipated was this. Zhang Dao suddenly appeared at the premiere, seated among the judges. The moment the host announced the final act took the stage, Zhang Dao felt his entire worldview was shattered. How the hell did these guys even make it on stage? Several pale, delicate trainees, impossible to tell if male or female, danced wildly like demons. They intermittently emitted incomprehensible, eerie screeches. Though the judges found it hard to watch, they all put on expressions of appreciation. Zhang Dao, who'd long since grown sick of it all, finally let his pent-up frustration boil over. What the hell is this singing and dancing nonsense? And they call themselves trainees with 2.5 years of experience. Everyone present was stunned. A judge openly berating a contestant that wouldn't look good if word got out. No wonder they're from Galaxy Pictures, they sure know how to make a bold statement. That young man on stage must have some serious connections. But didn't they at least give each other a heads up beforehand? Is this a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? Galaxy Pictures representative publicly confronting the vice president's son. At this thought, the judge's expressions turned distinctly awkward. Who the hell is this guy, acting so arrogant and daring to insult me? Do you want to keep working in Xia's entertainment industry? Tang Feng glared at Zhang Dao. The other members also froze, turning to Tang Feng with puzzled looks. What's going on here? Wasn't everything supposed to be arranged? Why the sudden reversal and embarrassment? He'd thought it might be some big shot. But after staring for ages, he couldn't place the guy. Where the hell did this guy come from? Since he was just a nobody, he couldn't be bothered to hold back. What did you just say? Tang Feng pointed directly at Zhang Dao. The tension in the room was thickening by the second. The others quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Teacher Zhang was just joking with you guys, don't take it to heart. Right, keep going with the performance, keep going. But Tang Feng wasn't buying it. His father had spent years at Galaxy Pictures, building an extensive network of connections. He was a bona fide second-generation elite. Now he'd been insulted by some minor judge? That was unacceptable. Apologize to me right now. Hearing this, Zhang Dao couldn't help but chuckle. Who would dare challenge a judge like that? Fine. He chuckled and raised the red paddle in his hand. I admire your courage, but I'm afraid you've been eliminated. Young man, you're getting tough with me. I'll eliminate you right now and see what you can do about it. Fāng Yuán had warned him before coming. As long as he acts reasonably, he doesn't need to back down to anyone. Some mere celebrity or pop star from the entertainment industry? Fāng Yuán couldn't care less. How could they possibly be more formidable than the Miao family, who are officially recognized by the National Assembly? Haven't you seen how, just to handle the Fāng family matter, Miao Firen was practically losing his hair over it? Because the selection rules required approval from all 10 judges to advance. So the moment Zhang Dao raised his card, it was a death sentence for the Tangfeng duo. Fine. You just wait, this isn't over between us. Chapter 84, Director Zhang gets fired. Meanwhile, inside Galaxy Pictures, Tang Huanji, who had just been discussing life with a popular actress, hung up the phone. He spent a few more minutes finishing the task. He dressed himself beneath the actress's clothing. You may leave now. I'll handle next month's awards for you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Hearing Tang Huanzi's reply, the actress responded in a sweet, coquettish tone. Then she swayed her hips as she walked out. Tang Huanzi didn't even glance at her. The actress, revered as a goddess by countless otaku fans outside, was nothing more than a plaything to him. Tang Huanji picked up the office phone on the desk and called his assistant. Look into this guy named Zhang Daodao who was sent to judge that talent show. What's his background? Soon after, the assistant called back with the results. Tang Huanji was puzzled. Because the company's records showed no trace of this individual's employment process or any related information. Where did this guy come from? What he didn't know was, since Zhang Dao had come this time, Fāng Yuán had only mentioned it to the head of Galaxy Pictures, so virtually no one below that level knew about it. Compounded by the rush timeline, Zhang Dao's employment records hadn't been properly updated yet. When it reached Tang Huanji, he immediately assumed some corporate bigwig had abused their position to sneak in their own people. Whoever dared to target my son, no one will be able to protect them this time. Tang Huanji snorted coldly before announcing an immediate emergency meeting for all company executives. Within the company, aside from the CEO currently on a business trip to the National Assembly, his authority was the greatest. The meeting itself was straightforward. Tang Huanji casually mentioned how he'd been eliminated by Zhang Dao during his debut performance. Immediately, a quick-thinking executive immediately called to inform Zhang Dao that he had been dismissed. What's going on? Zhang Dao, who had been planning to go out for a big feast after the show, he'd barely stepped out the front door when the call about his dismissal came through. He quickly recalled that during the break earlier, a film industry big shot with a decent-looking face had discreetly hinted to him that sissy who'd openly defied him on stage, apparently his dad had some serious connections. No doubt about it, that kid was behind it. Director Zhang was furious. This was the mission Fāng Yuán had entrusted to him, yet he'd been kicked out before completing it. Without a word, he immediately started making calls to rally his people. Damn it, you're not the only one with connections. They really don't give a damn about me, old man Fāng. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán was sitting in an office with Boss Chuan and 6 other provincial bosses who had come for the meeting. All 6 bigwigs had come to Sichuan province together. This rare gathering stunned many provincial officials. But once they learned it was all orchestrated by the god of wealth, Fāng Yuán, everyone seemed to find it perfectly normal. Just looking at Fāng Yuán's recent actions, punching Han Dan, a direct descendant of the Ross family, and going head-to-head with the Miao clan. By comparison, this incident hardly seemed significant. The conversation proceeded smoothly. After all, having someone willing to fund their development without asking for anything in return was the best possible outcome. After the cooperation talks concluded, Brother Chuan specifically asked Fāng Yuán to stay behind. Brother Fāng, the Miao family has been calling me constantly lately, hoping to resolve matters peacefully between you two. What are your thoughts on this? Driven by desperation, the overwhelmed Miao Firen had already contacted old Master Chuan privately. He was now the head of the family. Therefore, the earlier plan to forcibly bring Miao Yu back had naturally been abandoned. But now the problem was, in order to salvage as much face as possible, Miao Firen had only agreed to compensate Fāng Yuán for the profits lost during the closure period. Regarding Miao Yu, as for the demand for an apology, it was rejected. With 6 provinces now on board, the Sichuan boss no longer pressured Fāng Yuán to compromise with the Miao family as he once did. Truth be told, it was the Miao family who now bore the brunt of the hardship. Even the siblings Miao Yifan and Miao Yifan, after the clan chief position changed hands, they were urgently recalled back to the clan. That's it? Fāng Yuán chuckled. If this had been any ordinary business owner, the Miao family's actions back then would have driven them straight into bankruptcy. It was pure bullying, driving someone to the brink. But when they finally realized they couldn't take him on, they scrambled to make amends. The terms they offered showed no sincerity whatsoever. "Sorry, I refuse." Without a second thought, Fāng Yuán flatly refused. If the Miao family truly wants reconciliation, then on top of compensation, they must personally apologize and give our Fāng family a proper explanation. "Alright, I'll convey this to them." Knowing Fāng Yuán had been deliberately targeted by the Miao family recently, he was seething inside. So Boss Chuan said no more. On the way back, Fāng Yuán received a call from Zhang Dao. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The matter of Galaxy Film holding the largest stake in the company. It was his mom who casually mentioned it during their chat. He recalled how his first project had ended in utter failure. And how his good buddy had given up on life, wallowing at home like a useless slacker. Fāng Yuán finally decided to let him go and learn a thing or two. Considerate support for Zhang Dao's dream. But who would have thought he'd be fired the moment he arrived? After finding out what had happened, Fāng Yuán felt a surge of irritation. After all, the fact that such practices existed within Galaxy Pictures. It was genuinely unsettling. Find a place to stay for now. I've been meaning to get away for a while anyway. Wait for me there. Sitting in the car, he reflected on his life since confronting his family. It seemed that aside from squandering money, he hadn't really contributed anything. Even his stint at Tianding Group had been nothing but a few days of aimless drifting. Worth mentioning was this. When Ren Jianyuan fled, he did so alone. The Ran group he left behind was acquired by Handan. But this unlucky kid just happened to run into Fāng Yuán's iron wall. He was even sent back to the United States. Without Handan's backing, Ran Group soon declared complete bankruptcy. And Ren Qian, who had been the pampered heiress of the Ren family overnight, to a helpless little girl overnight. Now she spends her days holed up in the chip company, barely keeping it afloat with the sponsorship Fāng Yuán provided back then. Fāng Yuán sighed. Fate truly plays cruel tricks. The fault didn't lie with Ren Qian. But her father's sins inevitably dragged her into the fallout. Even if she felt nothing for Ren Jianyuan. But whenever he thought of that young girl who worked tirelessly day and night, completely absorbed in her lab, striving to develop advanced chips, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel genuine admiration deep down. He pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. And transferred a small sum of pocket money directly to Ren Qian's account. Ding! Your account ending in 3656 has received a deposit of 100 billion. Chapter 85, Young Master Fāng takes personal action. Inside the chip company, Ren Qian frowned deeply. Her gaze was heavy as she studied the company's financial statements in her hands. 3 days earlier, the company had already reached a point where it lacked funds to continue research. Except for a handful of researchers who still held out hope of the company, the rest had all submitted their resignations. With 80% of the chip research process finally completed. To abandon it at this final moment. For her, who had poured so much heart and soul into this endeavor, it was undoubtedly painful and cruel. Yet for the company's survival, she had already sold all the properties and vehicles under her name. She even reached out to some old friends who still had decent connections with Ren Jianyuan. But most of these were seasoned veterans in the business world. They held little faith in the prospects of chip development. Moreover, with the collapse of the Ren Group, few would remember past favors. Some even made veiled suggestions about Ren Qian becoming someone's mistress. It could be said she was now at the end of her rope. There's one more person. Ren Qian bit her lip. The image of a man flashed through her mind. But the memory of her father turning his gun on the Fāng family. And turned the gun on the Fāng family. Her unrealistic fantasy vanished instantly. Sigh. What should I do? Just as Ren Qian felt utterly helpless. A sudden notification sound from her phone jolted her out of her thoughts. Ding! Your account ending in 3656 has received a deposit of 100 billion. 100 billion? Ren Qian couldn't believe it at first. She immediately opened her phone to check her bank account. Staring at the long string of zeros displayed on the screen, Ren Qian suddenly fell silent. At this very moment, the only person who could possibly come up with such a large sum to help her. There was simply no one else. Ren Qian hesitated. She desperately wanted to call and ask if it was Fāng Yuán. But she feared the money might just be a super rich person's accidental transfer. That would shatter her dreams completely. In the end, Ren Qian decided to call and ask for clarification. Otherwise, she simply couldn't bring herself to accept it. After a few rings, the call connected. Seeing Ren Qian's name, Fāng Yuán showed no surprise. He knew this clever woman would soon figure out it was him. Was that 100 billion transferred by you? Yeah. Developing chips is a money-guzzling project. I was worried you might run short, so I sent you some to tide you over. Don't you hate me? After all, what my father did back then was so outrageous. Heh, you are you, and Ren Jianyuan is Ren Jianyuan. Besides, it's not that big of a deal. Thank you. No problem. Call me if you need more. After putting down the phone, Ren Qian remained silent for a long while. She couldn't help but wonder what Fāng Yuán's true purpose was in doing this. Was it to profit from chip investments? She dismissed that possibility outright. Advanced chips, once developed, would indeed yield substantial market profits. But she was certain Fāng Yuán was absolutely not in it for the money. After all, his investments in infrastructure projects across various provinces alone had already reached trillions. Therefore, it couldn't be about the profits from chips. After ruling out every other possibility, Ren Qian suddenly froze. Could it be he's after me? It was confirmed absolutely. No wonder, back when no one believed in this project, he was the only one who quietly stood behind me, supporting me, even going so far as to pay out of his own pocket to help me. I should have seen it sooner. Come to think of it, I don't dislike him that much. After guessing Fāng Yuán's thoughts, Ren Qian flushed with a rare, girlish blush. But in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. No, I can't think like that. He's not single. Ren Qian was well aware of Fāng Yuán and Jiang Yunshue's relationship. But when a man pulls out 100 billion yuan for you without batting an eye, any woman would be a bit flustered. Forget it. Anyway, why not take advantage of Mr. Rich Guy's money? If the chip development succeeds and we sell it, we can always pay him back later. As a research maniac, after a moment of hesitation, Ren Qian decisively refocused her attention on the chip research. The next day, a sudden commotion erupted at Changchuan City Airport. Holy crap, who is this? No clue. So many bodyguards escorting them, and even the airport manager came out personally to greet them. Could it be some kind of celebrity? You're overthinking it. Even the biggest stars wouldn't get the airport bigwigs to personally greet them. Exactly. In the eyes of bigwigs in finance, celebrities don't even register. The surrounding murmurs nearly made Fāng Yuán want to reveal himself to the crowd. But there were simply too many people. He had to maintain his composure. The airport manager followed close behind, constantly bowing and scraping as he spoke. The reason was simple. The Fāng family held shares in this civilian airport in Changchuan City. Young Master Fāng was here to catch a flight. It would be impossible for these officials not to be diligent and attentive. Only after Fāng Yuán boarded the aircraft through the VIP lounge did the airport manager cautiously withdraw with a forced smile. Before departing, they specifically instructed the crew of this flight to attend to the young master's every need. Judging by the way they acted, Fāng Yuán suspected that even if he requested a tour of the captain's cabin, no one would dare refuse. In the first-class cabin, aside from one or two successful individuals, the rest of the seats were occupied by Fāng Yuán's bodyguards. His group had practically bought up all the first-class tickets. The feeling of being surrounded by bodyguards isn't bad, but it's just too much hassle. After boarding, they still had to wait for the other passengers before takeoff. Fāng Yuán pondered for a moment. Given his current status, buying a private jet at home would be the most convenient solution. Skipping this interlude. Inside Galaxy Film Studios, groups of staff were busy setting up the stage. Tang Huangji was working his ass off at that moment. Just last night, he received a call from the CEO informing him that the son of Galaxy Film's behind-the-scenes powerhouse was coming. Rumor had it this was a big shot, they couldn't afford to slight him. He himself was rushing back. Upon receiving the news, Tang Huangji immediately secured an entire floor at Shenzhen's finest hotel. Then he organized his staff to begin preparations, all to make a favorable impression on the young master. Backed by Galaxy Pictures, he'd not only made a fortune over the years, he'd enjoyed every conceivable perk. To keep the good life going, currying favor with superiors was essential. They also brought in a slew of top-tier celebrities to lend their star power. The majority were female stars. After all, word has it that the young master is only in his 20s. Bringing in more women was definitely the right move. Galaxy Pictures executives and a host of entertainment industry stars stood before the hotel entrance, eagerly awaiting. As if awaiting some VIP, the sensational news and scene, instantly drawing countless passers-by to stop and watch. Half an hour later, the head of Galaxy Pictures arrived first. He exchanged perfunctory greetings with several big stars who approached him. The executive then swiftly inspected the banquet hall once more. After confirming everything was in order, he hurried to the front of the welcoming party and waited with the others. This left Tang Huangji inwardly astonished. If it were merely the son of the Galaxy Pictures boss arriving, their own CEO probably wouldn't have gone to such lengths. This meant the young master must possess some other extraordinary status. Chapter 86, Ignorant of Protocol? Just as everyone's legs began to grow numb from waiting, a convoy of luxury cars slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. Bodyguards emerged first, establishing a security perimeter. Then, a young man dressed casually in sweats and flip-flops stepped out of the middle vehicle. The head of Galaxy Pictures, whose photo they had already compared. He approached with a bright smile. Haha, Mr. Fāng, it's an honor to have you here in person. On behalf of everyone at Galaxy Pictures, I extend our warmest welcome. Young Master Fāng, you must be exhausted from your long journey. I've prepared a banquet inside. Please come in. In the entertainment industry? The film studio boss, known for his strictness and aloofness, was willingly showing such deference to a young man. The celebrities standing behind, unqualified to approach, couldn't help but speculate inwardly. What kind of background does this Mr. Fāng have? Fāng Yuán nodded and shook hands with the man. Then, under everyone's gaze, he strode confidently toward the hotel entrance. A round of applause to welcome Mr. Fāng to our Shenzhen. Tang Huangji, sensing his superior's mood, quickly chimed in. Welcome, young Master Fāng. Welcome, young Master Fāng. The crowd of celebrities began clapping along. Many female celebrities couldn't resist batting their eyelashes at Fāng Yuán. Those present at this moment, but even at the height of their fame, couldn't resist the temptation of becoming the wife of a wealthy tycoon. For anyone who could assist this young Master Fāng, it would be no exaggeration to say they'd ascend to the heavens in one step. However, Fāng Yuán, who had recently encountered the car accident involving Zhang Yunxue and Zhao Meng, isn't in the mood for that right now. After all, he still had Li Meiyu to deal with and he hadn't exposed her yet. Seeing Fāng Yuán's indifference, the actresses felt a pang of disappointment, though the eagerness on their faces only grew more intense. At the banquet, Fāng Yuán naturally took the seat of honor. Just as the head of Galaxy Entertainment was about to sit beside him, Fāng Yuán subtly extended his hand to block the seat. He cleared his throat softly. The seasoned Galaxy Pictures executive instantly got the hint. He gave an awkward smile and then voluntarily sat down on another chair. Who else is young Master Fāng waiting for? Could another important figure be on their way? Though inwardly puzzled, he dared not speak without Fāng Yuán's permission. The others seated at the banquet table noticed the situation and instinctively lowered their voices. Fāng Yuán himself didn't project an overly assertive personality, but his status spoke for itself. Even sitting there silently, he commanded an aura that made everyone unconsciously imagine the presence of a powerful figure. Originally, they had assumed Fāng Yuán was waiting for some big shot. Instead, a young man dressed in casual clothes and flip-flops, strolling in with a carefree stride. The Galaxy Pictures CEO in the seat was about to speak up in rebuke, but saw Fāng Yuán raising his hand. Come here. This is my brother. Fāng Yuán said indifferently. Young Master Fāng's brother? Then he must be my brother. The film executive instantly reassessed Zhang Dao, whom he just moments ago dismissed as a random passerby. Then it hit him. When Fāng Yuán had called earlier, it seemed like he was assigning some menial job to a guy named Zhang Dao. With the young master himself giving the order, he dared not delay. He simply assigned Zhang Dao to oversee the recruitment of new talent. After all, he was now one of their own. He hurriedly rose and stepped forward. Haha, welcome, welcome. So it's Brother Zhang. Better to meet you in person than just hear about you. You're clearly a standout talent. When young Master Fāng introduced you to Galaxy Pictures, I knew right away you were exceptional. The uncle's sudden warmth left Zhang Dao thoroughly bewildered. But Galaxy Pictures? That name struck a chord. Oh, Galaxy Pictures. So you were the one who arranged for me to audition new talent. But yesterday when I went to the site, I saw a few trainees who were terrible at singing and dancing. They even held grudges over a few words, so I had someone kick them out. Sorry about that. I'm not with your company anymore. Finally, someone came to back him up. The vindictive Zhang Dao immediately and without hesitation reported Tang Huangji. What? Fired? The head of Galaxy Pictures was genuinely stunned this time. The next second, he turned to the company's executives with a dark look on his face. He had been wondering why Fāng Yuán had suddenly come to Shenzhen City, specifically requesting an inspection of Galaxy Film. Turns out his own brother had been fired. He forced himself to suppress his inner rage and returned to his seat. Oomph. I'll settle accounts with you all later. At the audition site, he got fired for cursing at the trainees? Tang Huangji, who had been sitting quietly, grew increasingly shaky with each word he heard. Damn it, this sounded exactly like the incident he'd handled yesterday. He glanced at his son Tang Feng beside him, the one he'd deliberately brought along to broaden his horizons. He'd lowered his head at some point, as if terrified of being spotted by Zhang Dao. Tang Huangji's face darkened with unease as he whispered, the person you mentioned that day, it couldn't be this guy, could it? Dad, it's him, but I don't know. Damn it. Tang Huangji's hand trembled slightly beneath the table. He almost wanted to slap his son right then and there. His assistant, noticing his grim expression, hurriedly asked, Mr. Tang, are you okay? Tang Huangji, I'm not fine at all. I'm fine. Ha. That's good. Just let me know if you're feeling unwell. Why do you have to be so talkative, kid? Afraid people won't notice me or what? Tang Huangji cursed his assistant silently. Seeing Zhang Dao arrive, Fāng Yuán nodded, signaling the banquet to begin. The head of Galaxy Pictures wanted him to say a few words, But seeing Fāng Yuán wasn't in the mood, he merely stood up and offered a few words of thanks for young Master Fāng's inspection. Then he instructed the hotel to begin serving the meal. Many celebrities felt quite moved. After all these years in the industry, this was the first time a dinner had gotten straight to business so quickly. In the past, such occasions would drag on for at least half an hour. They'd feel uneasy. But this Mr. Fāng seemed to handle things with remarkable restraint. Of course. It could also be that he simply didn't care to say much. As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere in the hotel gradually grew lively. The head of Galaxy Pictures led the way in toasting Fāng Yuán. Seeing that Fāng Yuán did not refuse, senior executives from other companies followed suit, raising their glasses in turn. The celebrities, eager to make a good impression on Fāng Yuán, were no exception. However, it soon became apparent that Tang Wanji, the company's vice president, remained seated at his place, a rare occurrence. He showed no intention whatsoever of going up to offer a toast. The head of Galaxy Pictures frowned. In the past, no matter where Tang Wanzi went or at any drinking gathering, he was always the one who livened up the atmosphere. How could he be so clueless about basic etiquette today? Chapter 87, That's Too Ruthless. The Galaxy Film CEO rose and approached Tang Wanji. Seeing his distracted demeanor, a vague suspicion stirred within him. But after all, he was a subordinate who had followed him for years. He didn't dwell on it further. He merely frowned and said, "Tang Wanji, what's gotten into you today? Why haven't you gone over to toast young Master Fāng?" "Ah!" Suddenly called out by name, Tang Wanji, already feeling a bit uneasy, jolted. Only then did he realize the company president had arrived at some point. Tang Wanzi forced a calm expression. I was just thinking about something and didn't notice. I'll go right now." He figured Zhang Dao wouldn't recognize him. Tang Wanzi wasn't too flustered. But the boss's next words made him lose his composure. "Oh, Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Well, why not go together? Get acquainted with young Master Fāng over there. If he takes a liking to you, there could be tremendous benefits waiting for you in the future." No, forget it, boss. Xiaofeng is still a kid and doesn't know the rules of banquet etiquette. It wouldn't be good if he ended up offending young Master Fāng over there. Get acquainted with him? If we really went, you'd probably slam the table right now and tell us father and son to get lost. Perhaps sensing Tang Wanji had a point, the boss didn't press the issue further. By the time the banquet ended, Tang Wanzi immediately wanted to take his son and make a run for it. But he hadn't anticipated that when he went over to toast the guests. Due to their striking resemblance, Zhang Dao had instantly recognized him as Tang Feng, the trainee who had clashed with him the previous day. He then casually inquired of the company president beside him. Upon learning that Tang Wanji held a position at Galaxy Pictures, he became certain about who had fired him. It had to be this old bastard. But he kept it to himself. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. As soon as Fāng Yuán arrived, the head of Galaxy Pictures rushed back from the National Assembly, arranging banquets and welcome ceremonies once more. If he publicly exposed Tang Wanji, perhaps pressured by Fāng Yuán's presence, he had no choice but to deal with it. But doing so would have cost him face. He wasn't worried about himself, but he feared the negative impact on Fāng Yuán, even if it meant being kicked out of the company outright. Yet he still prioritized his brother's interests with Fāng Yuán's backing. This was likely why Zhang Dao, despite his lack of real talent, still had Fāng Yuán standing by him unwaveringly. Details reveal character. As soon as he got home, Tang Wanji immediately had his son pack his things and bought 2 international plane tickets. Tang Feng found this utterly baffling. Sure, he had asked his dad to help kick Zhang Dao out of the company. It certainly didn't warrant fleeing the country. At worst, he'd just lose his job. "Dad, it can't be that bad, right?" Hearing Tang Feng speak up, Tang Wanji, who'd been seething with anger, strode right over. 2 sharp slaps echoed through the room. Tang Feng was stunned. "Dad, why are you hitting me? Why hit you? If it weren't for the fact that you're my own flesh and blood, this would be the least of your troubles." If he hadn't indulged his son since childhood, this situation wouldn't have arisen today. "You fool, all you do is cause trouble for me out there." As if it were that simple. Losing his job would be one thing. But after all those years in power, he'd been secretly and openly exploiting his position as vice president of Galaxy Pictures. He'd been raking in kickbacks from production crews and all sorts of other shady deals. Some were willingly offered. Others were extorted by Tang Wanji through his position. If those people were left to their own devices without his influence, countless victims he had coerced would likely come seeking retribution. This was precisely why he suddenly booked a flight abroad. Yet the whole affair was rife with corruption and illicit deals. That's why Tang Wanji didn't bother explaining it to his son. He was rushing to flee. Meanwhile, after the banquet ended and Zhang Dao returned to his hotel room, he finally revealed everything about Tang Wanji and his son. Fāng Yuán answered the call from the Galaxy CEO with a grim expression. He relayed Zhang Dao's suspicions in full detail. combined with Tang Huanji's unusual behavior at the banquet. The Galaxy CEO immediately confirmed his earlier suspicions. Rest assured, young Master Fāng. I'll handle this matter immediately and ensure Brother Zhang receives a satisfactory resolution. After hanging up, he immediately dispatched personnel to investigate Tang Huanji's various violations within the company over the years. After all, even if dismissal was warranted, a valid reason was necessary. Moreover, Tang Huanji was a veteran of Galaxy Pictures who had contributed significantly in the past. Dismissing a veteran employee over this single incident alone would create significant psychological pressure for others. But when he opened the stack of documents on his desk, his expression darkened instantly. Tang Huanji, you bastard. All these years I've been promoting you so heavily. You put on such a good show in front of me, yet behind my back you've been up to such shady dealings. As a company vice president, it was almost inevitable that he couldn't resist dipping his hands into the till. And Tang Huanji was exceptionally skilled at navigating relationships. Sometimes he'd even voluntarily confess to me what he'd been up to. Considering his years of loyalty, the Galaxy CEO consistently turned a blind eye. But his one absolute line in the sand was that Tang must never target the company's artists or celebrities. He understood all too well what had propelled Galaxy Film to prominence. The company's artists, to a certain extent, formed the very foundation of Galaxy. Once that foundation crumbled, Galaxy Film's current glory would swiftly vanish. Yet according to the documents and the reports suppressed over the years by Tang Huanji through his internal connections, at least over 100 female artists within the company had fallen into his hands. This has already begun to undermine Galaxy Film's very foundations. The Galaxy CEO, who had initially considered showing leniency by dismissing Tang Huanji as a gesture to appease Fāng Yuán, now he was beyond furious. Summon Tang Huanji to my office immediately. But upon hearing the response from his subordinate, he learned that Tang Huanji hadn't even set foot in the company since the banquet ended. Upon further inquiry with the assistant who usually handled Tang Huanji's affairs, it seemed he had already purchased a plane ticket to attend some event abroad. Damn it! At this point, he no longer cared about the potential repercussions for Galaxy Pictures after reporting it. He immediately called to report Tang Huanji's embezzlement and corruption at the company. Within hours, Galaxy Pictures Vice President Tang Huanji, suspected of occupational crimes, was arrested at the airport by law enforcement. Fāng Yuán was also somewhat surprised to see the report. He'd only intended to help Zhang Dao vent his frustration and clean out the atmosphere at Galaxy Pictures. Little did he expect the Galaxy boss to be so stubborn. He'd sent Tang Huanji straight to jail. Chapter 88, The Woman Who Goes on a Drunken Rampage. Zhang Dao clicked his tongue. No way, he actually pulled the trigger that hard? Honestly, it seems like he was just abusing his power for personal gain, openly pulling strings behind the scenes for his son. Then he embezzled company funds and planned to skip town. How did he end up in jail? Fāng Yuán shot him a withering look. Do you even realize what you're saying? To him, Tang Huanji was nothing but a minor, insignificant figure. But this time, Zhang Dao couldn't stay at Galaxy Pictures either. After all, old Tang had been working there for so many years, and had maintained some goodwill through thick and thin. Now, the moment Zhang Dao showed up, he was immediately sent to jail. Getting along with him was basically impossible. Think about it. Besides himself, it seemed no one else could tolerate Zhang Dao's temperament. Fāng Yuán could only sigh. Forget it. From now on, you'll just be my secretary. Secretary? You mean the kind that has to be kept clean? Get lost. After shooing Zhang Dao back to his own room, Fāng Yuán finally felt a bit more peace and quiet. But once he had nothing to do, he began to feel a bit empty. Ah, if only Mei Yu were here right now. Given Li Mei Yu's current personality, she'd be perfect as a feisty yet capable little secretary. After tossing and turning, Fāng Yuán realized he simply couldn't sleep. He decided to go for a walk outside. Come to think of it, this was the first time he'd ever left Sichuan province in his entire life. He called Zhang Dao, only to find the bastard was fast asleep. With a lingering haze from the alcohol still lingering, Fāng Yuán drifted out of the hotel and began wandering the streets. Because it was in the south, even though winter was gradually setting in, the nighttime temperatures remained quite warm. The streets were filled with girls in ragged clothes. Fāng Yuán found himself overwhelmed by the sight. Shenzhen truly lives up to its reputation as one of Xia Nation's most renowned megacities. Every corner exudes an air of sophistication. Supercars, a rare sight in ordinary cities. In just a short while, Fāng Yuán had spotted 7 or 8 of them. Hey, handsome, wanna come play? Hungry? Come in, sis will cook you something. As they walked down a narrow street flickering with red lights. Perhaps because he was dressed rather well, several girls standing outside massage parlors waved at him in unison. They were showing him the city's warmth. But no matter how you looked at it, this kind of love bought with money wasn't the true love he was searching for. Besides, he had 3 mouths to feed at home. He had to tighten his belt and cut back on expenses, or else he wouldn't know how to face his family back home. As he wandered aimlessly along the riverbank, he had intended to pull out his phone to check for messages. But when he reached into his pocket, Fāng Yuán froze. His phone had vanished from his pocket without a trace. He had no cash on him. He'd even forgotten the name of the hotel. How was he supposed to get back? Damn it, this is so unfair. Bloody pickpockets. Fāng Yuán felt a twinge of frustration. But that was all. Worst case, he could just hail a cab to Galaxy Pictures and have them cover the fare. Ah, what the hell. Might as well walk a bit more. Sometimes the perk of having deep pockets is that you don't have to agonize over losing a phone worth tens of thousands. An ordinary person would have been heartbroken. But before he'd gone far, a woman stumbled toward him, high heels clattering. Her hair was disheveled, and she reeked of alcohol. Gungting couldn't even recall how many years she'd been in this bustling city. From a factory worker to self-teaching acting out of a refusal to settle for mediocrity, she finally lucked into an audition for a small production crew, becoming a professional actress. Just as she was filled with joy, believing she could finally change her fate through her own efforts, the director suddenly asked her out. She thought it would be a normal conversation. But who could have imagined that this man, already in his 50s, bluntly expressed his desire to have a physical relationship with her over dinner. He even threatened that if she refused, she'd be packed up and out of the production tomorrow. Having experienced society's cruelty, she knew opportunities were hard to come by. She agonized over the decision for a long time. But the thought of her 3 younger siblings still needing tuition money to attend school forced her to suppress the bitterness in her heart. She forced herself to compromise. In a drunken haze, she followed the older man to a hotel. Yet at the very last moment, she suddenly changed her mind and fled. After showering, she discovered the director had been stood up. His fury was predictable. This world is too filthy. I'll never come back in my next life. Gungting laughed softly with a voice filled with utter desolation, fueled by the alcohol. Seeming almost delirious, she glimpsed a figure before her in her haze. Without a second thought, she threw her arms around it. To her surprise, this man carried a faint, pleasant scent. And his chest felt exceptionally warm and reassuring. Come on, you stinking men just want my body, don't you? Here you go. Are you out of your mind? Fāng Yuán watched as the fairly attractive woman staggered toward him. Her small hands were still groping wildly over his body. He couldn't help but utter the soul-searching question. Yeah, I'm crazy. But it's all because of you men. I hate you so much. Seeing Gungting already drunk and babbling incoherently, Fāng Yuán frowned, trying to push her away. If it weren't for the absence of luxury car bodyguards nearby, he'd suspect she was deliberately trying to stage an accident. But unexpectedly, this drunken madwoman, though frail in appearance, possessed strength beyond belief. She clung to him like an octopus. Her high heels flew off her feet. She kept yelling at Fāng Yuán to go to F. A couple of passers-by shot curious glances their way. Fāng Yuán's face darkened. If this continued, someone might film it and post it online. That would be quite the spectacle. Rich kid tries to check into hotel with drunk date late at night to do graduate studies. Shocking revelation. So this is the public welfare champion of Xia Nation. Just thinking about how unscrupulous media outlets twisted things. He sighed helplessly. You're the one who forced me to change my temperament. Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to argue with her any longer. He simply scooped the woman up in his arms, not even bothering to pick up her fallen high heels as he strode forward. After much effort, he found a shady motel that didn't require ID. After unlocking and paying with her phone's fingerprint, carried her on his back to the shabby room amid the front desk owner's eerie grin. He tossed the already asleep woman onto the bed. Fāng Yuán was panting heavily from exhaustion. Under the faintly yellow glow of the light, he finally took a good look at this drunken woman. Seems like she's got a decent figure. Add in that face that grows on you, and she's worth about an 8 out of 10. After lugging you all this way in the dead of night, it's only fair to collect some interest. Thinking about being stuck with her for no reason, Fāng Yuán acted on a petty desire for revenge. He deliberately booked a private room. Then he slipped off her coat, treating her like an oversized teddy bear. He wrapped his arms around her as she slept soundly. Chapter 89, I'm going to the interview too. Morning sunlight streamed in. The two lying in bed stared at each other wide-eyed. The terror in Gungting's eyes was plain to see. Her mouth slowly opened, as if gathering her thoughts. Oh my god, if she screams, it'll be all over. Fāng Yuán acted fast, covering her mouth with his hand. Calm down. Nothing happened between us. Gungting, her mouth covered, suddenly struggled violently. Fearing she might do something impulsive, Fāng Yuán, without a word, he rolled over and pinned her down, pressing his hands firmly against her chest. His legs clamped tightly around her. You filthy scoundrel. And you say nothing happened. Gungting glared furiously at Fāng Yuán. A wave of hurt and fear instantly shattered her defenses. Two glistening tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Fāng Yuán felt a pang of guilt. He'd only meant to tease her, but the joke had gone too far. I'll let go of you now, but please don't scream, okay? Trust me, nothing happened last night. Woo-woo. Gungting nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. Only then did Fāng Yuán slowly slide off her. As for why I used the word slide, that had something to do with how, last night, half asleep and freezing cold, and accidentally pulled off Gungting's top to snuggle up against her. Ahem. Fāng Yuán gently withdrew his gaze from the snow-capped mountains. Miss Gung, now free to move, hurriedly dashed into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. A few minutes later, she emerged with a complex expression on her face. You were drunk last night. I had no choice but to bring you here. Honestly, if you hadn't run into a good Samaritan like me, you'd be in real trouble. Seeing the look on Gungting's face, Fāng Yuán knew she must have checked and found nothing wrong. She herself was now deeply conflicted. To call this somewhat handsome man a good person. Yet he deliberately booked a single room. And he'd taken advantage of her without hesitation. But to call him a bad guy. All night long, the woman beside him was dead drunk. Yet he hadn't crossed any boundaries. Gungting found it increasingly strange, and in the end, she could only conclude one thing. This guy just can't perform. Wait, what's with the look on my face? Disgust mixed with a hint of pity. Could this woman possibly think there was something wrong with her? You know exactly what's going on. Since you're awake, let's just leave it at that. Gungting snorted coldly, then turned to leave after confirming she hadn't left anything behind. But Fāng Yuán, the one being looked down upon, couldn't take it anymore. A real man, treated like a weakling by a woman? How could he swallow his pride? Fine. Then I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, her body suddenly stiffened. The man's large hand encircled her firm, supple belly. A centimeter below her tailbone, something pressed firmly against her. Fāng Yuán leaned in with a teasing expression, his warm breath brushing her ear as he whispered. Now you should finally know whether I'm up to it or not, right? Gungting flushed. Before she could react, Fāng Yuán vanished into the distance, bursting into laughter. Experiences like this were something he'd never dared imagine before. But it seemed that as his identity as a second-generation figure gradually shifted, he seemed to have gained a touch of that carefree, unrestrained charm. Could this be the power of money, altering even one's very character? Rogue. After Fāng Yuán's earlier provocation, Gungting dared not remain in the same room with such a dangerous man. Watching the woman flee in panic, Fāng Yuán's recently dull mood finally found a glimmer of amusement. But the next second, he rushed out in a panic. He'd left his phone behind. After all, he had saved her once. Asking for a few dozen yuan for a bus ride wasn't unreasonable, was it? Gungting stared at the man before her, utterly dumbfounded. Her worldview was utterly shattered. How could someone be so shameless? Not only did he take advantage of me, but now he's asking me for money for the bus? You shameless jerk. Angry as she was. But let's be honest, a drunk woman wandering alone outside isn't exactly safe. Plus, this jerk hadn't actually done anything to her. So she decided to pull out her phone, shot Fāng Yuán a withering look, and snapped. Show me your payment code. Fāng Yuán spread his hands helplessly. I lost my phone. Well, I don't have cash either. Forget it, I'll just pay for your cab. Gungting sighed and hailed a cab. Driver, how much to Galaxy Cinema? 50 yuan. Alright. After confirming the fare, Fāng Yuán motioned for Gungting to pay. But to his surprise, she plopped right into the back seat. What are you staring at? I'm actually going there for an audition too. She knew she'd be rejected by that production's director. So she'd reached out to Galaxy Pictures early on, planning to give it a shot. But when it came to Galaxy Pictures, where big names gathered, Gungting had almost no hope of passing the audition. But giving up so easily. She simply couldn't bring herself to accept defeat. Besides, she only had a few hundred yuan left. Even if she didn't want to share a ride with this scoundrel who'd taken advantage of her, she had to save where she could. Oh, you're going there too? All right. Fāng Yuán, who had been snapped at, didn't get angry. He just kept smiling. When they got off at Galaxy Cinema, Gungting noticed that the stinking scoundrel wasn't leaving either. Instead, he kept trailing behind her. This guy's turned into a stalker. Why are you following me? Nothing. I'm here for the interview too. Poof. Gungting scoffed dismissively at the excuse the man had come up with. As a high-ranking executive at Galaxy Pictures, Gao Chang was actually cut from the same cloth as Tang Guanji, who had been arrested. But he knew how to conceal his ambition. The actresses who had been his lovers all along were captivated by his personal charm and had willingly given themselves to him. Small indulgences are no great sin. He was quite satisfied with his steady, methodical ascent over the years. Gao Chang was quite satisfied. After all, one must learn to be clever in this world. Take what you shouldn't take, offend those you shouldn't offend. Your future will inevitably come to an end. Has that actress who said she'd come for the audition yesterday arrived yet? Seated in his luxurious office, Gao Chang casually picked up a resume from the desk and asked his assistant. She's already here, waiting downstairs. Good. I'll conduct the interview myself today. Gung Ting. A faint smile touched Gao Chang's lips as he looked at the photo on the resume. It was time to showcase his charm once more. He was quite satisfied with his own appearance and physique. Though middle-aged, he still maintained a handsome look and well-kept figure. Gao Chang was thoroughly satisfied. Many women were drawn to mature, handsome men like him, charming and smooth-talking. Sitting in the interview waiting room, Gung Ting appeared somewhat nervous and uneasy. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán sat with his legs crossed, his eyes fixed intently on her voluptuous, curvaceous figure. You pervert! How dare you stare at a woman like that now? Gung Ting cursed silently in her mind. In the end, she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Chapter 90, Gung Ting questions her existence. Soon, footsteps approached from the direction of the door. Gung Ting instinctively straightened her back. A faint smile touched her lips, hoping to make a good impression on the interviewer. Oh, someone's coming. Though she couldn't stand this pervert's antics. She remembered he had saved her last night after all. Gung Ting hesitated for a moment before quietly alerting Fāng Yuán. Oh, I know. You know it, yet you're still crossing your legs like that. Seeing that her reminder had no effect, she simply gave up. With Fāng Yuán acting like this, he probably wouldn't even make it through the first round before getting eliminated. Just then, Gao Chang entered the room with his usual refined smile. But the moment he entered, his smile froze upon seeing Fāng Yuán sitting with his legs crossed on a chair. His smile instantly froze. What the hell? As one of the executives at Galaxy Pictures, Gao Chang had attended the banquet welcoming Fāng Yuán. He always kept such important figures firmly in mind. But how the other party ended up here wasn't important. Just as he was about to walk over to greet Fāng Yuán, when Fāng Yuán suddenly approached him with a cheerful smile and a handshake, catching Gao Chang off guard. Haha, you must be today's interviewer. Hello. My name is Fāng Yuán. I'm here for the interview. Gao Chang instinctively extended one hand, but midway realized his mistake and quickly switched to offering both hands. Though he had probably guessed this was the big shot's prank. But he wouldn't dare shake hands with him using just one hand. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Ahem, hello. My name is Gao Chang. I am indeed your interviewer today. Fāng Yuán gave him a wink. The seasoned Gao Chang instantly got the hint. Since the big shot wanted to play along, he'd oblige with the charade. Meanwhile, Gung Ting, who stood stiffly in place, barely daring to breathe, thought she was hallucinating. He dared to cozy up to the interviewer right off the bat. Was this creep trying to get himself killed? What was even stranger was that this interviewer named Gao Chang was actually being so nice. If this scene weren't unfolding right before her eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a big shot from Galaxy Pictures would be so amiable to a newcomer. Gung Ting briefly considered mimicking the creep and reaching out for a handshake. Gao Chang's assistant shot her a look that stopped her in her tracks. Alright, let's officially begin the interview. Let's start with Mr. Fāng. He truly was a seasoned veteran. How could he possibly recover from the shock of what just happened? But Gao Chang quickly slipped into character. Seated at the interviewer's desk, he fixed his scrutinizing gaze upon the two. The interview officially began. Gung Ting temporarily pushed aside the earlier incident, bracing herself for the interview ahead. Even her heartbeat quickened slightly. Mr. Fāng, good morning. Please proceed with answering the questions provided by the interviewers. First question, Mr. Fāng, why do you want to become an actor? Because I want to be a star. Fāng Yuán blurted out a perfectly ordinary answer without a moment's hesitation. Gung Ting, waiting behind him, nearly burst out laughing. This pervert is surprisingly entertaining. He didn't even think before answering. Didn't he realize the interviewer had ulterior motives behind asking such a question? Such an answer was practically a ticket to elimination. But the next moment, Gao Chang broke into a look of immense satisfaction. Excellent, Mr. Fāng. You truly possess great wisdom. Someone who can honestly face their own heart is exactly what Galaxy Pictures needs. Gung Ting? Is this acceptable? Could it be that the interviewer has lost their mind? Now, I'd like to see a sample of your acting skills, Mr. Fāng. Let's use emotion as the theme. Please demonstrate the look in your eyes when you're angry. Angry? That's too easy. Gung Ting couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how incredibly lucky this pervert was. He managed to satisfy the interviewer even with a wild guess on the first question. The second question wasn't particularly challenging either. But when she saw Fāng Yuán just sitting there in his chair, showing no intention of moving, his gaze drifting aimlessly from side to side, she nearly jumped up to smack him upside the head. That's not an angry expression. You look like some creepy guy staring around. Glancing around is one thing, but what's with constantly looking over here? If nothing unexpected happened in this round, Fāng Yuán's fate of elimination was already sealed. But Gao Chang merely twitched the corner of his mouth. Then he loudly praised. His words nearly made the assistant beside him burst out laughing. Impressive. Absolutely impressive. Mr. Fāng, you are truly the most gifted actor I've ever encountered. Your mastery of conveying anger through your eyes has far surpassed others, creating a unique acting style all your own. Excellent. 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 Gao Chang exclaimed 3 goods in a row, overcome with excitement. He then rose from his seat and began applauding. Exactly. This Mr. Fāng is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy born for the stage. His assistant, quick to follow suit, joined in the applause. Given Mr. Fāng's talent and skill, we'll waive the remaining assessments. Galaxy Pictures warmly welcomes you to join us. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. Stay humble, stay humble. After all, I am just that exceptional. Passing this interview was to be expected. Whoa! At this moment, Gung Ting could no longer maintain her composure. Her expression went completely numb. She couldn't help but scream inwardly. There's definitely some shady dealings going on here. This is absolutely, positively rigged. Ha, since Galaxy Pictures is so eager to invite me, I suppose I'll graciously accept. But the annual salary in the contract must be no less than 10 million, right? Otherwise, it would be a waste of my talent. No, no, no. 10 million is nowhere near enough for someone of your caliber. I can make the decision right here and now. How about 100 million? Galaxy Pictures executives couldn't possibly be cute little things. This sent Gung Ting's doubts about life spiraling to doubting her own abilities. Could it be that she wasn't skilled enough to recognize it? Was this pervert actually a grand master of acting? Fāng Yuán caught Gung Ting's utterly stunned expression. He chuckled as he walked up to her. Speaking in the tone of a seasoned veteran, he said, "Young lady, you need to study hard and observe carefully. Only then will you have a chance to become like me someday." Gung Ting, already mired in self-doubt, couldn't even muster the energy to retort. Because this lecher had just casually secured a 100 million yuan acting contract right before her eyes. It sounded like an Arabian Nights tale. Who would believe it? Noticing Fāng Yuán's movements, Gao Chang's eyes flickered. It seemed young Master Fāng and Gung Ting were acquainted. Realizing this, Gao Chang immediately shelved his earlier thoughts about Gung Ting. He'd made up his mind. Even if this woman's acting was terrible, he had to let her pass. This was a chance to build a good relationship with young Master Fāng. A man as savvy as Gao Chang in the ways of the workplace wouldn't let this slip by. Chapter 91, Earth-Shattering. Gao Chang cleared his throat softly. Then he said, "Next." Gung Ting, called upon, quickly composed herself and stepped forward. Throughout the rest of the interviews, Gao Chang wore a smile the entire time. Though his acting skills still fell short of Galaxy Pictures standards. But after seeing Fāng Yuán earlier, after comparing the two, Gao Chang finally felt his eyes were a bit more comfortable. Without a doubt, Gung Ting was also declared accepted by Gao Chang. Ah! Upon hearing the news, Gung Ting couldn't believe it at first, then burst into wild joy. She never imagined she'd make it through. Galaxy Pictures was the company countless actors dreamed of breaking into. And here she was, slipping through the door with ease. Seeing Gung Ting's face filled with excitement and joy, Fāng Yuán's face softened into a faint smile. This only reinforced Gao Chang's conviction that he'd made the right call. It seemed young Master Fāng really cared about this actress. He'd have to make sure to warn the others don't go messing with the wrong person. The interview concluded. After Gung Ting left first, Gao Chang and his assistant hurried over to Fāng Yuán. "My apologies, young Master Fāng. I overstepped earlier. Please don't hold it against me." Fāng Yuán shot Gao Chang an admiring glance. He then patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Haha, no big deal, no big deal. You handled that just now pretty well. That Tang Wanji guy just got promoted, right? I think you'd actually make a pretty good vice president. I'll put in a good word with your boss later." "Thanks, young Master Fāng." "Thank you, young Master Fāng." Gao Chang thanked him repeatedly, overcome with excitement. Fāng Yuán nodded, then instructed Gao Chang to drive him back to the hotel. After being out of contact for so long, his bodyguards must be going crazy with worry. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the hotel entrance, Zhang Dao was leading a group of bodyguards, searching everywhere for something. Upon spotting Fāng Yuán, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The boss had said yesterday he was going out to clear his head, but then his phone went straight to voicemail when they called. The bodyguards were beyond frustrated. The hotel manager was utterly terrified by the imposing display they put on. If this important figure went missing on his watch, it could easily drag him into trouble too. Get ready. It's time to head back to Sichuan province. The issue was resolved. After consulting Zhang Dao, and learned that he actually enjoyed the feeling of being a director. So he decided to let him be. Before departure, executives from the entire Galaxy Pictures came to see them off. The scene was quite spectacular. What was even more interesting was that someone recognized Fāng Yuán's identity. News of the nation's foremost philanthropist departing from Shenzhen Airport quickly spread far and wide. After passing the interview, Gung Ting, feeling unusually cheerful, decided to treat herself. She was eating while scrolling through her phone. The nation's foremost philanthropist visited Shenzhen City? Gung Ting had also heard rumors about this legendary philanthropist who had reportedly donated trillions to benefit the nation and society. Gung Ting had heard rumors about him. She just never imagined such a prominent figure would ever cross paths with her. So she hadn't paid much attention. But seeing the entire Galaxy Pictures executive team turn out to see him off, she, now officially part of Galaxy as a signed artist, clicked in out of curiosity. But when she saw a photographer's candid shot of the tycoon's face, Gung Ting was stunned. She didn't even notice the chopstick slipping from her grasp. Her lips trembled, her expression one of utter disbelief. How is that possible? That pervert is the nation's wealthiest philanthropist? So does that mean I could? Only now did she belatedly realize something was terribly wrong. Now it all made sense. Gao Chang's bizarre behavior during the interview. I knew that Creep was such a terrible actor, yet he still managed to land a sky-high contract. But the thought that she herself had likely only gotten into Galaxy Pictures because of Fāng Yuán's influence made Gung Ting fall silent. Recalling everything that had happened since yesterday, Gung Ting bit her full lips tightly, her complex emotions leaving her at a loss for words. But in this lifetime, she and he would likely never cross paths again. After all, they were practically from two different worlds. After coming to terms with this, Gung Ting let out a smile. Some people, once missed, may never meet again. But at least the memories left behind aren't bad. That was enough. The plane had just touched down. A row of luxury cars was already waiting outside the airport. Surveying the familiar surroundings, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but take a deep breath. Haha, there's nothing like coming home. I wonder if Xiao Shui, Xiao Meng, and Xiao Mei miss me. The thought made Fāng Yuán feel even more excited. Amidst the murmurs and whispers of onlookers A, B, C, D, and so on, Fāng Yuán got into the car and drove away, protected by his bodyguards. No matter what, he still needed to head home first. This trip to Shenzhen had yielded quite a haul of treasures for Fāng Yuán. Some were for his parents, others for the three women that Zhang Daogai took off the moment he stepped off the plane. After returning, Fāng Yuán generously gave his good buddy 100 million to make a movie. Of course, even more wouldn't have been beyond his means. It's just that director Zhang wasn't in the mood. Splashing cash around is my style, after all. Just as they entered the villa, I spotted Zhang Yudan chatting with two wealthy ladies. Fāng Yuán pricked up his ears and listened for a moment. Turns out they were organizing some sort of elite social gathering. As the undisputed super-elite family, the Fāng clan was naturally among the invited guests. Why on earth are they organizing a networking event? Fāng Yuán muttered to himself. Though called a mixer, it was likely about some kind of business marriage arrangement. Young, handsome, and wealthy, Fāng Yuán was undoubtedly the prime target for many wealthy families seeking a son-in-law. After the two ladies left, Fāng Yuán approached. Mom, you really agreed? Of course I agreed, it's such a great opportunity. Zhang Yudan chuckled. You should go take a look when the time comes. I hear those girls from wealthy families are all so fresh-faced and lovely. Seize the chance and bring mom back a few more daughters-in-law. Hearing this, Fāng Yuán was speechless. He hadn't even sorted out the three at home yet, and now she was already scheming about some harem plan. Haven't you seen Stephen Chow's movie where Tang Bohu married 7 wives? The aftermath at home was nothing short of miserable. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. But no buts about it, you must go. Seeing Fāng Yuán about to come up with another excuse, Zhang Yudan glared at him, effectively shutting him up. Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly and conceded. At worst, it would just be going through the motions. Could those women really eat him alive? What left Fāng Yuán both amused and exasperated was this. The moment he stepped into his home, Zhao Meng slipped over right behind him. He almost suspected the girl had installed a camera at the Fāng family's front gate. The rest of the process went without saying, no need to elaborate further. As usual, an hour later, Fāng Yuán collapsed onto the bed. Exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Hee, brother Fāng Yuán, I want to get pregnant quickly. Why don't we do it again? Whoa. Hold on, kid, your ideas are dangerous. I don't care, I want it. Stop. Just as Fāng Yuán tried to resist, Zhao Meng pounced on him again. That night, the earth shook and mountains trembled until dawn. Chapter 92, The Rich Woman's Doubts. The next day, Fāng Yuán slept straight through until afternoon. Zhao Meng beside him had gotten up at some point. She blinked her large, watery eyes at him. Fāng Yuán let out a soft sigh. This time, he truly felt drained. After brushing their teeth and washing up together, they came downstairs. They met Zhang Yudan's suggestive gaze. The more sensitive Zhao Meng greeted her with a polite, hello, auntie. Then she secretly twisted Fāng Yuán's waist from behind. It's all your fault, brother Fāng Yuán. You made me scream so loud. Auntie must be laughing her head off at me inside. To which Fāng Shao declared his innocence. As if he didn't remember who had been begging for more yesterday. Come on, dinner's all ready for you guys. She really was an experienced woman. Zhang Yudan knew Zhao Meng was feeling awkward now. So she gave just a few brief instructions before heading out to find someone to play mahjong with. Her dad, Fāng Weigua, had recently become obsessed with fishing. So he was practically nowhere to be found all day long. Lately, Zhang Yudan had been harboring a lot of resentment. If it weren't for her son doing well, she'd probably give both father and son a good scolding. When Fāng Yuán arrived at the dinner table, he saw. Holy cow! Oysters, lamb kidneys, beef kidneys everywhere you looked. Even the soup was loaded with goji berries and ginseng, as if they were throwing in the ingredients like they were free. Fāng Yuan's eye twitched uncontrollably. Mom was seriously treating him like a tool to expand the Fāng family lineage. But to properly reward his kidneys, he still ate quite a bit. After dropping Zhao Meng off, he drove out in his newly purchased Hyundai S9. He planned to meet up with Zhang Yunxue to brag a bit. After all, it had been several days since they last met, and Fāng Yuán missed her dearly. But when he arrived at the foundation, he was turned away. The reason? Zhang Yunxue had already left on a business trip. Just as he was pondering whether to seek out Li Meiyu for a heart-to-heart talk, a crisp voice sounded beside him. Young Master Fāng, thank you for everything earlier. Miaoyu looked at Fāng Yuán, her small face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Ever since that incident last time, the Miao family had never sought her out again. Miaoyu's life had returned to calm. Yet she found herself constantly thinking about the words Fāng Yuán had spoken back then. I apologize. Miaoyu is ultimately under my command. Even if your family holds great power, you cannot force a woman to do what she refuses. Does the Miao family truly believe it stands above the law? Miaoyu, I've made my position clear. Anyone who dares to take you away by force will first have to ask me, Fāng Yuán, for permission. Facing the colossal Miao family, he stood firmly before her, shielding her from every storm. As a woman, how could she not be moved? If he were single, she would have declared her feelings without hesitation. But between them stood Zhang Yunxue. Fāng Yuán turned to see Miaoyu wearing a blush of girlish shyness. His heart skipped a beat. If Zhao Meng were a little lowly, then Zhang Yunxue and Li Meiyu were big sisters. Then Miaoyu occupied that middle ground between them. Neither too young nor too old, she was at the peak of a young woman's beauty and vitality. With just a touch of makeup, she was stunningly beautiful. Her face, radiating a sweet, youthful innocence, left Fāng Yuán momentarily mesmerized. Mr. Fāng. Oh, it's nothing. After all, you're an employee of our foundation. Protecting you is only right. Just because I'm an employee, huh? Miaoyu gathered her courage and lifted her head to look at Fāng Yuán. The words on the tip of her tongue refused to come out. Fortunately, Li Meiyu, dressed in a black skirt and stockings, approached at that moment. Well, if it isn't Mr. Fāng himself. How does such a big shot find time to visit us? Or are you here to see your little darling? Why did this woman have to be so irritating? Fāng Yuán shot her a look that said, you wait. Seeing Li Meiyu approach, Miaoyu, like a startled little rabbit, muttered an apology and hurried away. Seeing no one else around, Li Meiyu leaned close to Fāng Yuán's ear, her breath warm against his skin as she whispered. Hee, what's up, young Master Fāng? You wouldn't be falling for the girl next door, would you? Defamation. I'll sue you for defamation. Fāng Yuán gave her a light smack on her pert behind. You little vixen, you need another lesson, don't you? Yes, what are you going to do to me? Seeing Li Meiyu's seductive gaze, Fāng Yuán could no longer contain his inner rage. He yanked her into the nearby men's restroom. After a fiery, thunderous encounter, Fāng Yuán clutched his injured kidney and bolted without looking back. He hadn't fully recovered from the heavy blow dealt by Zhao Meng earlier. Now he'd been exploited by Li Meiyu. He really wanted to sigh. Being a man is just too damn hard. When Li Meiyu finished getting ready and came out, and saw the pathetic man fleeing in disarray, she couldn't help but flash a smug smile. Sooner or later I'll drain you dry. On the way back, Fāng Yuán began to ponder endlessly in his mind. This couldn't go on forever. Sneaking around felt too strange. It was thrilling, sure. But what man wouldn't want to openly bring happiness to every woman? However, he had only recently managed to appease Zhang Yunxue and Zhao Meng. He didn't want to complicate things further. Sigh, looks like I'll have to plan this carefully. Unaware of her son's romantic troubles, Zhang Yudan was currently playing mahjong with several wealthy ladies. As they chatted, the conversation naturally drifted toward the Fāng family. Mrs. Fāng, I hear your son recently donated another few trillion. How much has it all added up to? Just how wealthy is your family? At this mention, the other two wealthy ladies perked up their ears. To outsiders, the Fāng family seemed like a money-making machine. Every donation was counted in billions. Now they'd made an even more massive commitment, directly funding infrastructure projects in nearly 1/3 of Xia Nation's provinces. Such a colossal sum would make even the national government wince for a while. But Fāng Yuán didn't even bat an eyelid. The other three wealthy ladies seated here knew their own financial standing all too well. Calling them aristocrats would be a stretch. Comparing themselves to Zhang Yudan was out of the question. If not for sharing the same residence at Tianyunipin and Zhang Yudan's down-to-earth nature, they likely wouldn't have had the chance to interact with her at all. Many wealthy ladies acquainted with Zhang Yudan would inevitably bring up this story when bragging to others. They'd inevitably bring up this story as gossip, basking in the envious glances of others. Hearing the question, Zhang Yudan felt a bit troubled. Well, actually, the three wealthy ladies looked over expectantly. It should be, maybe, possibly our family. Oh dear, Mrs. Fāng, please hurry up and tell us. We're genuinely curious. Seeing the three wealthy ladies looking impatient, Zhang Yudan chuckled softly. Probably just a tiny bit, I suppose. After all, none of us are particularly interested in money, so we haven't really counted it. The three wealthy ladies exchanged glances, all speechless. Chapter 93, The Miao Family's Loyalty to Justice. Fāng Yuán was living it up in his own little world. Little did he expect Miao Firen would come knocking. He brought few men, but they were all his trusted confidants within the Miao family. As for why he came in person, it was mainly because the Miao family could no longer hold out. Secretary Jian personally led the operation. First, they swiftly brought down several influential figures within the Miao family's official circles. Then they launched a rigorous investigation into the Miao family's various illegal activities in both business and official circles over recent years. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Miao Firen could no longer afford to worry about saving face. Bearing immense pressure, he resolved to seek out Fāng Yuán directly. For he knew the root of all problems lay with him. If he could negotiate with Fāng Yuán and sincerely admit his mistakes, no matter what the congressional officials said, they would surely remember that favor and not go so far as to wipe out the Miao family entirely. Upon their initial meeting, Fāng Yuán was largely unwelcoming. But for a major congressional clan to actually swallow their pride and come apologize in person, that was something he hadn't anticipated. Young Master Fāng, let bygones be bygones. I also apologize for the mistakes my uncle made. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve grudges than to hold them. What exactly do you require to allow the companies under the Fāng family's name to resume operations? Anything within my power, I can agree to. From the moment he boarded the plane, Miao Firen had steeled himself for this. The true hidden background of this young man before him far exceeded their imagination. Had they known this earlier, the Miao family would never have chosen to confront Fāng Yuán head-on. Now that things had escalated to this point, Miao Yongshan was undoubtedly one of the chief culprits. The despicable Miao Yongshan, who had long since trouble brewing. After setting a trap to hand over the position of Miao family patriarch to him, he had inexplicably left the National Assembly. Now no one knew where he was, leaving this mess squarely on his shoulders. Fāng Yuán chuckled. Since the other party had come forward to apologize, he saw no point in dwelling on it further. After all, the Miao family had been driven to the brink. If they kept pushing, they might well become desperate and lash out. These were all old families that had been entrenched in the National Assembly for years. It was impossible for them to lack any foundation whatsoever. If only that Miao clan chief had been as reasonable as you, willing to discuss everything back then. Yes. I wonder how young Master Fāng intends to handle this. Miao Firen maintained an outwardly humble demeanor, though inwardly he was cursing up a storm. This position of clan chieftain was truly unbearable. At home, he faced constant criticism from those elders who flaunted their seniority. Outside, he had to grovel before Fāng Yuán. It was nothing like the power and influence he'd imagined. Since Chief Miao is so earnest, Fāng Yuán, will be straightforward. Still 3 conditions. Miao Firen's expression tightened at the words. Young Master Fāng, what about the demand for the Miao family to issue a public apology? He had come all this way for one reason. It was to personally apologize before Fāng Yuán and thereby waive that demand. Losing face privately wasn't the issue. But if the Miao family were to make a public statement, soon the outside world's opinion of the Miao family would plummet. This would impact the family's business and prestige. That would be tantamount to a death sentence for them. Fāng Yuán's face softened into a smile. Then he waved his hand dismissively. I understand the Miao family's predicament perfectly well. Rest assured, that won't happen. That's good. The first condition is simple. The Miao family will compensate all enterprises under the Fāng family's name for their economic losses during this period. Miao Firen visibly relaxed at the words. No problem. The Miao family had accumulated wealth over many years. While it couldn't match the Fāng family's, it far exceeded outsiders' expectations. The second condition is that Miao Yifan, the one who sealed our Fāng family's assets and had my father arrested, must come here to kneel and apologize. This. What? I trust Chief Mao isn't blind to the current situation. Besides, misfortune shouldn't extend to family members. Miao Yifan crossed my line with his actions back then. Those who make mistakes must be prepared to face the consequences. If this demand isn't met, there's nothing more to discuss. He recalled the day his father was taken away. Had it not been for his quick thinking in mobilizing public opinion and the timely support of Boss Chuan rallying his men, Fāng Yuán might have suffered quite a bit inside. If Miao Firen refuses, what's there to discuss? Let's just flip the table. Who's afraid of who? Exchanging one collateral descendant for the entire Miao clan to weather this crisis. Miao Firen agreed without a moment's hesitation. The apparent reluctance he displayed was, of course, for the benefit of Fāng Yuán and the other two Miao family attendants. Finally, gritting his teeth, he made the agonizing choice to accept. All right, I agree. As for Miao Firen's true thoughts, Fāng Yuán saw through them but chose not to speak them aloud. After all, it was the Miao family's affair. Young Master Fāng, please proceed with the third condition. With two conditions already agreed upon, only the final one needed mutual consent. Though Miao Firen was in a foul mood today, reviving the Miao family might just allow him to continue serving as clan chieftain with ease. His position as clan leader would remain secure. Fāng Yuán took a sip of tea and said calmly, "The third condition is simple. I want Miao Yongshan to never be allowed to return to the Miao family." Indeed, this final condition offered him no tangible benefit whatsoever. But Fāng Yuán was thinking of Miao Yu. He wanted to avenge Miao Yu. Miao Yongshan had abandoned his own daughter for years, never once inquiring after her. Even after Miao Yu's mother passed away, he never once sought news of his daughter. Yet after his son met with an accident, he now sought to track down Miao Yu and forcibly bring her back as a pawn in the family's power struggle. Such behavior was no different from that of a monster. Miao Firen was stunned. He hadn't expected Fāng Yuán's third condition to be expelling Miao Yongshan from the Miao family. This demand was utterly outrageous. Miao Yongshan had wielded immense influence within the Miao clan for years. Having only recently ascended to power, Miao Firen feared this old fox might one day pull him down again. Though Miao Firen and the clan elders had raised the matter several times before. Yet each time, the elders had dismissed their pleas, citing Miao Yongshan's past contributions to the clan. Even if he had made mistakes, they refused to act, citing his past sacrifice of relinquishing the chieftain position as justification. This left him both furious and increasingly uneasy. Fāng Yuán's third condition had come as a tremendous relief. But the two Miao family members beside him immediately grew displeased. Even though Miao Yongshan had made mistakes, he had once been the clan chief of the Miao family. He represented the honor of the entire Miao clan. If word got out, how would outsiders view the Miao clan? No way. We absolutely cannot agree to this condition. That's right, chief. Miao Yongshan was once our leader. Imagine if this got out. Shut up. Who's in charge here, you or me? A flash of severity crossed Miao Firen's face. Miao Yongshan was the clan chief. Did that mean he wasn't? For the sake of the entire Miao clan, he even came personally to beg Fāng Yuán for mercy and apologize. And what did Miao Yongshan do? The moment trouble struck the Miao clan, he immediately chose to distance himself from it. What's wrong with expelling such a despicable person from the Miao clan? Miao Firen bitterly denounced Miao Yongshan with heartfelt indignation. If not for him, how could we have reached this point with young Master Fāng today? Miao Yongshan must be expelled from the clan. Anything less would fail to appease the people's anger. It's settled. He gave them no chance to speak. Miao Firen resolutely chose to eliminate his own kin for the greater good. Chapter 94, The Shangwan Family. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Besides, the two were rivals to begin with. Even if he returned, Miao Firen would have his own justification. What could I do? I felt helpless too. If I refuse Fāng Yuán's demands, the Miao family might truly be driven to ruin. Then it's settled. Fāng Yuán stood up, ignoring the looks from the other two Miao family members. Miao Firen smiled as he shook hands with Fāng Yuán. Then please have young Master Fāng first assess the losses incurred by your Fāng family's assets during this period. I will have Miao Yifan come personally to apologize to you. Very well. No need to see me out. Only after they had exited the Fāng family villa. The two Miao family members finally spoke angrily. Clan chief, why did you agree to his final demand? I refuse to believe Fāng Yuán would dare risk mutual destruction with our Miao family. Miao Firen sneered inwardly. A bunch of fools who'd grown up sheltered under the Miao clan's halo. This isn't about whether Fāng Yuán dares or not. The real question is, what can you do to him? Even with the Fāng family's assets frozen, they still lived it up without a care. They could drag this out until they wore you down. Not to mention the inside information he'd recently received. Fāng Yuán has connected with 6 provincial bosses, including the Sichuan boss and others from before. That makes 10 provincial bosses. No matter how powerful the Miao clan is, can they possibly outmatch 10 provincial bosses wielding real authority? Confronted with one challenge after another, Miao Firen couldn't help but feel irritated. He suppressed his earlier delight at confronting this major threat and coldly declared, "If you're dissatisfied with this resolution, then go in and talk to him yourselves. Or if any of the Miao elders claim they have the ability, they can come forward too." I humbled myself before him for the sake of the Miao clan, finally resolving the matter. "What do you think you're doing, nitpicking now?" Seeing Miao Firen's anger, the two exchanged a glance. Though still resentful, they chose to remain silent. Such a momentous decision rested solely with the clan chief. And no one was eager to be the scapegoat. Just as the three were walking out, Miao Firen suddenly thought he heard someone greeting him. On a blue sports car, a young man and woman sat inside. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, their features bearing a certain resemblance. They appeared to be siblings. "Well, if it isn't Chief Miao, what brings you all the way to Changchuan City instead of staying at the Congress?" The teasing tone showed no sign of deference toward the Miao family. Miao Firen glanced sideways. His face darkened as if he'd swallowed a fly. "Shangguan Wuji, I advise you to watch your tone." The man burst into laughter. "Trying to scare me? Save your breath. I hear quite a few of your Miao clan have been having some bad luck lately. Better worry about yourself first." Without another glance at Miao Firen, the man revved his engine and sped away, still laughing. The Shangguan family. Miao Firen clenched his fists in rage, only to release them helplessly. The Shangguan family and the Miao family were sworn enemies in the National Assembly. Whether in official power struggles or business dealings, the two families have been at each other's throats on numerous occasions. This time, the Miao family was dealt with by the congressional authorities. The Shangguan family also played no small part in kicking them while they were down. Let's go. With the Miao family unable to afford further complications, Miao Firen thought it over and decided to swallow his pride. "Ha, Xiaolian, did you see how grim Miao Firen looked just now? It was absolutely hilarious. Brother, the Miao family is still one of the major clans in the Congress. Even though we have conflicts with them, Miao Firen is now the official head of the Miao family. It's best not to provoke him too much." Shangguan Lian's lips curved slightly as the diamond earrings dangling from her ears jingled back and forth. "Ahem, I didn't mean to. I just can't stand the sight of him. If anyone else dared lecture her like that, Shangguan Wuji would likely teach them a lesson with his fists the very next second." But when it came to his own sister, he was 100 times more protective. Naturally, he couldn't bring himself to say much more. "Oh, and I hear Fāng Yuán will be at the mixer in a few days. I'll be damned if I don't see what he's made of." The guy even made the Miao family take a big hit. At this, Shangguan Wuji chuckled darkly. Shangguan Lian sighed helplessly. "Brother, don't go stirring up trouble. Fāng Yuán is currently the darling of 10 provincial bosses. If something really happens, even our Shangguan family won't be able to protect you." Got it. Let's hurry over to Auntie's place first." The sleek sports car careened through Tianding, its engine roaring deafeningly. Many residents frowned at the disturbance. But upon catching a glimpse of the license plate distinctively marked with the congressional family, they all abandoned any thoughts of intervening. After all, those who lived here had seen the world and knew better than to pick a fight with someone they couldn't handle. They were simply too lazy to invite trouble. But Fāng Yuán's knack for attracting trouble kicked in once again. Just then, Zhang Yudan had arranged for a shipment of large crabs to be airlifted in from overseas. She thought her son could deliver some to her good friend Su Yulan, since they lived right next door. Fāng Yuán set out on foot with 2 bodyguards. But no sooner had he stepped outside, a sports car roared toward them, revving its engine. "Bro, watch out, someone's coming." "Holy, where did this ghost car come from?" Shangguan Wuji cursed angrily but still swerved sharply to avoid the collision. As for Fāng Yuán, he was frozen in shock. The speeding sports car had whizzed past him by mere inches. After the shock, an indescribable rage erupted from his heart. Who among my family understood? He hadn't been killed by the Ross family, and he'd survived the Miao family. Now he nearly got run over just stepping outside. The 2 bodyguards behind him didn't even bother picking up the crab they'd been carrying. They tossed it aside and rushed to Fāng Yuán's side. "Are you insane? Driving that fast inside?" Furious, Fāng Yuán let loose with a string of expletives. "You dare curse at me?" Shangguan Wuji pointed at Fāng Yuán, his eyes filled with disbelief. Didn't this spoiled brat know the family crest on his sports car? Shangguan Lian had intended to remind her brother to tone it down, but clearly hadn't anticipated such an incident erupting so soon. She stepped out of the car and addressed Fāng Yuán. "I sincerely apologize, sir. My brother truly acted improperly just now. I'm offering his apologies on his behalf. If you require any compensation, please don't hesitate to ask." After all, she was a young, attractive woman, and her apology seemed sincere enough. Fāng Yuán merely frowned slightly. Truthfully, he had no intention of making a big deal out of it. After all, there were plenty of spoiled brats in this world. He couldn't possibly go around dealing with every minor provocation. That would be exhausting work he could never keep up with. Little did he know that Shangguan Lian was actually apologizing to a bumpkin from Changchuan City. Shangwan Wuji instantly flew into a rage. Xiao Lian, why are you apologizing to a bumpkin? How vulgar. He stormed over from his sports car, radiating an air of arrogance. Hick. Think you're hot stuff just cause you've got a few bucks to live here? You think my sister should apologize to you? You're not worthy. Fāng Yuán, who had been trying to smooth things over, had had enough. Chapter 95, Li Zhongqi's agony. Seeing a problem that could have been resolved, only to be thrown into chaos by her brother, Shangwan Lian sighed helplessly, covering her forehead. Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh? Shangwan Wuji strode forward, his expression haughty and arrogant. Not a hint of remorse in his demeanor. Fāng Yuán frowned at the sight. Whether I'm cocky is my business. Being cocky isn't illegal. But driving this fast in here? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? He'd never seen anyone so brazenly self-righteous after doing something wrong. At these words, Shangwan Wuji let out a cold sneer. You dare insult me? Do you even know who I am? I don't know who you are, but you must apologize to me for this. Threatening me with your background? Do you really think I, Fāng Yuán, was raised to be scared? Shangwan Wuji slowly stepped forward. He scrutinized Fāng Yuán from head to toe. Then chuckled, alright, you've got some guts. Just you wait. Bro, cut it out. Shangwan Lian saw her brother was about to stir trouble again and immediately tried to dissuade him. Their visit here was actually part of a mission to establish connections with the Fāng family. Besides, this was Tianding. If word got out, it might leave a bad impression on Fāng Yuán. That would only make things more complicated later. But Shangwan Wuji, already somewhat intoxicated by the situation, refused to listen. He immediately called his aunt, Shangwan Xiuqin. Upon hearing her nephew was being bullied, Shangwan Xiuqin's eyebrows shot up on the other end of the line. Who in Changchuan City has the audacity to lay a finger on someone from the Shangwan family? Just you wait, I'll have your uncle handle this immediately. Since the last incident, Li Zhongqi, who had smoothly risen to become the fourth-ranked official in Changchuan City with the help of Boss Chuan, had just set down his documents. The phone on his desk rang. Seeing it was his wife calling, he frowned slightly. 3 years ago, for certain reasons, he and his wife, Shangwan Xiuqin, had met. At the time, they could be considered genuinely in love. Additionally, since Li Zhongqi had entered officialdom at a young age and the Shangwan family also hoped to cultivate their own influence in Sichuan province, they did not oppose their marriage. Only later did he discover that the woman he had married was actually a member of the Shangwan family from the National Assembly. Li Zhongqi, while still in disbelief, grew even more attentive and considerate toward his wife. He cherished this hard-won happiness deeply. He had thought their days would continue in peaceful ease forever. But he didn't know the reason the Shangwan family was willing to marry their clan woman to him was to make him an external force for the Shangwan clan. Yet Li Zhongqi, whose heart was set on serving society and the people, politely declined the Shangwan family's offer to help him secure a position. In his view, such actions would betray his original aspirations. Having grown up within the family, Shangwan Xiuqin, she too held the belief that her husband should integrate into her family. But Li Zhongqi remained stubbornly uninterested in the mundane realities of family life and flatly refused. In a fit of anger, Shangwan Xiuqin took their son back to her parents' home. As a result of this incident, Li Zhongqi faced covert suppression from the Shangwan family. For over a decade, he remained stuck in his old position, unable to advance. Yet he found contentment in this stagnation. That was until he met Fāng Yuán. Only then did Boss Chuan disregard the pressure and forcibly promote him. Realizing that Li Zhongqi, her son-in-law, seemed to have found a new patron, Shangwan Xiuqin, under the family's persuasion, to reunite with her husband in Changchuan City. To gradually win Li Zhongqi over, she even generously purchased a villa for him in Tianding. Yet Li Zhongqi never once moved in. He only entered occasionally when he wanted to visit his son. With her family's support, Shangwan Xiuqin didn't rely on his meager salary for their livelihood. The couple lived as strangers under the same roof, having been separated for a long time. She rarely called him unless something urgent came up. What was going on today? Hello? Wuji and the others are being bullied at Tianding right now. Hurry over and see what's going on. Xiuqin cut straight to the chase the moment she answered the call. But Li Zhongqi had been the Shangwan family's son-in-law for years. How could he not know Shangwan Wuji's temperament? Back in the National Assembly, he was always stirring up trouble. Who'd have thought he'd come to Changchuan City and still be making waves? He sighed. I still have several documents to handle. We'll talk later. Your nephew's been bullied, and you're still dealing with those damn documents? Li Zhongqi, let me tell you, 11 years ago, you were foolish enough to refuse cooperation with our Shangwan family. That's why this household ended up like this. What do you think you are, some fourth-rate official? Just because you've climbed the ladder, you think you're something special, huh? Mark my words, if you don't resolve my nephew's trouble within 10 minutes, you'll regret it. The dial tone echoed through the phone. Li Zhongqi's face creased with more wrinkles. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter. 12 years ago, I, Li Zhongqi, never feared anyone. How could I possibly fear your Shangguan family now, 12 years later? If it comes to it, I'll just hang up my official hat. On the other end. Not long after Shangguan Wuji finished his call, a stout woman with a harsh expression, dressed in gold and silver, hurried over. Auntie. How are you? How are you? Wuji, are you both okay? You scared the life out of me. After seeing her niece and nephew were unharmed, Shangguan Shouqin turned to glare at Fāng Yuán. She opened her mouth to scold him. She suddenly realized the young man before her looked familiar. After all, he'd been back in Changchuan City for some time now. As a prominent figure throughout the entire province, Fāng Yuán was practically a household name. You're Fāng Yuán? You know me? Fāng Yuán had no recollection of this well-fed woman. Is he Fāng Yuán? Upon hearing Shangguan Shouqin's words, Shangguan Wuji's earlier arrogant and domineering attitude vanished instantly. What a joke. How could he start clashing with the main character the moment he arrived? Shangguan Lian couldn't help but roll her eyes at her brother. I told you not to stir up trouble, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what you've done. How was I supposed to know he was Fāng Yuán? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. Shangguan Wuji muttered under his breath. The real question was what to do now. The Shangguan family had originally intended to befriend Fāng Yuán. But if this incident wasn't handled properly, it was definitely over. Brother, just apologize to him. He was in the wrong to begin with. But we're members of the Shangguan family. If we back down the moment we meet him, how embarrassing would that be if word got out? Shangguan Lian was nearly speechless. What kind of pride was this at a time like this? Little did she know what Shangguan Wuji was thinking. He had just mocked Miao Feiren, only to be humiliated in the blink of an eye. He was 100 times too proud to back down. Fāng Yuán stood calmly to the side. He had no idea what this relative was up to. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Li Zhongqi finally arrived, late as ever. Chapter 96, Never forget the purpose of branching out and spreading. Seeing her husband arrive, Shangguan Shouqin finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to some information provided by the Miao family, Li Zhongqi had actually assisted Fāng Yuán considerably earlier on. Their relationship remained fairly amicable. Having Li Zhongqi mediate should resolve this matter without issue. Fāng Yuán, upon seeing Li Zhongqi, was somewhat surprised. What's going on? After exchanging a nod with Fāng Yuán, Li Zhongqi frowned as he looked at Shangguan Wuji. Uncle, it was all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to do that. Here's what happened. My brother was driving in a bit too fast earlier and nearly collided with Mr. Fāng Yuán. Shangguan Lian quickly recounted the entire incident. Li Zhongqi knew immediately that Shangguan Wuji must have been the one who started it. Though Fāng Yuán always projected a tough exterior to the outside world, only those close to him knew he wasn't one to pick fights. If Shangguan Wuji had admitted his mistake and apologized earlier, the matter might have been resolved long ago. Instead, he relied on the Shangguan family's status to try and turn the tables. An ordinary person would likely have accepted their misfortune. But Fāng Yuán now possessed enough clout that even the Shangguan family wouldn't dare to insult him lightly. Upon learning that this good-for-nothing brat was actually the nephew of Li Zhongqi's wife, Fāng Yuán sighed softly and said, since he's Uncle Li's nephew, let's drop this matter. Just drive a bit slower inside from now on. My thanks to you then. No problem. After all, you've helped me out quite a bit in the past. That's all for now. The tense atmosphere dissipated as soon as Li Zhongqi arrived. Shangguan Wuji, still seething with resentment, was escorted back to the villa. The pent-up resentment he'd been suppressing erupted instantly. What's this? Uncle, aren't you the fourth in command in Changchuan City? Why are you being so polite to that kid? If this were in Congress, I'd never let him off the hook. Shangguan Shouqin sat beside her nephew and added. Oof. When the Fāng family wasn't prominent, they treated you with respect. But look at his attitude just now. Anyone watching would think you're shorter than him. That's outrageous. Brother, auntie, please hold your tongues. To be honest, my brother was in the wrong about this matter. The Fāng family is a far cry from what it used to be. They've managed to let bygones be bygones. As a prominent family in the National Assembly, are we really going to be outdone by them? Shangguan Lian chuckled lightly, silencing them both with just a few words. That's true in theory, but I just can't shake this feeling of resentment. Why should some businessmen get to lord it over us like that? Seeing her brother stubbornly digging in his heels, Shangguan Lian could only sigh in resignation. As for this troublemaking nephew, Li Zhongqi felt no desire to argue, even if he harbored some resentment. You two should definitely stay at Auntie's place for a couple of days this time. I'll take you around to see the sights. Though Changchuan City is a small place compared to our capital, it still has its unique charm. Li Zhongqi merely chuckled at this remark. Can't compare to the capital? In terms of population and size, that was certainly true. But urban development? That was another story. Ever since Fāng Yuán's infrastructure projects began, Propelled by massive investments, the entire city of Changchuan has undergone a dramatic transformation. Just days ago, Fāng Yuán allocated another 5 trillion yuan to build urban housing, prioritizing free trial use for those unable to afford homes and the many talents flowing into the province. During the province's earlier development boom, many real estate developers had attempted to enter the market and get a piece of the pie. Little did they know Fāng Yuán had no intention of indulging them, opting instead to outspend them head-on. If you sell at 11,000 yuan per square meter, I'll sell at 1,000. Faced with this massive price gap, many speculative real estate operators fled in tears. To enforce this policy, Fāng Yuán would continue pouring substantial funds into the project, completely shutting out real estate developers. Simultaneously, he launched large-scale infrastructure upgrades across the province, with Changchuan City being the first beneficiary. Not only did the subway network extend to every village, but even the costly high-speed rail lines were built in all directions north, south, east, and west. The massive scale of these projects attracted a flood of migrant workers from other regions. With more people came increased consumption. Faced with this massive demographic dividend, numerous enterprises from other provinces followed suit and established operations there. Today, Chongqing City's infrastructure alone rivals that of China's first-tier cities. Shangguan Wuji, who had finally regained some confidence in this area, managed to put the earlier unpleasantness behind him. Chongqing City may have decent economic standing, but it's still a world away from the National Assembly. In that moment, the superiority of being a congressman surfaced once more. Li Zhongqi remained silent, waiting until they went out to ask him how it felt to be proven wrong. Come on. Let's eat first. After dinner, there's a banquet later. Auntie will take you along to join in the fun. Banquet? What kind of banquet? It's a networking cocktail party organized by our Changchuan city government. It's meant to help young people like you meet each other. Wuji, you're no longer a kid. It's time you found a girlfriend. I'll keep an eye out for someone suitable for you. Shangguan Wuji scoffed dismissively. Auntie, if I ever do find someone, it'll definitely be from one of the prominent families in the National Assembly. Otherwise, how could we possibly be together if our backgrounds don't match? In all of Changchuan City, only the Fāng family could barely be considered worthy. The rest? Forget it. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan stood glaring at each other, arms akimbo. You little brat, you think you're all grown up now? This is an upper-class banquet, for heaven's sake. You expect to show up dressed like that? You'll make us look ridiculous. Look at you. A casual shirt and shorts, paired with flip-flops? You're trying to drive me crazy. On the large bed in Fāng Yuán's room lay a neatly folded, high-end suit. Zhang Yudan had spent nearly 200,000 yuan having it custom-made just for him. But Fāng Yuán was utterly unmoved. Mom, what kind of mindset is that? Does our Fāng family really need to rely on superficial things like this to save face? When you're broke, no one will respect you no matter how formal you dress. But when you're rich, even if you wear a pair of hempants, people will praise your taste. You spout nonsense like this day in and day out. Mark my words, you better make a good impression at that mixer, you hear me? Ever since earlier, his mother had been trying to brainwash him. She kept saying he should pick several girls, preferably older ones who could bear sons. She even claimed she'd made arrangements with so-and-so to have their daughter approach him first. All this nonsense had Fāng Yuán's head spinning. Fine, I'll try my best. Before Mom could explode, Fāng Yuán shot out of the room. He hopped into his military style S9 and took off, leaving Zhang Yudan fuming in his wake. Chapter 97, All eyes on the event. The mixer was held at Changchuan City's most luxurious 7-star hotel, the Cary Grand Hotel. The Fāng family held a 55% stake in this establishment. Last time, Fāng Weiguo and his wife roughly estimated that the Fāng family now owned nearly 5,000 businesses of all sizes across the entire Xia nation. Changqing City accounted for the largest share, boasting over 1,000 businesses. It could be said that even without the system, Fāng Yuán could spot one of his family's businesses every few blocks just by walking around Changchuan City. Inside the hotel, sharply dressed professionals and numerous second-generation elites could be seen everywhere, moving about with glasses of red wine in hand. Meanwhile, the elite socialites were either seeking out their desired targets, or huddled together discussing precious jewels, handbags, and the like. But one thing united them all was their extravagant attire. Even those of slightly lesser means wore gold watches and necklaces at the very least. As soon as Fāng Yuán reached the hotel entrance, he was stopped by 2 security guards. Excuse me, could you please show us your entry pass? What? An admission pass? Fāng Yuán froze. His mother hadn't mentioned needing such a thing when they came. Seeing the bewildered look in Fāng Yuán's eyes, a hint of contempt flashed in both security guards' eyes. We apologize, sir. If you don't have an admission pass, could you please step aside? Otherwise, you'll be obstructing other guests from entering and exiting normally. Facing the massive entrance, nearly 7 or 8 meters wide, Fāng Yuán said nothing, simply stepping aside to call his mother. But before he could take a step, the hotel manager stepped out. Pointing at Fāng Yuán, he scolded the two security guards. What are you two doing? Don't you know today is the gathering of Chongqing City's elite families? How could you let just anyone linger here? Get him out of here immediately. The chairman's son is coming today too. If anything goes wrong, you won't have jobs tomorrow. He shot another glance at Fāng Yuán. What a lack of tact. Doesn't he see what he's wearing? Was I being looked down upon? Fāng Yuán chuckled, not taking it to heart. At his current standing, he couldn't be bothered to argue with such a minor figure. Since Mom didn't tell me about needing the voucher, she must have her reasons. She couldn't have forgotten, could she? He explained the situation over the phone. Zhang Yudan, who was still playing mahjong on the other end, slapped her forehead. Oh my gosh, they delivered it to our place a couple days ago, and I completely forgot about it. Forgot? Fāng Yuán was speechless. How were they supposed to get in without proof now? It's fine. Son, give your dad a call. I remember we have shares in that Kerry hotel or something. Just have him mention it to the hotel manager. That'll do for now. Mom's playing mahjong. Oh my, I got a self-drawn win. I won. He sighed. Fāng Yuán had no choice but to dial his father's number again. The two security guards glared at Fāng Yuán. If it weren't for this kid, they wouldn't have gotten yelled at. Go make your call somewhere else. Didn't you hear our manager just say so? If things get physical later, don't blame us for not warning you. How arrogant. Fāng Yuán chuckled and walked to a corner. Seeing him back down so readily, the two security guards softened their glare. A few minutes later, the hotel manager, who had been so cocky moments ago, now rushed to the entrance as if he had 12 engines in his pants. Young Master Fāng? Where is young Master Fāng? The two security guards exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had gotten into the manager this time. I asked if you've seen young Master Fāng. Which Mr. Fāng? What nonsense. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the son of our Kerry Hotel's major shareholder. But the three looked around in all directions. Besides Fāng Yuán, crouched in the corner with a smirk on his face, there was no one else in sight. Whoa! The hotel manager, his face ashen, approached Fāng Yuán. His voice trembled slightly as he stammered, You wouldn't happen to be young Master Fāng, would you? Fāng Yuán smiled without responding. The hotel manager nearly collapsed onto the floor. The perks of being a manager at the Kerry Hotel were beyond question. It was practically the pinnacle of achievement for the average working stiff. He had invested untold sums and effort to climb to this position. He used to be cautious in everything he did, but over time, after realizing that unexpected situations rarely arose in his daily routine, he started to get a bit cocky. Who could have imagined he'd have the misfortune of running into this young master today? You really are young Master Fāng? Take a guess. Guess. I can't guess. Fāng Yuán stood up and smiled. May I enter now? Please, Mr. Fāng, come in. It's all my fault for not recognizing a mountain when I saw one. Please don't hold it against me. Fāng Yuán looked at the two security guards. You won't stop me this time, right? The sudden reversal left both men dumbfounded. They never imagined that this young man before them, dressed shabbily, without even a proper suit, was actually the son of the major shareholder of the Kerry Hotel. Not at all. Not at all. Please go ahead, young Master Fāng. Watching Fāng Yuán's retreating figure, the three men were filled with regret. Had they not looked down on him from the start, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. All that remained now was to pray silently in their hearts, hoping Fāng Yuán wouldn't hold their earlier actions against them. Compared to the hotel manager and the two security guards' unease, Fāng Yuán seemed largely unconcerned about the incident. If he truly intended to pursue it, he would have discussed it directly with his father over the phone. As the ancients said, to recognize one's mistakes and make amends is truly commendable. For ordinary people, reaching this point is no small feat. Sometimes it's best not to push things too far. In stark contrast to the crowd of men and women dressed in luxury attire, Fāng Yuán drew the attention of most people the moment he entered. Who is this guy? Showing up dressed like that to the banquet? Doesn't he know today is the gathering of our major clans? Isn't the Kerry Hotel a 7-star establishment in Chongqing City? How can they let just anyone in? He looks unfamiliar. Probably some small town nobody who's never seen the world. He's actually quite handsome, but probably not the sharpest tool in the shed. A group of people whispered their opinions as they watched Fāng Yuán. Yet among the crowd of Chongqing's second-generation elites surrounding them, only Shangguan Wuji and Shangguan Lian wore expressions of surprise. Others might not know who this man was. They knew him all too well. They never imagined that Fāng Yuán, the esteemed leader of Xia Nation, would dress so modestly. Those who recognized Fāng Yuán alongside them. Of course, it was the older generation who had long kept tabs on the business world. Dad, look at that fool over there. Shut up. Just as one spoiled rich kid was about to join in mocking Fāng Yuán, his usually doting father shouted sternly at him. Amidst the stunned stares of the young second-generation crowd, Their fathers approached Fāng Yuán one by one, raising their wine glasses with fawning expressions. "Ah, young Master Fāng, you finally arrived. This mixer would be terribly dull without you. Ha, young Master Fāng is so accomplished at such a young age. It's truly an honor that you've graced us with your presence. Young Master Fāng, please make yourself at home. I'll down this glass first." For a moment, the air was filled with waves of flattery directed at Fāng Yuán. "Ah, this is what happens when you're too outstanding. Trying to stay low-key is nearly impossible wherever you go." Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly, taking the glass the waiter had specially brought him. He raised his glass slightly in a toast to the crowd gathering around him. Chapter 98, The Fāng family is being targeted. Who is he, exactly? Holy crap, I think I know, isn't this Fāng Yuán, the so-called first benefactor of Xia Nation, the young master of the Fāng family? Looks like it. Honestly, I almost didn't recognize him without you mentioning it. Who'd have thought young Master Fāng would attend this mixer? Not all second-generation heirs are ignorant fools. It didn't take long for someone to recognize Fāng Yuán's identity. All eyes in the room turned to him. Even Shangguan Wuji from the National Assembly and his sister Shangguan Lian were momentarily overshadowed. The Shangguan family was formidable. But that influence belonged to the National Assembly. Here in Sichuan province, their reach was somewhat limited. Fāng Yuán, however, was a veritable legend in Sichuan province. These second-generation elites, shaped by their father's influence since childhood, knew exactly what mattered most. Especially the women who had been swarming around Shangguan Wuji moments ago. They were already eyeing Fāng Yuán with growing interest. Shangguan Wuji felt deeply dissatisfied, but their trip to Changchuan City was specifically to collaborate with Fāng Yuán. If they were to fall out with Fāng Yuán over this petty jealousy. Returning home, he couldn't predict how coldly his own family might regard him. This was utterly unacceptable to Shangguan Wuji. "Brother, you absolutely mustn't pick a fight with Fāng Yuán again this time." Seeing her brother's grim expression, Shangguan Lian cautiously warned him beforehand. "I know. In your eyes, I'm the kind of person who doesn't know when to hold back. You always have." Shangguan Lian held back from voicing her true thoughts, knowing her brother would blow his top otherwise. After exchanging polite words with the guests who came to toast him, Fāng Yuán politely declined some invitations. He walked alone to a corner and sat down. Truthfully, he never particularly enjoyed gatherings like this. But his mother had insisted he come. There were many female guests present, but most had ulterior motives. Fāng Yuán had little interest in these family-arranged marriages. "Sigh, I should have brought Xiao Shui along. At least she could have served as a shield or something." Watching the women still buzzing with anticipation, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him. "Mr. Fāng, do you mind if we sit here?" Fāng Yuán looked up. It was the Shangguan siblings, with whom he'd had an unpleasant encounter before. But for Li Zhongqi's sake, Fāng Yuán merely nodded in acknowledgement without refusal. After all, Shangguan Wuji came from a wealthy family. It was only natural for him to have a bit of a spoiled second-generation temperament. Consider it from another angle. If he had been born into such a powerful family, he might be even more arrogant than them. At that thought, his parents had concealed the Fāng family's immense wealth during his childhood to raise him in poverty. It was undoubtedly a wise decision. "Ahem, hello. We've met before, but I haven't introduced myself properly. My name is Shangguan Lian as in lotus flower. This is my brother, Shangguan Wuji." "Mr. Fāng, I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. My brother can be a bit scatterbrained, but he means well." Seeing his sister describe him like that, Shangguan Wuji felt a bit put out, but he kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Fāng Yuán waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Nobody's perfect in this world." After taking a sip of red wine, he grumbled. "This red wine is awful. It's not even as satisfying as baijiu or beer. I really don't get what you rich folks are thinking." Hearing this, Shangguan Wuji rolled his eyes discreetly. "Rich people? Who here could possibly match the wealth of your Fāng family?" Still, Fāng Yuán's words struck a chord with him. Compared to red wine, he too preferred drinks that gave him a buzz. As for red wine? Probably only those stuffy old WS abroad who call themselves nobility would enjoy it. The rest were just people chasing trends to pretend they were high society. Except for the ladies, of course. After all, experts say red wine beautifies the complexion. "Heh, Mr. Fāng, you really have a sense of humor." Shangguan Lian chuckled softly, clearly interpreting Fāng Yuán's remark as a subtle jab at certain individuals. "So, what brings you here?" He was no longer a greenhorn fresh out of school who knew nothing. After the recent unpleasantness, the Shangguan siblings deliberately approached him to chat. If it were purely to apologize, it couldn't be that simple. After all, he knew full well what the major families of the National Assembly were like. Shangguan Lian met Fāng Yuán's gaze with her bright eyes. "Since Mr. Fāng is one who speaks his mind, we won't keep anything from you. Truthfully, we've come here representing the Shangguan family, hoping to establish a partnership with the Fāng family in infrastructure projects. This is a mutually beneficial venture. What are your thoughts, Mr. Fāng? Infrastructure projects? Fāng Yuán frowned at Shangguan Lian. That matter is entirely handled by my foundation. Besides, this is an investment we're making without expecting anything in return. You say you want to cooperate with me, you're not planning to give away money for free, are you? Ha! While I'm unaware of your motives, Mr. Fāng, as the old saying goes, no businessman engages in transactions without compensation. Perhaps you're playing a very long game, but the Shangguan family has come here with genuine sincerity to partner with your Fāng family. There's no such thing as a philanthropist who gives without expecting anything in return. Even the monks in temples who eat vegetarian meals and chant sutras do so to attain Buddhahood and become patriarchs sooner. The Fāng family is willing to pay such a heavy price. Could it truly be just for the sake of a hollow reputation? To everyone's eyes, this was utterly impossible. Therefore, upon learning that Fāng Yuán had consecutively invested in infrastructure projects across 10 provinces, they immediately convened a family meeting. They unanimously concluded that Fāng Yuán must be pursuing some grand scheme. After thorough deliberation, they decided to send representatives to meet with Fāng Yuán personally, hoping to board this powerful vessel. Why they were so certain? That goes without saying. A family capable of investing trillions, who could doubt their business acumen? Aligning with the Fāng family was a surefire win, a deal where you could only gain, never lose. After hearing Shangguan Lian's analysis, Fāng Yuán's gaze toward the siblings suddenly turned peculiar. Because from the very beginning, he had asked his parents the same question. Yet the response remained unchanged: the accomplished benefit all under heaven. Once or twice might have been a lie, but how much money had they already invested? That money could sustain a family of 3 for 10 lifetimes. With so much money they couldn't possibly spend it all. Why go through such elaborate schemes to raise funds? No one would believe it if they told anyone. So when it came to philanthropy, his parents were absolutely genuine. Now, let me reiterate, this public infrastructure project our Fāng family is undertaking is entirely pro bono. There will be no returns whatsoever. Is that clear? Shangguan Wuji watched Fāng Yuán's peculiar expression and sneered inwardly. Ha, still trying to hide it now? We also wish to contribute to charitable causes. This aligns with your goals, Mr. Fāng. Surely you wouldn't refuse? Chapter 99, Coercion. Originally, Fāng Yuán had no intention of agreeing to their partnership. After all, it involved families connected to the National Assembly. Who knew what schemes they were hatching? But what Shangguan Lian said next changed his mind. Besides our Shangguan family, it's likely that several other prominent families from the National Assembly will also send representatives during this period. You can refuse us, but more will follow. By then, even those backing you won't withstand the pressure. Shangguan Lian clearly sensed Fāng Yuán's reluctance to cooperate. So she laid everything out plainly. If Mr. Fāng agrees to let our Shangguan family join, we can shield you from any other congressional factions that come knocking. What had been a business negotiation moments ago had now transformed into an ultimatum: refuse, and you're deliberately opposing the Shangguan family. Fāng Yuán chuckled. Since you've gone this far, it would be wrong of me not to agree. Haha, no worries. Rest assured, once our Shangguan family commits first, no one else's opinion will matter. Our clan still holds some standing in the Congress. Shangguan Wuji couldn't help but burst into laughter at Fāng Yuán's flustered state. Outwardly, he put on an act of concern for Fāng Yuán's well-being. Shangguan Wuji laughed outwardly, but Fāng Yuán sneered inwardly. What kindness! Pure pretense. He was certain that if he refused, the Shangguan clan wouldn't let him off so easily afterward. Even if not openly, they would certainly make their moves behind the scenes. In that case, let's make this a pleasant collaboration. Seeing Fāng Yuán finally give in after much hesitation, the Shangguan siblings flashed gentle smiles. They'd expected this to be far more difficult. They hadn't expected it to be settled so quickly. Happy cooperation, Mr. Fāng. The three clinked glasses with smiles, though what they were thinking privately remained known only to themselves. Very well. We'll contact you tomorrow to discuss the contract signing. We won't disturb you any further for now. The matter was settled. They saw no reason to linger. After bidding Fāng Yuán farewell, they turned and departed. Watching the figures of the Shangguan siblings gradually fade from view, an amused smile spread across Fāng Yuán's face. The same thing can look completely different to different people. Did he really not understand whether the Fāng family's charitable projects were truly for profit? But in the eyes of families like the Shangguan clan, it was nothing but a long-term investment strategy. In order to get a piece of the pie. These people haven't even figured out the Fāng family's true motives, yet they're already knocking on their door to discuss partnerships. What else could this be but judging noble intentions with petty minds? I've said all I needed to say. Kind words won't save a damned soul. With that muttered complaint, Fāng Yuán resolved to let things take their natural course. But he took note of the Shangguan family's words. For this brother and sister were likely merely the vanguard of the Grand Council's forces. Who knew how many more schemers would follow? I'll just sign the Shangguan family. Whoever comes next, I'll agree to them all. One by one, I'll muddy the waters. That was the countermeasure he'd devised. A handful of individuals might turn on him unexpectedly, making things difficult to handle. But once their numbers swelled, these clans might well turn on each other first. Surviving chaos had always been his forte. After the Fāng Yuán siblings departed, the wealthy young women who had been watching him began flocking toward Fāng Yuán. Young Master Fāng, I never imagined you'd be even more handsome in person than in the news reports. Would you mind sharing your contact info? Oh dear, Mr. Fāng, I'm feeling a bit sore here. Could you help me out? Mr. Fāng. If there were fewer people, they might have maintained some restraint. But as more women pushed their way closer, those closest to Fāng Yuán practically pressed themselves against him, their hands wandering everywhere. The other second-generation heirs were seething with rage. Yet they dared not offend them. But they're just riding on their family's money. One rich kid sneered bitterly, completely forgetting that his own current girlfriend had also been lured away from a penniless guy by throwing money at her. Now that Fāng Yuán was in the same situation, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. TSK, never mind. If your family were that rich, you'd get the same treatment. Ah, the Fāng family. The young second-generation heir was pure jealousy. But the older generation saw things differently. They were practically itching to send their daughters to Fāng Yuán right away. If it weren't for the crowd being too dense, some might have physically restrained Fāng Yuán themselves, forcing their daughters onto him. After finally escaping the crowd of women in a disheveled state, his clothes were covered in lipstick marks everywhere. He couldn't help but exclaim, terrifying. When he got home and his mom asked about the situation, he got lectured again. It was the usual litany of complaints how he was such a disappointment, not even managing to get a girl's contact info. Finally reaching his room. The moment he opened the door, his little wife Zhao Meng ambushed him, pouncing on him. Fāng Yuán instinctively tried to cover his pants, but she yanked him inside. The moment the door slammed shut, he couldn't help but wonder where Zhao Meng's petite frame got such incredible strength. Meanwhile, the Fāng Yuán siblings returned to their residence. They wore smiles on their faces. Brother, I never imagined this would be so easy. Could there be any problems? Fāng Yuán Wuji shrugged indifferently. What could possibly go wrong? We'd already offended the Miao family. If not for Fāng Yuán investing heavily to unite the other 6 provinces, we wouldn't have gotten through so smoothly. Now that he's just finished dealing with the Miao family, he wouldn't dare confront our Fāng Yuán family, would he? The Fāng family are businesspeople at heart. Don't underestimate them when it's time to back down. These merchants know better than anyone. Rest assured. Fāng Yuán found this reasoning persuasive, though she had never approved of using coercion to achieve their goals from the start. But she couldn't resist the fact that many within the clan supported it. She had feared it might backfire, yet the situation unfolded with surprising ease. So smoothly, in fact, that she began to doubt whether Fāng Yuán was truly compromising to avoid offending the Fāng Yuán family, as her brother claimed. Yet judging from the series of events that had unfolded, Fāng Yuán was simply not the type to compromise out of fear of offending others. This puzzled her deeply. Could it be that the Fāng family never expected any return for all their charitable work? Impossible. There's no such thing as a businessman that foolish in this world. If the Fāng family truly does good deeds without expecting anything in return, I'll eat 10 pounds of upside down on my livestream. Bro! Fāng Yuán shot her brother a disapproving look, but upon reflection, she realized he was right. Her lingering unease finally settled. If the Fāng family truly did charity without expecting anything in return, then the Fāng Yuán family would suffer a devastating blow this time. The initial investment alone was a staggering 200 billion yuan. Though nowhere near the Fāng family's vast wealth, it was still an astronomical sum. From the moment the partnership began, every single penny the Fāng family spent on public welfare infrastructure projects would be subject to inspection by the Fāng Yuán family, ensuring no oversight occurs at any stage. Everything would become clear in the end. Chapter 100, Compromise? Not a chance. The following morning, Fāng Yuán immediately called Fāng Yuán. She indicated she would come to sign the contract as soon as possible. But he had to save face. So Fāng Yuán could only flee in disarray under Zhao Meng's reproachful gaze. Heh, young Master Fāng doesn't seem to be in the best spirits today, huh? As soon as they met, Fāng Yuán Wuji noticed Fāng Yuán's listless demeanor and teased him deliberately. He thought to himself with certainty. This Fāng fellow must be losing sleep over the impending division of the cake among us. Seeing this, Fāng Yuán's doubts were largely dispelled. After all, the exhaustion etched on Fāng Yuán's face couldn't be feigned. The only thing that could reduce a super-rich second-generation heir to the state was undoubtedly a matter of assets. Fāng Yuán heard Fāng Yuán Wuji's words but offered no reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he simply lacked the energy. Who could walk without their legs giving out after being taken 5 times in one night? After enduring such relentless punishment, young Master Fāng resolved to start exercising diligently tomorrow. As for women? He'd completely lost interest. Seated in the conference room, Li Meiyu brought up the prepared contract. Noticing Fāng Yuán looked rather worn out, she deliberately brought him a cup filled with goji berries, then tossed him a flirtatious glance before swaying her hips as she walked away. Damn, is this guy that popular with women? He only heard about the wild antics of those wealthy women last night after returning. At the time, he hadn't quite believed it. But no sooner had he arrived than a stunningly beautiful, flawlessly proportioned female employee was already batting her eyelashes at Fāng Yuán. And then there was that cup overflowing with goji berries on the table. It made Shangguan Wuji, sitting across from him, green with envy. Alright, take a look at the contract. If everything's in order, sign it. Fāng Yuán yawned as he picked up the water cup from the table. Seeing the sea of goji berries floating on the surface instantly sent a chill down his spine. This was a deadly rhythm. But kidney health comes first. He forced himself to swallow his sorrow and took a big gulp. The taste wasn't bad, but afterward, his hands started trembling for some reason. Shangguan Wuji and Shangguan Lian each picked up a contract and examined it carefully. There were basically no issues. However, regarding the profit distribution, their primary concern, the contract outright denied any such claims. It specifically emphasized that all contributions and investments from the Green Grass Foundation were entirely free and without compensation. At first, they found it hard to believe. But it was clearly stated in the contract. Mr. Fong, are you certain this is the contract? Shangguan Lian frowned and asked. No returns whatsoever, all contributions are free of charge. Who could bear that? Does your Fong family truly care nothing for money? Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. He had made it perfectly clear to them last night. But they just wouldn't let it go, insisting they wanted to contribute to the public good. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, they were hesitating again. That's correct. I'm sure I mentioned last night that our Fong family's charitable work is entirely sincere. We seek no return whatsoever. If you have doubts, the city government has all the financial records of our foundation since its inception. You are welcome to verify them. Our Fong family is genuinely just doing charity work. We have absolutely no intention of profiting from it. I fully support and understand your desire to collaborate and contribute to charitable causes, but the prerequisite is that you must approach it with the same mindset as me without seeking any reward. This was Fāng Yuán's most genuine stance. Philanthropy was acceptable. But using philanthropy as a cover to line one's pockets? Absolutely not. He knew what these major families were truly after, the funds already invested across various provinces. With trillions at stake, who wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately for them, their calculations were likely misguided this time. Fāng Yuán saw no point in continuing the conversation. Instead, he watched the Shangguan siblings whispering among themselves. Sorry, I need to report this matter to my family first. Fine, whatever. Seeing the situation escalate beyond their expectations, Shangguan Lian also felt uncertain. Before seeing the contract, they had assumed it was merely Fāng Yuán's one-sided account. But now the contract lay on the table, spelled out clearly. This was no longer something they could decide on their own. It had to be reported to the family. Learning that the contract contained such a clause, the head of the Shangguan family could no longer sit idly by. He immediately convened an emergency meeting with everyone present. He then laid out the entire situation. The elders erupted in an uproar. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Does the Fāng family really have the resources to spend so much money on genuine charity? This is ridiculous. I find it strange too. Could that Fāng Yuán kid have deliberately forged a fake contract? Clan Chief Shangguan waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. His expression was less than pleased. Regarding your concerns, I've already had this investigated. Every single transaction of the foundation Fāng Yuán established is transparent. There's no evidence of fraud. Moreover, to date, the entire foundation has only made expenditures. It hasn't generated any income whatsoever. In truth, everyone suspected the Fāng family had obtained returns exceeding their expenditures through some other means, from alternative channels. But where was the evidence? Without evidence, words were meaningless. They would never have imagined that something like a system even existed in this world. 200 billion. The Shangguan clan chief dared not risk such a colossal sum of family assets to gamble on the Fāng family's attitude toward public welfare. After a heated debate, the opposition ultimately prevailed. After all, keeping the 200 billion would bring them endless benefits. If they signed the contract and donated the money, only to fail to recoup their due compensation, they wouldn't even know where to turn for solace. We're walking away. Upon hearing the response over the phone, Shangguan Lian breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she found it somewhat laughable. After scheming so meticulously to bind herself to the Fāng family's ship, only to fall short at the last moment. Recalling what Fāng Yuán had said to her at yesterday's cocktail party, Shangguan Lian's face flushed slightly. At least the 200 billion was preserved. This trip yielded no merit, nor did it cause any loss. My apologies for the interruption. With that, Shangguan Lian made no further attempt to linger and rose to leave the foundation. Shangguan Wuji trailed behind her, looking thoroughly disheartened. This time, he felt utterly humiliated. In the days that followed, just as Shangguan Lian had said, 7 or 8 prominent families from the National Assembly subsequently approached Fāng Yuán seeking collaboration. Without exception, they all set their sights on the massive assets of the infrastructure projects. Facing their partnership proposals, Fāng Yuán deliberately feigned hesitation. After experiencing rhetoric nearly identical to that of the Shangguan siblings, he finally reluctantly chose to compromise. Yet every single one chose to back out at the final step of signing the contract. After some time passed, the Fāng family's prized asset was finally abandoned by everyone. This left Fāng Yuán inwardly sighing that the show was over. Every time he saw those arrogant family members staring blankly at the Green Grass Foundation's contract, he couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. But it was for the best, at least there were fewer complications. Meanwhile, as time passed, the Fāng family's investment scope began to expand rapidly. Chapter 101: Preparations before the campaign. With construction underway across 10 provinces, the daily system notifications scarcely ceased. Godly Tycoon Cultivation System. Hosts: Fāng Weiguo, Zhang Yudun. Cash assets: 600 quadrillion 60 trillion yuan. Tycoon cultivation progress: 21%. Assets under ownership: 100% shares of Penguin Group, 100% equity of Kerry Hotel, 100% shares of Galaxy Pictures, 90% shares of Tianding Group, 100% equity of Qilin Grand Hotel, Wanhua Mall. Cash assets alone reached a staggering 60 trillion yuan. Not only that, but Fāng Jia's daily acquisitions of corporate assets were exploding. This raises a crucial question. The investment strategy across 10 provinces, originally devised by Fāng Weiguo and his wife to counter the Miao family. Now, hidden dangers began to surface. Xia Nation is a democratic country. It doesn't prohibit the emergence of wealthy individuals, but the speed at which this fortune has risen is simply absurd. It quickly drew the attention of many with ulterior motives. Even Boss Chuan has repeatedly raised questions and issued warnings to Fāng Yuán. While I'm not privy to the Fāng family's specific operations, continuing down this path will inevitably lead to danger. Go back and think it through carefully. As he stepped out of the boss's office, Fāng Yuán felt a weight on his shoulders. He had always been completely unaware of his family's financial situation. He also didn't know how far his parents intended to take things. But what Boss Chuan had said made perfect sense. The Fāng family might be wealthy, but their foundations and heritage were ultimately too weak. From being forced by the Ross family to seek aid from both Old Master Chuan and Old Master Hai, to the Miao family incident, it all made sense. The most terrifying thing in the world isn't having money, it's possessing wealth without the strength to protect it. Back home, Fāng Yuán explained the situation to his parents. He had assumed that since his parents had built such a large business, they surely wouldn't be completely unprepared. But the slight panic in their expressions weighed heavily on his heart. Son, how could this happen? Our business has always been above board. How could we have gotten mixed up in something like this? Exactly. Does having money make us guilty of something? Fāng Weiguo and his wife couldn't comprehend the concerns voiced by the so-called Big Brother Chuan. In their view, the Fāng family had done nothing to harm society. Second, all the rewards from the system had been obtained through perfectly legitimate channels. How could they suddenly be caught up in something like this? Regarding their parents' confusion, Fāng Yuán understood their confusion. Having money was certainly no problem. But having too much wealth to the point where it could gradually influence decisions at the national level becomes a potential risk. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Brother Chuan has also given me advice on how to handle this matter. Fortunately, Brother Chuan was also someone who valued relationships. He contacted Fāng Yuán immediately upon sensing something was amiss. Only then did he realize just how terrifying his family's business empire truly was. And this might not even be the entirety of the Fāng family's assets. Even old man Xuan, who'd seen it all, felt a chill run down his spine upon learning the truth. Expand outward. What do you mean by expand outward? Zhang Yudun asked curiously. Mom and Dad, Brother Chuan means we should temporarily set aside most of our domestic operations and expand into other countries. This way, it benefits us and also provides some justification to the authorities. Is that even feasible? After all, it was such a significant decision that Fāng Weiguo felt a bit uncertain inside. But Fāng Yuán trusted that Brother Chuan wouldn't harm him. Besides, it was the best solution available at the moment. Since you say so, we'll follow your lead. At this critical moment, Fāng Weiguo and his wife still placed complete trust in their son. The next steps were straightforward. They would begin scaling back their businesses to recoup funds, then establish a platform overseas. They had previously consulted the system regarding this matter. The response was that it was permitted. Wherever Fāng Yuán squandered resources, the system's feedback would activate assets in that location. After thorough analysis, Fāng Yuán set his sights on Dai Kingdom as the first target. Compared to the current situation, the Dai Kingdom was relatively welcoming to foreign investment. Moreover, its domestic economic conditions were relatively stable. However, given the relatively weak foundation of Dai's pillar industries, once the Fāng family, that formidable force, entered the scene, they could swiftly establish a foothold by pouring in capital. Once the system was in place, taking control would merely be a matter of time. Exactly. This time, Fāng Yuán wasn't just aiming to resolve the Fāng family's difficulties. He also harbored his own ambitions. What his homeland couldn't achieve. But with other nations, it was a different story altogether. Before taking action, however, Fāng Yuán first needed to recruit men and gather resources. After all, this was no small endeavor. Selecting the right people was straightforward. Among the enterprises currently under the Fāng family's name, there were many capable individuals. Fāng Yuán decided to hold an internal selection meeting. The initial vanguard force was set at around 1,000 personnel. Soon, this news spread throughout all enterprises under the Fāng family. Any entity under the Fāng family's ownership, from publicly listed conglomerates to even small corner stores with just 2 or 3 employees, all had the opportunity to participate. What? A minimum monthly salary starting at 100,000 yuan, with comprehensive benefits, insurance, and housing fund coverage plus 3 months of paid vacation annually. Holy crap, sign up! I absolutely have to sign up. Since this expedition to Dai Kingdom requires all kinds of talent, there are plenty of positions available. Not just high-level professionals, but even drivers had to be our own people. Where there's a will, there's a way. On the very first day the official notice was issued, sign-ups surged to over 10,000. News of this spread outside, leaving countless employees from other companies green with envy. Watching the flood of applications pour into the Fāng Group email account specially created by Fāng Yuán, he realized with a sigh that his family's business had grown to staggering proportions without him even noticing. After the 3-day registration period ended, over 50,000 employees under the Fāng name were set to participate. After screening by a professional team, only 1,500 were ultimately selected. Though the surplus of 500 exceeded expectations, paying wages for 1,000 versus 1,500 people was a minor matter in Fāng Yuán's eyes. When it came time to hold meetings to explain the purpose and strategy of the trip, he entrusted Jiang Yunxue to handle the task. After all, he wasn't particularly skilled at such things. When his parents insisted he accompany them, Fāng Yuán could understand their concerns. With such a massive project underway, he wouldn't feel at ease if outsiders were in control. Perhaps I was wrong from the start. Mom and Dad weren't helpless, they were simply going with the flow to begin training me to take charge of the Fāng family. After wrapping up everything, Fāng Yuán sat in his chair, deep in thought. He finally grasped his parents' thoughtful intentions. So this time, no matter what, he had to deliver results. Chapter 102, I want to apply for the business trip too. With the selection process concluded, those selected were overjoyed, sharing the good news with family and friends. What surprised them most was that Fāng Yuán adopted a pay first, work later approach this time. Once the list was finalized and contracts signed, 100,000 yuan in red bills instantly hit their accounts. To outsiders, this decision seemed to completely disrupt the market. As soon as it was announced, it immediately drew fierce criticism from some entrepreneurs. Among them, Chao Wang, renowned as the nation's foremost philanthropist, was the most dissatisfied. Having previously been stripped of his title as Xia Nation's foremost philanthropist by Fāng Yuán, he harbored deep resentment toward this upstart. At first, he assumed Fāng Yuán was merely seeking attention by deliberately creating headlines. But later, he realized that Fāng Yuán's charitable efforts were becoming increasingly extravagant. This realization finally extinguished his competitive spirit. But doing charity is one thing. Why must you also grant your employees such generous benefits? How could other entrepreneurs possibly compete with that? On a certain interview program, Chao Wang harshly criticized Fāng Yuán's move. This is sheer recklessness, disrupting the entire business order. What good does it do to pay your employees so much? Don't you understand that high salaries discourage young people from striving? Fāng Yuán isn't doing them a favor, he's ruining them. What followed was a barrage of twisted logic. Some agreed, others disagreed. However, those who agreed with Chao Wang's arguments were mostly executives from various corporate groups or wealthy business tycoons who had no financial worries. They needed to control the market and couldn't tolerate such disruptive elements. As for the rank-and-file employees, each one desperately wished to become part of the Fāng family overnight. Fāng Yuán naturally learned of Chao Wang's accusations that he was breaking the rules. Why would they slander him? Because raising wages meant tangible cost increases that couldn't be recouped. Chao Wang embodied classic capitalist thinking. In his view, keeping employees moderately hungry would motivate them more. The carrot dangling before the donkey's mouth would certainly make it take more steps than one already in its mouth. I agree with Chao Wang and his ilk. I share the same view. Any experienced hunter will tell you. When training hounds, keeping them half-fed makes them more obedient. But thank goodness they're dogs and not wolves. Starving wolves would devour humans. I have money, I do as I please. In response to the torrent of criticism and abuse pouring in from the outside world, Fāng Yuán simply typed a single sentence on a certain social media platform. The moment those words appeared, the numerous capitalists following Chao Wang instantly grew restless. They felt even more deeply insulted. Keep whining and complaining and see if I, Fāng Yuán, don't have the power to acquire your Thai company. Fed up with the constant buzzing of flies around him, he added another sentence. The world instantly fell silent. Even Chao Wang fell silent. There was nothing they could do no matter how dissatisfied they were. They couldn't stand up to the Fāng family's sheer wealth. But Chao Wang still secretly allied with numerous companies aligned with his stance, planning to boycott the Fāng family together. Whether they knew it or not, Fāng Yuán had no time to bother with these petty troublemakers. He was currently seated with several newly appointed provincial leaders, discussing the implementation of infrastructure projects. Indeed, before setting off for Dai Kingdom, Fāng Yuán and his wife had once again entrusted their son with a colossal sum of 50 trillion yuan to launch the next round of public infrastructure projects. On one hand, this ensured the Fāng family's wealth continued to flow endlessly within Xiao Nation. Second, it served as a signal to the National Assembly that the Fāng family had not forgotten its roots, reassuring those in power. Sure enough, news of Fāng Yuán's latest generous donation of 50 trillion spread widely across the provinces, disseminated at the behest of provincial leaders. Regarding the Fāng Group's plan to expand its business empire abroad, the higher-ups gave it the green light almost without exception. Special envoys were even dispatched to engage in official exchanges with Dai Kingdom. They were tasked with assisting the Fāng Group in expediting all necessary paperwork and procedures in Dai Kingdom. With the backing of influential figures in the Xi'an National Congress, the Fāng family's applications and business plans in Dai Nation encountered no obstacles whatsoever. From the Dai government's perspective, they couldn't have wished for a wealthier investor. Fāng Yuán merely chuckled at this. Little did they know, this time, it wasn't some insignificant snake crossing the river, but a formidable dragon. Due to the long journey ahead, Fāng Yuán set out alone this time. As he departed, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan gazed at their son with lingering reluctance. They urged him, "Son, once you arrive in Dai Kingdom, remember to vigorously develop public infrastructure projects. That way, Mom and Dad can establish connections there, ensuring our Fāng family's development runs even more smoothly." Though he didn't understand why his parents would help the Dai Kingdom with free infrastructure projects, it wasn't his concern. Because Fāng Yuán knew deep down he'd likely never achieve what his parents had accomplished in their lifetime. He only needed to ensure the project expansion went smoothly, then he could fully enjoy the exotic charm of a foreign land. Zhao Meng and Jiang Yunxue were also there to see him off. The initial meeting felt a bit awkward. But compared to the beginning, things had improved considerably. The two women took turns carefully adjusting Fāng Yuán's clothes. Especially Jiang Yunxue, she nearly made him unable to breathe. "Brother Fāng Yuán, remember to call me often once you're in Dai Kingdom. Eat well and sleep well over there, no fooling around with girls." "Ahem, no way. Don't worry, I won't be staying long before I come back." After giving Xiao Meng a hug, Fāng Yuán turned to look at Jiang Yunxue. Jiang Yunxue said nothing, only gazing deeply at him with her eyes, as if she were etching this man into her heart. "Take good care of yourself." "Yeah, you too." Seeing the two future daughters-in-law getting along reasonably well, Zhang Yudan's lips curled into a wide smile. The thought of a future filled with children and grandchildren brought her immense comfort. "All right, you two go back. It's nothing." Fāng Yuán waved goodbye to everyone. He then turned and boarded the private jet specially prepared for him at the airport. With a series of roaring sounds, the aircraft gradually soared into the sky under the watchful eyes of the crowd. That afternoon, Jiang Yunxue returned to the foundation and suddenly noticed the absence of a familiar face. At this time of day, Li Meiyu would usually drop by her office for tea and a chat, whether she had business or not. After the incident last time, their relationship had grown much closer. They weren't quite sisters, but they weren't far off. After all, it was thanks to Li Meiyu that she had escaped Handan's clutches. Just then, Niayu walked in to deliver some documents. "Where's Li Meiyu?" "Oh, Sister Meiyu said she had to travel to another province for a project she needed to follow up on in person. She's on a business trip." Jiang Yunxue didn't think much of it, as the foundation had many matters to attend to. Sometimes Li Meiyu would even volunteer to travel for work. Niayu stole a glance at Jiang Yunxue, who seemed completely unfazed. As if making a difficult decision, she suddenly spoke up. "Chairperson, I'd like to request a business trip tomorrow as well. It might take some time." "Oh, go ahead then. The foundation doesn't have much pressing work at the moment." Since Miaoyu had always been quite proactive in her work, Jiang Yunxue agreed without much thought. "All right, thank you, President." After leaving Jiang Yunshue's office, Miaoyu bit her lower lip and swiftly booked a flight to Dai Kingdom on her phone. Sister Meiyu must have secretly followed President Fāng to Dai Kingdom. Even she dared to face her own heart. I can do it too. Chapter 103, Dai Kingdom. On the plane. As the figures of the crowd grew smaller and smaller, Fāng Yuán finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a warm breath brushed against his ear. What's wrong, young Master Fāng? Are you scared? Li Meiyu, who had supposedly been on a business trip according to Miaoyu, had somehow appeared in the seat next to Fāng Yuán. Her arms were tightly wrapped around his. Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly. This woman was truly bold. After learning he was leaving for Dai Kingdom today, she insisted on tagging along no matter what. Fāng Yuán, who had been thinking about how lonely, empty, and cold he might feel in a foreign land. He ultimately succumbed to the barrage of photos Li Meiyu sent him, showcasing her stunning legs. Having made prior arrangements with the airport, Li Meiyu was already stashed away inside the private jet. The airport manager was well aware of these rich kids' frivolous antics. They weren't foolish enough to make a fuss. With this inside-out coordination, they successfully deceived everyone. Approximately 5 hours later, the plane finally touched down at Dongwing International Airport, the gateway to the Thai Parliament. Upon disembarking, the airport director, who had received official instructions that a super-wealthy investor from Xia was coming to invest in Dai, was waiting with a large entourage. Nearly 80 black-clad bodyguards stood vigilant nearby. Bulging pouches at their waists hinted at concealed items. At the front of the security detail stood Mr. Su, dressed in traditional Chinese attire with his hair slicked back in a pompadour. Concerned for his son's safety, Zhang Yudan had dispatched Su, who was known for his shrewdness, competence, and extensive experience. Accompanying them were nearly 100 specially trained bodyguards. Upon arriving in Dai Kingdom under the allure of money, the guards were promptly issued firearms, each receiving a pistol. Given the enormous investment stakes involved with the Fāng Group, coupled with backing from the Xia National Congress, the Dai authorities adopted a tacitly permissive stance. As soon as Fāng Yuán stepped off the plane, Su, the butler, led the bodyguards in establishing a security perimeter. Swipe my card. Welcome to our beautiful Dai Kingdom, esteemed guest Mr. Fāng from Xia. He exchanged brief greetings with the welcoming party. Originally feeling drowsy after several hours of flying, suddenly perked up upon spotting several stunningly beautiful women with captivating figures among the crowd. The airport director noticed Fāng Yuán's gaze. He chuckled and whispered, Mr. Fāng, those ladies are Dai specialties. If you're interested, I can arrange something for you tonight. If you don't mind, they're all pretty much the same. In fact, they understand men better than real women. Many important figures who just arrive here try them out. Whoa! Watching the airport manager who had seemed somewhat proper moments ago, Fāng Yuán sucked in a sharp breath. Who knew you'd be such a sleazebag? He had to admit these creatures were stunningly beautiful. But he just couldn't get past that mental block. Forget it. We'll talk another day. Right. A higher-up said that whatever Mr. Fāng requests, we'll do our utmost to fulfill. After exchanging a few casual words to dismiss the airport director, escorted by a formidable contingent of dozens of bodyguards, Fāng Yuán and Li Meiyu boarded their vehicle, heading toward the Dai Royal Hotel, which had been reserved in advance. This hotel was one of the most luxurious in all of Dai Kingdom. It was specifically reserved by the Dai royal family to host distinguished foreign guests of extraordinary status and standing. As Fāng Yuán, he was naturally entitled to stay. The next day, the Dai Kingdom's royal family sent representatives to discuss cooperation matters with Fāng Yuán. As a descendant of the Zheng family, the Dai Kingdom's foremost clan and the official representative, Zaba, he genuinely thought this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Honestly, they expect me to personally receive someone I've never even heard of? Have those royal bastards gone mad for foreign investment? It's true that the Xia people are wealthy, but how rich could a single merchant really be? Though inwardly dismissive, he maintained a professional facade. The two had barely sat down. Zaba cut straight to the point, Mr. Fāng, I understand you wish to establish a business in Dai Kingdom. May I ask how much capital you plan to invest? According to Dai royal regulations, any investment exceeding 5 billion qualifies for special preferential policies. 50 billion? Fāng Yuán was somewhat taken aback. If you cannot meet this requirement, Mr. Fāng, you may discuss alternatives with me in advance. Seeing the hesitation flicker across Fāng Yuán's face, Baza seemed even more certain of his earlier guess. This kid probably couldn't even scrape together 10 billion. The company sending him to handle this was an utterly foolish decision. Wait, Mr. Baza, did you not review the documents and proposals our Fāng Group submitted earlier? Fāng Yuán was growing annoyed. 50 billion? Who did they think they were looking down on? Regarding the initial investment capital, he had explicitly stipulated it must be at least 1 trillion yuan. This royal envoy's tone was downright comical. Oh, my apologies. I rushed over today and haven't had a chance to review your group's proposal yet. Zaba said this, though he hadn't bothered to look at it at all. However, considering he was new to the situation, Fāng Yuán didn't want to start off on the wrong foot with the Dai Kingdom representatives, so he cut straight to the point. Our Fāng Group's initial investment amount is 10 trillion. Is that clear to you, Mr. Zaba? Fāng Yuán said with a hint of impatience. Upon hearing that figure, Zaba seemed to freeze up. Excuse me, Mr. Fāng. Could you repeat the amount of your group's initial investment? 100 trillion. Was I not clear enough? Zaba froze for a moment before hurriedly pulling out the investment documents on Fāng Group from his briefcase. Sure enough, the documents clearly stated. The Fāng Group's initial investment was indeed 10 trillion. Not only that 10 trillion yuan in assets had already been directly transferred into Fāng Group's account in Dai Nation. It was written in black and white, crystal clear. After reviewing the documents, Zaba's attitude did a complete 180. He immediately smiled obsequiously. Ahem, my sincere apologies, Mr. Fāng. This was entirely my oversight at work. I hope you won't hold it against me. This wasn't just about money. Fāng Yuan's first round of investment alone was nearly equivalent to the combined assets of the 10 most powerful families in Dai Kingdom. Putting on airs in front of such a big shot? If word got back to the others, Zaba would be packing his bags and out on the streets by the next day. Only then did Zaba finally understand why the royal family placed such importance on Fāng Yuán. Even someone of his standing as a young family scion was dispatched directly to serve Fāng Yuán. Indeed, Zaba's role in all this was to be the spearhead for the Fāng Group to establish a firm foothold in Dai Kingdom. His mission was to clear every obstacle from Fāng Yuán's path. And he nearly squandered the opportunity this family had fought so hard to secure. The thought of the consequences sent a cold sweat running down Zaba's back. Chapter 104, Watching the Performance. The subsequent events unfolded as expected. Having learned of the Fāng Group's power, Zaba became exceedingly attentive and courteous. He even insisted on personally handling minor tasks like serving tea and water. This adaptable and flexible demeanor of a true gentleman deeply impressed Fāng Yuán. By the way, Mr. Fāng, Princess Hisha of the Dai royal family would like to invite you to dinner in 3 days. Oh? Fāng Yuán was intrigued, wondering what Princess Hisha might be hinting at. As you know, the old king is advancing in years, and soon a successor must be chosen. In the Dai royal family, succession is open to both genders. Therefore, Princess Hisha hopes to enlist your assistance whenever the selection process for the next king is about to begin. It was the moment when the royal children began to showcase their talents. Zaba was clearly part of Princess Shisha's faction, seeking to recruit Fāng Yuán into their camp. Fāng Yuán smiled without comment. Such matters held no interest for him. But if there truly was an opportunity to elevate Princess Hisha to the throne, as the most powerful force behind the scenes, he could certainly reap significant benefits. Moreover, Steward Su had already gathered substantial intelligence on Dai Kingdom's royal family members during his preparations. Among the numerous princes and princesses of the royal family, Princess Shisha belonged to a relatively powerful faction. Not only was she beautiful, but her abilities far surpassed those of her peers. Very well. Such an opportunity presented itself, why not seize it? Moreover, having connections within the royal court would make matters considerably easier. Seeing Fāng Yuán agree, Zaba was overjoyed. With the backing of this super wealthy patron from Xia Kingdom, the eldest princess's chances of victory would increase significantly. Within the palace, resplendent with gold and jade, Princess Shisha sat upon her high throne. Below her, Zaba knelt on the floor. You say the Fāng Group's investment amounts to 10 trillion? That is correct, Your Highness. This is absolutely true. Zaba obediently retrieved the documents from his briefcase. After reviewing them, Princess Hisha fell silent. It turned out that half a month earlier, her father had sent her to the Dai Kingdom's royal palace under the pretext of allowing her to cultivate her character and refine her mind. Confined within the Dai royal palace, she hadn't even heard any news about Fāng Yuán. Had it not been for Zaba Zhenhou serving under her, coupled with the formidable influence of the Zhang family, she would likely still be kept in the dark. Princess Shisha closed her eyes in deep thought for a moment. Her aura suddenly sharpened with a fierce intensity. She was a woman of ambition. She was also a clever woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have begun mastering the art of winning people over at such a young age, in her teens. Moreover, she leveraged her royal status during various public events within the imperial court. He strives to cultivate an approachable and affable image. He even frequently dips into his personal coffers to make donations to the common people under his command. These acts would then be casually leaked through various channels, further amplifying her reputation. Over a decade of consistent actions had already earned her considerable support among the Dai people. Combined with her maternal lineage tracing back to the Xie clan, one of Dai Kingdom's 10 prominent families, it could be said she held every advantage in the race for the next king. Alas, the current king was deeply enamored with his young concubine. The two have a son named Della. Now 17 years old, Prince Della stands as her greatest rival. To ensure Prince Della could smoothly inherit his position, the old king has gone to great lengths, even resorting to direct action against his own daughter. He sought to confine her within the palace walls, severing all ties to the outside world. Yet Princess Hisha proved formidable, having planted numerous spies within the palace long ago. Despite never leaving her quarters, she remained well informed about events outside. Since he shows no regard for our father-daughter bond, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Princess, what do you mean? Princess Shisha gave a cold laugh. Tomorrow, inform the representatives of the 10 great families. They will accompany me to meet this eastern tycoon. The succession is imminent, we cannot delay any longer. We must take the initiative. Though he didn't know exactly what Princess Shisha meant, he could sense the resolve behind her words. He pondered the immense profits he, as her confidant, could reap once Princess Shisha ascended to power. Zaba's heart began to race uncontrollably. Yes, I'll contact them immediately. Dai Kingdom Royal Hotel. Fāng Yuán lay bored on the bed, scrolling through his phone. His secretary, Li Meiyu, had thrown both her legs over his waist without a care for her image. Judging by the decadent atmosphere permeating the air, it was clear these two had just had another fight. Young Master Fāng, are you really planning to meddle in the Dai royal family's domestic affairs? No wonder Li Meiyu was worried. After all, they were still outsiders here. Being dragged into the power struggle over the royal heir so soon after arriving could spell disaster if they weren't careful. Sigh, it's not about whether I want to or not. The point is, Baza has made it crystal clear. If I refuse, Princess Hisha probably won't let go of such a powerful ally so easily. She might even turn around and sabotage us. Then we could return to Xia Kingdom. Return? Fāng Yuán chuckled. If he truly had a way out, he wouldn't have come to Dai Kingdom seeking new opportunities. Besides, this might not be such a bad thing. Why had the Fāng family been so easily manipulated? It all stemmed from their insufficient capital within official circles. His parents had always focused their energy on making money, neglecting the truth that only by holding power could one go further. Now he needed to fill the last gaping hole in the Fāng family's foundation. Never mind that for now. We haven't even had a proper chance to explore Dai Kingdom since arriving. Come on, let's go for a walk together. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly, not dwelling too much on tomorrow's dinner with Princess Hisha. All she wanted was his money. Once the money was in place, everything else could be worked out. Rather than waste energy fretting over such matters, he might as well go out and clear his head. They say Dai Kingdom's intermediaries are famously enchanting, how could he not experience that for himself? Escorted by a dozen bodyguards, Fāng Yuán brought Li Meiyu to the Jindoni show. Rumor had it the performers here were exceptionally attractive, and many shows featured performances in the Xia language. So there was no need to worry about language barriers. The venue owner spotted Fāng Yuán's group and, even if he were the dumbest person alive, knew instantly that the young man in the center had extraordinary connections. He hurried out to greet them personally. Charge it to my card. Hello. Fāng Yuán responded politely to the owner's warm welcome. Of course, he spoke in Xia Mandarin. Clearly, the owner of this show venue frequently interacted with tourists from Xiagua. After a moment of surprise, he quickly recovered. He smiled and began chatting with him in Xia Mandarin. To ensure the best viewing experience, Fāng Yuán directly paid to reserve all seats in the front 3 rows. Spotting the big spender, the owner promptly led the way to the front with a warm smile. He personally arranged for staff to deliver snacks and beverages to their seats. Subsequent arriving patrons curiously eyed Fāng Yuán and his group seated at the very front. But reserving entire sections of seats was common practice in Dai Kingdom. So his actions didn't seem particularly out of place. Soon, as the audience filled the hall, the performance was about to begin. Chapter 105, Nyayu arrives. One after another, they appeared. With sultry, curvaceous figures, their makeup enhancing their beauty to rival any woman, began ascending the stage. They swayed their bodies to the rhythm of the music. Some even dared to cast flirtatious glances toward the seated audience. Watching these creatures whose upper bodies stirred desire, yet their lower halves stood erect like yours, Fāng Yuán felt a strange sensation welling up inside him. The seated audience stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing every performer. Many took great pleasure in scrutinizing them from head to toe, desperately searching for any trace of difference in these demonic performers. Yet to their disappointment, not only could they find no flaws in these performers, moreover, they appeared more perfect than the average woman. With their signature wasp waists and long legs, their dance routines were seductive, built on the foundation of revealing skin. Many found the spectacle intensely stimulating. They're all such pitiable souls. Li Meiyu suddenly sighed with melancholy. Those familiar with the development of the Dai Kingdom's demonic beings would largely agree they were pitiable creatures. Faced with the young secretary's sentimental words, Fāng Yuán didn't know how to respond. In other words, he couldn't quite grasp their motives. But he was merely here to watch the performance. Reflections on life were a dime a dozen. After the performance ended, many guests who had taken a liking to certain performers could go backstage to negotiate with the owner. For a certain price, they could take them away for a night together. As for what they did afterward, it certainly wasn't just chatting and stargazing. Stepping out of the venue, Fāng Yuán continued leading Li Meiyu to a fairly well-known local night market. Along the streets, strikingly beautiful performers stood everywhere. They enthusiastically solicited passing travelers to take photos together, or inviting them to join in the fun. Of course, all of this came at a price. The two of them wandered around for half the day until Li Meiyu grew tired, and only then did Fāng Yuán head home. Upon their arrival, two burly men from OM could still be seen escorting a slightly tipsy, the fair-skinned, beautiful demonic being entered the inn. They watched as the enchanting beauty grinned and stuffed the money handed over by the two foreign men into her pocket. It was clearly a transaction. Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to meddle in other people's business. But just then, one of the men led the demonic figure upstairs first. The other suddenly walked toward the lounge chairs in the hotel. Seated there was a figure that seemed vaguely familiar to him. "Hey, sweetheart, are you alone?" He had flown alone to the Dai Kingdom's capital, and had managed to find out where Fāng Yuán and the others were staying. Upon arrival, she learned Fāng Yuán was out. Left with no choice, Miao Yu sat waiting at the hotel for hours, nearly in tears. She kept wondering if she'd lost her mind to make such a crazy move. Just as drowsiness began to overtake her, a burly foreigner with a thick beard suddenly appeared before her, smelling the alcohol on his breath. Miao Yu quickly waved her hands, signaling she didn't want to talk. But a drunken man with a predatory instinct wouldn't easily let such a beautiful girl go. Ignoring Miao Yu's refusal, he plopped down beside her and pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket. He waved them at Miao Yu suggestively. "Come with me, and all this is yours for the night." She glanced at the stack. Judging by its thickness, it must have been worth tens of thousands. "Sorry, I'm waiting for a friend." Miao Yu shifted nervously to the side, trying to distance herself from the burly man. But the girl's timid reaction only fueled his desire further. Oh, your friend hasn't arrived yet. Why don't you come with me to the room and sit down?" "Don't worry, I mean you no harm." "Sorry, I really don't have time." Seeing the man starting to get restless, Miao Yu stood up abruptly, ready to leave. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, the burly man resorted to force. After all, they were here because of their partnership with the royal family. As long as the incident wasn't too big, someone would definitely help smooth things over. He flashed a hungry grin and lunged toward Miao Yu. The royal hotel attendant glanced over briefly before lowering his head and pretending not to see anything, returning to his duties. This foreigner's identity had already been registered at the front desk. He was a VIP guest invited by the royal family. He wouldn't risk trouble over a woman he didn't even know. Ah! Startled, Miao Yu froze in shock. Who would have thought that right here in the royal hotel, this old pervert would dare act so wildly? Just as he was about to pounce on Miao Yu, a tremendous force struck him from the side. The old crook let out a wail as Fāng Yuán kicked him hard to the ground. Two bodyguards immediately rushed forward and beat him mercilessly. "Miao Yu, are you okay?" Recognizing the person who had arrived, Miao Yu, who had been scared half to death, threw herself into Fāng Yuán's arms without a second thought. She began sobbing in his arms. "Fāng Yuán, I'm so scared." It's okay. Don't worry, I'm here." Fāng Yuán patted Miao Yu's petite back softly, offering gentle reassurance. His gaze toward the old crook grew increasingly fierce. Drag him out and beat him. This wasn't Xia Kingdom, he had no such reservations here. Besides, Princess Shisha needed his help. Dealing with this minor matter shouldn't be a problem, right? Seeing Miao Yu held tightly by Fāng Yuán, Li Meiyu's lips curved into a faint smile. Back in Changchuan City, she had already sensed Miao Yu's feelings for Fāng Yuán. But she never imagined the girl would dare venture alone to Dai Kingdom. Jealous? Perhaps a little. But Li Meiyu was thinking about more than that. She was the third wheel who had intruded into the relationship, so she felt somewhat at a disadvantage when facing Jiang Yunxue. Having an ally would make things much easier. Watching Old Wei, who was being beaten until he howled in agony, about to be dragged out by Fāng Yuán's bodyguards, the waitress who had been acting nonchalant at the front desk suddenly panicked. Hey! You can't do this. This gentleman is a VIP guest invited by Prince Della." Uncertain of Fāng Yuán's background, the attendant dared not shout angrily. Instead, he hurried over, trying to block their path. Fāng Yuán shot him a fierce glare. "Where were you when Miao Yu was being bullied by that foreign devil? Now you're brandishing some prince title to intimidate people?" Without another word, Fāng Yuán pulled out his phone and called Baza. "I'm at the Royal Hotel. You guys wanted to discuss cooperation, right? Help me resolve this matter, and tomorrow I'll add another 10 trillion in investments under Princess Hisha's name for Dai's public infrastructure projects. 100 trillion. Mr. Fāng, hold on. I'm heading over immediately." Upon hearing this, Baza on the other end immediately called for backup and rushed to the Dai Kingdom Royal Hotel. His hands trembled with excitement. He immediately called Princess Hisha, who was still inside the palace. The reply came back. "Tonight, unless the king himself intervenes, no matter who comes, one word, kill." Princess Sisha, who should have been resting at this hour, sat up in bed. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Who would have thought that Mr. Fāng from Xia Kingdom possesses such immense wealth? Never mind 10 trillion, even half of that would be enough for her to secure the position of heir. No, to ensure absolute certainty, I must go personally. Unable to shake her unease, Princess Hisha immediately ordered her attendants to prepare a carriage for departure. Chapter 106, Who Dares Interfere? Meanwhile, she had just stepped out of her palace gates. She happened to encounter Prince Della, who was also heading out. Prince Della, aged 19, was only 2 years younger than her. Having received the finest royal education and frequently accompanying the king to various events. Despite his youth, he radiated a powerful and commanding presence. Well, if it isn't Sister Hisha. I heard father ordered you to seclude yourself in the palace for spiritual cultivation. How did you find time to come out? There's no need for Prince Della to concern himself with that. Prince Della eyed his half-sister with a greedy gaze. She couldn't help but lick her lips. For Hisha, with her beautiful looks and an aura of seductive charm, he had always harbored desires for her. After all, intermarriage among royal family members was not unheard of in Dai Kingdom history. He had long resolved in secret that once he ascended to power, he would make Shisha his consort. Then he would have ample opportunity to indulge his deepest desires. Perhaps sensing Prince Della's sinister gaze, Princess Shisha gave a cold snort and departed in the royal limousine that had been waiting for her. Haha, my dear sister, sooner or later you will be mine. Seated inside the vehicle. Recalling Prince Della's revolting expression from earlier, Princess Hisha's expression darkened considerably. This wasn't the first time Della had worn such an expression. In the past, she had at least restrained herself. Now, as the old king grew increasingly elderly and began deliberately grooming him as the next heir, Della grew increasingly brazen. Once, he even sneaked into her room at night to commit an indecent act. Fortunately, she had the foresight to station 2 additional maids in her chambers, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When she reported the incident to the old king, she received nothing but a merciless scolding. He accused her of deliberately slandering her own brother for the throne, disregarding the royal family's honor. Her father's cold gaze finally brought Shisha back to reality in her despair. It was precisely from that moment that she began learning to protect herself with utmost caution while simultaneously leveraging her mother's connections to aggressively court the nation's powerful ministers. Leveraging her mother's connections to aggressively court influential ministers within the kingdom. Now that everything was in place, Fāng Yuán's level 15 Great East Wind skill appeared at the perfect moment. Feeling the palace atmosphere grow increasingly tense, she resolved to strike first. Let him go, or you're all dead. The old foreigner's companion who had led the demonic man upstairs earlier. After discovering his partner had been missing for quite some time. Having resolved 2/3 of the fight, he pulled up his pants and came down to look for him. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, he saw his partner pinned to the ground by a group of black-clad bodyguards, getting beaten mercilessly. His head was swollen like a pig's snout. He roared with rage while calling for backup. Fāng Yuán stood by with a cold smile, showing no intention of intervening. A few minutes later, Baza arrived at the hotel first with his men. Seeing Fāng Yuán unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his gaze to Old Wei, who was getting beaten up. As Dai Nation's chief diplomat, he was familiar with nearly every VIP staying at the royal hotel. However, due to the severe swelling on his face, it took him several minutes of careful scrutiny to recognize him. This gentleman hails from the Sunset Empire, a guest invited by Prince Della. Baza muttered to himself as if explaining to Fāng Yuán. But he showed no intention of intervening. He was under Princess Shisha's command himself. How could he possibly stand up for the other party? Still, out of deference to Prince Della, Baza still whispered to Fāng Yuán. Mr. Fāng, venting your frustration is one thing, but please don't cause a fatality. After all, this man has some connections. Fāng Yuán nodded, then addressed the bodyguards. Stop it. Don't kill the guy. As the bodyguards got up to leave, Old Wei, sprawled on the ground, was foaming at the mouth, several teeth already knocked loose. Just then, sirens suddenly wailed outside the hotel. A dozen fully armed Dai police officers stormed inside. Leading them was a grim-faced, elderly police chief. Upon learning the incident occurred at the Royal Hotel, the rest of the bureau scrambled to avoid involvement. After all, who among the guests at the Royal Hotel didn't have connections? Making arrests here meant offending someone, no matter who they were. He had been planning to serve out his 2 years and retire, only to suddenly be saddled with this mess. After scanning the room, his gaze quickly settled on Baza, standing beside Fāng Yuán. Mr. Baza, what exactly is going on here? Without hesitation, Baza pointed directly at the 2 blue-eyed old foreigners. These 2 drunks who knows where they came from harassed Princess Shisha's honored female companion. Take them back for thorough interrogation. Who gave them the nerve? With Fāng Yuán's backing, Princess Shisha was certain to prevail. Realizing the situation, Baza no longer felt as intimidated by Prince Della. Besides, as a member of one of Dai Kingdom's 10 great families, with Princess Shisha backing him, even Prince Della would think twice before moving against him over such a minor incident. You filthy sewer rat! How dare you slander us? We are Prince Della's guests. Who dares touch us, let them try. On one side stood Princess Hisha, on the other Prince Della. The old police chief's face instantly twisted into a grimace. He couldn't afford to offend either side. If he actually arrested them, he might find himself packing his bags and getting the boot tomorrow. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Outside the hotel entrance, Prince Della arrived a step ahead of Princess Hisha. Discovering that the guest he had invited had been beaten to a pulp, his anger flared instantly. Even though the old king hadn't formally announced his status as heir. In Prince Della's eyes, he had already considered himself the next king. This was not merely an assault on his guest. It was a direct challenge to his authority. Who did this? That Xia guy ordered it. The battered foreigner glared at Fāng Yuán with venomous hatred. Prince Della first glanced at Fāng Yuán. Then his gaze drifted toward Li Meiyu standing beside him and Miaoyu, whose face still bore tear stains. Arrest them all. As for these two women, I suspect they are Xia Kingdom spies. Take them to the palace, I will interrogate them personally. Spies? Everyone present knew this was merely an excuse Prince Della was using. He had likely had his eye on Li Meiyu and Miaoyu for quite some time. But the old police chief hesitated, unable to move forward. Prince Della barked angrily. What? Do you dare defy my orders? No, but what? Get moving and arrest them. Yes, sir. The old police chief, forced into action, was about to lead his men forward. Baza stepped forward. Mr. Xia and his lady companion hail from the mighty Xia Kingdom and are equally honored guests of our Princess Shisha. Who dares to touch them? How dare you? Prince Della, seeing Baza dare to defy his command. He was instantly enraged. Whoever dares touch a single hair on Mr. Fāng's head is opposing me. At that moment, another voice echoed from outside the inn. Chapter 107, Half-Hearted Resistance. Princess Hisha entered with graceful, measured steps. More crucially, behind her followed a contingent of dozens of armed soldiers. Seeing the soldiers radiating a murderous aura, Della's face turned pale with fury as he snapped. Hisha, what do you think you're doing? What do you mean, my dear brother? Someone has reported that you colluded with a traitor from the Sunset Empire, plotting harm against Mr. Fāng, our honored guest who came to aid Dai Kingdom's economic development. Nonsense. I will report this matter truthfully to father. Faced with Hisha's blatant slander, Delaton could not remain indifferent. But did any of this truly matter? After his conspiracy was exposed, Prince Della attempted to resist by force and was killed on the spot. Are you satisfied with this outcome? No, Hisha, you cannot do this. I am father's most cherished son, how dare you? Hear my command, leave not a single trace of Prince Della or the traitors of the Sunset Empire. Kill. Princess Hisha's eyes were as cold as ice. She had made up her mind the moment she acted. Judging by the old king's attitude, if time continued to be wasted, she would inevitably be the one to suffer the consequences. Seizing this chance, she decisively led her men to act. To eliminate Prince Della once and for all. No. Prince Della desperately tried to escape, but it was too late. Dozens of silenced rifles opened fire simultaneously. In an instant, the three men were riddled with bullets. The scene was a bloody carnage. Princess Shisha, how could you do this? The old sheriff was utterly stunned, unable to believe what he was witnessing. A prince had been shot dead right before his eyes. Hisha shot him a cold glance. The old police chief immediately shut his mouth in fear. Who could have imagined that the princess, always seen as gentle and kind in the eyes of the people, harbored such a ruthless side? Bip. The waiter, still frozen in place, didn't escape his fate either. After personally taking the gun and firing a final shot into Prince Della's head, Princess Hisha smiled as she stepped forward and extended her hand to Fāng Yuán. Mr. Fāng, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Fāng Yuán gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected Princess Shisha to be so decisive. Now, unless he wanted to die, he had no choice but to stay on this sinking ship. He had no choice but to stay on board. Pleased to cooperate. Since matters are settled, we'll discuss any further business tomorrow. It was the first time they'd witnessed such a bloody scene. Li Meiyu and Miaoyu were nearly petrified with fear, their limbs so weak they clung to Fāng Yuán like they were hanging onto him. All right, then. I hope Mr. Fāng remembers your earlier promise. We'll see you tomorrow. Shisha seemed to notice Fāng Yuán was a bit unsettled by the scene. She gave a slight smile, unconcerned. Besides, there were cleanup tasks to handle later, so she didn't insist he stay. Send someone to handle the scene, then arrange security to protect Mr. Fāng. Princess Shisha turned and gave Baza a brief order. In that moment, she resembled a bloodthirsty queen in the dead of night. Yes, Your Highness. Baza, who had finally awaited this moment, was filled with excitement. He immediately began contacting his own people to take control of the scene. As for the old police chief and his men, they certainly wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Tomorrow marked the alliance between Fāng Yuán and Princess Shisha. It was also the moment to force their hand. The plan was to strike decisively before anyone could react, settling the matter in one fell swoop. After escorting the two women back to their room, Li Meiyu seemed somewhat better after all. She'd always been rather bold. As for Miaoyu, her face was deathly pale. She never imagined Princess Hisha would come in and immediately try to kill someone. And the victim was her own brother. Fāng Yuán, maybe we should just go back. It's too dangerous here. After the initial shock and terror subsided, the two women couldn't help but start worrying. Princess Hisha clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Collaborating with such a person was tantamount to bargaining with a tiger. Who knew when today's scene might repeat itself? Fāng Yuán merely shrugged indifferently. Leaving now is impossible. Do you really think she'd let us walk away after revealing something this crucial? Don't worry. She won't dare touch me. At least not until I lose my value in her eyes. Seeing the two women trembling in fear, Fāng Yuán gathered them both into his arms, whispering soothing words. His hands, moving gently, suddenly began to slide toward more intimate places. Meiyu seems a bit bigger, but Miaoyu's feels better to the touch. Yeah, pretty smooth. Li Meiyu mentally rolled her eyes at Fāng Yuán. What kind of situation was this, and he still had the nerve to think about such things? Despite her thoughts, Li Meiyu pretended nothing was happening. She let Fāng Yuán continue his actions. Meanwhile, Miaoyu began to sense something was off. After enduring a night of terror, she couldn't bear to leave the warmth of Fāng Yuán's embrace. She could only grit her teeth and silently endure Fāng Yuán's reckless behavior. When she finally realized her clothes were disappearing and tried to escape, she struggled to rise only to collapse limp into Fāng Yuán's arms. To outsiders, it looked as though she had done it on purpose. No, I didn't. But Fāng Yuán, desperate to escape the psychological toll of the bloody scene, paid no heed. He casually switched off the room's lights. Amidst Li Meiyu's gloating teasing, and Fāng Yuán's increasingly heavy breathing, Miaoyu could only resign herself to her fate with a sigh. The next day, seeing Miaoyu clinging to him like a kitten, and Li Meiyu with her legs draped over his thighs, recalling last night's wildness, Fāng Yuán still felt a lingering thrill. He couldn't quite figure out how it happened, but somehow, by some twist of fate, things just took off. Until it was time to eat. Fāng Yuán and Li Meiyu both got up, but no matter how they called out, Miaoyu wouldn't wake up, knowing she was just being shy. So Fāng Yuán had no choice but to leave first, instructing someone to send food to her room. After the meal, they still had to meet with Princess Shisha. Then came the signing of various contracts and agreements. The real test awaiting them had only just begun. On the plush, large bed. Upon realizing no one was nearby, Miaoyu finally opened her eyes, her expression complex. She never imagined her first time would be so wild. What should I do? Will Fāng Yuán think I'm that kind of woman? Miaoyu, why couldn't you control yourself? Why? This is so embarrassing. Truthfully, she had resisted last night. But besides Fāng Yuán, there was also Li Meiyu helping him. How could she possibly stand a chance alone? She surrendered in no time. Thinking back to her sounds and movements after losing her virginity, that mix of resistance and surrender. The more Miaoyu thought about it, the more chaotic her emotions became. Yet, what dominated her heart was a deep, genuine joy. Though this first step had been a bit too bold. Regardless, she had finally mustered the courage to take that first step. And Fāng Yuán had accepted her. If Zhang Yudan were here, she'd surely award her son the title of best scumbag. Chapter 108, Seizing the Throne. The Queen is born. Back to the matter at hand. In the conference room, surrounded by bodyguards and soldiers, Baza now represented Princess Hisha. After a night of intense negotiations, Fāng Yuán decided to make another investment. Just yesterday, after speaking with his parents on the phone, and learning of their son's current situation, the couple discussed it all night and transferred another 20 trillion yuan to him. Though anxious, they weren't foolish enough to believe Shisha would let Fāng Yuán walk away so easily. After all, whether by choice or circumstance, Fāng Yuán was now deeply entangled in this massive operation. The only course left was to increase their investment. Their goal was to rapidly expand the Fāng family's influence throughout Dai Nation to a point where Shisha wouldn't dare act rashly. 30 trillion? Seeing the sum Fāng Yuán had written on the contract, Zaba was stunned. What kind of background did this Mr. Fāng have? He began to regret not having thoroughly investigated Fāng Yuán's background through his connections earlier. But regardless, tripling the funds was an absolutely enormous benefit. Mr. Fāng, are you certain all 30 trillion will be used as free startup capital for Dai Kingdom's infrastructure projects under Princess Isha's name? Fāng Yuán tapped the tabletop lightly with his finger. Then he added, I am certainly willing to invest this money in Princess Isha, but I have one request. What condition? I wish to obtain an official position within your kingdom. Baza had expected Fāng Yuán to demand something else, but it turned out to be merely an official position. Yet, being naturally cautious, he did not agree on the spot. Very well, Mr. Fāng. I shall report your request to the princess. Once matters settle, she will surely remember our contributions. That would be most welcome. We look forward to a fruitful collaboration. After the contract was formally signed, Fāng Yuán promptly transferred the entire 30 trillion into the foundation account established in Dai Kingdom. The next day, news outlets and newspapers were flooded with coverage of the beautiful and kind Princess Xixia. Unable to bear the inconvenience faced by citizens in remote areas and seeking to bolster Dai Kingdom's tourism industry, after exhausting efforts, a massive 30 trillion yuan was finally raised to launch nationwide infrastructure projects across Dai Kingdom. Numerous renowned construction conglomerates from Xia were specially invited to participate. Indeed, this was also a requirement proposed by Fāng Yuán. Moreover, he had already coordinated with several provincial leaders domestically and received unanimous support from all parties. Converting RMB into foreign exchange brings significant benefits to Xia. It can be said that Fāng Yuán's series of moves not only won the goodwill of Dai Nation, but also earned him direct commendation from the Xia National Congress. Although no tangible benefits were gained, with official backing, his personal safety concerns were somewhat alleviated. The moment this earth-shattering news broke, the entire Dai Nation erupted in celebration. Praise for Princess Xixia's kindness and dedication could be heard almost everywhere one went. Amidst the surging public sentiment, within the palace, the Dai King sat like a lion at dusk, silently observing Princess Xixia kneeling below him. Beside him sat the biological mother of Prince Della, who was in constant agony. The assembled ministers wore a variety of expressions. Who could have imagined that overnight, Prince Della, almost personally chosen by the old king as his successor, had been executed on the spot for conspiring with the Sunset Empire and attempting to resist arrest by force? Such an absurd reason. Not a single soul dared to question it. The old king's face darkened with grief as he suppressed his inner fury and murmured, "Xixia, you mean your brother, a man poised to inherit the throne, colluded with foreigners to betray his own country? Tell me, is this true?" By this point, the old king was practically roaring. But Princess Xixia, kneeling before him, remained unflinching. Instead, she lifted her head and met the old king's gaze directly. "Though I am perplexed myself, this is the truth." Ha 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 ha. The old king burst into maniacal laughter. Who would dare believe such a flimsy excuse? Who would ever accept it? For the throne, this vicious woman would even harm her own brother. Madness, utter madness. Impossible. It must be you. You did it. The old king pointed at Princess Xixia in fury. Hatred flashed in his eyes as he commanded, "Guards, arrest Princess Xixia. She is suspected of plotting to murder the future crown prince of Dai Kingdom." No sooner had the words left his mouth, as the head of the Zhang family, ranked first among Dai Kingdom's 10 great clans, Baza immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, you must not. Princess Xixia's benevolence is widely known. She even secured 30 trillion in infrastructure funds for the common people. To accuse her of plotting against her own brother for the throne is utter nonsense. Even if we agreed, the entire Dai Nation would never consent. Indeed, there must be some misunderstanding here. I believe Her Highness the Princess is innocent." This servant agrees. "I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Her Highness the Princess is of noble virtue. This must be a malicious frame-up. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider." In an instant, all the ministers within the palace knelt down, hoping the old king would retract his earlier words. Seeing that almost none of the ministers in the hall stood by his side, the old king's heart sank into utter despair. All under heaven throng for profit, all under heaven jostle for gain. With 30 trillion yuan in public infrastructure funds to be allocated, who knows how many ministers might profit from it? It could be said that Princess Xixia had accurately grasped the human heart. People live in this world, either for fame and fortune or for wealth and beauty. The old king could offer none of this. But Princess Xixia, through Fāng Yuán's hands, could perfectly fulfill these desires. Building infrastructure to benefit the nation would earn him fame, and power goes without saying. She could promise adjustments once he ascended to the throne. As for money, needless to say, 30 trillion would tempt anyone, no matter where it was placed. The meticulously crafted succession plan the old king had painstakingly designed for his son crumbled to dust the moment Fāng Yuán arrived. Huff, huff. Rebellion. Are you all plotting a revolt? The old king raged impotently. Princess Xixia rose calmly before the assembled court. "Father, you are advanced in years. Now burdened by the sorrow of burying your own children, your health is no longer sufficient to bear the responsibilities of kingship. I therefore advise you to step aside and rest for the time being. I shall govern this kingdom well in your stead." "You!" Overcome by rage, the old king suddenly couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Guards! Escort my father to his chambers." In that moment, Princess Hisha finally revealed the sharp edge she had concealed for years. She seized power with force. No, it was to ease the old king's burdens. With the support of all the ministers, she swiftly assumed control of the entire Dai kingdom. Seeing Princess Hisha seated upon the king's throne, Baza felt the weight on his heart finally lift. Thus, the throne of Dai kingdom successfully changed hands. Chapter 109, The Ma family. Princess Shisha, now properly addressed as Sovereign Shisha. From reaching an agreement with Fāng Yuán to successfully forcing the palace coup, the entire process took less than 3 days. This indirectly suggests that Princess Shisha had likely orchestrated everything long before this. She had merely been waiting for the right opportunity to act. Unfortunately for her, Fāng Yuán's arrival hastened the old sovereign's downfall. After Princess Shisha ascended to the throne, the common people beneath her were only slightly surprised. But such matters of national significance remain too distant from ordinary people. As ordinary people, they yearn to see tangible benefits right before their eyes. In this regard, Shisha undoubtedly succeeded. The entire territory of Dai Kingdom was only so large. 30 trillion was more than enough to pave it several times over. At first, some believed these promises were merely empty checks casually written by Her Highness to seize power. But as large construction teams from Xia entered the country, the Dai people erupted into a frenzy of celebration and praise. Good heavens, Princess Hisha is nothing short of a blessing for us. Exactly. Since the new monarch took the throne, I feel like I'm seeing hope and light rising before my eyes. Praise our sacred and benevolent Queen Hisha. Long live the Queen. 30 trillion invested in national infrastructure. Who else but Dai could pull this off? Hey, the guy above, I heard Xia Kingdom spend even more. Then who else besides Xia? All Dai was filled with song and dance, its people offering prayers to the heavens for the wise King Hisha. Not a hint of turmoil or power struggles emerged. Thanks to her contributions in this campaign and her clan's full backing. After the succession ceremony, Baza successfully assumed the position of first secretary to the new monarch. Though merely a secretary general in title, the actual power he wielded placed him above nearly everyone else. This development filled Baza with immense excitement. Beyond this, another major contributor was Fāng Yuán. Regarding Fāng Yuán's request for an official position, Shisha first consulted with several trusted advisors, concluding there was no major issue with it. After all, Fāng Yuán was merely a merchant. Obtaining an official position might simply be a means to serve a purpose when needed. Moreover, Fāng Yuán later added a point. Given the potential conflicts between official and merchant interests, therefore, he hoped to receive an honorary position, rather than a position wielding actual authority. This clarification instantly put the ruler of Shisha and Baza at ease. It was merely a matter of a title. Shisha did not wish to lose such a powerful and wealthy ally as Fāng Yuán over this minor request. After deliberation, they simply granted him the honorary title of prince. This marked the first time in Dai Kingdom's history that a prince of a different surname had been appointed. Initially, some veteran ministers of the Dai Kingdom objected. But upon learning that the 30 trillion was Fāng Yuán's investment, these old foxes immediately praised the monarch for his magnanimity and wise decision. Exchanging a mere honorary title for 30 trillion? Such a bargain would be welcomed by anyone. The title of Prince Danya was not without its practical benefits. At the very least, most Dai Kingdom officials would kneel and pay respects upon seeing Fāng Yuán. This practice mirrored the court protocols of ancient Xia dynasties. With the title of prince, Fāng Yuán could now form his own private army, though limited to 1,000 men. And this was precisely what he desired. After all, Dai Kingdom was not within Xia's borders, and its public order was comparatively poor. Numerous gangs and private armed groups operated clandestinely. Fāng Yuán intended to stay here for a while and solidify his foundations. Relying solely on official assistance was far too passive. Thus, this plan had taken root in his mind. It seems to have come to fruition now. The power struggle concluded. And the spies sent by the ruler of Shisha to monitor Fāng Yuán have all been withdrawn. After receiving the honorary title of prince and making several appearances in Dai media to establish recognition, he immediately instructed Steward Su to arrange flights to the Dai Kingdom's border. There was no need for such haste. But his parents back in Xia suddenly called. They informed him that the Fāng family would soon make a major move in Dai Kingdom and urged him to begin his own preparations in advance. Despite their deep concern for their son's safety. But by the time the Fāng family reached this point, they had gradually lost control over their own actions. They'd spread themselves too thin, far beyond what they'd ever imagined. Now the Fāng family resembled a giant hurtling downhill. Should they halt their momentum, they would instantly crash and see stars. The only solution to this predicament is to keep growing larger, until the entire hillside before them shrinks to a mere mound. After leaving dozens of bodyguards behind to protect Fāng Yuán and the others, Butler Su took the lead. Silver Triangle. Comprising over 3,000 villages and towns of varying sizes. Since ancient times, it has been a chaotic no-man's land. Bordering northern Yunnan and Burma, as well as the Dai Kingdom's Leixing Prefecture and Laowa, it straddles three nations. Military chaos, narcotics, and every conceivable form of unscrupulous trade have long plagued this region. 5 major factions control the entire Silver Triangle. Ranked first is the Shiman family, which dominates through narcotics trafficking. The Ma and Chen families can be considered underlings to the Shiman clan. Beyond these, the Kai family from the Lao faction and the Mu family, which rose through telecommunications fraud, also hold sway. This time, Fāng Yuán set his sights on the Ma family, which nominally remained under Dai Kingdom administration. Silver Triangle, Kaiqing Prefecture. The entire province was essentially under the control of the Ma family. Though called a province, Kaiqing Prefecture was not large in area and had a very limited population. Due to its location within the Silver Triangle, coupled with the Ma family's illicit drug trade, the entire Kaiqing Prefecture was engulfed in a toxic haze. Poison, women, and firearms are everywhere. Even locals living here faced constant danger. Ma Ju was in high spirits today. A certain cute little thing rumored to be from Xia Kingdom had actually paid 10 billion to buy a worthless mountain plot from him. Not only was the terrain barren, but it lay right on the outskirts of the city. What possible use could it have? Feeling quite pleased with himself after making such a big deal, he immediately invited several brothers from the family to go out drinking and have a good time. Inside the luxurious private room, Ma Ju and his brothers drank while flirting with the women seated beside them. These women wore tattered clothes, their eyes reflecting despair and numbness. The reason was simple: they had all been lured away from their homes by the Ma family through various deceptive means. Once on the Ma family's territory, escape became nothing more than a pipe dream. Over time, through relentless brutal conditioning, the women had long since lost the will to resist. They had become mere commodities for the Ma family's pleasure or trade. Brother Ju, if that Xia guy is rich enough to spend $1 billion on worthless land, he must have even more money stashed away. Why don't we go check it out together? The speaker was a slender man. A long knife scar ran across his face, giving him a particularly sinister appearance. Ma San's scar was left when he forcibly seized a family's property. Yet the family who had attacked him later ended up dismembered and fed to the fish in the sea. Afterward, not only did Ma San walk free, but the incident only bolstered the Ma family's influence. This alone revealed the chaos of this place and the Ma family's ruthless dominance. Chapter 110, Think Bigger. Isn't this a bit reckless? Ma Ju hesitated for a moment. After all, though Kaiqing Prefecture was chaotic, it maintained a solid reputation for business integrity. This was the primary reason the Ma family had stood firm here for so many years. Though their ventures were not entirely above board, the taxes they paid each year were hard-earned cash. Once the payments were made, the higher-ups in the Dai Kingdom naturally wouldn't bother interfering unless absolutely necessary. But upon hearing Ma San's words, Ma Ju found himself somewhat tempted. During the transaction, that Xia Nation man had swiped 1 billion yuan without so much as a flicker of an eyelid. He was undoubtedly a prime target. Brother Ju, if it comes down to it, we can investigate that Xia Kingdom guy's background first. And as long as we move fast enough, no one will ever know. After being repeatedly provoked, Ma Ju instantly admitted he was tempted too. While the Ma family's business was indeed lucrative, the family had many members, and they constantly had to spend money on maintaining connections in various places. The money that actually reached their hands each month was naturally limited. Unfortunately, they all belonged to a high-spending group. Over time, they'd even accumulated considerable debt. If they could arrange things properly for that Xia national, they might just make a killing. No time to waste. The brothers exchanged a knowing grin and began making calls. After eating and drinking their fill, they sipped tea while reviewing the intelligence provided by the authorities. Ma San frowned. That Xia subject seems to be a steward named Su, working for the Fāng Yuán household. The main issue is that not long ago, Prince Fāng Yuán was just infected by the ruler of Shisha as a prince of a different surname. This complicates things. Dai Kingdom princes no longer wielded the same real power as before. Yet openly showing disrespect to a prince would also be considered a grave offense. Even the Ma family wouldn't want to shoulder such responsibility. Yet letting such a golden opportunity slip through their fingers was equally unthinkable. What do you suggest? Ma San said to Ma Ju with a ruthless look on his face. He's just a prince, and a Xia subject at that. Kill him. Ma Ju was no pushover either. After weighing the consequences, he spoke decisively. He didn't believe the royal family would risk antagonizing the powerful Ma clan over a dead prince. If blame was to be placed, it could only be on Prince Fāng Yuán for having far too much money. He'd actually spent 30 trillion to support the ruler of Shisha in seizing power. This proved his coffers were bottomless. Even a small share of that fortune would ensure a lifetime of comfort. At worst, they could simply declare their secession from Dai Kingdom. Like other warlords in the Silver Triangle region, they could declare independence. With such vast wealth as their backing, who would dare challenge them? Meanwhile, the plane carrying Fāng Yuán and his companions had just touched down in Kaiqing Prefecture. surveying the vast estate stretching before him, spanning thousands of hectares and bustling with construction. A satisfied smile spread across Fāng Yuán's face. From this moment onward, this would be his temporary home and base of operations in Dai Kingdom. But that wasn't all. Yesterday, Steward Su had already recruited nearly 5,000 international mercenaries through his channels. They arrived secretly under the guise of travelers. Upon arrival, they were immediately armed to the teeth. These mercenaries were battle-hardened elites, possessing exceptional military prowess. Unbeknownst to many, Fāng Yuán had quietly become the second-largest armed force in Kaiqing Prefecture, surpassed only by the Ma family. Watching the guards patrol with rifles slung over their backs, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Indeed, firearms and elixirs were best handled outside the country. Had he dared to do this in Xia Nation, he would have been summoned for a chat long ago. He might even get a free meal at the state's expense. Young master, I've also made contact with a group of arms dealers in the Silver Triangle. A steady stream of heavy weaponry will be transported in soon. I've greased the palms of the Ma family's high-ranking officials in the Silver Triangle. Everything's smooth sailing. It's fine to be a bit bold in your actions. I still carry the title of honorary prince. In Su the steward's view, Fāng Yuán's safety was paramount. Therefore, he must fortify this place to be impregnable. Surveillance equipment was installed across dozens of kilometers. Even drones conducted round-the-clock patrols. As night fell, Ma Ju and his brothers led several dozen heavily armed men as they quietly infiltrated the perimeter of Fāng Yuán's estate. This should be sufficient. That Xia National had only 20 or 30 bodyguards with him at the time. Once inside, take out all the bodyguards first, then try to keep the butler alive. Ma Ju began assigning tasks for the upcoming operation. Little did they know, every move they made had already been observed by Fāng Yuán. Who are these men? Through the high-definition night vision infrared camera feed, Fāng Yuán observed Ma Ju and his men huddled together, whispering, and asked. Steward Su quickly recognized Ma Ju, the man he had transacted with that day. The Ma family. Damn it. Fāng Yuán had always known the Silver Triangle area was chaotic. But he never imagined these people would be so brazen. Not long after nightfall, they dared to openly carry guns and act like bandits. Were they targeting him? But he'd only arrived this afternoon, and he hadn't had any conflicts with the Ma family. Why would they come for him? After a moment's thought, Steward Su replied. The Ma family holds unrivaled dominance in Kaiqing Prefecture. Combined with your recent generous donation of 30 trillion, they've likely set their sights on the money. There was no other explanation. As for identity, he didn't believe they could deceive the Ma family, who already had connections within Dai's high-level circles. But sending only a few dozen men seemed like they were underestimating him. Young master, what should we do? Fāng Yuán hesitated. The Ma family were local power brokers. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to clash with them right after arriving. Besides, as a citizen of Xia, he didn't know how the Dai Kingdom's high-ranking officials would react to him messing with the Ma family. But suddenly, he burst out laughing. How foolish of me. This isn't Xia Kingdom. This is a place where the weak get devoured. Whoever shows weakness gets their flesh carved off while still alive. Leave one alive. Eliminate the rest. Understood. Upon receiving the order, a 200-strong mercenary unit immediately slipped into the dense forest equipped with infrared night vision goggles. Guided by continuous intelligence from headquarters, they closed in on Ma Ju and his group. Meanwhile, Ma Ju's group gradually approached the edge of the territory. He stared at the heavy-duty construction vehicles and the mountains of piled-up materials. Ma Ju swallowed hard. Damn, what the hell are these Xia people planning to build? They've got deep pockets. We're going to strike it rich this time. These materials look like top-notch stuff. Selling them will net us a huge profit. Ma San sneered coldly, Brother Ju, what's the big deal about this stuff? As long as we capture the target, we'll have all the money we could ever want. The fact that Su Steward could come here alone with so much money. He must be highly favored by his master. Capturing him and demanding tens or even hundreds of billions shouldn't be too difficult. Even if he refuses, just judging by the valuable goods right here, would be enough to deduce that Su the Steward himself must be carrying a hefty sum. We wouldn't lose out either way. If Fāng Yuán found out, he'd surely mock them mercilessly. A few billion? What's that? Couldn't you think bigger? Chapter 111, if you're going to play, play big. As the two contemplated capturing Su the Steward, how they would demand ransom from Fāng Yuán and then live it up with piles of cash. Ma Ju suddenly froze, staring at a red dot between Ma San's eyebrows. That thing looked so familiar. His voice trembled as he stammered, San, there's a red dot on your forehead. What red spot? Ma San turned his head to look. He touched his forehead but found nothing. But the next second, he froze. No, wait Brother Ju, you have 5 red dots on your body. What's going on? You've got them too. This. Could it be? The other henchman froze too. Without warning, a dense swarm of red dots had descended upon them all. Enemy contact. Having handled guns for years, they quickly realized they were being targeted. Cold sweat broke out on Ma Ju's forehead. He never could have imagined. He had only wished to achieve a few simple goals. Had led to this predicament. Freeze! Everyone drop your weapons. A voice suddenly rang out from the dense forest. Impossible. They don't have that many men. Ma Ju trembled slightly from fear. He remained convinced it was a diversion tactic. They say the Xia people are clever and cunning. I'm sure they're bluffing. If there really were that many of them, how could they possibly hold back from attacking? Ma San suddenly understood. In the Silver Triangle region, it's all about ambushes and striking first. No one cares whether you live or die. Their approach was precisely their greatest mistake. Watching Ma Ju and the others on the screen quietly unlocking the safeties on their guns, Fāng Yuán sighed. The last shred of hesitation vanished from his heart. They're trying to resist. Proceed with the plan as outlined. You had your chance and failed to seize it. Don't blame me for showing no mercy. A burst of rapid gunfire echoed through the dense forest. The terrified screams of Ma Ju and his men echoed in rapid succession. The entire engagement lasted less than 2 minutes. The well-trained mercenaries advanced in formation while finishing off those lying on the ground. Please don't kill me. I'm Ma Ju, from the Ma family. After Ma San, his face twisted with resentment, was knocked down by a headshot. Only Ma Ju remained on the field, clutching his head and screaming for mercy. The cleanup crew was left behind. The others escorted Ma Ju, whose psychological defenses had collapsed, back to Fāng Yuán's temporary residence. Gazing at the man kneeling on the ground, his mouth constantly pleading for mercy, Fāng Yuán's face twisted with contempt. This man still dared to call himself a member of the Ma family. His reaction was worse than when I first saw the corpse at the Imperial Hotel. Be honest. What was the purpose of your visit this time? You have only one chance to earn forgiveness, so I don't want to hear a single lie. Faced with the threat of death, without a moment's hesitation, Ma Ju spilled everything how Ma San had pressured him into coming to kidnap Butler Su. Then he spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, the ransom demands, the entire scheme. That's it? Fāng Yuán chuckled. You could say the Ma family lacked capability, they couldn't even manage a proper kidnapping for ransom. But if you call them clever, they seem a bit foolish. Risking everything for a few billion to target a prince's steward. Prince Fāng, I beg you. I truly acted in a moment of foolishness. If you spare me, I promise to speak with our clan leader and elders upon my return. Your business investments in Kaiqing Prefecture will undoubtedly benefit immensely from their support. Using family connections to make Fāng Yuán weigh the pros and cons. This was the best solution Ma Ju could muster. But in reality, with so many of the Ma family dead this time, how could they possibly let it go? He made a silent vow within himself. As long as he survived this ordeal, he would immediately report back to his clan. Then he would return with a large force and wipe out Fāng Yuán's entire operation. Release you? Fāng Yuán nodded thoughtfully. Your Ma family holds considerable influence in Kaiqing Prefecture. I have no desire to antagonize you. Hearing this, Ma Ju seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. He hurriedly kowtowed, pleading, yes, yes, yes. Killing me would serve no purpose and only invite the hatred of the Ma family. If you release me, I swear this matter will be dropped. The Ma family will even thank you for your magnanimity. Young master. Steward Su, fearing Fāng Yuán might be swayed by this fellow, was about to speak but was stopped. Did he really think he was some naive fool who knew nothing? Ever since Ma San and the others died, Fāng Yuán's feud with the Ma family had been sealed. As the local powerhouse, the Ma family would never tolerate such a large armed force appearing on their turf. Reciprocity is only proper. Fāng Yuán shot a glance at the mercenary captain. The man quickly understood. He ordered 2 men to drag Ma Ju, who was still wailing and cursing, deep into the dense forest. A gunshot rang out, and the surrounding area swiftly fell silent. He wasn't a cruel or bloodthirsty man, but showing mercy to enemies now would bring disaster upon the entire team. The Ma family isn't exactly trustworthy either, but since they dared to strike first, I see no need to continue being polite toward them. He had only intended to find a safe place to stay. Who knew trouble would come knocking on its own? Fāng Yuán immediately called Baza, who had been promoted to chief secretary. He explained his current situation in full. Baza on the other end of the line paused, taken aback. Then his expression grew grave. Ma Ju dared to openly challenge the prince's authority. While your counterattack in self-defense was justified, the concern is that if this incident becomes public, it could invite retaliation from other members of the Ma family. Perhaps you should consider returning to the Dai National Assembly? The Silver Triangle region has been a lawless zone for over a century. The situation there is complex, and I fear unforeseen complications might arise. Return? Fāng Yuán dismissed the suggestion immediately upon reflection. He had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of that Shisha ruler. Moreover, returning to the Dai Kingdom Congress would inevitably weaken his armed forces. He would merely become fish on the chopping block once more, at the mercy of others. Hadn't he chosen to come to the Silver Triangle precisely because it was chaotic enough? It allowed him to build up his military strength. Thus, he flatly rejected Baza's proposal. Then what do you propose? At this point, if Baza still couldn't see Fāng Yuán's hidden agenda, he'd be a fool indeed. Mr. Bazaar, which would be more beneficial to the sovereign, a prosperous and economically developed Kaiqing prefecture, or one steeped in chaos and rife with all manner of crimes? Fāng Yuán chuckled, laying bare his true objective. He wanted to seize control of a provincial capital? Baza's heart surged with anger at first, but he quickly recalled. It seemed that decades ago, the Dai Kingdom's control over Kaiqing prefecture had already been virtually non-existent. Technically under Dai's jurisdiction. But they never truly exercised authority here. Now that the Ma family held absolute dominance in Kaiqing prefecture, if Fāng Yuán intended to replace them, it would seem to pose no harm to the Dai Kingdom. Moreover, after their previous collaboration, he had grown quite fond of this generous and trustworthy man from Xia Kingdom. He held a favorable impression. Mr. Fāng, this matter is too significant. I must report it to the sovereign. After hanging up, Fāng Yuán sat back in his chair, leisurely sipping his tea. Mr. Su. At your service, young master. Continue recruiting mercenaries from outside. Don't hold back on firepower expenses. We're about to undertake a major operation. Observing Fāng Yuán's calm expression, Su, the steward, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of awe. He nodded and withdrew from the room. A superstorm unlike any seen before was brewing within Fāng Yuán's heart. Chapter 112, Operation Commence, Total Annihilation. Inside the room, Fāng Yuán hadn't kept his earlier phone call from the two women. Li Meiyu and Miao Yu looked at Fāng Yuán with concern. At first, they too had assumed the Fāng family merely sought to expand their business empire overseas. But since arriving in Dai Kingdom, everything seemed to be slowly exceeding their expectations. From supporting Princess Saisa's coup attempt, to the confrontation between the Kaiqing prefecture and the Ma family, even harboring ambitions to replace them. While unease gnawed at their hearts, they also began to realize they could no longer fathom the man before them. Fāng Yuán wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the two women. I have no choice. Mom and Dad said our Fāng family's power is slowly emerging. If we only have money but no authority, it will surely bring ruin upon our family. So I must find a way to make myself stronger. The business falls to my parents, while their safety is my responsibility. Fāng Yuán knew these words sounded somewhat laughable when spoken aloud. But the sheer worry in my parents' voices over the phone was absolutely genuine. Just how wealthy must the Fāng family be to harbor such fantastical worries? Wealth rivaling a nation? It couldn't be that simple. No matter how much he pressed them, his parents remained tight-lipped. The only upside now was that he'd never have to worry about money again. While expanding his influence in Dai Kingdom, he hasn't fallen behind in Xia Kingdom either. The public welfare projects of the Green Grass Foundation now encompass nearly every common cause in society. Beyond the major infrastructure investments, numerous other capital-intensive projects required funding. The Fāng family resembled a mythical beast endlessly spewing money outward. It was a sight to behold. Some experts had even suggested that the Fāng family's actions might trigger economic inflation within Xia Nation. But interestingly enough, after such a long period, Xia's economy appears completely unaffected by the Fāng family. Prices and currency values remain consistent with the past. No one knows exactly why this is the case. Even those who investigated thoroughly found no answers. Over time, the matter became an enigma. Now, all those worries seem utterly pointless. Is there truly no other way? Li Meiyu gently stroked Fāng Yuán's cheek, her face filled with heartache. Back when she first met him, he was just a carefree second-generation spendthrift whose only worry was how to squander his money each day. Now he was forced to journey overseas, seeking a way out for the entire Fāng family. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Because the stakes were high. Upon receiving Fāng Yuán's call, Baza wasted no time. He immediately set out to meet with the ruler of Xia in person. After hearing Baza's report, Queen Xia also fell into brief contemplation. From the moment she ascended to the throne until now, though everything appeared calm on the surface, the methods she had employed back then inevitably left room for criticism among those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, the initial 30 trillion yuan backing from Fāng Yuán was still holding steady, preventing the aftereffects of the power grab from surfacing. She now urgently sought to achieve tangible results to prove her ascension was a sign of divine favor. And what better way to do so than by benefiting the people? 90% of the current officials in Kaiqing Prefecture have been bought off by the Ma family. Those who refuse to join their corrupt ranks are likely to be found dead on the streets the very next day. Our Dai Kingdom's provinces exist in name only. If that Fāng Yuán has the capability, I'd say let him give it a shot. Baza voiced his opinion. Not for any other reason, but because Fāng Yuán had money. And he had enough wealth to reshape the entire landscape of a province. By comparison, The Ma family, who only relied on their criminal enterprises to constantly exploit the people, was simply too good to be true. She had certainly considered this aspect. Her only concern was whether unforeseen complications might arise after Fāng Yuán took control. The two discussed the matter at length. Ultimately, the ruler of Shisha couldn't resist the temptation of a prosperous economic zone, one with the potential to become the economic and tax pillar of the entire Dai Kingdom. If Fāng Yuán could successfully transform the entire Kaiqing prefecture, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for her. As Baza relayed the message, the Dai Kingdom's government secretly deployed an elite task force to support Fāng Yuán's operations. A series of official directives were issued. That very night, Fāng Yuán deployed all his mercenaries to infiltrate the vicinity of the Ma family through various means. The elite forces dispatched by the ruler of Shisha Kingdom also began dispersing to locations where key members of the Ma family were present. The key to this operation was to seize all members of the Ma family before they could react, and apprehend every member of the family. Once the Ma family was neutralized, the remaining foot soldiers and minor officials would pose no threat. Perhaps confident in their control over Kaiqing Prefecture? So the Ma family members were largely concentrated in the heart of Kaiqing Prefecture. Within a sprawling mansion spanning thousands of square meters, served as the living quarters for the Ma family. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter, rifles slung over their shoulders. Within the Ma residence, Ma Ju and Ma San led dozens of family-trained gunmen on an outing. Yet no word had returned to the estate. This quickly drew the attention of the Ma family. At that moment, the head of the Ma family was convening a meeting with all the clan's principal members. They analyzed the possible destinations of Ma Ju's party. No one in the entire Kaiqing prefecture would dare lay a finger on us Ma family. That brat Ma Ju probably just took his men out hunting somewhere. I agree. You're worrying too much, clan chief. Yet seated high in the main position, the Ma clan chieftain felt a persistent unease deep within. Back when the entire Dai Kingdom was in turmoil due to surrounding wars and domestic unrest, the Ma clan, seeing an opportunity for expansion, they swiftly aligned themselves with the Shiman clan, securing substantial funds and poison with their assistance. They then employed crude and brutal methods to infiltrate the official channels of the Kaiqing prefecture. Through a strategy of monetary bribery and military coercion, they achieved the rise of their clan in a remarkably short time. While their ascent proceeded smoothly, they also sowed numerous seeds of future trouble, compounded by the Dai Kingdom's recent efforts to stabilize the situation. The Ma family, rulers of Kaiqing Prefecture, found themselves on the authorities' watch list. They have since learned to maintain a low profile, conducting illicit business dealings discreetly. Yet they still firmly hold the reins of power in Kaiqing Prefecture. This is absolutely not what the Dai government wants to see. Yet the web of connections is too vast, involving too many individuals. Coupled with the Ma family's astute discretion, the authorities have hesitated to act decisively, prioritizing the greater good. Now, the disappearance of Ma Ju and his group inexplicably made him suspect the Dai Kingdom's government. Let's hope so. Send someone to investigate this matter. Also, have the guards outside step up patrols. Report immediately if anything seems off. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a burst of rapid gunfire erupted outside the Ma family compound walls. Something's happening. At the clan chief's command, everyone rushed outside. Unexpectedly, an RPG rocket fired mid-air slammed directly into the main hall. A towering inferno erupted. The entire upper echelon of the Ma family was dramatically wiped out. Chapter 113, Motherland, I Love You. Seeing the Ma family members sent to meet their end by the rocket-propelled grenade, the remaining members instantly went weak in the knees. With the main family gone, what was the point of continuing? They scattered like birds and beasts. One by one, they took off running toward the exit. Those who couldn't escape knelt on the spot and surrendered. After eliminating the few gunmen who still clung to desperate resistance, Fāng Yuán ordered everyone to advance inward. Meanwhile, some members of the Ma family who remained outside were also being closely watched by Dai Kingdom's elite troops. As soon as Fāng Yuán's forces moved in, they immediately launched their assault. This surprise assault came swiftly and ended just as quickly. Within mere hours, the Ma clan, entrenched in Kaiqing Prefecture, had abruptly become history. This sudden outbreak of hostilities plunged the common folk of Kaiqing Prefecture into utter panic. Some even spread rumors that war had broken out. Some unsuspecting people, terrified by the rumors, packed their belongings overnight, preparing to flee. Fortunately, Shisha had prepared countermeasures. Immediately after clearing out the Ma family, she convened a press conference. She laid out detailed evidence of the Ma family's years of illegal activities within Kaiqing Prefecture. The Ma family secretly manipulated Kaiqing Prefecture, committing countless horrific crimes over the years. They deserve their fate. Furthermore, I hereby appoint Prince Fāng as the new governor of Kaiqing Prefecture, granting him the highest level of autonomous authority. Under Prince Fāng's leadership, I am confident Kaiqing Prefecture will embrace a brighter and more prosperous future. The news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Not long after this, With Fāng Yuán's emergence, explosive news from Dai Kingdom followed one after another. First, he aided the queen in seizing power, earning the honorary title of prince of a different surname. Now, he had directly taken control of the entire Kaiqing province. His ability to stir up events left everyone speechless. By this time, Fāng Yuán had already returned to his estate. After all, chaos still reigned outside. The Ma family had entrenched itself in Kaiqing prefecture for years. Who knew how many hidden forces remained? He saw no need to venture out and risk himself just yet. He would simply remain put, entrusting Steward Su and the officials dispatched by the Dai Kingdom to systematically eliminate the remaining Ma family forces. Then he can step forward to take control of Kaiqing prefecture. The swift resolution of this battle was largely due to the assistance from the Dai Kingdom's official forces. Back in his room, Fāng Yuán summarized the situation. After learning of his plan, Baza, through unknown channels, and delivered detailed intelligence on the Ma family's power structure and operations to Fāng Yuán. They even managed to sneak his mercenaries into the vicinity of the Ma family without anyone noticing. Recalling such methods sent a chill down his spine. The outside world believed the Ma family had fortified Kaiqing prefecture into an impenetrable fortress, unaware it had long been thoroughly infiltrated by Dai Kingdom officials. Should he pursue long-term, large-scale development in Kaiqing prefecture, he would inevitably encounter similar situations. Therefore, he must devise countermeasures in advance. Otherwise, what good would all that money do? Didn't you see how the Ma family's high-ranking strategists were wiped out by a single rocket-propelled grenade? Defense. Defense is paramount. Fāng Yuán's mind began racing. To solve this problem, he must acquire large quantities of advanced equipment. The Dai Kingdom option was swiftly dismissed. If he began mass-purchasing combat supplies immediately after assuming the governorship of Kaiqing prefecture, it could easily arouse suspicion from the ruler of Xisha Kingdom. He knew full well how dangerous that woman was. While the Silver Triangle region was chaotic and possessed abundant equipment, it was largely outdated. Should he seek aid from the motherland? The thought barely formed before Fāng Yuán dialed Old Man Xuan. From the very beginning, Old Man Xuan had been his most reliable ally. Only if absolutely necessary would he consider international procurement channels. But doing so would significantly increase the risk of exposure. What? You want to buy weapons? Upon hearing Fāng Yuán's words, Boss Xuan gaped in utter shock. What the hell is wrong with you? He clearly remembered that not long ago, Fāng Yuán had only just arrived in Dai Kingdom to expand his business empire. Now he was calling to announce. Not only had he become the governor of Kaiqing prefecture, but he was also planning to fund the purchase of the most advanced weapons from Xia Kingdom. You're not joking with me, are you? It's true. How could I possibly lie to you about something this big? Fāng Yuán let out a bitter laugh. But he knew his recent experiences had been nothing short of surreal. From a merchant to the top official of the Dai Kingdom's province. Who would believe such a story if he told it? Hold on. Purchasing weapons requires reporting to the Congress. Let me call and check the situation for you. Though he didn't know Fāng Yuán's specific purpose for buying weapons. Over the years, Xia Nation had continuously exported military arms abroad to secure foreign exchange from other countries. Although Dai Kingdom wasn't a primary export target for Xia Kingdom, it still yielded considerable value. For a Xia citizen to infiltrate Dai's high-level circles within such a short time frame, and being granted the title of prince to oversee the Kaiqing prefecture, the entire upper echelons of Xia's National Assembly were astonished. Upon receiving the report, the head of the National Assembly, he specifically invited several high-ranking officials to attend a meeting. The focus was Fāng Yuán's procurement request. Speak your minds. What are your thoughts? I find this matter somewhat problematic. While it's undeniable that Fāng Yuán has made significant contributions to domestic public welfare recently, relations between Dai and our country have been strained in recent years. Selling them large quantities of weapons without careful consideration is clearly not a wise decision. I share that concern. We recognize his contributions to the nation, but Fāng Yuán is currently in Dai Kingdom, holding a high-level position there. At this juncture, he turns around and makes a procurement request to us. It's unclear whether the Dai royal family is involved behind the scenes. The two leaders' arguments were reasonable and logical, seemingly dashing half of Fāng Yuán's procurement plan. However, the head of the National Assembly appeared to hold a different perspective. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Actually, I see it differently. As everyone knows, the Kaiqing prefecture has always maintained a unique autonomous status. That Fāng Yuán could take control in place of the Ma family is something I hadn't anticipated. Judging by Fāng Yuán's current situation and the procurement demands he's put forward, the overall focus leans toward defense. In recent years, the Silver Triangle region has been expanding steadily, showing signs of encroaching on neighboring territories. We shouldn't meddle recklessly in this matter. If only someone could step forward to resolve matters on our behalf. At this point, another influential figure nodded and continued. Most of the Fāng family's assets are within the country, and both Fāng Yuán and his wife are here. I believe Fāng Yuán remains relatively loyal to our Xia nation. His previous actions clearly indicate he's the type to repay kindness and respond better to persuasion than force. Now that he's just established himself in Dai Nation, if we extend a helping hand, we might just reap unexpected rewards. After further in-depth discussion among the 5 individuals, they ultimately agreed to assist Fāng Yuán, offering terms far below international market rates. Upon receiving this news, Fāng Yuán was so moved he nearly shed tears. Indeed, in critical moments, motherland remains the most dependable. Chapter 114, Another Setback. From the moment Fāng Yuán took action to completely uprooting the entire Ma family's influence in Kaiqing Prefecture, it took over a week. This alone showed just how intricate the Ma family's connections in Kaiqing Prefecture had become. During this period, Baza personally brought over a group of people, ostensibly to help Fāng Yuán take over more smoothly. In reality, it was merely an attempt to infiltrate his own people. But Fāng Yuán didn't care about that. From the very beginning, he had no intention of truly accepting the Kaiqing Prefecture. As the situation gradually stabilized, Fāng Yuán instructed Steward Su to accelerate the development of the territory. Simultaneously, he recruited large numbers of retired soldiers from the homeland. These veterans from Xia Nation would become his most loyal and reliable core force in the future. Of course, all this was done in secret. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of the ruler of Shisha and cause unnecessary trouble. Let's return to the homeland together this weekend. There might be danger that I can't say for sure, so I'll take you back with me. After a night of intimacy, Fāng Yuán suddenly addressed the 2 women. After several days of growing accustomed to each other, Miao Yu and Li Meiyu had grown comfortable embracing his passion in the night, allowing Fāng Yuán to fully savor the joys of having 2 women. But as matters grew increasingly complex, Fāng Yuán made a silent decision within himself: he would send them back to their homeland. He would wait until the situation stabilized before making a decision. I want to stay here with you. I'm not afraid. You're already alone. What would you do if we all left? Regarding Fāng Yuán's decision, both women voiced their objections. But Fāng Yuán's mind was made up. You must understand that what I'm doing now is extremely dangerous. If you stay by my side, you'll become a weakness that my enemies can exploit to target me. Return to Xia Kingdom, it's the safest place. That way, I won't have to worry about your safety. Fāng Yuán pleaded earnestly for a long time. Finally, the 2 women relented. They understood that staying now offered little benefit to Fāng Yuán. On the contrary, one careless move could drag him down. The consequence of this decision was that Fāng Yuán, who had just woken up, was forcibly dragged back into bed. Not until noon. He emerged from his room, his face pale. Even Manager Su was startled upon seeing him, fearing something might have gone wrong. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Soon it was time for Fāng Yuán to return to his homeland. He had not informed anyone. Fāng Yuán told no one. The return journey was arranged in secret. After several hours of air travel, Fāng Yuán once again set foot on familiar soil. His parents, who had longed for their son for so long, had been waiting for quite some time. Oh my goodness, why hasn't my son shown up yet? Inside the VIP lounge, Zhang Yudan paced anxiously. Fāng Yuán watched his anxious wife and silently shook his head. He thought to himself that maybe he should take his wife fishing sometime soon, to help cultivate a calmer demeanor in her. What's the rush? Flying takes time. He'll be here soon. Oomph. He's my son, of course I'm anxious. What kind of cold comfort is that? Seeing Zhang Yudan on the verge of exploding, Fāng Yuán quickly shut his mouth. Half an hour later, Fāng Yuán finally appeared at the airport. The moment she spotted her son, Zhang Yudan rushed straight toward him. The airport manager broke out in a cold sweat, fearing she might trip and fall. Son, I've missed you so much. Zhang Yudan rushed forward and gave Fāng Yuán a big hug. Look how thin you've gotten since going abroad. I'll cook you something delicious when you get back. It's fine, Mom. Everything's great over there. Your son's even made it to provincial boss now. Haha, you're such a smooth talker, you little rascal. Fāng Yuán said little, but the concern in his eyes spoke volumes. Just as Fāng Yuán was basking in the joy of reuniting with his family, Miao Yu and Li Meiyu's arrival instantly caught Zhang Yudan's attention. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. It was actually the first time the 2 girls had met Fāng Yuán's parents. A blush of shyness spread across both their faces. Oh, hello, girls. Noticing the questioning look Zhang Yudan gave him, Fāng Yuán chuckled. Mom, this is Miao Yu, and this is Li Meiyu. They're both your future daughters-in-law. Hearing Fāng Yuán speak so bluntly, Miao Yu and Li Meiyu were both startled. Although they had consummated their marriage with Fāng Yuán in Dai Kingdom, the monogamous system of Xia Kingdom was deeply ingrained in their minds. Compounded by the knowledge that Zhang Yunxue still held precedence, both women feared they might be looked down upon by Fāng Yuán's mother. After all, technically speaking, they were the ones who had come between them. Yet Zhang Yudan's reaction completely surpassed their expectations. Upon learning both women had relations with her son, Zhang Yudan showed not a trace of shame or anger. Instead, she couldn't stop smiling. She even took 2 pieces of jewelry worth millions off her person and presented them to Miao Yu and Li Meiyu. Here. It's all that good for nothing. Fāng Yuán's fault for not telling me beforehand. Look, auntie didn't prepare anything. Take these 2 pieces of jewelry for now. They're only worth 1,000 or 2 each, nothing special. My son is so inconsiderate. Look at these 2 lovely girls, and they don't even have a decent piece of jewelry to wear. I'll give him a good talking to later. No, auntie, these are far too valuable. Li Meiyu was more composed. After all, Fāng Yuán had personally bought her a villa and a sports car before. She'd seen a bit of the world. But Miao Yu had come all the way to Dai Kingdom alone to confess her feelings to Fāng Yuán. And it just so happened to be a time of turmoil. Fāng Yuán hadn't even had time to think about taking her shopping. Miao Yu was wearing only the clothes she'd brought herself, along with a few simple items from street stalls. She looked a bit shabby. My apologies. It's all my fault. Please accept these gifts. They're my mother's heartfelt gesture. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly and stepped forward to speak. Just then, Zhang Yunxue and Zhao Meng's voices suddenly echoed from nearby. It turned out that before Zhang Yudan and her husband left home, that they would be picking up Fāng Yuán at the airport today. Having finally wrapped up a particularly urgent task at hand, Zhang Yunxue hurriedly rushed from the foundation to Tianyuniping to pick up Zhao Meng and head to the airport. Ever since Fāng Yuán's mediation, the 2 women gradually began to accept each other. Now they could be considered good sisters with a solid relationship. After all, what Fāng Yuán had said earlier held some truth. Though lingering reservations remained after coming to terms with it, they had largely dissipated. The 2 women chatted and laughed all the way. But when they saw Miao Yu and Li Meiyu standing beside Fāng Yuán, they froze in surprise. Zhang Yunxue, aren't Li Meiyu and Miao Yu on a business trip? Zhao Meng, why are there 2 women standing beside brother Fāng Yuán? Then a murderous aura surged from the 2 women. Wait, Xiaoshui, Meng, hear me out. No, let me explain. Fāng Yuán. Chapter 115, A Warm Dinner. An explanation? Was an explanation even necessary? Watching Miao Yu and Li Meiyu dodge his gaze, Zhang Yunxue had already figured out what was going on. But she never imagined. You guard against outsiders day and night, but it's the traitor within your own home you can't guard against. Li Meiyu was one thing, but how could even Miao Yu, usually so well-behaved and sensible, have boarded the pirate ship too? Perhaps because she had already come to terms with it. Zhang Yunxue wasn't as bitterly angry as she'd imagined she'd be. She was just furious that Fāng Yuán had kept it from her. As for Zhao Meng, she stared at Fāng Yuán with tear-filled eyes. Her expression of hurt and helplessness was beyond words. Even Zhang Yudan, who had always wanted her son to have a harem, felt a twinge of pity. But since things had come to this, any blows or scolding should be directed at her son. Fāng Yuán cleared his throat a few times before speaking. Well, the airport's pretty crowded. Let's discuss this when we get back. Right. Let's not stand here. We can talk things through properly once we get back. Zhang Yudan quickly chimed in. She was afraid these daughters-in-law might act impulsively, which would surely make for another hot headline in the media the next day. Perhaps because Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan were present, the 2 women ultimately held back. Watching the Fāng Yuán family's figures disappear into the distance, the airport manager couldn't help but sigh. What a messy world you live in. Back at the villa, Fāng Yuán was ruthlessly abandoned by his parents. He sat alone on a chair. His eyes brimmed with helplessness. Zhang Yunxue and Zhao Meng stood on one side, while Li Meiyu stood with the flustered Miao Yu on the other, forming a 3-way standoff. Spill it. What's really going on? And weren't you 2 supposed to be on a business trip? Having been tempered by her role as president, Zhang Yunxue now possessed an overwhelming aura. She first shot Fāng Yuán a cold glance before clenching her small silver teeth and fixing her gaze on Miao Yu and Li Meiyu. Miao Yu was still a bit too shy. Unable to meet Zhang Yunxue's gaze, she fiddled with her hem, head bowed, saying nothing. Her inner turmoil was immense, tinged with a shame akin to being caught red-handed as a mistress by the rightful wife. But Li Meiyu was different. Though she knew they were in the wrong, what law forbade poaching someone else's man? Besides, even if she and Miao Yu were the ones who came later, what exactly was going on between you and Zhao Meng? Since things have come to this, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Exactly. Miao Yu and I both fell for Fāng Yuán, and were willing to be his women. Is that answer satisfactory? Zhang Yunxue? Ignoring Zhang Yunxue's expression, Li Meiyu continued. Love is love. It's no big deal. Even if it means being his mistress, I'd accept it willingly. You shameless woman. Enraged by these words, Zhang Yunxue snapped back. But to her surprise, Li Meiyu didn't back down. Instead, she walked up to Zhang Yunxue with a cold smile and challenged her. I may be shameless, but it's for someone I genuinely care about. What about you too? Don't tell me you're completely innocent. Li Meiyu, love and hate with conviction unlike certain people. You what? You're always buried in work. Do you even know what he went through on this trip abroad? Fāng Yuán got caught up in a royal power struggle in Dai Kingdom. He nearly got arrested and thrown in jail. When he arrived at the Kai-Ching residence, dozens of men pointed guns at his head. And where were you? Did you ever ask him about it? All you do is come back and fight over him. What have you ever done for him? If I were you, I wouldn't be foolish enough to argue here over petty romantic matters. I'd be figuring out how to help him escape the Fāng family's current predicament. Or is it that you simply don't care about any of this? That you can't even tolerate the woman who genuinely cares for him, only lusting after his money and wanting to monopolize everything he has? I didn't. You're lying. Li Meiyu chuckled softly, her earlier sharpness fading. Without another word, she simply took Miao Yu's hand and left the room. Fāng Yuán sat in his chair, his emotions tangled within. He watched Jiang Yunxue, frozen in shock, and Zhao Meng, who looked at him with concern. He silently gave Li Meiyu a mental thumbs up. A blazing inferno that had threatened to erupt was extinguished in just a few words. Had only Miao Yu been standing here today, she might have crumbled under Jiang Yunxue's imposing presence long ago. Fāng Yuán, I'm sorry. I didn't know you. It's fine. It's all in the past now. Though I did face many dangers in Dai Kingdom, I nearly didn't make it back. But everything I did was to bring you happiness. As long as you can live joyfully and in harmony, it was all worth it. Unable to squeeze out even a single tear, Fāng Yuán could only lower his head in silence. Brother Fāng Yuán, I'm sorry Meng misunderstood you too. Sigh, we're all family, why speak in two voices? From now on, we'll just be the five Fei. Of course, those words could never be spoken aloud. Fāng Yuán swept his arms wide, pulling both girls into his embrace. He felt the warmth he'd missed for so long. Zhao Meng instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. With soft, fragrant flesh nestled against him, Fāng Yuán suddenly felt a stirring of desire. Jiang Yunxue, who had been nestled peacefully in the man's embrace, suddenly felt something poking her thigh. Curiosity piqued, she reached down to grab it only for her expression to freeze instantly. Bad man. Jiang Yunxue let out a soft moan as she tried to get up and leave. Fāng Yuán suddenly pulled her back with force, sending both of them crashing onto the bed. No! Feeling the scorching breath of the man beside her, Zhao Meng blushed and covered her eyes. Jiang Yunxue, however, struggled fiercely and fled in panic, abandoning her sister without a second thought. Knowing Jiang Yunxue was shy because it was her first time, she couldn't handle this situation all at once. Fāng Yuán didn't force her to stay. His gaze then settled on the exquisitely beautiful Zhao Mengxing. It had been a long time. Zhao Mengming's pair of big, adorable eyes had grown even more captivating. He closed the door. Jiang Yunxue stood outside the room listening for a while, feeling as though something was slowly sprouting within her heart. She fought the urge to push the door open again. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she hurried downstairs. That evening, to celebrate her son's homecoming, Zhang Yudan personally cooked a lavish feast. The family of three gathered around the table. The scene was filled with an unprecedented warmth. Fāng Yuan's mood lightened considerably. Through his own diligent cultivation and nurturing, his harem-building endeavors were finally beginning to bear fruit. Yet the dream of 5 concubines remained a distance away. He must strive even harder. By the way, I might have to visit the National Assembly tomorrow. After that, I'll be heading back to Dai Kingdom in a few days. The situation in Kaiching Prefecture has only recently been resolved, and I need to make an appearance to reassure the people. To be honest, Fāng Yuán felt a bit helpless, but he had finally built up an advantage. If he didn't seize the moment and strike while the iron was hot, finding another opportunity like this would be difficult. Though the elderly couple would miss their son dearly, they understood the importance of priorities. Be careful over there. If things get too dangerous, come back home. Fāng Weiguo patted his son's shoulder. It's no big deal. Don't worry. But will our family's money be enough? You brat, have you forgotten what your father told you back then? Our family's money has always been more than enough for you to spend. Recalling the days when they first struck it rich, the trio couldn't help but burst into laughter, lightening the heavy atmosphere considerably. Chapter 116, The Congress Leader's Invitation. Due to the pressing time constraints, Fāng Yuán rose early the next morning. He then boarded a private jet with Boss Chuan at the airport, bound for the National Assembly. Upon arriving at the National Assembly for the first time, Fāng Yuán's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the very place that bore witness to thousands of years of Xia's history. Its significance was profound. Honestly, I never imagined that after just a year and a half, you'd rise to this position. It still feels unbelievable to me. Brother Chuan flashed his usual gentle smile. He joked with Fāng Yuán in the car. You're too kind. I owe it all to your guidance back then. Without your help, I'd have had a rough time. This time back home, I'll allocate additional investment to Chuan Province. I hope to see our hometown flourish sooner rather than later. Alright. But I advise you to hold on to that money for now. Military equipment is the most capital-intensive venture there is. The two chatted in the car for a while. Soon the vehicle pulled up before an imposing, monumental building. The golden dragon emblem of Xia Nation hung prominently at its center. It looked extremely imposing. Today we're meeting with the head of military procurement. He'll give you a purchase list. Buy whatever you need, and if you're unsure about anything, they'll send specialists to train you. That's wonderful. Fāng Yuán had been worried about how to use the weapons after purchasing them. Little did he know they had already anticipated this issue. Entering the Capitol building, staff in formal attire hurried about everywhere. As the provincial leader, Brother Chuan was naturally a frequent visitor to the Congress. Upon entering, staff immediately came to greet him. They were led into a reception room. Shortly after, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and glasses entered carrying a briefcase. Allow me to introduce one of the principal figures in Xia's military-industrial complex, he song Brother He. Brother He, this is Fāng Yuán, the individual responsible for procuring the military equipment this time. I'm sure the higher-ups have already communicated with you about this. He song glanced at Fāng Yuán and nodded. I've received orders from above. I must say, young man, you show great promise at such a young age. You flatter me, Brother He. Fāng Yuán replied politely. Well then, I shan't keep you waiting. Here are all the military weapons authorized for export by Xia Nation. Take a look and see what you require. Although we've agreed to offer you a discount on pricing, these weapons are inherently valuable. I suggest you choose carefully and prioritize cost-effectiveness. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Thank you, Elder He. Fāng Yuán took the list. Only then did it occur to him that he didn't know much about military equipment. If he randomly selected a bunch only to find they were useless back home, that would be a real headache. This was precisely where the value of professionals became evident. After all, warfare was no child's play. Troop formations must be arranged based on local terrain and various factors that could impact combat, with military equipment used judiciously. Blindly deploying them would only make matters worse. But Fāng Yuán possessed one major advantage. When faced with something he couldn't figure out, he simply stopped thinking about it and went with the most expensive option. This. Fighter jets, armed helicopters, transport planes, anything that flies, get a few hundred of each first. Then add some ground units too, and get over 100,000 of the most advanced rifles. All types of artillery, we'll take them. And all that radar and miscellaneous defensive military gear. Watching Fāng Yuán rapidly tick off items on the list, even the seasoned veteran He Lao was stunned. While the higher-ups specified the types and quantities of weapons to be procured, the total cost is astronomical. Are you certain you want all of this? And that doesn't even include the ongoing maintenance and repair costs. Fearing Fāng Yuán might not grasp the implications, He Lao kindly spoke up again. But Fāng Yuán merely smiled faintly. It's fine. Rest assured. Seeing Fāng Yuán persist, old He didn't press the matter further. But the military equipment this kid requested, when all added up, could easily crush a small country in the East Central region. He wondered what the higher-ups were thinking, trusting him so completely. Little did they know that this list had actually been adjusted at the last minute. Originally, some key figures within the military-industrial congressional establishment had no intention of selling to Fāng Yuán. But upon learning that he had flown back from Kaiching Prefecture specifically for this matter, their trust in Fāng Yuán rose to a whole new level. Thus, they made last-minute changes to the weapons on the list. The more powerful the military equipment provided to Fāng Yuán, the easier it would be to enlist his assistance for certain matters later on. Of course, these were all the schemes of the congressional bigwigs. Fāng Yuán remained completely unaware. Curiosity got the better of old Cal, who also grabbed the list for a look. What he saw left him stunned. What exactly were those congressional bigwigs up to? Common military equipment was listed as expected, but on the very last page of the list, there was an item for purchasing ballistic missiles. Specifically, the Dragon Ascension 8, the latest model developed by Xia Nation, priced at 50 billion per unit. Though the quantity was small, only 10 missiles. This is nothing short of shocking. It could be said that with just these 10 Dragon Ascendant 8 missiles in Fāng Yuán's hands, even if he were to confront Dai Nation directly, the Dai government would never dare to act rashly. As for the smaller neighboring countries, that goes without saying. This looked entirely like the process of propping up a colossal warlord. Alright, since that's the case, we'll reconnect later to formulate a cargo transport and preliminary construction plan. Buying aircraft naturally requires building airports and such. And all the necessary facilities for storing military equipment must be fully developed. All of this will be funded by Fāng Yuán. But young Master Fāng is loaded. He paid the entire sum upfront, a total of 123 billion yuan. This included subsequent construction projects later contracted by personnel dispatched from Xia Nation. This time, however, the payment method used was foreign currency. This was also a requirement from the Congress. Although Xia nation's economic development was currently rapid, it still lags behind some powerful developed nations, particularly in terms of foreign exchange reserves. Increasing foreign exchange reserves not only enhances macroeconomic control capabilities but also helps maintain the international credibility of both the nation and its enterprises. It facilitates the expansion of international trade, attracts foreign investment, reduces financing costs for domestic enterprises, and helps prevent and mitigate international financial risks. Therefore, it is a very important matter. While securing protection for themselves, they also help their home country increase its foreign exchange reserves. This was precisely what Fāng Yuán welcomed. After the contract was formally signed, Xuan Lao suddenly received a phone call. His expression turned peculiar as he addressed Fāng Yuán. "Come with me to the Central District. The Congress boss wants to see you personally." "The Congress boss wants to see me?" Fāng Yuán was a bit stunned. Though he often saw the man on TV, meeting him in person would be as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. A big shot of that caliber actually wanted to meet him. He felt a sudden wave of nervousness wash over him. Xuan Lao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "I thought you were fearless, kid." "Who knew?" Chapter 117, Return to Dai Kingdom. South District of the National Assembly. This was where the highest-ranking officials of the entire Xia Kingdom conducted business and rested. Entrances and exits were guarded by dedicated personnel. The patrol teams inside were armed to the teeth. Security is extremely tight. Even Boss Chuan had to undergo thorough scrutiny before entering. "You must be Fāng Yuán." After completing the registration process, Secretary Jiang, flanked by 2 guards, appeared before Fāng Yuán. After exchanging a nod with Boss Chuan, he turned his attention to Fāng Yuán. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Jiang. I serve as Secretary General of the Congress, specifically tasked with handling internal affairs for the Congress leader." A big shot. Fāng Yuán smiled slightly and extended his hand. "Secretary Jiang, it's a pleasure. I'm Fāng Yuán." The two exchanged a polite handshake. "Follow me. The chairman's meeting with you concerns matters related to the Kaiqing Prefecture in Dai Kingdom. It won't be detrimental to you." With Secretary Jiang having shared some advance information, Fāng Yuán finally felt somewhat reassured. "Haha, you can put your mind at ease, kid. If it were anything bad, that military equipment list wouldn't have included such valuable items as ballistic missiles for you." Boss Chuan, who had been privy to some inside information, burst into laughter upon seeing the look of relief wash over Fāng Yuán's face. It was different from what he had imagined. On TV, congressional leaders always wore solemn expressions at formal events. But meeting them in person, Fāng Yuán sensed an elder who was both amiable and brimming with wisdom. "Young Fāng, come sit down." Noticing Fāng Yuán's slight awkwardness, the congressional leader chuckled, gesturing for him to relax. Due to his busy schedule, he didn't beat around the bush. He cut straight to the point. "I've heard a bit about your experiences in Dai Kingdom lately. You're a bold young man with real drive. When I was your age, I hadn't achieved nearly as much as you have, huh?" Hearing the Congress leader's praise, Fāng Yuán gave a shy smile and waved his hands hurriedly. "You flatter me, sir. I had no choice but to do what I did. From your family's actions, I know you all hold deep affection for the motherland. Especially your charitable work has earned you the respect of many high-ranking officials in the Congress. That's one reason why I've specially permitted you to return to Xia to purchase military equipment. Remember, no matter where you go, your motherland will always be your strongest backing. Beyond that, I have only 3 requests of you. Of course, all of this depends entirely on your personal willingness. Even if you decline, it won't affect your military arms transactions with the motherland." Knowing the serious business was about to begin, Fāng Yuán straightened his posture slightly. "First, I expect that under no circumstances will you ever point the weapons you purchase against the motherland." "Can you do that?" "I can." "Very well. The second point may seem excessive to you, but it is a necessary process." "Go ahead, boss." "After this trip, until I notify you, it's best not to return to the country without permission to avoid exposing our relationship. Do you understand?" A bitter flash crossed Fāng Yuán's face, yet he understood why the Congress leader had spoken thus. After all, he now held a high-ranking position within the Dai Kingdom and governed the Kaiqing Prefecture as a citizen of Xia. Frequent trips back home could quickly arouse suspicion from Shisha's side. Moreover, it could easily attract scrutiny from those with ulterior motives. If the military aid deal were exposed, then, publicly, both Xia and he would be caught in a whirlwind of public opinion. This would inevitably be detrimental to the future development of both sides. Fāng Yuán had considered this issue. "That's not a problem, but I hope Xia Nation will pay extra attention to my parents and close relatives to prevent them from suffering any harm." Leaving his homeland, Fāng Yuán's greatest concern and worry undoubtedly lay with his parents and his 4 daughters. Receiving the leader of the National Assembly's assurance eased his mind considerably. Overall, Xiaguo remained a peaceful place as long as he didn't go looking for trouble. And what was the final request? To be honest, Fāng Yuán was also curious. He had considered the first 2 points, but what could the final one be? The Congress leader remained silent, merely glancing at the seated river boss and Secretary Jiang. The two old hands immediately understood. Secretary Jiang rose and said, "Ahem, it's been quite some time since we last saw old man Chuan. I'll step outside with you." "All right. Fāng Yuán, you stay here with the Congress leader. I'll go with Secretary Jiang." The fact that neither Secretary Jiang nor Boss Chuan could stay to listen in. A chill ran down Fāng Yuan's spine. What could it be that even Secretary Jiang and old man Chuan couldn't hear? Half an hour later, he and Boss Chuan boarded the private jet returning to Sichuan province. "What the hell is going on with you?" Seeing Fāng Yuán remain silent since leaving the Central South District, Chuan Laude spoke with concern. "Earlier, the Congress boss told me." Stop. If it was something we needed to know, the Congress boss wouldn't have left you alone. Don't even try to tell me. Same goes for everyone else. Seeing Fāng Yuán hesitating to speak, Brother Chuan quickly cut him off. Judging by the kid's expression, the Congress boss must have told him something major. He'd believe it even if the boss told him to go back and wipe out Dai Kingdom the next day and take over as leader himself. After all, he was just a provincial boss. The more he knew, the more trouble he'd have. Several hours later, Fāng Yuán bid farewell to old man Chuan and returned to the villa to pack his bags. "Son, why the sudden rush to leave? You've only been back a few days." Watching her precious son rush about, Zhang Yudan, the devoted mother, felt her mood sour. "Mom, it's fine. Daigua isn't that far. If you miss me, I'll come back for a visit." It took some coaxing to finally calm his mother down. As for Fāng Weigua, he remained silent. He suddenly felt a pang of emotion, unsure whether obtaining the system had been a blessing or a curse. After acquiring the system, their family's life had undergone a complete transformation. From being penny-pinching about every purchase, scheming to save money for his son's wedding. Now, they had no interest in money whatsoever. Materially speaking, their lives had reached the pinnacle of luxury, yet the time they spent together as a family grew increasingly scarce. Even their son had moved far away from them. It truly proves the old saying, "You can't have everything." Because of the proximity. Fāng Yuán first went to the Zhao family to bid farewell to Zhao Meng. Learning that her beloved brother was leaving again, Zhao Meng clung to him reluctantly, pulling him into her room to pour out her heart. She even mumbled about wanting to give him a little baby. After finally calming the little girl down, he headed to the foundation only to be dragged into the office by Miao Yu and Li Meiyu for another round of rough play. Finally, dragging his exhausted body, Fāng Yuán and Jiang Yunshui embraced at the airport to say goodbye. "Why don't I go with you?" Ever since Li Meiyu had given her a stern talking to last time, Jiang Yunshui was utterly uneasy about him going to Dai Kingdom. Besides, she felt compelled to do something for Fāng Yuán. Fāng Yuán wiped away the cold sweat. "Seems I may have overestimated things last time. It's fine. Just take care of yourself at home. I'll handle things over here soon enough." After sealing their farewell with a tender kiss, sitting on the plane, Fāng Yuán suddenly felt parched. Today had left him numb. Trying to comfort the girls had nearly dried up his saliva. His kidneys felt unusually weary. But the moment he recalled the final words spoken to him by the Congress leader, Fāng Yuán inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 118. Here, we are the sky. Kaiqing Mansion, Fengshe Estate. Baza, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, first surveyed the expansive grounds of the estate. He addressed butler Su. "Excuse me, but I'd like to ask, where has Prince Fāng been these past few days?" The Ma family's influence within Kaiqing Mansion had been completely eradicated. In the preceding days, Baza had been preoccupied with installing royal loyalists, so he was actually relieved that Prince Fāng hadn't made an appearance. This at least avoided many unnecessary conflicts of interest. Now that he had finalized all personnel arrangements, when the time came for Fāng Yuán to step in, but suddenly he was nowhere to be found. "Apologies, our young master has stepped out on urgent business. He should be back shortly." Su, the butler, replied with a smile. His face was written with indifference. Baza felt uneasy. Yet he never imagined that the one who had united forces under immense pressure to seize Kaiqing Prefecture was Fāng Yuán. Her Majesty the Queen of Xisha has stated that Prince Fāng must personally appear to reassure the people of Kaiqing Prefecture by tomorrow at the latest. Furthermore, the previously agreed upon terms must be fulfilled promptly. Otherwise, the Queen reserves the right to question Prince Fāng's competence in governing Kaiqing Prefecture. By this point, the words had become a veiled threat. Whether it stemmed from apprehension over Fāng Yuán's ability to stir trouble, Princess Xisha suddenly wanted to renege and revoke the appointment to Kaiqing Prefecture. All that was missing now was a reason. "Oh, rest assured, Mr. Baza. I shall relay every word you've said to our young master without omission." Poof. Baza snorted coldly and departed. Not long after, Fāng Yuán arrived at the estate escorted by a convoy of vehicles. As for the city, he had no intention of staying there. The city was teeming with people and prying eyes who knew when he might find himself under surveillance. As for provincial affairs, the people Baza had arranged to send would be perfectly suited to handle them for him. Fāng Yuán cared little for power. What he sought was absolute security. Accompanying him on this journey to Dai Kingdom were nearly 100 instructors dispatched from an elite unit of Xia Kingdom. They were specifically tasked with training the guards he had recruited from Xia. Mercenaries might be useful, but those not of our own kind inevitably harbor different intentions. Fāng Yuán still felt those from his homeland were more loyal. Steward Su approached Fāng Yuán with a document to report on the current situation. Young master, as per your previous instructions, we are currently constructing 5 secret airfields. Defensive facilities and equipment projects are also underway simultaneously. Additionally, the total number of guards recruited from the homeland has now reached over 3,000. I discussed this matter with the Congress during my recent visit. Manpower shouldn't be an issue. We can even sign contracts to ensure elite soldiers from the homeland can join directly after their discharge. Are the benefits and compensation terms acceptable? Truthfully, these men are willing to leave their homes and follow us to Dai Kingdom. They're primarily drawn by the attractive compensation and high salaries. If we can't meet those expectations, few would be willing to come. Su, the steward, pulled out one of the many contracts signed with domestic bodyguards for Fāng Yuán to review. Regular monthly salary is 50,000 yuan, with full insurance and holidays. During combat missions, there's a daily subsidy of 10,000 yuan, plus various other miscellaneous allowances. After carefully reviewing the contract, Fāng Yuán nodded in agreement. These are our compatriots. Improving their compensation isn't an issue, it's just a matter of spending a bit more. Oh, and remember to have someone contact the military equipment transport team from the mainland in the next couple of days. They should be arriving soon. He wasn't short on manpower for now. After all, the surrounding nations were minor powers. The Kaiqing prefecture wasn't large, and aside from those tyrannical figures in the Silver Triangle, few others would bother targeting it. To ordinary people, families like the Shiman clan were considered major players in the underworld. But in Fāng Yuán's eyes, they were nothing more than insignificant petty thugs. Taking down the Ma family would inevitably clash with the interests of the Shiman clan and others. When that time came, he'd likely have to exchange blows with them. Fāng Yuán disliked being forced into a defensive position. He would wait until reinforcements from Xia Kingdom arrived. He'd swiftly deliver a double slap to teach them the difference between warlords and local powerhouses. As for Baza's side, Fāng Yuán sneered coldly. The ruler of Shisha thought he could burn his bridges after crossing the river? He was now fully counting on establishing roots in Kaicheng Prefecture and gradually expanding his influence from there. With his homeland's backing, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. Still, the necessary surface work must be done. The next day, Fāng Yuán promptly convened a press conference in Kaicheng Prefecture. He announced an investment of 500 billion yuan to transform Kaicheng Prefecture's environmental infrastructure. He pledged to establish universities and higher education institutions, while unveiling a series of people-oriented policies. Additionally, he signed foreign investment agreements with multiple companies from Xia Nation. This initiative will generate hundreds of thousands of jobs across Kaicheng Prefecture, comprehensively boosting the province's economic development. Moreover, to give the people of Kaicheng Prefecture tangible hope, he instructed Su, the steward, and others to publicly disclose all bank account transfer information. This ensured all funds were fully secured. This series of financial measures won over the people who had initially been dissatisfied with a foreigner serving as governor, completely shifting their allegiance to Fāng Yuán. While Dai Kingdom wasn't exactly struggling economically, but a significant wealth gap persisted. Drawing on ancestral wisdom, Fāng Yuán prioritized the greater good. He directed his actions squarely toward the common people, achieving remarkable results. Seeing that Fāng Yuán had stabilized the situation merely by spending money, Baza could only reluctantly depart first. Having only recently reclaimed the Kaicheng Prefecture, he did not yet fully trust the Congress. Forcing intervention now would likely backfire. In the city of Mat-Ida, notorious for its gambling and drug trade within the Silver Triangle, Shiman Yuanqing sat in the main hall, seething with rage. Damn it, the Ma family is utterly useless. After running Kaicheng Prefecture for so many years, they let it get wiped out just like that. And that new prefect, Fāng Yuán, daring to touch my turf? Looks like he's tired of living. Chief, I'll send a few men to take care of him discreetly. A dark-skinned man with a vicious face suggested. Every nation knows the Silver Triangle is under our control. That fool actually dares to meddle? Doesn't he fear losing his head? Remember, when we backed the Ma family, the Shiman clan poured in a lot of effort. In recent years, they'd reaped substantial profits through the Ma family. To think that the little brother they'd painstakingly nurtured was gone overnight. This infuriated Shiman Yuanqing to no end. The Silver Triangle's drug lords had countless men at their disposal, men who feared death itself. Naturally, they wouldn't back down from a mere prefectural governor. Moreover, due to the Ma family's former control over the region, The Dai Kingdom's government had never deployed substantial military forces here. Thus, Kaiqing Prefecture's military strength remained perpetually weak. Send men to teach him a lesson first. If he refuses to cooperate later, eliminate him outright. I refuse to believe Dai would dare confront us over a mere Kaiqing Prefecture. Leveraging the complex terrain here, they could advance to attack or retreat to defend. In the Silver Triangle, the Shiman clan reigns supreme. Chapter 119, Countdown to Battle. Fāng Family Manor. Over 100 men in plain clothes, yet radiating an aura of iron discipline, stood in the open field. Before them stood over 3,000 guards recruited by Fāng Yuán from across the Xia Kingdom. After a brief day of rest once everyone had arrived, the formal process of dividing into classes and assigning personnel began, followed by clarifying various matters. Surveying the densely packed crowd filling the square, Fāng Yuán murmured with emotion. It's still reassuring to see our Xia Kingdom soldiers. From now on, all the guards around us will be replaced with our own people. Those mercenaries are formidable in combat, but you can never be certain they won't harbor ulterior motives. Right, young master. What about the international mercenaries we hired? Counting all the various elements together, Fāng Yuán currently commanded nearly 10,000 men. For basic protection, it would certainly suffice. But what he wanted wasn't simple. Or rather, the mission entrusted to him by the Congress leader meant Fāng Yuán could no longer afford to be a slacker. He clenched his fist and declared, "Keep recruiting. We can't neglect either side, but we can station those mercenaries on the periphery. The core forces of the estate must be manned by our own people." He glanced at the Xia Nation guards still training relentlessly across the square. Fāng Yuán ordered that the evening meal be upgraded across the board. His estate's territory was steadily expanding. Previously, he had to spend money to acquire them as a newcomer. Now, the entire Kaiqing Prefecture fell under his jurisdiction. Who dared to question his authority? Moreover, the newly acquired territories were all deep within remote forests, making them even more secluded. The estate's planned area now approached 80 square kilometers. It could easily accommodate 3 military airfields, ammunition depots, armored vehicle barracks, and other military facilities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a base. It was divided into inner and outer layers. The outer layer naturally housed the mercenaries. The inner section is where Fāng Yuán and his guards from Xia reside. It's worth noting that all accommodations for mercenaries and guards were villa-style structures. Moreover, all 3 daily meals are prepared by chefs from high-end hotels. The daily expenditure on ingredients alone exceeded 200,000 yuan. As personnel numbers continued to grow, Fāng Yuán estimated that several more floors might need to be added later. Living in the central villa, surrounded by formidable security forces, provided a profound sense of safety. Meanwhile, the Shiman family, through their spy embedded within the Kaiqing mansion, led by a minor leader and a dozen desperate men, they identified Fāng Yuán's estate and drove there with C4 explosives in tow. He planned to launch a suicide attack, but the surrounding dense forest had long been systematically cleared by Fāng Yuán. The moment they appeared, patrol mercenaries ordered them to stop. Damn it, if this guy's so scared of dying, why did he station patrols all around? Boss, should we retreat? Seeing the men across the road begin calling for backup over their walkie-talkies and unlocking the safeties on their rifles, the small-time boss hesitated. Desperados weren't stupid enough to throw their lives away. He gritted his teeth. If we can't get in, so be it. The boss said to teach them a lesson anyway. Everyone retreat. Then detonate the vehicles immediately. They should get the message. With that, the lieutenant ordered the men up front to retreat from the vehicles. Amidst the mercenaries' warnings, they drove away at breakneck speed. Then he pressed the detonator. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening explosions echoed through the air. Even Fāng Yuán, residing in the central district, distinctly felt the tremors. He abruptly stood up and headed outside. Others in the base rushed out, weapons drawn. A dozen guards stood vigilantly in front of Fāng Yuán. Soon, a report came through. The local lieutenant had issued a warning. Within 3 days, Fāng Yuán must either personally apologize to the Shiman family, or else get the hell out of the Silver Triangle. Fāng Yuán's expression turned grim. Had he not been cautious when he first arrived, and had not recruited men and forged a defensive base in advance, he might well have fallen victim to these ruthless bastards. Oof. I thought the drug clan wouldn't move so quickly. I clearly underestimated how they'd react when their interests were threatened. To think they'd dare send someone to drive right up and detonate a threat in broad daylight. Such a scenario would never occur in Xia Nation. But in the Silver Triangle, it seemed almost ordinary. When can the military equipment from the mainland be arranged for delivery? Butler Su replied, soon. By 10 o'clock tomorrow night at the latest. The fighter jets might take a bit longer. Fāng Yuán understood. Until he had the capability to fully disclose it. High-risk military equipment like fighter jets would be transported in disassembled parts in batches. They would be reassembled at the base, so the process was inevitably slower. However, ordinary firearms and artillery pieces could be transported across the border. Days prior, he had leveraged his authority as the prefectural lord to bribe all border guards surrounding Kaiching Prefecture. He had also infiltrated his own agents into the ranks. The reason it was so easy was entirely due to the inherent corruption and chaos within the Silver Triangle region. Additionally, Dai Kingdom had scarcely experienced any major conflicts throughout its history. Border defense awareness remained notably weak. This provided him with an opportunity to exploit the situation. Good. Notify the reconnaissance team. Locate the Shiman family's active areas. Once the equipment arrives tomorrow night, we move out immediately. You want to intimidate me? Fine. Let this bunch of trash butchers enjoy the show. Fāng Yuán ordered his men to intensify patrols, rewarded each member of the patrol squad that spotted the enemy with 100,000 credits, then returned to his quarters. His generous gesture sent the mercenaries on external patrols into a frenzy. Holy crap, Boss Fāng is way too generous. Damn it. I was supposed to patrol with Zeiss and the others, but I made up some excuse to slack off. If I hadn't, I'd have 100 grand too. Jealousy. No way I'm requesting patrol duty from headquarters. If those damn sewer rats show up again, I'll finish them off. Plus, I'll get the bonus. It's a win-win. Money's not the point. It's been so boring here for so long, I'm itching for some action. In an instant, all the mercenaries rushed off to patrol with renewed vigor. If not for their respective squad leaders holding them back, they might have all scattered. That's the thing about mercenaries. They may be tough and capable fighters, but they offer little accountability to their employers. Plus, many of the later recruits only take orders from their own squad leaders. This further slowed down operational efficiency. Fāng Yuán had long been aware of these shortcomings, but had no choice but to tolerate them initially. But reforms were essential in the long run, otherwise, trouble would inevitably arise. By the following day, Xia Nation's military reinforcements finally arrived. One by one, large trucks covered in black tarps drove into the base from outside. After unloading the cargo, everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the advanced weaponry. Distribute the equipment. We have an operation tonight. Alongside the advanced infantry weapons, the steady stream of trucks also carried armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, artillery, and other heavy weaponry. Armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, artillery, and other heavy weaponry. Fāng Yuán did not interfere with the military equipment matters, leaving the distribution and arrangements entirely to the professionals. Once everyone was fully armed, Fāng Yuán sat quietly in his chair, watching the countdown begin on his wristwatch. Chapter 120, The Anti-Drug Decree. As the beeping sounded, Fāng Yuán issued the order to move. As someone who valued his life, he certainly wouldn't charge into the front lines himself. Instead, he monitored the battle in real time through his drone reconnaissance equipment. These Silver Triangle bullies had lived here for generations. Their familiarity with the terrain was unmatched by outsiders. So Fāng Yuán wasn't foolish enough to send troops deep into enemy territory directly. This operation was primarily meant to send them a signal. I have men, guns, and artillery at my disposal. Try to make a move if you dare. Beyond infantry combat units, Fāng Yuán had preemptively acquired nearly 1,000 unmanned combat aircraft. This time, he intended to deploy them all onto the battlefield. As for a pretext for war, there was no need to worry. The suicide threat initiated by the Shiman family served as it. Moreover, the level of military force he had demonstrated so far appeared quite standard to outsiders. It wouldn't arouse suspicion from the Dai royal court. It would only seem strange if he attempted to establish roots in such a dangerous and chaotic place without any preparation whatsoever. Using intelligence gathered during the day, drones commenced bombing and clearing nearby poison strongholds. Infantry followed the armored vehicles in a sustained advance. Sudden explosions and the crackle of machine gun fire shattered the years of complacency enjoyed by the Silver Triangle's drug traffickers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rockets trailing crimson flames slammed into the drug stronghold. Screams mingled with the whistling of bullets tearing through the air. Under Fāng Yuán's proposed fire cover strategy, these poison peddlers retreated in disarray, leaving behind scattered corpses. They're insane. Has this mysterious force lost its mind? Apart from the Shiman family, who had learned of Fāng Yuán's retaliatory operation, the scattered drug lords were utterly bewildered. They hadn't done anything, yet suffered undeserved calamity because of the Shiman family's reckless actions. And what unsettled them most was this. From the very beginning until now, the enemy's bombardment had never ceased. And the drones buzzing incessantly overhead. It seemed as if there was no end to them. The battle finally ended as the first light of dawn broke. Fāng Yuán gave no order to pursue the poisoners who had fled deep into the mountains. Upon his return, he immediately had an announcement issued regarding the military operation to suppress the Poison Clan's stronghold. It stipulated that from this moment onward, Kaiching Prefecture entered a state of total drug prohibition. Anyone found trafficking poisonous drugs would be executed without exception. Detoxification centers were established throughout Kaiching Prefecture. Would receive annual subsidies from the Kaiching Prefecture government to support their families. This would address the issue of families unable to cover living expenses after losing their primary breadwinner. Upon completion of rehabilitation, priority employment will be offered. The Golden Triangle had been deeply ravaged by narcotics for decades. If he made this his base of operations, the first major obstacle he would face would be the scourge of drugs. He knew that delaying decisive action would only invite chaos. He would drive this scourge out of Kaicheng Prefecture entirely. Even if it required immense sacrifice, he would not hesitate. Destruction must precede rebirth. The battle that unfolded last night, coupled with Fāng Yuán's announcement and the implementation of various new regulations, immediately caused everyone who knew of the Silver Triangle to widen their eyes. This long-standing issue, lingering for decades in history. And someone was actually going to the trouble of trying to resolve it? Indeed. It's not that the Silver Triangle, a mere speck of land, couldn't be governed. But no nation has ever wanted to engage in such a futile endeavor. Not only would it yield no tangible benefits, but it could even invite trouble upon themselves. Upon learning of this, the ruler of Xia immediately called Fāng Yuán. She urged him to halt this foolish endeavor immediately. But Fāng Yuán sidestepped the issue, positioning himself as the champion of righteousness. Was there anything wrong with combating drugs? I'm investing immense effort and resources to rid the Dai royal family of this cancer. Revitalizing the Golden Triangle and saving countless families ravaged by drugs, all for the greater good of Dai. In any case, it boils down to two words: no way. Xia was so furious she nearly flung the teacup off the table. But Fāng Yuán's words were flawless. She couldn't find fault even if she tried. She could only gently urge him not to escalate the matter. Had it not been for the recent resolution of the Ma family affair in Kaiching Prefecture, coupled with the widespread publicity surrounding Fāng Yuán's charitable sponsorships, and the fact that dismissing him now would be a direct slap in her own face, she likely would have already sent someone to take Fāng Yuán down. Xia's side was settled. But the Shiman clan felt profoundly humiliated. Yesterday, they lost over 10 poison bases strategically placed near Kaiching Prefecture. Casualties neared 300. What infuriated them most was that all the poison hidden within those bases, Fāng Yuán's men had thoroughly searched them out. They were then gathered and destroyed en masse, resulting in losses nearing 100 million. For the poison lords, 100 million yuan was no small sum. Every member of the Shiman clan now bore expressions of fury and resentment. But this guy didn't stop there. He also launched a major anti-drug campaign aiming to eradicate drugs at their roots. Fāng Yuán's actions effectively severed their business channels in Kaiching Prefecture. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like a mortal enemy. Shiman Yuanqing drew a pistol and casually blew the brains out of an undercover official they had captured days earlier. Watching him, the Shiman clan members roared in unison. Revenge! 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 Assassination orders targeting Fāng Yuán spread rapidly throughout the Silver Triangle. It wasn't just the Shiman family. Leaders of other families, big and small, involved in the poison trade also dispatched their men. The bounty was raised directly to 50 million. Upon learning this, Fāng Yuán remained completely unfazed. The new generation of Xia Nation's air release system was swiftly installed. Its coverage spanned over 100 miles. Dozens of anti-aircraft guns were deployed. Elite mercenaries and guards were deployed on the ground. Battle tanks and minefields were fully deployed. Drones conduct round-the-clock real-time patrols and reconnaissance. Not even a mosquito could fly in. Because the fighting had begun. Through special channels, dispatching 20 additional armed helicopters overnight. Both air and ground forces were armed to the teeth. In response to the drug traffickers' counterattack, Fāng Yuán was undoubtedly more aggressive. He exercised his authority directly. He deployed the latest batches of mercenaries across Kaiching Prefecture. Their sole mission, to eliminate scattered poisonous elements. A reward of 50,000 was offered for each confirmed kill with sufficient evidence. He announced to all citizens that those daring to report such individuals would receive equally generous rewards, with personnel assigned to protect their safety. As the first informant received their reward, countless citizens began to recognize the formidable wealth and resolve of this new governor. For a time, ordinary citizens who had long suffered at the hands of poison dealers began spontaneously reporting through various channels. The once rampant poison dealers became pariahs. The ensuing clashes inevitably resulted in casualties among both civilians and mercenaries. No problem. Fāng Yuán personally ordered the construction of an anti-poison monument, inscribing the names of all those who had sacrificed their lives in the fight against poison. Henceforth, their families would forever receive official protection from the Kaiching Prefecture government and enjoy exceptional benefits. The families of fallen mercenaries will receive every penny owed to them, plus an additional million in funeral expenses. Those families choosing to relocate to Kaiching Prefecture would receive the same benefits as local residents. Driven by these extraordinary financial rewards and moral incentives, Kaiching Prefecture's anti-drug campaign accelerated at a pace that astonished everyone. Chapter 121, The Sovereign of Hish's Apprehension. Precisely for this reason, the entire Silver Triangle's poison trade has plummeted in the surrounding areas. It has even impacted some of their previous client channels. Their assassins dispatched during this period have suffered heavy losses. They haven't even managed to penetrate the outer perimeter of Fāng Yuán's base. They were taken out by patrols. Ever since the Shiman family issued the bounty, Fāng Yuán had ordered the entire 5-kilometer perimeter around the base to be designated a restricted zone. Any intruders would be apprehended without exception. Later, the Shiman clan organized several groups to attempt a direct assault. But Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered with their so-called martial world rules. Whenever large enemy forces were detected, drones were immediately dispatched to conduct area bombardment. After all, these poison dealers all emerged from the deep mountains and forests. Indiscriminate coverage posed no risk of civilian casualties. After over 2 months of this stalemate, as the security situation in Kaiching Prefecture steadily improved, Fāng Yuán instructed numerous enterprises under the Fāng family's name to establish branch offices in advance. They then began recruiting local employees. These efforts aimed to meet the daily needs of ordinary citizens. With favorable policies in place, criminals dared not continue their rampant tyranny. With jobs available to earn wages and sustain basic living standards, no one was willing to return to the old days of cultivating poisonous plants for drug traffickers and risking their lives to transport them. Coupled with Fāng Yuán's vigorous infrastructure development, the living conditions of Kaiching Prefecture's populace underwent rapid and remarkable transformation. The entire province now radiates a thriving vitality. Everywhere you went, you could hear ordinary people praising Fāng Yuán, with no worries about the future. Additionally, the military supplies procured earlier were being transported in large quantities. Fāng Yuán simply ordered his men to use the poison dealers as training targets. Every other day, he'd lead a large group to bombard the strongholds of major drug lords like the Shiman family. Ordinary authorities wouldn't dare do such things, as the resources expended on punishing drug dealers alone wouldn't cover the costs. But young Master Fāng had money to burn. He gave his men free rein to strike hard. Even the Kyanmu families, who ran telecom fraud operations, were complaining bitterly. With constant fighting next door, no one dared come over, let alone fall for their scams even if paid. After weathering another wave of aerial bombardment and artillery barrage, with the Ma family already eliminated, the heads of the 4 major families Chen, Kai, Mu, and Shiman gathered around a table west of the Silver Triangle to devise a countermeasure. A closer look revealed Shiman Yuanqing's face was visibly haggard. During this period, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, nearly all of them had been sleeping in underground shelters. The filthy, cramped conditions were bad enough. The worst part was the frequent earth-shaking tremors that would jolt them awake in the dead of night. Even sleeping, they feared being buried alive. Sigh, if this keeps up, we'll truly have no way to survive. As a family that rose to prominence later than others, they'd suffered no less than the others during this period. Because not long ago, before the fighting began, the Chen family had secured a massive order from M country. It was enough to sustain them comfortably for the entire year. The toxic herbs were nearing maturity, ready for immediate production. Then suddenly, Fāng Yuán came out of nowhere. And of all people, he had to go and challenge them. Countless poisonous plants had been blown up and burned in recent days. As for risking lives to harvest it after losing nearly a third of their workforce, they had completely abandoned the idea. Now the Chen family head was so worried he couldn't even eat. Failing to fulfill the order would not only risk offending the M countryside, all their initial investments would go down the drain. The Chen family still maintained a large contingent of hired guns. These desperados were in it purely for the money. Without payment, who'd risk their lives for you? They'd be lucky not to stab you in the back. Boss Shiman, what should we do? Feeling truly cornered, the Chen family patriarch couldn't help but speak up. Shiman Yuanqing wore an equally troubled expression. Countries had attempted to clean up the Golden Triangle before, but most efforts amounted to all thunder and no rain. Once they saw the returns weren't worth the effort, they basically gave up. Who could have predicted encountering such an obstinate adversary? The crucial thing was, this one actually had the money. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly investigated Fāng Yuán's background through various channels. The Fāng family's industrial holdings and their generous charitable contributions left him utterly stunned. Forget about bankrupting him. But Shiman Yuanqing refused to concede defeat so easily. He'd worked so hard to build his family's empire to its current stature. To surrender now? How could he ever hold his head high in the Silver Triangle afterward? Sigh, my suggestion is this, Boss Shiman, why don't we discuss sending an envoy to see if we can negotiate a peaceful ceasefire with Prince Fāng? At worst, each of us could set aside 30% of our family business profits for him. Otherwise, if this continues, I fear we won't last much longer. The Kyanmu families, who made their fortunes through wire fraud. Thus, their operations weren't significantly impacted. But as long as this matter remained unresolved, they couldn't rest easy. While the four families were discussing among themselves, Sisha, stationed in the Dai National Assembly, could no longer sit idly by. Fāng Yuán was determined to strike at the Golden Triangle. More crucially, there was the report on Dai Kingdom's corporate assets delivered by Baza. Nearly 1,000 enterprises nationwide, large and small, had mysteriously become properties under the Fāng family's name. These corporate changes all occurred after Prince Fāng declared war on the Silver Triangle. They just suddenly appeared. I've investigated every single corporate asset transfer appears legitimate. But I fear that if this continues, the Fāng family's capital power will soon overwhelm our Dai Kingdom. Shisha stared at the report, which listed a string of data on the Fāng family's acquisitions of various enterprises. A sense of foreboding stirred within her. She had once believed him to be merely a minor merchant. Using Fāng Yuán back then was merely to gain an edge in her quest for the throne. Now it felt like inviting a wolf into the house. What exactly is Fāng Yuán scheming for? Your Majesty, whatever his intentions may be, if we don't act soon, the situation might spiral out of control. When Baza visited Kaiqing Prefecture earlier, he hadn't been particularly courteous toward Fāng Yuán. It's truly like raising a tiger only to be devoured by it. He would be the first one Fāng Yuán targets. What's the current situation with the Kaiqing Prefecture? Compared to Baza's restlessness, Queen Shisha remained relatively composed. After all, in her view, it had only been a little over a month since Fāng Yuán took over Kaiqing Prefecture. Even with his formidable abilities, it was impossible for him to break free from the Dai royal family's control in such a short time. At this point, Baza's face also betrayed a look of shock. He's driven all four major families of the Silver Triangle to the brink, while simultaneously implementing sweeping reforms across the province and enacting anti-drug decrees. That was Fāng Yuán's terrifying quality. No matter what tactics you employed, he would simply use his wealth to crush you. Yet Queen Hisha discerned the underlying issue. Where on earth did all that military hardware come from? Chapter 122, Hope Reignited. The Dai Kingdom was eager to suppress the Kaiqing Prefecture. Therefore, they would never provide any military aid. Yet according to intelligence relayed from Kaiqing Prefecture, the military strength Fāng Yuán now commanded was on par with some of the largest armed organizations. Moreover, it was said to be continuously expanding and improving. It was already beginning to take shape as a regional warlord force. The ruler of Shisha, who had not been particularly anxious moments ago, immediately made up his mind. With Kaiqing Prefecture's anti-drug campaign and development projects now progressing smoothly, Prince Fāng has rendered outstanding service. Why not grant him another title and use that as an opportunity to transfer him back to the Congress? Baza, seemingly discerning the ruler's thoughts, promptly interjected. It was indeed my oversight to have Prince Fāng guarding the border. Let us recall him and appoint him as a cabinet minister here in the Congress. Your Highness is wise. Receiving the transfer order overnight, Fāng Yuán chuckled. When eliminating the Ma family, the other party had promised so nicely. Now, barely a month later, they wanted to pull him back to the Congress. That's some pretty shrewd maneuvering. Young master, what should we do now? But Fāng Yuán only gave a cold snort. But Fāng Yuán merely snorted coldly. The progress of various military and weapons projects funded by the motherland was nearing completion. To name just one example, the 3 airfields within the base alone housed dozens of the most advanced fighter jets. The armed personnel numbered nearly 30,000. Armored vehicles and tanks were fully equipped. Air defense surveillance radars and anti-missile systems are deployed throughout the entire base. Even more astonishingly, those 10 ballistic missiles had already been urgently deployed at several concealed locations throughout Kaiqing Prefecture. This was the true source of his confidence in defying the Dai royal court's orders. Let's stall for now. We'll see what happens later. Also, have Long Yi and the others continue leading the troops for training. Since a new batch of drones has just arrived, bring them along too. He cast aside the orders of the king of Shisha. Fāng Yuán turned his attention back to the Shiman family and others in the Silver Triangle. It was quite interesting, really. These Silver Triangle punks were surprisingly resilient. After enduring relentless bombardment for so long, they still showed no sign of surrender. Were they determined to fight to the bitter end? If Shiman Yuancheng and the others knew what Fāng Yuán was thinking, they'd surely spit blood in rage. What do you mean we're trying to fight to the bitter end? It's simply that your force's firepower is too overwhelming. Just days ago, they attempted to send negotiators to meet with Fāng Yuán. But before they could even step out, they were sent packing by a hail of shells and bullets. Such brutality forced them to retreat and hide for several more days. Now the entire Silver Triangle's thugs couldn't care less about the Shiman family's might. They're cursing him to his face. Damn it! What's this nonsense about being the top family in the Silver Triangle? If it weren't for Shiman Yuanqing going and provoking that Fāng Yuán back then, we wouldn't be in this mess. Honestly, we should just wipe out the Shiman clan and shut that big shot down for good. Whoa, watch your mouth. What if someone overhears that? I'm barely scraping by as it is. Who cares about the Shiman or Dongmen families? Forget it. We need to unite and put pressure on the Shiman family. If this keeps up, we'll all be dead. Meanwhile, Shiman Yuanqing, sensing trouble brewing, abandoned all pretense of restraint. He began summoning clan members for a meeting, attempting to devise a compromise solution. After the meeting with the four great families, he had still held on to the hope that Fāng Yuán would eventually back down. But as the fighting intensified, and the artillery shells raining down from Kaiqing Prefecture grew ever more numerous, he finally saw the truth clearly. They were using him as a training ground. Who knew when this would end? Most of the Shiman clan members in the house had been brought along by Qin Biao. The reason was simple. The Shiman clan whose vehicle was detonated outside the base was Fāng Yuán's primary target. These past days, the Shiman had suffered the heaviest losses. In the past, Shiman Yuanqing held an exalted position within the clan. Now, as the clan members looked at him, their eyes held a hint of resentment. Witnessing the scene before him, Shiman Yuanqing felt both sorrow and rage. Yet he ultimately forced himself to maintain his composure. He sighed and said, "Over this period, our Shiman clan and others have suffered heavy losses. And you've seen their resolve. The bombardment outside hasn't ceased for a moment. I will soon send word to the four great families to discuss surrender. Do any of you have other suggestions?" As he struggled to utter the word surrender, Shiman Yuanqing seemed to age several years in an instant. Having ruled the Silver Triangle for years, he had weathered countless crackdowns. Yet against Yuan, they were utterly helpless. They fought him purely for the thrill of it, and they weren't afraid to spend money on military equipment. These past days, it wasn't just drones and rocket launchers. Even armed helicopters and fighter jets have been deployed by Fāng Yuán. The Silver Triangle gang was utterly terrified. The two sides were simply not on the same level. What's most infuriating is that those damned Xiao people wouldn't even let their own men into the mountains. Every sortie began with a barrage of airstrikes from miles away. Then came the barrage of artillery shells to loosen the ground for them. Only then did their infantry advance. Calling it an advance is a stretch. It's more like a haphazard sweep. They don't care if anyone's there. Anything that looks suspicious gets hit. Thousands of bullets will soon rain down. Their once proud underground trap tactics had failed miserably. After hearing Shiman Yuanqing's words, the entire Shiman clan breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear had been that the clan leader couldn't bear the weight of their failure, and then drag more people into a desperate fight against that great demon lord. If that had happened, it wouldn't have taken long. Fractures would emerge within their ranks. At that point, the entire Shiman clan would be headed for ruin. Upon receiving news from Shiman Yuanqing, we're all invigorated. Damn it, if that bastard Shiman had come to his senses sooner. He's had me walking on eggshells these past days, scared a bomb might drop on my head any moment. Surrender already, surrender. The sooner you give in, the sooner this ends. The four major families quickly reached a consensus, deciding to make some sacrifices to quell Fāng Yuán's fire. Little did they know that upon hearing the news of their surrender, Fāng Yuán sneered coldly. "Tell him I don't want that measly sum, I want the entire Silver Triangle. Are you kidding me?" The artillery fire he'd unleashed over the past few days alone had cost no less than 9 figures. If it were truly about that paltry compensation, he would have quit long ago. No matter what they say, I'll make it clear, all these shady operations, gambling dens, opium dens, extortion rings must vanish from the Silver Triangle. Otherwise, they'll never escape my reach, even if I hunt them down for the rest of their lives. The surrender plan had failed. The four great families were now enraged. "You refuse to accept our surrender when you can't defeat us, and now you even want to drive us out of the Silver Triangle." This was no longer mere bullying. It's outright humiliation. Just as the four families were at a loss, Shiman Yuanqing suddenly received a call from a mysterious figure. Instantly, the despairing group glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 123, The Four Families' Calculations. When he hung up the phone, Shiman Yuanqing, whose face had been grim, suddenly perked up. He let out a sinister, cold laugh. Surrender? Never in this lifetime. The other Shiman clan members were instantly taken aback. They couldn't fathom what had just transpired. They had been on the verge of surrendering to Fāng Yuán, only for the clan chief to abruptly change his stance after answering a single phone call. I know what you're wondering. It's simple. Just now, someone claiming to be a direct descendant of the Ross family called me. They said they'd spend 100 billion to procure military weapons for us to fight against Fāng Yuán. At this, peculiar thoughts began to surface in everyone's minds. Regardless of whether it was true or not, wasn't the other party blatantly treating them as free mercenaries? Shiman Qingyun snorted coldly. You're all aware of Fāng Yuán's demands. He wants the entire Silver Triangle. This isn't about whether I can afford to back down. I ask you this, once we leave the Silver Triangle, where do we go? After this incident, our Shiman family has been severely weakened. The other three families have long been lurking with greedy eyes. If we truly withdraw, they'll devour us down to the last bone. Some clan members immediately grew somber. After careful consideration, they knew the clan leader spoke the truth. When the Shiman clan was at its peak, all around them were obedient lambs. But now, with the clan severely weakened, the authority they once commanded had vanished. To retreat in such disarray, they might be devoured by 3 hungry wolves before even leaving the Silver Triangle. And don't worry, just moments ago, 10 billion yuan was transferred into my account. The other party said it's an advance payment for our services. What do you think? Shiman Yuanqing, fearing they wouldn't believe him, immediately flashed the transfer record on his phone. Whoa! 10 billion? That's equivalent to several years' worth of the family's profits. Clan chief, why would they do this? Is it just because they also have a grudge against Fāng Yuán? You needn't concern yourselves with that. I'll handle contacting the 3 major families. Fāng Yuán had been giving them a real hard time lately, but they simply didn't have the firepower to fight back. They were no match for him, constantly on the defensive. Now, finally, a chance to turn the tables had presented itself. How could Shiman Yuanqing possibly let it go? In all his years ruling the Silver Triangle, he'd never felt so humiliated. What? We're still fighting? Upon learning of Shiman Yuanqing's decision, his first thought was that the man had lost his mind. Clan chief, what should we do now? The Shiman clan may be vast and powerful, but our Qin family simply can't endure this. Forget 100 billion, even a trillion wouldn't matter if we're dead. The Chen family members weren't fools. Even if they won the war, most of the military equipment and funds supposedly sponsored by that so-called Rothschild scion would end up swallowed by the Shiman clan. That bastard Shiman Yuanqing had it all figured out. He wants others to do the dirty work while they reap the rewards. No, we can't fight. Our Qin family has already lost nearly 2/3 of our men in recent battles. If we continue fighting, the entire Qin clan will be crushed. Listening to the main members of the Qin family speak one after another, the clan head's resolve only hardened. He gritted his teeth fiercely. If Shiman Yuanqing wants to court death, let him have his way. Our Qin family won't get involved in this mess. Contact the people at Kaiqing Prefecture and inform Prince Fāng that our Qin family has crucial intelligence to report to him. Clan chief, but such a move would undoubtedly amount to betraying the Shiman family. Retaliation was a distinct possibility. But the Qin clan chief spoke with unwavering resolve. There's no time for hesitation. If not for the Shiman clan, we wouldn't have reached this point. Our last resort is to demonstrate the Qin family's sincerity to Fāng Yuán and seek forgiveness. Even if I don't survive, at least the entire Qin family won't be buried alongside that old bastard Shiman. In truth, ever since learning of Fāng Yuán's reforms in Kaiqing Prefecture, the Qin family patriarch had long harbored thoughts of surrender. Over the years, the Qin family had engaged in numerous poisonous business dealings. Even though this order resulted in significant losses, they still possessed considerable savings and reserves. As long as Fāng Yuán accepts their surrender, they could rely on their family's resources to live a stable and happy life within Kaiqing Prefecture. They wouldn't have to remain cooped up in these remote mountains forever. Nor would they have to constantly worry about various conflicts over interests and vendettas. Besides the Chen family, the Qianmu families notorious for their telecommunications fraud schemes also showed hesitation. Unlike the Shiman family, both of these families had powerful backers. Even withdrawing from the Silver Triangle wasn't entirely unacceptable. But Shiman Yuanqing is no pushover. We've already stationed people to stake out their 2 households. The slightest sign of trouble, and the Shiman family would be the first to come for them. The reason they were only watching these 2 and ignoring the Chen family? The main reason was that Shiman Yuanqing knew the Chen family suffered the most losses in this business deal. If anyone harbored the deepest grudge against Fāng Yuán, it was the Shiman clan. Then the Chen family would naturally come in second. Moreover, both families dealt in poisonous goods. Based on his understanding of Fāng Yuán over the past few days, the Chen family would inevitably face reckoning. Their only escape lay in joining him to fight to the bitter end. Yet he never imagined that after enduring these days of blows, the Chen family patriarch had suddenly experienced a pang of conscience and was preparing to surrender to Fāng Yuán, seeking a path to survival for his clan. At that moment, the 2 clan heads, Kai and Mu, huddled together, their brows furrowed in worry. So, have you reported this to headquarters yet? I thought we fraudsters were ruthless enough, but who knew these poison peddlers were even more brutal than us? Sigh, we're just opportunists who jumped in when the higher-ups saw profit potential. How could we compare to those people? Kai sighed bitterly. Reporting it won't help. The higher-ups say this is routine anti-drug operations in Dai Kingdom's Kaiqing province. As long as we don't cross the border, they can't openly intervene. But if things get too tight, someone will come to help us get out. Hearing this, Chieftain Mu felt considerably more at ease. Then Chief Kai continued. According to intelligence from Dai Kingdom, it seems their ruler, Princess Shisha, harbors significant grievances against that Xia Kingdom envoy. She might recall him within days. Is that true? This information comes directly from Dai Kingdom's high-level discussions with our Yunnan Burma leadership. It should be accurate. At this, both men's faces lit up with renewed hope. After all, the official economic situation in the Dien Burmese region hadn't been particularly robust in recent years. The assistance they could offer was naturally limited. It hadn't been easy to rise to their current position with just a few dozen guns. If the information proved reliable, then the Shiman family, in their efforts to counter Fāng Yuán, spent hundreds of billions procuring military equipment. Even if only 1 or 2% of that fell into their hands, this was practically manna from heaven. How about holding out a few more days? Agreed. We'll feign acceptance to the Shiman faction for now. Once the weapons arrive, whether we engage or not is another matter entirely. Worst case, we retreat to the Yunnan-Burma border. The Shiman clan is severely weakened now. Once we've recruited reinforcements and returned, we can still take the entire Golden Triangle in one fell swoop. Heh, then it's settled. Chapter 124, Zhang Dao's Misfortune. Outside the heavily guarded Fāng family compound, a man with a look of anxiety on his face held his hands high, allowing the patrol to approach. I have vital information to report to Prince Fāng. Fāng Yuán gazed at the kneeling Chen family member with a hint of amusement. You say the Ross family intends to aid Shiman Yuanqing? Your Highness, this is absolutely true. The location and timing for transporting the military supplies were personally confirmed by Shiman Yuanqing to our clan leader. Our Chen family truly does not wish to oppose you. We were forced into this by the Shiman family's coercion. We implore you to show mercy and spare our Chen family. They were clearly terrified by the beating. Fāng Yuán pondered for a moment. The Chen family likely wouldn't dare deceive him now. But if the rumors were true, that would be interesting. The Ross family had clashed with the Fāng family back in Xia Nation. Back then, that guy named Handan had been beaten so badly by him that he returned to M country with a black eye. Their meddling could be considered understandable. Stay at the base for now. Once we verify the truth of this matter, I'll show leniency toward your Chen family. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The Chen family members, pushed out of the house, walked toward the perimeter under the watchful eyes of 2 guards. Along the way, they saw tanks and armored vehicles parked along the roadside, 3 massive airports, and the dense ranks of soldiers. For the first time, he felt relieved that the clan leader's decision had been so wise. This Prince Fāng was no pushover. He was clearly a formidable warlord with immense wealth and power. After everyone had departed, Fāng Yuán suddenly smiled and addressed Steward Su. If this matter proves true, perhaps we can make some moves here. What do you mean, young master? I reckon that fool Handan is exactly the type to pull something like this off. When the time and location from the Chun family are confirmed, we'll make a big play. Military transport is a high-stakes operation. The Shiman clan will definitely deploy heavy forces. We'll just wrap them up like dumplings. This one strike might just knock them out for good. Steward Su offered no objection to Fāng Yuán's assessment. Even if the Chen family's report turned out to be false, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. If we can wipe them out completely. If it was false, even better, they could continue training their troops. After all, Fāng Yuán could draw upon a steady stream of military aid from his homeland, with no need to worry about strategic supplies whatsoever. While operations in Dai Kingdom were in full swing, Zhang Dao had retreated into seclusion. Ever since Fāng Yuán left for Dai Kingdom, Director Zhang had been forgotten and pushed into the shadows. As a director who once commanded budgets in the hundreds of millions, going door to door begging for loans was simply unthinkable. Nor was that what he desired. In Zhang Dao's worldview, money was meant to be spent, but life went on just fine without it. After wallowing at home for a while, he unexpectedly fell for a woman named Lily through an online romance. After scraping together over 1,000 yuan, Zhang Dao boarded the train bound for Nanyun province. In his mind, Lily was a girl from a poor family. She was described as gentle and sensible, having dropped out of school early to work and support her parents' medical treatment. She had also suffered all kinds of mistreatment from an unscrupulous boss. She painted herself as utterly pitiful and kind-hearted. And Zhang Dao actually believed her. But when they finally met face to face, Zhang Dao realized there was no such thing as a well-behaved, sensible dream lover. 2 burly men speaking gibberish. They stuffed him into a sack. After a long journey, they sold him to a telecom fraud company called Dongbala. At that very moment, Zhang Dao deeply regretted trusting strangers online so easily. Especially a woman who refused to even open a video call, making all sorts of excuses. The food here was no better than pig feed. All the weight he'd gained on the film set was now gone. He'd lost 20 to 30 pounds. Every day they also endure a brutal beating. It was said that those deemed useless might even be dragged off to have their kidneys removed. A dozen or so people like him were crammed into a tiny, cramped room. No one spoke, for no amount of repentance could move these scammers to suddenly show mercy and set them free. If they couldn't be used for scams, they'd be beaten and starved. Once they were squeezed dry of value, they'd be sent away. Where they were sent, no one knew. Only 2 or 3 had been tricked into coming here. The rest were self-important dreamers who fantasized about overnight riches. Instead, they ended up nearly losing their lives without earning a penny. Sigh. Just as Zhang Dao was reminiscing about his good old days in Xiagua, the door swung open. 3 or 5 burly men carrying AK-47s strode in. They herded everyone out of the room like pigs, lining them up in a row. What was this about? Though a bit nervous, no one dared resist. Disobedience could easily cost you your life. In the chaotic heart of the Golden Triangle, human lives were treated as private property. Immediately after, a dozen burly men emerged from another direction, dragging in 7 or 8 women clad in rags. As for what these poor women had endured, their numb, hopeless stares spoke volumes. Brother Yuan, everyone's here. Once everyone was lined up. A bald man wearing sunglasses and covered in tattoos stepped forward. Yuan Ming, a low-level thug within the Silver Triangle. Compared to the colossal powerhouses like the Qianmu families, he was merely a marginal figure on the fringes. He commanded a mere dozen or so underlings of force that wouldn't last a single round if taken out. As the situation within the Silver Triangle grew increasingly tense, he immediately decided to pack up and flee. Money and equipment all packed up? All set. A subordinate replied from the side. Yuan Ming spat angrily. Damn it. The big shots above are fighting and we're getting dragged into the mess. But glancing at the loot in his hands, he felt a bit better. With guns, men, and these goods he could sell off at a pinch to scrape together cash, he wouldn't starve anywhere. Standing nearby, Zhang Dao had finally grasped the situation. With big shots fighting in the Golden Triangle, this bastard was scared of getting dragged into it and wanted to make a run for it. Pity the rest of them, they were the ones left holding the bag. The Silver Triangle was already a harsh environment, with dense forests teeming with countless poisonous insects and mosquitoes. He figured some would surely keel over and lose their lives along the way. Let's go! Yuan Ming couldn't be bothered with Zhang Dao and the others' thoughts, ordering them to move out immediately. Due to the rugged mountain terrain, they had no choice but to walk. But unexpectedly, they hadn't gone far. They were abruptly intercepted by a group of people. Where are you headed? Chen Guang looked down his nose at this group trying to escape the Golden Triangle. Although the clan refused to cooperate with Shiman Yuanqing before Prince Fāng responded, they had outwardly complied with the Shiman clan's demands, sealing off all personnel within the Chen family's territory. No one was permitted to leave without authorization. Upon recognizing the Chen family's men, his usual arrogance and tyranny on their turf instantly dissolved into obsequiousness. There was no choice. Even though the Chen family ranked near the bottom among the 4 great families today, they were still a major clan they had to look up to. Before Yuan Ming could utter a word of explanation, Chen Guang's palm came crashing down. The blow sent Yuan Ming crashing to his knees, legs buckling as he cried out for mercy. Yuan Ming's henchmen trembled one by one. They treated these deceived Xia nationals as less than human. In the eyes of the more powerful Chen Guang, weren't they themselves no different? Chapter 125, I'm Fāng Yuan's brother. Before Yuan Ming could continue his explanation, Chen Guang's men disarmed them all and dragged them away. Seeing Yuan Ming, who had beaten him and his men senseless time and again over the past period, get captured, Zhang Dao felt a surge of secret delight. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Zhang Dao happened to overhear 2 Chen family members discussing recent events. Wow, who would have thought Prince Fāng from Xia Kingdom was so formidable? He single-handedly stirred up the entire Silver Triangle. You bet. Word is Prince Fāng was already known as Xia's foremost philanthropist back home, donating hundreds of trillions. And upon arriving in Dai Kingdom, Prince Fāng immediately contributed 30 trillion for public infrastructure projects. Truly a legendary figure. The foremost philanthropist of Xia? Prince Fāng? Zhang Dao's mind went blank. The more he heard, the more familiar it sounded. Could the big shot everyone was talking about in the Huahua Silver Triangle be Fāng Yuán? The thought of being locked up again and subjected to all kinds of beatings. Zhang Dao suddenly threw caution to the wind. The Prince Fāng you're talking about, is his name Fāng Yuán? I know him. We're sworn brothers for life. How dare a prisoner speak so recklessly? Just as Chen Guang raised his hand to slap Zhang Dao, he suddenly froze. After all, the 2 Chen family members hadn't revealed Fāng Yuan's true identity earlier. How did this seemingly dim-witted fellow know? Seeing his words had an effect, Zhang Dao spoke even more urgently. Really, I'm not lying to you. Fāng Yuán is my best buddy. If you don't believe me, just mention my name, he'll definitely come save me. You actually know Prince Fāng? The family is currently trying to build ties with Prince Fāng. If this guy really is Prince Fāng's brother, he might become a bargaining chip for the Chen family. You say you know Prince Fāng? Chen Guang flicked the safety off his gun. He pressed it against Zhang Dao's forehead. His expression was savage, sending cold sweat trickling down Zhang Dao's back. It's true. I swear on my life. Fine. I'll call Prince Fāng right now. Chen Guang ordered his men to keep Zhang Dao and the others under surveillance before heading to report to the clan chief. After hearing Chen Guang's report, Chief Chen dared not take it lightly. If Zhang Dao was truly Prince Fāng's brother, with the power and resources at Fāng Yuan's disposal, it would be a simple matter to uncover who had abducted and killed his dear brother. Adopting a cautious mindset that erred on the side of caution, Chief Chen decided to call Fāng Yuan himself to check. By the way, what's his name again? Zhang Dao Dao. Chief Chen nodded, then took the information brought back by the scout. He dialed Fāng Yuan's number. The head of the Chen family is calling me? Sitting in his comfortable office chair, Fāng Yuan looked at his phone with a hint of confusion. He had spoken with Chief Chen before, so he had casually saved the contact with a note. With the day of the Ross family's military arms delivery drawing ever closer, what could this old man possibly want now? After pressing the answer button, before Clan Chief Chen could say much, Fāng Yuan's expression suddenly turned utterly peculiar. Say that again. Who's with you right now? Prince Fāng, it's a man named Zhang Dao. Holy! Fāng Yuan was stunned. How could Zhang Dao be in the silver triangle? Put him on the phone. Fāng Yuan's tone on the other end sounded a bit off. Chief Chen felt a surge of secret delight. If it were just some stranger, Fāng Yuan wouldn't have given it a second thought. But this tone clearly indicated familiarity. Come on, brother Zhang, Prince Fāng wants to speak with you. Once he confirmed they knew each other, Chief Chen's tone suddenly grew warm and eager. Not only did he personally untie Zhang Dao, but he also eagerly handed him the phone. Dad, save me. The moment Zhang Dao got the phone, he started wailing like a banshee. The shock made the hairs on Chief Chen's neck stand on end. Whoa. Brother Zhang, this has nothing to do with our Chen family. Fearing Fāng Yuan might misunderstand, the clan chief hurriedly explained. What's your deal, kid? You show up in the silver triangle without so much as a word. Fāng Yuan didn't know what Zhang Dao had been through, but at least he could confirm now that the man was still alive. And he'd ended up in the hands of the Chen family. Had this been the Shiman clan, he dared not claim any connection to Zhang Dao. The enraged Shiman would likely have torn him limb from limb by now. Alright, I got it. You're staying with the Chen family for now. I'll send someone to pick you up later. After the call ended, Chief Chen's face broke into a broad smile. He had originally thought that even if he surrendered, he would likely pay a heavy price. Little did he expect that through a twist of fate, he had actually saved Prince Fāng's close confidant. Over the phone, Fāng Yuan also made a promise. As long as the Chen family surrendered with genuine sincerity, he wouldn't hesitate to grant them a chance to redeem themselves. Learning that all this was brought about by Zhang Dao, Chief Chen was overjoyed. Quickly, give brother Zhang a bath and change of clothes. Tell the cook to bring out the finest ingredients tonight. I'll host a welcome feast for brother Zhang. Once he knew he was truly safe, Zhang Dao was nearly moved to tears. It had been so incredibly difficult. Ever since being captured in the Golden Triangle, he hadn't even seen a single meatball. At the banquet, gazing at the roasted chicken, crispy on the outside, tender within, and dripping with fragrant oil, Zhang Dao dug in like a starving ghost reincarnated. Chief Chen kept urging him to slow down, fearing he might choke to death. Midway through his meal, Zhang Dao suddenly thought of his fellow captives. He hesitated, then plucked up his courage to speak. Chief Chen, could you please release my fellow captives who were taken with me? Even with Fāng Yuan as his backing, he'd been through such a rough time lately. So Zhang Dao still felt a bit intimidated. Upon hearing this, Clan Chief Chen burst into laughter. Brother Zhang, we're all family here, no need for such formalities. From now on, just call me Brother Chen. These are minor matters. After all, you are Prince Fāng's brother. After saying this, he summoned Chen Guang and ordered him to bring all the people captured today, except for Yuan Ming's group, be brought to the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Dao, who had been a prisoner just like them, suddenly transformed into an honored guest of the Chen family, the others were overcome with envy, then grew anxious, wondering if the Chen family intended to do something to them. One by one, they turned to Zhang Dao, their only lifeline, with pleading looks. Brother Chen, what do you think? No problem. The Chen clan chief smiled faintly. Spending a few pennies on food to win Zhang Dao's favor was an absolute steal. Soon, the chef brought out another large table of dishes. Zhang Dao's long-suffering companions, who had endured who knows how many days of hardship, wasted no time in shyness once Chief Chen gave his permission. One by one, they began to wolf down the food. Chief, what about Yuan Ming and the others? Chen Guang approached the clan chief and asked in a low voice. He glanced at Zhang Dao, who was still buried in his food. He pondered for a moment, then made a gesture of clenching his fist. Chen Guang nodded and turned to leave. Soon after, a thick, pungent scent of blood drifted faintly from the rear courtyard of the Chen residence into the distance. Chapter 126, The Downfall of the Shiman Clan. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day arrived when the Shiman clan was to take possession of the military weapons. Before commencing the operation, Fāng Yuán specifically called Clan Chief Chen. He confirmed the plan remained unchanged, and also, upon learning that Zhang Dao was living it up over there, Nearly 30,000 personnel from the entire Fāng base were mobilized. That's right. Fāng Yuán also felt they'd spent too long entangled with Shimen Yuanqing and the others, compounded by relentless pressure from the Dai royal court. This time, he intended to settle the matter with one decisive blow. Not only would he thoroughly purge all factions entrenched in the Silver Triangle, but he would also flex his muscles before the ruler of Shisha. I helped you seize power before, and now I'm merely seeking a place to settle down. Yet you still pressure me? Well, let me show you that I, Fāng Yuán, am no pushover. This battle must be fought with unmatched ferocity. He would ensure the Shisha faction dared not move against him lightly again. A minor house like the Ma clan had controlled Kaiqing Prefecture for so many years. With such advanced weaponry and vast resources at his disposal, it would be utterly unacceptable to remain shackled by the royal family. The night flowed like water. The Chao Phraya River, affectionately known as the Mother River by the Thai people, encircles the land of Thailand. At an exceptionally wide pier, 4 massive 10,000-ton vessels were docked. They occupied nearly 2/3 of the entire Chao Phraya waterway. The ships were filled with fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. The transport operation was overseen by a distant relative of the Ross family. His name was Jordan. After Han Tian was thoroughly dealt with by Fāng Yuán last time, he was confined by the family for a period due to his incompetence. Upon his release, when he finally managed to uncover news about Fāng Yuán, he discovered Fāng Yuán had already become the governor of the Kaiqing Prefecture in Dai Kingdom. This news infuriated Han Dan to no end. After assessing the situation in the Silver Triangle, he immediately contacted Shimen Yuanqing. He decided to fund their efforts to oppose Fāng Yuán. For seemingly ordinary cargo ships were loaded with all manner of advanced military equipment. Damn it, when will those Dai people arrive? Since this was a mission personally assigned by the top brass, Jordan had no choice but to comply. The stormy seas and constant rocking had already driven him to the brink of irritation. If it weren't for the 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls traveling with him in the cabin, he would have cursed like a sailor long ago. Young Master Jordan, please be patient. Look, we're almost there. Sure enough. In the distance at the pier, one after another, SUVs with flashing lights and hundreds of motorcycles kept heading toward the dock. Upon seeing the Shimen family's vehicles, a trace of contempt flashed in Jordan's eyes. Look at these bumpkins. I really don't know how my cousin Han Dan could have thought of collaborating with them. Disdain was one thing, but the deal Han Dan had ordered, he had to carry out without fail. Otherwise, with his cousin's narrow-minded disposition, he might just make life difficult for him. Ha! The Ross family truly possesses formidable strength. After the convoy came to a halt, gazing at the several massive cargo ships before him, Shimen Yuanqing couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. He stepped forward, smiling as he shook hands with Jordan. But Jordan clearly had no interest in dealing with this bunch of country bumpkins. He cut straight to the point. Tell your men to hurry aboard and load the cargo. We're in a hurry to get back. Would you like to stay for a couple of days? You've come all this way, and I'd like to properly host you. No need. What's there to enjoy in these remote mountains? Better to get back to the city quickly. Seeing that Jordan had no interest in continuing the conversation, Shimen Yuanqing merely chuckled, then signaled his men below to begin loading the cargo. This time, he'd brought his entire clan along. Other factions didn't have such large numbers. The goal was to secure as many valuable items as possible during the military equipment transport. The Chen family, however, was stationed on the outer perimeter for security. At this critical moment when the Shimen clan's strength had waned from its former glory, Shimen Qing naturally had no intention of strengthening the Chen family that followed him. The Qianmu families, masters of fraud, held no real threat in his eyes. But the Chen family, sharing the same poisonous background, proved ruthless enough. If the Chen family were to get involved first, he feared he might lose control of the situation. Under Shimen Yuanqing's arrangements, the Chen clan chief resentfully led all his people to wait in the outer perimeter. Are you all in position? Fāng Yuán held the walkie-talkie. A fleeting, unreadable coldness flashed in his eyes. Today might be the day it all ends. Even though wielding power felt pleasantly comfortable, none of it was what he truly desired. He recalled the promise made by the leader of the National Assembly during his time there. Fāng Yuán felt a faint surge of excitement welling up inside him. Hearing the voice coming through the walkie-talkie, Chief Chen hurriedly replied. Reporting to Prince Fāng, Shimen Yuanqing and his men have all been apprehended. Very well. You have 3 minutes to withdraw immediately. Roger that. Chief Chen tossed the walkie-talkie he held directly into a small stream. Then, leading all the Chen family members, he slowly vanished into the darkness in utter silence. Meanwhile, Shimen Yuanqing began sensing something was amiss. One of his men had reported back. Something seemed to have happened with the Chen family. What's going on? A sense of foreboding surged within Shimen Yuanqing. Just as the subordinate who had come to report was about to speak, a sudden roar erupted from all directions. Oh no! The sky above them had been obscured by a swarm of drones, blanketing the heavens. What the hell is this? Jordan, standing by the ship's rail, was stunned. They'd thought it was just a simple delivery of military equipment, but what the hell were these drones? Just as everyone froze in shock, suddenly, countless oval-shaped objects, glowing red, began falling from the drones. Holy, it's bombs! Run! Those who snapped out of their days couldn't care less about the military supplies now. Each one cursed their parents for not giving them an extra leg. Don't panic. Don't rush. Take cover. We just need to survive the airstrike. At this critical moment, Shimen Yuanqing remained calm, though he didn't know where the intelligence had leaked from. But in the past, Fāng Yuán always chose to stop after using drones and artillery shells to plow the land. So he assumed this time would be no different. Little did he know that in the surrounding hills and forests near the docks, packs of hungry wolves were watching them. This was all thanks to Clan Chief Chen sending men to guide Fāng Yuán's troops. Ever since he had coincidentally saved Zhang Dao last time and secured Fāng Yuán's promise, the entire Chen family had become utterly devoted to their cause. This time, they even volunteered to guide them in. The Silver Triangle's internal roads were intricate and laced with numerous perilous zones. Without guides, even if Fāng Yuán wanted to wipe out the entire Shimen clan, it would have been nothing short of a pipe dream. Watching the 4 cargo ships engulfed in flames from the bombardment, Yoden felt utterly helpless. But now he could only follow Shimen Yuanqing as they raced forward. As 4 deafening explosions echoed through the air, a massive shockwave erupted across the entire dock, sending nearby people flying. The 3 major clans suffered heavy casualties. Just as Shimen Yuanqing felt utterly hopeless, a barrage of gunfire erupted around the docks. He knew this time it was truly over. Chapter 127, Showing Off Muscle. Fāng Yuán stared at the battlefield footage on the large screen. He ordered his commanders to ensure every last enemy combatant was annihilated here. Showing mercy was out of the question. The 3 great families had committed countless atrocities in the Silver Triangle over the years. Even their own men bore the blood of innocent lives on their hands. For these scum who would transform into demons in the real world for profit, showing mercy and sparing them would be an injustice to the lives they've ruined. Gunfire erupted relentlessly. Simultaneously, the second wave of drones loaded with ammunition pressed forward. The battlefield reached a fever pitch. At this point, the Kai and Mu families could no longer conceal their identities. They directly contacted the Yunnan Burma authorities. They hoped the authorities would intervene to resolve the situation. Perhaps considering the contributions of the Kai and Mu families over the years, and the possibility that they might still be needed for future developments, the Yunnan Burma authorities convened an emergency meeting. Subsequently, citing Fāng Yuán's actions as violating humanitarian principles, they demanded the Dai Royal Court order Fāng Yuán to immediately cease hostilities and withdraw all troops. Prince Fāng, you're playing with fire. Upon receiving the Yunnan Burma authorities' demand, King Hish's face turned ashen. The gentle, benevolent expression that had once graced his face was nowhere to be seen. Truth be told, the reason these major clans in the Golden Triangle had endured for so long, it was impossible to say they had no connection whatsoever with the authorities. Now it wasn't just the Yunnan Burma authorities, but even ministers from Dai Kingdom were now coming forward to impeach Fāng Yuán for his audacious and reckless actions. This smacked of deliberately stirring up conflict. Prince Fāng's unilateral decision to provoke war makes him utterly unfit to lead the Kaiqing prefecture. Precisely. If he dares attack the Silver Triangle today, tomorrow he might turn his guns on the entire Dai Kingdom. Prince Fāng is a citizen of Xia. There may well be Xia's influence behind this. I strongly urge the royal court to act immediately and arrest Prince Fāng. His ambition is too great. Nurturing such a tiger will only invite disaster. King Shisha declared angrily. Issue the order immediately, strip Prince Fāng Yuán of his princely title and revoke his position as Lord of Kaiqing Prefecture. Order him to cease his reckless actions immediately, or the Dai Kingdom will deploy troops to Kaiqing Prefecture. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing the ruler of Shisha finally resolve himself, the ministers in the Grand Hall visibly relaxed one by one. Ever since this man from Xia arrived in Dai, there had been no peace. Now, it was finally coming to an end. But soon, the ruler of Shisha received a reply from his subordinate. Prince Fāng claims he is merely upholding heavens. Well, what wrong has he done? He even states that a general in the field need not obey every command from the sovereign. What nonsense is this? It seems to be a reference from the Xia kingdom, meaning I refuse to obey. How dare he? Your Majesty, Prince Fāng he also said. What did he say? Shisha couldn't help leaning forward slightly, her eyes blazing with fury. Prince Fāng also said to ask Your Majesty to pay attention to the Hera Mountains in 1 minute. The Hera Mountains belonged to the territory of Dai Kingdom. However, due to its harsh natural environment, it had become a desolate, uninhabited land. Just as everyone assumed Fāng Yuán was merely making excuses to stall for time, a shrill air raid siren suddenly pierced the air. A middle-aged man in military uniform rushed into the council chamber, his face twisted with terror. Ignoring the reproachful glances from the ministers, he shouted, "Disaster! Disaster! The Air Defense Department has detected ballistic missile trajectories over the Hera Mountains in Dai Kingdom." What? At that moment, everyone in the hall was struck dumb with horror. What exactly was a ballistic missile? Such weapons were essentially deterrents possessed only by powerful nations. The Dai Kingdom certainly didn't have one. Recalling what Fāng Yuán had said earlier, they finally realized that this ballistic missile must undoubtedly be something Fāng Yuán had cobbled together. But how could Fāng Yuán, who had only recently taken charge of the Kaiqing mansion, possibly possess such a national treasure? How could he possibly possess such a national treasure? Damn it! There were only two possibilities now. Either Xia Nation had provided support, or this super wealthy tycoon Fāng Yuán had paid an unknown sum to acquire it. This move was a blatant threat to the royal family. Dare to touch it, and I'll flip the table right over. The ruler of Shisha, who never imagined this outcome, was suddenly filled with regret. How had she allowed herself to be blinded by Fāng Yuán's wealth? But now it was too late for regrets. A dozen minutes later, a deafening roar shook the entire Hera mountain range. A mushroom cloud rose steadily from the ground. The surrounding small nations cowered in fear. Even the Dai Kingdom, which had just boasted that if the Dai Kingdom didn't handle it, they would take matters into their own hands, fell silent upon learning this ballistic missile was Fāng Yuán's creation. Just two small families of fraudsters. If they're gone, so be it. It wasn't worth turning against Fāng Yuán over such petty gains. The gunfire at the dock didn't gradually subside until 3 in the morning. Fāng Yuán withdrew his gaze from the screen and said, "Arrange for cleanup. The Dai royal family won't bother us for now." After today's events, he was certain the ruler of Shisha wasn't some pushover either. He wouldn't dare harbor any ulterior motives about his current position. With the silver triangle dealt with, now was his time to shine. However, due to Fāng Yuán's influence, the Dai Kingdom had taken decisive action, nationalizing all Fāng family assets within its borders. Fortunately, the advance team dispatched earlier by the Fāng Group had not been troubled. Instead, they were all reassigned to Kaiqing Prefecture, where Fāng Yuán was stationed. In a way, this was for the best. He was fretting over how to deal with the royal family members who, after withdrawing from the Kaiqing mansion, had begun gradually infiltrating the increasingly dysfunctional provincial system. The very next day, Fāng Yuán dispatched a contingent of elite personnel from the kingdom of Xia to the region. The two forces collaborated to administer Kaiqing Prefecture. Unlike the Ma family before him, Fāng Yuán could now be said to have fully established Kaiqing Prefecture as his own domain. The only drawback was the annual tribute he had to pay to the Dai royal family according to tradition. Under the current circumstances, establishing an independent nation was no simple feat. Xia Nation's sale of missiles to Fāng Yuán constituted a serious violation of regulations. But since the deed was already done, no one was inclined to seize upon this as leverage. Yet this incident has also caused neighboring nations to grow increasingly wary of Xia. They feared the next Fāng Yuán might emerge within their own borders. As for the Chen family who defected, Fāng Yuán honored his promise as agreed. However, aside from the women and children, Fāng Yuán did not permit the rest of the Chen family to enter the Kaiqing Prefecture. Instead, he invested 10 trillion yuan to procure large quantities of construction materials and machinery. He intended for Clan Chief Chen to oversee environmental remediation of the Silver Triangle, once a barren and inhospitable region. All previously cultivated toxic plants were eradicated. From a major drug lord, transformed into the chief contractor for the entire Silver Triangle, Chief Chen beamed with delight. Not only were there no security concerns, but his authority had grown significantly. As for his underhanded dealings, Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to interfere. The most troublesome part was Zhang Dao. The guy had somehow leveraged his connection with Zhang Dao and hooked up with a young lady from the Chun family. Now he stubbornly refuses to return to Xia Nation. As for this marriage, Clan Chief Chen couldn't be more supportive. After all, tying Zhang Dao down would only make things more secure in the long run. Fāng Yuán could only grant him a minor official post and let him wander as he pleased. Chapter 128, Acquiring World Island. Where there's joy, there's sorrow. Take, for instance, Handan, far away in country M. Once, he had the honor of being sent to the detention room because of Fāng Yuán. This time, his sentence was extended to half a year. He had thought this was finally his chance to exact revenge. Who knew the Shiman family and others would be such pushovers? It was a shame how the outside world had been hyping up the Silver Triangle's ferocity with such vivid details. In the end, they were wiped out by Fāng Yuán in just a few rounds. But he never imagined. No other faction would throw money around like Fāng Yuán, disregarding any cost-benefit analysis. This operation against the Silver Triangle was won purely through sheer financial might. After a period of despondency, they tacitly accepted Fāng Yuán's dominance over Kaiqing Prefecture. What brought a glimmer of consolation to the furious queen of Shisha was that the taxes paid by Kaiching Prefecture now exceeded tenfold what they had been under the Ma family's control. Anyone visiting Kaiching Prefecture today, they would surely be startled, thinking they had arrived in some super-developed province. Skyscrapers rose one after another. The city boasted immaculate asphalt roads, complete with high-speed rail and subway systems. Shops lined the streets, presenting a stark contrast to the dilapidated scenes of neighboring provinces. Now, the people of Kaiching Prefecture take pride in their household registration status. Having a Kaiching Prefecture household registration, not only can their children attend school free of charge, but they also enjoy various preferential policies. To bolster military recruitment, Fāng Yuán also significantly improved the benefits within the military. It has become a highly coveted dream. Standing on the third floor of the villa at the base, Fāng Yuán gazed quietly at the evening glow on the horizon, yet a sense of melancholy crept into his heart. Now that matters here were largely resolved, once he found himself with free time, he couldn't help but miss his parents and future wives far away. Of course he wanted to go back. Yet the words spoken to him by the leader of the National Assembly that day still echoed in his ears. The Fāng family's expansion within Xia Nation is progressing far too rapidly. You know the nature of Xia Nation. The rise of any capitalist entity on this land is not forbidden, but it absolutely must not be allowed to grow to the point where it can influence national policy. I know your family may not intend such things, but your current actions are unquestionably pushing yourselves toward the abyss. Therefore, I hope you will step back to avoid unnecessary trouble. The leader of the National Assembly's meaning was crystal clear. The Fāng family's expansion has been far too rapid, severely impacting official operations. But I believe your family did not act intentionally, so I am willing to give you an opportunity. However, as the sole heir of the Fāng family, you, Fāng Yuán, must leave the country to pursue your development. This was also the primary reason he had rushed to leave Xia Nation back then. Fāng Yuán certainly understood the leader's intentions and concerns. Just look at those Korean countries, including developed nations like the US. The entire nation's government is almost entirely controlled by capital. This isn't a matter of choice once capital accumulates to a certain level. It inevitably produces certain effects. He had discussed this matter with his parents before. But his parents' response was rather thought-provoking. It wasn't that they were unwilling to give up everything they had now, but that once they did so, the consequences would be far beyond what the Fāng family could bear. Godly Tycoon Cultivation System. Hosts, Fāng Weiguo, Zhang Yudan. Cash assets, 160000000000000001600 trillion yuan. Godly Tycoon Cultivation Progress, 42%. Assets under ownership, 100% shares of Zhonghua Yue Investment Holding Company, Limited, 100% shares of Anning Holding Group, 100% shares of Haichuan Group Company, Limited, 100% shares of Jingxi Group, 100% shares of Tianding Group Company, Limited, 100% shares of Hengyi Group Company, Limited, 100% shares of Penguin Group, 100% equity in Carey Hotel, 100% shares in Galaxy Film Television, 90% shares in Tianding Group, 100% equity in Qilin Grand Hotel, Manhwa Mall. Staring at the dense list of internationally renowned conglomerates under their name, Zhang Yudan and her husband were absolutely terrified. If they were to go all in as their son suggested, who would have the capacity to take over this massive portfolio? If they couldn't, Xia Nation's economy would face an unprecedented shock. To alleviate these concerns, the elderly couple had been urging Fāng Yuán to continuously invest in public welfare projects abroad. Domestic investments were temporarily off limits. Following their reasoning, since they feared a crisis erupting in Xia Nation, they might as well expand globally. This seemingly desperate measure could effectively maintain balance. Others were desperate for money. The Fāng family, however, had reached a point where the sheer volume of money made them uneasy. It's simply too much. To maintain balance, coupled with the fact that the couple only had partial control over all their assets, they could only keep urging Fāng Yuán to go ahead and squander his fortune. Just yesterday, Fāng Weiguo transferred another 500 trillion yuan directly to him. Such a massive sum immediately left Fāng Yuán pondering how to spend it. Suddenly, a news report he had seen earlier popped into his mind. It was about Baidi's infamous unfinished project, World Island. Originally conceived by the cash-rich Baidi people with nowhere to spend their money, the island was intended to be composed of 300 artificial islands of varying sizes, forming a map of the world. Hailed as the eighth wonder of the world, nearly 100 billion had already been poured into it. But due to the economic crisis, it had to be abandoned midway and now lay in ruins. I was just thinking about how to find an island to house my harem, and here's a ready-made one. Not long after, Baidi's officials received a call from a mysterious individual, claiming they wished to purchase ownership of World Island. At first, Baidi's officials assumed the caller was pranking them. After all, Baidi had always been known for its extravagance. Yet the failure of World Island delivered a harsh slap in the face. It had become the deepest wound in the hearts of all Baidi's wealthy investors. Yet the mysterious caller's tone didn't quite fit that description. So he had no choice but to report this absurd incident up the chain. Upon learning of this, Aral, the top official of Baidi City. At first, she found it hard to believe. But the other party didn't hesitate, they simply asked for a quote. The contract was signed, and the funds were transferred immediately. This bold move utterly stunned Alail. Sir, wouldn't you like to conduct an on-site inspection first? The moment the words left his mouth, he nearly slapped himself. This stalled project was desperate for someone to take it over, but the other wealthy investors who came for inspections regretted their decision upon seeing the site. The sheer cost of completing World Island was astronomical. It was practically a bottomless pit. No need. Just give me your quote. The following day, news that Baidi World Island had been acquired by a mysterious buyer sent shockwaves around the globe. Some watched with anticipation, others with schadenfreude. Only Fāng Yuán waved his hand decisively. The Xia nation's infrastructure construction force immediately set off for Baidi. Chapter 129, The Silent Man. Young master, the situation isn't entirely stable yet. You. Butler Su stood before Fāng Yuán, his face clouded with concern. Rest assured. Truthfully, not many recognize me at present. As long as we keep a low profile, there should be no issues. After spending some time at the base, Fāng Yuán couldn't stand it anymore. This time, he planned to disguise himself and slip out quietly. Given that the Kaiqing mansion had attracted far too much attention, leaving openly was clearly impossible. Seeing that Fāng Yuán's mind was made up, Steward Su could only instruct the two elite bodyguards assigned to Fāng Yuán to ensure the young master's safety at all costs. Late at night, an unassuming sedan departed the compound. It sped toward Kakingfu No. 3 airport, built by Fāng Yuán. Feeling the long-missed urban atmosphere, Fāng Yuán felt a wave of relief wash over him. Spending all day inside the base meant not seeing a single girl. Unfortunately, as the year drew to a close, the weather had turned cold. The girls had all bundled up in thick coats, which was a bit of a shame. This time, he'd booked a flight to Baidi. He couldn't return to Xia country for the time being, but he could visit his newly purchased World Island. The construction crew there had already started work. Thanks to the power of cash, the project manager confidently assured him it would be completed within 3 years. After catching some sleep on the plane, the aircraft began its gradual descent toward Baidi International Airport. Gazing upon this opulent city rising from the desert sands, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but marvel at how oil was truly a remarkable resource. It had transformed a once economically impoverished desert town into an internationally renowned tourist destination. Outside the airport, rows of luxury cars and sports cars rarely seen even domestically were everywhere. Even the taxis were BMWs and ordinary Mercedes-Benzes. Don't be nervous, relax. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly, observing the two bodyguards whose eyes were filled with vigilance. These two bodyguards had been assigned to him during the military weapons transport. Concerned for Fāng Yuán's safety in a foreign land, the boss of the National Assembly personally selected them from the Central South region. Both were elite soldiers from a mysterious special forces unit in Xia Nation. Their grappling techniques, combat skills, and military expertise were all top tier. From aircraft to tanks, they could handle anything. Simply put, they were all-around warriors. Let's go buy a car first. Being without one is too inconvenient when you're out and about. The trio hopped into a random taxi parked by the roadside. They arrived at a car dealership complex in Baidi. The showroom was packed with all kinds of expensive luxury cars. Some Baidi tycoons, the wealthiest in the world, strolled about with white cloths draped over their heads, accompanied by numerous foreign beauties trailing behind them. This life of being born into luxury couldn't help but make one marvel at how reincarnation truly is an art. Spotting Fāng Yuán enter, a saleswoman from Xia Nation promptly approached him. As an internationally renowned tourist city, many large commercial enterprises in Baidi specifically employ receptionists fluent in various languages. Good afternoon, sir. May I ask if you found a vehicle that interests you? The sweet-looking saleswoman addressed Fāng Yuán politely. Having spent considerable time in Baidi, Yuán had long honed her keen eye for detail. Although Fāng Yuán and his two companions had entered together, she still detected a certain distinctive aura about Fāng Yuán. The other two bodyguards deliberately shifted their bodies slightly backward. They seemed more like Fāng Yuán's personal attendants. He even brings bodyguards when he goes out, must be some rich playboy. Fāng Yuán paid no mind to these details. Not yet. Could you help me pick one out? He doesn't know much about choosing cars. Back in Chongqing City, that dealership manager could always find Fāng Yuán a car he liked whenever he made a request. He was quite the talent. Ah, sure. Could you tell me your approximate budget for the car? That would help me select options for you. No specific price in mind, but it should be at least 10 million yuan. 10 million or more. Looks like another big deal. He Yuan silently rejoiced even if it was just 10 million. As long as the deal closed, she'd earn a hefty commission. Motivated by the prospect of money, He Yuan enthusiastically led Fāng Yuán to the luxury car showroom. It must be said, compared to domestic car dealerships, Batty displayed a far wider variety of luxury vehicles, with models priced over 10 million yuan being commonplace. Fāng Yuán even spotted a supercar rumored to have an exterior composed of 80% solid gold. However, such vehicles weren't exactly road safe, and most were stored away as collector's items. This one it is. After much deliberation, Fāng Yuán finally settled on a luxury SUV priced at over 30 million yuan. After all, while sports cars looked impressive, they wouldn't be practical for traveling to World Island. Faced with such a generous customer, He Yuan's face flushed with excitement. Watching Fāng Yuán swipe his card with such ease, many others glanced over. But their curiosity merely stemmed from his being a citizen of Xia Nation after all. In a place like Baidi, wealthy individuals were everywhere. On the other side of the showroom, two MO people with long beards were exchanging meaningful glances at Fāng Yuán. Their gazes drifted uncertainly as they whispered among themselves. "What do you think of this Xia Kingdom man? He'll do. Let's take him." The two rose and walked outside, joining 7 or 8 other MO people of the same complexion. "Young Master Fāng, those two MO people seemed to be watching us earlier." As top-tier bodyguards in the central southern district, the MO people's movements naturally didn't escape their notice. Fāng Yuán was somewhat surprised. Dubai was an international metropolis, naturally attracting people from many different countries. Yet wherever they went, these MO people were the most repulsive. The reason was simple. The MO people's conduct could be considered the worst in the world. Their crime rates remained stubbornly high, making them unwelcome anywhere. During a certain period in Xia's history, in an effort to promote foreign trade reform, it issued visas to large numbers of MO people. However, after arriving in Xia, initially restrained, they gradually shed their inhibitions over time. They began revealing their inherently wicked nature, committing numerous crimes. Faced with widespread protests from Xia citizens, the authorities finally intervened and deported a large number of these notorious MO people. "They're staring at us." Fāng Yuán knew full well the nature of these MO people. He frowned, though he didn't let it bother him too much. After all, overall security in Batty remained quite good. On the drive to the hotel, suddenly 3 cars tailgate them, forming a triangle to box Fāng Yuán's SUV into the roadside. Through the window glass, he could see that all 3 vehicles were occupied by groups of silent men. What exactly do these silent men want? Ram them. After serving as a major warlord in Dai for some time, Fāng Yuán's temperament had grown increasingly fierce. A mere handful of MO people dared to provoke him? They clearly hadn't experienced the pain of having their kidneys ripped out. Chapter 130, Picking Up a Big Shot. The driver bodyguard didn't hesitate at all. Upon hearing Fāng Yuán's command, he decisively yanked the wheel hard to the left. The minivan carrying 4 MO people on the left was sent crashing over 10 meters away. The MO people gang never expected Fāng Yuán to act so decisively. Instantly enraged, the other 2 vehicles slammed into the scene with equal ferocity. But you get what you pay for. A 30 million yuan SUV's weight provided exceptional stability. "Young Master Fāng, hold on tight. I suspect they have guns." The bodyguard in the driver's seat gripped the steering wheel with steady hands while signaling his partner to swap clothes with Fāng Yuán. "They're likely targeting you. Switch clothes first. We'll distract them shortly. You make your escape when the moment arises." "Got it." In this critical moment, Fāng Yuán showed no hesitation. He knew both bodyguards were professionally trained. Staying behind would only slow them down. Having just crossed the border, he hadn't had time to obtain a firearm permit and carried no weapons. This group of silent men had come prepared. A direct confrontation would surely put him at a disadvantage. The bodyguard slammed the accelerator, breaking free from the pincer maneuver of the 2 vehicles. But the enemy vehicles were clearly modified. Their speed was equally impressive. They caught up quickly. Just then, Fāng Yuán and another bodyguard had already swapped their clothes. "Get ready." The 2 bodyguards exchanged a glance. Though no words were spoken, they understood each other perfectly. At a street corner, he yanked the steering wheel hard, slamming into a van tailing them from behind. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort of the impact, both bodyguards simultaneously pushed open the doors and sprinted toward a large supermarket. "He's over there." All the silent men quickly locked onto the bodyguards wearing Fāng Yuán's clothing. While they pursued relentlessly, one black bodyguard slipped into Fāng Yuán's SUV and drove off ahead. Bang bang bang. Seeing they couldn't keep up, 2 more men drew pistols and opened fire. The shoppers wandering inside the supermarket scattered in panic. At the same time, sirens wailed in the distance. "Go go go." Realizing the operation had failed, the more men cursed angrily and scattered in different directions. Elsewhere, a MO sped out of the city in Fāng Yuán's SUV. Once back at their hideout, they would be safe soon. The situation was dire. Fāng Yuán dared not delay any longer. Who knows where this damn thing will take him? He paid no heed to the danger of the vehicle speeding along the highway. Fāng Yuán abruptly stood up. Clenching his fist, he delivered a vicious punch to the temple of the unsuspecting driver. The driver, focused solely on the road, hadn't even noticed someone lurking behind him. Caught off guard, Fāng Yuán's punch knocked him unconscious instantly. Before Fāng Yuán could react, the out-of-control SUV crashed head-on into a dilapidated house by the roadside. With a thunderous crash, Fāng Yuán's head slammed violently into the dashboard screen, blood gushing out. Fortunately, the location was sufficiently remote. Only a few ragged vagrants by the roadside glanced over curiously. Fāng Yuán's mind went blank. Yet his powerful survival instinct kicked in, urging him to flee the scene immediately. In his panic, Fāng Yuán had no time to think. He staggered toward a dilapidated apartment building in the distance. After struggling up the stairs to the top floor, just then, a door swung open. Was about to step out, only to be startled by the blood-soaked Fāng Yuán. I was robbed by the MO people. Help, help me. By this point, blood loss had overcome Fāng Yuán. His body went limp. Unable to control his direction, the back of his head slammed directly onto the concrete floor of the corridor. His vision went black and he passed out. Yushi covered her mouth in horror. Yet seeing Fāng Yuán's pitiful state, she couldn't bear to watch. Finally, she summoned her courage and struggled to drag Fāng Yuán into the room. Seeing the man still bleeding profusely, her kind heart prompted her to grab the first aid kit from the room and frantically bandage his wounds. After finishing all this, she pulled out her phone to call. "Sis, come back quickly. Someone collapsed at the entrance from excessive blood loss. I don't know what to do." Still inside the auto sales complex, Yusin, who had just secured a major order and was basking in her boss's praise, froze on the spot. She then took leave and hurried back to the dormitory she shared with her sister. Seeing the unconscious man lying on the bed, Yushi felt incredibly conflicted. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't dare take them in. But before collapsing, Fāng Yuán had spoken in Xiaoguoyu. In a foreign land, witnessing a fellow countryman in distress, she found herself inexplicably compelled to help him. As for calling an ambulance to send him to the hospital, she dismissed the thought immediately. Because in the city of Baidi, most hospitals were high-end private institutions with shockingly expensive fees. Having just graduated and unable to find suitable work back home, she had come to Baidi at her older sister's suggestion. With no money to her name, she dared not take Fāng Yuán to the hospital. Paying the bill would be an absolute nightmare. Phew, are you okay? Not long after, Yusin finally arrived, panting heavily after sprinting up the stairs. Seeing her sister return, Yushi's tense nerves finally relaxed. "You little brat. Security in Baidi isn't as good as in Xia Kingdom. How dare you take in a stranger like that? I just saw how badly he was hurt, and he's from Xia country too. Stupid. Sometimes the ones who hurt you are the people closest to you. Never mind." Seeing her sister's dejected expression, Yusin refrained from scolding her further. She then turned her gaze to the man lying on the bed. The moment she saw him, she gasped in shock, because she recognized the man before her. The tycoon who had swiped away 30 million without batting an eye at the car dealership today. But how had he ended up like this? What on earth happened? Seeing her sister's anxious expression, Yushi hurriedly explained the situation. Upon learning it was a robbery by the MO people, she began to piece together a vague suspicion. It must have happened when Fāng Yuán bought the car and Checheng. The MO people gang had already set their sights on him. It proved the old saying true: never flaunt your wealth when traveling. "Sis, what should we do now? Let's assess the situation first. At least he doesn't seem seriously injured for now." Their residence was in Baidi slum district. In this area, the MO Ring gang was utterly notorious. They usually picked on migrant workers from smaller nations. The Xia people also held considerable influence here. Therefore, as long as one wasn't foolish enough to wander around recklessly, the MO people generally wouldn't dare provoke the Xia nationals. But judging by Fāng Yuán's situation, those MO people might just pursue him relentlessly. For safety's sake, Yusin decided to temporarily shelter Fāng Yuán, preferring to wait until he regained consciousness before making any decisions. A big shot like him could easily call in reinforcements with just one phone call. Then the problem would be easily resolved. Moreover, as the savior of a wealthy man, she might even receive a generous reward. At this thought, the money-minded Yusin made her decision immediately. She would take good care of this money tree while Fāng Yuán remained unconscious. "You stay here and watch over him. I'll go buy some medicine and food." Though puzzled by how her sister, who had just been scolding her moments ago, suddenly seemed more concerned about this man than she was. But as the younger sister, she possessed one excellent quality: she knew better than to pry into matters that weren't her concern. Chapter 131: Shouldn't ginseng be added to the soup? Half an hour later, watching He Yusin return laden with bags of medicine and food. Her younger sister Hiyushi was dumbfounded. In her memory, her sister was generous with family, but with outsiders, she was as stingy as a miser. How could she possibly spend so much money on a stranger? After all, in the high-cost city of Baidi, prices were sky-high. All these things easily amounted to at least half a month's salary for her. Stop staring and come help me. Hiyusin's lips curved into a faint smile. Her silly little sister had no idea she'd just stumbled upon a walking fortune. The more she spent now. When the big shot wakes up, he'll be even more grateful. As the old saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Looking at Fāng Yuán, covered in grime, Hiyusin suddenly burst into tears. Considering Fāng Yuán's usual hygiene habits, she had even bought several sets of men's clothes. But now that the rich guy was unconscious, was she really supposed to bathe him herself? At that thought, Hiyusin shifted her gaze to her younger sister. Sis, why are you looking at me with that weird expression? Noticing Hiyusin's gaze was off, she stammered nervously. My dear sister, it's all for your own good. What? When she learned her sister actually wanted her to help bathe Fāng Yuán, Hiyushi felt numb all over. You're my own sister. She was still a virgin. Sure, Fāng Yuán was kinda handsome, but asking her, a virgin for 22 years, to bathe a man? Was utterly mortifying. Watching him practically drool dry, Hiyushi refused to budge. Frustration nearly choked the words out of her. Oomph. If you won't take this chance, don't come crying to me later that I didn't treat you right. Seeing her bluff wasn't working, Hiyusin could only sigh and take matters into her own hands. She gently peeled off Fāng Yuán's blood-stained shirt, revealing his solid, muscular chest. Since becoming a second-generation heir, Fāng Yuán had been living quite comfortably. So his skin was naturally smooth and delicate. Oomph, rich people have it easy. Even a grown man's skin is pampered to perfection. Hiyusin muttered under her breath, but her hands never stopped moving. She meticulously wiped Fāng Yuán down with a damp towel. After finally finishing the top half. But what came next made her feel a bit awkward. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Hiyusin, go for it. She closed her eyes, intending to leave Fāng Yuán with one last shred of modesty. But she applied too much force. A gasp echoed through the room. Watching him change into fresh clothes, and looking even more dashing than before, Hiyusin's heart pounded wildly. Her cheeks flushed red despite her best efforts. But she quickly hid these unusual feelings. This wasn't a novel or a TV drama. Cinderella and the prince were nothing more than people's longing for a fairy tale ending. How could an ordinary girl like her even dream of dating a big shot? One wrong move, and who knows, she might end up hired by the tycoon's parents to mine in Africa. After successfully dealing with Fāng Yuán, Hiyusin, drenched in sweat, hurried to take a shower. Then she briefly explained Fāng Yuán's situation to her naive younger sister, hoping to prevent Hiyushi from doing something foolish that might offend the rich guy. Sis, you said he's super rich and wouldn't even blink at spending 30 million on a car? She pointed at Fāng Yuán lying on the bed. Hiyushi was also a bit taken aback. She never imagined that her casual rescue would turn out to be a super rich tycoon. It's more than that. Back at the car dealership, I saw he had 2 bodyguards with him. But judging by his condition, he's probably in serious trouble. You know those MO people, they're the most ruthless when they strike. Mentioning the MO people filled Hiyushi with disgust. In fact, when she first arrived at Baidi, her beauty had made her a frequent target of harassment from that group. She'd even been followed and stalked. If it hadn't been for a few passing Xia nationals who happened to rescue her, she didn't know what might have happened. However, with the growing number of Xia nationals in Baidi, these MO people have wisely learned not to provoke them lightly. Getting back to the point, Hiyusin continued speaking to her younger sister. So, you absolutely must be nice to him during this time. When the rich guy wakes up, he might just give us a huge sum of money. With that money, we can go back to our country and find a stable little job, saving us from having to come all the way out here. Whether she loved him or not, she couldn't be bothered to think about it. But the rich guy's gratitude? That part was practically guaranteed. Amidst the sisters' eager anticipation, around 10 o'clock that night, Fāng Yuán finally let out 2 agonized groans before slowly opening his eyes. Strangely, his gaze was filled with utter bewilderment. Wow! Rich guy, you're finally awake. Seeing Fāng Yuán awake, Hiyusin immediately rushed forward, eager to take credit for his recovery. But she was completely dumbfounded by the first words that came out of Fāng Yuán's mouth. Who am I? Do you recognize me? Hiyusin was stunned. Did the rich guy get beaten into a stupor? What about the reward she'd been so eager to claim? She waved her hand and tentatively held up a finger in front of Fāng Yuán. Look, what number is this? This woman was a bit strange. Did she think he was an idiot? Fāng Yuán shot her a look that said, look at the cutie. Ahem, excuse me, but you really don't remember anything at all? Wait, I only remember my name seems to be Fāng. No, my head hurts too much to remember. Fāng Yuán clutched his head, grimacing in pain. Seeing this, Yuan dared not ask any more questions. She quickly said, it's okay, it's okay. If you can't remember, don't force it. Fāng. Young Master Fāng, why don't you get some rest first? Young Master Fāng. Right. In my memories, people often called me that. So my name is Fāng. Hearing Yuan say this, Fāng Yuán immediately realized. Only Yuan's expression was downright peculiar. You're a big shot who wouldn't address you politely as young Master Fāng? But seeing how delighted Fāng Yuán looked, she decided not to bring it up. No choice, I'll just have to take the big shot to the hospital later. It might be pricey, but as long as it cures him, money won't be an issue. Ah, you must be starving after all this time. Let's eat something first. Yuan warmly pulled Fāng Yuán toward the dining table. The table was laden with expensive seafood and nourishing ingredients. These were all purchased at the cost of her life savings. But Fāng Yuán, already weakened by severe blood loss, stared blankly at the food on the table, not even lifting his chopsticks. Young Master Fāng, please eat. I can't eat. These dishes seem odd. In my memory, crabs should be several times larger than these. And this pork rib, shouldn't ribs be a large, connected piece? And shouldn't there be ginseng in the soup? The He sisters' eyes widened in disbelief. They desperately wanted to ask, is this even human speech? Chapter 132, The Supreme Black Card. Yuan felt like she was about to spit blood. Seriously? These crabs are selling for 210 yuan per pound on the market and you call them small? They're as big as fists. And the ribs, do you guys roast whole ribs at home? And always add ginseng to your soup? She was about to retort. But Yuan quickly realized Fāng Yuán might actually be telling the truth. This was just too hurtful. Rich people deserve to die. But perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Fāng Yuán chuckled awkwardly, fine, I'll reluctantly eat a little then. That only made the He sisters feel even more crushed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. We'll need him to make our fortune someday. Yuan silently reassured herself, forcing a smile. Hey, you're quite the cook. Fāng Yuán had been somewhat reluctant. But who knew Yuan's cooking skills were surprisingly excellent? Combined with the fact that he'd been starving for half a day, he nearly couldn't stop eating. Before long, his plate was piled high with crab shells and bones. Yuan swallowed hard. Truth be told, she only dared to be this extravagant during major holidays. Yet now, the crabs and ribs she'd bought were completely devoured by Fāng Yuán. Why aren't you guys eating? It feels awkward eating alone. As if you'd feel awkward. The plate's completely bare, eat the plate, for crying out loud. Yuan shot Fāng Yuán a look, then picked at the leftover greens. Ahem. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but speak up. By the way, when you found me, was there anything else on my person? His head was still spinning, and he couldn't recall a thing. Since Fāng Yuán wasn't particularly well known in Batty, the sisters hadn't guessed his identity. I came back later, Yuan hesitated before continuing. Yuan paused for a moment before saying, oh, right. I remember when you fell at the door, a black card seemed to fall out of your pocket. You were so badly injured then that I put it away first thing and almost forgot about it. A dark card? This one. Yuan handed Fāng Yuán a black card with iridescent edges. Unfortunately, it was covered in strings of English text, leaving Fāng Yuán feeling a bit confused. Let me take a look. Yuan had been quite proficient in English during her university days. Global International Bank 108 Supreme Black Card? What does this mean? I've never heard of this bank. But this was equipment dropped from a major tycoon. It couldn't possibly be some ordinary card meant for fooling around. To find out what this black card actually was and whether it could be used, all he needed to do was try it at a bank outside. But judging by Fāng Yuán's current condition, he'll need at least a while to recover. Could you guys go to the bank and ask for me? I'm not really able to go out right now. Young Master Fāng, aren't you worried we might just take the 300 or 500 million in your account and run? Seeing that Fāng Yuán showed no hint of suspicion toward the two of them, Yuan suddenly felt a surge of pleasantness. Thank goodness she hadn't saved some ingrate. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. Though I don't know what happened earlier, without you two, I'd likely be in grave danger. Money is just an external thing, it doesn't matter. Besides, in my memory, I don't recall ever being interested in money. Sigh. Yuan rolled her eyes. Though it's true you're quite wealthy, sir. But this bit is definitely a bit much. Fine, I'll go to the bank tomorrow. If it's true, maybe we can trace your identity through the bank card. That settled it. But when it came time to sleep, things suddenly got awkward. Because neither of us had ever imagined there'd be an extra man in the room. There was only one bed in the room. How were they supposed to sleep? My sister and I will sleep on the floor. You're injured and can't catch a chill. How could I possibly impose? You saved my life. We can squeeze in together if you insist. When he said this, Fāng Yuán could swear he was being completely innocent. But the He sisters didn't see it that way. Hearing Fāng Yuán had such a lewd thought, Yusin grabbed her sister by the arm and pulled her close. Oomph. You wish. Let me tell you, don't you dare try anything weird with us tonight, or else you'll be sorry. Misunderstanding. Knowing it was pointless to explain, Fāng Yuán could only chuckle awkwardly. Soon it was time to turn off the lights. The next morning, after buying breakfast for Fāng Yuán, Yusin took a day off work and dragged her sister to the bank. Her younger sister stayed home to look after Fāng Yuán. On the way to the bank, seeing the luxury cars constantly passing by, Yusin admitted she couldn't help but feel envious. She was just an ordinary person who had dreamed of suddenly striking it rich one day, driving luxury cars, living in a big villa, traveling the world with money to see the sights. But reality was too harsh. After working her fingers to the bone for a whole year, in a place like Baidi, she couldn't even afford a small toilet. To verify the authenticity of Fāng Yuán's bank card more rigorously, she specifically took a bus to the Baidi bank branch in the city center. Seeing the long line of people waiting to conduct business, Yusin sighed. Who knew how long this wait would drag on? But I don't have any special privileges. So he had no choice but to obediently swipe his card, take a number, and wait in line. Global International Bank's Prestige Black Card? What is this, some child's toy? A wealthy local waiting behind her for a number caught sight of Yusin's black card out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but mutter aloud. He pointed at her and burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery. Sir, would you kindly maintain your composure as a gentleman? Noticing the curious stares gathering around her, Yusin suppressed her anger and hurt, speaking each word deliberately. Okay, sorry. I just found it a bit funny, ha. Judging by Yusin's attire, she clearly wasn't wealthy. Most likely, she was a low-level worker at Baidi. It must be said that throughout Baidi, virtually all locals displayed some degree of superiority when interacting with people from other countries. In the past, local Baidi residents would walk straight into the VIP lounge at banks. However, this unfair policy faced opposition from many foreign tourists and migrant workers from other countries. Under pressure, the Baidi authorities were forced to reverse this decision. Nevertheless, they still categorize people into members and ordinary customers based on the amount of money deposited in the bank. To obtain a membership card at Baidi Bank, one must deposit at least 10 million yuan. Thus, their membership queue times were typically brief, merely a token gesture to placate critics. Ignoring the man's mocking laughter behind her, Yusin inserted her black card into the queue machine. Just then, a line of red text suddenly appeared on the machine's display. Insufficient permissions to read. Chapter 133, Mobilizing Forces. Insufficient permissions? Yusin was a bit confused too. The man standing behind her immediately laughed with unrestrained glee. This card must be fake. No wonder the system can't read it. You Chinese folks sure seem vain. If you can't afford it, just go stand over there quietly. Hearing this, several fellow Xia nationals in the queue shot Yusin looks of contempt and anger. Who doesn't want to make a good impression when traveling abroad? Oomph, she's really embarrassing our country. Seriously, this is Baidi. If you're gonna put on airs, pick a better place to do it. What are you trying to prove here? Exactly. I suspect she's some influencer trying to stir up buzz with videos like this. Why go through all that trouble? If you're desperate, I'll tip you 4 or 5,000, just spend a day with me. You lot. Yusin, who had never faced such slander and humiliation, was so enraged she nearly burst into tears. But the onlookers stared at her with cold, disapproving eyes. It seemed instinctively accepted as part of her scheme. But the very moment she inserted the black card, the manager of Baidi Bank received a call from the bank's headquarters. And it was a call from the CEO himself. You fool! What the hell are you doing as the head of Baidi Bank? How dare you make Global Union's black card VIP number 108 wait outside your bank for a number? Have you no desire to keep your job? If VIP 108 shows even the slightest dissatisfaction, you'll be packing your bags and out the door tomorrow. Hearing the furious voice of the headquarters CEO, the head of Baidi Bank, who had been leisurely sipping tea in his office, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. When he first took office, he had received a document regarding Global Union Pay black card holders. At the time, he never imagined he'd encounter such a high-profile client in his lifetime. Little did he know they'd suddenly appear today. Even more bizarre was that this black card VIP, whose assets were estimated to be at least 50 trillion, was actually playing dumb to catch the big fish, lining up at the bank entrance to get a number. Oh my god, you're going to kill me. The manager grumbled as he rushed out. He didn't forget to summon all the bank's internal management staff. Everyone, immediately follow me outside to greet the VIP with the highest honors. The others inside the bank had no idea what was happening, but seeing their boss in such a frantic rush, they too began to feel tense. After all, the benefits and perks at Baidi Bank were absolutely top tier. No one wanted to lose such a job. All operations cease immediately. Roll out the red carpet. Seeing the chaotic scene inside the bank, many customers who had come to conduct business were stunned. What on earth is going on? They've even rolled out the red carpet. Are they expecting some VIP? Once the red carpet was fully laid out, the manager hurriedly led his staff to the ticket dispenser. He glanced around left and right. Then his gaze settled on the man wrapped in white cloth behind Yuan. Could it be that they're here to welcome me? The thought crossed the man's mind, and a look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. As a long-time local resident, his deposits in the bank were at least in the 8-figure range. Yet the entire bank mobilizing for him over this amount seemed almost unbelievable. Yet the manager's interest vanished the moment he saw the ticket slip, an ordinary bank card, in the man's hand. After all, black card VIPs were undoubtedly individuals of extraordinary status. He scanned the room left and right, yet detected no presence radiating the aura of a big shot. Just as everyone was puzzled, Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Could you help me figure out why I can't get a number with my bank card? Can't get a number? The manager spotted the black card in her hand and instantly lit up like he'd seen his own father. His eyes lit up instantly. Esteemed black card holder, you need not queue for a number. Whatever business you require, please state it freely. As long as it falls within Baidu Bank's capabilities, we shall ensure your complete satisfaction. I've prepared premium tea in the VIP lounge. Please come in and take a seat. The man in white who had just mocked Yuan stood frozen, struck dumb with shock. That thing, barely more than a toy card, had caused the entire Baidu Bank to mount such an elaborate display. As the bank's head, he even had a semi-official background. His status and authority were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet this very important figure seemed to radiate an air of ingratiation in front of that woman from Xia Nation. The thought that he had mocked her moments ago made him wonder if he'd be targeted for revenge. A look of dread washed over the man in white before he slipped away unnoticed. Yuan, still reeling from the shock, was warmly ushered into the bank's VIP lounge by the manager. Welcome, Black Card VIP number 108 to Baidu Bank. Welcome, Black Card VIP number 108 to Baidu Bank. Rows of bank staff, beaming with enthusiasm, shouted in unison. A perfectly legitimate bank had somehow been transformed into a KTV talent show. I'm terribly sorry. Having you wait outside is a failure on the part of all of us at Baidu Bank. Please don't take it personally. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. We've prepared a small token of appreciation for you shortly. Isn't it perfectly normal to take a number and wait in line when handling business at a bank? Why does it sound like it's their fault? Especially after walking down that red carpet just now. Yuan felt like she was floating on air. She'd never experienced such treatment in her entire life. Oh, it's fine. I was going to take a number and wait in line myself. Man, you have no idea how close you came to making me pack up and leave. A little resentment bubbled up inside. But the manager dared not show it on her face, instead offering an understanding smile. By the way, what business brings you here today? Getting down to business, big shots like this don't just wander into banks for no reason. The manager had already silently resolved to give 100% effort in the upcoming service. Otherwise, if the big shot was dissatisfied with their speed or professionalism, a simple word to Global Union would spell disaster for the entire Baidu Bank. Well, could you check my account balance for me? Also, if possible, could you print out the details registered under my black card? Yuan kept her guard up at this point. A single small black card had mobilized the entire Baidu Bank. That meant Fāng Yuán's identity was definitely no ordinary matter. Given his current precarious situation, Yuan decided to claim the black card as her own, to avoid any unnecessary trouble later on. Chapter 134, Sister's Devoted Little Cotton Jacket. The bank manager sounded somewhat troubled. Well, the situation is this: we can certainly assist with balance inquiries. However, black card holder information is classified as top-level confidential data. Our bank, Baidu Bank, unfortunately lacks the authorization to access such records. We sincerely appreciate your understanding. As if, globally, fewer than 10 people possess access to black card holder information. And they're all top-tier union pay executives. He was just a lowly manager at Baidu Bank. How could he dare probe into such matters? Forget it then. Just check the balance for now. Seeing the other person's awkward expression, Yuan didn't press further. But at that moment, she suddenly became curious about the balance in Fāng Yuán's card. Just how much money did this tycoon have stashed away? Upon hearing the black card holder's concession, the manager hurried out personally and returned with a device that looked incredibly sophisticated. Please place your black card on this surface and enter your PIN. After placing the device down, the manager stepped outside and closed the door. Evidently, there were confidentiality requirements regarding the balances of black card users. That's it? Yuan didn't hesitate, placing the card directly on the scanner. An option to enter the password then popped up. After entering the password provided by Fāng Yuán, the device emitted a faint buzzing sound, clearly accessing the account interface. Over 100 million? Or several hundred million? It couldn't possibly be over 100 billion, could it? He Yusin muttered to herself as she watched the device's interface. She couldn't be blamed for thinking on such a grand scale. To the average person, having over 10 billion in savings was already an astronomical figure. But when the balance appeared on the account screen, she still sucked in a sharp breath. Her hands began trembling as she counted the digits. The math her PE teacher taught just wasn't cutting it. Holy cow, 20 digits. 1 trillion. Speaking of which, after buying World Island not long ago, Fāng Yuán's savings were around several hundred billion. But Zhang Yudan and her husband's earning power was simply too formidable. They transferred some more to him. After verifying the exact amount, He Yusin suddenly felt utterly disoriented. She had assumed this black card held at most a few billion. Little did she know this was simply not the kind of savings an earthling should possess. After retrieving the black card, she now felt unsafe everywhere, as if someone was constantly watching her. No wonder when Fang Xiao went to the car dealership to buy a car worth over 30 million that day, he didn't even bother to glance at the card when he swiped it. Compared to the balance on this black card, 30 million was practically peanuts. He Yusin politely declined the bank manager's offer to escort her home. Under the gaze of all the bank staff, she hailed a cab and left. Witnessing this simple, down-to-earth gesture from the big shot, left the head of Baidi Bank deeply moved. This is what it means to be a true tycoon who plays the game of life. Holding a black card, yet taking a taxi, could you imagine? He Yusin felt a bit dazed throughout the journey. Upon pushing open the door and stepping inside, she suddenly snapped to attention. She dashed over to Fāng Yuán, who was engrossed in watching TV. She flashed a flattering smile and said, "Oh my, Mr. Fāng, your legs must be getting a bit stiff from watching TV. Let me give you a massage. We have the freshest juice. Nothing pairs better with TV than juice. What would you like to eat tonight? If nothing else works, how about me? You could eat me too." Did she go crazy after just stepping out for a bit? Hiyushi, who had been munching on snacks nearby, was utterly stunned by her sister's baffling behavior. The way she was acting now, she looked like a crazed female lapdog. Indeed, that was the only word that could describe Hiyushi's current state. She was massaging his back and shoulders, even letting Fāng Yuán rest his legs on hers for a massage. "Sis, you really haven't been possessed by someone else, have you?" Seeing her sister's gaze, Hiyusin snorted coldly. "You think I've lost my mind? No. I'm not crazy. He's just ridiculously wealthy." Hiyusin, who had previously dismissed the idea from her mind, now came to terms with it. Forget being the mistress, even being the 5th or 6th mistress wouldn't be a problem. Making money isn't shameful. At first, Fāng Yuán had enjoyed it, but now he could see Hiyusin was acting strange. Plus, having his savior wait on him like this, wasn't that a bit excessive? Maybe we should stop for now? My legs aren't sore. Ah. Young Master Fāng, are you dissatisfied with my massage skills? No problem, I'll go find a professional to learn from tomorrow. No. I was wondering, when you went to the bank today, did you look up my personal information? At that moment, an eerie silence suddenly fell over the room. Right, sis. Didn't you say you went to the bank today to check Fāng Xiao's balance and account details? Did you find anything? No information, but I did check the balance. This card is definitely a real bank card. A 20-digit balance. Hiyusin hadn't even considered hiding anything. She recounted everything that had happened after she went to the bank. Fāng Yuán didn't feel much about it, but 20 digits seemed like a lot. It must be over a trillion. Over a trillion? He muttered under his breath. Hiyushi, however, was utterly stunned. What did a 20-digit number even mean? Even in her wildest dreams of striking it rich, she wouldn't dare imagine such extravagance. Is that a lot of money? Fāng Yuán asked at the worst possible moment. In the past, he would have slapped himself for such a thought. Did he even grasp the magnitude of trillions? But as his life grew increasingly affluent, coupled with his frequent large-scale investments in charitable donations and military equipment purchases, even if he couldn't recall the past clearly, in his mind, a quadrillion didn't seem like such a staggering amount anymore. Young Master Fāng, your humor is truly delightful. I love hearing it. Hiyusin instinctively wanted to retort, but immediately hit the brakes and offered her praise instead. Having learned of young Master Fāng's black card balance, Hiyushi seemed to understand. Why did her sister come back so fawning after just one trip out? Honestly, 99% of women in the world couldn't resist Mr. Fāng's damn charm. If he really has that much money, could we move to a new place? I feel terrible making you guys sleep on the floor last night. As a grown man, even if there were extenuating circumstances. But it still felt a bit inappropriate. Move to a new place? Yeah, what's the point of hoarding money if we're not spending it? Might as well move to a new place. I'm in. Hiyusin cheered. Fāng Xiao was indeed bold and decisive. The house change was decided in an instant. But Hiyushi frowned and said, "But sis, didn't young Master Fāng just hurt his head yesterday?" Her implication was clear. What if Fāng Yuán's head injury had left him a bit off his game? Wasn't it a bit inappropriate for her sister to do this? Hearing this, He-Yusin was instantly speechless. Other sisters are their sisters' sweet little cotton jackets, but you're just a black-hearted one. Chapter 135, Sister, let's go swimming together. How much could a house possibly cost? Not even worth a single hair on your Fāng young master's body. Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. It's fine, it's fine. I've just lost my memory, I'm not stupid. Besides, a better environment might even help my injuries. Did you hear that? Young Master Fāng said it himself. With Fāng Yuán's endorsement, He-Yusin instantly felt more confident. We still have some time today. Why don't we go look at apartments first? Tonight we can buy some nice food to celebrate our new place. Fāng Yuán suggested. Everything else was fine, but living like this was really inconvenient. He felt bad making the two sisters sleep on the floor again tonight. Since the big spender had spoken, He-Yusin had no objections. Since Fāng Yuán wasn't quite up to it yet, the legwork fell to He-Yusin. She was more than happy to oblige. Meanwhile, after hiding for a day, once the Mo-Ring gang had departed, they immediately returned to the original location to search for Fāng Yuán's whereabouts. They even tracked him to the site of his car crash. But in the end, they came up empty-handed. Damn it, in all my years as a bodyguard, this is the first time I've made such a fool of myself. Nothing we could do, they had guns. If they'd had guns too, these MO people wouldn't have stood a chance. But you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. We've searched all day and still haven't found any trace of the boss. We should report back to Manager Su first. Sigh. The two elite bodyguards seethed with rage at the silent men's gang. Yet they had no choice but to ask for help. The other side was clearly after money. If Fāng Yuán and his group were in their hands, they likely wouldn't be in immediate danger. But time was of the essence. Caking Fu base. Upon receiving the call about Fāng Yuán's disappearance, Su, the steward, turned ashen. But the blame couldn't be placed entirely on the two bodyguards. Both were veterans of serving high-ranking officials in the Central South District, and at the time, they had drawn all the fire upon themselves. Who could have anticipated the Baidi Nuren gang would be so brazen to pull off such a stunt in broad daylight? After instructing the two to lie low for now and continue their covert search, Butler Su dispatched men to summon all the guards from Xia Nation. The base's personnel numbers had nearly doubled or tripled. Retired guards from Xia alone numbered nearly 10,000. After informing the two chief instructors of Fāng Yuán's situation, they immediately selected over 3,000 elite guards to prepare for the rescue mission. After the Silver Triangle incident, numerous organizations whose interests were harmed are likely watching us. We must not leak any information. Disperse upon arrival. Prioritize the search and rescue mission. Whatever demands the MO people make, agree to them first. If a peaceful resolution can be achieved with money, avoid conflict at all costs. Our top priority is ensuring young Master Fāng's safety. Understood. And so, under the cover of night, over 3,000 base guards began departing in waves. Through overseas connections established during this period, to secure a batch of legitimate firearms permits for them. Remember, if young Master Fāng truly meets with misfortune, then leave not a single Baidi Marin alive, let them all join young Master Fāng in death. These were the words Su, gritting his teeth, delivered to every guard before their departure. Those MO people had better pray that nothing happened to Fāng Yuán. Otherwise, no one's intervention would matter. This villa's pretty nice, huh? Priced at 110 million, and it's right next to World Island. It must be said, money truly speaks volumes. Following Fāng Yuán's price suggestion, within just a few hours, they moved into a luxurious ocean view villa spanning over 1,000 square meters, fully equipped with all the home appliances and furnishings. Oh, and I've arranged for a few private doctors to visit you later. When purchasing the villa, He-Yusin didn't forget to find a doctor for Fāng Yuán. After all, while Fāng Yuán seemed perfectly normal at the moment, but if he had any internal injuries or intracranial hemorrhage, that would be dangerous. Thank you. For dinner tonight, let's order from a restaurant. It's too late to cook today. We'll hire some maids and cooks tomorrow. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Fāng Yuán instinctively began planning for the residence. Oh, and we'll need to buy a few cars for the household. One each for the three of us. Keep the budget under 100 million. Wow. Young Master Fāng, I absolutely adore you. He-Yusin was thrilled beyond words at the thought of Fāng Yuán buying her a car. Having worked in the car dealership for so long, she was always the one serving others. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she'd ever be in a position to buy one herself. I really don't need one. It's too expensive. He-Yushi clearly felt a bit awkward. In her view, what they were doing was all out of goodwill. Thanks to Fāng Yuán, she was already fortunate enough to live in a villa. Asking for a car too might seem like she was deliberately demanding repayment. Fāng Yuán smiled but said nothing. Unlike the cheerful and outgoing He-Yusin, as the younger sister, she seemed far more reserved. But such a personality could easily get her taken advantage of in the outside world. It's fine. This amount is nothing to me. I'd actually feel uncomfortable if you didn't accept it. Alright. We'll worry about tomorrow. Let's just order food now, I'm starving. Yusin pulled out her phone with a flourish. Hey, Mr. Fāng, they have your favorite thick-legged crabs here. And whole roasted lamb, ginseng soup too. Since you're still injured, skip the alcohol. How about a bottle of 82 vintage LeBlanc and 5 energy drinks to recharge? Whatever you choose is fine. Tonight's on me. Sitting on the villa's large lawn, watching the waves churn endlessly beneath the bright moonlight. Bright lights illuminated the joyful faces of the three. This scene felt strangely familiar. Vague memories of meals with his parents flashed through Fāng Yuán's mind. But he quickly shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. The doctors who had just visited had given him a preliminary examination. They all agreed it was merely temporary amnesia. As long as he took good care of his body, it would recover on its own in time. Burp. I'm stuffed. Yusin slumped in her chair, abandoning all traces of ladylike decorum. After all these years, she had finally realized her dream of dining in a villa. 2 shallow dimples seemed to declare the joy within her heart. After eating, let's rest and go for a swim. I used to see people swimming in big villa pools on TV and was so jealous. Over there, Yushi was still chewing slowly. But a faint smile lingered in her eyes. Who in the world doesn't love beautiful things and a good life? It's just that most people drift through life in mediocrity. They simply never realize the dreams in their hearts. A dream as pure and down to earth as my sister's seems rather nice. Sister, let's go swimming together. Fāng Yuán gazed at the 2 sisters, their figures beautifully revealed in their swimsuits. Suddenly, his blood pressure spiked. He quickly bowed his head and made a hasty exit, feigning illness. Seeing the usually composed young Master Fāng in such an embarrassing state, the pool erupted in a burst of silvery laughter. Chapter 136, Car City. 2 days later. Fāng Yuán instructed the villa butler to help find domestic staff like a nanny, chef, and driver. He then instructed Yusin to go to the car dealership and purchase several grocery shopping vehicles. He also arranged for each of the 3 to have their own personal vehicle. As soon as they entered the car dealership, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back pompadour and a suit approached. He addressed Yusin impatiently. You were late for work today. Your perfect attendance bonus for this month will be cut in half. Young people these days don't know how to work hard. All they do is slack off and try to get by with tricks. Poof. Seeing Yusin being scolded, some of her colleagues at the car dealership immediately wore expressions of schadenfreude. Most of Yusin's colleagues were from other countries. Given the competitive atmosphere among them, no one was foolish enough to stick up for her. Sorry, I quit. What did you say? The car city supervisor froze, stunned that this young woman from Xia Nation would be so defiant. He'd only made a few remarks. Didn't catch that? I quit. Keep your perfect attendance bonus, keep it. Yusin retorted, hands on her hips. During her time at Car City, this supervisor had frequently bullied subordinates by leveraging his position. He'd constantly pull out various rules and regulations to dock pay. Many new hires quit because they couldn't stand it. You're quitting? Did I hear that right? How dare this woman from Xiagua say such a thing? After all, finding a stable job in Baidi was no easy feat. That's precisely why he'd always wielded his authority as a supervisor to lord over his subordinates. Daff? Didn't you hear me? Daring to talk back to your superior like that? You're losing this month's pay. Oomph. Quit if you want, but I'll definitely dock your pay for this month. After all, this is Baidi. What kind of waves could a Xia national without any connections possibly make? But the scene he imagined of Yusin flying into a rage never materialized. Ha, a mere supervisor dares to act so high and mighty? Is this how Baidi Auto City treats its customers? Ha! That's hilarious. What are you talking about? These are all premium luxury cars on display, can you even afford them? Some staff members nearby were whispering among themselves. You know, maybe she's just lost it because the manager docked her pay. Exactly. First she threatened to quit, and now she's putting on an act. A couple of fellow Chinese colleagues approached and whispered words of caution. Yusin, don't be impulsive. Going against your superiors won't do you any good. If you can't handle it, just grit your teeth and endure it. Yeah, if you lose your job, how will you survive in Baidi? Are you planning to go back to China? These people had mostly left Xiagua years ago. Their impressions of Xiagua were stuck in the past. They had no idea that under the Fāng family's massive investments, the nation's infrastructure had undergone a complete transformation compared to the past. Yusin was well aware of her compatriots' goodwill. She merely smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. You just watch and see." Seeing that Yusin refused to heed their advice, several colleagues from Xia Kingdom could only exchange glances. At that moment, the general manager, who seemed to have sensed some commotion in the lobby, also stepped out. He swept his stern gaze across all the employees present before turning to the supervisor. "What's going on here?" Seeing the general manager emerge, the supervisor who had been acting so arrogantly moments ago hurried over with a fawning smile. Manager Hala, it's nothing. Just a minor employee from Xia country who got his perfect attendance record docked for being late. He's upset and trying to stir up trouble. Oomph. Sheicheng has its rules. Deducting perfect attendance for tardiness is only fair. Anyone who dares to stir trouble will be fired on the spot. At these words, everyone else present cautiously reined in their expressions. Only He Yusen stared straight into the general manager's eyes, utterly unconcerned. Manager, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to buy a car. Noticing He Yusen wearing the dealership's employee uniform, Manager Hala's gaze grew slightly more puzzled. The supervisor beside him quickly interjected, buy a car? Where would she get the money to buy a car? She's just causing trouble on purpose. I suggest we have her kicked out immediately. Some employees here feel the dealership treats them too well. Not only do they show no appreciation or gratitude, but they even cause trouble. They're nothing but a rotten apple among our entire staff. But perhaps he saw the fierce confidence in He Yusen's eyes. Manager Hala didn't rashly agree with the supervisor's suggestion. Instead, he stepped before He Yusen and asked sternly, I'll give you one more chance. Are you genuinely here to buy a car, or are you deliberately looking for trouble? He Yusen chuckled. She walked straight to the display of luxury cars. She then tapped the display area where 3 luxury sports cars, each worth around 30 million yuan, were showcased. I'll take all 3 of these, plus that Caber War Shield. I want the top-of-the-line model. And 5 of those military-grade A8s made in Xia Nation. These words sent shockwaves through the room. Stunned not only the others present, but even Manager Hala. He never imagined that an ordinary-looking girl from Xia Nation would make such extravagant purchases, buying cars as casually as buying groceries. But all these luxury vehicles together would easily cost over 100 million yuan. Could she really afford it? Ha! You must be out of your mind. Do you even know how much these cars cost altogether? And she claims she's not here to cause trouble? Manager Hala, I suggest we call security to escort her out immediately. Over 100 million yuan. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled an amusing QA he'd seen before. Question: how long does it take an average person to earn 100 million? A. Depends on sleep quality. If you're lucky, maybe a few minutes. Simply put, it's all in the dream. He Yusen's performance seemed like she was playing house. This was clearly a deliberate tease of everyone. First, prepare a quotation. Don't delay. He Yusen paid no heed to the stares of others. After speaking, she walked straight to the sofa in the lobby and began sipping tea. Watching the general manager and that annoying supervisor gaping at her, she felt utterly satisfied. Being a rich woman felt amazing. Even though the money wasn't hers, she at least got to enjoy the process. Manager Hala, what about this? The dedicated quoter couldn't help but speak up, looking at Manager Hala, who seemed still in a daze. This was a major deal. If it closed, everyone's monthly bonuses would multiply exponentially. Go prepare the quote for Miss He. Manager Hala snapped out of it then. Regardless of whether it was real or not. After all, he couldn't just let such a huge order slip through his fingers. Within minutes, a quotation worth over 100 million was handed to He Yusen by Manager Hala. Oh, just over 130 million? Not bad. Oh, and by the way, upgrade the protection system on that John Dunn to the highest level. I'll cover all the costs. Heh, no problem. However, given the size of the order, we require a 10% deposit up front. No problem. He Yusen agreed readily. Chapter 137, Rescue arrives. Before long, a card reader was placed before her. This was the main event. All eyes turned to He Yusen, as if they wanted to see whether she truly possessed the strength or was merely trying to toy with them. Manager Hala was also quietly calculating. If this Xia Nation employee dared to deceive him, he'd fire her on the spot. But he clearly didn't know that He Yusen had already voluntarily offered her resignation earlier. A deposit, right? Fine. He Yusen pulled out her black card and inserted it directly into the card reader. After entering her PIN, a prompt quickly confirmed the successful transaction. Could it be real? But the crucial question was, where did He Yusen get all that money? Is that okay now? Seeing the deposit paid successfully, Manager Hala's face instantly broke into a smile. Ah, of course it is. But He Yusen spoke again. I have one final request. Please go ahead. In Manager Hala's eyes, money talks. He Yusen was now a veritable money god. Not just one request, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. Have him pack up and leave. I'll settle the remaining balance right now, no need to wait for delivery. Hearing He Yusen's words, the group sucked in a collective breath. Who knew this girl held such a grudge? Earlier, they'd merely withheld her perfect attendance bonus. Who knew she'd make such a demand now? No, Manager Hala, you absolutely cannot agree to such unreasonable demands. I've made so many contributions to Chaiching over the years. If you actually listen to her, won't that just dishearten everyone? Seeing the hesitation on Manager Hala's face, the supervisor quickly interjected. Well, if you agree, I'll pay right now. Manager, you can't. But after a moment's hesitation, Manager Hala's expression suddenly darkened. I know you've made significant contributions to the dealership over the years, but don't think I'm unaware. You've been using your position to line your own pockets and deliberately suppressing employees you don't like. If it weren't for our past relationship, you'd have been fired long ago. And now you dare to slander such an outstanding employee? That's absolutely unforgivable. Considering our long-standing relationship, you should process your resignation yourself. Hearing this, the manager's face drained of color. He shot a venomous glare at Hyusun. But all he got in return was a dismissive roll of her eyes. Many employees who witnessed the scene felt a mix of emotions. The supervisor who had been strutting around in front of everyone just minutes ago. In the blink of an eye, he was fired on the spot by Cheng. This dramatic reversal was nothing short of astonishing. But could all of this be blamed on Hyusun? Clearly, that was impossible. Miss He, are you satisfied with this resolution? The scene shifted. Manager Hala, who had been stern-faced before the supervisor moments ago, now wore a broad smile. Okay, I'm very satisfied. Hyusun gave a slight smile and promptly swiped her card to pay the remaining balance. Once all the paperwork is finalized, I'll give you a call. If needed, we can also arrange for delivery to your specified location. Is there anything else we can assist you with? You have to admit, a manager is a manager. Her manner of speaking was genuinely pleasant. With everything settled, Hyusun departed the dealership under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Today's car buying experience had truly made her feel like she was above everyone else. But Xiaoyu remained clear-headed, fully aware that all this was thanks to Fang Xiao. So on her way back, she deliberately bought a lot of expensive ingredients. She planned to cook a delicious meal for Fang Xiao herself. Official Baidi City. As the top official, Leo was reviewing the recent influx of inbound tourists and began to mutter to himself. Why are there so many Xia nationals entering from Dai Kingdom lately? What's going on here? Have any of these incoming Xia nationals exhibited unusual behavior? He turned to his secretary. After all, the situation was somewhat unusual, and Leo couldn't help but feel concerned. The Xia nationals entering the country have been quite orderly, but I've noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Sir, by analyzing city surveillance footage, I've determined they're searching for someone. You see, judging by the distribution of these Xia nationals, they're expanding their search outward in a fan-shaped pattern. And they're primarily concentrated in the slum area. I don't know if you noticed a case that happened a while back. A MO gang attempted to forcibly rob a wealthy Xia national in broad daylight. The MO gang seemed to fail, but that Xia national vanished as well. As Leo listened to his secretary's analysis, he suddenly interjected, so you're suggesting they might be the wealthy man's people? Exactly. The MO people in the Baidi slums had long been a headache for Leo. Many of these mowers had entered Baidi illegally through various channels. The authorities had organized numerous expulsion campaigns in the past. But the tenacious Morsans, after being driven out, found ways to sneak back in. Eventually, the Baidi authorities abandoned these futile efforts. Since the mores began proliferating in Baidi, the city's crime rate has steadily climbed. This eventually sparked widespread discontent among both local Baidi residents and migrant workers. Only after implementing a series of crackdown measures did the situation begin to improve. Yet these were merely stopgap solutions. As long as these silent ones exist, the underlying issues cannot be resolved. Forget it. Leave them be for now. Those slum dwellers are mostly no good anyway. As long as conflicts don't spill into the city proper, you handle it however you see fit. Understood. He'd been fretting over how to handle this group of MO people. Now they'd foolishly provoked a powerful Xia Nation tycoon. Even if trouble arose, it would be entirely their own fault. He was confident that these Xia Kingdom people, descended from a millennia-old clan, would handle matters in a way that wouldn't cause any headaches for the official authorities. Team 1, no findings. Team 2, nothing found. Team 3. Hearing the reports from his subordinates, Lin Su, the overall commander of this operation, felt the pressure mounting. Although they had conducted thorough analysis before arriving, they believed the enemy wouldn't risk losing their advantage for mere money. But unexpected twists could always occur. If those MO people lost their heads, then the outcome would be uncertain. Lin Su frowned, beginning to analyze the current situation. First, based on the information provided by the two bodyguards at the time, the slum where the MO people lived in large numbers was undoubtedly the primary search target. With some money spent to grease the wheels, they quickly launched a thorough investigation around the location where Fāng Yuán had crashed. But today marked the third day, and they had practically combed through the entire slum. They'd even clashed with some mere people gangs along the way. But these thugs, who only dared bully ordinary folks normally, they were no match for the well-trained guards, and soon the entire moth gang was routed. They even captured several MO people who had participated in robbing Fāng Yuán. Yet during brutal interrogations, they stubbornly insisted they never captured Fāng Yuán. Lin Su pondered for a moment before deciding to shift his approach and reanalyze the situation. Chapter 138, Uninvited Guests. The problem was, they couldn't publicly reveal that Fāng Yuán was at Baidi. They couldn't even contact the authorities. If it attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, it might expose Fāng Yuán to unnecessary danger. This also made the search significantly more difficult. The strangest thing now is why those MO people didn't capture young Master Fāng. Yet after escaping, he hasn't contacted his own people. Could he be trapped in some predicament? Lin Su frowned. Since the attack, Fāng Yuán had vanished completely. He seemed to have vanished entirely. Considering the risk of injury from the crash, he had even dispatched people to thoroughly search every hospital in Baidi yet found nothing. The situation seemed to have reached a deadlock. Just as Lin Su was racking his brain over Fāng Yuán's whereabouts, a team finally brought good news. It said that yesterday, a woman carrying a black card was seen at Baidi Bank. Black card. Lin Su's eyes lit up. Indeed, before coming over, Butler Su had specifically provided him with several items that could represent Fāng Yuán's identity. And a black card, something possessed by only a select few worldwide, was naturally included. Though Baidi was home to many wealthy individuals, those who could possess a black card were almost uncountable. Ordinary people wouldn't flaunt such a thing, and according to intelligence, the woman holding the black card was foolishly waiting in line to get a number. This woman clearly had no understanding of what a black card meant. This clearly indicates the card must have been obtained elsewhere. Most likely, it was Fāng Yuán's card. Upon this realization, Lin Su immediately led his team to Baidi Bank. When he announced his intention to deposit 100 billion yuan. Sure enough, the head of Baidi Bank promptly escorted him to the VIP lounge. After spending a bit of effort on persuasion, after presenting another small gift worth hundreds of thousands, he obtained surveillance footage from the bank manager showing He Yusin's visit to the bank. As for why the bank manager chose not to keep it confidential, there were reasons for that, of course. Who knows how many people had seen He Yusin's face when she came in? It's possible others took photos or videos as well. Who wouldn't be thrilled to make a quick 100,000 selling surveillance footage? That's how it was. Lin Su, who obtained the surveillance footage, immediately sent He Yusin's photos to everyone's phones overnight. He couldn't openly approach Fang Xiao. But going after this woman should be fine, right? With a clear target in hand. The investigation progressed rapidly. Within just a few hours, information on He Yusin was laid out on Lin Su's makeshift desk. He Yusin, currently residing in Lanyan Villa District, previously worked in auto sales, having resigned just 2 days ago. Before resigning, she unusually placed a large order for luxury vehicles at the auto mall. The source of funds appears to be linked to Fāng Xiao's black card. Lin Su scrutinized each piece of information meticulously. He was already 80% certain in his mind. Fāng Yuán was likely with this woman named He Yusin right now. All clues were pointing to He Yusin. Lin Su finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. This was far better than floundering around like a headless fly. He Yusin, who had just returned from buying a large haul of groceries, was humming a tune as she busily prepared dinner in the kitchen. The chef sat helplessly nearby. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. But He Yusin, determined to show her sincerity, wouldn't let him lift a finger. After spending time together recently, He Yusin found herself developing an inexplicable fondness for Fāng Yuán. A handsome, wealthy young master with amnesia and a mysterious background. He was the kind of man who could spark endless fantasies in young women. Cooking meals for Fāng Yuán herself. She claimed it was to thank him for letting her live in his grand villa. She bought him a luxury car. Yet He Yusin realized what truly mattered to her wasn't these material things. But how could she possibly voice such thoughts? Within the Kakingfu compound. After 3 days of waiting with no word from Kobaidi, he finally resolved to tell the master and mistress about Fāng Yuán's disappearance. Upon receiving this news, Fāng Yuán and his wife felt as if the sky had fallen. With only this one son, what would they do if something happened to him? While instructing Butler Su to spare no expense in rescuing Fāng Yuán, Zhang Yunxue happened to be visiting her future in-laws at that very moment. She heard everything clearly. Her vision went black and she nearly collapsed on the spot. Ignoring Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan's pleas, she bought a flight ticket that very night and rushed straight to Baidi. Ever since Li Meiyu had berated her, Zhang Yunxue had always felt ashamed toward Fāng Yuán. That's why she never mentioned Fāng Yuán's actions against Li Meiyu and Miaoyu. She had planned to make it up to him properly once he returned. But now, the devastating news had suddenly arrived. Fāng Yuán, wait for me. The young master had met with an accident. Now Zhang Yunxue was rushing to Baidi. Su the steward's hair had turned white with worry. Left with no choice, he immediately contacted Lin Su. He instructed him to immediately arrange for personnel to meet Zhang Yunxue at the airport. Upon arrival, Lin Su recounted the entire situation to Zhang Yunxue. Another woman? Zhang Yunshue's initial concern quickly gave way to a flushed embarrassment. How could that stinking man manage to hook up with other women wherever he went? We should go over first. We don't know what's going on with young Master Fāng yet. Noticing the change in Zhang Yunshue's expression, Lin Su wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly interjected. Sure enough, the moment Fāng Yuan's name came up, Zhang Yunxue stopped dwelling on it. Truthfully, after encountering Zhao Meng, then Li Meiyu and Miao Yu, she had practically built up immunity to such absurdities. As long as Fāng Yuan was safe and sound, nothing else mattered. Escorted by numerous guards, they hurried straight to the residential complex where Fāng Yuan lived. Dinner's ready. He Yusin emerged from the kitchen with a smile, calling out to Fāng Yuan and her younger sister to come eat. Seeing the table laden with an abundance of delicacies, Yushi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, sis, how much did you spend on this? What's the big deal? I worked my butt off running errands today. Can't I treat myself? Mr. Fāng, you tell me if this is fair. Seeing Yushi pass the buck to him, Fāng Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Money's meant to be spent, and besides, you two saved my life. This is nothing. Ha, did you hear that? Young Master Fāng is so boss. Watching her sister gesticulate wildly, Yushi helplessly covered her forehead. But then she realized the amount they'd eaten probably didn't even cover a day's interest on Fāng Yuan's savings. She instantly felt relieved. Just as the three sat around the table, chatting and laughing over their meal, suddenly, the villa's front door swung open. A beautiful woman in a purple gown appeared before them, her face etched with worry and unease. Behind her followed a large contingent of black-clad guards. Who are you people? Seeing these uninvited guests, the He sisters instinctively moved closer to Fāng Yuan. Fāng Yuan, who had been unable to recall his past memories, the moment he saw that woman, he suddenly froze. Chapter 139, Settled Emotions. Xia Shui. The woman's name slipped out of Fāng Yuan's mouth habitually. Forgotten memories instantly flooded his mind like a tidal wave. In that instant, all of Fāng Yuan's memories returned. You two know each other? He Yusin froze in surprise. The next moment, Zhang Yunxue rushed forward and embraced Fāng Yuan tightly. Though she didn't know the nature of Fāng Yuan's relationship with the He sisters, but out of caution for safety, Lin Su instinctively had someone separate them. Sorry for worrying you both. Fāng Yuan gently stroked Zhang Yunxue's hair, his voice tinged with guilt. He feared that during his disappearance, Mom and Dad must be beside themselves. Feeling the sobs in his arms, Fāng Yuan whispered softly. After the incident, I just had temporary amnesia. Everything's fine now. By the way, let me introduce you. These two are the ones who saved my life back then. If it weren't for them, who knows what might have happened. With that, Fāng Yuan turned and took Zhang Yunshue's hand as he introduced them to the He sisters. This is my fiancé, Zhang Yunxue. After composing herself, Zhang Yunxue gracefully turned to the He sisters and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much for taking care of him all this time. Truly, thank you. He Yusin forced an awkward smile. It's nothing, really. Just a small favor. Truthfully, she had anticipated this outcome long ago. After all, given Fāng Yuan's status, once he went missing, it was only a matter of time before someone found him. As for female confidants? You know how it is, which handsome, wealthy man doesn't have them? After taking the phone and calling home to report that everything was fine, the Fāng Weiguo couple finally relaxed, yet suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Since Fāng Yuan's strategic focus had now shifted overseas, the Fāng family's standing in Xia Nation had improved considerably. At least on the official level. The government expressed support and approval for the Fāng family. But their son, alone abroad, faced no shortage of dangers and hardships. Honey, don't you think we should encourage him to have a child? If anything were to happen to him, at least the old Fāng family would have an heir. Zhang Yudan smacked Fāng Weiguo on the arm. Her eyes widened in anger as she snapped, My son is blessed with divine protection. How could you, his father, speak like that? But the next moment, she added softly. Sigh, this can't go on forever. If it doesn't work out, maybe we should ask one of my good daughters-in-law if she'd be willing to go out and keep Fāng Yuan company. Honestly, getting grandchildren sooner isn't such a bad thing. Fāng Weiguo chuckled. He then summoned the system interface. Seeing their current assets filled them with a sense of accomplishment. But the thought that more money might actually put Fāng Yuan in danger made the couple's hearts sink with anxiety. Godly Tycoon Cultivation System. Hosts, Fāng Weiguo, Zhang Yudan. Cash assets, 210,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000, Assets under ownership: 100% shares of Zhonghua Yue Investment Holding Company, Limited; 100% shares of Anning Holding Group; 100% shares of Haichuan Group Company, Limited; 100% shares of Jingxi Group; 100% shares of Tianding Group Company, Limited; 100% shares of Hengyi Group Company, Limited; 100% shares of Penguin Group; 100% equity in Carry Hotels; 100% shares in Galaxy Film Television; 90% shares in Tianding Group; 100% equity in Qilin Grand Hotel, Manhwa Mall. Assets have reached the staggering level of 2,100 trillion. Even on a global scale, this undoubtedly ranks among the top tier. From a humble Fāng family in Chongqing City to assets now spanning Xia Nation. And even abroad. They have grown to a point where they can directly challenge the world's established families. Their journey has indeed been legendary. Yet now they suddenly realize. It seems money isn't everything. Even within the secure confines of Xia's domestic market, as their assets continue to expand, they would inevitably face numerous external threats. Badi Airport. Watching the Yi sisters come to bid him farewell, Fāng Yuán smiled. Thank you both for your care these past days. But all good things must come to an end. Farewell for now. Truthfully, he had already sensed something amiss with He Yusin. But considering there were still 3 matters at home that hadn't been fully resolved, Fāng Yuán decided against making any promises or raising her hopes for now. Otherwise, he'd truly become the harem keeper his mother warned him about. Just tending to them all would wear him out. Before leaving, he placed a bank card with 10 billion yuan deposited in it on He Yusin's bedside table. It should be more than enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Sister, go back now. Seeing her sister staring blankly at the receding plane, He Yushi couldn't bear to watch. She knew all too well that during their brief time together, her sister had fallen for that man. But the gap between their social statuses was simply too vast. This affection could only remain hidden deep within her heart. He Yusin withdrew her gaze. In truth, she knew all too well the gulf between them. She was merely clinging to a sliver of hope. Back inside the villa, looking at the room gradually growing quieter, she picked up the bank card Fāng Yuán had left on her bedside table. Suddenly, she felt weary of this city of glitz and glamour. Let's go back. He Yushi was momentarily taken aback. Why was her sister suddenly bringing up returning home? This isn't our home after all. After staying here for years, I'm tired. He Yushi forced a cheerful smile as she waved the bank card in her hand. Look, this gift from Mr. Fāng. I reckon the money inside will keep us fed and clothed for the rest of our lives. When we first came to Baidi, I thought even scavenging trash could earn us over 10,000 a month. Turns out it was nothing. Now that we have money, why stay here? As she laughed, He Yusin's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Sister. He Yushi stepped forward and embraced her. She nodded in response. On the plane, Zhang Yunxue clutched Fāng Yuán's hand tightly, as if she feared he might slip away from her at any moment. She looked into Fāng Yuán's eyes and said, I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'll stay by your side no matter where you go. I want to be with you always. Silly girl, why are you suddenly getting so sentimental? Fāng Yuán felt warm inside. This was the perk of having a girlfriend. Unlike those big, clumsy men who didn't know the first thing about romance, I've temporarily handed over domestic affairs to Li Meiyu and Miaoyu. Fāng Yuán's expression suddenly turned a bit peculiar. Given Li Meiyu's personality, if she found out Zhang Yunxue was coming to accompany him and dumping all her work on her, she'd probably be fuming by now. Much as Fāng Yuán had imagined. Upon learning from Fāng's parents that Zhang Yunxue had gone abroad to find him, Li Meiyu was practically ready to pack her bags and chase after them that very night. But Miaoyu managed to talk her out of it. This is outrageous. She sneaks off to find Fāng Yuán and leaves all the work for us to handle. I absolutely refuse to swallow this humiliation. Seeing Li Meiyu's furious expression, Miaoyu hesitantly spoke up. Meiyu, you forgot that we both did the same thing back then. At that moment, Li Meiyu suddenly felt like prying open her sister's skull to see what was going on inside. But remembering their past, she forced herself to hold back. Thus, an invisible storm was averted. Chapter 140, Inspecting the Kaiqing Manor. Has the base changed this much? Surveying the blossoming array of structures all around, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He had only been away for a short while. The entire base had undergone earth-shaking changes. Steel structures were visible everywhere. Guards undergoing various training drills on several large drill grounds. And the hundreds of tanks and fighter jets transferred over from Xia Nation during this period. All of this clearly demonstrated that the base's capabilities had now reached a certain level. Is everything alright with the Dai royal family? Steward Su looked at Fāng Yuán, who had returned safely, his face radiating joy. Reporting to young master, the royal court has maintained a stance of ignoring Kaiqing prefecture thus far. However, our informant within the Dai Kingdom's parliament has relayed intelligence. Recently, the royal family has been secretly needing envoys from 2 neighboring countries. I suspect this might be related to Kaiching Prefecture. Fāng Yuán knew that after losing control of Kaiching Prefecture, the royal family would certainly not let him off easily. But it didn't matter. When you're out in the world, your reputation is earned by your own fists. Currently, Kaiching Prefecture far surpassed the Dai royal family in both economic development and military buildup. Far surpassed the Dai royal family. Soon, no one will be able to shake my position. By the way, accompany me on an inspection later. To be honest, since taking the position of prefectural lord, I haven't formally appeared before everyone. It's rather unbecoming of me. Understood, young master. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly, recalling how he'd seen various congressional bigwigs conducting field inspections before those imposing motorcades and ceremonial processions. It made him feel a little excited. The current Kaiching Prefecture. Nearly all officials were elite talents Fāng Yuán had specially brought from Xia Kingdom. This measure served to prevent infiltration by the Dai royal family. Upon learning of the governor's inspection tour, everyone immediately sprang into action with urgent preparations. First, roads were sealed off to ensure security. Then, conduct rigorous inspections at every turn. For the governor who, after taking office, had held only one press conference, who had brought peace and prosperity to the entire Kaiching Prefecture, the local populace held him in profound respect. Truthfully, no matter which country's citizens they are, their desires and aspirations are remarkably simple. As long as they have enough to eat, clothes to keep them warm, and a little hope for the future, that is enough. Today, Kaiching Prefecture boasts well-developed urban roads and an economy that ranks among the best. Its living conditions and public safety rival those of many developed cities. Who wouldn't admire the lord of the prefecture who brought all this about? The wide, bright streets were lined with crowds of onlookers. Thousands of guards patrol and inspect along both sides. Over 20 official heavy motorcycles led the way. Following behind were row upon row of bulletproof black sedans. Interestingly, all the official vehicles Fāng Yuán had procured were from Xia Nation's junkie series. Had he not feared that displaying the red flag before the plug might provoke royal displeasure? Fāng Yuán would have followed the big shot's lead and arranged it that way. The motorcade appeared. The crowds lining both sides of the street erupted into loud cheers. Salute cannons and colorful fireworks erupted. Thank you, Lord Governor. Kaiching Prefecture will forever be grateful for your excellency's benevolence. Prince Fāng, you are the glory of Kaiching Prefecture. As Fāng Yuán lowered his car window to wave in greeting, the people's cheers grew even more fervent. Along the 10-plus kilometer route was packed with crowds of people. Some had arrived at dawn to secure a spot, all for the chance to catch a glimpse of Prince Fāng Yuán in person. Seated inside the carriage, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a revered figure. The first location on Fāng Yuán's inspection tour was the first international elite university established in his name, Fāng Yuán University. As the final chapter of his teaching career, Fāng Yuán placed extraordinary importance on this endeavor, not only investing heavily in constructing the finest campus buildings, but also recruited numerous professors and teachers from internationally renowned universities. Upon arriving at the campus gates, you could see all the senior university leaders standing at the gate, waiting respectfully. Step out and walk a bit. Zhang Yunxue found this novel experience quite intriguing. But having managed the foundation for so long, she had seen her share of grand occasions. The two walked one behind the other, surrounded by numerous leaders as they entered the university grounds. Approaching them were nearly 100 cheerleaders in short skirts, waving their hands in welcome to Fāng Yuán. Each possessed a graceful figure, radiating the sweet aura of youth. A sight truly pleasing to the eye. Lord Governor, I love you. Some female students in the crowd, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yunshue's presence, boldly blew kisses toward Fāng Yuán. Ahem, they're just kids who don't know any better, but they sure are enthusiastic. Fearing Zhang Yunxue might get jealous, Fāng Yuán quickly interjected with a laugh. The accompanying officials dared not speak, only chuckling inwardly. Who would have thought that this man alone could turn the entire Silver Triangle upside down? The man revered as a god by the people of Kaiching Prefecture was, in fact, a henpecked husband. After touring the school, Fāng Yuán expressed high praise for the school's work. With a sweeping gesture, he allocated 10 billion yuan to upgrade the school's teaching facilities. This generous gesture drew waves of cheers from the students. He then proceeded to the next destination for inspection. As noon approached, only one final inspection point remained. This was the official administrative office of Kaiching Prefecture, currently overseeing all administrative affairs of Kaiching Prefecture in Fāng Yuán's stead. A man named Zhang Xinghua. Aged 56, he had previously served as deputy general manager of a major conglomerate under the Fāng family. Due to his formidable capabilities and expertise, Fāng Yuán transferred him to this position. It must be said that Zhang Xinghua is quite capable. Not only does he ensure that every order issued by Fāng Yuán is carried out to the letter, but also navigated interpersonal relationships with remarkable tact. He was highly regarded throughout the provincial government. Upon seeing Fāng Yuán's convoy arrive, Zhang Xinghua promptly stepped forward, his large belly thrust out, leading his men in a welcoming formation. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Yet deep down, Zhang Xinghua still looked down on Fāng Yuán. He was nothing more than a young upstart in his 20s, barely out of his teens. He'd only gotten this far by riding on his family's wealth. Compared to someone like himself who had built everything from scratch, he was still green. Especially when he thought about how the entire Kaiqing prefecture ran smoothly under his management. Zhang Xinghua felt deeply smug. What good is all your wealth if you still need me to manage the province for you? Welcome, Your Excellency, to inspect and guide our work. Young master, this is the current acting provincial administrator. He's quite capable. Steward Su quietly introduced him to Fāng Yuán. Good. He's doing well. Fāng Yuán smiled and shook hands with Zhang Xinghua. He was quite satisfied with the overall development of the Kaiqing province at present. This progress was undoubtedly thanks to the hard work of the provincial administrators. Thank you for your praise, Lord Governor. It's simply our duty. Zhang Xinghua put on an expression of calm composure, though inwardly he secretly despised Fāng Yuán, assuming him to be nothing but an empty shell. Accompanied by a group of officials, Fāng Yuán entered the prepared conference room. He listened to Zhang Xinghua's summary of the current work situation in Kaiqing Prefecture and pointed out areas he felt needed improvement. He urged the provincial authorities to continue striving for improvement. But just as the meeting proceeded smoothly, a sudden shout from the guards outside the door pierced the quiet. Halt! The Lord is in session, no unauthorized entry. I'm here to report to the Lord. I beg you to uphold justice for me. I'm reporting Zhang Xinghua for abuse of power. He even threatened and forcibly humiliated my girlfriend. I beg the Lord to uphold justice for me and my poor girlfriend. Chapter 141, Greed. Fāng Yuán frowned as he looked at Zhang Xinghua, who remained outwardly composed. Lord Governor, I'm sure this is all some misunderstanding. My apologies for the disturbance. I'll step out immediately to resolve this. A misunderstanding? Who would be foolish enough to pick a fight today? Fāng Yuán spoke indifferently, let him in. I'm curious to see what kind of misunderstanding dares to collide with us during our patrol. The words fell. Zhang Xinghua's expression darkened. He still bowed respectfully. With Fāng Yuán's permission granted, a young couple wearing glasses was escorted inside by the guards. The moment they entered and saw Zhang Xinghua, the man became visibly agitated, his expression turning savage. The girl who entered with him was weeping uncontrollably. The man knelt abruptly on the floor, pleading to Fāng Yuán, please, Lord Governor, help us. This Zhang Xinghua is worse than a beast, he wouldn't even spare his own kin. Are you also personnel transferred from Xia Kingdom? At this point, Fāng Yuán's expression grew solemn. The current group of Xia nationals stationed in Kaiqing Prefecture were essentially transferred from enterprises under the Fāng family's name. And now this incident had erupted. Yes. My name is Wu Ji. My girlfriend is Li Man. We're both administrative staff under Kaiqing Prefecture. Just 3 days ago, my girlfriend was tricked by Zhang Xinghua into going to a hotel under the pretense of discussing official business. Then that beast. At this point, the man choked on his words, unable to continue. His girlfriend, Li Man, was also sobbing uncontrollably. They had both thought being selected for transfer to Dai Kingdom was a tremendous opportunity. But who could have imagined such a thing would happen? The Dai Kingdom trip had become an inescapable nightmare for his girlfriend. Nonsense! How dare you slander me in front of the Lord of the Central Palace? Zhang Xinghua cut Wu Ji off, his voice filled with fury. Lord Prefect, these two are actually in cahoots. During the earlier personnel adjustments, their work performance was mediocre, so they weren't included in the consideration list. Then that very day, the woman called me, claiming she had some unclear work issues and wanted to discuss them in person. Oomph. Turns out she'd already booked a hotel room herself, but I firmly refused her advances. And now, with the Lord of the Manor present, they have the audacity to frame me. This matter will not end here. Zhang Xinghua appeared utterly righteous, as if he had never done anything dishonorable. Many present shot disdainful glances at Wu Ji and Li Man. Leader Zhang is usually quite approachable and upright. He wouldn't do something like this. I agree. Besides, as the acting administrator of Kaiqing Prefecture, his status makes finding a woman a simple matter. Why risk exposure by doing something like this? I reckon they were so desperate for promotion that they came up with this rotten scheme. Fāng Yuán spoke up. You two are reporting Zhang Xinghua. What evidence do you have? Rest assured, you were all once employees of my Fāng family's enterprises. I treat everyone equally. If you have evidence, feel free to present it boldly. I will stand up for you. In Xiagua, he might not have spoken so readily. But this was Kaiqing Prefecture. With Fāng Yuán here, even the Heavenly King himself would have to kneel and kowtow twice. Besides, this scandal had already severely damaged his reputation. If handled poorly, who in Xiaguo would dare come here once word spread? That's right. Speak freely. As long as you have evidence, the prefect will see justice served for you. Zhang Yunxue felt a pang of sympathy for the pitiful young couple. Perhaps moved by Zhang Yunshue's gentle tone, Li Man, who had been trembling with fear moments ago, finally spoke up. There is. After Zhang Xinghua humiliated me that day, he warned that if I dared to spread the word, he would retaliate against both of us. He even boasted that this was Kaiqing Prefecture, not Xia Kingdom, and that making two people disappear would be easy. But I ignored his threats. As soon as I left the hotel, I went straight to the police station to report it and went to the hospital for testing. The next day, Kaiqing Prefecture's law enforcement came to take our statements and gather evidence. But unexpectedly, they took all the evidence and never gave us any updates. We were forced to take this desperate measure as a last resort. Li Man also mentioned that strangers had been lurking around their residence these past 2 days. It was precisely because they sensed a strong sense of danger. It was only because Fāng Yuán happened to be out on patrol that they mustered the courage to rush to the meeting and report Zhang Xinghua. Who went to retrieve the evidence that day? After all, you're all official personnel of the Kaiqing Prefecture. Surely you wouldn't be foolish enough to hand over evidence to just anyone who showed up? Fāng Yuán quickly zeroed in on the crucial point. It was Zhang Nantian, the second in command of the Kaiqing Prefecture Enforcement Bureau. The situation unfolded exactly as he suspected. But this development seemed to complicate matters considerably, even implicating the Law Enforcement Bureau. It had only been a few short months since Fāng Yuán took charge of Kaiqing Prefecture. For such a scandal to surface now, if true, might reveal even deeper corruption lurking beneath. Fāng Yuán's face turned cold. Where is Zhang Nantian now? Reporting to the prefect, Zhang Nantian is currently resting at the office. He returned late yesterday after handling official duties. Have him come to the conference room immediately. Meanwhile, at a luxury hotel not far from the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhang Nantian was sound asleep, his arm wrapped around a stunning die girl. The ringing of his phone jolted him awake, his face creased with irritation. He had once been just a lowly clerk at one of the Fāng family's companies. But after being fortuitously selected for transfer to Kaiqing Prefecture, his keen observational skills and modest abilities, he quickly distinguished himself among his peers during a critical staffing shortage in Kaiqing Prefecture. He became the second in command of Kaiqing Prefecture's Law Enforcement Bureau. From a lowly company clerk to a high-ranking administrator in Kaiqing Prefecture. The magnitude of his transformation was unimaginable. In the beginning, Zhang Nantian remained cautious, avoiding any errors and maintaining a prudent approach. But as time passed, coupled with Fāng Yuán's minimal involvement in Kaiqing Prefecture's administrative affairs, and after accidentally aligning himself with Zhang Xinghua, he gradually fell into the trap of a life of luxury and excess. Flattered by the praise of those around him, he began to believe he deserved a more splendid life. Just last night, he had just handled an assault case for a local business owner. It stemmed from malicious competition, where a boss had sent thugs to assault employees at a rival store. The facts of the case were crystal clear. But the boss, who knew he'd caused trouble, quickly used his connections. He found Zhang Nantian, treated him to a lavish feast. After arranging gifts and a young, beautiful die girl to accompany him back to his hotel, the case was suddenly spun into a mutual brawl triggered by the customer after the boss initiated the violence. With the nature of the incident altered, everyone except the unfortunate employee who had been beaten got off scot-free. Knowing the other party had powerful connections backing them, the beaten clerk's boss had no choice but to reluctantly settle the matter quietly. Chapter 142, Ironclad Evidence? Recalling the comforting presence of the girl beside him last night, Zhang Nantian couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Given how things were unfolding, it wouldn't take long before he amassed a fortune. This was far better than collecting a meager monthly salary. Hey, Xiaofu, what's up with calling me this early in the morning? Didn't I tell you I overworked myself last night and need proper rest? Zhang Nantian pressed the answer button and adopted a practiced official tone. What? You say the Lord himself is conducting an inspection and specifically requested my presence? After hanging up, Zhang Nantian, who had been feeling smug moments ago, suddenly looked a bit grim. He was well aware of the incident involving Zhang Xinghua, and he had personally handled the Li Man situation. He had assumed they were just two ordinary low-level administrative staff. With the provincial deputy director's protection, nothing unexpected should arise. But who could have predicted that the lord of the manor, who always stayed within the base and was rarely seen, had coincidentally chosen today to conduct an inspection? What he never anticipated was that Wu Ji and Li Man had completely forgotten the threats made against them earlier. They went straight to the governor to lodge a formal complaint. This situation was troublesome. But it was merely a hassle. Because the evidence Li Man submitted had already been destroyed that very day by his men. With no evidence left to corroborate the claims, as long as he remained tight-lipped, the governor wouldn't pursue the matter over two minor figures. With that thought, Zhang Nantian even found the leisure to grope the woman. Then, without haste, he began dressing and walked toward the government building. Fāng Yuán sat in his chair, frowning. His fingers tapped the tabletop with measured precision. Wu Ji and Li Man sat in the corner, their hearts pounding with anxiety as they awaited Zhang Nanshan's arrival. They were now fighting with their backs against the wall, with no way out. Even if Fāng Yuán could help them resolve this case, the thought of continuing to stay within the Kaiqing mansion afterward would only lead to further ostracism from others. This was the truth, not the slightest exaggeration. But the key factor still hinged on Fāng Yuán's stance. Would he really risk taking action against Zhang Xinghua, a provincial deputy, just for two minor figures like them? Just then, Zhang Nantian, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, finally arrived. He wiped away the water droplets deliberately dripped onto his forehead from the bathroom. With an apologetic smile, he addressed Fāng Yuán respectfully, "My deepest apologies, Lord Governor. I worked late into the night and was utterly exhausted, so I took a day off to rest. I never imagined you would summon me personally. It's fine. Please take a seat." Zhang Nantian walked toward one side of the conference room, his gaze darting toward Zhang Xinghua several times mid-air. But the other man sat there calmly, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. "Seems there shouldn't be any issues." A faint smile touched Zhang Nanshan's lips as he selected a seat and settled in. "Do you know why I asked you to come here today?" Fāng Yuán spoke up once Zhang Nantian had settled. "I know, Lord Governor. I did indeed visit Wu Ji and Li Man that day, but it was absolutely not as they described." "You?" Wu Ji's mood darkened instantly as he stared at Zhang Nanshan's cold smile. "Ha! Quite the opposite, actually. I was acting on a report from Zhang, the acting manager, to verify the situation. All of this is documented on record." He reached into his briefcase, pulled out a handwritten report, and handed it to Butler Su beside him. Wu Ji and Li Man are suspected of attempting to bribe high-ranking officials of the Kaiqing prefecture through illegal means. The severity of this matter far exceeds our initial expectations. I've had the evidence compiled. Initially, considering we're colleagues, I offered them a chance to confess voluntarily. But now it seems, not only do they show no remorse whatsoever, but they even plan to turn the tables by accusing us first, slandering both me and Zhang Daiguan. Therefore, I implore Your Excellency to investigate thoroughly. Is that truly the case? Fāng Yuán took the records and reviewed them. What was written matched Zhang Nanshan's account almost exactly. In pursuit of a transfer and promotion, Wu Ji conspired with his girlfriend Li Man. After their scheme was exposed, they attempted to coerce Zhang Xinghua into yielding by threatening to file a complaint. That's just your side of the story. What evidence proves they said that? Your Excellency, the fingerprints and signatures on the documents were personally provided by both of them. You may have them verified by a professional agency. Zhang Nantian chuckled, clearly confident in his position. Li Man's face instantly drained of color. When this incident first occurred, she had been so flustered she couldn't think straight. Combined with Zhang Nanshan's smooth talk and relentless pressure. Under his relentless pressure, before Wu Ji could arrive, Zhang Nantian had coaxed her into signing and fingerprinting several blank documents under various pretexts. But the crucial point was this. When her boyfriend Wu Ji finally arrived, Zhang Nantian did indeed produce several signed and fingerprinted record forms, meticulously documenting each of her allegations. He only left after confirming everything was in order. But now these documents bearing her own signature and fingerprint have surfaced. What on earth is going on? Didn't expect that, did you? Zhang Nantian watched Li Man's pale face with a smug look. He had already devised a countermeasure when he first arrived. He'd deliberately prepared several blank documents with forged signatures mimicking Li Man's, along with random women's thumbprints. Combined with Li Man's heated state and nervousness at the time, she hadn't scrutinized the documents carefully. The switcheroo worked like a charm. Now, Li Man's signature and fingerprint from that day had ironically become the strongest evidence against the young couple. Fāng Yuán glanced at the composed Zhang Xinghua and Zhang Nantian. Compared to the pale and nervous expressions of Wu Ji and Li Man, one appeared completely innocent while the other showed signs of guilt. As for the forged signatures and fingerprints, Fāng Yuán believed Zhang Nantian lacked the audacity to deceive him, but the current situation clearly proved Zhang Xinghua's innocence. Your Excellency, you witnessed it yourself. All this time, I've poured my heart and soul into developing the Kaiqing manor. To think these two harbored such malicious intent to frame me, it's truly heartbreaking. Alas, who would have thought? We are all fellow countrymen, yet they could commit such acts. They are worse than beasts. Perhaps they were bought off by others long ago, attempting to sabotage our Kaiqing prefecture's progress. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Within the meeting hall, those with a strong sense of justice. As the truth gradually came to light, they began to raise their righteous fists toward Wu Ji and Li Man. But was the case truly concluded here? Fāng Yuán glanced at the video file that had just popped up on his phone, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned the volume to maximum and pressed play. Chapter 143, Fāng Yuán is nothing but a spoiled brat. Li Man, don't push your luck. I advise you to play along. As long as you serve me well, I'll make sure you're taken care of. That goes for your little boyfriend too. In the video, Zhang Xinguo was forcefully dragging Li Man toward the bed. Li Man struggled desperately, but how could a woman possibly be a match for Zhang Xinguo? No, stop. You beast, let me go. Ha ha. Keep screaming. Keep screaming. I've already taken care of the hotel staff. Even if someone comes, they'll just say it's a film shoot. The louder you scream, the more excited I get, ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. This was eerily similar to certain cases that had occurred in Xiaogua a few years prior. Human traffickers openly posed as people catching mistresses or daughters on the streets, or claimed children were crying and misbehaving. They forcibly took people away in plain sight. One could only imagine how utterly desperate Li Man must have felt at that moment. From the moment Fāng Yuán produced the video, the composure on Zhang Xinguo's face completely dissolved into panic. He could never have imagined how Fāng Yuán could possibly have a video of him. The footage skipped over the entire ordeal of Li Man being tormented and abused by Zhang Xinguo. The final segment showed Zhang Xinguo threatening Li Man. By then, Riemann was sobbing uncontrollably, her hair disheveled as she lay numbly on the bed. You'll die a miserable death. Zhang Xinguo, satisfied, lit a cigarette and prepared to get dressed and leave. He sneered coldly, ha. The entire Kaiqing prefecture is now under my control. As for that spoiled brat Fāng Yuán? Without me, what ability does he have to govern such a vast prefecture? Go ahead and report me. Take it wherever you want. But let me warn you now, if you dare breathe a word of this, I'll make sure you and your little boyfriend vanish completely. This is Dai Kingdom, this is Kaiqing Prefecture. I am the sky here. If you know what's good for you, keep your mouth shut. Video ends. Fāng Yuán smiled. Seeing the expression on Fāng Yuán's face, Zhang Xinguo's face turned ashen. Though he'd always looked down on Fāng Yuán's second-generation playboy ways and his charitable projects, but everyone present knew full well. This man had once led troops, plowing through the entire Silver Triangle region hundreds of times over. A ruthless killer who never blinked an eye. Even today, in certain parts of the Silver Triangle, stories still circulate that Fāng Yuán is a demon from hell. To call such a ruthless man a useless second-generation heir, how many heads do you have to be so bold, Zhang Xinguo? No, Lord Governor, hear me out. Even now, Zhang Xinguo refused to admit his mistake. Zhang Nantian was utterly dumbfounded. He had no idea Fāng Yuán held such damning evidence. He never imagined Zhang Xinguo could be even more arrogant than himself, daring to utter such words. Explain? Fāng Yuán sneered coldly. In truth, he had already sent a message to Zhang Dao earlier. He instructed him to contact his father-in-law Chen, the clan chief who had been the first to defect to his side. Leveraging local connections, he could investigate the hotel where the incident had occurred. After all, this was the notorious Silver Triangle drug lord. Even though Chief Chen had now transformed into a construction contractor, his aura of menace and notorious reputation throughout Kaiqing Prefecture were undeniable. Coincidentally, he also knew that a group of thugs frequently installed hidden cameras in rooms at that hotel to spy on guests' privacy. Through Chief Chen's connections, those thugs were swiftly brought before him. After a few sharp warnings, the thugs obediently handed over the video footage from Zhang Xinguo's room. After all, they had no idea who Zhang Xinguo really was. They handed it over without hesitation. Offending Clan Chief Chen could mean feeding the fish tomorrow. Fāng Yuán tucked his phone away. Han Shang turned to ask Butler Su. What are the salary and benefits like for us personnel transferred over from the mainland? Reporting to Young Master, the lowest position assigned to this group is generally at the deputy section chief level or above. The base salary starts at 30,000 yuan monthly, increasing by 10,000 yuan for each higher rank. All stipulated insurance and benefits are included. Even those in the lowest positions earn no less than 50,000 yuan monthly. Housing, meals, and lodging are all provided free of charge. By that calculation, someone like Zhang Xinguo at the highest level, with various subsidies and benefits included, their annual income can reach millions or even exceed that figure. Such generous compensation packages rival those of executives at major domestic conglomerates. Not to mention the official authority they wield. The original concern was that after taking charge of the Kaiqing Prefecture, that Fāng Yuán specifically demanded a comprehensive increase in all personnel salaries and benefits. Therefore, Fāng Yuán specifically demanded that the salaries and benefits for all personnel be raised. This ensured they had no worries and could dedicate themselves fully to the development of Kaiqing Prefecture. Yet he still underestimated human greed. Who here will admit that such compensation is too low, failing to satisfy your inner desires, and thus driving you to commit such acts? Fāng Yuán surveyed the faces in the meeting room. He felt deeply pained. Zhang Nantian, formerly an ordinary worker at Changchuan City's Linhai Food Factory, held an associate degree and earned no more than 5,000 yuan monthly while still needing to work at least 3 extra hours daily. Due to outstanding performance, he was selected for transfer to the Kaiqing Prefecture team. Within 2 months of arrival, he's now the second in command at the Enforcement Bureau. It's no exaggeration to call him highly influential. Could you have achieved this much back home? Special times call for special measures, a principle Fāng Yuán had always adhered to. That's why he delegated authority. Especially for someone like Zhang Nantian, who started with limited education. As long as one demonstrated exceptional ability, promotions were granted without regard to conventional qualifications. Had this been in Xia Nation, with its intense talent competition, forget a vocational school graduate, even a university PhD would struggle to climb to this position in such a short time. Bang! Fāng Yuán slammed his fist on the table in fury, pointing at Zheng Xinghua, who was trembling with fear. Throw money at it, throw people at it, pour in hundreds of trillions, and even a dog could clean up the mess in the Ministry of Food? And you even dare to play the unwritten rules game? With both witnesses and evidence present, Zheng Xinghua had no courage left to deny at this time. Recalling how Fāng Yuán had once ruthlessly bombarded the Silver Triangle, treating human lives as worthless chaff, he immediately began pleading. Young Master Fāng, I truly know I was wrong. Please, give me one more chance. Lyman, I'm sorry. It was just a moment of madness on my part. Tell me what to do to make amends, I'll do anything. Even resigning as acting manager and returning to Xia Nation right now. Young Master Fāng, I was deceived by Zhang Xinghua into making this mistake. Please spare me this once. I swear I'll never repeat it. Seeing Zhang Xinghua begging for mercy, Zhang Nantian knelt on the ground, his face drained of color, and slapped himself twice across the face. He had fought so hard to reach his current position. He refused to lose everything he had now. Chapter 144, Wu Jing. How should he deal with these two? Fāng Yuán found himself at a loss for a decision. Back in Xia Kingdom, there were laws to follow. But Kaiqing Prefecture had always been a chaotic place. Compounded by years of control by the Ma family, the law here was nothing but a hollow shell. Both Zhang Xinghua and Zhang Nantian were personnel he had transferred from the Xia Kingdom. If handled poorly, word of its spreading might reflect badly on the Fāng family. The crucial question was whether his private handling of Xia subjects in Kaiqing Prefecture would provoke official displeasure from the Xia government. Fāng Yuán hesitated for a moment. He then ordered his guards to take the two men into custody. Stepping outside, he dialed Secretary Zhang's number. When in doubt, consult the big boss. Besides, Secretary Jiang could take the fall for him later. It wasn't entirely out of the question. What's up, Master Fāng? Needs something? Haha, Secretary Jiang, don't tease me like that. I've recently encountered a situation I don't know how to handle, so I thought I'd seek your advice. Heh, even young Master Fāng has troubles? Alright, tell me about it. Jiang Zhou had always held Fāng Yuán in high regard. Whether it's serving the nation or its people, he could be called a model of the younger generation. At their level, money was absolutely not the primary concern. What they sought was national prosperity and people's well-being, ethnic strength and prosperity. Given Fāng Yuán's previous sweeping campaign in the Golden Triangle that rescued numerous compatriots, Jiang Zhou was naturally eager to assist him within his means. Here's the situation. Fāng Yuán cut straight to the chase, detailing how Zhang Wuxing had abused his authority to humiliate Li Man, and their subsequent attempt to cover it up with Zhang Nantian. After a moment of silence, Secretary Jiang on the other end of the line spoke. Throughout history, such incidents have inevitably occurred in any court of power. It's utterly impossible to eradicate them entirely, for human greed is boundless. Even if you satisfy their material needs, their spiritual desires will only continue to expand. While these two haven't committed capital offenses, you've only recently taken charge of the Kaiqing Prefecture. My advice to you is? He hung up the phone and returned to the conference room. Fāng Yuán took a deep breath. He then ordered his guards to escort the two men to the Kaiqing Prefecture court. Secretary Jiang was right. Currently, he was indeed the undisputed ruler of the entire Kaiqing Prefecture. But these were extraordinary times, demanding extraordinary measures. He had already contacted the court by phone. As the provincially appointed administrator, Zhang Xinghua knowingly violated the law, even extending his criminal hand toward his own compatriots. This alone makes him utterly unforgivable. Therefore, Fāng Yuán decided to send him to prison for 20 years. Additionally, 1/3 of Zhang Xinghua's total assets will be confiscated as compensation for Li Man. Earlier, he had ordered an audit of Zhang Xinghua's assets in Dai Kingdom. Their value far exceeded 10 million. And this had all happened in just a few short months. In his anger, Fāng Yuán added another 5 years to his sentence. As for Zhang Nantian, though he was merely an accomplice, had he not been present today, not only would Riemann's wrongful conviction remain unresolved, he might even have fallen victim to Zhang Xinghua's cruelty. Sometimes, these accomplices prove far more despicable than the masterminds themselves. 10 years imprisonment, with all personal income and Dai Kingdom confiscated. The matter was essentially resolved at this point. Yet Fāng Yuán felt an inexplicable rage simmering within him. These two received what they deserved. I hope everyone present here will take this as a warning. Considering the circumstances of this case, I have shown leniency. But should such an incident occur again, I will show no mercy. Concluding the final inspection, Fāng Yuán returned to the base. Kaiching Prefecture was now gradually getting back on track for development. With some free time on his hands, Fāng Yuán suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. Just then, he happened to catch a news report about the entertainment industry. A major film studio from Xianation intends to come to the Silver Triangle to shoot an anti-drug film. This actress's name is Wu Jing, and she happens to be one of the Chinese stars Fāng Yuán actually likes. The reason is simple. Unlike the effeminate dramas popular today, Wu Jing is a true tough guy. Back when he was filming a military-themed movie, she even underwent rigorous training at a military base for an extended period. After the film's release, it immediately garnered an overwhelmingly enthusiastic response from countless viewers. We could try inviting the production team here. Perhaps influenced by Zhang Dao since childhood, Fāng Yuán genuinely felt a spark of curiosity about filmmaking. Watching others make movies in his spare time seemed like a decent pastime. No sooner said than done. When it came to movies, most were inevitably connected to Galaxy Pictures. Fāng Yuán called the head of Galaxy Pictures directly. He presented his idea. Coincidentally, although Wu Jing was self-funding this production, she had previously collaborated with Galaxy Pictures on several occasions. Over the phone, the Galaxy Films CEO immediately pounded his chest and assured him that everything would be handled properly and asked him to rest assured. At that moment, Wu Jing and the entire crew had just landed at the airport of the Dai National Assembly. Inside the hotel, the crew was discussing plans for the next steps. Director and lead actress Wu Jing had already thoroughly analyzed the local situation before arriving. Yet most crew members remained uneasy. After all, the Golden Triangle was widely regarded as a lawless region. If anything went wrong, it would be a major headache. Moreover, domestic news reports indicated that a large-scale battle had erupted in the Golden Triangle not long ago. Had it not been for the fact that filming here could best capture the film's essence, they wouldn't have risked coming here. Director, I think we should just find a filming location near the Golden Triangle. If we go deep inside, I'm worried about safety. I just get this uneasy feeling. Like someone was watching us when we got off the plane earlier. We're filmmakers, a little danger is par for the course. Don't worry, I'll request security escorts from the Dai authorities to accompany us during filming. Wu Jing spoke to reassure the group. Before arriving, everyone might have felt relatively unconcerned. But once they actually set foot on this land, combined with memories of those brutal videos depicting the Silver Triangle's cruel punishments, anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. Just then, Wu Jing's phone suddenly rang. The boss of Galaxy Pictures is calling me? The others also looked over with curiosity. When selecting this film for production earlier, he had approached Galaxy Pictures to discuss a partnership. Unfortunately, Galaxy wasn't very optimistic about this con artist project, so he decisively turned down their investment offer. What could possibly be the reason for the CEO calling him personally now? But since he still needed to make a living in the film industry, Wu Jing wasn't foolish enough to ignore a call from such a big shot. Yet after taking the call, he suddenly grew excited upon hearing what the Galaxy CEO had to say. You mean Mr. Fāng Yuán, the foremost philanthropist in Xianation, is interested in our film's subject matter and has invited me to shoot there? Yes. Young Master Fāng just called me himself. You must know who he is, right? Wow, to earn young Master Fāng's favor. I'm actually a bit jealous of you. After hanging up, she remained lost in her excitement for a moment. To finance this film, Wu Jing had even mortgaged his house and car. He was carrying a tremendous burden. But now, with that invitation, the film's box office success was guaranteed. Chapter 145, The Golden Leg. Director, what did the Galaxy boss want with you? Could it be they're preparing to invest in our production? With Galaxy Pictures backing us, we might just hit it big. Everyone on set knew Galaxy Pictures' influence in Xianation. With Galaxy on board, box office success would at least be guaranteed. But Wu Jing shook her head slightly. Sigh, I knew it was unlikely. We approached Galaxy Pictures for a partnership back then, but they weren't interested. The director's going all in this time, and many people aren't optimistic. Well, there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to rely on ourselves. Yet seeing the smile on Wu Jing's face, the others found it puzzling. Ahem, I won't keep you in the dark. The head of Galaxy Pictures just called me because a big shot wants to invite us to shoot a movie. A big shot? That's right, have you heard of Fāng Yuán, the top official of Xianation? Director, you wouldn't be implying that renowned Mr. Fāng intends to invite us over? The entire crew was stunned. Especially the new actors who had just joined the crew. Nowadays, there isn't a single person in Xia Kingdom who doesn't know Fāng Yuán's name. That's right, it's that very Mr. Fāng. And the location he's inviting us to is none other than Kaiching Prefecture in the Silver Triangle. This is absolutely fantastic. Not only does this solve our filming location issue, but being where young Master Fāng is should mean safety isn't a problem either. The others immediately shot the crew member who'd spoken a look reserved for someone who'd just said something utterly ridiculous. As a philanthropist whose charitable endeavors routinely start in the trillions, do you really think he'd put himself in danger? Not to mention, when Mr. Fāng visits Dai Kingdom, he always brings at least 3-digit security detail. Wu Jing watched as the others finally let go of their worries, clapped her hands, and smiled. Alright, since that's settled, let's not delay. Everyone get some rest now. We'll depart for Kaiqing Prefecture first thing tomorrow. We can't keep him waiting too long. Early the next morning, Wu Jing led the crew onto the vehicles bound for Kaiqing Prefecture. Upon entering Kaiqing Prefecture, the site of the surrounding skyscrapers still under construction, Wu Jing and the others were stunned into silence. Didn't they say Kaiqing Prefecture in Dai Kingdom was economically depressed because it borders the Golden Triangle? Holy crap, I even spotted a high-speed rail line. Those buildings are taller than the ones in our small city. Is this really Kaiqing Prefecture? It wasn't just the others. Even Wu Jing, who had visited Kaiqing Prefecture years ago, was utterly astonished. Today's Kaiqing Prefecture looked every bit like an international metropolis. It bore no resemblance to the scenes etched in her memory. What on earth had happened here? Could it be? For some reason, Wu Jing suddenly thought of Fāng Yuán. As time passed, the vehicle navigated to a large open area according to the coordinates provided by the Galaxy CEO. The area was surrounded by numerous no trespassing warning signs. Nearly 100 soldiers armed with rifles patrolled the area. Whoa! Did we just drive into some kind of military restricted zone? Everyone, calm down. I'll call the Galaxy CEO. Soon after finishing the call, the massive iron gates of the sprawling base slowly swung open. A dozen black jeeps drove up alongside the production crew's vehicles. Then a tall Xia Nation security captain stepped forward and asked, "May I ask who is Wu Jing?" "That's me." Wu Jing stepped out from the crowd of crew members and exchanged greetings with the captain. Judging by his bearing, he clearly had a distinguished past. "Hello, I'm here to escort you on orders from Lord Fāng. However, before proceeding inside, please cooperate with our personnel for a security check." "No problem." After all, they were heading to meet a highly esteemed figure. Security would naturally be stricter. But what exactly did he mean by master of the manor? Could it be that young Master Fāng is now the one in charge of the Kaiqing manor? Though puzzled, Wu Jing knew better than to pry into matters that weren't meant to be asked. He instructed all crew members to disembark. After the guards conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed no prohibited items were present, they were granted passage inside. But after the previous car bomb attack, Su, the steward, had specifically instituted a rule. All vehicles belonging to outsiders must remain outside. The group boarded the jeep and headed toward the base gates. The crew members chattered non-stop the entire way. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Good heavens, there are so many soldiers here. Tanks, armored vehicles, and even an airport. Could young Master Fāng be living inside a military base? Stop guessing. This is actually Master Fāng's private base. The Xia Nation Guard driving up front. Perhaps feeling cheerful upon seeing fellow countrymen, he casually shared some of the major deeds Fāng Yuán had accomplished back in the Golden Triangle. The group was stunned into silence. Holy crap, if this were written into a novel, it'd be an instant bestseller. So you're saying young Master Fāng took down all the drug dealers in the Silver Triangle? They could scarcely believe it. How utterly hopeless they must have felt when facing young Master Fāng's devastating, sweeping assault. Amidst their astonishment, they felt a newfound reverence for the elusive young Master Fāng they'd never met. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a sprawling villa covering over 1,000 square meters. Fāng Yuán emerged, accompanied by Zhang Yunxue. After all, she had once been one of his favorite celebrities. Even though his status and standing had completely changed now, Fāng Yuán never liked putting on airs. Reporting to the estate master, the entire crew from Wu Jing's production has been brought in. The moment they arrived, the captain of the guards immediately jogged forward and announced loudly. Fāng Yuán nodded, then turned his gaze toward the group stepping out of the jeep. Welcome, our fellow countrymen from Xia. I've prepared a banquet inside to welcome you all. As the head of the production crew, Wu Jing stepped forward immediately. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Fāng. On behalf of all members of the War Dragon production team, I extend our deepest gratitude. Alright, no need to be so formal. Come on in, everyone. Fāng Yuán smiled as he led the way. He was much as Wu Jing had remembered him. His rugged, no-nonsense demeanor was unmistakable, and there was not a trace of intimidation in his expression despite Mr. Fāng's status. After all, this was a woman forged in the crucible of real combat. Fāng Yuán found himself increasingly satisfied. At the banquet table, surrounded by the lavish, expensive delicacies, the crew members couldn't help but marvel. Young Master Fāng truly lived up to his reputation as a super-rich tycoon. After all, constructing a base of such immense scale was no ordinary feat. And it was rumored that young Master Fāng now controlled the entire Kaiqing prefecture. No wonder they found Kaiqing prefecture completely transformed when they arrived. Now it all made sense. They'd latched onto a real big shot. Chapter 146, The Path to Legend. At the banquet, Fāng Yuán took the initiative to raise his cup and toast Wu Jing. This left Wu Jing feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. "Young Master Fāng, you're too kind." Fāng Yuán chuckled. "Truth be told, I've always been a huge fan of your films." "Ha, that's my honor." After exchanging a few more words, Chief Chen arrived. Come, let me introduce you. This is Chief Chen, formerly the drug lord of the Silver Triangle." "Drug lord?" Wu Jing froze for a moment. But considering Fāng Yuán's capabilities, it didn't seem so surprising that he'd know a drug lord. "Chief Chen, Wu Jing is a renowned director from our country, Xia. She's here to film a movie about anti-drug efforts and hopes you might make a guest appearance. Director Wu Jing probably hasn't finalized all the roles yet, right?" Not yet. Having Clan Chief Chen join us would be absolutely fantastic." Wu Jing laughed heartily and clinked glasses with Chief Chen. He'd been worried about achieving the desired effect during filming. Though most crew members were professional actors, when it came to portraying the sale of poison, virtually none had any experience with it. Achieving a 100% accurate portrayal of the poison dealer's nuances seemed impossible. Now, unexpectedly, Fāng Yuán had even found him a real-life poison dealer. This individual required no acting skills or prior experience whatsoever. He only needed to play himself. No need for formalities. "You're young Master Fāng's guest, which makes you my friend, Old Chen. Don't worry. Just tell me how many men you need. Guns, ammunition, no problem. Everything I provide will be the real deal." Truly the former drug lord. Even now, as a construction contractor, when it came to this line of work, a terrifying aura clearly emanated from Chief Chen. But it flickered and vanished in an instant. These days, we live in a harmonious society. Violence and bloodshed are long outdated. After briefly discussing the plot of the film Wu Jing was set to shoot, Fāng Yuán gave her a thumbs up. Even with strict domestic regulations today, many lawless individuals still take desperate risks for money. Poison has ruined countless families. It's frustrating that most TV dramas and movies these days focus on romantic entanglements and effeminate characters. If only our country had more people like director Wu Jing, that would truly be heartening. "Young Master Fāng, you flatter me." Wu Jing clasped his hands together in a bow and smiled, then picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. It served as his response to Fāng Yuán's praise. "Here's what I propose. Though I, Fāng Yuán, am abroad, I still wish to contribute my share to my motherland. Director Wu Jing's current film project presents a good opportunity for that. I'm personally donating 10 billion yuan in production funding, along with deploying 3,000 mercenaries, several tanks and armored vehicles, 10 helicopters, and fighter jets to support your filming. Should any issues arise during production, you may come directly to me." Seeing Wu Jing about to speak, Fāng Yuán immediately smiled. "Director Wu Jing, no need for formalities. This is no trouble at all for me, but the significance is extraordinary. Surely you wouldn't refuse to grant me this favor?" "Not at all, but..." "Then it's settled," Fāng Yuán said. "Although I've already launched a major crackdown on some of the Silver Triangle's outlaws, there might still be some fearless ones hiding in the shadows. Deploying these forces serves two purposes: ensuring the quality of the shoot and safeguarding the crew's safety." Wu Jing nodded in agreement. But to be honest, when they previously filmed an anti-war project overseas, they had encountered a local warlord. Though both were citizens of Xia Nation, that warlord whose name cannot be disclosed. Although he provided some assistance for the production, what he demanded in return was far greater. Compared to Fāng Yuán, it was like heaven and earth. It must be said that Fāng Yuán's actions truly moved Wu Jing deeply. After a hearty meal and drinks, Wu Jing and the others were escorted by Butler Su to the villa district reserved for entertaining guests. From the very beginning until now, the rest of the crew had been in a state of constant excitement. They were both stunned by Fāng Yuán's grand-scale renovation of the Kaiqing mansion and the construction of the foundry base. At the same time, their hearts grew increasingly joyful. Following director Wu Jing on this project was undoubtedly the best decision they'd ever made. Upon arrival, they had the honor of sharing drinks with young Master Fāng. They also secured substantial funding, personnel, and equipment support. Once back in the country, this would surely become another major talking point. Additionally, word somehow leaked that Fāng Yuán had invited Wu Jing to film in the Golden Triangle. Domestic film industry heavyweights who had previously visited multiple times for negotiations, only to be repeatedly turned down. By evening, they all called Wu Jing one after another. After congratulating him on gaining young Master Fāng's favor, each expressed a strong desire to invest or offer their services for free. Among them were even calls from current international superstars. This dramatic reversal left Wu Jing deeply moved. But he turned down every single one of them. With Fāng Yuán's backing, Many bigwigs he had once only dared to admire from afar now didn't even dare utter a threatening word. Are you kidding? Those backed by Fāng Yuán? They wouldn't dare touch him even if they had 100 times the courage. Simultaneously, to build momentum for the film's promotion, Fāng Yuán mobilized every media outlet and film company under the Xia Kingdom's Fāng family. Overnight, news about director Wu Jing's War Dragon flooded every corner of the media landscape. On the promotional posters, to show respect and gratitude, Wu Jing deliberately placed Fāng Yuán's name prominently on the posters. This move immediately sparked another wave of frenzy. Within just 2 days, the film Warwolf became a household name. The entire cast, from director Wu Jing down to the newest actors, suddenly gained immense fame. After all, despite Fāng Yuán's long-standing prominence, this marked his first foray into the entertainment industry, particularly the film and television sector. Given his status as the foremost figure in Xia Nation, he could easily attract enough attention and traffic. Amidst the frantic preparations, filming officially commenced. On the first day, Fāng Yuán even took an interest in making a cameo appearance as a minor character. That footage was deliberately preserved by Wu Jing and meticulously edited. After obtaining Fāng Yuán's consent, the clip of his cameo was uploaded to domestic media platforms. It instantly sparked a wave of overwhelming adoration. Numerous big-name artists rushed to like and follow the video, even though Fāng Yuán himself admitted his acting wasn't great. He was hailed as an unparalleled acting maestro without precedent. Most astonishingly, under Fāng Yuán's video, over a dozen provincial leaders left playful comments and likes. These provincial leaders' comments were promptly highlighted by the platform with gold-colored text. In the eyes of ordinary people, Fāng Yuán was steadily ascending the path to legend. Chapter 147, Wildfire Burns Not Out. As for the filming progress of Wu Jing's production crew, proceeded remarkably smoothly, shielded by a massive security detail and ample funding. Truthfully, I've grown quite fond of my life now, especially the days spent with you. Zhang Yunxue held Fāng Yuán's hand. Standing atop the villa's rooftop, from the steel fortress base, they gazed out at the distant mountains and sunset. Their silhouettes stretched into the distance under the slanting rays of the setting sun. If only it could stay like this forever. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist. How about we have a baby? Stop it. I was lost in a beautiful daydream. Zhang Yunxue playfully punched Fāng Yuán twice with her fists. At dinner that evening, Fāng Yuán had specially arranged for some red wine to be served. Zhang Yunxue, who saw through it but didn't call him out, didn't refuse. Under the haze of candlelight and alcohol, Zhang Yunshue's cheeks grew increasingly flushed. I feel a bit warm, Fāng Yuán said, instinctively moving his chair closer to Zhang Yunxue. The two grew closer and closer. The closer they got, the hotter it naturally became. Before finishing their meal, they retreated to the room to cool off. Fāng Yuán finally calmed down, gazing at Zhang Yunxue, who still kept her eyes closed in shyness, afraid to look at him. His heart brimmed with joy. After all this time, he had finally won over his proper girlfriend. Just as the two were immersed in their blissful life, back home, Li Meiyu and the other two girls began complaining incessantly. But it was all in vain. Because Fāng Yuán's current situation wasn't entirely stable. Rushing abroad might only bring him trouble. This is so boring. Brother Fāng Yuán isn't here with us. Inside the foundation, Zhao Meng had somehow ended up chatting with Li Meiyu and Miao Yu. The three girls sat chatting in the office. Suddenly, Miao Yu, whose eyesight was usually sharp, spoke up to Zhao Meng. Hey, Miao Miao, have you gained weight lately? The moment this woman's most sensitive topic was brought up, Zhao Meng immediately grew tense, frantically gesturing at her own body. After a moment, she frowned and said, Oh dear, it seems I really have. But I haven't been eating much lately. If I've gotten fatter, will brother Fāng Yuán stop liking me? What am I gonna do? Gained weight? Li Meiyu leaned in curiously to take a look. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. But that doesn't make sense. Your belly just looks a bit bigger, nothing else has changed much. After a moment of silence, the three women suddenly realized something. Are you pregnant? I'm pregnant? The three women exclaimed in unison. Zhao Meng, who had been feeling a bit nervous, broke into a smile. No wonder I haven't had my period this month. No way. Hey, Zhao Meng, weren't you always sneaking off to see Fāng Yuán? How come you're the first one among the four of us? Li Meiyu asked, her voice tinged with resentment. This ultimate goal had been her dream for so long. And now Zhao Meng had beaten her to it. After all, none of them had officially confirmed their relationships yet. But regardless, Zhao Meng was pregnant. Wedding plans would have to be put on the agenda. She'd been so careful, yet never imagined that Zhao Meng, the most innocent and naive among the four, would be the first to conceive. This is serious business. No way, I need to get checked out at the hospital first. Though she felt a vague sadness. But since it was Fāng Yuán's child, she felt affection by association. Li Meiyu and Miao Yu wouldn't feel too jealous. because they believed that man would handle this matter properly. Upon arriving at the hospital, gazing at the test results in her hand, Zhao Meng's nervousness turned into overwhelming excitement. Wow! I'm really pregnant. The news of Zhao Meng's pregnancy quickly reached Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan. The elderly couple were overjoyed. They rushed straight to the Zhao household laden with gifts. Seeing Zhao Meng's sweet and lovely appearance, Zhang Yudan grew fonder of her with every glance. Truly the daughter of her dearest friend, and now she'd even managed to conceive her first child. Learning of her daughter's pregnancy, Su Yulan breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had worried Zhao Meng might suffer injustices after marrying into the Fāng family, but now she needn't. After all, this was Fāng Yuan's first child. Whether boy or girl, it held immense significance. What? Zhao Meng is pregnant? After Zhang Yunxue hung up on Li Meiyu's call, jealousy surged within her. You bastard, Zhao Meng! Acting like a good sister to my face, but behind my back. No way, I can't fall behind. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán, who had also received a call from his parents about Zhao Meng's pregnancy. He had just walked into the room, excited to share the happy news with Zhang Yunxue. But the moment she stepped inside, Zhang Yunxue immediately pinned him down. Hey! It's broad daylight, Shui. What's gotten into you? I don't care. I'm your first girlfriend, and I'm going to give you a monkey. After several rounds of intense struggle, Zhang Yunxue, exhausted, finally let go of Fāng Yuán. What kind of situation is this? Fāng Yuán shot a resentful glance at the closed door. It's just getting pregnant, right? Something everyone will have eventually. What's the rush? Dragging his slightly weakened body, Fāng Yuán made his way to the villa's office and gulped down a large mouthful of goji berry tea. Just then, Butler Su entered. Young master, the royal family has sent us a warning letter. Fāng Yuán froze. He had spent most of his time implementing various reforms targeting the Kaiqing mansion. He hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. What was the royal family up to now? He took the document and glanced at it. The contents written there seemed to be reprimanding him for forgetting his original promises. After seizing control of the Kaiqing prefecture, he dared to scheme for monopolizing the entire Dai Kingdom's economic lifeline. This constituted a grave provocation against the royal family's dignity. They demanded Fāng Yuán cease his actions immediately, or Kaiqing prefecture would face sanctions from the National Assembly. Fāng Yuán felt utterly wronged. He hadn't done anything wrong. Could this be the royal family looking for trouble, fabricating a flimsy excuse? But he quickly snapped back to reality. He called his father to inquire about their family's holdings in Dai Kingdom. Hold on a moment, I'll have my assistants send it over. Because the family now owns so many properties, Fāng Yuán had established a dedicated professional management team to oversee all assets under the Fāng family's name. Soon, a document was sent to Fāng Yuán's phone. It detailed the Fāng family's assets in Dai Kingdom. What he saw left him stunned. Fāng Yuán finally understood why the Dai royal family had been so agitated. The document clearly stated, in Dai Kingdom today, among the large enterprises and conglomerates worth over 100 million, had been taken over by the Fāng family. The remaining hundreds of small and medium-sized enterprises, combined, their total value could even rival 1/3 of Dai Kingdom's annual tax revenue. No wonder the royal family issued such a stern warning. Young master, what should we do now? Fāng Yuán chuckled. Our Fāng family developed these enterprises to benefit the people of Dai Kingdom and create more jobs. Since the royal family shows no appreciation, so be it. Tell them that all enterprises under the Fāng family name in Dai Kingdom will be liquidated. They want to regain control over these businesses? Fine, I'll give it to them. But not a single penny of the Fāng family's money is to be touched. Chapter 148, The Age of Money. The next day, following Fāng Yuán's instructions, Butler Su sent a reply to the royal family. This is outrageous. Fāng Yuán has gone too far. Within the Dai Kingdom's palace, Queen Shisha tore off her gentle facade. She cursed like a shrew. Fāng Yuán's reply letter was torn to shreds by hand and tossed onto the floor. Baza, kneeling before her, looked utterly terrified. He believed he had been sufficiently wary of Fāng Yuán. Yet the speed of his rise far exceeded their wildest expectations. Like wild grass that refuses to die by fire. They had already suffered a severe setback last time. Yet just when they believed their plans were foolproof, Fāng's enterprises in Dai Kingdom spread even faster. By the time they came to their senses, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Now, attempting to replicate their previous tactics, they would not only face intense public pressure from the Dai people, but if handled poorly, there was even the risk of triggering an economic crisis. The Dai royal family now found themselves in a no-win situation. Meanwhile, Fāng Yuán is no longer the rootless newcomer he was upon first arriving in Dai. The entire Kaiqing prefecture, combined with the aid from Xia Kingdom, have swiftly established his foothold here. Even if they could take Fāng Yuán down now, the Dai royal family would likely pay an unimaginable price. Moreover, Xia Kingdom would not stand idly by if Dai Kingdom moved against Fāng Yuán. This was the crux of the matter. It was much like Xia's situation when it reclaimed the lost territories of Qin Mineo and Zhanggang. The challenges faced were nearly identical. But Xia, with its formidable national strength, could withstand pressure from other external nations. The Dai Kingdom cannot. After venting for a while, the ruler of Shisha finally calmed down and sighed helplessly. Fāng Yuán has already become a force to be reckoned with. It's simply impossible to deal with him now. Then what do you suggest, Your Majesty? She recalled how she had personally recommended Fāng Yuán to the king of Shisha when he first arrived in Dai Kingdom. Now he was acting with such brazen audacity. Baza wondered if the ruler might take his anger out on him. At this thought, Baza's heart began to race with anxiety. What do you think of Fāng Yuán as a person? As he spoke these words, the tone of the king of Shisha suddenly grew peculiar. But Baza didn't dwell on it. What do you mean, what do you think? He's utterly rotten to the core. The guy was nothing but a wealth harvesting machine, meddling wherever he went. He hoards wealth under his own name. Wicked, utterly wicked. I never imagined Fāng Yuán would be so brazen. Your Majesty, I beg you to grant me more time. I will find a way to bring him to justice. To prove his loyalty. Baza unleashed a torrent of vitriol against Fāng Yuán that would make heaven and earth tremble. But Shisha merely glanced at him. I asked for the truth. What's his real situation? Well. Speak. Baza gritted his teeth but finally spoke. Truth be told, if Fāng Yuán weren't our enemy, he'd actually be quite formidable. Not only does he have deep connections, but he's incredibly bold. Back in Dai Kingdom, he had no contacts whatsoever, yet he dared to ally with Your Majesty and even went alone to Kaiqing Prefecture. Then he used lightning-fast tactics to wipe out the Ma family and take their place. Calling him a tyrant wouldn't be an exaggeration. After speaking, Baza cautiously glanced at Queen Shisha. It's not that I'm deliberately praising Fāng Yuán, it's just that you asked me to speak the truth. So what do you think would happen if we allied with Fāng Yuán? Baza? Just a moment ago, you were shouting threats of war, infuriating Fāng Yuán. Why suddenly consider an alliance now? But Baza answered honestly, if we could form an alliance with Fāng Yuán, it would be a good thing. No, it would be fantastic. But he dared not voice this thought aloud. He feared the ruler of Shisha might order him dragged out and executed the very next moment. After hearing Baza's words, the ruler of Shisha fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke, send word. Tomorrow I shall personally visit the Kaiqing mansion to speak with Fāng Yuán. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Baza turned ashen with fear. Fāng Yuán now commands troops at Kaiqing Prefecture. If you go there, I fear he might harbor ill intentions. You are the very soul of our Dai Kingdom, the sovereign of this realm. Should anything befall you? King Shisha merely smiled faintly. What benefit would Fāng Yuán gain from my death? Well, for now, none at all. Baza hesitated before answering. After all, Fāng Yuán had played a significant role in the queen's ascension to the throne. Despite the situation escalating to its current state, both sides had managed to exercise restraint. If a new ruler were to take the throne, things might be quite different. Then it's settled. I'm quite curious to see what new changes Kaiqing Prefecture has undergone under Fāng Yuán's governance. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Baza sighed and withdrew, then began arranging tomorrow's itinerary, ensuring the queen's safety to the utmost extent. Meanwhile, in Kaiqing Prefecture, upon learning that Steward Su had replied according to his instructions, the ruler of Shisha not only refrained from anger but issued an announcement declaring his intention to personally visit Kaiqing Manor for discussions. This development caught him off guard. Steward Su, what do you make of Queen Shisha's intentions? She threatened me just moments ago, yet now she's coming to visit personally. Could she truly be unconcerned about any potential danger? Su the steward spoke up after hearing this. Young master, while I cannot fathom Princess Hisha's intentions either, it seems we would gain little by taking action against her. It could even invite international condemnation and sanctions, which would be highly detrimental to the development of our Kaiqing mansion. Still, she must have some purpose for coming this time. Fāng Yuán nodded. If he couldn't figure it out, so be it. He weighed the possibilities in his mind. The most likely scenario was that Shisha intended to reclaim Kaiqing Manor. But if she dared to come, he dared to receive her. As Kaiqing Prefecture's military strength steadily grew, he felt fully confident in testing his strength against Shisha. By the way, how is the Million Talents investment program progressing? Young Master Hui, under the series of high-benefit policies we've been vigorously implementing, highly educated elites from other countries have been continuously signing agreements with our Kaiqing Prefecture. As per your instructions, we've also increased additional benefit subsidies for talents coming from Xia Nation to a certain extent. That's good. For a region to grow strong, talent is absolutely indispensable. Fāng Yuán firmly believed. Given just a few more years, it wouldn't be impossible for Kaiqing Prefecture to become the world's most developed metropolis. In this era where money reigns supreme, He was confident he could carve out his own realm. Chapter 149, I Want to Marry You. The next morning, Fāng Yuán received a call from Baza. Prince Fāng, regardless of the circumstances, you remain a member of the royal family in name at least. Therefore, I hope you will ensure the safety of the sovereign during this personal visit. Should any mishap occur, things could become quite troublesome. Regarding Baza's concerns, Fāng Yuán understood it well enough. He suspected that in the eyes of the royal family, no different from a traitor. Mr. Baza, everything can be discussed. After all, we've worked together before. You should know my character and reputation. On the other end of the line, Baza now wished he could bang his head against the wall. He should never have sought out Fāng Yuán in the first place. Now look at the mess he'd created. But he dared not provoke Fāng Yuán over the phone, forcing a smile instead. Of course, we have every confidence in Prince Fāng's character. Otherwise, the sovereign wouldn't have made the decision to personally visit Kaiqing Prefecture. Whether it was because Shisha was coming or not, the previously tense atmosphere between Fāng Yuán and the royal family had eased considerably. He gave instructions to Steward Su. Arrange all necessary preparations for the meeting and ensure Shisha's safety. After all, he was a grown man. Besides, he'd taken quite a few favors from the royal family. Had it not been for Shisha's backing back then, it would have been no easy feat to secure the Kaiqing mansion. Whether he'd have had a chance at all was another matter. Failing to handle this face-saving matter properly would only make him look petty. Upon receiving the arrival time of Shisha's flight, Butler Su followed Fāng Yuán's instructions, dispatching personnel to escort and receive her. The airport location chosen, of course, could not be within the base. This was his stronghold. No one was permitted to land at the base. If the conditions inside were exposed, it could stir up trouble. On the royal aircraft, Princess Hisha gazed down at the city of Kaiqing below through the window. As the altitude steadily decreased, she could now survey the broad outline of the entire province. Towering skyscrapers stood densely packed, black asphalt roads crisscrossing the entire area. The high-speed rail and subway systems, standard features of a developed city, were equally present. The sight stirred her heart. Baza, do you think Kaiqing Prefecture has changed significantly under Fāng Yuán's governance compared to before? Like the ruler of Hesse Kingdom, Bazar, who had frequently traveled to Kaiqing Prefecture on business before, was equally stunned. It wasn't merely a change. It was like a completely different place. Had he not known they were in Kaiqing Prefecture? He might have mistaken it for some developed city. The plane touched down smoothly. At that moment, Fāng Yuán and his team had just arrived. The atmosphere between the two parties felt somewhat awkward upon meeting. After all, in the eyes of the ruler of Shisha Kingdom, merely a tool to be exploited for his own advancement. Now, to a certain extent, both sides stood on equal footing. Welcome, Your Majesty and Mr. Baza, to the Kaiqing mansion. Fāng Yuán pretended not to notice Baza's sour expression and stepped forward with a hearty laugh. Hee, Your Highness is too kind. Hisha chuckled, her face showing no trace of embarrassment or annoyance. Instead, she scrutinized Fāng Yuán with a peculiar gaze. Though they had collaborated before, her impression of Fāng Yuán remained vague. Now that she saw him in person, he seemed even more handsome than in photographs. You've traveled a long way. Would you like to rest first? Not necessary. If Prince Fāng doesn't mind, could you show me around? It's been quite a few years since I last visited Kaiqing Prefecture. Before Hisha ascended to her position, her activities had been confined to the palace grounds. Even though she could shield the old king from some blows to ensure her son's secure ascension to the throne, the old king, ever cautious with his astute and capable eldest daughter, the old king frequently imposed restrictions on her movements under various pretexts. Of course it's no problem. Fāng Yuán felt slightly uncomfortable under the gaze of Queen Hisha. That gaze felt oddly unsettling, like a market vendor eyeing fish for sale. As he was leaving, Fāng Yuán had just climbed into the carriage when, unexpectedly, the Queen of Shisha followed suit and sat down beside him. She showed absolutely no sign of guarding against him. Your Highness, you? What? Does Prince Fāng not welcome me riding with you? The ruler of Shisha regarded Fāng Yuán with a faint, ambiguous smile. He was completely baffled. He had expected her to at least give him a cold shoulder, if not openly berate him as a traitorous rebel in front of everyone. But this turn of events seemed to have completely surpassed his expectations. Your Majesty jests. It is my honor to share this carriage with you. Following behind the ruler, Baza, who hadn't had time to dissuade him, watched with gritted teeth. As a disciple of a prominent Dai clan, Baza could have lived a comfortable life even without pursuing an official career. Yet he insisted on accompanying His Majesty Shisha. Throughout the entire power struggle, he had poured countless efforts into it. To claim he felt nothing for the ruler of Shisha, he wouldn't believe it himself. Amidst his fury, Baz suddenly felt a stir within, and a nearly absurd suspicion took root. Impossible, he thought. Fāng Yuán seized control of the entire Kaiqing Prefecture. The ruler should be seething with hatred toward him. How could he possibly? After a moment of self-reassurance, he finally regained his composure. Meanwhile, the people of Kaiching Prefecture learned that the sovereign had personally come to visit. People spontaneously raised banners, standing by the roadside with their families to wave and welcome them. Seeing the brand new asphalt highway and the genuine smiles of the people of Wakaking Prefecture, Hisha felt a sudden pang of emotion. As part of the Golden Triangle region, most people here spent their days struggling for safety, a full meal, and basic survival. It was rare to see smiles on their faces. Instead, there was a sense of numbness. Yet now, not long after Fāng Yuán took charge, the entire Kaiching Prefecture has been transformed almost beyond recognition. Even these ordinary citizens have regained their vitality. Before coming here, I was somewhat concerned that Prince Fāng might treat the people of Kaiching Prefecture differently because he is from Xia Kingdom. Seeing this with my own eyes, I can finally rest assured. Under Prince Fāng's governance, Kaiching Prefecture will surely soon become the most renowned city in our Dai Kingdom. The words spoken by the ruler of Shisha contained no hidden meaning. It seemed like he was simply expressing his genuine feelings. There's no need for such worries. As the governor of Kaiching Prefecture, I will naturally treat all citizens within my jurisdiction equally. Moreover, this is where I've made my home. Kaiching Prefecture's prosperity is intimately tied to my own. I will spare no effort in building and protecting it. Fāng Yuán made his position crystal clear. Kaiching Prefecture is mine, and no one can take it away. Yet Princess Hisha showed no trace of anger in her response. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks wisely, but my visit today concerns matters beyond Kaiching Prefecture. If not about Kaiching Prefecture, then what else could it be? Fāng Yuán looked at Queen Shisha with some confusion. To be perfectly honest, I wish to propose a marriage alliance with you. This statement nearly made him jump out of his skin. Chapter 150, Shopping at the Mall. Fāng Yuán thought he was hallucinating. He turned to look at Shisha's face. Her eyes were filled with utter shock. Do I need to repeat myself, Prince Fāng? The driver seated up front wished he could reach out and cover his ears. This was not the kind of secret he wished to hear. He was innocent. The sovereign ruler of Dai Kingdom was now declaring his intent to marry his own boss. He was worried he might be silenced for good. The monarch must be joking, haha. Fāng Yuán avoided Shisha's gaze. Nothing else. Simply because he sensed that she seemed to be genuinely considering it. But between the two of them, besides the hatred born of power struggles, there was absolutely nothing in common between them, okay? Throwing that out of the blue? That's just messing around. Prince Fāng has wealth, I have power. If we were to marry, it would be a win-win situation for both of us. Doesn't that tempt you? Or does Prince Fāng find this sovereign unattractive? Shisha gently swept a strand of hair from her forehead, revealing an exquisitely exotic face. If one ignored her identity, she would be the epitome of a geek goddess. To dislike such beauty would be a lie. Whether it stemmed from genuine affection or mere admiration. Fāng Yuán couldn't deny Shisha's charm. Yet all of this felt rather peculiar. It's all right, Prince Fāng. There's no need to rush your answer. Take your time to consider it. Perhaps sensing the confusion in Fāng Yuán's eyes, Queen Hisha merely chuckled softly, refraining from pressing further. After the inspection concluded, Princess Shisha politely declined Prince Fāng Yuán's invitation to dinner. She boarded the special aircraft returning to the capital. Seeing his goddess return safely, Baza finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just before boarding the plane, Her Majesty Princess Hisha smiled at Fāng Yuán. I hope Prince Fāng will give serious consideration to the request I made today. After all, it's a decision that benefits us both. Fāng Yuán gave an awkward smile before nodding in agreement. Watching the royal jet take off, he finally exhaled deeply. Perhaps he should reassess his standing. What position did he truly hold in the royal family's eyes now? Earlier, Fāng Yuán had been somewhat tempted. But the thought of the ruthless decisiveness this woman displayed during the power struggle, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to marry such a woman, even Zhang Yunxue and the others banding together wouldn't be enough to handle her. Strangely enough, after the Queen of Shisha concluded her visit and departed, the sanctions and measures the Dai Kingdom's government had imposed on the Fāng family's enterprises under Dai Kingdom's jurisdiction also vanished one after another. Instead, they were replaced by vigorous support. Empress Shisha even personally held a press conference, highly praising Prince Fāng's outstanding contributions to Dai's economic development. This cemented Prince Fāng Yuán, already a prominent figure, as a wholly positive hero in the hearts of Dai citizens. What the hell is Shisha up to? Whatever. Not worth overthinking. At least it won't hurt me for now. Fāng Yuán sat on the sofa. Zhang Yunxue peeled the grapes for him and fed them to him by hand. The weather's nice today. Why don't we go for a walk? Sure, whatever you say. Ever since that night when they became husband and wife, Zhang Yunxue had grown increasingly dependent on Fāng Yuán. She had transformed from a domineering female president into a sweet, clingy little wife. Of course, this transformation was thoroughly enjoyable to Fāng Yuán. Due to the need for low-key travel, coupled with the current good security situation in Kaiching Prefecture, Fāng Yuán no longer needed to venture out cautiously with a large entourage of bodyguards like before. Seated inside the car, gazing at the bustling city streets, Fāng Yuán felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Look, this is the empire I built for you, haha. Zhang Yunxue gazed at the radiant Fāng Yuán, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Indeed, she had witnessed this man's entire journey to where he stood today. From a reckless, spendthrift rich kid to the foremost philanthropist of Xia Nation, pouring trillions into public welfare with a heart for his homeland. Now, he had become a true legend of the province. Fāng Yuán's journey alone could easily fill an entire novel. Being together is undoubtedly wonderful. But the thought of the other three women still in Xia Kingdom, especially Zhao Meng, who was already pregnant, her mood instantly soured. Seeing Zhang Yunxue sitting beside her suddenly become moody, Fāng Yuán muttered to himself under his breath. I haven't really done anything to her, so why is she suddenly upset? Women really are strange creatures. A few minutes later, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yunxue stopped in front of a massive shopping mall brimming with futuristic vibes. Prince Mall? Who came up with such a sophisticated name? Fāng Yuán chuckled softly, taking Zhang Yunshue's small hand as they stepped out of the car. Several bodyguards concealed themselves nearby to avoid drawing attention. It's been ages since I've had such a comfortable outing. He recalled the days after coming out in Chuan City. Those times had been free and carefree for him. They say being a big shot is comfortable. But big shots have their own troubles. Being a simple rich kid is actually more comfortable. At least you wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by someone with ulterior motives while walking down the street. Still, just to be safe, Fāng Yuán wore oversized sunglasses. This way, he wouldn't stand out too much from the crowd. Unless you were very familiar with him, you probably wouldn't recognize him. The mall was bustling with people. The majority were citizens of Xia Nation. Most were employees of Xia-based companies operating within the mall. It must be said that with Fāng Yuán's strong backing, Kaiching Prefecture now hosts numerous foreign enterprises, with Xia Kingdom companies being the most numerous. Just as Fāng Yuán was helping Zhang Yunxue pick out clothes, a commotion erupted from a nearby restaurant. A young man in a suit, his face brimming with arrogance, was pointing angrily at a flustered young female staff member. What the hell is wrong with your cook? Is this even edible? It's so salty you're trying to kill me with salt, right? This food is disgusting. Waive the bill. You owe me a refund in compensation. The Dai girl being scolded looked utterly wronged. She was just an ordinary waitress. She hadn't cooked the dish. Besides, with so many customers dining here, no one else had complained about the taste. Why was this customer suddenly picking a fight? Hearing the commotion, the restaurant owner hurried over from the front desk, smiling apologetically. I'm terribly sorry, sir. We promise to make improvements immediately. How about I waive your bill as a gesture of goodwill? Would that be acceptable? Waive the bill? The man sneered coldly. Do you know I'm from Xia? Do you think I'm short on money for your measly meal? Upon hearing the man was from Xia, the restaurant owner's face flushed with panic. These days, every citizen in Kaiching Prefecture held Fāng Yuán in the highest regard. Even the Xia nationals who had recently arrived in Kaiching Prefecture were regarded as honored guests in their eyes. If he handled this poorly, losing money would be the least of his worries. The mall might even kick his shop out. Sure enough, upon learning the man's Xia Kingdom identity, many local Kaiching Prefecture residents who had gathered around immediately turned hostile, pointing at the owner and murmuring discontentedly. Some even demanded the shopkeeper compensate and apologize immediately. Chapter 151, The child has finally grown up. Zhang Mingshu, hurry up and apologize to our honored guest. Don't forget, if it weren't for Prince Fāng, we wouldn't be living such good lives now. That's right. If you don't handle this properly, we won't be dining at your establishment again. Prince Fāng has done us great favors. You can't let his fellow countrymen down. The surrounding crowd chimed in one after another. Cold sweat poured down the restaurant owner's face. Alas, this matter is our fault. Please don't be angry, honored guest. Seeing most people siding with him, the man grew increasingly arrogant and triumphant. Let me make this clear. Back in Xia Kingdom, I actually worked for the Fāng family's enterprise. Technically speaking, I was an employee of your Prince Fāng. If you don't give me a proper explanation for this, you'll see what happens. Hearing this, the owner's expression grew even more panicked. Fāng Yuán, who had been standing by observing for quite some time, his face darkened like charcoal. He never imagined that one day an employee under his company's name would flaunt his authority within the Kaiching Prefecture. And from the very beginning, it had been a minor incident, and the owner had even agreed to waive the charges. Yet this man persisted relentlessly, greedily demanding compensation. This was utterly disgraceful for the entire Xia Kingdom. Just then, someone in the crowd called the police. Two officers entered the store. After briefly assessing the situation, their faces wore expressions of utter helplessness. Lately, there had been a string of incidents where one or two Xia nationals, relying on their status, would assault local residents of Kaiching Prefecture. Yet when they ended up at the station, most were politely escorted out. The unluckier ones even had to pay compensation and apologize. Even if they had been provoked first. "You're the owner of this restaurant, right?" Facing the officer's questioning, the owner quickly nodded with a sorrowful expression. "The poor quality of the food dissatisfied the customer. That's your fault. Apologize to this gentleman." Fāng Yuán frowned deeply dissatisfied with the enforcement officer's handling of the situation. But he understood the root cause of all this. It all stemmed from his recent efforts to create a better environment for the fellow citizens of Xia Nation staying here. He had emphasized this point repeatedly in several meetings, stressing the need to protect the safety and rights of Xia nationals. As the saying goes, a simple statement from a leader, once it reached the ears of subordinates, immediately took on several additional layers of meaning. This couldn't entirely be blamed on those below him. Managing a province truly isn't easy. Upon returning, I must reconvene with them to discuss this further. We cannot let a few individuals with impure motives tarnish the reputation of our entire Xia community. Zhang Yunxue squeezed Fāng Yuán's hand, signaling that this wasn't his fault. Yet even after the enforcer spoke up, the man still refused to back down. Instead, he argued even more vehemently. "No, this isn't that simple. Waiving the bill and apologizing is the least he should do. But he's caused me psychological distress. I demand 10,000 baht in compensation for emotional damages. Sir, this is just a simple meal. Why don't we?" Seeing the man's exorbitant demand, the two officers reluctantly tried to resolve the matter peacefully. "Oof. I already told him I work for Prince Fāng's company. Now you're sending law enforcement? This isn't just insulting me, it involves Prince Fāng himself. Does Prince Fāng not even hold a value of 10,000 baht in your eyes?" The man's tongue was sharp. He was shifting the blame. At the mere mention of Fāng Yuán's name, the two officers exchanged bitter smiles. "Compensation. I agree to compensate you immediately." Seeing that even the law enforcement officers couldn't do anything about the other party, the boss could only swallow his anger. Just as Fāng Yuán was about to step forward in frustration to intervene, a loud, boisterous voice suddenly rang out. Not far away, Zhang Dao, sporting a thick gold chain, a gold watch, a floral shirt, and flip-flops, had his arm around a red-dressed beauty. He strode forward with utter disregard for anyone around him. He delivered a sharp, forceful slap across the man's face. Smack! "Who the hell gave you the guts to use my godfather's name to pull off some shady deal? How dare you hit me?" The man, who had been about to reach for his wallet to compensate the owner, was stunned by the blow. Two law enforcement officers, fearing a confrontation, quickly stepped in front of Zhang Dao. "Sir, please don't act impulsively. He's an employee of a company under the Fāng family's name. If this escalates, it won't be good for anyone." Fāng Yuán's lips curled into a faint smile. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. Zhang Dao was also in the mall. The woman beside him seemed familiar to Fāng Yuán. She was a direct descendant of the Chen family. Back then, Zhang Dao had been so smitten with her that he'd refused to return to Xia Kingdom. It seemed their relationship had naturally progressed to a certain stage. "Hey! What's wrong with Fāng's staff? You dare bully people in front of me? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Dao rummaged in his pocket, pulled out an ID badge, and tossed it at the two officers. The moment they saw it, they immediately saluted Zhang Dao. "Greetings, Chief Inspector." Only then did Fāng Yuán recall that, given Zhang Dao's complete lack of skills at the time, yet worried he might be bullied within the Kaiching Prefecture. So he had specifically arranged for him to be given a relatively leisurely, ceremonial position that didn't require constant work. Perhaps because of Fāng Yuán's influence? The Kaiching Prefecture authorities dared not take it lightly. They directly established an institution purportedly tasked with overseeing injustices across the entire province. Zhang Dao was appointed as the chief inspector, and he was even assigned a secretary whose sole duty was to fetch tea and perform menial tasks. Beyond that, the office didn't even have a formal address. But Zhang Dao didn't mind as long as the title sounded impressive. Though called an inspectorate, everyone tacitly acknowledged it was a figurehead institution. But its rank was undeniably high. Much like the royal title of prince conferred upon Fāng Yuán, initially devoid of real power, yet carrying distinct prestige. As the chief inspector, Zhang Dao could be considered roughly the third highest official in the entire Kaiching Prefecture. "You! Who the hell are you?" The man seemed to finally realize he'd hit a brick wall. His expression tightened as he tried to turn and leave. But Zhang Dao grabbed him by the arm. "You too, grab him. Charge him with disturbing the peace. Lock him up for 10 or 8 years, whatever." The two officers exchanged a wry glance. This big shot sure had a sense of humor. But the man took it seriously after all. This was Kaiching Prefecture. He frantically pulled out every last 1,000 yuan note from his pockets. He kept apologizing and begging for mercy to the owner. This scene warmed the hearts of many who had harbored resentment toward the man. I won't deny that every country and every place has good people and bad people, but please remember this: Prince Fāng treats all of you equally. Should you encounter such situations again, I hope you will stand firm and brave on the side of justice. Well said. Exactly. We are also subjects of Prince Fāng. No one should feel inferior. Applause. Watching Zhang Dao's smug expression, Fāng Yuán suddenly sighed. My child has finally grown up. Chapter 152, The Mad Scientist. Fortunately, Zhang Dao didn't hear those words. But given this guy's personality, he probably wouldn't have cared even if he had. Shouldn't we go meet Zhang Dao? Forget it. Let the guy run wild. No one's stupid enough to mess with him now. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Fāng Yuán took Jiang Yunxue away. After browsing the mall and catching a movie together. By then, the setting sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a dusky glow across the sky. Sitting in the car, they watched the bustling streets during the afternoon leisure hours. Filled with people walking dogs, cats, and even spare tires. Fāng Yuán closed his eyes slightly. Just then, a call came in. Hello, Secretary Jiang. Jiang Yunxue watched Fāng Yuán chuckling to himself after hanging up, her concern evident as she spoke. What's wrong? Are you okay? Fāng Yuán waved his hand dismissively, signaling he was fine. Just some matters at the Xia National Assembly that need my attention. He had originally thought it might take him quite a while to return home. But then Secretary Jiang suddenly called. He said the head of the National Assembly needed to discuss something with him in person. Let's go. We should make arrangements first. It's almost the new year anyway, so it's a good time to go back. Seeing Fāng Yuán reluctant to elaborate, Jiang Yunxue didn't press further. After returning to the base, he briefed Butler Su on most of the work proposals he had previously wanted to implement for the construction of Kaiqing Prefecture. Fāng Yuán and Jiang Yunxue boarded a private jet at the base's airport and headed back to Xia Nation. Xia Nation Parliament. The leader of the National Assembly sat in his chair, his expression grave as he studied a document. Secretary Jiang poured him a cup of tea. Have you called that kid Fāng Yuán yet? Yes, I've already spoken with him. He should be on his way back now. Good. He set the document down. The congressional leader spoke in an angry tone. What country did this time is utterly outrageous. They dared to secretly deploy the Ross family to sabotage our Xia merchants' business operations in the central region. They're clearly preparing to leverage the Ross family's vast resources to wage a trade war against our Xia merchants. The Rothschilds, they're not to be underestimated. Just 3 months ago, the Rothschilds began uniting with several ancient global families. Using the Eastern conspiracy theory, they successfully stirred up numerous conglomerates. They have continuously imposed sanctions on Xia Nation's overseas businesses. From cutting-edge tech companies to ordinary logistics operations, no sector was spared. Particularly noteworthy was a woman named Rin Qian in Chuan City. After she successfully developed a cutting-edge generation of chips, the M Nation grew even more frenzied, not only manipulating the import prices of various equipment and raw materials to skyrocket, but also began propagating conspiracy theories about Xia's alleged ambitions to dominate the world. Some smaller nations followed suit, escalating the situation and joining the boycott against Xia. The situation was growing increasingly dire. Congress has long been seething with frustration. Unfortunately, for now, most nations can only engage in endless bickering. Everyone is well aware of this. So they've all dispatched their own financial sharks to exert economic pressure on each other. Originally, Fāng Yuán's status was somewhat sensitive. Congress had initially planned to keep him out of the fray. But after several prominent business tycoons from Xia Nation suffered consecutive defeats abroad, and China's foreign exchange reserves evaporated by over 300 billion yuan, under intense pressure from all sides, Fāng Yuán became their sole remaining hope. Secretary Jiang had also hinted at this matter during their phone call. Essentially, what was required was for Fāng Yuán to use his own money to handle matters for the government. As for what he might gain in return, that depended entirely on the specifics. But none of that mattered to Fāng Yuán. Spending money was no big deal. On the contrary, this opportunity allowed him to return home and spend the Spring Festival with his family. That was the most important thing. So when boarding the plane, Fāng Yuán agreed immediately. Then he began assembling a dedicated team to handle the matter. When others come to bully you at your doorstep, holding back any longer would only leave you defenseless. Besides, he knew exactly what had sparked this conflict. The chip she had developed with his support had now become the fuse. She must be going through a tough time right now, caught in the middle of it all. Chip Development Company. Sitting in the conference room, Rin Qian now had more than one headache. Not only were foreign capitalists deliberately suppressing her efforts, even those within the country who didn't know the truth were turning their criticism toward her. Now that the chip research had succeeded, but how to mass produce and sell them had become a major challenge before her. Many essential domestic equipment and raw materials were unavailable. They must be imported from abroad. This situation has given foreign merchants the leverage to demand exorbitant prices. Well, you've developed this chip pretty impressive, right? But I demand you sell me a share of the technology. You won't sell, right? Then I'll simply jack up the prices of all chip manufacturing materials. Make it so that even if you manage to produce them, you won't be able to sell them. A simple, open scheme, yet the most painful to endure. What's more, this time the Ross family, who suffered repeated defeats at Fāng Yuán's hands, has joined the fray. Under various pretexts, they've begun aggressively suppressing Xia merchants' businesses. Many entrepreneurs have already succumbed to the pressure, suffering heavy losses and retreating back to their homeland. The foreign trade environment had become a toxic mess, dealing a heavy blow to the rapidly developing Xia nation. Should I give him a call? Trapped in her predicament, Ren Qian's first thought was of Fāng Yuán. But since the start of RD, she owed Fāng Yuán countless favors. The funds for the previous development assistance hadn't been settled yet, and now she was asking for help again. Beyond pledging herself to him, she couldn't think of anything else she could offer in return. Ren Qian hesitated. In the end, she dialed Fāng Yuán's number. After all, adding a little more to her debt wouldn't make much difference. Besides, she didn't dislike this man. If he really wanted her to offer herself, then so be it. Fāng Yuán, who had just stepped off the plane with Zhang Yunxue and was preparing to return to Tianyunipin. After answering Ren Qian's call, his expression grew somewhat intriguing. Who'd have thought the research-obsessed nerd would actually ask me out to dinner? Who is it? Zhang Yunxue, sitting beside him, eyed Fāng Yuán warily. She already had enough sisters, she dreaded the thought of another one popping up. What would they do then? They couldn't possibly take turns dating her one day at a time and give Fāng Yuán weekends off. The daughter of the former Zhang Yuan, you should know her. She's the one who's been dedicated to chip development for ages. I invested a lot back then. Now that the chip's been developed, she wants to treat me to dinner as a thank you. That's all? What else could it be? Seeing Zhang Yunshua's suspicious expression, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but burst out laughing. Honestly, Ren Qian, who spent all her days holed up in the lab wearing her lab coat, and spending all her time holed up in the lab, Fāng Yuán really didn't feel much about her. Yeah, just handle it yourself. We've got enough sisters at home already. Fāng Yuán chuckled. Thinking of the three women he hadn't seen in ages, his mood instantly lifted. Chapter 153, Two Aren't Enough to Fight. Upon returning to the Fāng family villa, the three girls had indeed heard the news and rushed over long ago. But each wore a haughty expression. As if to say, we don't want to deal with you. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly. He gave his mother a knowing glance. Zhang Yudan's lips curled into a smile, clearly enjoying the spectacle. It's not that I don't want to help you, Mom, she said, but the resentment from my three future daughters-in-law is just too overwhelming. Zhang Yunxue, the main instigator, snorted coldly. Then she smiled and stepped forward to greet Fāng Weiguo and his wife. In her hands, she held specialties she'd brought back from Dai Kingdom specifically for the elderly couple. Zhang Yudan accepted them with a smile, but sensing the awkward atmosphere, she quickly interjected. Come on, you've been standing out here. Come inside and sit down. We're all family. What can't be discussed properly? After all, she was her future mother-in-law. Though the three daughters still felt a bit resentful, they obediently followed her inside. Phew. At least they're willing to listen. Fāng Yuán silently sucked in a breath. If things really got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Only 5 days remained until the Spring Festival. After communicating with Secretary Zhang, the Congress side indicated there was no rush. As long as the team Fāng Yuán established could maintain stability for the time being, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to stay home and celebrate the new year. Son, Meng is pregnant now. Wedding plans will definitely need to be put on the agenda soon. What are your thoughts? Mom took a sip of tea before addressing the gathering of women. Fāng Yuán couldn't keep putting this off indefinitely. With everyone gathered today, she intended to help her son resolve this thorny issue. Fāng Yuán wore a face of utter despair. Mom, you're really rubbing salt in the wound, aren't you? Zhang Yunxue, the big sister and Fāng Yuán's first official girlfriend, chimed in. Honestly, I think Auntie's right. Fāng Yuán, what's really on your mind? When the topic first came up, the four girls had been a bit hesitant, but now that Zhang Yudan had taken the lead in bringing it up, they all turned to look at Fāng Yuán with expectant eyes. How many springs of youth does one have to squander? At this point, they had completely cast aside worldly constraints, resolutely choosing to be with Fāng Yuán. But they were women, after all. Who among them didn't yearn to give their life's journey a perfect conclusion? Yes, brother Fāng Yuán, just tell us your plan. We will all support you. Looking at Zhao Meng, whose face was filled with concern as she gazed at him, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only all wives were like Xiao Meng. She was just too considerate. But the moment Zhao Meng spoke, she was met with glares from the other three girls. As if only you know how to care, making us all look like we're here to force your hand. Zhao Meng chuckled awkwardly and quickly shut her mouth. At least she'd gotten her point across as long as brother Fāng Yuán knew she was the one little sister who truly cared for him. Fāng Yuán frowned, deep in thought for a long while. He couldn't very well say he wanted to marry all four at once. The thought of saying that aloud felt a bit embarrassing. Besides, Xiaoguo's laws wouldn't permit it. If he truly wanted to do that, he'd have to go to Kaiqing Prefecture. That was his old stomping grounds. But during Princess Shisha's last visit, her words had genuinely shocked Fāng Yuán. After all, she was a queen. She had just declared her intention to marry him. Only for him to return and immediately take 4 wives. Wasn't that slapping her in the face? It would also shatter the fragile peace recently restored between the Kaiqing Prefecture and the royal family. Fāng Yuán didn't want to take this step unless absolutely necessary. It wasn't out of fear, but because he felt it wasn't necessary for now. Li Meiyu glanced at Fāng Yuán, whose face showed hesitation. Sighing, she finally stepped forward and said, "Enough. Fāng Yuán has just returned. Don't burden him with such questions. Truthfully, no matter what happens, I'm determined to marry him. Even if it means being the third wife, I'm willing." Even Fāng Yuán was taken aback by her words. He knew Li Meiyu had always been rather bold by nature. But her mother, Zhang Yudan, was sitting right there. Didn't she worry her mother might take offense at such a declaration? Zhang Yunxue glanced at Li Meiyu. Meiyu has a point. Since that's the case, let's discuss it another day. Fāng Yuan's been working non-stop in Dai Kingdom and is exhausted. He's finally back home. Let him rest for a few days first. Both senior sisters had spoken up. Zhao Meng and Miao Yu naturally had no objections. Fāng Yuán breathed a sigh of relief. In critical moments, it still takes the big sisters to step up. It wasn't for nothing that he'd stayed late so many times with her in the Foundation's restroom back then. After temporarily setting aside the topic, the tension in the living room instantly eased. With things seemingly progressing further, Zhang Yudan finally felt at ease. Her primary reason for bringing up this topic was largely to make the 4 women understand their place, and to consider what challenges they might face if they chose to be with Fāng Yuán. There was no need to rush into a decision now, but once that seed was planted, it would be easier for them to accept the reality when the time came. Zhang Yudan rose with a smile, instructing the chef to prepare the evening banquet. Surrounded by the 4 women, Fāng Yuán felt utterly restless. How about after dinner we all go to KTV together? It's been ages since I last sang. Sounds great. No problem. The 4 women unanimously agreed to Fāng Yuán's suggestion. After finishing the sumptuous dinner, Fāng Yuán arranged for a vehicle and bodyguards to head straight for Kanglan KTV. Life just doesn't feel as joyful as it used to. Xiao Shui, remember the first time we came to Kanglan together? Fāng Yuán sighed wistfully, then turned to look at Zhang Yunxue sitting in the front passenger seat. Zhao Meng perked up her ears from the back seat. Li Meiyu and Miao Yu, meanwhile, rode in her own sports car. Recalling those days, Zhang Yunxue couldn't help but smile. How could I forget? Weren't you secretly looking down on me back then? No way. I'd be thrilled if the school beauty even noticed me. Zhao Meng, sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but interject. Fāng Yuán, how did you two end up together back then? Besides the two of them, Li Meiyu was naturally aware of the situation too. But back then, the gorgeous Li was a textbook gold digger, so she never planned on spilling her own dirty laundry. That's a long story. Don't you dare tell. Zhang Yunxue playfully pinched Fāng Yuán's waist, terrified he'd spill her embarrassing secrets. Whoa, take it easy on driving. Oomph. No matter how much Zhao Meng, sitting in the back seat with curiosity bursting through the roof, tried to beg with all her cuteness, Fāng Yuán remained silent. After all, the beautiful Jiang had her pride. If she really spilled the beans, his dream of riding 4 phoenixes at once would likely vanish. But recalling those wild days back at Kaiqing Manor with Li Meiyu and Miao Yu, Fāng Yuán began to feel a stir of desire. Zhang Yunxue was temporarily off limits. Zhao Meng had once had a chance to join them. But now that she was carrying a child, she couldn't act recklessly. 2. That probably wouldn't be enough for me to handle alone, right? Chapter 154, The Return of. After parking the car, escorted by dozens of bodyguards, Fāng Yuán led the 4 women toward the lobby. Kanglan KTV was notoriously expensive. Changchuan City's development had skyrocketed like a rocket. It had attracted many wealthy individuals. Yet even they were stunned by the scale of Fāng Yuán's display. The owner of Kanglan KTV happened to be present that day. The moment he spotted Fāng Yuán, he rushed over to greet him personally. My. Young Master Fāng graces us with his presence today, truly an honor for Kanglan KTV. Back when Fāng Yuán hadn't yet formally risen to prominence, he frequently visited Kanglan's side. So Kanglan's CEO naturally remembered him. Especially a second-generation tycoon whose spending easily approached millions. Times have changed. Fāng Yuán had long since grown to a stature that commanded his admiration. Long time no see. The other man greeted him warmly, and Fāng Yuán didn't put on airs, responding with a smile. Could you reserve a private room for me? Dragon ascending the 4 seas, please. Whenever he came to Kanglan, dragon soaring over the seas was always his top choice. Not for any other reason, purely because he thought the name of that private room was sufficiently imposing. It perfectly matched his second-generation persona. But a flicker of awkwardness crossed the Kanglan manager's face. The dragon soaring over the seas private room had just been booked by another group of people who also looked exceptionally distinguished. Seeing the expression on the Kanglan manager's face, Fāng Yuán instantly understood. No problem. What other VIP rooms are available? Just assign me anyone. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Fāng. I'll have it arranged for you immediately. Seeing how accommodating Fāng Yuán was, Kanglan's manager secretly wiped away the cold sweat that had nearly beaded on his brow. Had Fāng Yuán insisted on pursuing the matter, he would have been in serious trouble today. But clearly, as a legendary figure in Xia Nation, young Master Fāng possessed a magnanimous spirit. No way. Next time, the Dragon Ascension VIP room must be reserved no matter what. The Kanglan CEO silently resolved after this incident. Money was irrelevant, the crucial thing was to establish a connection with Fāng Yuán. That would be a huge win. Of course, Fāng Yuán had no idea about the CEO's inner turmoil. To him, it was just a private room. If it wasn't available, he'd simply find another. Finally, under the arrangements of the Kanglan CEO, Fāng Yuán entered a VIP room named Wealth and Prosperity in Bloom with his 4 female companions. Admittedly, the name was a bit tacky. It certainly had a certain ring to it. Of the 4 women, aside from Miao Yu, the other 3 were absolute karaoke queens. The moment they entered the room, they excitedly scrambled for the microphone to request songs. Fāng Yuán, however, leaned back comfortably against the plush sofa, leisurely enjoying the melodious voices of his beloved ladies. A smile couldn't help but spread across his lips. This was the life he had always dreamed of. No need for scheming or worrying about trivial matters. After eating his fill, he'd take his wives out to play and have fun. Just the thought of it felt utterly blissful. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the private room door. Fāng Yuán motioned to the women that it was fine, then stepped out. He saw his bodyguards lined up in the hallway. They were pinning a burly, overweight man firmly to the floor. Ouch, ouch, ouch. No, I swear I meant no harm. I just heard my brother-in-law was here and wanted to come offer a toast. Behind the man trailed 7 or 8 others, all dressed in expensive attire. Each of them glared indignantly at Fāng Yuán's bodyguards. What kind of nonsense is this? Don't you know Mr. Fāng is my big brother's brother-in-law? If you offend him, you won't get off easy with my big brother. Fāng Yuán hadn't expected that simply taking his wives out for a night on the town. He never imagined encountering such a messy situation. Frowning, he demanded, "What's going on here?" One bodyguard immediately answered, "Young Master Fāng, this man tried to force his way into the private room. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. So I had the guys take him down." It was their duty as bodyguards, and Fāng Yuán didn't blame them. He merely patted the man's shoulder lightly, signaling it was fine. Spotting Fāng Yuán emerge, the fat man pinned to the ground suddenly cried out in delight, "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law, save me! Let him go first." Having navigated several dangerous situations, Fāng Yuán didn't risk approaching the man himself. He simply instructed his bodyguards to release him. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Once free, the fat man casually brushed the dust off his clothes. He didn't seem the least bit bothered by the embarrassment of being pinned down earlier. Instead, his eyes lit up as he addressed Fāng Yuán. "Brother-in-law, it's me. I'm Li Yi." "Brother-in-law?" Fāng Yuán froze. After scrutinizing the man, he realized the fat guy looked strangely familiar. Suddenly, a memory from long ago surfaced. He recalled when Li Meiyu had been in a car accident and needed someone to accompany her. He had called Li Meiyu's younger brother at the hospital back then. But back then, that guy was nothing but a good-for-nothing wastrel, and he was referring solely to himself. He even kept leeching off his family. At one point, Li Meiyu had even given up on this brother. But now it seems Li Yi is doing quite well for himself. Not only was he wearing a designer label, but he also sported a thick gold chain around his neck, the quintessential nouveau riche look. Even though Fāng Yuán recognized him, he didn't give him a friendly look. After all, Li Yi's behavior back then could easily be described as despicable. "Haha, I'm just here to see how my sister's doing, brother-in-law. When I went to see her before, she refused to meet me. I mean, we're blood siblings, things shouldn't have gotten this bad. Besides, I've realized my mistakes now. I've turned over a new leaf and started doing legitimate business. I just want to apologize to my sister. I hope she doesn't hold it against me for being such an ignorant little brother back then." "Oh?" After hearing Li Yi's words, Fāng Yuán was somewhat surprised. He knew full well that changing one's ways was never easy. But from the way he sounded now, this guy didn't seem beyond redemption. The group of men and women blocked outside by the bodyguards. Upon seeing Fāng Yuán make no denial of being Li Yi's brother-in-law, delighted smiles spread across their faces one by one. Countless people now coveted connections to the immensely wealthy young master Fāng. But alas, few had the means to do so. Back when Li Yi was cornered by debt collectors, it coincided with the Fāng family's rise to prominence. Yet the Li Yi of that time was utterly hopeless. Seeing that things couldn't continue this way, so he once again set his sights on Fāng Yuán. Under the pretext of visiting Li Meiyu, after many who had been watching him from the sidelines witnessed his connection with Fāng Yuán's woman, Li Yi quickly secured substantial investments, now holding senior positions in 4 or 5 major conglomerates under his name. His lifestyle became incredibly lavish. He became a regular at numerous high-end establishments. But as time passed, those who invested in him began to realize that despite his earnest demeanor, he's Fāng Yuán's brother-in-law or something. But whenever it came to leveraging his connections to negotiate partnerships with companies under the Fāng family's umbrella, Li Yi began dodging with all sorts of excuses. Those who felt deceived began issuing warnings to him. Just as the pressure was mounting on Li Yi, Fāng Yuán returned, and just moments ago in the lobby, he had seen his own sister among the entourage. That domineering display of grandeur left Li Yi utterly exhilarated. He immediately called several investors, urging them to come witness his relationship with Fāng Yuán firsthand. Little did he know the bodyguards had no idea Fāng Yuán had such a relative. They pinned him down the moment he arrived. Chapter 155, Shameless Bastard. But it didn't matter. Li Yi felt a quiet triumph within. Fāng Yuán hadn't denied their connection. With a little maneuvering, once word reached the outside world, Li Yi would become even more sought after. The brother-in-law of the super-rich tycoon, young Master Fāng. That connection alone would bring him endless, greater rewards. So what if I got pinned down by bodyguards and lost a bit of face? I still managed to latch onto a big shot. Just wait till I'm sitting in my luxury car laughing at your pretentious bike riding ways, then you won't feel so smug. Li Yi chuckled, utterly unconcerned about the embarrassment he'd just endured in front of everyone. His words were smooth as silk. But Fāng Yuán was no longer the spoiled second-generation playboy he once was. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a detailed report on Li Yi's recent activities was sent over. Though he didn't know what his new brother-in-law was looking at, Li Yi's expression suddenly grew tense. After reviewing the documents, Fāng Yuán closed the file on his phone. He looked at Li Yi with a cold smile and said, "Turn over a new leaf and start anew?" "Sis, brother-in-law, let me explain. You know how poor our family is. I genuinely didn't have the capital to start from scratch. I figured since you and my sister had already come this far, it's only right to help your little brother-in-law out, especially since I've never once set foot in any of the Fāng family's businesses." Fāng Yuán nearly laughed in anger. What does "it's only right to help you" even mean? Even if I am with your sister, what business is it of yours? Sometimes he suddenly realized that when some people became shameless, they were truly impervious to reason. Using my name to scam investments, then blowing the money on extravagant spending sprees. When you can't handle it anymore, you come crawling back for another chance to con others. Do you really think I don't know anything? Get lost. You'll never change your ways. If you genuinely wanted to make amends, I'd overlook it for your sister's sake. But you keep doing this over and over. Fāng Yuán felt nothing but utter disgust for Li Meiyu's brother. Hearing Fāng Yuán's words, Li Yi immediately fell to his knees with a thud, sobbing, "No, brother-in-law. I truly know I've made a mistake. Please, help me. At least my sister has been with you for so long. Besides, this is just a word from you." Yet no matter how desperately he pleaded, Fāng Yuán remained unmoved. "Drag him out. Tell the boss at Kanglan to keep his people off my back." With that, Fāng Yuán turned and walked straight back into the private room. Seeing such utter coldness, Li Yi, who had been putting on a pitiful act moments ago, revealed his true colors. "Damn it, you bastard. You used your money to force yourself on my sister. Fāng Yuán, you just wait, this isn't over. I'll ruin your reputation completely. You'll learn the consequences of not helping me." Fāng Yuán. But the bodyguard showed no mercy toward Li Yi, who lay like a dead dog. Several men dragged him out. Young Master Fāng said not to let anyone disturb him. Though spoken casually, those words sent a cold sweat down the CEO's back. Seeing Li Yi still sitting on the floor cursing, his anger flared up instantly. He shot a glance at his longtime subordinate standing nearby. 2 burly KTV security guards immediately stepped forward, each delivering a hard slap to Li Yi's face. The blows sent stars dancing before his eyes. "Looking for trouble? You dare cause a scene in Kanglan KTV? Get out. You guys." But facing the menacing security guards, Li Yi could only glare hatefully at the private room where Fāng Yuán was seated before slinking away. Thanks to the booth's excellent soundproofing, the women inside had no idea what was happening outside. "What's wrong?" Fāng Yuán waved it off. "Nothing. Just some shameless beggar who tried to spit at me when I refused to give him money. I had him dealt with already." Zhao Meng tilted her head. No way. How can someone be so shameless nowadays? Not giving money and then spitting on someone? That's so gross. Zhang Yunxue and Li Meiyu exchanged knowing glances at Zhao Meng, who hadn't caught on yet. Then something suddenly felt off. They exchanged a glance and quickly suppressed their smiles. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but chuckle. Having witnessed the entire scene, the investors who had been eyeing Li Yi and Fāng Yuán as potential connections now looked at him as if he were a pile of dung, desperate to keep their distance. Before long, Li Yi's phone began ringing off the hook. Let's cut to the chase, young Master Li. When will you repay the investment funds I lent you earlier? What about the advance payment the company gave you for contract negotiations? Pay up. What nonsense about Mr. Fāng's brother-in-law? You're trying to pull the wool over my eyes. If you don't pay back the money, just you wait. Driven to the brink of a mental breakdown by the relentless calls, Li Yi fled back to his hometown overnight. Sitting in the taxi, he gritted his teeth and said, "You really think I can't do anything to you two bastards, huh? Since you, Fāng Yuán, won't help me, then you can forget about being with that Li Meiyu." Yes, at this moment, he even hated his own sister. Li Meiyu was now effectively the second in command at the Green Grass Foundation. Fāng Yuán had invested a fortune into the foundation, and the books still showed over 70 trillion yuan. Withdrawing just a fraction would be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. But when he made this demand to Li Meiyu, he was flatly refused and blocked. The thought of this made Li Yi's hatred burn like wildfire. Upon reaching his destination, Li Yi pulled over 100 yuan from his pocket and flung it at the driver. "Hey, sir, the total fare is 230 yuan. I'll pay 100 if I want to. Keep complaining and see if I don't punch you." There was nothing the driver could do. Since Li Yi's hometown was in a remote area, the driver could only resign himself to his misfortune and drive away. Seeing the dilapidated brick and tile old house, a flash of disgust crossed Li Yi's eyes. He couldn't be bothered to spare this dump a single glance. Two useless old fools. Worked their whole lives and still can't even afford a hot meal. Everyone else lives in apartment buildings, but we're stuck in this damn shack. He muttered curses under his breath as he walked inside. He seemed to hear movement outside. Two individuals in their 50s, their skin weathered from years of farm labor, rushed out of their room. Upon seeing it was their own son, Mr. and Mrs. Li were instantly overcome with emotion, tears welling up in their eyes. It had been nearly half a year since their son had last returned home. Cry, 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 for crying out loud. "I'm not dead yet. Pack your things immediately. You're coming with me to Changchuan City." Seeing his parents' pitiful expressions, Li Yi paid them no mind and instead barked harshly. "Son, are you bringing us to live in the city? Live? That. I don't even have a place to stay. We're going to find that you two made. Now that she's hooked up with some rich guy, she doesn't even recognize me as her own brother." Ah, Meiyu. How could she do this? Despite their son's harsh words, the elderly couple focused their concern on their daughter's failure to support her brother. "Cut the crap. Go pack your things. If you dare not help me, I'll make sure she can't hold her head up in front of anyone." Li Yi couldn't care less about anything else now. All he wanted was money. If there was no money, he'd figure it out. Worst case, he'd just abandon the two old fools in Changchuan City. At least they wouldn't cost him burial expenses when they finally kicked the bucket. Chapter 156, Li Yi's desperation. When they returned to the villa, even though Zhao Meng was reluctant to leave, her mother, Su Yulan, insisted she go home. Zhang Yunxue, having spent some time in Dai Kingdom, she too worried that her elderly parents might follow suit. Soon, the room was left with only Li Meiyu, her eyes darting flirtatiously, and Miaoyu, filled with unease. During their time in Dai Kingdom, the pressure had been immense. And with no inhibitions within the base, Miaoyu had been able to let loose. Now, just the three of them staring at each other in the room made her feel hot all over, desperate to escape. But before she could act, Fāng Yuán had already locked the door from the inside. What are you doing?" Fāng Yuán just smiled without answering. The next day, Li Meiyu, her complexion radiant, had just parked her car and was about to enter the foundation building. Suddenly noticed a large crowd of colleagues gathered at the entrance. "What's going on?" Curious, Li Meiyu walked over. But her face quickly turned deathly pale. Two elderly people sat helplessly on the ground, each with a sign hanging from their chest. Several lines of text were written on them. The unfilial daughter Li Meiyu, an ungrateful wolf with cold eyes, had an affair with Fāng Yuán, the foremost virtuous man of Xia Kingdom, seeking only personal pleasure while disregarding her parents' lives. Upon spotting Li Meiyu, the gathered colleagues, they all shot her strange looks. Everyone knew there had been a hint of a romantic connection between Li Meiyu and Fāng Yuán. But this was the first time it had been brought out into the open like this. What was even more terrifying was that it was her own parents who had spoken these words aloud. "Dad! Mom!" Li Meiyu rushed forward, pushing through the crowd of onlookers. Seeing her parents staring at her with eyes full of resentment, for a moment she didn't know whether to hate them or feel sorrow. upon seeing their biological daughter. Instead of the joy she had imagined, they erupted in furious curses. You good for nothing. How could I have given birth to such an unfilial daughter? You're living it up with fancy meals, villas, and luxury cars. Why won't you take care of your brother? Meiyu, you're going to drive your mother to her grave. Don't you know he's our family's only hope for an heir? And you're out there fooling around with other men? You're shameless. What a disgrace to our family. Her parents' accusations felt like sharp knives stabbing deep into Li Meiyu's heart. But she was no longer the naive young woman she had been when she first entered society. Her thoughts immediately turned to her younger brother, Li Yi. Suppressing her inner rage and sorrow, Li Meiyu spoke up. Mom, Dad, please sit down and listen to me. What's there to hear? You're living off some rich guy, eating fine food and wearing fancy clothes, yet you can't even spare a glance for your own brother. Do you have any conscience left? You unfilial daughter. I've already helped Xiaoyi countless times before. Last time, I even got into a car accident and ended up in the hospital trying to pay off his gambling debts. And you know what he said? That I deserved it. Oh, we don't care about that. Your brother's business investment failed. Mom knows you have money now. Just show some kindness and help him out again. Li Meiyu sighed. Today's scene had made a spectacle for everyone to see. Yet deep inside, she felt little disturbance. For now, she was no longer struggling alone. Li Yi remained unrepentant. Though she didn't know how he'd been lately. But he'd definitely gotten into trouble again, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to this charade of threatening her with mom and dad to extort money. Once, twice, over the years, she had had more than enough. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Li Meiyu spoke in a cold tone. If you still consider me your daughter, get up and come with me now. You raised me all these years, and I have a duty to care for you in your old age. But money? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give you a single cent. You're not helping him, you're destroying him. At those words, Li Meiyu's mother burst into loud wails, cursing her daughter for being ungrateful. Refusing to give us money is forcing us to die. We raised you all these years, and this is how you repay us. Her father cursed angrily before clutching his chest and gasping for breath, as if he might keel over at any moment. But Li Meiyu had witnessed this drama countless times before. Dad, don't worry. After you're gone, I'll find someone to give you a grand funeral. Keep going. These seemingly cold and heartless words caused Li's father to pause, momentarily unable to continue his act. He didn't know that what had always worked like clockwork before. Whenever he and his wife played the victim card, their daughter would empty her own pockets to fill the family's needs. Why had she become so cold-blooded? After speaking, Li Meiyu paid no further attention to her parents, who remained seated on the floor playing the victim. She walked straight into the office. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial daughter. Her enraged father lunged forward. But the two bodyguards who had been stationed near Li Meiyu instantly stepped forward to block him. Get out of my way. She's my daughter, born from my own flesh and blood. If I want to beat her to death, what business is it of yours? Seeing the two towering bodyguards, Li's father immediately took 2 steps back. Yet his voice remained sharp and threatening. Seated in her office chair, Li Meiyu's eyes gradually filled with tears. She couldn't fathom why her parents couldn't see through such a simple matter. Or perhaps they knew but pretended not to, willing to push their own daughter to the brink for the sake of a spendthrift son who couldn't afford his own lifestyle. Her heart shattered in that moment. Damn it! I told you this was cold-hearted and ruthless. Fine, she won't budge, huh? Then we'll go straight to Fāng Yuán. Li Yi, who had been lurking nearby observing for quite some time, watched as Li Meiyu finally steeled herself to leave. He gritted his teeth inwardly, determined to confront Fāng Yuán directly. Sitting on the ground, Li Meiyu's face was filled with utter bewilderment when she realized her daughter truly had no intention of acknowledging them. Li Yi stormed over to the elderly couple. You useless old fools, he spat contemptuously. Stop playing dead and get your asses up. We're going to collect what's owed from that Fāng guy. But your mother and I haven't eaten anything yet. Eat what? If we don't get that money today, I'll throw you out onto the street. Though their hearts ached with sorrow, the old couple believed it was their own fault. Useless. I couldn't even help my own son with this small favor. Exhausted, she dragged herself into the taxi Li Yi had called. Oh no, Sister Meiyu. Your parents say they're going to confront Fāng Yuán for answers. Miao Yu, who had already arrived at the foundation and learned the whole story, rushed into Li Meiyu's office with a look of urgency. Seeing the tear stain still on Li Meiyu's face, Miao Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Anyone stuck with a brother and parents like that would be facing nothing short of a disaster. What? Right now, Fāng Yuán was undoubtedly the most important person in her life. If Li Yi brought his parents to cause a scene at the door, no matter the outcome, it would be unbearable for her. Hearing this, Li Meiyu could no longer hold back her grief. Li Yi, may you rot in hell. Furious, Li Meiyu stormed out of the office, grabbed Miao Yu, and drove straight to Tianding. Chapter 157, Controversy. Son, can we really go in here? Gazing at the opulent facade of the Tianding residential complex, Li's father's legs trembled slightly. Though he knew Tianyunipin was the most prestigious affluent community in all of Changchuan City, Li Yi was visiting for the first time. The residents here were worth at least 1 billion yuan each. What's there to fear? It's just a little Tianyunipin. He said that, but he still felt a bit uneasy. Especially with the row of security guards standing at the entrance, their expressions practically screamed, "No money, no entry." Li Yi steeled himself and stepped forward, only to be immediately stopped by the guard at the entrance. "Good day, sir. May I ask what brings you here?" The guard was actually quite polite. After all, many clients who did business with Tianyunipin's tenants visited regularly. At first glance, the gleaming gold chain around Li Yi's neck led the guard to assume he was here for business discussions. But as a gust of wind blew past, the gold chain on Li Yi's chest actually began to flutter. The security guard's expression immediately soured. "What era is this, still dressing like that?" Li Yi shot the guard a glance. "What do you mean, what's the matter? Don't you know I'm a homeowner at Tianyunipin residential complex? Don't I even have the right to go home now?" Li Yi raised his voice. This tactic had worked smoothly for him in many upscale communities. Typically, when he made such a statement, the security guards would mistakenly assume he was a resident and, adopting a better safe than sorry attitude, let him in. But clearly, Li Yi had picked the wrong place this time. Tianyun residential complex collected nearly 1 million yuan in annual property fees. And they certainly weren't paying those fees to harbor dead weight. No matter how convincing his act might seem, the guards here weren't buying it. "Excuse me, if you're a resident of this complex, please use the facial recognition lane. Alternatively, if you have a special grade license plate, you can enter directly through the main gate." "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Li Yi, rejected, instantly flew into a rage. But other security guards, hearing the commotion, quickly approached. "Listen up. My brother-in-law is Fāng Yuán, you know him, right? Xiaoguo's richest man, young Master Fāng. How dare you block my way? Young Master Fāng's brother-in-law?" Hearing this, the security guards hesitated. These days, Fāng Yuán was practically a household name throughout the entire Xia kingdom. If they really offended a big shot of this caliber, they might all find themselves out of a job. But recalling Li Yi's earlier behavior, he still found it hard to believe that young Master Fāng would have such a relative. Li Yi clearly saw the hesitation on the security guard's face. He continued, his voice dripping with arrogance, "Fine, you don't believe me? I'll call my brother-in-law right now. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you lot." He even dramatically pulled his phone from his pocket, pretending to dial a number. But in reality, he didn't even have Fāng Yuan's phone number. "Hold on a moment, sir." Li Yi flashed a smug grin. "Heh, scared now, huh?" But the next second, the security chief who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion spoke up. "While you are indeed young Master Fāng's brother-in-law, Tianyunipin also has a duty to ensure the safety of our residents. How about this, let me call young Master Fāng to confirm." Hearing this, Li Yi suddenly felt a bit flustered. Back at Kanglin KTV, Fāng Yuán had already cursed him out like crazy. If he called now, there was no way Fāng Yuán would let him in. Just then, Li Meiyu finally arrived at the scene with Miaoyu. Seeing Li Yi's street thug demeanor, the anger in her eyes was impossible to hide. Not only was he demanding money, but he'd even dragged her elderly parents all the way into the city. Such beastly behavior was utterly unbearable to her. "Li Yi, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Facing Li Meiyu's furious expression, Li Yi grinned shamelessly. "Oh, isn't this my dear sister? What I'm doing? That's not for you to ask. Money. Just give me 10 million, and I swear I'll never bother you again. You can have these 2 old fools if you want them. 10 million to sell his own parents? You're a complete bastard. Mom, Dad, can't you see it now? Your son isn't even human anymore." Li Meiyu looked at her parents standing silently by her side, her heart filled with unbearable sorrow. "What the hell? I'll do whatever I want. Mark my words, if you don't hand over the money today, just wait and see how I'll deal with you and that Fāng guy." By now, the security guards nearby had caught on. This guy was clearly here just to pick a fight. Are you even human? Treating your own parents and sister like this? If it weren't for Sister Meiyu paying back all that money for you, do you think you'd still be standing here ranting? Seeing Li Yi's attitude, Miaoyu couldn't hold back any longer. Only then did Li Yi notice the young, beautiful woman standing beside Li Meiyu. He eyed Miaoyu up and down with a lecherous gaze before chuckling. "Hey, beautiful, this is my family's business. You don't need to get involved. You look pretty good, though. Why don't you come with me? Once I get the money, I'll take care of you. I promise you'll live in comfort." "You." The security chief knew both Li Meiyu and Miaoyu were regulars at Fāng Yuan's establishment. After weighing his options, he walked to a corner and called Fāng Yuán. Fāng Yuán, still lounging on the villa's large bed, was enjoying a rare moment of leisure scrolling through videos. After receiving the security chief's call, his entire expression darkened. He had already warned Li Yi during their last encounter in the private room. He never imagined the other party would not only ignore the warning but even push things further. Now he'd brought men to block the entrance of Tianding. But did he really think this would make him cave in so easily? Fāng Yuán descended the stairs with a dark expression. Seeing the young master leave, 7 or 8 bodyguards instinctively followed. Thinking you could threaten me with such low-life tactics, huh? Seems reasoning is utterly useless with scum like this. But compared to those fearless thugs from the Silver Triangle, this Li Yi was nothing but a lowly lackey. If they could wipe out the entire drug lord's operation, surely they could handle him. Because this matter involved the currently hottest topic, young Master Fāng. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside Tianding. Since Li Meiyu had been promoted to vice president, she frequently attended major public welfare events. She was quickly recognized. Isn't that Vice President Li from the Green Grass Foundation? What's going on? She's doing charity work but can't even be bothered to look after her own parents? Those poor elders. Who knows? Some people look perfect on the surface but have a long list of scandals behind the scenes. One face in public, another behind closed doors. Who knows what Fāng Yuán's true motives are for setting up such a massive charity foundation? All crows are equally black. I never believed the Fāng family was genuinely benevolent from the start. Look at this, even the vice president of the foundation can be so heartless, neglecting his own parents. How good can this Qingqiao Foundation really be? As the surrounding murmurs grew louder, Li Meiyu was nearly speechless with fury. Chapter 158, What's 100 million to you? Just then, someone with keen eyes spotted Fāng Yuán approaching. Shoo, young Master Fāng is here. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd that had been buzzing with gossip instantly fell silent. Gossiping behind someone's back was one thing, but doing it to their face was quite another. When it came to wealth, the Fāng family was second to none. No one dared claim the top spot. Had they not recently shifted their focus to Dai Kingdom? The Fāng family's market presence in Xia Nation would likely have already spread like wildfire. Even so, few in Xia's business circles dared to speak freely in Fāng Yuán's presence. 8 black-clad bodyguards surrounded Fāng Yuán as he approached. Even without uttering a word. Having been forged in the crucible of war during his time in the Silver Triangle. Even without consciously projecting his aura, he still commanded a sense of awe from those around him. After all, as the head of the Kaiqing Manor, the aura of a leader naturally radiated from him. Seeing Fāng Yuán, Li Meiyu's eyes grew red. Driven to this point by her brother and parents, her usual liveliness had completely vanished. Fāng, others may fear you, but I don't. If you've got the guts, have them kill me. What good is money? Does it make you superior? Do you think you're above the law? With no way out, Li Yi flashed a vicious grin. What gives him the right? How old was Fāng Yuán to possess everything that drew everyone's attention? While he had to hide in the shadows, even resorting to using Fāng Yuán's name to scrape together a few coins. The moment of glory was fleeting. Before long, he was pushed into the abyss right before everyone's eyes. If only back then, outside the private room. Even if Fāng Yuán hadn't spoken, a simple nod would have spared him this fate. Li Yi immediately blamed all his resentment on Li Meiyu and Fāng Yuán for not backing him up. Yet he never once considered the flaws within himself. Others need to constantly ponder, meticulously think, practice repeatedly, master every detail, and observe minutely to play the clown. But you? You just open your eyes and instantly reach a peak performance they can never touch. Listening to Fāng Yuán's words, Li Yi didn't quite grasp their meaning. But he understood the word clown. You bastard Fāng, you dare insult me? Dad, Mom, this jerk wants to marry my sister. Tell him forget it unless he brings 10 million. Li Yi wasn't stupid. His earlier trash talk had merely been setting the stage for this moment. The 2 old fools were his trump card, specifically reserved for Fāng Yuán. Facing Fāng Yuán's imposing presence, Mr. and Mrs. Li felt as though they were looking at some high-ranking official from the TV. They immediately grew nervous and began stammering. But the thought of what their son might do to them if they refused made them hesitate. Father Li steeled himself and declared, if you want to marry my daughter, you must present my son with 10 million yuan as a dowry. Otherwise, we'll never agree, not even if it costs us our lives. That's right. 10 million yuan, and then our daughter will be yours. After that, we'll never bother you again. Seeing matters had reached this point, Mrs. Li abandoned all pretense of helplessness and spoke bluntly. 10 million? Fāng Yuán chuckled. Originally, he'd intended to teach that bastard Li Yi a proper lesson. But settling it with money wasn't bad either. 10 million to buy peace for his woman. This deal was a steal. Fine. 10 million, huh? I'll give it to you. Fāng Yuán, don't do it. They're all greedy bastards. Li Meiyu knew that 10 million was mere pocket change to Fāng Yuán, but she understood her own family best. Her shameless younger brother would never be satisfied. He'd probably blow through the 10 million and resort to his old tricks again. The amount wasn't huge, but it was unbearably irritating. Li Yi's eyes darted around. He knew Fāng Yuán was wealthy, but he had no idea just how rich he was. Seeing Fāng Yuán mention 10 million with such ease, suddenly, he felt dissatisfied. No, make it 100 million. Just give me 100 million, and I'll take my parents and leave Changchuan City forever, even move abroad if I have to. Li Yi, have you no shame? But Fāng Yuán only gave a cold smile. Are you certain that if I give you 100 million, you'll leave the country and never return? Yes. If you're truly willing to give it to me, I'll vanish from both you and my sister's lives forever. Fine. I'll give you 100 million. Fāng Yuán waved his hand at Li Meiyu, who was about to speak. It's just a measly 100 million. Give me your account details. But I hope you're not trying to pull a fast one. You know this money can be given, but it can also be taken back. Once the money hits your account, get the hell out of the country immediately. Li Yi burst into delighted laughter. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare deceive the esteemed leader of our great Xiao nation. As soon as the money arrives, I'll buy a ticket and leave the country immediately. With this 100 million, he could just find some small country to settle in. Life would be sweet then, so what if he was abroad? The onlookers, witnessing this scene, envied Fāng Yuán for treating money like it was worthless, while also looking down on Li Yi for his utter shamelessness. But someone like Li Yi couldn't care less. They say shameless people are invincible. When you're broke, what's your dignity worth? Once you have money, even if you lose face, people will come crawling to restore it for you. That's just how it is. Hee hee, thanks a bunch, brother-in-law. Wishing you and my sister a long, happy life together till you're old and gray. Li Yi beamed with satisfaction after receiving the money. He hailed a taxi and took his parents to Changchuan Airport. Earlier, he'd been desperate for money and, relying on his status as Li Meiyu's younger brother, had chosen to confront Fāng Yuán head-on. After all, Li Meiyu couldn't possibly stand by and let Fāng Yuán kill him, right? It was precisely because he believed he had exploited human weaknesses that he had been so arrogant. After watching Li Yi drive away, Fāng Yuán signaled his 2 bodyguards to hail a cab and follow, ensuring the guy made it to the airport. Li Meiyu approached Fāng Yuán with a look of deep regret and whispered softly, "I'm sorry. I truly had no idea that bastard would stoop so low as to resort to this kind of scheme just for money." But before she could finish, Fāng Yuán cut her off. "It's fine. People like that will stop at nothing to get what they want. It's not your fault." After offering Li Meiyu a few words of comfort, no sooner had he returned to the villa than Fāng Yuán received a call from his bodyguard. It confirmed that Li Yi had arrived at the airport, but the Li family parents he'd brought along had been left outside the ticket inspection hall. It seemed he had no intention of taking the 2 elders with him at all. "Heh, you blew your chance." Originally, out of consideration for Li Meiyu, Fāng Yuán had been willing to let Li Yi take his parents along. He wouldn't have been so ruthless. But clearly, Fāng Yuán had overestimated this bastard's moral limits. After instructing his bodyguards to send the Li parents to a reasonably decent nursing home, he dialed the number for Butler Su. Meanwhile, Li Yi, whose mind was filled with thoughts of how he would enjoy life after leaving the country, was enthusiastically dragged into a car by several burly men the moment he arrived at his destination. Years later, in a black market mine in Mo State, a madman who constantly demanded people repay him 100 million appeared. Chapter 159, New Year's Eve. "Young master, it's all taken care of." After hanging up the phone, Fāng Yuán remained expressionless. As for sending Li Yi to mine in Africa, he had no intention of telling Li Meiyu. But the arrangement to place the Li couple in a nursing home that didn't need to be concealed. After being abandoned by their own son at the airport, the 2 elderly parents seemed to have come to their senses. Yet they still worried constantly about how Li Yi was faring on his own. Li Meiyu had visited them a few times afterward. But Fāng Yuán never did. Not that he couldn't go, but he felt it was unnecessary. Early in the morning, Fāng Weiguo, breaking his usual routine, didn't head out with his fishing rod. Instead, he instructed the servants to begin purchasing items for the spring festival. "Tonight is New Year's Eve. You better not wander off, you little brat. We're going to hang the couplets ourselves." Being roused from bed by his father so early in the morning, Fāng Yuán felt rather helpless. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and once again, the annual New Year's Eve night was upon them. Looking back, last year during the spring festival, the 3 of them had huddled in their cramped room eating dumplings around a hot pot. "Stop bragging. Hurry up and send someone to prepare those air-freighted king crabs and lobsters. We're having dumplings tonight." The servants, who rose as early as Fāng Yuán, began cleaning the villa with various tools in hand. This was the custom before the new year. After New Year's Eve, no more cleaning was allowed, lest it sweep away the fortune. Meanwhile, following his father's instructions, Fāng Yuán drove to the bank. He withdrew nearly 10 million in cash. The Fāng family villa now employed over 30 servants alone, not counting cooks, drivers, bodyguards, and others. Zhang Yudong personally cooked and made dumplings. By evening, the family gathered around the table to eat and chat. This long-lost warmth made Fāng Yuán suddenly feel reluctant to leave home. But he knew that the Fāng family's ship was growing ever larger. It carried more than just their own family. "Never mind, I won't dwell on it." After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner on the eve of the Lunar New Year, Fāng Yuán instructed a temporary housekeeper surnamed Lin to gather everyone in the Fāng family villa. He stood atop the villa's steps. Below him, a dense sea of heads stretched out. At the very front stood over 100 individuals who had diligently guarded the Fāng family's safety over the past period. Thank you all for your hard work over this long period. I understand your desire to return home for the reunion dinner, but your duties prevent you from leaving. To express our family's gratitude, we've specially prepared some red envelopes for everyone. The amount may not be large, but it's a token of our appreciation. The bodyguards and servants listening to Fāng Yuán's words wore expressions of deep gratitude. Some among them had previously worked for other wealthy families. Yet no other household could compare to the Fāng family. Neither in terms of compensation nor in their treatment of people. The Fāng family possessed wealth rivaling that of a nation, yet Fāng Weiguo and Zhang Yudan never treated their staff as mere servants. Fāng Yuán didn't waste words. He simply instructed Lin, the house steward, to lead 2 bodyguards in distributing the prepared red envelopes one by one. This time, he'd bought the large size. Though called red envelopes, they resembled small wallets. Each envelope contained 10,000 yuan. Thank you, young Master Fāng. Thank you, young Master Fāng. Thank you, Mr. Fāng. Everyone who received a red envelope erupted into cheers. They kept thanking Fāng Yuán. Don't worry, there's more. I've already arranged for a banquet to be prepared at the Qilin Hotel. It'll be delivered shortly. Tonight, I wish all of us a very happy spring festival. As the words fell, another wave of loud cheers erupted. Fāng Yuán smiled and called over a driver and several bodyguards. They drove toward the Qilin Hotel. Back in the day, the Qilin Hotel was practically his private dining room. He thought of the hotel manager who always loved to crack jokes. A faint smile touched the corners of Fāng Yuán's lips. Qilin Hotel. The hotel manager, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, stood at the entrance. He addressed the staff rushing to gather. Everyone, stay alert later on. Don't say I didn't warn you in advance. Young Master Fāng himself will be here shortly to deliver New Year greetings to everyone. Stand tall and proud. When young Master Fāng arrives, red envelopes will be sure to come your way. The Qilin Hotel employed over 100 staff members, except for a dozen or so who had taken leave to return to distant hometowns. Upon learning that Fāng Yuán would personally deliver his blessings, the rest had finished their reunion dinners with family. They rushed back to the hotel without delay. Soon, several luxury cars pulled up in front of the Qilin Hotel, their headlights blindingly bright. Young Master Fāng has arrived. Everyone, give him a warm round of applause. The moment Fāng Yuán stepped out of the car, the hotel manager promptly rushed forward to greet him, wishing young Master Fāng a happy new year, good health, and prosperity beyond measure. Amidst a burst of applause and well wishes, Fāng Yuán walked over with a smile, waving to everyone. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting here so long on New Year's Eve. Every employee at Qilin Hotel has made tremendous contributions to our Fāng family. As the new year approaches, giving you all red envelopes is my way of expressing my gratitude. Oh, young Master Fāng, you're too kind. It's no trouble at all, we're honored to serve the Fāng family with all our strength. Fāng Yuán laughed heartily. That old fellow certainly had the sweetest way with words. Bodyguards behind him carried boxes filled with red envelopes, distributing them one by one. Even the employees who had initially been reluctant to attend couldn't help but beam with delight upon feeling the plump thickness of the red envelopes in their hands. Their faces lit up with delight. Young Master Fāng, would you like to come inside? I'll have the banquet prepared for you right away. It's already inconvenient enough for everyone that I've come. No need for that. Next time. Though it was still early in the evening, many were already thinking about returning home to reunite with their families. Fāng Yuán didn't want to take up everyone's time either. As for those who hadn't arrived or had taken leave to return home, they would be compensated via bank transfer. Amidst the warm farewells of everyone at the Qilin Hotel, young Master Fāng, the generous benefactor, set off for his final destination, the Green Grass Foundation. This was the very first organization Fāng Yuán had personally established. For nearly half a year, the Qinchao Foundation's benefits and compensation packages remained unchanged. The salaries were indeed pitifully low compared to most jobs outside. Some stayed on driven by a desire to contribute to public welfare, while others, unable to endure the isolation and pressures of life, chose to leave. Though no one knew what Fāng Yuán was planning, the president and vice president, Jiang Yunxue and Li Meiyu, convened everyone as he requested. During the Spring Festival, the first words exchanged upon meeting were wishing you prosperity. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed warm and harmonious. Yet several seemed lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 160, The Proposal Ceremony. Sigh, doing charity work is great, but the pay here is really too low. My family keeps pressuring me to find a new job. They say if I stay here, how will I ever afford a house, a car, or support a wife? Their whispered conversation didn't escape the ears of those nearby. Yet they felt powerless to change it. When they first arrived, each had been filled with passion and ideals, eager to contribute their strength to the public welfare cause. Yet living in this world, certain material realities must eventually be faced. Li Meiyu leaned close to Zhang Yunshui and whispered, "Why don't we talk to Fāng Yuán about raising the salaries for our foundation staff? Most of our current staff have been here for quite some time. Their sincerity has stood the test of time, but the pressures of life are proving too much to bear. The Green Grass Foundation currently has only about 20 people. Most hail from impoverished regions, having once received assistance themselves. They wanted to give back in their own way. Yet reality constantly pressures them from all sides. Some even have to tighten their belts just to afford a meal out with their girlfriend. Over time, it's inevitable that some self-doubt creeps in. Although Zhang Yunshui and Li Meiyu's salaries weren't high either. Money holds little meaning for them, as Fāng Yuán takes care of everything. Yeah, I feel the same way. Maybe we should find a chance to bring it up with him. You can't live solely for ideals, you still have to eat." Just then, Fāng Yuán's convoy arrived, running late. Everyone quickly fell into formation, ready to greet Fāng Yuán. The moment he stepped out and saw Zhang Yunshui and Li Meiyu, a smile spread across his face. It was the new year, they couldn't just stay cooped up at home. Once business was concluded, he'd take them both out for a drive around town. "Happy New Year, Mr. Fāng. Happy New Year, Mr. Fāng." The entire foundation staff chorused in unison. Li Meiyu shot Fāng Yuán a disapproving look. This young master sure puts on airs. Let's all enjoy ourselves. Ignoring the women's glances, Fāng Yuán stepped forward and cleared his throat twice. "Well, everyone has worked incredibly hard these past few months. I won't dwell on that further. Those of you who have chosen to stay and fight for the Green Grass Foundation all this time, for just a modest salary, deserve my utmost respect. Today is New Year's Eve. To acknowledge all your hard work, I will now present each of you with a small token of appreciation. I hope you will continue to maintain your usual dedication and make even greater contributions to public welfare." Without further ado, he motioned for a bodyguard to retrieve a stack of cards from the car and distribute them to everyone. "Holy cow, it's a key card for Tianlan Residential Complex. Seriously? I heard most residents there are high-level white-collar workers earning around 100,000 yuan a month. What's this about, Mr. Fāng?" Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. "Exactly. Access cards for Tianlan Residential Complex, one set per person. Due to the urgency of the situation, many procedural issues haven't been fully resolved yet. Once the Spring Festival passes, the property transfer documents will be delivered to each of you. Additionally, everyone present today will receive a year-end bonus of 100,000 yuan, and all future salary packages will be quintupled. Working for a living, what do workers strive for? For ideals, and for money." Upon hearing this news, the entire Qingqiao Foundation erupted in cheers of excitement and joy. "President Fāng, we love you. Mr. Fāng, you rock. Mom, I've finally made something of myself." Seeing the excited crowd, Fāng Yuán felt deeply gratified. This was his way of rewarding good people, simple, direct, and unapologetic. 100 empty promises couldn't compare to a single slice of real bread. Well, that's settled. He'd already made arrangements long before we even suggested it. I had a feeling this would happen. Young Master Fāng is someone who knows exactly what he wants. The two women exchanged a knowing smile. The matter had finally been resolved perfectly. After a while, once the excited fund employees had departed, Fāng Yuán stepped forward. "Ladies, shall we?" "Where to?" "Tonight, I'll take you to a special place." Li Meiyu pursed her lips. "All this mystery, you're not up to something sneaky, are you?" "Heh, you'll see when we get there." After getting into the car, Fāng Yuán didn't head straight back to Tianyunipin. Instead, he directed the convoy toward the airport. Zhang Yunshui asked curiously, "Why are we going to the airport?" "Shoo, don't ask. It won't be a surprise if I tell you." Upon arriving at the airport, they discovered that Zhao Meng and Miao Yu had also been escorted there by the convoy at some point. The airport manager had been waiting nearby. "Mr. Fāng, everything has been arranged for you. Alright, Happy New Year. I'll transfer you $1 million later. Please extend my best wishes to all the airport staff." "Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Fāng. I'll be sure to pass on your message to everyone." Crossing the waiting lounge, Fāng Yuán boarded a private jet with his 4 young wives. The aircraft then slowly took off. No matter how much the 4 women clung to him throughout the journey, Fāng Yuán stubbornly refused to speak. He was determined to surprise them. After a long flight of over 2 hours, the plane touched down smoothly. Outside, a fleet of luxury vehicles had been waiting for some time. "Welcome to our beautiful paradise, Mr. Fāng. Everything has been arranged for you." Fāng Yuán smiled and nodded. Just as the 4 women were on the verge of losing their minds, the convoy pulled up before a tranquil, picturesque beach. Moonlight spilled across the sea, creating a shimmering surface that resembled countless scattered jewels scattered across the water. Waves formed long, silvery lines, creating a beautiful accompaniment. Pre-arranged ambient lights instantly illuminated the scene, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Within a heart-shaped formation crafted from countless red roses. For empty spaces remained reserved. For goddesses, proceed. Fāng Yuán smiled softly and gestured invitingly. Oh my god, you. This is absolutely breathtaking. Brother Fāng Yuán. The four women, half shy and half excited, slowly walked to the four empty spots. Their faces radiated joy and happiness. Fāng Yuán produced 4 gleaming gold rings as if by magic. Most people would have gone for diamonds or something fancy. But after discussing today's plan with his mom, Zhang Yudan decisively chose gold rings for him. Her exact words were, "What a load of crap about diamonds being forever and love lasting eternally. That's all nonsense concocted by foreigners to fleece people. We Chinese stick with gold rings." Kneeling on one knee, Fāng Yuán gazed deeply at the four women and spoke. To have met, known, and fallen in love with each of you in this vast sea of humanity is the greatest honor of my life. Will you marry me? Chapter 161, 4 at once. Awesome. Hats off to the boss. That's our Fāng young master for you 4 at once. The bodyguards standing behind him were filled with an indescribable admiration for Fāng Yuán. The other 3 women immediately turned their gaze toward Zhang Yunxue. After all, she was the first official girlfriend Fāng Yuán had ever had. Their usual rivalry was one thing. At a moment like this, even Li Meiyu wouldn't deliberately step forward to play the jealousy card. They knew Fāng Yuán would never show favoritism. Zhang Yunxue pressed her red lips together as she walked up to Fāng Yuán. She extended her right hand. I accept. There was little else to say. She trusted her actions alone would make Fāng Yuán understand. Having you is wonderful. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly, then took out a ring engraved with Zhang Yunxue's name and gently slipped it onto her ring finger. What followed needed no explanation. Li Meiyu walked straight toward Fāng Yuán. Then she boldly embraced him. Truthfully, I've been waiting for this day for so long. Thank you, Fāng Yuán. Meeting you is the happiest thing that's ever happened to me. Feeling the warmth radiating from Li Meiyu's body, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This little vixen sure was proactive. Miao Yu and Zhao Meng exchanged a glance. You go first. You go first. The 2 women suddenly burst into laughter. Then, hand in hand, they walked up to Fāng Yuán. Amidst the announcement that all rings had found their owners, a sudden series of booming sounds erupted around them. Hundreds of streaks of light shot into the sky, bursting into beautiful heart-shaped fireworks. Originally, fireworks were also prohibited in the remote corners of the world. The key point was that Fāng Yuán had sent representatives to negotiate with Tianding province just 2 days prior. He expressed his willingness to invest 10 billion yuan to develop the scenic area into a beautiful destination. Just moments ago, upon learning of Fāng Yuán's arrival, the provincial leader of Tianding province, he even asked if more fireworks should be arranged. Under this breathtaking nightscape, Fāng Yuán was surrounded by his companions, and 5 figures were forever etched into this scene. When drowsiness finally set in, Fāng Yuán drove with the 4 women to the Atlantis Hotel in Tianya City to rest. But a problem arose when checking in. We can't all sleep together, can we? Zhang Yunxue certainly couldn't accept that for now, and Fāng Yuán tended to move around a lot in his sleep. What if something awkward happened? Ahem, it's fine. I promise not to get out of line. He'd been waiting for this chance for ages, but all he got in return was a rolling eye from Zhang Yunxue. Let's get 3 rooms. Me and Zhao Meng in one, Meiyu and Miaoyu in another, and you sleep alone. No way. That's too cruel. But no matter how much Fāng Yuán pleaded, Zhang Yunxue wouldn't budge. With no other choice, he booked 3 rooms. Fāng Yuán exchanged a knowing glance with Li Meiyu, but she acted as if she hadn't seen it, completely ignoring him. As for Miaoyu, well, that girl was blushing bright red, lost in her own thoughts. She had no time to exchange secret signals with Fāng Yuán. This is terrible. As he stepped into the luxurious room, Fāng Yuán grew increasingly furious. He'd traveled all this way to orchestrate a romantic proposal ceremony, only to end up sharing a bed with the 5th miss all alone. It was utterly unfair. Just as he was debating whether to call Li Meiyu to ask if they were asleep yet, his phone buzzed with a message notification. Li Meiyu, the drain in our bathroom is clogged. Come help us check it out ASAP. Probably not just one pipe, both pipes. Fāng Yuán, overcome with excitement, dashed straight to Li Meiyu and Miaoyu's door without a second thought. He noticed the door wasn't fully closed, there was a crack open. Shoo, come in quickly. Li Meiyu peeked her head out, glanced at the room next door where Zhang Yunxue and Zhao Meng were staying. She pulled Fāng Yuán inside. He hadn't realized it before entering, but upon seeing inside, Li Meiyu and Miaoyu were each wearing a sheer, gauzy dress. One black, one white. The black one, naturally, could only belong to Li Meiyu. Through the sheer fabric, Li Meiyu's graceful figure was faintly visible, and a pair of snow-white, proud, long legs were clearly discernible. Don't stare at me like that, it's so annoying. Fāng Yuán's breathing began to quicken. Demons! I demand your aid in my cultivation. The next morning, Zhang Yunxue looked at the cluster of love bites on Fāng Yuán's neck with a hint of confusion. No way, did this guy really sneak off to eat last night? Ahem, well, Tianyao province has quite a bit of dampness in the air. I just scratched a few times, apparently scraping can help dispel dampness. Really? Of course it is. Would I lie to you? You two have excessive dampness too? Zhang Yunxue glanced at Li Meiyu and Miaoyu, whose necks were similarly dotted with numerous love bites. Miaoyu blushed and lowered her head, unable to speak. Fāng Yuán stared in stunned silence. Last night, this little girl was fierce, completely different in bed than out of it. Li Meiyu calmly replied, no, there were just a lot of mosquitoes last night. Oh, thank goodness ours didn't have any, right, Sister Shui? I kept hearing what sounded like someone swatting mosquitoes last night. Zhao Meng exclaimed, suddenly understanding. You two must have been swatting each other's mosquitoes last night. I even heard Sister Meiyu yelling in pain for ages until her voice went hoarse. Miaoyu, you hit so hard. Fāng Yuán grimaced, unsure if Zhao Meng was genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. Had you ever seen anyone play doubles while swatting mosquitoes? If Zhang Yunxue still didn't get it at this point, that would be a miracle. Oomph. Never mind. Today I'll take you guys out for a proper tour, and tonight we're having a seafood feast. As for the cars, well, needless to say. The wealthy and extravagant Fāng Shao rented dozens of luxury cars in one go. Escorted by bodyguards, Fāng Yuán and the four women spent the entire day enjoying the seaside. After returning to the hotel and feasting to their heart's content, they boarded a private jet bound for Chuan City. The moment she walked in, Zhang Yudan spotted the red marks on her son's neck. As someone who'd been there before, she instantly knew what had happened. Son, even though you're still young, you need to pace yourself. Can you handle it? Hearing his mother's blunt words, Fāng Yuán felt so embarrassed he could have dug a villa right out of the ground. That evening, facing a table laden with kidney dishes and goji berry, ginseng, and pig's trotter soup, he nearly wanted to crawl into a hole. Mom, I'm not that weak. Oh, you just don't understand. If you don't take care of yourself when you're young, you'll suffer when you're old. Listening to your mom is always the right call. Fāng Weiguo chuckled, but upon catching Zhang Yudan's glare, he immediately lowered his head and ate obediently. Not talking about you, right? Stop just talking about your son, eat more yourself. Well, I'm full. I'm heading out to go fishing. Fāng Weiguo slipped away before his wife could react. Dad, you're such a deadbeat. Fāng Yuán grimaced, but in the end, Zhang Yudan forced him to eat a large amount of nourishing food. Sitting in the chair in the room, he carefully considered the current situation. The ongoing trade war with foreign powers was straightforward. As long as the money flowed, he'd crush any opposition, no matter how formidable. This was precisely why the head of the National Assembly hadn't rushed him to a meeting there. Since establishing the special task force, Fāng Yuán had already poured hundreds of billions of dollars into the effort. Xia Nation's downward spiral had been stabilized. Now it was a matter of which side would buckle first. Chapter 162, Rising Hope. But before complying with the Congress leader's directives, I must take action. Fāng Yuán frowned, deep in thought for a long while. He was no longer alone. His parents and 4 daughters remained in Changchuan City. Getting them all out of the country at this stage, let alone whether Congress would approve. Convincing his parents alone would be no easy task. Not to mention that each of his 4 daughters had intricate connections within the country. Therefore, before he leaves again, he must thoroughly eliminate all potential threats around them. Even Xia Nation isn't entirely safe. The next day, Fāng Yuán called Secretary Zhang. He laid out his concerns. He did this primarily because taking action would inevitably cause some commotion. Therefore, advance notification was necessary. At the very least, it would prevent Congress from forming any other opinions about him. More importantly, in the course of handling matters, certain methods might occasionally deviate from standard procedures. With official backing from Congress, Fāng Yuán could proceed without reservation. This matter might have significant repercussions. I need to report it to the boss first. Secretary Jiang, having just ended the call, was still processing the revelation. He had assumed it was just a minor skirmish, but unexpectedly, Fāng Yuán intended to uproot the entire Ross family's corporate influence within Xia Nation. This wasn't merely a matter of money, it involved numerous other aspects. Oh, is that what Fāng said? Yeah, boss, I think this might be a bit risky. The Ross family's influence is among the most powerful globally. If Congress boss pondered for a moment, then his gaze hardened. Truthfully, this isn't impossible. Previously, we lacked someone within Xia capable of going toe-to-toe with them. But now, here he is. This international trade war was initiated by the Rothschilds. Since they've shown no mercy, don't blame us for being ruthless. Tell him to handle this with finesse. Also, notify all provincial heads where Rothschild enterprises operate they must fully support Fāng Yuán's operation. Anyone who drops the ball at this critical moment will be packing their bags and out the door tomorrow. This matter carries immense weight, it would be no exaggeration to say. It concerns a major strategic decision for Xia Nation's economic development over the next few centuries. Anyone who dares to prioritize personal interests at this critical juncture and disregards national interests to interfere with Fāng Yuán, it amounts to treason. Secretary Jiang nodded and exited the room. The head of the National Assembly lit a special supply cigarette, appearing in fairly good spirits. When the Fāng family first rose to prominence, he hadn't paid them much attention. It wasn't until Fāng Yuán managed to unite investments across 10 provinces and defeat the Miao family. Only then did he truly take notice. He began to harbor growing expectations for this rising star in the business world. Otherwise, given the Fāng family's terrifying expansion pace, without the Congress leader backing them up, would have been able to grow to its current scale so effortlessly. An entrepreneur with conscience, principles, and a sense of national and ethnic identity that was precisely what he sought. Fāng Yuán was undoubtedly such a person. Those foreign wolves, relying on their superior economic strength compared to our Xia nation, have been pushing their advantage further and further. It's time for change. I hope young Fāng won't disappoint me. After receiving Secretary Zhang's reply, Fāng Yuán broke into a delighted smile. Everything else could wait for now. But the Ross family's repeated provocations had undoubtedly made them a thorn in Fāng Yuán's side. He couldn't rest easy and focus on greater endeavors until he dealt with them first. Tianding Group. As one of the Ross family's main pillar industries in Xia Nation, over the years, they had amassed immense wealth through their advanced automotive manufacturing technology. Currently overseeing the entire Tianding Group was a direct descendant of the Ross family. Named Benjamin, this 40-year-old man was poised to make his mark. Glancing at the previous quarter's vehicle sales report, he dismissively crossed out Xia Nation's 4 major automotive conglomerates. The Xia people are laughable. With the meager technology they possess, they dare to imitate us in car manufacturing. To think they'd held the top sales position in Xia for 20 consecutive years. I wonder what the Xia National Assembly officials would say if they saw this. Since the reforms began, Xia Nation has gradually recognized the importance of independent industrial development and construction. But M Nation's technology had been rigorously tested over decades, and not just in the core components. Even in top-tier vehicle design and manufacturing, all of Xia's automakers combined couldn't match a single Tesla group. It's not that Xia's people are incapable, but rather that Xia's automotive industry took a wrong turn in its early years. They poured the majority of their capital into research and design. Meanwhile, some unscrupulous entrepreneurs in Xia, driven by self-serving motives, focused their efforts on undermining domestic competitors and launching aggressive marketing campaigns. They spent money in waves, yet the returns were minuscule. This pattern persists to this day. Just recently, Xia's 2 major automakers began attacking each other over sales figures. This is precisely why Benjian holds such contempt for Xia's automotive industry. The people of Xia are capable in many ways, but they're far too prone to infighting. But that's fine by me, it just means Tesla Group will reap the benefits. The thought of single-handedly manipulating the entire Xia automotive industry at his whim. Benjian's heart swelled with accomplishment and pride. But when his assistants suddenly rushed in and placed a news report before him, the smug smile on Benjian's face froze abruptly. In the chairman's office of Junkie Group, Wang Sheng suddenly received an official call from the provincial capital. It stated that an important guest would soon arrive at their group. He was instructed to gather all senior executives of Junkie Group to prepare for the reception. Junkie Group had always been a state-owned enterprise, initially established to challenge Tesla Group's dominance in Xia's automotive industry. In recent years, it had invested heavily in the continuous research and development of various new vehicle models. Yet its market reception had consistently been lackluster. As the chairman, the pressure he faced was immense. Ugh, could it be another high-ranking official coming down for a routine inspection? As a pragmatic man, Wang Sheng found such formalities utterly frustrating. But sometimes, you just have to play along. Following instructions, he immediately convened all senior executives of the group. They gathered punctually at the entrance of Junkie Group's headquarters at the designated time. The executives were all speculating internally about which big shot might be arriving. In the past, such receptions were almost always announced in advance. This time, however, not a single person at Junkie Group had received any notice. It seemed as though the arrival of this important figure had been a last-minute decision. A few minutes later, a convoy of luxury vehicles, escorted by military trucks, arrived at Junkie Group. Yet when they saw a young man emerging from the throng of bodyguards and officials striding toward them, Wang Sheng and the others were stunned. Who the hell is this? Chapter 163, Turning the Tables. Hello, I'm Fāng Yuán. I assume the authorities have already communicated with you. No beating around the bush. Fāng Yuán got straight to the point, shaking Wang Sheng's hand as he introduced himself. What brings you here today, Mr. Fāng? He was certainly no stranger to the renowned Fāng Yuán. But what brought this young Master Fāng to Junkie Group? The senior executives trailing behind Wang Sheng also recognized the esteemed philanthropist of Xia Nation. Legend had it that wherever young Master Fāng went, charitable investments followed. The Junkie Group was currently in a precarious position, neither thriving nor failing. If it could secure funding from Fāng Yuán, it would undoubtedly have the potential to rise to the next level. At that moment, the first Secretary General from the official delegation of Linji Province stepped forward. Chairman Wang, here is a document for your review. Fāng Yuán's visit is primarily to assume management responsibilities for the next phase of Junki Group. This decision and appointment were issued directly by the National Assembly. At the end, Secretary he deliberately emphasized the authority of the National Assembly. Take over the management of Junki? Wang Shang felt more astonishment than apprehension at this appointment. Given the unique nature of Junki Group, every top executive typically had a fixed term of office. Therefore, it would be perfectly normal for him to be reassigned tomorrow. But could a young man in his 20s possibly shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Upon hearing that Fāng Yuán was to assume the top position at Junki Group, the group's senior executives began murmuring among themselves. While our military flight group has seen some progress in recent years, we still lag far behind industry leaders like Tesla. Young Master Fāng is known for his exceptional talent and charisma. Perhaps he can bring a new transformation to our group. That's true, but car manufacturing is a technical endeavor. Money alone won't cut it. I can't speak to the rest, but with the Fāng family's vast business resources, their contribution to our Junki Group will be immense. Why overthink it? This is an appointment from Congress. Do you really believe you could see things more clearly than those above us? At that, the others fell silent. In the conference room, Fāng Yuán took the seat of honor without hesitation. Secretary He and Wang Shang took seats beside him. Noticing the change in seating arrangements, military flags executives knew it was a done deal. Fāng Yuán's succession to lead the group was now set in stone. They were also curious to see how this so-called young Master Fāng, whose wealth rivals that of a nation, would handle the matters at hand. Secretary He spoke first to introduce Fāng Yuán. As senior executives of Junki, I won't waste time on formalities. I trust you're all familiar with Fāng Yuán. The decision for Fāng Yuán to succeed as chairman of Junki Group was personally endorsed by the chairman of the National Congress. I hope you will all cooperate fully with Fāng Yuán to elevate Junki's reputation. A personal appointment from the chairman of the National Assembly? That was significant. Even Wang Shang, who had harbored a slight reservation moments ago, immediately straightened his posture. After the applause died down, Fāng Yuán smiled as he spoke. All of you here are my seniors in every sense. Your experience and talent in vehicle manufacturing far surpass my own. Rest assured, upon my appointment, the existing organizational structure will undergo minimal changes. Hearing Fāng Yuán's words, several senior executives who had been worried about the new boss making a splash by singling out examples for special attention immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, let me be clear from the outset, Congress Chairman has tasked me with leading Junki Group with one crucial mission: to surpass established automakers like Tesla Group once and for all. Therefore, in the days ahead, I expect absolute compliance. There will be no insubordination. Either you follow me, Fāng Yuán, or you can choose to resign and leave now. The crowd erupted into an uproar upon hearing this. The reason was simple: over the past few decades, had become deeply ingrained in Xia Nation's foundations. Moreover, whether in technological prowess or personnel expertise, it far surpasses other automakers. To suddenly declare war on this colossus, could anyone possibly prevail? Some corporate executives were already beginning to suspect that this wealthy young Master Fāng had come merely to burnish his credentials. He must lack genuine expertise, otherwise, why target Tesla Group right off the bat? Is it difficult? Extremely difficult, nearly impossible. But Fāng Yuán's greatest confidence doesn't lie in so-called technology. Even with unlimited funds, surpassing Tesla Group's vehicle manufacturing technology in a short time frame? That was absolutely impossible. Mr. Fāng, this goal is simply unattainable in the short term. Yes, we don't want to lose to a foreign automaker either, but the reality is we simply lack the capability to compete with Tesla Group. I agree. Why not solidify our current foundation first, then gradually plan our next steps? The executive's words were sincere. Even Wang Shang felt there was no chance of winning against Tesla Group overnight. But Fāng Yuán merely smiled faintly. Competing with Tesla Group using conventional methods is indeed futile, but we possess one major advantage. The greatest advantage? Everyone turned their questioning gazes toward Fāng Yuán. Issue the order, effective immediately, to truly uphold our mission of serving the people. All mid to low-end vehicles under the Junki Group will be sold at a 90% discount. The wealth gap in our nation is quite significant. In truth, only a tiny fraction of people can afford high-end vehicles. Given that, we'll adopt the strategy our ancestors used to encircle cities with villages, gradually eroding a large share of the market. Furthermore, all losses incurred by the group during this period will be borne solely by me, Fāng Yuán. Even the usually composed secretary he was stunned. Fāng Yuán wasn't just challenging Tesla Group, he was ready to flip the table. After all, as one of the established automakers, Junki Group had several mid to low-end models that were selling quite well. Selling them at a 90% discount would likely cause a frenzy in the market. Some executives were about to question whether Fāng Yuán could actually cover the losses. But they quickly recalled the charitable funding this super-rich heir had just tossed out enough to buy thousands of junkie groups and then some. Additionally, I've temporarily injected 5 trillion yuan into our group's accounts to expand production lines. Your task is simple: ramp up production of our mid to low-end models within a short time frame. Don't hesitate to operate at a loss. But Mr. Fāng, what's in it for our group? Ultimately, the biggest beneficiaries would be the large number of car buyers with less favorable financial situations. Even now, the group's executives couldn't fathom what purpose such a massive loss-making car sale served for Junkie Group. Haha, the benefit. Fāng Yuán smiled without comment. Money wasn't what he sought. Chapter 164, Disrupting the Situation. Although he had ostensibly taken over as the head of Junkie Group, Fāng Yuán clearly had no time to waste sitting around here day after day. So he merely held the title, while Wang Sheng continued managing the group according to his instructions. Is he just leaving like that? Watching Fāng Yuán depart with a flourish as he climbed into the car, the executives of Junkie Group exchanged speechless glances. If they were put in his position, they wouldn't just celebrate with fanfare. They'd at least have called a meeting to outline a few requirements. Wang Sheng merely gave his longtime subordinate a faint glance. That man was paid by the second. Compared to the entire Fāng family, the Junkie Group was but a drop in the ocean. Did anyone really think this big shot would bother to personally oversee things? Alright, enough with the details. Since it's Mr. Fāng's decision, everyone should just follow through. He was also eager to see what impact such a reckless move would have on the entire automotive industry. Especially Tesla Group, which currently dominates half the market in the mid to low-end vehicle segment. At the 100 Cars City, a young couple was enthusiastically selecting their dream car. The woman was overjoyed. The couple had always dreamed of a road trip. But the domestic economic downturn in recent years had made it difficult. Combined with life's various expenses, it took them over 3 years of saving to finally scrape together enough cash for a family car. Tesla's cars are nice, but they're a bit pricey. Besides the 3 major components, they don't seem to have anything particularly impressive. Ah well, what can you do? For a family car, reliability and fuel efficiency are what matter most. Actually, the Junkie is decent for the same price, but it's not quite as cost-effective as the Tesla. The man silently weighed his options. Both cars cost around 200,000 yuan. The Junkie had the advantage of better looks and higher specs, but it was rumored to have frequent minor issues. Tesla's cars might be unremarkable, but their long-standing reputation speaks for itself. Just as the man was about to make up his mind to choose Tesla Group's car, suddenly, a sales manager who had just finished a meeting rushed over. He held a price tag for the Junkie model in his hand. Upon reading the details, the man swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Excuse me, is the price listed on this sign for the Junkie model accurate? The car originally priced at 210,000 yuan was now 21,000 yuan. Had the other party made a mistake writing the down payment amount as the full price? The sales manager instructed staff to replace the original price tag while explaining. Yes, sir, you read that correctly. The full price is indeed 21,000. Junkie Group is currently running a public appreciation campaign, offering all its mid to low-end models at 10% off the original price. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. Buy. I'll take this one. Getting a car originally priced over 200,000 for just over 20,000? Where else could you find a bargain like this? The man couldn't help but feel relieved he hadn't rushed into a decision when he came to look yesterday. Tesla cars are great, but Junkie's asking price is just too good to pass up. Perhaps because the man had been so excited just now, his voice was a bit loud. It drew the attention of several others who were also looking at cars. Once they learned that Junkie Group was selling off its entire mid to low-end model range at discounted prices, the crowd went wild. I want one. Reserve me a Junkie X. Me too. What? That model's gone? Then I'll take another one. Forget it, any Junkie car will do, as long as it's available. As news of Junkie Group's nationwide price cuts spread across Xiao Nation, all 4S dealerships were instantly flooded with crowds. Car enthusiasts whose budgets had previously been too tight now swarmed like sharks smelling blood, one after another. Within just 3 days, all mid to low-end Junkie models were completely sold out. Just as many disappointed buyers were lamenting their missed chance, Junkie Group held a press conference. It announced that to realize the national dream of making cars affordable for every citizen of Xiao Nation, the group was already constructing new production lines. Subsequent waves of discounted vehicles would be continuously released. Upon hearing this news, consumers who had missed out and were considering other brands immediately halted their plans. They now eagerly await Junkie Group's new models. Meanwhile, Military Flag disregarded its own profits to seize market share. The news of mass selling low-priced mid to low-end vehicles has drawn curses and angry condemnation from other automakers. Have these Chinese people lost their minds? They're deliberately disrupting the market. After venting his fury with a string of curses, a cold smile soon spread across his lips. Junkie Group's actions were clearly drinking poison to quench thirst. Once they burned through all their capital, they'd inevitably be forced back to square one. Yet time passed. The Junkie Group showed no signs of stopping. Instead, with the establishment of new production lines, production surged relentlessly. It swiftly captured the entire mid to low-end market share in Xia Nation. The more people bought cars, the lower the market demand became. Countless automakers suffered greatly from junkie suicidal, frenzied dumping of vehicles. First to fall were the lesser-known, third-tier manufacturers. Interestingly, the day after these small manufacturers declared bankruptcy, they were acquired and absorbed by Junkie. They then continued churning out Junkie's mid to low-end models, creating a snowball effect. At this point, Fāng Yuán only occasionally listened to reports from Wang Shang. He didn't pay much attention to it. Regarding Junkie, he would provide whatever funds were requested. He had only one requirement: the Tesla Group must be properly accommodated. At that moment, Fāng Yuán was seated in an upscale restaurant. Ren Qian, looking unusually ladylike, sat across from him. However, Ren Qian seemed a little nervous. She had no idea why this man had suddenly called her out. Was he about to collect interest? Fāng Yuán, I'm not quite ready yet. What the hell is this woman talking about? Fāng Yuán was taken aback. He hadn't even begun to explain his plan. Ren Qian had already declared she wasn't mentally prepared. Could she possibly read minds? No worries. I just noticed you seem quite interested in technology. I'm planning to start a company focused on tech products soon and wanted to invite you to take charge of the entire operation. If you're not interested, no hard feelings. Only then did Ren Qian suddenly understand. It seemed she'd been overthinking things entirely. Ren Qian gave an awkward smile and tucked her flowing hair behind her ear. The moment tech development was mentioned, her curiosity was instantly piqued. She quickly explained to Fāng Yuán, No, I just got distracted thinking about something else. I'm interested, but I'm not sure what aspect you're referring to. Hearing this, Fāng Yuán merely smiled faintly, choosing not to expose her little thoughts. As the foreign trade organization he had established began to gain momentum, Ren Qian's chip company also started to show signs of improvement. She had recently transferred several hundred million yuan to him, though the amount wasn't enormous. It was sufficient proof that Fāng Yuán hadn't misjudged her. Chapter 165, Returning to the Village for the New Year. Breaking through the economic sanctions led by the Ross family wasn't difficult. After all, the opposing side was merely a temporary alliance, incapable of maintaining unity. With ample financial backing, Fāng Yuán adopted the simplest approach. First, he established several large storage warehouses based on market demand. Then he dispatched representatives to privately meet with each of the merchants boycotting Xia Nation. He then selected the lowest-priced supplier for bulk purchases among comparable products. All others were ignored. If you think these merchants are foolish enough to turn down money when it's offered, you're seriously overestimating their moral integrity. Anyway, it boils down to this: you're hoarding goods to drive up prices, right? Fine, keep it all to yourself. I'll find someone else to buy it. And I'll buy enough to cover my entire need in one go. You need capital to keep your business running, right? Try hoarding for years and see how that works out. Once the first one cracks, the second will follow suit. Some might even sneak up to you begging for a discount. But for such people, Fāng Yuán issued a strict order: ignore them all. The already fragile defenses quickly crumbled into shambles amid internal power struggles. Truthfully, this approach wasn't beyond anyone's imagination. But to make it work, one must first possess Fāng Yuán's unique qualities. What defines a super spendthrift tycoon? I'm rich and capricious. I buy things cheaply for merchants in Xia Nation to procure. Even if they couldn't be sold, it didn't matter to me, I'd just leave them be. Not a shred of concern for profit or loss. That's the essence of Fāng Yuán's domineering nature. But sitting quietly and taking a beating? That's absolutely not Fāng Yuán's style. The incident with the military flag group was merely the beginning. Next, he set his sights on another pillar industry of the TES group. That was the high-tech industry, monopolized by Xia Nation for decades. Are you truly certain I can shoulder such immense responsibility? Ren Qian gaped, seemingly unable to believe the words coming out of Fāng Yuán's mouth. It's fine. Capabilities are often forged through practice, and besides, you won't be going it alone. I'll assemble a think tank for you. You just need to steer the overall direction. Fāng Yuán smiled confidently. The Ross family had been so eager to antagonize him, hadn't they? This time, he would deal them a crushing blow. This time, he wasn't just cutting off their tentacles in Xia Nation. Later, he planned to establish overseas strongholds, gradually eroding the Rothschilds' assets. When dealing with such a deeply entrenched, ancient family, even if he matched them in capital, carelessness was unthinkable. For at any moment, they could be overturned in an instant. With his backing, coupled with the Fāng family's existing portfolio of dozens of technology-focused companies, by reorganizing these entities, they could swiftly regain combat readiness. With substantial capital backing and a relentless drive to recruit top talent and elevate product quality, He didn't believe the Ross family could withstand that. After careful consideration, Rin Xian ultimately agreed. It wasn't just because the chip company was now on solid footing. The sheer debt she owed Fāng Yuán was already overwhelming. This was her chance to repay it. Moreover, Fāng Yuán had entrusted such a vast asset portfolio to her without hesitation. What more was there to say? A suburban area of Chongqing City. Numerous construction vehicles and workers were on high alert. True, Tianyunipin was a fine place. But the number of residents inside was indeed a bit excessive. As Fāng Yuán prepared to fully intervene and shake up the domestic economic landscape, he must consider the safety of his parents and 4 daughters. Therefore, Fāng Yuán directly invested in purchasing a plot of land with decent scenery and considerable size. He planned to build the Fāng family mountain villa there. Given the country's favorable security conditions, implementing adequate safety measures would ensure a worry-free rear base. The scale of this project wasn't particularly large. However, due to the tight schedule, Fāng Yuán mobilized resources from 10 construction companies. Upon returning to the villa, Fāng Weiguai and Zhang Yudan were instructing the servants below to prepare supplies. Today is the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. According to custom, they would visit relatives. When Fāng Yuán was little, he'd always pester his parents to take him running around everywhere so he could get more red envelopes. As he grew older, of course, he felt too embarrassed to do that anymore. But recalling those scenes, Fāng Yuán couldn't help but grin. Zhang Yudan, busy with chores nearby, spotted her son standing at the doorway grinning like an idiot. Her temper flared instantly. What are you grinning like an idiot for? Hurry over and help me. Oh, and have Xiao Shui and the others arrived yet? Fine, I already called them. They'll be here soon. The thought of returning to the village with 4 daughters-in-law, dazzling everyone with their presence. Zhang Yudan couldn't help but feel excited. Thinking about formally visiting Fāng Yuán's family today to meet the relatives. The 4 girls were pumped up. Even Jiang Yunxue, who usually disliked makeup, had applied a light touch of cosmetics. Li Meiyu slipped into a figure-hugging red dress. Zhao Meng and Niao Yu were no exception. As soon as the 4 golden flowers entered the door, Zhang Yudan immediately greeted them with a smile. Her face lit up with delight. Look at my 4 daughters-in-law, how beautiful they are. They could give your old mother a run for her money back in the day. The 4 women chuckled and showered her with compliments. Only Fāng Yuán remained speechless. Fāng Weiguai cleared his throat twice and walked past, covering his face. The father and son's actions quickly drew the displeasure of the beautiful Zhang De. What's with you two? Are you implying I'm not pretty? Not at all, not at all. Beautiful, beautiful. Mom, you're the most beautiful woman in the world. Asking for a beating. The family laughed and bickered, the atmosphere warm and cozy. But this year was different. This year, Fāng Yuán didn't have to run around visiting relatives during the new year. Because in the family group chat, all the relatives had agreed to gather at Fāng Yuán's home on the 5th day of the new year. To gather at Fāng Yuán's home for New Year's greetings. This was also a very practical arrangement. After all, having such relatives to boast about would certainly bring them prestige. Who would be so inconsiderate as to have the Fāng family make the trip themselves? Although Zhang Yudan and Fāng Weiguai repeatedly insisted they didn't mind. They couldn't persuade them otherwise and had no choice but to agree. At the entrance to Shaoqian village, squadron leader Fāng Yuhua stood tall and proud, directing the visiting vehicles to park in their designated spots as they arrived to pay New Year's respects to Shaoqian village. However, due to the recent massive discounts offered by Junkie Group, many people had purchased cars. Even though Shaoqian village had been meticulously planned during its construction, parking spaces were still in short supply. Man, it's amazing how having a big shot in Shaoqian village makes all the difference. Just look at their roads. We've got regular highways, but theirs are paved with asphalt. You can't argue with that. Every household has a huge villa. I heard they even have a cinema and hotels in the village. It's practically a small city now. Who even calls this a village anymore? Amidst the envy, a sour voice chimed in. Money really talks. Look at us drivers, we barely have anywhere to park. Yet over there, they've got huge empty parking lots and won't even let us use them. How ironic. Fāng Yuhua naturally heard the sarcastic remarks. But did it matter? If you could donate 1 billion yuan to Shaoqian village too, you'd be welcome to crash at my place every day. Chapter 166, Good News. At that moment, some Shaoqian village residents who were entertaining relatives at home began gathering their families and heading toward the village entrance. What's going on? Why are so many people out here? A visitor who had just arrived from outside asked, unaware of the situation. A proud villager from Shaoqian village immediately replied. What else could it be? We're here to welcome someone home. Fāng Yuán promised to return to his hometown for the new year today. If Shaoqian village has prospered to this day, it's all thanks to Fāng Yuán's blessings. Everyone has come out to welcome him and show our gratitude. At this explanation, the surrounding crowd instantly understood. 10 billion is nothing but a yawn for Mr. Fāng. You don't need to go out of your way to curry favor like this. Exactly. If Fāng Yuán truly cared about Shaoqian village, he'd give every household 100 million to prove it. A young man visiting from the neighboring village spoke with palpable envy. But someone from Shaoqian village shot back immediately. Pfft, Wang Erpi, you're just sour grapes because you can't have it. Besides, it's his money to do with as he pleases. If you're so capable, why don't you build yourself a big villa for us to see? Ah, exactly. Well said. The crowd from Shaoqian village burst into laughter, leaving Wang Erpi no choice but to slink away from the group. Compared to such people, most of the visiting guests were genuinely curious about Fāng Yuán. After all, catching a glimpse of such a super-rich tycoon in real life was practically impossible. Before long, rows of grocery carts parted to welcome 4 brand-new, custom-modified Rolls-Royces gliding slowly into view. Many people immediately pulled out their phones to snap photos. What a lavish display. Damn impressive. If I could just experience this kind of treatment once, I'd feel like I'd hit the jackpot even if I died. Envious murmurs echoed through the crowd. Meanwhile, the villagers of Shaoqian village walked proudly to the front of the crowd, their faces beaming with pride. This was the confidence that comes with having a prominent figure from their village. Now, wherever the villagers of Shaoqian village went, they walked with heads held high. Fāng Yuán sat inside the car. Gazing at the now completed village radiating an air of nouveau riche, couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that one day I'd be treated like this. Back when everyone was struggling, quite a few people in the village actually helped us out. Now we're finally able to return the favor. Zheng Yudan chimed in. You're absolutely right. If you ask me, building these villas for everyone to live in is worth every penny. It's far better than that ingrate Fāng Mingbo. At this mention, a shadow of sadness flickered in Fāng Yuán's eyes. But it quickly faded. With the brothers' relationship severed, nothing said now mattered. Welcome home. Welcome home. The moment the car window rolled down, the villagers, led by Fāng Yuán, shouted loudly at Fāng Yuán's family. Oh dear, we're all from the same village, this is too much trouble for you all. Fāng Yuán's family stepped out of the car and smiled at the crowd. Ha, this is all spontaneous from everyone. The villas in the village are all built now. Everyone can have a good new year thanks to your blessings. Besides, having someone as remarkable as Fāng Yuán come from our little village is a source of pride for all of us. Nowadays, whenever we say we're from Shaoqian village, who wouldn't give us a thumbs up? Ha, it's all empty fame. Empty fame, Dad, Fāng Yuán thought, yet you're grinning so wide your mouth won't close. Fāng Yuán inwardly rolled his eyes at his dad, but outwardly nodded in deep agreement. After all, it was mostly praise directed at himself. With the villagers being so enthusiastic, it would be a bit awkward not to show some appreciation. Fāng Yuán cleared his throat and then announced loudly. Well, today we're here first to return home for the new year, and second to bring some good news to everyone in our little Chen village. Good news. At Fāng Yuán's words, the entire village of Shaoqian village fell silent. When our family faced hardship in the past, we were deeply grateful for everyone's kindness. Now that our financial situation has improved considerably, my parents and I still remember your generosity. Therefore, I've decided that my family will fund the complete redevelopment of the entire 20-mile area surrounding Shaoqian village into a scenic tourist zone. All profits generated during this project will belong to everyone here. Do you agree? The moment the words fell, the entire village erupted in excitement. This was an incredible blessing. We agree. Absolutely agree. Thank you, Mr. Fāng and your family. Wow, the entire 20 li area? That means our village will be included too. Hearing about it is one thing, but seeing it is another. Mr. Fāng truly has a generous spirit. I, Wang Erpi, am the first to support you. Wang Erpi, who had just mocked him moments ago, was the first to jump up excitedly and shout. Haha, what were you saying just a moment ago, you old fool? Embarrassed by the teasing, Wang Erpi hung his head in shame. That was just jealousy talking. Now that I hear Mr. Fāng's plan, I'll be a demolition household in no time. What else is there to say? However, some villagers weren't too keen on moving. In response, Fāng Yuán added. We're all neighbors here. If anyone chooses not to relocate, they'll still receive the same profit-sharing benefits as our Shaoqian village. Of course, to enhance the scenic area's appearance, some modifications to your homes might be necessary. These were all ideas Fāng Yuán had come up with on the spot. After all, the total cost wouldn't be prohibitive, and it would leave everyone with a comfortable environment and a good reputation. Amidst waves of cheers, the motorcade continued forward, pulling into the parking spot reserved specifically for their family. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards maintained order. Though they were all villagers, one could never truly know another's heart. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Fāng Yuán had no choice but to adopt the seemingly unfeeling approach. To outsiders, however, this was precisely the conduct befitting a true tycoon. After today, no doubt many more adolescent dreamers would spend their nights fantasizing about becoming Xia Nation's wealthiest tycoon. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Fāng Yuán discovered that outside his family's large villa, dozens of people were gathered inside and out, heads bobbing in a sea of faces. Even distant relatives who were only vaguely related had come. Such things were only human nature. Fāng Yuán felt no surprise whatsoever. After all, how to greet them was his parents' responsibility. He merely exchanged brief greetings with the relatives before leaving Zhang Yudan, who was enthusiastically chatting with them while holding Si Nu's hand, and returning alone to his room. Otherwise, staying outside would have meant forcing smiles until his face went numb just to deal with the less familiar relatives. Outside, laughter and cheer filled the air. But just moments after Fāng Yuán and his companions entered the house, a rather shabby-looking vehicle pulled into Xiaoqin village. Chapter 167, Farewell, Fāng Mingbo. Fāng Mingbo didn't know what emotions he was carrying as he returned to Xiaoqian village. From his initial return to China full of ambition, scheming to trick his honest older brother into selling the ancestral home to him at a bargain price, only to be soundly humiliated by his nephew's actions. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized the terrifying depth of the Fāng Yuán family at the time. Within mere months, the Fāng family had surged to prominence. Even Fāng Yuán himself earned the honor of being named Xia Nation's foremost philanthropist. Their public welfare projects routinely started at trillions. These were achievements he could only look up to. Dad, do we really have to go back? I can't stand their looks of contempt. Fāng Yu, who had been pampered and treated like a precious jewel her entire life. The thought of enduring others' cold stares in public made her feel like she wanted to die. Seated in the passenger seat was a woman with a gentle demeanor. She was Huang Yu, Fāng Mingbo's wife. Due to this disastrous return to China, not only had Fāng Mingbo's business in M country completely collapsed, even the house he'd worked decades to buy was now facing foreclosure. Burdened with a mountain of debt, he hurriedly fled back to China with his wife and daughter to seek refuge. Since we were at fault in the first place, we should just admit it openly. There's no shame in that. Besides, we don't even have a place to stay now. Your father's car has been sold. What else can we do if we don't go back? We're brothers after all. As long as we're sincere, I don't think Big Brother would have the heart to watch us fall so low we become homeless. Huang Yu was a smart woman. Fāng Mingbo's smooth sailing back then owed much to his wife's support. Had she come along last time, she would have noticed the irregularities long ago. Things wouldn't have escalated to this point. It's too late for excuses now. But no matter what, half of the ancestral home is mine. If he refuses to acknowledge me as his brother, then hand over half the money from the estate. Even though he'd already accepted defeat deep down, Fāng Mingbo refused to show weakness outwardly. Especially not in front of his wife and children. The thought that for decades he had always been better off than Fāng Weiguo, living a more comfortable life. Only to face such a miserable fate in his twilight years and to see his elder brother leap to become Xia Nation's wealthiest man. Worst of all was that incident at the Qilin Hotel, where Fāng Yuán had security throw him out. Returning to Xiaoqian village only gave Fāng Yuán another chance to flaunt his power in public. Every time he recalled that scene, it felt like a fist was clenched in his chest. How could he bear it? Yet Fāng Mingbo never once reflected on why things had turned out this way. He stubbornly blamed every mistake on the Fāng Yuán family. They say no one knows a husband better than his wife. Huang Yu could tell exactly what Fāng Mingbo was thinking just by looking at his expression. But pressing the issue now would only add fuel to the fire. It would be better to wait and see how things unfolded. Everyone, enjoy your meal. Fāng Weiguo beamed cheerfully as the Fāng family courtyard came into view. Several large tables were set up, laden with expensive delicacies. These were specially ordered from an outside restaurant and delivered here. Few of the Fāng family's relatives were wealthy. Seeing the Fāng Yuán family lay out such an array of delicacies, their eager smiles grew even more fervent. Weiguo sure knows how to live it up. These tables must cost thousands. I'd say it's more than that, at least 10,000. No way. If I spent that much on a meal, my wife would be the first to give me hell. Watching his relatives marvel at the spread, Fāng Yuán merely smiled. Each table's dishes cost over 100,000 yuan. Just look at that huge plate of truffles and the caviar that could practically be eaten as a meal, no need to say more. He recalled the time he'd spent his parents' allowance on a single meal that cost over 100,000. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Just as everyone was marveling at the generosity of the Fāng family, a security guard's voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, who are you here to see? Outside the door, along the roadside, several tables were set up. Dozens of bodyguards were enjoying the food together. Spotting a couple suddenly approaching with a young girl in tow, one of them immediately stepped forward to ask. Oof, bringing back so many bodyguards. What are they trying to show off? Fāng Yu muttered enviously. Huang Yu shot her a sharp glare. What's the matter? This is my house, why are you asking me what's going on? Seeing Fāng Mingbo about to speak, Huang Yu stepped forward and whispered softly. My apologies. My name is Huang Yu. This gentleman is Mr. Fāng's uncle, Mr. Fāng Mingbo. Young Master Fāng has an uncle? Since Fāng Yuán only started hiring bodyguards in large numbers later on, even the earliest ones didn't know about this. But it was the new year, and judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. The bodyguards became much more courteous. My apologies. Please wait a moment while I go inform young Master Fāng. Alright, thank you, young man. Fāng Mingbo glanced at Huang Yu's expression and felt both humiliated and annoyed. When had he become someone who needed to report his own return home to that kid, Fāng Yuán? Enough. Quiet down, all of you. Are you coming home or looking for trouble? Huang Yu's words forced Fāng Mingbo to suppress his inner rage. As for Fāng Yu, despite her clearly displeased expression, the moment she spotted Fāng Yuan's convoy approaching the village gate, especially when she saw those 4 gleaming Rolls Royces and the security detail stationed at the gate, her mind had already begun fantasizing about what it would be like to have a cousin who was the nation's richest man. How impressive that would be. All traces of resentment and fear of embarrassment vanished into thin air. From a certain perspective, once you grasp the weak spot of a vain person, it was surprisingly easy to win them over. While eating, Fāng Yuán heard the bodyguard's words. Fāng Mingbo's face immediately flashed through his mind. He actually has the nerve to come back. Fāng Weiguo, who had been sitting nearby and overheard the bodyguard's words, also turned his gaze toward Fāng Yuán. Last time, he had been furious that his own brother could be so heartless. But as time passed, as the older brother, he couldn't completely abandon that familial bond deep in his heart. But how could Fāng Yuán possibly let their father forgive Fāng Mingbo so easily? If they hadn't kept a trump card up their sleeve all along, it would have been them who suffered the embarrassment at the Qilin Hotel. Dad, don't move. I'll handle this. Zhang Yudan frowned and added, honey, don't do anything foolish. Remember what kind of face Fāng Mingbo made when he came back last time? Let our son handle it. Sigh, fine. Seeing Zhang Yudan speak up too, Fāng Weiguo could only sigh helplessly. He knew his own temperament was too soft, he wouldn't last 3 sentences before forgiving Fāng Mingbo. But thankfully, old Fāng was someone who listened to reason. I'll see what kind of tricks Fāng Mingbo was up to this time. After ensuring the 4 girls were keeping his parents' company during dinner, Fāng Yuán stood up and headed outside. Chapter 168, go ahead and try. Outside the door, Fāng Mingbo was seething with rage. After all, he was still an elder, yet now he couldn't even return home. He was even forced to wait obediently at the door, needing his nephew's permission to enter. This was nothing short of humiliating for Fāng Mingbo. Dad, Fāng Yuán is being way too unreasonable, making us wait this long. Is it that long? The bodyguard standing nearby had initially assumed they were Uncle Fāng's family. At the very least, they assumed they were decent people. But from the moment they met until now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The man clearly had a narrow-minded disposition, while the young woman was rather arrogant. The young woman was somewhat better, though her expression seemed to show a certain disdain for them as bodyguards. Despite her efforts to conceal it, these elite bodyguards were masters at reading people and observing their surroundings. How could they fail to notice? Thank goodness we're not hired to protect this family, we'd be asking for trouble. The bodyguards exchanged glances, each inwardly echoing this sentiment. At that moment, Fāng Yuán emerged, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Even if he wanted to apologize, making Fāng Mingbo say sorry to a junior in front of so many people, he still felt he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. Fāng Yu, meanwhile, shot Fāng Yuán a fearful glance. The incident where they were kicked out of the hotel last time was still fresh in her memory. Fāng Mingbo, who had been chattering incessantly moments ago, suddenly fell silent. He might have dared to grumble a bit in front of Fāng Weiguo, but Fāng Yuán would never indulge him. Speak. What is it? Fāng Yuán cut straight to the point, showing no inclination to engage in small talk. Guys like Fāng Mingbo were the unrepentant type. Show them the slightest weakness, and they'd push their advantage further. Oh my, isn't this Fāng Yuán? Haven't seen you in ages, you've grown so tall. Do you still recognize your auntie? Come. Happy New Year. Here's a little something from your aunt. I've told your uncle before that what he did back then was wrong. But after all, we're still family. There's no need to let outsiders laugh at us, right? Huang Yu smiled as she pulled a thick red envelope from her small handbag and handed it over. Judging by its thickness alone, it must contain at least 10,000 yuan. She really was generous. Fāng Yuán glanced at Huang Yu. In his memory, Huang Yu had never said anything overly harsh about his family in any public setting. But that was all. After all, blood is thicker than water. He refused to believe the other party could genuinely be that kind-hearted. Forget the red envelope. Besides, I'm not short on cash right now. At this remark, Huang Yu awkwardly laughed and withdrew her hand. You see, this is just a token of our goodwill as elders. Your aunt knows your family is well off now, but it's a customary gesture of goodwill. Are your brother and sister-in-law not here? Huang Yu's face remained smiling, but her tone carried a hint of displeasure. It wasn't surprising that she'd developed the illusion that whenever they arrived, the entire Fāng Weiguo family would come out to greet them. After all, back in the day, Fāng Weiguo cherished his younger brother Fāng Mingbo above all else. Even after he'd finished funding Fāng Mingbo's education, he hadn't received any help from his own brother. But whenever they needed anything, Fāng Yuán would come running to help. But now it seemed things weren't quite as she'd imagined. "Oh, my parents are eating. They're busy." Fāng Yuán glared at Fāng Mingbo's family of 3, seething with anger. There was nothing nice to say. Just get to the point. Last time, it was Fāng Mingbo who severed ties with our family first. Since that's the case, there's no need for pleasantries now. His response was as blunt as could be. Especially since his daughter had just implied he didn't understand proper etiquette. For anyone else, he might have let it slide. But what was young Master Fāng now? Setting aside his status as the foremost noble of Xia Kingdom, his title alone as the Dai Kingdom's governor allowed him to disregard such basic etiquette outright. Don't ask why, just know that his fists speak louder than words. Oh dear, there are many things you're too young to understand. Why not have your elder brother come out to meet us? After all, he is your own flesh and blood. How can my elder brother and sister-in-law be so heartless? Don't they even deem it worthy to meet their own flesh and blood brother and sister-in-law when they come visiting? Faced with such fierce rebuke, Wang Yu felt both embarrassed and annoyed. In just a few words, she'd painted herself as the victim. But Fāng Yuán wasn't buying it. He held up his palm. "I'll give you 5 seconds to speak. If you're going to say something, get it out. If not, get lost. You really think we're some kind of cute little family, huh? 5. 4. We came here with good intentions to apologize. Is this aggressive attitude typical of Xia Nation's top officials? Besides, your father hasn't even spoken yet. How dare you, as a junior, speak so rudely?" Seeing Fāng Yuán so out of line, Wang Yu instantly changed her demeanor. The earlier cordiality vanished without a trace. Fāng Yuán sneered coldly. He had long seen through this family's true colors. "You little brat, how dare you speak to us like that?" Fāng Mingbo roared angrily. "You actually think I came back to apologize to you? Let me tell you, this half of the Fāng family ancestral home belongs to me, Fāng Mingbo. Did you even ask my permission before renovating the ancestral home? Today, either we split this villa 50-50, or you hand over the money 10 million yuan, not a cent less." Seeing Fāng Yuán's attitude, Fāng Mingbo knew it was impossible to keep leeching money from Fāng Yuán's family. But he absolutely had to get his hands on the ancestral home's funds. With 10 million, he could buy an apartment in the city. Then he could use the rest to live a comfortable life. As for 10 million yuan, it was practically nothing to the current Fāng Yuán. "But why should I give you that money?" This was ridiculous. His family was wealthy, but that didn't mean just anyone could come asking for handouts. "If you won't give me the money, then this villa is half mine." Are you, the foremost philanthropist of Xia Nation, really unable to afford this sum? Or do you simply not care about your reputation? If you refuse, tomorrow I'll make sure every newspaper in Changchuan City sees what kind of person their so-called great philanthropist really is, someone who would drive his own uncle's family out just to monopolize the ancestral home. Fāng Mingbo, convinced he'd struck at Fāng Yuán's weak spot, appeared utterly fearless. Huang Yu chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Humph, rich people are so special, always demanding why should I? Let me tell you, this is Xia Kingdom. By law, we're entitled to half of the ancestral home. You'll pay up whether you like it or not." Fāng Yuán nearly laughed in anger. Thank goodness Dad wasn't here, otherwise, this loving younger brother would have driven him depressed for days again. He gave a hollow chuckle. "Fine. So you want half the ancestral home because I don't have the money, huh? I'm busy entertaining guests today and can't spare the time. I'll give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." Fāng Mingbo's face lit up with smug satisfaction. "Kid, you really think this is the old society? So what if you have money? You're still completely at my mercy. Remember what you said. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer tomorrow, I'm sure today's media would be more than happy to report on the stain that has appeared on the reputation of Xiaoguo's foremost philanthropist. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're completely satisfied." Fāng Yuán returned to the villa with a cold smile, not even bothering to glance at the family again. If you can't handle the game and want to stir trouble, go ahead and try. Chapter 169, Half-Truths. No sooner had he returned to his seat. Fāng Yuán spoke up. "So, Mingbo, is he okay? You're such a fool. What could possibly happen to a grown man? He probably just found out we're loaded now and wants to suck up to us. Humph, that's just your dad's personality. He doesn't even see you as his brother anymore, and you're still rushing to offer him warmth." Fāng Yuán nodded in agreement. In today's world, it's best to be clear about who owes you and who doesn't. Being a doormat just won't cut it. He came this time demanding half the estate's assets, either a place in this villa or 10 million yuan. Fāng Yuán didn't embellish, he simply stated the facts plainly. This immediately drew Zhang Yudan's displeasure. "Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll handle it properly when the time comes." With no more to say at this point, after receiving a fierce glare from Zhang Yudan, the words he'd been about to utter vanished completely. The banquet lasted until past 7 in the evening, after which the relatives bid farewell and departed one by one. Fāng Yuán's family, accompanied by the small village of Xiaoqian's residents seeing them off, set off in their luxury motorcade for the journey home. The next day, after spending the night at the hotel, Fāng Mingbo, whose mind was consumed by the thought of the 10 million yuan hitting his account, grew anxious when no transfer notification appeared on his phone. The family of three immediately rushed to the ancestral home. But when they arrived, they found only a dozen workers operating various machinery and a few curious villagers gathered around. Fāng Yuán and the others were nowhere to be seen. What infuriated Fāng Mingbo even more was that these workers were actually tearing down his villa. The once lavishly decorated villa was now more than half demolished. Fāng Mingbo charged forward, bellowing, "Stop! All of you, stop! What the hell are you doing? Hey, isn't that Fāng Mingbo? How dare he show his face back here? Last time he even teamed up with Uncle Min to try and expel Fāng Yuán from the family registry. That guy's full of tricks, he's definitely up to no good coming back." Ever since his clash with Fāng Yuán, Fāng Mingbo's reputation had become thoroughly discredited throughout the entire village of Xiaoqian. He couldn't be bothered with the chatter of these small-town bumpkins. Watching that luxurious villa get torn to shreds right before his eyes, he felt murderous rage boiling up inside him. "Call the police. I'm calling the police right now." But no matter how loudly Fāng Mingbo yelled, the workers who had successfully split the mansion in two piled into their vehicles and sped away, leaving Fāng Mingbo's family behind, too devastated to even cry. Huang Yu's face darkened. No need to guess, it's definitely that rotten Fāng Yuán sending people to do this. He doesn't want us to live in peace. Fāng Yuán. Fāng Mingbo blared with bloodshot eyes, seething with rage. But the villa itself had been built with Fāng Yuán's money. No matter how you looked at it, he was in the wrong. Besides, who in Xiaoqian village dared speak ill of Fāng Yuán these days? If he shows no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm going to contact buyers right now to sell the land. But as he dialed one call after another, the moment the real estate developers heard they were buying Fāng Yuán's ancestral home, every single one hung up without a word. Are you kidding me? Messing with the ancestral home of the nation's foremost benefactor? That's a surefire way to ruin your career. Uninhabitable and unsellable, Fāng Mingbo suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After inspecting Fāng Manor, Fāng Yuán ended the call from the construction crew he'd dispatched to demolish the old villa. A cold smile touched the corner of his mouth. He wasn't a villain, but he wasn't a saint either. He couldn't repay hatred with kindness. "You threatened me, demanding 10 million or else you take half the ancestral estate? Fine, I'll grant your wish, here's half the ancestral home." Even Fāng Mingbo probably hadn't anticipated this. Fāng Yuán would be so resolute. The very next day, he had people demolish half of the perfectly good villa. Upon learning the full story, the villagers of Xiaoqian village, every single one sided with Fāng Yuán, suppressing their inner grief and helplessness. Fāng Mingbo got into the car with his wife and daughter, driving straight toward Tianding. In that moment, he suddenly realized the family of his older brother, whom he had always looked down upon, had long since changed beyond recognition. Yet he had foolishly clung to his old contemptuous attitude toward them. Ha, I was such a fool. I didn't adjust my attitude properly. They're the wealthiest family in Xia Nation. What right does a nobody like you have to haggle with them? Mingbo, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine now. Watching Fāng Mingbo's hands, veins bulging as he gripped the steering wheel, Huang Yu suddenly felt an inexpressible sorrow. But pity? To Fāng Yuán, the Fāng Mingbo family had brought this upon themselves. "I'll call my older brother. He won't stand by and watch his only blood brother die as long as that rotten brat Fāng Yuán doesn't find out," Fāng Mingbo said through gritted teeth. Knowing he wasn't a match was one thing, but now the hopes of a family of three rested on him. No matter what, he had to find a way. Right now, there was no better point of entry than his soft-hearted older brother. With a sense of desperation, Fāng Mingbo dialed Fāng Weiguo's number. At that moment, Fāng Weiguo was resting in his villa. When the phone rang, Zhang Yudan's gaze was drawn to it involuntarily. "Why is he calling you?" Zhang Yudan's expression darkened the moment she saw it was Fāng Mingbo calling. Her distaste for this younger brother-in-law had reached its peak. "Ahem, how should I know? Didn't our son handle it yesterday? Don't answer it. It can't be anything good." Fāng Weiguo sighed and pressed the hang-up button. It wasn't that he was heartless, it was simply that his younger brother had gone too far before. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. My brother won't even answer my calls?" Fāng Mingbo tried calling twice more, but the result was the same. Huang Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, fell silent. The last shred of hope Fāng Mingbo had clung to vanished. What do we do now? Just then, for reasons unknown, Fāng Mingbo slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. His face turned deathly pale, and his body began convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth. This sudden turn of events sent Fāng Yu, sitting in the back seat, into a blood-curdling scream. "Mingbo, don't scare me. Quick, call for an ambulance." Huang Yu held onto the convulsing Fāng Mingbo while shouting at her still-shaken daughter. Before long, The ambulance arrived at the scene and transported Fāng Mingbo to the hospital. After a series of emergency treatments, Fāng Mingbo's condition finally began to improve. However, the diagnosis was far from optimistic. The patient's test results indicate that the seizures were caused by a brain tumor compressing nerves. To treat this, we must perform craniotomy surgery to remove the tumor. Doctor, what would the approximate cost be? The surgery itself is relatively affordable at around several tens of thousands of yuan. But when you factor in the subsequent convalescent care expenses, the total cost will likely be close to 100,000 yuan. After the doctor left, the family of 3 sat in silence in the hospital room. Earlier, they had already spent the last 10,000 yuan they had left. Where could they possibly find another 100,000 yuan for the surgery now? Chapter 170, Introducing you to Fāng Yuán. It turned out their family had reached a point where they couldn't even scrape together 100,000 yuan. Fāng Yu, who had always believed her parents were merely putting on a show, finally came to her senses. Her family truly had no money left. Compounded by their early emigration abroad, they had virtually no friends left in Xia Nation. Even if they had connections back then, decades had passed. Who would bother with such tenuous connections? No way. I'm going to find Fāng Weiguo myself. I refuse to believe. Cough cough, you mustn't go. In his agitation, Fāng Mingbo's face paled even more as he lay in the hospital bed. Alright, I won't go. Mingbo, don't get worked up. Huang Yu quickly retracted her words. Fāng Mingbo spat out bitterly, if he won't acknowledge me as his brother, then so be it. Even if we die, we'll never beg him for anything. He had come to terms with it. Going back now would only be courting humiliation. If blame was to be placed, it was on himself for failing to see through his older brother's family's facade sooner, thus missing his chance. But what about your illness? By this point, Huang Yu had lost all trace of her usual composure and calm. I'm sorry. While our hospital sympathizes with your situation, without funds to continue treatment, I suggest you return home for recuperation. After exhausting all previously deposited hospitalization funds and repeated payment demands went unanswered, the hospital began to pressure them to leave. Doctor, please give us a little more time to raise the money. We truly have no other options right now. That's a matter for your family to handle. I'm only conveying the hospital's decision. Watching the doctor walk out of the ward with a blank expression, Fāng Mingbo and Huang Yu exchanged bitter smiles. Fāng Yu, expressionless, began packing her things. 3 days had passed since arriving at the hospital, and the hardships endured during this time were unlike anything she had ever experienced in her life. No plush, comfortable beds. No spacious, well-lit bathrooms. Yesterday, when she went to the hospital's public bathhouse to shower, she could barely recall how she'd endured the cold, letting the icy water run over her head. The family of 3 sat destitute on a park bench. Mom, Dad, I'm going to find Fāng Yuán. Huang Yu looked at her daughter with a complex expression but said nothing. No way. You're not going. Why? Just for that pitiful bit of pride and self-respect? Fāng Yu felt she couldn't bear it anymore. Watching her father die before her eyes, she simply couldn't do it. Even if she had to kneel and beg Fāng Yuán, she had to raise the money for her father's surgery. You! Fāng Mingbo's face darkened with anger, yet something seemed to choke his throat. He could only watch his daughter's retreating figure, silently lowering his head. It's not that retribution hasn't come, it's just not yet time. He recalled how he had once stood by helplessly, watching his eldest brother's family sink into hardship and ruin. Now the tables had turned, and it was finally his turn. In that moment, Fāng Mingbo truly began to regret. Without money for transportation, Fāng Yu had no choice but to walk nearly 10 kilometers. Along the way, her striking looks drew unwanted attention from a group of young thugs who harassed her. Fortunately, the daytime crowds prevented anything serious from happening. By the time she reached Tianding, her legs ached unbearably, and her soles were covered in blisters. Excuse me, what can I do for you? I'm Fāng Yuán's cousin. I need to see him. Why is it always someone looking for young Master Fāng? The security guard scratched his head. There had been quite a few people seeking young Master Fāng lately. Last time, some thug showed up claiming to be young Master Fāng's brother-in-law, threatening to make him pay 100 million. Now it was a woman, claiming to be his cousin. Money really does bring trouble. Sorry, but we haven't received any notification about visitors for Mr. Fāng. The incident involving Li Yi earlier had earned them a lengthy reprimand from above. Young Master Fāng? He's a god-tier tycoon. He's not someone just anyone can casually disturb. And claiming to be his cousin? Surely she wouldn't not have his phone number? The security guard eyed her suspiciously. I'm sorry, I just returned from abroad and haven't been in close contact with my cousin. Could you please help me get through to him? That won't do. A big shot like young Master Fāng isn't someone we can just casually approach. You'd better ask your family first. You! Seeing the security guard at the door was completely unyielding, Fāng Yu, exhausted from walking all day and barely able to speak, suddenly flared up. But her eyes quickly dimmed. What right did she have to snap at anyone? Her family was so poor they were practically living in the park. But the thought that she'd come all this way through such hardship only to be denied even a meeting with him. Still clinging to her teenage sensibilities, Fāng Yu couldn't hold back her tears. I'm afraid I can't help you. A young girl's tears were surprisingly potent. The handsome security guard, fearing he'd made a mistake, quickly retreated back into the security booth. He left Fāng Yu crouched by the roadside, wiping away her tears. Just then, Zhao Meng, who had been escorted by bodyguards to the hospital for a fetal checkup, returned to the entrance of Tianding. Seeing a young girl in the prime of her youth crouched in agony at the entrance, her mind instantly conjured up the cliché scenario, some unscrupulous tycoon. The cliché scenario unfolded. After deceiving the girl's affections, he refused responsibility, prompting her to chase him here demanding answers. Stop here. Zhao Meng instructed the driver to stop, then approached Fāng Yu under the watchful eyes of her two bodyguards. Hey, are you okay? The sobbing Fāng Yu heard a voice near her ear. She quickly wiped the tears from her face, unwilling to let anyone see her in such a disheveled state. Lifting her head, she was met with a face that was delicate yet radiated a youthful innocence. The first impression was of a soft, adorable little cutie. A luxury car, bodyguards in tow. There was no doubt about it, the young lady before her must be one of the wealthy heiresses residing in Tianding. Fāng Yu realized this might be her chance to get inside. She quickly stifled her sobs and spoke up. Hello, could you help me? I need to go inside to find my cousin, but the security guard at the entrance won't let me through. Your cousin? Yes, Fāng Yuán. You know him? He's the top philanthropist in Xia Kingdom. My name is Fāng Yu. If you help me, I promise to introduce you to him after I see my cousin. Whether Fāng Yuán would actually agree to meet her was still uncertain, but with no other options left, Fāng Yu could only offer an empty promise for now. The woman seemed to come from a distinguished background, perhaps she knew Fāng Yuán. Hearing this, not only Zhao Meng but even the two bodyguards couldn't help but let a strange smile creep onto their faces. They desperately wanted to tell the clueless girl before them, do you even know who the person standing in front of you is? She was one of young Master Fāng's fiancées. Did she really need her to make the introduction? Chapter 171, Understanding. Zhao Meng had never heard of Fāng Yuán having a cousin. But recalling the incident 2 days prior in Shaoqian village, Fāng Yuán's uncle had come looking for him. Perhaps there was some connection between the two events. Really? If you don't believe me, I can have security call Fāng Yuán to confirm. I can prove it. Fearing she might lose this lifeline, Fāng Yu immediately pleaded. Perhaps it was the girl's sympathy playing tricks on her. Zhao Meng hesitated for a moment before speaking. In that case, get in the car with me. I'll take you inside. Thank you. The security guard on duty saw the girl get into Zhao Meng's car and promptly waved them through. After all, Zhao Meng frequently came and went with Fāng Yuán, that much he knew. After all, Zhao Meng was the one bringing her in. Even if something happened, he wouldn't be held responsible. The car pulled up in front of the Fāng family villa. Zhao Meng got out too, instructing the driver to head back first. I know Fāng Yuán. Do you want me to take you in with me? Surrounded by the opulent mansions, Fāng Yu felt a bit uneasy. She wasn't sure if Fāng Yuán would actually be there. Seeing this kind and beautiful older sister willing to take her inside, Fāng Yu felt deeply moved. These days of hardship had brought about a significant shift in her mindset. Zhao Meng's unexpected words and actions made her feel deeply warmed inside. Thank you. I really wasn't lying. Fāng Yuán is indeed my cousin. No need to thank me. By the way, I'm probably a few years older than you, so just call me Sister Meng from now on. Looking at Fāng Yu, who appeared even more youthful than herself, Zhao Meng felt a rare surge of big sister pride. Sure thing, thanks, Sister Meng. Sure enough, the bodyguards patrolling around the villa all respectfully nodded upon seeing Zhao Meng and stepped aside to make way. Fāng Yu was utterly bewildered. Who exactly was this Sister Meng she'd just encountered? Why did she seem so familiar to everyone in the Fāng family? At the same time, she felt relieved. If she had come alone, she would likely have been stopped by the security guards long ago. Coincidentally, just as she entered the villa, she encountered Fāng Yuán strolling on the lawn. Uncle Fāng. Oh, Meng, how did you find the time to come? That brat Fāng Yuán is upstairs right now. Seeing Zhao Meng, Fāng Yuán was also very pleased. After all, this daughter-in-law was now carrying their Fāng family's little grandson. Uncle. Only then did Fāng Yuán notice a young girl following behind Zhao Meng. To his surprise, it was his niece, Fāng Yu. Fāng Yu, why are you here too? To be honest, even though Fāng Yu had spoken disrespectfully at the Qilin Hotel back then, in the eyes of her elder, Fāng Yuán, it had been nothing more than childish nonsense, something he hadn't taken to heart at all. Uncle, I was ignorant before, but my father is still your own flesh and blood. I beg you, please save him. Fāng Yu cried out, seemingly afraid her sincerity wasn't enough. She actually knelt down before Fāng Yuán. This startled both Zhao Meng and Fāng Yuán. Quickly, get up. What are you doing? If you have something to say, stand up and speak properly. He hurriedly reached out to help Fāng Yu up. Zhang Yudan, who had come to the door upon hearing the commotion, glanced at Fāng Yu kneeling on the floor. A flicker of reluctance crossed her face. But in the end, she said nothing and returned to her room. Out of sight, out of mind. Blood ties weren't something easily severed, even after Fāng Mingbo had treated his own elder brother so harshly. Yet she knew her husband had never fully let go of this younger brother in his heart. At this point, the two families' circumstances were worlds apart. There was no point dwelling on the past. Don't rush. Have some water and tell me slowly. What happened to your father? Fāng Yu's eyes welled up with tears as she recounted what happened after they left that day. The next day, Fāng Mingbo went to the old estate only to find the villa demolished. Enraged, he suffered a seizure and was rushed to the hospital. She recounted how he was diagnosed with a brain tumor during the examination. Zhao Meng listened, stunned. She had never met Fāng Mingbo, but she felt he had indeed acted rather harshly before. But since it was a matter between elders, she felt it wasn't her place to interfere. Learning that Fāng Mingbo had been kicked out of the hospital for lack of funds, and was now staying in the park, Fāng Weiguo sighed. To be honest, learning of his younger brother's pitiful predicament. The hatred in his heart had nearly vanished, but before that, even if he wanted to help his younger brother, it was necessary to inform his wife and son. Just as Fāng Weiguo reached Zhang Yudan's door and opened his mouth to speak, a voice came from inside. Do as you see fit. This is between you two brothers. It has nothing to do with me. Though tinged with a hint of sorrow, Fāng Weiguo knew he'd passed this hurdle. The only remaining challenge was how to handle his son. So even Fāng Mingbo has his day. Upon receiving his father's call, Fāng Yuán smiled. But deep down, he knew that although his father was usually mild-mannered, when it came to this matter, he couldn't bear to see his own younger brother suffer like this. Sure, but this money isn't a gift, it's a loan. Dad, don't worry. Leave this to me. Fāng Yu is at our place, right? Just send a driver to bring her over to the foundation. All right. Though he didn't know exactly what Fāng Yuán was thinking, Fāng Weiguo understood clearly that whatever his son promised, he would absolutely see through. At his age, he no longer wished to meddle in such trivial matters. Even though he felt a certain apprehension toward Fāng Yuán, this matter concerned his father's life and death. Fāng Yu could only express her gratitude to Zhao Meng and Fāng Weiguo before boarding the car to the Green Grass Foundation with a heavy heart. Do you think Uncle will be upset about this? Zhang Yunxue glanced at Fāng Yuán with concern. Fāng Yuán had mentioned the actions of Fāng Mingbo's family to her before. At that time, Zhang Yunxue naturally sided with her lover. But now, with more life experience under her belt, people like Fāng Mingbo no longer fazed her. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly. Don't worry. I know my limits. When they arrived at the foundation, seeing Fāng Yuán sitting in the car, watching her with a gentle smile, Fāng Yu instantly felt incredibly nervous. In her memory, this cousin was no pushover. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Just as Fāng Yu started to walk over, she was stopped by a black-clad bodyguard. Excuse me, Miss Fāng. This way, please. The bodyguard inwardly scoffed. Thinking she could ride in the same car as young Master Fāng? What was she thinking? Feeling the disdain radiating from the surrounding bodyguards, Fāng Yu suppressed her hurt and the urge to turn and run, settling into the back seat of the car. At least she knows her place. Since you, Fāng Mingbo, couldn't teach your daughter properly, I'll step in and do it for you. Let's go. Fāng Yuán withdrew his gaze as the motorcade slowly pulled away. Chapter 172, The Gentleman's Righteousness. It was past 9 in the evening. Due to his physical condition, Fāng Mingbo slumped in his chair, drowsy. Fāng Yu, wrapped in a thin coat, pressed close to her husband. Once upon a time, she had been a housewife living freely and comfortably in the United States. But after Fāng Mingbo's business collapsed, all their assets were liquidated. They returned to Xia in disarray. If only Fāng Mingbo had been kinder to our family back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Just as Fāng Yu's thoughts drifted away, a row of glaring LED headlights stopped not far beside her. Dad! Mom! Fāng Yu rushed out of the car. Seeing her parents pitifully leaning against the park bench, she felt as though she had grown up instantly. Get 2 people to help them up. We'll discuss it at the hospital. Fāng Yuán didn't even bother to glance at Fāng Mingbo, merely instructing 2 bodyguards to assist. Throughout the journey, Fāng Mingbo's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, ultimately erupting into a long sigh. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor who had treated Fāng Mingbo earlier happened to see them approaching. A wave of irritation washed over him. What are you doing? I made it perfectly clear last time without money, this hospital won't perform surgery for you. Go home and rest while you still can. Don't waste your time. Fāng Yu glared angrily at the harsh-tongued doctor. Yet she didn't know how to respond. What's your name? Is this how your hospital treats patients? Looking at the utterly pitiful Fāng Mingbo, Fāng Yuán couldn't describe the feeling he had. There was no sense of satisfaction from revenge. He simply felt pity. The doctor who had just treated Fāng Yu's family with such contempt turned to see who dared challenge him in the hospital. But when he saw the imposing Fāng Yuán, flanked by several black-clad bodyguards, he immediately adopted a submissive demeanor and said, "My apologies, sir. I was only trying to kindly advise them not to waste their time here. After all, the treatment costs are no small sum." Just then, a vice president of the hospital returned from a business trip. Before entering, he had spotted rows of luxury cars parked at the entrance and knew immediately that someone important had arrived. Upon seeing Fāng Yuán, he immediately became excited. "My, what a rare guest. What wind has blown you here today, Mr. Fāng? It's truly an honor to have someone of your stature visit us. Young Master Fāng, if there's anything we can assist you with at the hospital, please don't hesitate to ask." Fāng Yuán cast a puzzled glance at the middle-aged man who had approached him. Only then did he recall that when Li Meiyu had been injured, she had also been brought to this very hospital. It was this very doctor who had personally examined her back then. Given his courteous manner, Fāng Yuán didn't put on airs and directly explained Fāng Mingbo's situation. The vice president immediately patted his chest and declared, "No problem, young Master Fāng. Leave this matter to me. Someone, please arrange for this gentleman to undergo a full examination right away. Report the results to me as soon as they're ready." The doctor who had been present moments earlier was stunned. He stared at the ragged-looking family, astonished that they could possibly know such a powerful figure. Even the vice president, whom he considered well-connected and powerful, was displaying such humility toward them. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Seeing the doctor still standing there dumbstruck, the vice president's temper flared. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take them." "Ah, yes. I'll go immediately." Fortunately, Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to argue with him. "My apologies, young Master Fāng. This is truly embarrassing. The examination will take some time. Why don't you come to my office for a moment and have some tea?" "That's fine." After all, his visit wasn't solely about funding Fāng Mingbo's surgery. Once inside the office, the vice president brought out his finest tea, the kind he usually wouldn't dare drink himself. As he brewed the tea, he smiled and said, "Please don't look down on it, Mr. Fāng. I don't have anything special here, but it's still passable." "It's fine." Fāng Yuán had no idea what it meant to appreciate tea. To him, even the finest brew couldn't compare to the kick of a cold beer. He was somewhat surprised to see the vice president's wall covered with all kinds of commendation banners. As his gaze wandered around the room, he suddenly noticed a research document on the table. "CART Experimental Research Report?" As if sensing Fāng Yuán's gaze, the vice dean began to explain. "This is a drug research initiative targeting disease A. In fact, my business trip is also related to this matter. However, given the less than satisfactory experimental results so far, many investors have recently decided to withdraw their continued support. Disease A has always been a challenge that countless medical experts in our country have long dreamed of conquering. But even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Last time, over a dozen medical experts from our Sichuan province specifically sought assistance from the provincial government regarding this matter, but the results were minimal. Currently, the entire project is at the stage of preparing to be halted. That's good news. Why isn't the provincial government backing it? This puzzled Fāng Yuán. Logically, given Brother Chuan's character, it shouldn't be the case. It is a good thing, but unfortunately, many other factors are at play. It's not as straightforward as one might imagine. At this point, the vice president sighed and poured tea for Fāng Yuán. "Whether intentionally or not," he added, "if we could find a major investor willing to back this project, I'd throw caution to the wind and beg them to help." Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. So this was what the other party had been waiting for him to do. No wonder he'd been puzzled at first. While it was true he had money, but finding a good doctor wasn't something you could do on a whim. Everyone gets sick. Even the most powerful tycoon would one day need a doctor's help. A highly skilled vice president of a hospital wouldn't have to worry about basic necessities like food and clothing. Yet here he was, personally serving tea and water that just didn't add up. Seeing Fāng Yuán's half-smiling expression, the vice president knew full well his thoughts had long been read by Fāng Yuán. He decided not to hide it any longer and laughed directly. "Young Master Fāng, as a businessman, you may not always grasp the heart of a physician. Watching those syndrome patients either spend a fortune buying medicine abroad or clinging to life through chemotherapy truly breaks my heart. Currently, our nation's medical capabilities fall far short of those overseas. We can only rely on the efforts of generation after generation. If you're willing to invest in this project and support the ongoing research, the returns in the long run will be endless." Before the vice president could finish, Fāng Yuán cut him off. "No need to elaborate further. Prepare a proposal outlining the terms of this project partnership and send it to the Green Grass Foundation. Money is no issue, but I have one request." "That's wonderful. Please state your requirement, young Master Fāng. If this drug is successfully developed, I hope it can be included in the national healthcare coverage." This time, the vice president remained silent, merely bowing deeply to Fāng Yuán. Sir, your magnanimity is truly admirable. Chapter 173, Beyond Reason. The subsequent developments were no longer Fāng Yuán's concern. As long as this research team genuinely sought to contribute to Xia Nation's medical field and aimed to benefit those with disease A who couldn't afford exorbitantly priced drugs, he would see this matter through to the end. Not long after, the doctor he had encountered in the lobby earlier delivered all of Fāng Mingbo's examination records to the office. After reviewing them, the vice president nodded and said, "Young Master Fāng, the patient's condition is stable for now. I'll go prepare for surgery. I'll compile the follow-up records and send them to the foundation." Fāng Yuán didn't follow him. After all, going there would just mean waiting around uselessly. He might as well stay in the office and sip some tea. 1 hour later, Fāng Mingbo's surgery was a success. Lying in the hospital bed, he now didn't know how to face Fāng Yuán. Entering the ward, Fāng Yuán merely glanced at Fāng Mingbo. Not minding his presence didn't mean he wanted to see him. "The surgery went well. I'll cover all your subsequent rehabilitation expenses." Before Huang Yu could utter a word of thanks, Fāng Yuán continued. "But this money isn't a gift, it's a loan. For a mere few tens of thousands, the son of Xia Nation's wealthiest man actually called it a loan?" Fāng Mingbo's initial gratitude instantly turned sour. No matter what, he was still Fāng Weigua's own younger brother. How could a nephew speak like this? Seeing Fāng Mingbo's expression, Fāng Yuán knew exactly what he was thinking without needing to guess. I'm sure the hospital has already informed you that the total costs, front and back, amount to no less than 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan is indeed small change to me, but our family's money didn't just blow in on the wind. There must be a return for every investment." Fāng Mingbo's face darkened. "Spit it out. What exactly do you want?" "Simple. I'm giving you two options. The first is to repay all you owe me within 3 years. The second is for me to wipe out this debt and give you an additional 900,000 yuan to make up 1,000,000. But the land of the ancestral home will have nothing to do with you from then on. If you agree, I'll have my lawyer come over right now to sign the contract." With that, Fāng Mingbo finally understood. So Fāng Yuán had been scheming to reclaim the ancestral home's land all along. That's why he'd been so generous in funding his treatment. But could he refuse? 1,000,000 is too little. No way. At the critical moment, Huang Yu was the first to object. "Are you kidding? Who didn't know the Fāng family was Xia Nation's wealthiest? For the patriarch's ancestral home to be valued at nearly 500,000? Wasn't this an absolute fairy tale? Even if you added 2 zeros to the price tag, people would still fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it." Fāng Yuán chuckled. "Think it's too low? Fine. Then get ready to work off the debt. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. But let me be clear, that old mansion isn't worth a dime. And don't even think about using my name for any shady deals. My dad might cut you some slack, but I won't. If you dare do anything that tarnishes my family's reputation, I reserve the right to pursue you to the fullest extent." If not for Fāng Yuán's investment in development, Shaoqian village would likely be no different from any other ordinary village. Besides, the ancestral home held more sentimental value than practical use. Fāng Mingbo and the others genuinely believed that holding half the land rights to the ancestral home would give them leverage over me. That was wishful thinking on their part. The real heavyweights wouldn't risk antagonizing Fāng Yuán. As for the small-time players, they had the audacity but not the guts. That half of the land remaining in Fāng Mingbo's hands is essentially useless. I'll state this clearly, this promise will be null and void by noon tomorrow at the latest. Having said what needed to be said, Fāng Yuán turned and walked out of the hospital room, leaving Fāng Mingbo's family in silence. He had agreed to cover the surgery costs up front to spare his father's guilt. But that didn't mean he would tolerate or accept the greed and disgusting nature of someone like Fāng Mingbo. 1,000,000 yuan that could buy half a plot of residential land in a small village. Most villagers nearby would probably fight tooth and nail for that. Yet Huang Yu and Fāng Mingbo remained insatiable, demanding even more. Just the other day, they'd gone completely mad with greed, demanding a staggering 10 million yuan. They really thought they could fleece him like a sucker. After Fāng Yuán left, Fāng Mingbo turned to Huang Yu, whose face was flushed crimson with anger. He couldn't help but snap angrily. "Fāng Yuán has gone too far. His family is filthy rich, yet he refuses to help us in our hour of need. Now he's making a fuss over the medical bills. I suspect Fāng Weigua and his wife are pulling the strings behind the scenes." In his urgency, he even dropped the honorific brother and addressed him by his full name. Fāng Yu couldn't help but interject, "Dad, if I hadn't gone to beg Uncle today, you'd still be lying in the park right now. Besides, how much could that plot of land be worth? Fāng Yuán offered 1,000,000 yuan for it, and you still wouldn't agree. What do you know, kid?" Fāng Mingbo blared at his daughter. "I'm his own brother, you know. When I'm sick and dying, Fāng Weigua dares to ignore me? Let's see how he explains himself to mom and dad when he goes down. The land under the old house isn't just ours, they have a stake in it too. I just don't believe they're so loaded they'd give up the old house without building a storefront just to wait around for people to laugh at them. That's exactly why Fāng Mingbo refused to budge. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before adding. Xiao Yu, you don't understand. Wealthy people care about their reputation. If word gets out that the old house is falling apart, it'll reflect badly on them. Didn't Fāng Yuán send workers to demolish the villa today? Fine, let's just keep stalling them. I don't believe they won't get impatient. Perhaps feeling offended by the earlier exchange. Huang Yu unexpectedly aligned firmly with Fāng Mingbo this time. You're completely unreasonable. Fāng Yu was so furious she couldn't speak, stomping her foot as she stormed out of the hospital room. She might have a bad temper, but that didn't mean she was unreasonable. Moreover, after everything her family had endured, Fāng Yu had long since abandoned some of her old flaws. After being humiliated by Fāng Yuán last time, she'd begun reflecting on her own behavior. Now, with her father gravely ill, Fāng Yuán's family had generously covered their medical expenses despite past grievances. She thought this would be an opportunity to mend fences with her cousin's family, but her parents' greed had ruined everything. As for Fāng Yuán's side, he couldn't care less. Let Fāng Mingbo continue dreaming his impossible dreams. After reassuring Fāng Weigua that everything was under control, Fāng Yuán led his convoy to Fāng Manor to inspect the construction progress. Even though it was already around midnight, the construction site was still bustling with activity. Accompanied by the chief engineer, Fāng Yuán toured the site and expressed great satisfaction with the progress. He then ordered double pay for all the workers putting in overtime, purchased ample late-night snacks, and only then returned to Tianding. By then, it was already around 2 a.m. The moment he entered his room, a fragrant, supple body threw itself into his arms. Chapter 174, an offer he couldn't refuse. Before Fāng Yuán could make out who it was in his arms, Li Meiyu's voice came from the bed. Tell me honestly where you went coming back this late. Miao Yu, wearing a sheer nightgown, clung to his neck with a coy expression. Li Meiyu on the bed, however, could almost be described as ragged. Fāng Yuán let out a bitter laugh. Previously, it was Zhao Meng who often came over for nighttime visits. He never expected it would be these two women this time. What the hell are you two doing up in the middle of the night? After running all day, he was exhausted, and now Li Meiyu and Miao Yu had caught him. What else? We're here to get you. Exactly. Zhao Meng's already pregnant, and we're still waiting for our turn. With Fang Xiaosai, the bed rocked all night long. The next afternoon when he woke up, Fāng Yuán felt a lingering ache in his lower back. After washing up, he glanced at the two women still snoring soundly in bed. He chuckled softly and stepped out of the room. The situation with the automaker's fierce competition is progressing smoothly for now. Tesla Group is starting to get restless too. Fāng Yuán studied the report sent by Wang Shang, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, other automakers that had been observing the situation, including some domestic Chinese manufacturers, were now panicking. They had dismissed it as a mere tantrum from Tianding Group, but with the launch of the new production line, Tianding Group's vehicle sales suddenly exploded. Previously, buyers had to constantly weigh the cost-effectiveness of domestic vehicles. But with Fāng Yuán's massive capital injection, Tianding Motors continuously developed new models, producing vehicles with superior specifications without regard for cost. The resulting vehicles boasted superior specifications across the board. With ultra-low prices and continuously improving performance across the board, Tianding perfectly silenced all the critics. Consider that the entire vehicle market in Xia Nation is like a giant cake. Once it's divided up, all that's left is to wait for the kitchen to slowly bake another one. Tianding's ruthlessly low-priced vehicles have caused a seismic shockwave throughout the entire automotive industry. Because buyers won't have immediate demand for new vehicles in the short term. Fewer buyers mean dealers stand to lose profits. As for the next strategic move, Fāng Yuán had already mapped it out, but there was no need to rush its execution. There were still many matters to attend to at present. As soon as he stepped outside, Fāng Yuán summoned his new butler. He instructed him to prepare a vehicle and notified the airport to arrange a trip to Kaiqing Prefecture. Sai, why is it that the richer you get, the more troubles come knocking? The ruler of Shisha had suddenly decided to visit Kaiqing Prefecture again. And he specifically requested to meet Fāng Yuán to discuss important matters. What could possibly be so urgent before the year was even over? Thoughts aside, he was still the official ruler of Kaiqing Prefecture. Fāng Yuán sighed and decided to pay a visit to see what the ruler of Shisha truly wanted. Kaiqing Mansion. The queen of Shisha sat leisurely in Fāng Yuán's base villa, munching on fruit while casually handling official documents from Kaiqing Prefecture. He clearly regarded himself as the master of the place. Butler Su watched with twitching eye corners. Truth be told, he admired the woman's audacity. According to Fāng Yuán's rules, outsiders were generally not permitted to enter the base. But Queen Shisha was straightforward, outsiders couldn't enter. But I am the queen of Dai Kingdom. Everything here belongs to me. I hardly count as an outsider, do I? And so, leaving all her attendants behind, she entered the base alone. Perhaps because she had anticipated this outcome. Upon seeing the base filled with advanced military technology and tens of thousands of mercenary guards, the ruler of Shisha showed not a trace of surprise. Instead, she greeted everyone with casual ease. "Mr. Su, when will Prince Fāng arrive?" "Your Majesty, Prince Fāng has already departed. He should arrive in about an hour or two." I hear the Xia kingdom has been stirring up trouble again lately. I suppose Prince Fāng must be involved in some way? As a competent queen, Shisha naturally had no shortage of advisors at her side. As Xia Nation's economic powerhouse, the Fāng family's every move drew intense scrutiny from countless other nations. Especially after taking control of the military flag group, the series of actions and strategies initiated by Fāng Yuán against Tesla had stirred up a global uproar. Among them, the Rothschild family was naturally the most agitated. The previous trade war had turned out to be all thunder and no lightning. After encountering Fāng Yuán's segmentation tactics, the already fragile alliance was now effectively defunct. Many merchants who had initially followed the Rothschilds, hoping to profit from the situation, had suffered losses so severe their grandmothers wouldn't recognize them. The massive stockpiles of materials they hoarded were now desperately seeking buyers, with prices plummeting relentlessly. This has fueled growing discontent toward the Ross family. News of this situation did not remain entirely confidential, and the ruler of Shisha naturally received word. Fāng Yuán's series of actions made her expectations for this man grow ever higher. She had also intended to continue their previous conversation this time. Before long, several helicopters arrived at one of the airports Fāng Yuán had established. They picked him up and flew him straight back to the base. "Young master." Seeing Fāng Yuán's familiar face, Butler Su's heart swelled with joy. "Butler Su, you've been working hard lately. Go back and pack your things first. Hand over your duties properly, and we'll return to the country together shortly." After all, it was the Lunar New Year holiday, yet he had to stay behind to maintain the base's operations. Su hadn't even been able to celebrate New Year's Eve. Fāng Yuán felt a twinge of regret about this. "It's nothing. It's my duty to ease the young master's burdens." Fāng Yuán nodded and stepped inside. The ruler of Shisha rose from her seat and offered Fāng Yuán a warm smile. "Prince Fāng has been so busy lately that it's been quite difficult to arrange a meeting with him." "Hee, your Majesty jests. It's rather surprising that you, with your countless duties, would find time to seek me out at the Kaiqing mansion." Shisha gently swept back a few strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. "I came for a matter, indeed a significant one. And this matter likely requires Prince Fāng's personal involvement." Half a month ago, the Dai royal family convened with leaders from Yunnan, Burma and Laos to discuss plans for a tripartite joint tourism economic zone development project. "What are your thoughts, Prince Fāng?" "That's it?" Fāng Yuán nearly burst out laughing. If they had the time and resources for this, he might as well invest the money directly into Kaiqing Prefecture. Lao and Dien Bam were perpetually mired in warlord-led chaos. With the nation itself unstable, how could they even discuss tourism development? Did they expect tourists to come and get their kidneys harvested? "Sorry, but I don't think this venture will go smoothly. The risks are too high, it's not worth investing in." Fāng Yuán didn't mince words, laying out his honest opinion. Besides, he had just wiped out the telecommunications fraud network that had been nurtured in Dien Bien. The other party was itching to take his life. How could they possibly discuss cooperation now? Who knew what schemes lurked beneath the surface? Chapter 175, set up by Shisha. The ruler of Shisha clearly understood Fāng Yuán's reservations. But since she had come, she naturally held bargaining chips that could sway Fāng Yuán. "Prince Fāng, the Yunnan Burma authorities have specifically proposed a condition this time provided you agree to join this joint development project. They will spare no effort to rescue the Xia nationals currently trapped in Dien Burmese territory. Of course, this is merely an additional condition. The other specifics will only be discussed at the meeting. What are your thoughts?" Hearing this, Fāng Yuán frowned. If it were purely about profit, he could easily disregard such matters. But when it came to his fellow Xia nationals, Fāng Yuán could not stand idly by. For now, unless the Xia government was prepared to completely sever ties. Otherwise it would be unwise to act rashly. Yet he possessed both the capability and the means to intervene. Ignoring it entirely was not his style either. "Are you certain you can handle this?" Queen Shisha smiled faintly. She knew that mere material incentives would be utterly useless with this man. Of course. While the official authorities of Yunnan Burma may appear somewhat ineffective to outsiders, that's merely superficial. Without absolute power in their hands, they wouldn't have stepped onto the stage to become the sole authority in all of Dien Bam. If you agree to this, the Dien Burmese authorities have promised to show you their sincerity. After a moment's consideration, Fāng Yuán chose to accept. This matter had nothing to do with profit or gain. The lives of his compatriots alone were worth the sacrifice. Upon receiving the desired answer, the ruler of Shisha beamed with delight. Her exquisite exotic features, combined with the regal dignity honed over years of royal authority, blended together in a way that was almost breathtaking. Prince Fāng, if you don't mind, shall we have dinner together tonight? Fāng Yuán froze for a moment. Could it be that this woman still harbors hopes of having him marry into her family? As the queen of Dai Kingdom, she would never marry. The only way to be with her was to become her husband. That alone was something Fāng Yuán would never compromise on. He now possessed both wealth and power. He had no need whatsoever to consider becoming a royal-kept man. But given they just sealed a deal, walking away immediately would be a bit harsh. Thus, Fāng Yuán did not refuse. He then instructed butler Su to postpone the itinerary and ordered the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Meanwhile, Baza, who had been waiting outside the compound with eyes straining to see, felt an indescribable rage and resentment welling up inside him. For his beloved goddess had come to Kaiqing Manor to see Fāng Yuán once more. Though he was aware of the trilateral cooperation project, but knowing was one thing, the sovereign was so stunningly beautiful. What if that brat Fāng Yuán, seeing his chance, tried to force himself on her? Damn it! Baza slammed the teacup in his hand onto the floor in a rage. The two guards stationed outside the door dared not breathe a word. That Fāng Yuán definitely has ulterior motives. We can't wait any longer, it'll soon be too late to reverse the situation. Over recent times, the Fāng family's financial tentacles had already spread to encompass nearly 70% of Dai Kingdom's industries. Only military industries and assets exclusive to the Dai royal family remained untouched. It had essentially devoured everything else. Even the Dai Kingdom's 10 major clans had been largely devoured. Now, with just a stomp of Fāng Yuán's foot, Dai's entire economy trembled. The Ross family may carry a grand name, but they're useless. Time and again, they've been defeated by Fāng Yuán. Perhaps I should devise a clever plan to eliminate this brat once and for all. Over the past period, representatives from the 10 major clans had approached the royal family one after another, but all were turned away by Queen Hisha. Should the alliance between the three nations be finalized, Fāng Yuán, as a wealthy and influential figure, would inevitably hold a pivotal position within it. By then, it would be too late to act. The prime opportunity would be during the tripartite summit. Perhaps they could collaborate with the warlords in Yunnan and Burma who resisted subjugation to orchestrate something. Baza swore he wasn't acting out of personal greed, but to prevent Fāng Yuán from growing even more powerful. The ruler of Shisha remained unaware of his top secretary's true nature. Now blinded by jealousy and rage, he was about to betray her behind her back. At the banquet table, only Fāng Yuán and Queen Shisha sat awkwardly. Truth be told, only Fāng Yuán felt truly awkward. He had intended to have butler Su bring several high-ranking base officials to accompany them, but Princess Shisha had refused. Come, Prince Fāng, let's raise a toast to this collaboration. Fāng Yuán smiled as he raised his glass. What surprised him slightly was that Princess Shisha seemed to hold her liquor quite well. She managed to down an entire glass of the 53 Tsaitai liquor he'd specially brought from his homeland. But clearly, that was an illusion. The next moment, the ruler's face turned pale, and he nearly vomited. At the last moment, however, he forced himself to swallow it down with a grimace, sparing the royal family's dignity. Haha, this is our Xia Kingdom's Kai Tai liquor. It packs quite a punch, your majesty, take it easy. 1 glass, 2 glasses. As more and more of the white liquor went down, Queen Shisha's complexion grew increasingly flushed. I feel a bit warm, she murmured, then began to gently peel off her outer garment. Revealing her snow-white shoulders, a faint glimpse of the iceberg's ravines became visible from the front. Fāng Yuán cleared his throat twice and averted his gaze slightly. Hee, Prince Fāng, there's no need for excessive restraint. You are, after all, of royal blood. In fact, considering our ages, I should address you as elder brother. Here, let me offer you another toast. Under your governance, Kaiqing Prefecture has flourished remarkably. It now rivals some of the most developed first-tier cities, something I never anticipated. You flatter me. Fāng Yuán raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Truth be told, the transformation of Kaiqing Prefecture wasn't solely his doing. The primary driving force was the common folk here, who had endured years of oppressive darkness. Now that light had finally dawned, they naturally refused to return to the days shrouded in darkness. As they chatted, Fāng Yuán excused himself to use the restroom. Once in the restroom, he splashed several handfuls of cold water on his face. Damn it, how can this woman drink so much? When he returned to the table, for some reason, Princess Shisha's face bore a subtle, enigmatic smile. Come, Prince Fāng, let's drink. Since becoming sovereign, I haven't been this happy in ages. Fāng Yuán took those words as nothing more than a joke. You really didn't want to be queen. Back then, you even teamed up with others to force your own father out of office. Strangely, after downing the cup of wine, he suddenly felt a strange warmth spreading through his body. Looking at Queen Hisha across from him, as if she'd donned a cloak of seduction, every movement captivating his senses. Damn it! Fāng Yuán cursed inwardly at his carelessness. He thought he was safe within the base. But who could have imagined that the queen of a nation would actually? Watching Her Majesty of Hisha sway her serpentine waist toward him, collapsing into his arms, Fāng Yuán clung to his last shred of sanity, pulling out his phone to instruct butler Su to have the gates guarded tonight. No one was to be allowed near. Chapter 176, Automotive Industry Turmoil. What is the young master doing in there? Could he be planning to eliminate the Queen of Shisha and usurp the entire Dai Kingdom's throne? Though he felt a slight unease inside. But Steward Su carried out the orders diligently. He brought along a squad of guards to maintain vigilance and prevent unauthorized access. But it wasn't until Hisha's uncontrollable screams pierced the air. He finally realized. The young master wasn't going to have sex with the ruler, he was going to have sex with the ruler. He inwardly gasped in astonishment. The young master's audacity knew no bounds. This was the queen of a nation. The guards on duty wore solemn expressions, acting as if they knew nothing at all. Joking aside, a legendary tycoon and the Dai Kingdom's queen were inside. Anyone foolish enough to spill the beans might not live to see the next sunrise. Baha, waiting at the hotel, stared at the last message on his phone. His expression twisted into a savage grimace. It came from the Dai royal household. The message was simple: the queen would not be returning tonight. There was no need to worry about security either. This was a rule established before their mission to Kaiching Prefecture. If the queen contacted Baza directly, it signaled trouble. If the ruler of Shisha contacts the royal court, it signifies all is well. Yet it is now 3 in the morning. The queen's delayed return, what did this signify? She had chosen to stay overnight at Fāng Yuán's base. Baza felt an inexplicable pang of betrayal. Damn it! Why did I trust you so completely, only to end up like this? You bastard, Fāng Yuán. I'll make you pay with your life. Originally, he only wished to quietly guard the goddess's side as her knight. If the chance arose, he'd become her male confidant, waiting for the day she felt lonely and vulnerable to make his move. But who knew a rich second-generation brat would suddenly appear and snatch away the love that should have been his? Bajan's sorrow surged like a river flowing backward. The next day, it was already noon. Fāng Yuán finally emerged from the room, trailing behind the ruler of Shisha. The carpet, bathroom, and bed in the room were all in disarray from the night before. Of course, his own emotions were in utter disarray. The gaze he cast upon the Queen of Shisha occasionally held an inexplicable strangeness. Last night's collaboration was most pleasant. I trust Prince Fāng will honor his promise when the time comes. Rest assured, I, Fāng Yuán, always keep my word. The ruler of Shisha beamed like a blooming flower. She gave him a rather sharp look. After the escort convoy had departed with the queen, Fāng Yuán glanced at Su, the steward, who seemed to be holding back laughter, and spoke nervously. Don't get the wrong idea. Last night, we simply had a conversation about life. Also, remember to keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, young master. I'll keep my mouth shut. Fāng Yuán trusted Su's character implicitly. So he rewarded him with another 1,000,000 yuan as travel expenses for his trip home to visit family. Let's go. Have someone prepare the plane for our return to Xia. The trip to Dai Kingdom was brief, but Fāng Yuán had a premonition after returning home this time. It would likely present him with the opportunity to breach the defenses of both the Yunnan-Burma region and his old stomping grounds. Moreover, his parents had assured him that wherever he went, the Fāng family's enterprises would follow, gradually infiltrating the local markets. Given sufficient time, controlling the economic lifelines of these two tiny nations would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Thus, throughout history, warfare has never been the sole path to victory. Economic warfare often proved far more lethal than conventional conflict. Meanwhile, Baza, seeing the ruler of Hisha finally return, breathed a sigh of relief. But when he noticed something amiss in the queen's gate, Baza's heart sank considerably. Baza, what are you looking at? Queen Hisha clearly caught his gaze. She gave him a casual rebuke. And nothing. I was simply worried, Your Majesty, as you did not return last night. Baza concealed the hatred in his eyes and spoke in his usual me tone. So that was the reason. The ruler of Shisha hummed in acknowledgement but did not press further. She had long been aware of her subordinates' feelings. But back then, Shisha was consumed by the struggle for succession with others, leaving her no room to dwell on such matters. Later, with Fāng Yuán's emergence. With lightning speed, he burst into her line of sight, and Hisha began to grow increasingly curious about this mysterious man from Xia. She was an ambitious woman. Bazaar was fine, but unfortunately, he wasn't right for her. Only someone like Fāng Yuán, dominant in his actions, capable of striking without warning, rough yet meticulous in his actions, wielding immense power and resources, could truly capture her heart. Now that the partnership is finalized, whether it's the joint development plan with the three nations, or the multi-billion-dollar deal with Fāng Yuán, as long as everything proceeds smoothly, she will not only steer the entire Dai Kingdom toward a brighter future, but also stand a strong chance of advancing even further with Fāng Yuán's support. At the thought of her grand ambitions, Queen Shisha couldn't help but clench her legs slightly. And that man from last night, he was so smooth. Junkie Group. The heads of several automakers, Hongyun, Hongwan, Yadi, and others. Now, one by one, they sat in the conference room with worried expressions. Sigh, I wonder what Junkie Group's real motive is, forcing this upon us like this. It's leaving us all with no way out. Indeed, these automotive executives had voluntarily united to come together today. Their purpose was simple, to demand an explanation from Junkie Group. Oomph. Their actions are utterly counterproductive. Even if they manage to drive us all out using such despicable tactics, do they really think Junkie Group can compete with Tesla Group? This is an utterly misguided approach that will destroy our entire domestic automotive industry. One by one, the automotive executives present slammed their fists on the table, angrily denouncing Junkie Group's unethical conduct. What troubled them most was where Junkie Group had obtained such colossal capital reserves to sustain such a cash-burning operation. Even with official backing, they couldn't possibly sustain such reckless spending. Regardless, if Junkie doesn't give us a proper explanation today, we'll report them to the authorities. I refuse to believe the higher-ups would ignore something this significant. Right. Exactly. Junkie has gone way too far. Wang Shang, who had just pushed open the door, smiled at the chaotic scene in the meeting room. Well, everyone's here. Looks like you're all pretty fired up. Since they were all domestic automakers, they were fairly familiar with each other. Seeing the smile on Wang Shang's face, the CEOs of these automakers all rolled their eyes. Everyone, please calm down. First, I need to clarify that I am no longer the chairman of Junkie. The strategy was personally set by that big shot. You'll meet him shortly. Even without Wang Shang revealing Fāng Yuán's identity, every person present was no fool. The person who could oust Wang Shang before he even took office and still get this old fox to work wholeheartedly was definitely no small fry. Saying any more might risk drawing the attention of that mysterious big shot, and that would spell trouble. Thus, a brief silence descended upon the conference room. Chapter 177, The Grand Acquisition. Is everyone here? Outside the conference room at Junkie Tower, Fāng Yuán entered, accompanied by several senior executives. Wang Shang immediately stepped forward with a smile. Allow me to introduce this as our Junkie Group chairman, Mr. Fāng. Isn't this the renowned wealthiest man in Xia Nation, Mr. Fāng Yuán? Hold on, he should be called Xia Nation's wealthiest man now. How could that be? The other automakers' CEOs finally understood. No wonder Junkie Group has been so confidently splashing cash around lately. It was nothing short of reckless extravagance. Turns out they'd hooked up with this big shot. Good morning, President Fāng. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Fāng. It's truly a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Fāng. You're remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Though Fāng Yuán was the youngest present, no one dared underestimate him. You're all too kind. Actually, I knew everyone would be here today, so I made a point to come. First, I'd like to apologize for the recent actions of our Junkie Group. With that, Fāng Yuán bowed slightly to everyone present. This left the other automakers' CEOs utterly stunned. Oh, Mr. Fāng, you're too kind. The business world is like a battlefield. If we couldn't compete, it's simply because we weren't as skilled. No, that's not right. Exactly. You're putting us on too high a pedestal. Fāng Yuán smiled faintly as he took his seat at the head of the table. Gentlemen, no need for such formalities. I understand your intentions, but let me be clear, what Junkie is doing now is merely the beginning. We will continue to ramp up our efforts, and there is no set timeline for when this will conclude. Therefore, each of your automakers will likely face additional pressure moving forward. At this point, the faces of the CEOs from the other major automakers, those who had previously competed head-to-head with Junkie Group, turned pale. Fāng Yuán's meaning couldn't be clearer. I have no intention of backing down. You'll have to figure out your own course of action. Hongwang's CEO, representing another established automaker like Junkie, offered a bitter smile. Mr. Fāng, aren't you pushing all of us to the brink with this approach? Indeed. We all came here hoping for negotiation. We're all domestic automakers, why escalate things to this point? Besides, with Tesla Group lurking nearby, if we start fighting amongst ourselves, it'll just make us look ridiculous. Fāng Yuán merely chuckled in response. Back when Tesla Group first entered Xia Nation, China's domestic automakers could have mounted a formidable challenge if they had united. But these CEOs each had their own agendas. They were even constantly squabbling amongst themselves. They fixated on market share battles while neglecting technological advancement. This is precisely why the public, who initially supported Xia's domestic automakers, gradually grew disillusioned and eventually embraced Tesla Group. Bringing this up now is nothing short of a joke. The truth of the matter speaks for itself. I believe Xia Nation's automakers have reached a point where reform is not only necessary but inevitable. Out of respect for your past contributions to Xia Nation's automotive industry, I offer you two choices. Either remain steadfast with your current automakers, or sign the acquisition agreement and merge under the Junkie Group. The moment the words left his mouth, the assembled CEOs nearly leapt to their feet, ready to slam their fists on the table and hurl insults. Fāng Yuán, our respect for you doesn't mean we fear you. If you insist on this course, don't blame us for being unkind. A hot-tempered CEO immediately erupted in anger. Fāng Yuán didn't immediately retort. Instead, he turned to an assistant standing beside him. Hold on. Note down this company's name. Junkie Group will never do business with them again. His words silenced the others who had been about to speak. No one had anticipated Fāng Yuán would be so domineering. I haven't finished speaking yet, so I hope everyone will refrain from interrupting. In that moment, Fāng Yuán radiated the aura of a true leader. As for the car company's CEO who had just been called out, his face burned with embarrassment. He snorted coldly and stormed out of the conference room. The rest remained seated, fully aware that Fāng Yuán's intentions were far from straightforward. I won't dwell on those who insist on their own views. Now, let me explain several key points regarding the integration into Junkie Group. First, after Junkie acquires your companies at market value, you will retain your positions as top executives. However, you must fully cooperate with all operational plans from Junkie headquarters. Furthermore, based on the scale of each automaker's operations, all will receive a minimum annual investment of at least 100 billion yuan from headquarters. This funding is designated for researching and improving vehicle manufacturing technology, as well as offsetting the costs associated with producing and selling vehicles domestically at low prices. I hope we can all pull together as one. Xiaogui isn't our ultimate goal, our target is the entire world beyond Xiaogui. The heads of several major automakers remained composed, but those from mid-tier companies grew visibly agitated. Mr. Fāng, are you certain about the minimum annual investment of 100 billion? Of course. Surely none of you doubt the capabilities of the Fāng family? A tree casts its shadow, a man his reputation even if one refuses to acknowledge it. The sheer scale of funds Fāng Yuán had donated to public welfare projects alone was a staggering figure that left them in awe. I'm in. Mr. Fāng, I'm joining too. Market profits are already monopolized by Tesla and the major automakers anyway. Joining the military initiative is definitely a smart move. 100 billion annually. Most automakers aren't even worth that much. Mr. Fāng, you're truly generous. This was the truth. If Fāng Yuán offered 100 billion for an acquisition, many would be scrambling to offer up their companies. But now, Fāng Yuán's proposal was essentially a disguised form of cooperative support. Not seizing this opportunity would be sheer foolishness. I wonder how much support Hongguang Motors could receive. Hongguang's CEO hesitated before asking. As for stubbornly resisting to the end, the moment he learned that this colossus stood behind Junkie Group, that notion vanished from his mind. Fāng Yuán smiled and held up 5 fingers. As a veteran automaker with formidable vehicle manufacturing technology, Hongguang will receive 5 trillion annually. Of course, this is only temporary. Additional funding will certainly follow later. 50 trillion. The Hongguang CEO trembled at the sheer magnitude of the figure. What was there to hesitate about? Done. After Hongguang's CEO sealed the deal, the heads of the other automotive giants immediately followed suit. Taking a gamble with President Fāng is far better than waiting to be swallowed by Tesla Group. I'm in too. Ha, what bold moves, gentlemen. I can't be left behind either. Amidst laughter and conversation, 95% of Xia Nation's major automakers were secured by Fāng Yuán. As for those stubborn little car companies? Whatever. After all, Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to expend much effort on them. Once Junkie Group's reputation was established, all problems would be solved effortlessly. Chapter 178, The Ross family makes their move. 3 days later, people began to notice that several major domestic automakers suddenly seemed to have coordinated their actions. All had replaced their company names and logos with Junkie's iconic emblem. Simultaneously, news outlets began flooding the airwaves with coverage of this development. Military Flag Group had made its move. It had launched a direct offensive to acquire and incorporate all automotive manufacturers in Xia Nation under its umbrella. Wang Sheng declared with passion at the press conference. Our founding purpose at Junkie Group was to enable Xia Nation to produce its own automobiles. 70 years on, Junkie Group remains true to its original aspiration and mission. We now resolve to return to our roots by acquiring all domestic automakers, dedicating ourselves to developing affordable, reliable vehicles our people can trust. The news sent shockwaves across the nation. As for the smaller automakers that hadn't joined in time, including the CEO who had walked out of the meeting room earlier, they were kicking themselves. It was obvious even to the most casual observer that Fāng Yuán must have offered terms no one could refuse. That's why the automotive giants joined without hesitation, while he lost his chance to board the train simply because he couldn't resist speaking out of turn. Taz Group. Benji paced restlessly in his office. He hadn't anticipated Junkie Group's ambitions running this deep. Through some back-channel information, he finally understood why the damned Junkie dared to act this way. It turned out that Fāng Yuán, hailed as Xia Nation's wealthiest man, was the true mastermind behind it all. Fāng Yuán, Fāng Yuán. When he reported this news, even the head of the Ross family fell silent. It was as if Fāng Yuán were their nemesis. Whenever they encountered this man from Xia, everything went wrong. It wasn't just the automotive sector. Simultaneously, news arrived from the head of Xia's technology products division. It was reported that a tech company personally founded by Fāng Yuán had officially announced its establishment just days prior. These developments seemed to be targeting the Ross family directly. That very night, the patriarch of the Ross family urgently convened a family meeting. Even Han Dan, who was under house arrest, was present. The spirited vigor he had displayed upon first arriving in Xia had long since vanished. Instead, he was consumed by despondency. Fāng Yuán had now become a figure the entire Ross family had to treat with caution. The vast disparity in their statuses left him utterly incapable of harboring any thoughts of confronting Fāng Yuán. Instead, he felt a sense of dread. At that moment, he desperately wanted to shout to everyone in the family. Forget Xia Kingdom's assets, just abandon them. Whatever you do, don't provoke the devil any further. But Han Dan knew all too well how substantial the annual profits from Xia Kingdom were for the family. If he truly uttered those words, the clan chief might well expel him on the spot. Salem, nearing 60 yet his eyes still gleaming with the wisdom of an elder, spoke from his seat as clan leader. You've likely all received today's news from Xia Kingdom. That Xia citizen named Fāng Yuán is determined to challenge our Ross family head-on. What course of action should we take now? Gentlemen, please share your thoughts. The Ross family had risen to prominence over centuries, weathering countless storms to stand firm to this day. The clan boasts countless wise men, none of whom are mere pretenders. Yet now, these very sages who could discourse eloquently even in the gravest crises were silent. Fāng Yuán himself isn't particularly outstanding in strategy, but what's most terrifying is his money. Indeed. According to our intelligence, this son of the Fāng family's wealthiest patriarch has steadily dished out sums reaching hundreds of trillions. Worst of all, there seems to be no limit to his resources. That's the real problem. Money talks. Even if Fāng Yuán himself lacks ability, he wields money with masterful skill. They say money can solve 99% of the world's problems. The remaining 1% is simply a matter of not having enough money. Facing such an opponent, even they felt somewhat powerless. Sully murmured for a moment, his expression turning grim. Our Ross family boasts centuries of history and ancient lineage passed down through generations. For a mere Xia national to dare oppose us is a disgrace to every member of our clan. Retreat is impossible. If we yield now, it will inflict unimaginable damage upon our entire lineage. What I'm weighing now is whether, if we go all in, we can crush Fāng Yuán once and for all. After all, experience counts. Through prior documents and data, Sailing knew. He knew Fāng Yuán's rise had been remarkably swift. Engaging him incrementally would be tantamount to handing him victories, while also granting him continuous opportunities to grow stronger. It was either all or nothing, strike to kill in one blow. To deal with a single Xia national, the entire Ross family would have to mobilize its full force. Some questioned whether this was overkill. But clear-thinking members of the clan understood this wasn't the clan leader's excessive worry. It was reality. I support the clan leader's decision. We must not underestimate this Xia national. Beyond our current technological edge, I believe that in terms of financial resources, Fāng Yuán still cannot fully match us. Saleh nodded in agreement. In that case, we shall begin by addressing some of the Fāng family's publicly listed companies. Having made this decision, I expect everyone to be on high alert. This may even determine the survival of our Ross family. Salem's expression grew solemn. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined a man from Xia Nation could push the Rothschild family to this dire situation. But they had already clashed with Fāng Yuán several times before. If Fāng Yuán cannot be utterly defeated, the subsequent backlash might bring the Ross family to its knees. As the Ross family's colossal economic war machine began to turn, everyone finally realized just how immense the power lurking beneath the Rothschilds' placid exterior truly was. Their first target was every publicly listed company under the Fāng family's assets. It is common knowledge that stock prices are influenced by political factors, economic factors, and corporate factors. Political factors encompassed international and domestic political landscapes, as well as government-issued regulations and policies. To achieve rapid results, the Rothschild family poured substantial capital into the operation. They launched a multi-pronged offensive to acquire scattered shares in each of the Fāng family's listed companies. Through various public relations tactics, they portrayed the Fāng family as an overinflated balloon. Beneath its dazzling exterior, the family's internal structure was precariously unstable. A single pin could puncture the entire facade of strength the Fāng family had constructed. To ensure success, the Rothschilds even leveraged their global influence. They united several nations to act in concert. This included, but was not limited to, reinstating sanctions against Xia's currency and goods. Xia's foreign trade, which had only recently begun to recover, now plunged into crisis. Chapter 179, Broke. Has the Rothschild family lost its mind? Reviewing the report submitted by the team specifically established to manage the Fāng family's assets, Fāng Yuán gave a cold laugh. The other side likely didn't want to lose the Xia market so easily, so they'd resorted to desperate measures. As the Ross family began their move, shares of numerous listed companies under the Fāng family's name plummeted sharply in a short period. Yet they clearly hadn't anticipated. The equity returned by the system had always been firmly held in Fāng Weigua's hands. Thus, the damage was only minor. Yet overnight, the Fāng family saw hundreds of billions vanish from the stock market. Go ahead, keep stirring the pot. Fāng Yuán couldn't care less about the Ross family's attacks. Instead, he directly injected massive amounts of capital into the affected companies. Anyone who trades stocks knows this. When stock prices fall, someone must continuously pour in massive funds to stabilize the market. Just kidding. Many companies currently face hidden risks from bank loans. Once stock prices plummet to rock bottom, creating a situation where liabilities exceed assets. Banks will demand repayment based on risk assessments. This explains why many large conglomerates and corporations can collapse overnight. Fāng Yuán learned from his son that the so-called Ross family was targeting the Fāng family. He felt not the slightest panic. Instead, he urged Fāng Yuán to relax. If they wanted to play games, they'd play along. Godly tycoon cultivation system. Hosts: Fāng Yuán, Zhang Yudan. Cash assets: 710,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 710 yuan. Godly tycoon cultivation progress: 56%. Assets under ownership: 100% shares of Zhonghua Yue Investment Holding Company, Limited, 100% shares of Anning Holding Group, 100% shares of Haichuan Group Company, Limited, 100% shares of Jingxi Group, 100% shares of Tianding Group Company, Limited, 100% shares of Hengyi Group Company, Limited, 100% shares of Penguin Group, 100% equity in Carry Hotels, 100% shares in Galaxy Film Television, 90% shares in Tianding Group, 100% equity in Qilin Grand Hotel, Manhwa Mall. This does not include the value of all assets under the Fāng family's name. Additionally, there are various public welfare projects that have yet to generate returns. If fully accounted for, the Fāng family's assets would long surpass 10 trillion. Even when converted, there remains a slight gap compared to the Rothschild family's M-gold reserves. However, the crucial difference lies in the fact that the Fāng family continues to generate a steady, uninterrupted inflow of wealth. The Roth family cannot match this. After analyzing the current situation, he immediately made a decisive move. He promptly channeled substantial funds into every company meeting the criteria for listing. He then called Secretary Jiang to expedite all necessary procedures for these companies, rushing them onto the stock market. Since all companies possess legitimate and compliant documentation and qualifications, outsiders could find no fault. Increase the investment. I refuse to believe Fāng Yuán can withstand this. When he decided to act, Sailing made his move decisively. By pouring in capital exceeding the competition by several times and leveraging strategic maneuvers across all fronts, he decisively suppressed all of the Fāng family's publicly listed companies in the stock market. Seeing that they had finally gained the upper hand, all members of the Ross family wore satisfied smiles. By first diluting the wealth of the Fāng family's listed companies and combining it with other tactics, the Fāng family would become lambs led to slaughter, utterly at their mercy. They couldn't believe that at this stage, the Fāng family would still have any means to turn the tables. Yet reality proved the Ross family had underestimated Fāng Yuán. As time passed, the Ross family suddenly discovered that listed companies under the Fāng family's name began emerging one after another. Often, just as they finished dealing with one, another would appear. Though they could instantly crash the stock prices of these companies with their immense financial backing, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up within Sa Leng. An opponent like Fāng Yuán was truly terrifying. You could never be certain what hidden cards he still held up his sleeve. Fortunately, after sustained pressure, the Fāng family's near comeback was halted. So far, the Ross family held the upper hand. Yet the Fāng family continued pouring in capital relentlessly. To many outsiders, this appeared to be nothing more than the Fāng family's desperate last stand. The Ross family's public declaration to take down the Fāng family. This has also drawn widespread concern and attention, particularly among executives of numerous automakers recently merged into the Junkie Group and provincial governments currently undertaking public welfare projects. This was because, at the very onset of the economic war, Fāng Yuán had withdrawn all liquid assets from the Green Grass Foundation. Of course, he had reported this to the National Assembly long ago. From the outset until now, investigations by relevant parties indicate that the Fāng family has cumulatively invested nearly 700 trillion yuan in its power struggle with the Ross family. This was an utterly terrifying figure. It was the first time anyone had truly witnessed the Fāng family unleashing its full might, a colossal force to be reckoned with. Even when facing the Ross family, they showed no signs of weakness. However, as the Ross family gradually gained the upper hand, Fāng Yuán's move to withdraw funds and even begin selling off some of the Fāng family's assets was interpreted by everyone as a sign of the family's waning strength. But was that truly the case? Inside the Fāng family villa, Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan were leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea. Fāng Yuán shook his head, dismissing the irritation brewing within. After all, given the current situation, if mom and dad could remain so calm and unconcerned, there must still be some hidden cards up their sleeves. Dad, does our family still have tens of billions stashed away that we haven't touched? If so, hand it over immediately. This time, I must strike fear into the Rothschild family. Yet Fāng Yuán looked at Fāng Yuán with an expression that might as well have said, "What a little cutie. Come on, son. What on earth made you think we still have that much money? Didn't your old man transfer all his money to you? Isn't that enough already?" Zhang Yudan also pursed her lips. This spendthrift probably has no idea how hard it is to earn money these days. What? Out of money? Fāng Yuán froze. What kind of nonsense is this? If you're broke, how can you two still be sitting here sipping afternoon tea so leisurely? Mom and Dad, you're not joking, are you? What joke? You little brat, all our money is yours anyway. Why would we hide it from you? But the Ross family is attacking us so fiercely now. How are we supposed to handle this without any money? At that moment, Fāng Yuán felt like crying. If his parents had laid everything out for him earlier, he might have just given up. After all, with all those businesses, starvation wasn't an option. But now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he backed down now, he feared he'd be saddled with massive debts the very next second. Don't panic. Tomorrow Dad will arrange a few $100 billion for you. We'll drag this out slowly. A few $100 billion could temporarily stabilize the situation, but it was hardly a long-term solution. Chapter 180, Miao Firen's Resolve. Fāng Yuán stared blankly. He walked back into the villa, his soul seemingly departed. Fāng Yuán and Zhang Yudan were instantly at a loss for words. They couldn't very well tell their son that the charitable investments their family had made, along with all sorts of miscellaneous income, were raking in hundreds of billions every day. Regarding the family's financial struggles, Fāng Yuán could only keep it bottled up inside. After all, it wasn't the time to discuss such matters. The next day, Fāng Yuán transferred several $100 billion to him, temporarily stabilizing the stock prices of several major listed companies. Everyone could see Fāng Yuán's decline. Employees across the various corporate groups under the Fāng family's name were thrown into turmoil. Even Kai Qingfu's operations were significantly impacted. Fortunately, Fāng Yuán had treated his subordinates fairly well in the past, so no major issues arose for now. Yet if the Fāng family couldn't sustain the stock prices, their entire business empire would collapse overnight. 1 day. 2 days passed. A week passed. The Fāng family still hadn't taken any countermeasures. They simply poured hundreds of billions into the market each day, propping up the stock price at the current level. Meanwhile, they kept sending their own listed companies one after another to the surface, only to have them beaten up. The cycle repeated. The Miao family in the National Assembly felt this most acutely. This scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to how the Miao family had once dealt with Fāng Yuán. Miao Firen sat in the Miao family conference hall. Surveying the assembled elders, he spoke. Everyone, let's discuss this. Fāng Yuán is weakened now, but I still feel the Fāng family won't collapse so easily. Now is precisely the time to lend aid in adversity. I propose we take a gamble. At these words, the Miao elders fell silent. Chief, it's not that we don't support you, but Fāng Yuán's actions were truly excessive. Not only did he cause our Miao family's standing in the National Assembly to plummet, but the losses we suffered were countless. If we now pay him back out of our own pockets, who knows how outsiders will view us? That's not entirely fair. It was Miao, that old bastard, who gave the order in the first place. What does that have to do with us? The only constant in this world is profit. Even if Fāng Yuán did bring shame upon our Miao clan before, I still see this as a golden opportunity. By setting aside past grievances and investing in the Fāng family, we might just turn the tables. Unwise, unwise. The Miao clan elders split into two factions, their arguments growing heated. Miao Firen sighed. These elders of the older generation were adept at preserving the status quo but lacked the drive to forge ahead. They always wanted to see profits before acting, yet refused to take risks to pursue greater gains. How could that ever work? In that moment, he found himself missing the days when his uncle ruled with an iron fist. How much simpler things were then. Enough, all of you. The decision is final. Immediately mobilize all available clan funds. I will personally go and negotiate with Fāng Yuán. Clan chief. Think twice. Miao Firen shot a cold glare at the elders who dared to interject, his voice sharp with anger. When the Miao clan nearly fell apart, it was I, Miao Firen, who threw caution to the wind and sacrificed my own dignity to save us all. Now, the Miao clan is in steady decline. If this continues, the Miao clan will inevitably collapse. To cling to outdated traditions in such a critical situation isn't prudence, it's sheer stupidity. Miao Firen snorted angrily. His words caused the elders who had voiced opposition moments before to lower their heads in shame. They knew the Miao clan couldn't continue like this, but the Ross family now held complete dominance. Rushing to hand over money to Fāng Yuán now, who could say if they wouldn't lose everything in the next instant? Yet Miao Firen trusted his instincts unwaveringly. Fāng Yuán was never one to admit defeat easily. Besides, hadn't the Fāng family always pulled out various trump cards to weather every storm? He believed this time would be no different. When Miao Firen finally came knocking, Fāng Yuán was somewhat taken aback. Others were one thing. The Miao family had suffered heavy losses at his hands before. Young Master Fāng, though I, Miao Firen, may not be a paragon of virtue, I understand that personal grudges pale in comparison to the greater good of the nation. The Fāng family has contributed immensely to Xia Nation's rise over the years. Now that you face foreign suppression, I speak on behalf of all Miao family members in offering our support. This card holds 221 billion in cash. Though modest, it represents the full extent of our Miao family's resources. I hope you won't look down upon it, young Master Fāng. Such reasoning coming from Miao Firen's mouth sounded somewhat peculiar. But it was merely a matter of finding an excuse. Whether Fāng Yuán believed it or not was irrelevant. They're practically begging to hand me money? Fāng Yuán froze for a moment before quickly grasping the situation. The Miao clan was going all in, betting everything on breaking through their current predicament. Though it was ultimately driven by a merchant's profit-seeking nature that could push them this far. He still admired Miao Firen. Even Fāng Yuán himself wasn't sure if he could stand up to the Ross family, yet an outsider had such immense faith in him. Are you certain? Frankly, given your actions today, I could overlook past grievances. But to be honest, I have no certainty whatsoever about this Ross family matter. 200 billion yuan was undoubtedly the Miao family's absolute limit. If they lost, it would spell their downfall. Miao Firen gritted his teeth. Great men don't sweat the small stuff. As long as young Master Fāng doesn't look down on us, from this day forward, the Miao family will follow your lead. What did losing matter? Without this gamble, the Miao family would inevitably decline sooner or later. But if they won, unimaginable wealth awaited them. After all this time observing him, he knew Fāng Yuán was a man who kept his debts and favors clear. Once the matter was settled, Fāng Yuán would certainly not shortchange the Miao family. Seeing the resolve in Miao Firen's eyes, Fāng Yuán chuckled softly as he took the bank card. In that case, I won't hesitate to accept. I'll remember this kindness. Would Chief Miao care to stay for a meal? Hearing this, Miao Firen was overjoyed inside. Yet he remained modest. Ahem, thank you for your kindness, young Master Fāng. But I must hurry back to share this good news with the rest of my clan. Next time I come, I'll treat you. Very well. Fāng Yuán didn't press him to stay. After all, they had only recently reconciled, and spending too much time together might feel a bit awkward. After Miao Firen left, he held the bank card in his hand, a playful smile spreading across his face. The Miao family certainly had guts. After all, he was now facing off against the Rothschilds, one of the world's 10 oldest and most powerful families. Most others would have surrendered long ago. But Fāng Yuán couldn't shake the suspicion that his parents were still hiding a massive fortune from him. Otherwise, how could they remain so carefree and unconcerned amidst such dire circumstances? Perhaps they were deliberately tempering his resolve. Though he felt more confident inside, the Miao family's money was truly a godsend. Shortly after receiving the funds, Fāng Yuán invested it all. Watching the stock prices of the companies under his name surge upward, Fāng Yuán nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 181, The Indestructible Cockroach. Within the Ross family compound, as he surveyed the rows of traders seated before their computers, Salem's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Even before the formal start, he had realized Fāng Yuán was a tough nut to crack. Yet he still felt he had underestimated Fāng Yuán. Amidst the fierce stock market battle, the other party still had the energy to engage in offline confrontations with him. While the stock market was suppressing Fāng Yuán, all allied nations supporting the Ross family began drastically reducing their trade exports to Xia Nation. This dealt a significant blow to Xia's entire economy. This indirectly weakened Fāng Yuán's influence. To make matters worse, after the Fāng family faced suppression from the Ross family, the trilateral cooperation agreement he had previously secured with the ruler of Xisha was indefinitely postponed by both Dianbam and Lao. Does no one believe in you anymore? Within the Dai royal palace, Xisha sat upon her throne, her expression heavy with worry. Her worries extended beyond that man alone. The greater concern was the vast number of enterprises under the Fāng family's name throughout Dai Kingdom. This time, they too had been drawn into the Ross family's sphere of attack. The Dai economy, caught in the crossfire, was now in dire straits. Baza observed Queen Xisha's expression. A mix of schadenfreude and worry for the queen stirred within him. Alas, I wonder if Prince Fāng can weather this storm. As the ruler of a nation, even though she desperately wanted to divert funds to aid Fāng Yuán, she was bound by numerous constraints, leaving her powerless despite her intentions. Baza, however, spoke up with a smile. Your Majesty, with Fāng Yuán now surrounded, he likely has no time to attend to Kaiqing Prefecture. Why not seize the initiative? Let us eliminate all his forces in Dai Kingdom and Kaiqing Prefecture. What do you think? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kicking someone when they're down? King Xisha shot Baza a meaningful glance. But Baza concealed his true feelings well. His outward expression conveyed nothing but concern for Dai Kingdom and its ruler. Let us not speak of this matter further. This sovereign believes Prince Fāng will not fall so easily. Make the announcement. Tomorrow, I shall visit several Fāng enterprises in Dai Kingdom to express my condolences and discuss potential business collaborations. Though unable to allocate funds, this gesture would at least signal his stance publicly. Yet this course of action risked drawing the Ross family's attention to Dai Kingdom. Just as Baza gathered his courage to protest, Princess Hisha's piercing gaze fixed upon him. He could only respond helplessly, "Your Majesty's command is obeyed." Upon hearing the news from the Kaiqing mansion, Fāng Yuán chuckled. He hadn't expected Shisha to stubbornly step forward at such a difficult moment. To say he wasn't moved would be impossible. Why overthink it? Just let things take their course. The stalemate between the two sides persisted for over half a month. Multiple enterprises under the Fāng family's name had completely collapsed and were declared bankrupt. The entire economy of Xia Nation suffered significant setbacks as a result. Secretary Jiang had called Fāng Yuán countless times during this period. There was no blame or harsh demands, only inquiries about whether Fāng Yuán needed assistance from the National Assembly. Indeed, the economy is the lifeblood of a nation. But one must not forget where the money comes from. As long as the Xia government could stabilize the situation, even if Fāng Yuán lost, it wouldn't matter. On the contrary, an opportunity like this to confront the Ross family head-on was truly rare. The only call the Congress leader had made to him was to urge Fāng Yuán to go all out without any reservations. The worst-case scenario would be Fāng Yuán withdrawing from business and settling into a cushy congressional position. Bolstered by congressional backing, Fāng Yuán's confidence soared. Even at such a disadvantage, he convened a press conference. He declared the Ross family's actions to be their own undoing. They're still acting so cocky at this point. Looks like Fāng Yuán won't cry until he sees his own coffin. Within the Ross family, some cursed angrily, while others gradually realized the dire straits the family had fallen into. For at some unknown point, the family's decision-makers had quietly begun announcing cuts to most non-essential expenditures. This signaled that the Ross family itself was struggling to survive. Salim hadn't slept for a full day. Instead, he sat in his chair sipping tea, ready to receive updates from all fronts at any moment. Soon, an assistant entered the hall and presented today's situation report. Head of the family, the Fāng family has invested over 70 billion more today. Sailing, who had been resting with his eyes slightly narrowed, felt his hands tremble at the news. Initially, he had assumed Fāng Yuán was merely making a last-ditch effort, but now he dared not think that anymore. Billions poured in daily. This had persisted for so many days that it made one wonder whether Fāng Yuán was deliberately baiting the Ross family. "Fāng Yuán, what exactly are you trying to do?" Salem muttered through gritted teeth. This was the first time he'd encountered such a cockroach-like bastard who just wouldn't die no matter what. Fāng Yuán had been enjoying himself quite well these past few days. After all, he only had his family of 3. At most, he had 4 women, not exactly a large number. Even if all the listed companies went bankrupt and collapsed, the remaining assets controlled by the Fāng family in reality would still allow him to live quite comfortably. But the Ross family couldn't say the same. Over the years, in their quest for dominance, the Roths had amassed countless enemies, both overt and covert. Should they suffer defeat here? The other 9 major families and the Ross family's enemies alone would certainly seize this opportunity. By then, Fāng Yuán wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Others would naturally come to devour the entire Ross family. I never imagined this seemingly straightforward matter would escalate to this point. Unbeknownst to them, the entire Ross family had been dragged into a quagmire from which there was no escape. Sigh. Announce it, sell off part of the family's assets. Clan chief. Celine waved his hand dismissively. The family's accounts now hold only a little over 1 billion yuan, an astronomical sum for ordinary people. Yet it has become the greatest disgrace in the Ross family's history. For centuries they had never been so destitute. We can rebuild our empire if we lose our assets, but if we lose this time, the Rothschild family will be officially destroyed. I hope you understand what truly matters. Perhaps the wisest decision from the start would have been to never provoke this man. But now it's too late for regrets. While onlookers marveled at the Ross family's formidable strength, they were equally astonished by the Fāng family's resilience. Even though the Fāng family had been forced into retreat by the Ross family from the very start, their ability to hold out this long had surpassed everyone's expectations. What was most terrifying was that even the Roth family was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Yet Fāng Yuán maintained his daily pattern of sending money out without fail. His resilience was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 182, Get Out. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Salem stared at the family ledger, now completely empty, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed unconscious. It's over. The Ross family is finished. The once mighty Ross family, after enduring such a prolonged tug of war, had finally run out of steam, now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Was it worth it? Fāng Yuán couldn't care less about that question. All he needed to do each day was receive his father's timely transfer and hand it over to his professional team to handle the Ross family's suppression. As for the Ross family nearly depleting their entire fortune trying to take him down, Fāng Yuán remained utterly unaware. Because right now, he was being escorted by bodyguards, preparing to return to Shaochen village. Zhang Dao, who had been largely absent lately, returned with his young girlfriend from the Chun family, claiming they were preparing for an engagement ceremony. Well, I never thought Zhang Dao would beat me to it. Fāng Yuán mused to himself. But deep down, he was genuinely happy for his brother. By the time he arrived, the engagement venue was already bustling with guests. Upon seeing Fāng Yuán, everyone respectfully parted to make way for him. There stood Zhang Dao, dressed in a suit with a buzz cut, looking sharp and energetic. He was holding a cup, making the rounds to toast everyone. The moment he spotted Fāng Yuán, he grinned and walked over. "Oh my, congratulations, congratulations. Happy engagement, Mr. Zhang. Here's a small token of my regards." Fāng Yuán laughed heartily as he instructed his bodyguard to open the portable briefcase he carried. Inside lay stacks of bright red banknotes. Judging by the surface alone, it was easily worth several million. "Damn, you didn't have to be so formal just for showing up." Zhang Dao scolded Fāng Yuán for being too generous while casually handing the briefcase to his fiancée. "Greetings, Prince Fāng." Zhang Dao's fiancée showed some trepidation upon seeing Fāng Yuán. After all, the legendary reputation of the Demon King Fāng. That reputation was forged through bullets and shells flying everywhere. The Chen family had also suffered their share of misfortune at Fāng Yuán's hands. No big deal. Wishing you two a lifetime of happiness. We'll have plenty of time to drink together properly at your wedding. No need for formalities. Come on, let's get my godfather a seat of honor, Fāng Yuán smiled helplessly. This kid was about to get married and still hadn't grown up. But hearing the kid talk like that actually lifted his mood, which had been pretty shaky lately. After feasting and drinking their fill, just as Fāng Yuán was about to leave, Zhang Dao suddenly appeared, chasing after him with a burlap sack in hand. "You're finally back for a visit. Here, grab some local specialties to take home." "Wow, Director Zhang, you're so generous." Fāng Yuán smiled faintly. What local specialties could Shaochen village possibly have? But seeing Zhang Dao's firm resolve, he had no choice but to accept it. On the way back, Fāng Yuán curiously opened the sack. Inside were just wedding candies, cookies, and the like. But at the very bottom of the bag, a stack of bright red bills lay exposed. "What's this for?" Before Fāng Yuán could figure it out, Zhang Dao sent him a message. "Zhang Dao, I know things haven't been easy for your family lately. I appreciate the gesture as a brother, but I can't accept this money." Fāng Yuán chuckled, though it seemed almost expected. That was precisely why he held Zhang Dao in such high regard. Most people wouldn't bother with such niceties once the money's in hand. Why refuse it? But not Zhang Dao. In critical moments, he'd go through fire and water for his brothers. Even if he had no money and little skill to speak of. But people who genuinely care for their brothers like this are truly rare. Fāng Yuán didn't make a fuss about returning the money. Once the Ross family was dealt with, all problems would be solved. What he hadn't anticipated was, shortly after returning to the villa, an elder claiming to represent the Ross family paid him a visit. This visit surprised Fāng Yuán even more than Miao Firen's previous one. This was an elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Upon meeting, he addressed him directly. "Esteemed Mr. Fāng, I am Benjamin of the Ross family. It is a pleasure to meet you." Who exactly is Benjamin to you?" Hearing the name, Fāng Yuán suddenly recalled Benjamin, who was currently at the helm of Tesla Group. The elderly man chuckled. "Benjamin is my son. He's been telling me about you lately, praising your unprecedented reforms in the automotive industry. More like making him unprecedentedly dislike someone, I suppose." "Haha, Mr. Fāng, you're joking." Fāng Yuán's smile faded as he spoke. "Speak plainly. Your Ross family and ours are currently at loggerheads. I don't expect anything good from this sudden visit. Get straight to the point." Benjamin drew a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and spoke with a smile. "Mr. Fāng, there's no need for such hostility toward the Ross family. Our actions back then were solely because you threatened our interests. We're both businessmen. I'm sure you understand this point. Truthfully, there's no deep-seated hatred between our families, right? There was no enmity to begin with. But first, Handan tried to swallow up the Fāng family before they could fully stand on their own. Then, they diverted military forces to the Silver Triangle to settle things once and for all. If deploying guns and cannons doesn't constitute enmity, then what does?" Benjamin glanced at Fāng Yuán. Seeing no response, he continued. "At this stage, the Ross family acknowledges Mr. Fāng's capabilities. Prolonging this stalemate benefits neither of us. Therefore, my purpose in coming here is to represent the Ross family in seeking reconciliation with Mr. Fāng. What are your thoughts on this?" "Reconciliation?" Fāng Yuán suddenly felt a bit confused. The Ross family currently held the absolute upper hand. Why would they suddenly come to him proposing reconciliation? Is there some kind of conspiracy at play here? Mr. Fāng, there's an old saying in your Xia kingdom, it's better to resolve grudges than to hold them. Our Ross family is a merchant clan. What we value most is profit. But the current situation is not what we desire, so you needn't doubt the sincerity of the Ross family. Oh? What conditions would be necessary for reconciliation? Fāng Yuán didn't agree outright, instead asking with a playful tone. What a joke, it was you who wanted to fight. Now that it seems unfavorable, you're the ones proposing a truce? Think I'm a pushover? Benjamin, however, failed to detect the underlying tension in Fāng Yuán's tone. Hearing this, he replied with a bright smile, it's simple. I'm sure Mr. Fāng has already witnessed the strength of the Ross family. There's only one condition for reconciliation. We hope Mr. Fāng can put past grievances aside and become a nominal vassal force of the Ross family. Please don't worry, it's purely nominal. In return, the Ross family will pay you a generous annual stipend. Get lost. Fāng Yuán shot Benjamin a look as if he were a little cutie. Just nominal? It seemed like he wouldn't have to give up anything. But doing so would be tantamount to severing his own cultivation path. How could Fāng Yuán be that foolish? Chapter 183, The Curtain Falls. Mr. Fāng, the Ross family has come here with the utmost sincerity. If you continue to disregard our sincere offer of reconciliation, the consequences that follow may be more than you can bear. Being told to get lost by a junior. Benjamin's inner rage flared. It had been years since anyone dared speak to him in such a manner. Yet Fāng Yuán merely stared at him coldly. I know your Ross family's actual assets are at least several times greater than what's publicly declared. But do you think my Fāng family has no trump cards? You. Benjamin rose to his feet in fury. But the thought of the Rothschilds' current predicament instantly transformed his expression into a smile. Ha! Actually, I was just joking with Mr. Fāng earlier. Since that's the case, I won't keep it from you any longer. Call it quits. Our Rothschild family has no desire to continue this utterly pointless competition. Even if Mr. Fāng were to win in the end, it wouldn't bring you any benefit. Don't forget the inextricable ties among the world's 10 major families. The sheer number of arranged marriages each year is staggering. One move affects them all. Think carefully, Mr. Fāng. Failure to intimidate? Time to switch tactics. Fāng Yuán couldn't help but admire the sheer thickness of these old codgers' skin. Their skin was thick enough to withstand a cleaver. Yet Benjamin's words rang true. Even if this competition reached its conclusion, there would be no victor. Little did he know that deep down, Fāng Yuán had come to fully believe this was a trial forged by Fāng Weiguo and Zhang Yudan. Was this money really that much? If it were, why would his parents have been willing to hand over trillions from the start for him to do charity work? If all the funds allocated to public welfare projects over the years were poured into this war, it would likely give even the Rothschild family a run for their money. This proved his family's wealth and that it was far greater than what appeared on the surface. This is the source of Fāng Yuán's confidence. At this point, what's there left to consider? You can't just declare war whenever the Ross family feels like it, or call it off on a whim, can you? Ha! Go tell your clan chief this is my answer. With that, Fāng Yuán picked up his phone and transferred the 60 billion yuan Fāng Weiguo had sent him today directly into his account. Benjamin stood up, his face twisted into a menacing expression as he glared at Fāng Yuán. You brought this upon yourself. I hope you don't regret it, Mr. Fāng. Get lost. What else was there to say? Fāng Yuán sneered coldly. After receiving Benjamin's reply, Salem, lying in the hospital bed, wore a look of hatred. He never imagined this man would be so stubborn, clearly intent on a fight to the death with the Ross family. Head of the family, the assets outside the family have been sold off almost entirely. The total value is over 100 billion. Over 100 billion. That was a lot. Over 100 billion was enough to match the annual tax revenue of some impoverished small nations. Yet it was utterly insignificant. Just moments ago, the stock prices under Fāng Yuán's name had rebounded slightly. If this continues, the previously suppressed situation will soon reverse. After much deliberation, Celine finally chose to yield. Go. Send someone over again. Even if it costs us something, we must put an end to this. There was still room to turn back now. But if they persisted any further, the Ross family might truly face ruin. Yes. The assistant turned and walked out, his heart heavy with gloom. Once a global powerhouse, the Ross family had been driven to this point by a mere Chinese national. But unfortunately, this time, the person they sent was dismissed outright by Fāng Yuán's bodyguards. He didn't even bother to meet them. If only they'd known this day would come. At this final critical juncture, Fāng Yuán would not relax his vigilance. Especially when it came to security. With the official completion of the Fāng family manor, Fāng Yuán began the relocation process. The estate was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and Fāng Yuán had specifically arranged for vibrant flowers to be planted nearby. Waking up each morning to the sight of verdant mountains, clear waters, and blooming flowers, it was hard not to feel uplifted. Regarding security, over 500 surveillance points were installed, with a guard post stationed every 100 meters. The total number of security personnel approaches 200. The most formidable aspect is that the alarm system here connects directly to a nearby garrison of Xia Nation troops. That's right, no alarm is even required. Should any incident occur, the nearby troops would immediately mobilize. Defense measures have been elevated to the highest possible level. Staying within the mountain estate, Fāng Yuán had absolutely no need to worry about the Ross family resorting to desperate measures. Chuan Lauda happened to be free today and came over. He sat with Fāng Yuán in a private reception room, sipping tea together. You've really made a name for yourself this time, kid. Even the Ross family dared to confront you head-on. Fāng Yuán chuckled. Don't joke around, Boss Chuan. If they hadn't been so hell-bent on going after me, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to pick a fight with some ancient family. But it's too late for excuses now. Either they admit defeat and pay compensation, or we just keep the stalemate going. I'm dumping a few $100 billion in every day anyway, let them squirm all they want. Brother Chuan curled his lips. Billions seemed like pocket change when Fāng Yuán mentioned it. After all, despite his years in officialdom, his entire net worth barely scraped together a few $100,000. And that was only because Xia Nation had improved the benefits for officials in recent years. Ha, I heard the Ross family sent someone looking for you recently? Yeah, but I sent them packing. Boss Chuan was instantly speechless. Still, he felt it best to stay out of such matters. After all, when big shots clash, innocent bystanders often get hurt. Fine. Anyway, you're not the type to take a loss lying down. I just came by to give you a gentle reminder. You can give the Ross family a taste of their own medicine even if you hit them hard, it's fine. Just don't kill them. What do you mean, Boss Chuan? Fāng Yuán looked puzzled. It's simple. Currently, the Ross family essentially acts as a behind-the-scenes stabilizer in the global economy. But it's not entirely impossible. You could directly replace the Rothschilds, but someone must be capable of stepping into their shoes. Otherwise, it would cause major chaos. It's like how the Senate leader would protect you if something happened to you. If something happened to the Rothschilds, the forces behind them would also come out swinging. You should understand that now. Fāng Yuán nodded. That made things difficult. It might very well turn out exactly as Boss Chuan warned, major chaos would ensue. But not long after their conversation ended, he received a call from Sally. No one knew what transpired during their call. But soon after, the Ross family withdrew all their remaining funds and announced that all their assets within Xia Nation, including Tesla Group. The spectacular clash between two financial titans concluded with a single phone call between Salem and Fāng Yuán. Chapter 184, The Bizarre Alliance. Once all accounts were settled, Fāng Yuán smiled. Despite pouring in so much capital, the losses remained largely within acceptable limits. The Ross family suffered the worst blow. Not only had they lost hundreds of trillions, but they'd also forfeited their foothold in Xia Nation. But to be perfectly honest, this was far from the Rothschilds' limit. Their publicly declared assets alone amounted to roughly 60 trillion, and that was in M currency. Converted, that amounts to several hundred trillion. But Fāng Yuán hadn't fully converted all of the Fāng family's assets either, so even if there was a discrepancy, it wouldn't be significant. This was precisely why the Rothschilds chose to compromise after weighing their options for so long. Following this battle, the Fāng family was thrust into the spotlight by the international media, joining the ranks of the world's 11th most legendary family. The most mysterious aspect remains. To this day, no one knows exactly when the Fāng family began its rise or how much wealth remains hidden behind the scenes. The only traceable information concerns their past activities in Changchuan City. That such a formidable plan could lie dormant until now is what truly astonishes everyone. Fāng Yuán sat in the living room, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Though they had narrowly defeated the Ross family this time, the Fāng family itself was faring poorly. Currently, only a little over 100 billion remained in the accounts. This is too difficult. Fāng Yuán sighed and hung up the call from Queen Shisha, who had called to offer her warm concern. If anyone was overjoyed, it was Miao Firen. Within the Miao family compound, all the clan elders had gathered in the main hall. They kept praising the clan chief for his wisdom and valor. This bet paid off. Heh, no need to get too excited just yet. I'll handle the follow-up matters with young Master Fāng myself. Miao Firen was in high spirits. Whoa! Who would have thought the Ross family would actually bow to a youngster? It sounds like a fairy tale. Yeah, but our Miao family has absolutely hit the jackpot this time. All thanks to the clan chief standing firm against the opposition back then. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be now. If even the Ross family could be crushed like this, no one would be able to stop the Fāng family's rise from here on out. The Miao family had secured their ticket aboard the Fāng family's mighty ship. All that's left is to wait for the departure notice and hop aboard swiftly. What's interesting is the two fence-sitters, Dian Bian and Lao. Upon learning this news, they immediately sought to restart their alliance plans. Shisha had also relayed this news in her earlier call. Fāng Yuán didn't refuse. Instead, he agreed with a cold smile. Once the meeting time was set, Fāng Yuán bid farewell to the four women and flew back to Kaiqing Prefecture. The meeting location was naturally set within the base. The reason was simple: these two nations were notorious outside their borders. Not only did they suffer from chaotic domestic social order, but they were also notorious for their tendency to stab allies in the back. Fāng Yuán felt uneasy about holding it on their territory. Arrange the meeting schedule, he instructed. As soon as the initial confrontation with the Ross family began, Butler Su had rushed back to Kaiqing Manor. Fāng Yuán had previously harbored concerns, fearing that a potential defeat to the Ross family might plunge Kaiqing Manor into chaos. Therefore, someone had to remain behind to maintain control. The ruler of Shisha arrived a day early. The reason given was that the matter was of great importance, necessitating prior consultation with Prince Fāng. After all, nominally, the Kaiqing mansion still belonged to the Dai royal family, so this explanation held no fault. This time, Baza did not accompany him. He was busy preparing for the matters at hand. Everyone had expected the Fāng family to collapse, yet the turn of events proved utterly dramatic. The renowned Ross family buckled first. Ironically, this only bolstered the Fāng family's reputation. The heads of Dai Kingdom's 10 major families gathered in a private room at a high-end hotel. Baza broached the subject first. I imagine you've all heard about the matter concerning Fāng Yuán. The Fāng family and the Ross family have been locked in a fierce battle for so long, depleting vast amounts of resources. Now is precisely when they are at their weakest. Therefore, I propose we unite at this critical moment to deliver a fatal blow to the Fāng family. The head of the Xie family among the 10 major clans voiced his concerns. Our strength pales in comparison to the Ross families. Since Fāng Yuán managed to force the Ross family into defeat, he likely possesses numerous undisclosed methods. Isn't this a bit too risky? Indeed, I concur. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. The Fāng family is no pushover. Not to mention, the Fāng family currently controls a vast corporate empire across Dai Kingdom. If we truly engage them, the outcome is far from certain. As members of other major clans voiced their concerns, apprehension began to spread among the crowd. Were it not for Baza's unique position and status as the strongest heir among the 10 great families, no one else would have attended today's meeting. Now Baza was recklessly provoking the Fāng family. Wasn't he just courting disaster? Baza had long prepared countermeasures for the other family's concerns. I doubt you're aware, but Fāng Yuán is no saint. Consider this: since his arrival in Dai Kingdom, how much corporate assets have our families lost? At this rate, within a few years, Dai Kingdom will be entirely under the Fāng family's control. By then, won't it be too late to resist? They were well aware of the Fāng family's rapid expansion. They'd simply refused to face it until now. They had assumed that after Fāng Yuán was exiled to Kaiqing Prefecture, he would gradually fade into obscurity. Little did they know that, unnoticed, the Fāng family's enterprises had already spread throughout Dai Kingdom. Their methods were so covert that no trace could be found. It was as if overnight, the heads of those companies and enterprises had been hypnotized. They signed transfer agreements in a daze, showing no reaction afterward. Not only that, but the Fāng family's influence had also seeped into numerous enterprises and assets belonging to the 10 great families. The thought was chilling. Baza continued, there's no time for hesitation. The Fāng family harbors no good intentions. It's precisely because I've sensed this that I've gathered everyone here today. Though the 10 great clans of Dai Nation compete for interests, we must unite against this formidable invader. We're doomed to be swallowed whole sooner or later. Why not fight back with everything we've got? If we prevail, imagine the opportunity this presents for our 10 great clans to advance further. The prospect of dividing the assets of a legendary clan was tantalizing enough to stir the heart. Is it feasible? Don't forget where we are, the Dai Kingdom. This is our territory, the domain of the 10 great clans. Even the Fāng clan, that upstart, must bow to us. While the Fāng clan hasn't fully recovered, this is our moment. After careful deliberation among the remaining 9 clans, ultimately, they all nodded in agreement. After all, Baza was right, it was only a matter of time before they were swallowed up anyway. Taking a gamble might yield unimaginable rewards. Chapter 185, Sincerity? Fāng Yuán, staying within the base, naturally knew nothing of Baza's secret plot. Even if he had known, he likely wouldn't have cared. After the truce with the Ross family, a portion of the Fāng family's funds had already been recovered. Arranging for a few minor karamis was no trouble at all. Moreover, Fāng Wegwa's end was sending steady transfers every single day. Less than a week had passed since the truce. Fāng Yuán now held nearly 10 trillion yuan in funds. The Ba family, Dai Kingdom's most powerful clan, had total assets amounting to merely a few hundred billion. Even 10 such families combined wouldn't be enough to challenge him. By around 9 o'clock the following morning, the ruler of Hisha, who had spent the entire night discussing the Syrian situation with Fāng Yuán in his room, finally emerged slowly. Having seen this before, Butler Su and the other bodyguards merely looked up at the sky. They maintained an expression of complete ignorance. Ahem. Has everyone arrived yet? Fāng Yuán calmly emerged from the room and inquired. Young master, representatives from both the Tianding and Old Nest nations have arrived and are waiting in the conference room. Let's go. Inside a luxurious conference room at the base, the representatives from Dianbian and Laowa, each accompanied by 2 assistants, were already waiting inside. The Dianbian representative remarked impatiently, "This Fāng Yuán is putting on quite the airs, making us wait this long." "Heh, what can you expect? He's now the heir to the world's 11th legendary family, commanding such a formidable base and territory. A bit of arrogance is only natural." The Laowa representative remained far less impatient, merely smiling as he spoke. Inside, however, he secretly despised the Yunnan-Burma representative for being so thick-headed. "When the Fāng family and the Ross family were at each other's throats, didn't we also choose to delay our cooperation to avoid risks? Now the tables have turned. With Fāng Yuán demonstrating such formidable strength, it's only natural for him to carry himself with some authority. Besides, he's no ordinary merchant. Do you think all that military hardware outside is just for show? Some of the advanced weaponry makes even them drool. It's just a pity that the Xia government won't easily sell them to other countries." A few minutes later, Princess Hisha entered the meeting hall. Naturally radiant and charming, and having been thoroughly watered last night, she radiated an irresistible allure. The 2 representatives stared at her in a daze. However, the Laowa representative quickly regained his composure. He hadn't expected the Dai Kingdom's ruler to attend in person, especially given recent rumors of strained relations between the royal family and Fāng Yuán. Clearly, there were secrets hidden within that they were unaware of. A wise man focuses on the task at hand, not creating unnecessary complications. The Dai Myanmar representative, however, was different. Not only did his eyes constantly roam over Queen Shisha's figure, but his face even wore a slightly lecherous grin. Who would have thought the Dai Kingdom's ruler was so beautiful? If only one could. Seeing the Burmese envoy's expression, Princess Sisa felt profound disgust. "He looks like a monkey, yet he has the nerve to stare at me." But outwardly, they were all supposed to be partners, so it wouldn't do to tear apart the facade. Queen Shisha gave a cold snort and took a seat slightly farther away from him. Unexpectedly, the Dai Burma representative stood up and walked straight over. Extending his hand with a smirk, he said, "Greetings, beautiful sovereign. My name is representative of Dianbam. It's a pleasure to meet you. Apologies, but handshakes are not customary in Dai Kingdom." Queen Shisha pressed her palms together in a gesture of respect, offering only a slight nod. "Ha, no problem, no problem. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." The rejected Dai Burma representative didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, when Princess Shisha bowed her head slightly in greeting, he cast a sly, lecherous glance at the snow-white expanse of her chest. This behavior caused Princess Shisha to frown. She'd never seen anyone so brazen. Fortunately, Fāng Yuán arrived just then. He had witnessed everything that had transpired earlier. Daring to flirt with Her Majesty the Queen on my turf? In an instant, Fāng Yuán had already devised a plan to deal with the Burmese representative. "Your Highness Prince Fāng." The most observant representative from Laowa rose from his seat the moment he spotted Fāng Yuán and greeted him promptly. In terms of rank and status, Queen Shisa naturally outranked Fāng Yuán. Yet when Hisha entered earlier, the Laowa representative had barely reacted, merely offering a perfunctory greeting. Yet when Prince Fāng entered, he rose immediately. This clearly demonstrated that in the other party's mind, Fāng Yuán held far greater importance than Princess Shisha. Greetings, Prince Fāng." The Yunnan-Burma representative, seeing the main guest arrive, reluctantly withdrew his gaze and returned to his seat. Fāng Yuán took his rightful place at the head of the table and spoke. "I've reviewed the plan beforehand. If we can truly achieve the intended objectives, it will bring significant benefits to all 3 parties. However, I have one question here. The proposal for me to provide the investment is acceptable. But with such a massive investment required, am I certain there are no additional benefits beyond what's listed in the proposal?" Fāng Yuán chuckled. The benefits offered by the Dianbian Kingdom primarily involved the right to collect admission fees for 50 years after the construction of various scenic areas. He would enjoy the exclusive right to collect admission fees for 50 years, along with the promise of an honorary title. Furthermore, any enterprises established by the Fāng Group within Dianbian territory would enjoy minimal taxation. The only real benefit here was the tax reduction. The other 2 parties showed no sincerity whatsoever. Compared to the Dien Burmese state, the offer from the old nest country was somewhat more appealing. Remarkably, Fāng Yuán could select any provincial capital to govern, with full authority over taxation and related matters thereafter. The catch? He must relinquish control after 80 years. While it felt like working for someone else to develop the region, 80 years was a long time. Even the poorest provincial capital wouldn't be left with nothing. The Queen of Shisha, however, offered a different deal: permanent ownership of Chaiching Prefecture. You help me build tourist attractions and facilitate economic trade, and the Queen herself hands you a province. Although Fāng Yuán was already the de facto ruler of Chaiching Prefecture, with official endorsement now in place, many existing issues could be resolved. For instance, he would gain full autonomy over major decisions like taxation. He would no longer need to navigate cumbersome procedures or report to the Dai royal court. When comparing the offers, of course, the terms offered by Dai Kingdom and the Old Nest were the most tempting. As for money, none of the three parties mentioned it because for Fāng Yuán, money was the last thing he needed. Even if he did want it, the sum would likely be beyond their means. After a moment's contemplation, Fāng Yuán spoke up, I accept Dai Kingdom's terms, and Lao's offer is acceptable too. But representative of Yunnan Burma, are you certain this is the best you can offer? Prince Fāng, we've come with full sincerity as well. First, regarding admission fees and taxation as a businessman, you should understand the benefits of reduced taxes. The annual savings would certainly be counted in the hundreds of millions. Additionally, the honorary status carries significant advantages within our Dian Burmese nation. In that case, I'll give it some more thought. Chapter 186, if need be, we'll confront them head-on. After speaking, Fāng Yuán turned to instruct Steward Su. Prepare the contracts for Dai Kingdom and the Old Nest first. We'll address Dian Burmese matters later. The Dian Myanmar representative was stunned. He hadn't expected Fāng Yuán to skip the bargaining altogether and immediately designate them as the provisional representative for Yunnan Burma. Mr. Fāng, please wait a moment. The Yunnan Burma representative grew anxious. The very purpose of sending a delegation to this conference was to secure a three-way alliance. Subsequently, they could expand Yunnan Burma's tourism business through Fāng Yuán's investment. This would be highly advantageous for future development. But now, Fāng Yuán was threatening to exclude them at the drop of a hat. They'd have no way to justify this back home. Fāng Yuán looked at the Yunnan Burma representative with a playful expression. Oh? Anything else you'd like to add? Initially, Fāng Yuán had actually held some anticipation for this collaboration. But judging by the Dian Burmese representative's attitude toward Princess Shisha, and the terms they'd offered, it was clear there was no sincerity whatsoever. The Fāng family needed development, but they certainly weren't forced to cooperate with Dien Bien. With the support of Dai Kingdom and Lao now secured, even temporarily setting aside Yunnan Burma would cause no harm. The Yunnan Burma representative stared at Fāng Yuán, their expressions darkening. He had initially approached this with an air of condescension. In his eyes, no matter how capable Fāng Yuán might be, he was still just a merchant. But now, facing the real possibility of losing this partnership, the Dien Burmese representative began to feel a sense of panic. I'm sorry, please wait a moment while I contact our domestic authorities. Take your time then. Fāng Yuán remained unruffled, smiling as he sat back in his seat and took a leisurely sip of tea. What an absolute fool can't even see the situation right in front of him. The Lao representative sneered inwardly. From the moment they first met, he'd sensed this guy wasn't particularly sharp. And indeed he was. Fāng Yuán's current worth alone was enough to bankrupt the entire Dien Burmese region. To act so arrogantly on someone else's turf, what else could it be but stupidity? He had absolutely no sense of propriety. The ruler of Shisha, who had been furious moments ago, now felt much better. Serves you right for staring at me like that earlier. What now? Watching the Burmese representative return from his phone call outside, his expression shifting between anger and resignation. Fāng Yuán smirked inwardly. Ever since the other party's rude outburst earlier, Fāng Yuán had already made up his mind. Unless the other side made a huge concession today, cooperation was absolutely impossible. The Yunnan Burma representative spoke up. Mr. Fāng, I've just communicated with our superiors. On top of the previous three conditions, we can arrange for you to hold a permanent official position within the Dien Burmese government, at no lower than the provincial level. What are your thoughts? In his view, this was already a significant concession. After all, Fāng Yuán's investment wasn't without its rewards. Once a company was established within Dien Bien, it would enjoy highly favorable tax policies. All of that meant money. But unfortunately, while Fāng Yuán liked everything else, except for money, well then, I'm afraid you'll have to go back and discuss the details further. Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to engage any further. You've been given an opportunity, yet you prove useless. Mr. Fāng, haven't you seen the sincerity we at Dien Bien have offered? This partnership would benefit both parties. Why not reconsider? No need. Do I look like someone short on cash? Seeing that Fāng Yuán's mind was made up, the Dien Burmese representative grew impatient. He even resorted to direct threats. I doubt Mr. Fāng is aware, but our Yunnan Burma AO techniques are top-notch. Have you heard of the water prison? Anyone in Yunnan Burma who refuses to cooperate with us will get to experience some truly delightful sensations. At these words, the Lao representative instantly flashed back, retreating several meters from the other man. In his eyes, this guy wasn't just stupid, he was insane. Shisha, however, frowned deeply. Even she hadn't expected this Yunnan Burma representative to be so stubborn. Didn't he know how Fāng Yuán had dealt with the Golden Triangle back then? The domestic situation in Yunnan Burma was already dire. Could they really think Fāng Yuán was so easy to bully? Fāng Yuán? Daring to threaten me on my turf? Kidney twisting, water torture? Young man, where did you get the nerve? For a moment, he didn't know whether to be furious or laugh. Are you threatening me? Fāng Yuán smiled warmly at the Yunnan-Burma representative. No, Mr. Fāng, please don't misunderstand. I was merely introducing you to our Yunnan-Burma specialties. We're the ones seeking your assistance now. How could we dare threaten you? The Yunnan-Burma representative flashed what he believed to be a sincere smile. But the words spoken just now made it abundantly clear: if you refuse, you can try the consequences for yourself later. After all, Dien Bien has always been quite skilled at kidnapping. With a band of desperados on the job, he didn't believe Fāng Yuán could stay holed up in the base forever. It must be said that facing the threat of a nation-state, most people would be utterly panicked. But Fāng Yuán was practically a seasoned veteran now. Why would he care about such things? He'd survived the perilous ordeal in Baidi last time. Moreover, the base had expanded significantly over recent months, with most areas now fully deployed. Moreover, after the recent trade war, the leader of the Congress had specially approved a batch of more advanced military equipment to demonstrate his support for Fāng Yuán. Now, Fāng Yuán could confidently say that unless the enemy resorted to overwhelming numbers in a full-scale assault, a head-on confrontation would be an absolute rout. Get him out of here. That mad dog barking non-stop is ruining my mood. With the conversation having reached this point, there was nothing left to discuss. Several guards entered the room, their cold stares fixed on the Yunnan-Burma delegation. Fāng Yuán, you've already crossed the Ross family. Now you dare provoke us, Yunnan-Burma. I must say, I admire your courage. But are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Don't forget there are still many people from your Xia kingdom over in Yunnan and Burma. If the earlier was merely an introduction to the region's characteristics, this time, the threat was laid bare and it leveraged fellow Xia nationals. I was actually interested in cooperating with you in Yunnan-Burma, but that's out the window now. As for those Xia nationals you mentioned, if you dare lay a finger on them, my side won't show any mercy either. Only a handful of those who made it to Yunnan-Burma are truly innocent. The rest are cut from the same cloth, greedy opportunists who joined the enemy for quick riches. Do you really think I care? The more critical the moment, the less he could afford to show weakness. If it came down to it, he'd fight them head-on. No hesitation. Fāng Yuán issued the order immediately. Aim 5 ballistic missiles at the direction of the Dien Burmese parliament. Chapter 187, go ahead and bomb it if you dare. Think I'm afraid of you? Don't forget I'm the independent governor of Kaiching Prefecture. Unlike Xia Nation, I don't have to follow your so-called bull international agreements everywhere I go. Push me too far and I'll make you all feast on this very spot. Would he dare? The Yunnan-Burma representative was also thrown off balance. He never imagined Fāng Yuán would be so unyielding, even resorting to ballistic missiles outright. It was like two people negotiating, one pulling out a pocket knife to threaten the other, only for the other to pull out several grenades instead. You lunatic! This is a deliberate provocation of war. Do you understand what this means? Mad? Fāng Yuán laughed. To deal with mad dogs like the Dien Burmese state, you have to be even more ruthless than they are. Only by thoroughly terrifying them will they submit to you. I'm giving you 3 days. If we don't see our Xia compatriots released within that time, then you'll see if I dare. So what if I start a war? I have money, plenty of it. Even mercenaries could turn your place into a tangled mess. At this point, Fāng Yuán couldn't be bothered to say more. To the outside world, he was nothing more than a pawn of Xia Kingdom. As for Kaiching Prefecture, was it important? To Fāng Yuán, it was naturally crucial. But from the day he took over, he hadn't paid the slightest attention to its development. He feared others discovering this weakness. Facing a madman with money, manpower, and even advanced military technology, even the Yunnan-Burma representative dared not speak recklessly. The consequences of truly provoking Fāng Yuán, a 5-course service package, were far beyond what a lowly representative like him could bear. The Yunnan-Burma representative took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury as he spoke calmly. Actually, I was just joking with Mr. Fāng earlier. But the request you've made is something even our official Dien Burmese government would find difficult to handle. After all, you know how complex the situation in our country truly is. This was a case of trying to intimidate someone only to get rubbed raw, ending in capitulation. Fāng Yuán snorted coldly. When you first proposed this partnership, these were the terms you, Yunnan-Burma, set. Now you tell me it can't be done? Fine, then let's call it off. At worst, we'll all go down together. Fear my ass, this is exactly the reaction I wanted. What else was the Congress boss supporting him for, if not to cultivate Fāng Yuán? Specifically to take down those disloyal troublemakers. Let these people see that our Xia nation is a great and mighty country that must abide by all treaties and systems. But Fāng Yuán doesn't need that. Speaking of which, why did the ruler of Xisha so readily hand over the entire Kaiching Prefecture to Fāng Yuán? Cooperation was one reason, but another was fearing this kid's troublesome potential was simply too formidable. The Dai Kingdom could easily become the scapegoat in the next instant. Otherwise, even after several rounds of deep discussions between them, it still wouldn't be enough to make her abandon Kaiching Prefecture. No rush. You have 3 days to consider. The process doesn't matter, I need results. You won't be leaving these next few days. Since you've come all this way, you might as well stay put for now. Attendants, escort the Dai Burma delegation to their quarters. Ensure they are well attended to no dissatisfaction from our guests. Yes, sir. With that, several guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the Dien Burmese representative, whose legs had gone weak, out of the room. His 2 assistants looked utterly miserable, obediently trailing behind with heads bowed. Damn it! Didn't they say Fāng Yuán was just a merchant? How could he resort to such forceful abduction? This is beyond ridiculous. If only the envoy hadn't been so stupid, we wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. The 2 assistants cursed inwardly. They could only pray the Yunnan Burma officials would show some sense. Otherwise, they'd definitely be stuck cleaning up this mess. Watching the Yunnan Burma delegation being dragged away like that, the Lao delegation felt a chill run down their spines. This guy wasn't just rich, he was ruthless. Dien Bien was, after all, a country albeit a small one. But its people are fierce. When war breaks out, every one of them becomes a desperate fighter. In the end, Fāng Yuán didn't hesitate, he was ready to go toe-to-toe. Anyway, the message was clear: no release? Fine. 5 doses of joy will be delivered to you immediately. As for the delegation, they can just wait it out. If they didn't release the hostage, Fāng Yuán might just go ahead and slaughter the entire Yunnan Burma delegation. The meeting concluded successfully after all. The delegation from the old nest cautiously made their way out of the base. They immediately reported the news to their superiors. Dien Burmese Parliament. A group of officials clad in Dien Burma military uniforms, their faces grim and fierce, sat together. Judging by their appearance alone, they resembled bandits, exuding only cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness. They lacked the reassuring presence that ordinary people associated with soldiers. In truth, in the eyes of the Yunnan Burma populace, the authorities were sometimes even more terrifying than certain bandit chieftains who ruled the mountains. What do we do now? Karma really is a dumb pig. We went to negotiate a deal and it fell through fine. Now Fāng Yuán's threatening us back, demanding we hand over the Xia nationals within 3 days. Ballistic missiles? Aren't those strictly regulated? How could a minor prefectural governor like him possibly have one? Someone immediately retorted. Don't forget he's not just the governor of Kaiching Prefecture, he's a super rich tycoon. His backers probably have ties to the Xia kingdom. The Dai royal family tried to take him down before, but Fāng Yuán just launched one. You tell me, does he have them or not? After all, such weapons are considered national treasures. Every time it appears, it draws the attention of countless people. Though the Dai royal family felt humiliated by the previous incident and imposed a gag order. But secrets never stay hidden forever. News of Fāng Yuán using ballistic missiles to intimidate the Dai royal family and thereby solidify his rule over Kaiching Prefecture. It still spread secretly in the shadows. As neighboring states, Yunnan and Burma also received word. Therefore, in handling this matter, everyone naturally remained vigilant and cautious. If you ask me, just forget it. The Golden Triangle's been wiped out anyway, and we've got a huge number of Xia nationals on our hands. Keeping them around is just dead weight. Why not grant him this favor and send them over? We can use the opportunity to discuss cooperation matters with him. That makes sense. Keeping these people around wastes grain, and selling them now wouldn't fetch much. Better to trade them for a chance to cooperate. Several pro-peace generals chimed in. But Yuan Guang, the de facto ruler of the Yunnan Burma region, disagreed. 5 ballistic missiles? Do you truly believe Fāng Yuán would dare use them? Remember, these aren't ordinary bombs, they're strictly prohibited military weapons. The fact that Fāng Yuán discarded them in a no-man's land last time proves he has reservations. If he actually used them, he'd be the one to suffer the consequences, and Xia Nation, as the mastermind behind the scenes, wouldn't escape either. So? Yuan Guang's eyes flashed with shrewd insight as he smiled. Absolutely not. Let him try and blow us up if he dares. Chapter 188, Blessing the Military Weapon. 3 days later, Fāng Yuán received a reply from the Yunnan Burma representative. After being detained for 3 days, the Yunnan Burma representative's face no longer bore the arrogance and tyranny of earlier. He had come to realize profoundly that the young man before him, with his sunny smile and seemingly harmless demeanor, was absolutely ruthless when it came to taking action. And Fāng Yuán never imagined in his wildest dreams, had never encountered such a despicable demand. Begging you to blow me up? Young Master Fāng, I was wrong. Please spare me. Everything I said earlier was under orders from above. Seeing the response from the Yunnan Burma side, it was clear they had given up on them. While inwardly cursing those bastards, he knelt on the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. He had worked tirelessly to climb to this position over the years, amassing considerable wealth. He had 7 or 8 wives and mistresses at home. The thought of all the pleasures awaiting him made death unbearable. Fāng Yuán said nothing, simply stepping out of the room. The Yunnan-Burma representative and his two assistants were left sobbing uncontrollably in the room. They cursed the Yunnan-Burma authorities as utterly despicable, caring not a whit for the lives of their own people. He sat down in a chair. Butler Su also felt troubled. His young master was perfect in every way, except he tended to let his emotions get the better of him when it came to matters like this. It must be remembered that the entire international community was maintaining a delicate balance. Unilaterally deploying such devastating weapons would inevitably invite disaster. "Young master, should we try negotiating with them again?" Su asked tentatively. But Fāng Yuán immediately dismissed the idea. Contrary to Su's assumption, his decision wasn't driven by emotion. Instead, he was seeking a breakthrough point. Moreover, he had already discussed this matter with Secretary Jiang. Interestingly, the boss's stance wasn't entirely clear. He hadn't explicitly ordered him to fight. Nor did he forbid it, just one sentence. "You decide for yourself." Though vague, Fāng Yuán sensed something deeper. Even in this era of peace, war raged on every single moment. It was only because he grew up in the powerful Xia nation. He hadn't sensed the chaos outside. Truth be told, waging war was hardly a big deal. The crucial thing was having a legitimate reason for going to war. You couldn't very well launch missiles under the banner of rescuing your compatriots. That would leave you open to criticism. After all, there are many ways to rescue people, like peaceful negotiations. Or even exchanging material resources for their release. That's the real headache. Fāng Yuán frowned in deep thought for a while before suddenly having an idea. Right. If there's no excuse, just make one up. Once the fighting starts, who's going to care about the details? That's exactly the effect he wanted. Su, the steward, make an announcement. The official authorities in Yunnan-Burma owe me 500 billion yuan. Not only have they refused to repay the debt with a blatantly hostile attitude, but they've even gone so far as to threaten my personal safety. Under these circumstances, I've decided to resolve this matter by force. As for evidence, just fabricate whatever you need. Then have the Yunnan-Burma representative and his two assistants testify. Tell them that if this is handled properly, I may spare their lives. Su paused for a moment, then promptly exited. Though he didn't understand why Fāng Yuán was so determined to go through with this. At worst, it would just be a fight. He still had so much advanced military equipment and might as well break it in. This time, we must make them feel the pain. Although Fāng Yuán had gained the upper hand in his business rivalry with the Ross family earlier. But that was all just business. When it comes to players like Dian, they couldn't care less about you. The only solution was to flex his muscles, land a couple of solid punches to teach them a lasting lesson. Just then, the ruler of Shisha suddenly called him. His tone carried a hint of urgency. "This is bad. Baza has somehow united the other 9 families. They're now targeting your businesses across Dai Kingdom and using official authority to shut down numerous companies and groups. Are you okay?" Fāng Yuán hadn't expected Baza to be so bold. Yet his first concern was for Shisha's safety. The companies and groups could be dealt with later. Perhaps sensing Fāng Yuán's concern, Princess Shisha's rare blush touched her cheeks. "I'm fine. They've colluded with members of the royal household, and now they've just confined me to the palace." "That's good. Just wait. A bunch of clowns daring to make a move at this time." Fāng Yuán hung up the phone, his expression as calm as still water. He had noticed something off about this bazaar before. He likely assumed I was weakened after clashing with the Ross family. That's why he chose to make his move now. The 10 great families joining forces, they really think highly of me, Fāng Yuán. He chuckled dryly before dialing a call to Butler Su. After all, beating one was the same as beating 2. He was just about to give Dian and Myanmar a slap each. But now the Dai Kingdom's 10 major families were piling in too? That was just asking for trouble. Baza watched the dozens of executives from the Fāng family before him, all meek and submissive. Inside, he was laughing all the way to the bank. These guys had been pretty tough talking before, but he'd only had to apply a little pressure. They immediately crumbled, confessing to all sorts of tax evasion and illegal business practices by the Fāng family over recent times, providing evidence for it all. He dared not meddle in Kaiching Prefecture for now, but with the combined efforts of the 10 major families, all other businesses under the Fāng family's control had been seized. Smaller companies received warnings to suspend operations for rectification. The heads of large conglomerates, however, were all brought in for investigation by law enforcement agencies. Batch after batch of goods were seized. For RD-intensive industries, however, they plundered all product documentation. After his actions, the Fāng family's enterprises in Dai Nation suffered losses exceeding 100 million. "Het, blame yourself for stealing my woman." Baza sneered coldly. Currently, the ruler of Shisha is confined within the palace. And is under constant surveillance, unable to leave at all. Meanwhile, a prince backed by the 10 great clans is quietly consolidating power behind the scenes. They await the opportune moment to overthrow the current queen's rule. This clearly demonstrates just how terrifying the influence of the 10 great families is within Dai Kingdom. With every move they make, they can effortlessly influence a monarch's authority. Shisha was stripped of her freedom before she could even react. Continue the interrogation. Uncover more evidence of Fāng Yuán's crimes. Yes, Lord Baza. With that command, Baza chuckled darkly as he exited the interrogation chamber. Without her authority, the queen was like a lamb awaiting slaughter. She still awaited his favor within the palace walls. Baz wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. His mind already conjured visions of the once mighty queen groveling at his feet. Chapter 189, Baza's Demise. After a moment of contemplation, Fāng Yuán. A decision quickly formed within his heart. Though Hisha claimed she was fine, Baza had long coveted the queen. If this trouble wasn't resolved swiftly, delay would only invite trouble. Order all Fāng family holdings in Dai Kingdom, except for the Kaiqing mansion, to implement self-destruction measures. Destroy? Steward Su paused in surprise before asking. Fāng Yuán nodded. Yes. Leave nothing behind. Destroy everything including the company buildings. As for our employees, current wages will continue to be paid. I will allocate funds to you later. If the 10 great families sought to seize the Fāng family's assets, he would crush that notion outright. And to think they'd try to blackmail me with this? They're joking. Better to shatter like jade than to survive as broken tiles. Since that's the case, let them walk away with nothing. With Fāng Yuán's order issued, each Fāng family enterprise felt a pang of regret. But Fāng Yuán had already instructed manager Su to arrange for employee relocation. No one would refuse the chance to lie at home and wait for their wages to be deposited. Fāng Pharmaceutical Factory. Box after box of medicine was transported out of the warehouse and dumped into a massive, hastily constructed pool. Among them were many expensive drugs. Though regrettable, this was all forced upon them by the 10 great families. Employees sighed with regret as they picked up hammers and steel pipes, smashing precision pharmaceutical equipment to pieces. To speed up the task, they even hired several forklifts. The Fāng Dairy Factory met the same fate. All finished products and production lines were completely destroyed. Some were even discarded on the streets for free. Businesses under the Fāng family name, each with distinct operations, were all engaged in the same act, relentless destruction. Those selling goods destroyed all their merchandise. Those manufacturing tech products smashed equipment and finished goods. It must be noted that the Fāng family's businesses in Dai Nation are nearly ubiquitous. In some cities, over 80% of their enterprises had initiated self-destruction protocols. This action quickly drew intense attention from the media and local authorities across the country. Angry citizens gathered at various factory sites, shouting protests and wailing in despair. They're insane. That's the milk my daughter drinks every day. What the hell is wrong with them? Medicine. How am I supposed to get medicine now? The computer factory destroyed? I just scraped together money to open an internet cafe and haven't even bought the computers yet. This place had the best value for money. Ugh. Strong protest. What the hell is Prince Fāng doing? Protest. Protest. More and more people began joining the protest march. Meanwhile, some rushed to supermarkets and shopping malls to hoard whatever goods remained. The entire Dai Kingdom descended into utter chaos. Damn it. Damn Fāng Yuán. Still lost in his rosy fantasies, Baza broke out in a cold sweat after several frantic calls. He lost all desire to proceed to the palace. Baza, you proposed this joint operation. Now the entire Dai Kingdom is in chaos. You must find a solution immediately. Word has spread somehow that we imprisoned the king and seized power, sparking this chaos. Public sentiment is boiling over. You must step forward and find a solution. The other 9 major clans now regretted their actions beyond words. Who could have imagined Fāng Yuán would be so ruthless, willing to destroy himself without hesitation? Yet these were the very foundations of Dai Kingdom. Not even the 10 great clans were exempt. Quickly! Quickly! Turn around! Head to the Ministry of State Affairs. Issue the order. Mobilize every enforcer. We must stop their insane actions. Baza roared, his face contorted with fury. As time ticked away, the Dai people in the real world were already on the brink of madness. Fāng's self-destruction plan had drastically reduced supplies of daily necessities in various facilities across Dai Nation. To maximize profits, merchants raised prices across the board. A bottle of yogurt that used to cost 2 yuan was now being sold for 10 yuan, with sellers claiming it was out of stock. Other Fāng family products were even worse. This situation has left nearly all citizens suffering terribly. Compounded by the deliberate manipulation orchestrated by Fāng Yuán through various media outlets and online trolls, the Dai Kingdom's 10 major families were suddenly thrust into the spotlight overnight. At the press conference in Kaiqing Prefecture, Fāng Yuán, making a rare personal appearance, spoke with a face full of sorrow. The 10 great families harbored treacherous ambitions, colluding with royal members to place the sovereign under house arrest, an act of high treason. Now they seek to destroy all of our Fāng family's enterprises. As the head of Kaiqing Prefecture, I strongly condemn such actions. I urge the group led by Secretary General Baza to cease their obstinacy and immediately release Queen Shisha to cooperate with the investigation. I, Fāng Yuán, hereby pledge to spare no effort in swiftly restoring the normal operations of all Fāng family enterprises. Failure to do so risks plunging Dai Kingdom's society into collapse. As Fāng Yuán spoke from personal experience, his previously established image among the people caring for their welfare and passionate about public service quickly took effect. 99% of netizens rallied online in support of Fāng Yuán. Baza became the direct target of public outrage. As the Secretary General, he was a key figure assisting the monarch in handling daily affairs. That he would secretly engage in such actions sparked immediate public outrage. Some even took more extreme actions, hurling homemade Molotov cocktails and stones at the corporate group operated by the Baz family. Fires blazed fiercely on the streets, smoke billowing thickly. Some unscrupulous individuals took advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble. Chaos and conflict escalated once more. The Ba family. The current clan elder watched from below, trembling with rage. His face alternating between pale and crimson. Baza sighed. Half an hour ago, Fāng Yuán announced again that he has immediately mobilized troops under the pretext of protecting the sovereign and is marching toward the National Assembly. The other provinces have chosen to hold their ground. With them closely aligned against us, we stand no chance against him. At this point, the only way to ensure the Ba family's survival is to bow to Fāng Yuán. Give it up, Azza. Even though Fāng Yuán had never openly displayed the full extent of his military might. But the others aren't pushovers either. Over this period, many have managed to gather a rough estimate through various means. In terms of military might, even 10 more Ba families wouldn't make a difference. Now Fāng Yuán holds the moral high ground and enjoys the support of the Dai people. Once his troops reach the National Assembly, he'll seize complete control of the situation. By then, the Ba family will face inescapable punishment. I refuse to accept this. After finally subduing the sovereign, all our efforts are now in vain. Baza roared, his eyes bloodshot, but it was nothing more than impotent rage. Not long after, Baza, looking shrewd, boarded a vehicle bound for the airport carrying a briefcase. Yes, at the last moment, he chose to save his own skin first. But soon he realized the vehicle was veering off course. This isn't the way to the airport, you bastard. Where are you taking me? The veteran driver, who had always been loyal to the Baz family, smiled faintly as he pulled the car to a stop. Then he drew a pistol and pointed it at Baza. Sorry, the chief said we have to give Prince Fāng an explanation. As the words fell, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Even as he drew his last breath, Baza could not believe that the tribal chief he trusted most had become the one to take his life. Chapter 190, Compensation? As news of Baza's suicide and evidence of his death spread, coupled with the arrival of the vanguard forces from the Fāng family of Kaiching Prefecture at the Congress, the carefully constructed situation previously maintained by the 10 great families was swiftly shattered. The ruler of Shisha soon departed the palace safely, escorted by dozens of fully armed soldiers. As for the prince who had been chosen to replace her, he chose to commit seppuku due to his troubled conscience. Having just been released, Queen Shisa studied the reports detailing the chaos in Dai Kingdom. She felt both a headache and a profound sense of security. The man who always found excuses to avoid marriage whenever she brought it up. The man who put on airs of unfamiliarity the moment he put on his pants. He had committed such a shocking act, even sacrificing the Fāng family's entire business in Dai Kingdom. To say she wasn't moved would be a lie. But now was not the time for romantic musings. The ruler of Shisha personally convened a press conference. This temporarily stabilized public sentiment domestically. Subsequently, Fāng Yuán coordinated the initial allocation of 500 billion yuan as preliminary funding. This would aid in the recovery of people's livelihoods. Members of the 9 great families rushed one after another to personally beg for forgiveness. Several high-ranking scapegoats were then sacrificed. To preserve Dai Kingdom's current stability, the ruler of Shisha refrained from major punitive actions. After all, Baza had been the mastermind behind everything from the start. After paying a heavy price, the 9 major clans managed to escape with only minor penalties. Only the Ba family remained, once the foremost among Dai Kingdom's 10 great clans. Except for a few members of collateral branches who remained, the younger generation of the Ba family had all been secretly arranged to leave the country. The Ba clan chief sat motionless before the council chamber doors. His expression was calm. At his age, one could say he had grown indifferent to many things. This time, Ba Jia had gone too far. He had even been branded a traitor. If he did not die, he would inevitably drag the entire Ba family down with him. Yet this would not fully atone for Baza's sins. A price must still be paid. Soon, a squad of enforcers pushed open the gates of the Ba residence. Observing the once mighty patriarch of the Ba clan, the enforcement captain still offered a courteous bow. Please, Patriarch Ba. With the Ba clan chief taking sole responsibility for the other crimes, the unrest sparked by Dai Kingdom's 10 major clans finally came to an end. But Fāng Yuán, still at the base, was swamped with work. Baza and his men were merely minor pawns. The Dian Burmese kingdom was the true enemy he now had to confront. As instructed by Fāng Yuán, Steward Su had also forcibly added a debt defaulting charge against the Yunnan Burma side. Evidence of threats and intimidation was even fabricated. Combined with the Dien Bien representative personally stepping forward to explain and apologize, the blame was now firmly pinned on the other side. "Young master, what do you think?" Steward Su stood by, his expression respectful. The 3-day deadline had passed. Yet the Dien Burmese side showed no intention of handing over the person. Since the Burmese feel so confident, let them be. Notify all guards and mercenaries the military exercises commence precisely at 3 p.m. this afternoon. If a few bombs accidentally land on their side during the exercise, that should be perfectly reasonable. Add to that their refusal to pay their debts, and even daring to threaten us, they'll get what's coming to them. Exercise? Within the base, aside from several high-ranking commanders from Xia Nation, no one knew their boss was planning something big. All 5 missiles were in position. To make it look legitimate, Fāng Yuán even summoned a group of reporters from the Kaiching prefecture for live coverage. An unexpected incident occurred during the process. Due to operator error, the 5 ballistic missiles transitioned from a demonstration phase to launch activation. After emergency procedures failed to reverse the situation, the Kaiching government urgently notified the Yunnan Burma Congress, demanding they immediately take cover from the misfired missiles. The Yunnan Burma officials, who were still sipping tea and chatting in the Yunnan Burma parliament, discussing how to leverage existing underground channels to help the government amass wealth, were suddenly dumbfounded. "Damn it, this lunatic! Run! To the basement! Issue a level 1 air raid alert. Evacuate personnel." One by one, the high-ranking Yunnan Burma bosses, looking as if they'd seen a ghost, frantically rushed toward the pre-built safe houses. 5 deafening explosions reverberated across several sparsely populated areas within the Yunnan Burma border region. Yuan Guan, who had been confident Fāng Yuán wouldn't dare act rashly, was utterly dumbfounded. The next day, news spread worldwide that Fāng Yuán, the governor of Xinjiang Prefecture in Dai Kingdom, led his troops in a training exercise, only for news of 5 ballistic missiles accidentally striking targets within the Yunnan Burma border region to spread across the globe. Some reveled in the spectacle. Others issued strong condemnations, demanding compensation and apologies from Fāng Yuán, along with the public disclosure of his military capabilities, to facilitate subsequent investigations. Fortunately, the area where Fāng Yuán launched was not in a densely populated zone. According to statistics, casualties from this drill error were relatively low. Interestingly, the locations he selected were mostly remote areas far from urban centers. They were the lairs of poisonous plant cultivators deep within remote mountain forests. As for the veracity of this news, those in the know understood. But the very next day, when representatives from the Yunnan Burma region were dispatched once more to Kaiching Prefecture to negotiate compensation agreements, accompanied by hundreds of trucks filled with people who looked gaunt and emaciated. Some were even covered in scars. The total number amounted to several thousand people. See? Just give the kids a good beating when they misbehave. Fāng Yuán dispatched men to take in all these attendants. After verifying their identities, they would be repatriated. Watching his compatriots reveal expressions of surprise and relief at being rescued from dire straits, he felt the 5 missiles were well worth it. "Esteemed Lord Governor, I am Yuan Ing, the chief negotiator for the Yunnan Burma reparations talks." A young man who appeared to be around Fāng Yuán's age stepped forward and addressed him respectfully. "Compensation? What compensation? Didn't you hold a press conference yesterday to apologize?" "Oh, I see. So you're here to compensate me for those 5 missiles." That explanation made perfect sense. Yesterday, due to an accidental trigger, 5 expensive ballistic missiles had landed within the Yunnan Burma border region. That amounted to billions in wasted losses. It wasn't unreasonable for them to come offer some money as compensation. Well then, thank you so much. The people of Dien Bam are truly kind, giving gifts and offering compensation voluntarily. How could I possibly refuse? Hearing this, Yuan Ing, representing Dien Bam, gritted his teeth in silent fury toward Fāng Yuán. "No, I believe Lord Fāng has misunderstood. This time, it was you who wished to offer us Yunnan Burma." Enough. That's all. I'm in a bad mood and don't feel like talking. Someone, show them out. You. Seeing Yuan Ing on the verge of losing his temper, Fāng Yuán's expression instantly turned cold. "What? Could it be that you intend to force me into conducting yet more drills? Last time was purely an operational error, but this time I can guarantee there won't be any problems." The little punk even brought up compensation. How dare you push your luck? Chapter 191, Playing Tai Chi. There was no room for negotiation. The Yunnan Burma delegation had lost all face this time. On their way back, Fāng Yuán took pity on them and released the few he had captured earlier. The same Yunnan Burma delegate even appeared to testify. As for how the Yunnan Burma authorities would handle matters back home, that was none of his concern. The news of Fāng Yuán's successful rescue of thousands of compatriots sent shockwaves throughout the entire Xia kingdom. Only those who had truly been to the Dien Burma hellhole knew what awaited them inside. To emerge alive from that place would be no exaggeration. They should set up an altar to worship him. Xia Nation Parliament. The assembly leader finally lit a cigarette. He chuckled as he addressed Secretary Jiang. Ha! I never imagined that kid had such guts. Sure, it wasn't carrying an H warhead, but it was still a missile, after all. And he just went ahead and fired it. Reminds me of our old leader's style back in the day. Exactly. Yunnan Burma got hit and still obediently released the hostages. If it were us pulling the trigger, the haggling and compensation alone would drag on for ages. Secretary Jiang was stunned upon hearing the news. He'd always known Fāng Yuán wasn't one to settle for the status quo, and sometimes his audacity knew no bounds. But launching a ballistic missile on a whim? That was beyond anyone's expectations. Still, that kid sure got his thrill out of it. The aftermath won't be so simple. You'll need to make arrangements to help him weather the international backlash. Understood. Losing a missile was no small matter, especially with M Nation being particularly active lately. They frequently tried to meddle in Xia Nation's internal affairs. Fāng Yuán's military equipment was all supplied by Xia Nation. This could easily give them leverage. But both sides are equally guilty. The M country devils are always pulling their own little stunts. At worst, it'll just be a war of words, with everything eventually blown out of proportion and then swept under the rug. Bombing them with missiles? My son sure is bold. Seeing the viral news on their phones about Fāng Yuán, the former premier of Xia Kingdom and current head of Kaiching Prefecture, bombarding Yunnan Burma, the elderly couple were too stunned to speak. All along, to spare his parents worry, Fāng Yuán hadn't shared much about his activities in Kaiching Prefecture with them. But this time, the incident was simply too massive to conceal. Oh my god, this can't be real war breaking out? Honey, this is unacceptable. Whether we become the world's richest family or not doesn't matter, we have to bring our son back. As a mother, Zhang Yudan panicked immediately. Even though Fāng Yuán had initiated the fight this time. But Burma was a country. Could they really swallow their pride after being attacked? When you're out in the world, one wrong move could get you stabbed. This time you hit someone else, but next time it might be your turn to get hit. Fāng Yuán wore an equally troubled expression. If only he'd known his son would end up like this, he might as well have stayed in Changchuan City as a small-time tycoon. Living a quiet, comfortable life would have been enough. He was equally worried, but at least Fāng Yuán could still weigh the pros and cons clearly. But that's not possible now. What happens when he comes back? Right now, my son has men, guns, and artillery. Anyone who wants to touch him had better think twice. If he really comes back without those resources, and the other side is willing to spend money to hire more desperate thugs, won't that ruin everything? Zhang Yudan protested urgently. This won't work, that won't work. What on earth should we do? He's my only son. It's all my fault. I had to become the world's richest man. If anything happens to my son, I won't go on living. Fāng Yuán sighed helplessly. What else can we do? We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Our top priority now is ensuring the safety of our daughters-in-law and ourselves. Just don't cause any trouble for our son. Right. I need to call Xiao Xue and the others immediately and have them move over here as soon as possible. Zhang Yunxue, Li Meiyu, and Miaoyu, the three women working at the foundation, were staring at the news on their phones, stunned. They were well aware of the chaos unfolding overseas. Especially Li Meiyu and Miaoyu, who had witnessed violence firsthand back in Dai Kingdom. They had witnessed people being beaten to death with their own eyes. Later came the campaigns to pacify the Golden Triangle. But those were merely local warlords, monkeys calling themselves kings in the absence of tigers. This time, Fāng Yuán went and pulled out missiles to blow up the Yunnan-Burma border region. It sounded like something out of a fairy tale. I suddenly feel a bit scared. Miaoyu murmured. War, in the eyes of ordinary people, seemed like nothing short of hell. Zhang Yunxue sighed. The vortex Fāng Yuán was now caught in was not something they could easily approach. The slightest misstep could mean certain destruction. With Fāng Yuán's renewed efforts, the Green Grass Foundation has resumed its operations. After a long period of adjustment, they no longer needed to handle every detail personally. Just then, the phone rang. The call was from Zhang Yudan. Moving? Hearing her future mother-in-law's words, the three women instantly forgot all about Fāng Yuán. Is this appropriate? We're not even married yet. Zhang Yunxue hesitated before speaking up. What's inappropriate about it? Special circumstances call for special treatment. Fāng Yuán's mess this time is too big. He has bodyguards protecting him, and the military forces within the base are formidable. It's fine for him, but not for us. Li Meiyu knew this well. Xia Nation was relatively safe, but criminal activities weren't unheard of. If the Yunnan-Burma region were to act, Sending armed assassins to sneak across the border, things would get very messy. The enemy in the dark, us in the light, that's the most terrifying scenario. No, after hearing Aunt Zhang say that, I feel like people are starting to watch us. Let's get out of here quickly. Li Meiyu dramatically scanned the area before pulling the two women away from the foundation. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng had already made arrangements and was on her way to move into the Fāng family estate. After receiving a call, Fāng Yuán reassured his parents of his safety and offered them some comfort. He didn't object to the four women moving into the estate. This was actually better, it freed him from any lingering worries. To bolster security measures, he made another request to Secretary Jiang. A fully armed security detail of over 100 personnel was deployed to formally station themselves at the Fāng family estate. These guards were all elite personnel selected from the military, not only exceptionally capable but also absolutely loyal to the state. It really does help to have connections at the top. Just as Fāng Yuán had anticipated. It wasn't long before the self-appointed global police of the country meddlers jumped in. They unleashed a barrage of condemnation and pressure on Fāng Yuán, attempting to force the Dai nation to hand him over. China's leaders promptly stepped in, adopting a stance of peaceful resolution. They began playing a game of diplomatic maneuvering with the nation officials. Back and forth, the matter was eventually swept under the rug. Once the heat died down, life would return to normal. After delivering a few blows to the Dai Burma region. After subduing them, Fāng Yuán redirected his focus toward Dai. This time, his objective was to secure the rear completely. Chapter 192, The Eastern God of Wealth. Naturally, this required the support of the ruler of Xisha. After temporarily stabilizing the entire Dai kingdom, she extended an invitation to Fāng Yuán. Her purpose was straightforward: to use the guise of cooperation to allow Fāng Yuán to enter the royal power center openly and legitimately. In such perilous circumstances, Fāng Yuán could have destroyed his entire Dai kingdom enterprise for her. While Fāng Yuán had his own motives, this debt of gratitude was undeniable. For Fāng Yuán, this was both a blessing and a curse. After all, the debt was simply too immense. It was almost equivalent to handing over the entire Dai kingdom. The upside was that once he fully seized control of Dai kingdom's power center, he would secure a stable rear base. The downside? How on earth was he supposed to repay such an immense debt? Being handsome sure brings its share of troubles. Never mind. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Fāng Yuán sighed before issuing his orders. Dispatch more elite personnel from the Xia kingdom to Dai kingdom. This time, Xisha had also agreed to let him place personnel within certain official departments of Dai kingdom. Primarily to coordinate and advance the Fāng group's operations in Dai kingdom. Secondarily, it would cultivate forces loyal to him. As long as she didn't fall out with Fāng Yuán, he could rely on these people without worry. Given the Fāng family's immense financial resources, it was only a matter of time before Dai kingdom soared to new heights. In other words, Queen Xisha was gambling, betting that Fāng Yuán could stand atop the international stage, and when that day came, Dai kingdom's share of the spoils would be substantial. Within the royal palace, over a dozen royal family members of varying ages sat with solemn expressions. Seated high on the main throne, the king of Xisha bore a faint look of disappointment in his eyes. This won't do. What you're doing is burying Dai kingdom's future. Indeed. Why didn't you consult us all beforehand on such a momentous matter? You must know Fāng Yuán is no pushover. Could an honest man really do something like using missiles to bomb others? It could be said that while Fāng Yuán had never personally killed anyone, countless lives have perished at his command. From seizing power in Dai kingdom to sweeping through the Golden Triangle, then shelling the Yunnan Burma kingdom. He was like a walking disaster. Trouble followed wherever he went. How could they possibly trust the fate of the entire Dai kingdom to such a man? But Xisha saw it clearly. While Dai kingdom's current development appeared commendable, yet risks lurked beneath the surface of this bubble. The nation's real economy simply couldn't sustain such high returns. Most capital flowed into real estate, where skyscrapers rose from the ground. Yet as vast sums concentrated in real estate, Dai kingdom's industrial ecosystem had already become unbalanced. Most frighteningly, the financial market has effectively become a tool for power rent seekers to plunder ordinary citizens. This financial system is inept at allocating resources, yet excels at shifting control of wealth. Without external intervention, it wouldn't take many years for Dai kingdom's economic crisis to gradually manifest. This was the reason why, after much deliberation, the ruler of Xisha ultimately decided to entrust Fāng Yuán with power. Don't fixate solely on immediate gains. Our nation is currently no more than a humble thatched cottage. Even if everyone could get a room, the environment is utterly deplorable. Now I'm essentially handing this house over to Fāng Yuán to rebuild it, transforming this humble cottage into a towering skyscraper. Even if we only occupy 1/10 of the space afterward, it will be dozens of times better than our current situation. Don't you understand this principle? The ruler of Xisha surveyed the assembly and spoke. Ask yourselves honestly, how much wealth have you hoarded over the years, relying on your royal bloodline? What contributions have you made to Dai kingdom's development? Having an illness isn't the problem, money can buy treatment. What's truly terrifying is knowing you're sick yet stubbornly lying in bed waiting to die. Each word struck the royal family members, forcing them to lower their heads in shame. Truthfully, they were well aware of Dai Kingdom's economic vulnerabilities. But everyone believed it had nothing to do with them. After all, if the sky falls, it will crush the tallest first along with the common folk below. They should eat and drink to their heart's content. Why bother with such troubles? Today, the ruler of Shisha had simply ripped away the fig leaf covering everyone's eyes. This matter is non-negotiable. It will be done. If I discover anyone daring to interfere, attempting to obstruct the economic development and rise of Dai Kingdom regardless of who they are or their status, I will show no mercy. When dealing with these rotten, stubborn elements within the royal family, there can be no room for sentimentality. Otherwise, they will only grow more audacious. With a single line of unparalleled authority, the ruler of Shisha swept away. The royal family members were left with expressions of complex emotions. Even those seething with anger dared not speak up in protest. With the sovereign's backing, coupled with Fāng Yuán's newly gained prestige, work progressed smoothly. One by one, Xia Kingdom's elites began formally taking up positions within Dai Kingdom's official institutions. Even military units saw personnel joining their ranks. Fāng Yuán's influence in Dai reached its zenith overnight. It could be said that if he harbored any treasonous intentions, it would only take him a little time to seize control of the entire Dai Kingdom. But he couldn't care less. Instead, he announced the official commencement of the previously agreed-upon cooperation with Lao. With the official support of Lao, large-scale Xia Kingdom construction teams began formally moving into the project sites. Simultaneously, Fāng Yuán dispatched dozens of survey teams to neighboring countries. This was to prepare for the next phase of project investments. The downside of excessive industrial concentration is that when faced with a blow, it leaves you vulnerable to being wiped out in one fell swoop. Fāng Yuán had failed to learn from past mistakes, but this time he understood. Xia and Dai nations currently require no further discussion. But for the rest of the investments, it was imperative to cast a wide net. These nations have never explicitly barred foreign enterprises from establishing operations. Especially for a wealthy family like the Fangs, who are known for their deep pockets and penchant for public welfare infrastructure projects. China, South Korea, North Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, Singapore. This time, Fāng Yuán invested in 11 Southeast Asian countries, temporarily excluding only Yunnan and Myanmar. This massive investment quickly surged to the top of trending topics across national online platforms. Some cheered the arrival of the Fāng Group. Others suspected Fāng Yuán intended to single-handedly dominate Southeast Asia's economic landscape. But without exception, Fāng Group's entry brought undeniable benefits to each nation's economic development. Especially for our brother nation, Pakistan, where even the country's highest leader personally met with the Fāng Group's investment team. He offered them the highest praise and support. Fāng Yuán has also prioritized shifting the investment focus to Pakistan. The entire major investment project is progressing smoothly. However, this has also attracted the covetous attention of countless Western capitalists. They seem to glimpse a colossal, all-powerful god of wealth slowly rising from the east. Chapter 193, Mr. Fāng. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, while everyone speculated on Fāng Yuán's intentions, he had already returned to the country. This time, he intended to relax and unwind. Second, he simply couldn't withstand the pressure of the Queen of Shisha flying to Kaiqing Prefecture every other day for in-depth discussions. At this thought, Fāng Yuán wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Because much of the domestic governance had been delegated to Fāng Yuán's elite team, this had left Queen Shisha with increasingly more free time. That woman was like a demon. Once she started, she wouldn't stop all night. While reveling in pleasure without worrying about unattended state affairs, she even declared outright. This period was the most carefree and joyful time of her life. Of course, this joy was built upon Fāng Yuán's tireless labor. By the time he returned home, he had lost several pounds. There's nothing like coming home. Fāng Yuán stretched lazily as he stepped off the plane. Over 100 bodyguards, standing at the ready, moved forward to maintain order. This time, he didn't rush back to Sichuan province. Instead, he brought a variety of local specialties to the National Assembly, intending to visit the assembly leader and secretary Jiang. Both men smiled knowingly when they saw Fāng Yuán arrive laden with bags and packages. Though such valuable items meant little to men of their stature and status. But at the end of the day, they represented Fāng Yuán's heartfelt gesture. Haha, young Fāng, since you're here tonight, don't rush back just yet. We're hosting a state banquet tonight, and since you're here, you're invited to join us. The head of the National Assembly chuckled as he gestured for Secretary Zhang to take the gifts Fāng Yuán had brought. A state banquet. Though Fāng Yuán had been wealthy for years, he remained fascinated by such events, which he'd only ever seen on TV or read about in novels. A state banquet wasn't something you could simply buy your way into. It wasn't that the ingredients couldn't be bought, but rather that finding someone capable of recreating that flavor was impossible. Secretary Jiang explained, indeed. You're in for a real treat tonight. This banquet celebrates the successful signing of a major strategic military-industrial joint development agreement between our nation and several other allied countries. Many heads of state will be attending in person, even the one from Sioux Nation. And wouldn't you know it, you timed your return perfectly. What a coincidence. Ahem, Secretary Jiang, you flatter me. Since that's the case, I'll shamelessly join in. Fāng Yuán decided to join the festivities, seizing this rare opportunity. Opportunities to meet all these heads of state together were rare, not to mention the state banquet standards were undoubtedly top-notch. At 7 p.m., Fāng Yuán hitched a ride with Secretary Zhang to the Diaoyutai State Guesthouse. Before the magnificent, imposing building, countless armed soldiers were already patrolling the perimeter on alert. Low-key yet luxurious vehicles with prestigious license plates were parked in designated spots. Given Secretary Zhang's special status? Upon his arrival, several prominent figures from Xia Nation greeted him with smiles. Most were elderly. Fāng Yuán appeared to be the youngest person present. This drew the scrutinizing glances of many. But Fāng Yuán showed no sign of nervousness. After all, he was now considered an international figure. Leaders from lesser nations might even have to extend their hands to greet him proactively. And who might this be? Soon, someone approached Secretary Jiang, exchanged greetings, and inquired about Fāng Yuán's identity. Secretary Jiang introduced him. This is the provincial leader of Linjiang Province. You may not have met him before, but you surely heard his name. Fāng Yuán, the foremost benefactor of Xia Nation. The middle-aged man across from them laughed heartily upon hearing this. Long admired, long admired. Mr. Fāng is so accomplished at such a young age. Not only is he a model of public service for our nation, but I hear he's accomplished quite a few major feats recently. Truly admirable. Just small matters, nothing worth mentioning. Fāng Yuán politely extended his hand for a handshake. Ahem, it's said that Mr. Fāng has provided aid to at least 20 provinces across Xia Kingdom for public welfare infrastructure projects. Such an undertaking is truly unprecedented. It's a pity that my Linjiang province is so far from Sichuan province. Plus, our economy isn't developed, making infrastructure development incredibly difficult. Honestly, I see it all and it pains me. But there's nothing I can do. Most of Linjiang province is desert, and the economy is backward. I'm willing but unable. Watching the Linjiang provincial leader sighing and deliberately playing the victim, Secretary Zhang nearly burst out laughing in exasperation. Enough. You're a provincial leader, yet here you are playing the victim. Do you really think Premier Fāng doesn't see through your act? The exposed Linjiang provincial chief didn't seem embarrassed at all. Instead, he chuckled. What's the big deal about losing a little face? Nowadays, if anyone dares to invest in our Linjiang province, I'd be happy to bow and scrape, serve tea and water, no problem at all. The key is that our people are truly reaping the benefits. Fāng Yuán shot the Linjiang province boss a surprised glance, feeling a pang of emotion himself. Even the most intimate of his associates, the Sichuan boss, though he never put on airs with Fāng Yuán in everyday interactions, he still maintained an image befitting his status. Not like this guy. He was practically begging him to invest in public infrastructure projects in Linjiang province, both openly and subtly. He must have recognized Fāng Yuán's identity earlier, which was why he deliberately approached him. But in Fāng Yuán's eyes, a true public servant was someone who was wholly dedicated to the people. Even willing to set aside his provincial leader status, was precisely the kind of good official Fāng Yuán held in high regard. No need to mention that. With all the responsibilities the Qingchao Public Welfare Foundation currently juggles, some oversights are inevitable. Rest assured, I'll call them right now and head to Linjiang province to discuss cooperation. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you. I knew Mr. Fāng was a man who truly cared for the world. The Linjiang provincial leader's face lit up instantly, his smile stretching wide. He kept grasping Fāng Yuán's hand in gratitude. What? Is this even possible? Several provincial leaders from less economically developed regions happened to be standing nearby. At first, they maintained some decorum, even though they knew Fāng Yuán was the foremost philanthropist in Xia Nation. But over such a long period, the Fāng family had spent untold sums on public welfare. So they felt awkward approaching him. Before they could even turn away, they heard the news that Fāng Yuán had agreed to invest in Linjiang province. This news sent the provincial leaders into a panic. Who knew when the Fāng family's charitable investments would end? Whoever got there first would reap the biggest rewards. Just look at Sichuan and Hainan provinces, the first to latch onto Fāng Yuán's coattails. Now within their two provinces, high-speed rail and airports are springing up everywhere. Asphalt highways were practically reaching the village gates. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. Mr. Fāng, our MO province is even poorer than their Linjiang province. What nonsense! You're not taking our Gansu province seriously, Mr. Fāng. On behalf of tens of millions of our people, I invite you to sample our local specialties. No, I have specialties too. In an instant, Fāng Yuán found himself surrounded by provincial leaders. Even Secretary Zhang was pushed to the sidelines. Chapter 194, A Relaxed State Banquet. Who is this person? No idea. He looks pretty young, but his status seems pretty high. Could he be the son of some high-ranking official from Xia? Some foreign dignitaries frequently visited Xia. He recognized a few provincial leaders among them. Yet now, these bigwigs who usually keep their distance were all acting so warm toward a young man. This couldn't help but spark curiosity about Fāng Yuán. Xia is one of the world's major powers. These provincial leaders are all powerful figures holding significant authority. They likely wouldn't give ordinary people the time of day. What could this young man's background be? Soon, the interpreters accompanying these foreign dignitaries discreetly relayed Fāng Yuán and his companion's conversation. So he's Xia Nation's wealthiest man, Fāng Yuán? The one who stood up to the Rothschilds? No wonder. Moments later, a collective gasp rippled through the assembled crowd. So this was the man who had just taken on the ancient Rothschild family and then bombarded the Dien Burmese region. Regarding that competition between Fāng Yuán and the Rothschilds, the total investment involved was calculated to be at least close to 100 trillion, a colossal sum for any nation. But what they hadn't anticipated was this. Fāng Yuán, who had just wrapped up the Yunnan-Burma project, had returned to Xia Nation. And he appeared at the state banquet. Many foreign dignitaries harboring ulterior motives began scheming, eyeing opportunities to build connections with Fāng Yuán. This man was a living, breathing god of wealth. Wherever he went, money flowed. While most were stunned by this turn of events, there was an exception. A short, middle-aged foreign man in a suit, with the telltale sign of a strong man, a receding hairline. He merely cast a few appreciative glances in the direction of Yuan before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Despite his unassuming appearance, he too was surrounded by numerous leaders of smaller nations. Their faces wore fawning expressions, yet they dared not draw too close. Jingpu, the current supreme leader of Su Nation. He had worked in special military operations in his youth, later becoming a taxi driver. Then he ascended to become the supreme leader of the entire Su kingdom. His rise to prominence could easily fill a novel. As one of the world's major powers, Su Nation's military strength was on par with Xia Nation's. Naturally, unlike smaller nations, it harbors no envious glances toward Yuan. No matter how wealthy a nation may be, it can never match the hard power of the guns it holds. Soon, the vehicle carrying the head of the Congress arrived. Stepping out, he calmly greeted leaders from various nations. Finally, surrounded by the crowd, he strode into the state banquet alongside the leader of Su Nation. After agreeing to the provincial leader's requests, Fāng Yuán finally managed to extricate himself. Haha, you're now seen as a cash cow by everyone else. Better tread carefully. Fāng Yuán chuckled quietly without responding. Only after the two super Congress leaders took their seats did the others settle into their designated places. Just as Fāng Yuán was about to find a corner seat, Secretary Jiang approached him and led him to the empty seat deliberately reserved beside the Congress leader. Wait, seriously? Isn't it inappropriate for me to sit there? Fāng Yuán froze. After all, the person seated beside him was none other than the leader of Su Nation. Although he knew the Congress leader held him in high regard, his own status and standing still seemed insufficient for such proximity. Secretary Jiang merely chuckled, showing no intention of letting him slip away. With no other choice, Fāng Yuán could only walk over with a forced smile plastered on his face. He'd originally intended to tag along just to see what a state banquet looked like, but now it seemed he'd actually be making an appearance. Take a seat. If you're bold enough to launch ballistic missiles at will, what's a meal to fear? Perhaps noticing the unease on Fāng Yuán's face, the congressional leader offered a faint smile. Not at all. Fāng Yuán flashed a shy smile while Secretary Jiang stood nearby with a peculiar expression. This kid might seem innocent and kind on the surface, but who'd believe he's some sweet little angel? He certainly wouldn't dare. As for the cutlery, besides the utensils needed for Chinese cuisine, knives and forks were also laid out, forks on the left, knives on the right. Shared chopsticks, shared spoons, chopstick rests, spoon rests. No matter your nationality, you'd have the right utensils at your fingertips. The servers standing by aren't just anyone either. State banquet servers must meet specific standards and requirements in international etiquette and foreign language proficiency. They must also be able to fluently describe every dish in English. Just to master the simple act of lifting the lid, the servers trained intensively for 2.5 months to achieve perfect uniformity. Most remarkably, the servers here work on a schedule measured in seconds. The dishes arranged on the table are so exquisitely crafted that they defy ordinary imagination. Every detail radiates the profound and extensive culture of Xia Kingdom. It showcases the grandeur of a noble lineage. Damn impressive. While everyone was engrossed in their meal, Fāng Yuán quietly pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. Little did he know he'd forgotten to turn off the flash. The entire state banquet fell silent. Then, they all turned to stare at Fāng Yuán with looks of bewilderment. Some were astonished, others stunned by his audacity. Others were delighted to see him suffer, and such reactions were everywhere. Yet there was no mockery or ridicule. Though the state banquet was high class, with a super wealthy tycoon before them whose every move involved trillions, it probably wasn't a big deal. Just eat your meal. You're such a fuss budget. Once the public welfare funds allocated to several provinces are in place tomorrow, I'll have someone arrange a private table for you. The Congress leader shot Fāng Yuán a look of disgust, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. Clearly, he wasn't truly upset. No worries. Mr. Fāng, feel free to splurge. Truth be told, Xia Nation's state banquets are infinitely more spectacular than ours in other countries. The leader from Su Nation, seated beside him, wore a smile. At their level, didn't judge people solely by superficial rules and etiquette. They assessed the value and interests at stake. This wasn't a lack of regard for sentiment, but rather an equal treatment founded on mutual cooperation. Seeing the two leaders speak up, the others immediately exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, what was Fāng Yuán's status now? A super wealthy tycoon capable of influencing global economic shifts. He was also the prized asset in the eyes of the leaders of Xia Nation. Who dared mock him? That would be slapping the leaders in the face. Ahem. My apologies. I'm from a small place and haven't seen such grand scenes before. Eat. I'll just focus on my meal now. Fāng Yuán chuckled softly. His inner restraint eased considerably. The solemn state banquet was disrupted by Fāng Yuán's antics. The atmosphere in the hall gradually grew more relaxed. Many silently marveled to themselves. Perhaps this was the most enjoyable state banquet they had ever attended in their lives. Chapter 195, The Fickleness of Human Hearts. Meanwhile, far away in Sichuan province, unaware that Fāng Yuán had returned, the four women continued their daily routines as before, only their outings had become far less frequent. The estate featured a gym, tea room, swimming pool, and more. All the common amenities for daily leisure were readily available. With so many people around, boredom was hardly an issue. Fāng Weigua, an avid angler, had even commissioned the designers to build a large ecological fish pond. When free, one could go fishing. Under Li Meiyu's daily influence, Zhang Yudan also developed a fondness for skincare. Professional technicians were hired from outside to provide daily massages and facials, making life feel carefree and liberating. Zhao Meng and Miao Yu often gathered to study various beautiful clothes and accessories. Only Jiang Yunxue remained focused on the foundation's progress, since the four women rarely went out. Therefore, the current head of the Green Grass Foundation is a classmate who came to apply for a position alongside Miao Yu. His name was Luo Zhangwei. Not only was he known for his integrity, but he also possessed substantial experience within the foundation. Thus, he has unquestionably become the current acting president of the foundation. From the moment he joined, he was determined to excel in public welfare and repay the nation and society. Zhang Yunxue felt relatively at ease when she appointed him. However, in recent times, Luo Zhengwei's work reports had begun to decrease significantly. Even when he occasionally called, he claimed to be occupied with some task. Over time, Zhang Yunxue began to feel some unease, but because of Miao Yu, she refrained from asking further questions. After much deliberation, Zhang Yunxue secretly dispatched someone to retrieve the foundation's recent financial transaction records. One glance revealed something was amiss. Inside a luxury 5-star hotel in Hai Province, Luo Zhangwei sat in the private room chair, his slightly protruding belly visible. Several bottles of expensive liquor sat on the table. 2 packs of luxury cigarettes lay open on the table. 7 or 8 business executives in sharp suits busily poured liquor and offered cigarettes. One man flattered him. Mr. Luo, you're truly a man of his word. No wonder you come from young Master Fāng's Grassroots Foundation, you get things done immediately. Ha ha, you bet. You know, we've crunched the numbers, properly repairing that road section would cost at least several million to pull off. But with Mr. Luo stepping in, it was handled effortlessly. Come, let's all raise a toast to Mr. Luo. Luo Zhangwei chuckled, his face flushed with satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, signaling for restraint. Now, what are you saying? Our Grassroots Foundation was established specifically for charitable endeavors. Anyway, the road needed fixing. This way, we're contributing to economic development while putting that abandoned land to good use, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Exactly. President Luo makes a great point. We're doing a good deed here. Ha ha, come on, let's toast to public welfare. Surveying the luxurious private room and the exquisitely priced delicacies, Luo Zhangwei wore a satisfied smile. From a recent college graduate with no special skills, to someone willing to sacrifice a brighter career path for charity, he had already secretly resolved to quit during the new year. Then came the unexpected windfall of Fāng Yuán's bonus. This gave him renewed hope to persevere. But as his income gradually increased and he encountered more things, Luo Zhengwei's inner turmoil began to grow. He began secretly experimenting with ways to profit from the charitable work. For instance, under the guise of road and bridge repairs, He started offering services to specific individuals. Those who understood the ropes and played along got priority. If a business owner needed to build a new factory and required road construction or cement paving, he could assist. Silently and steadily, his pockets began to swell. But once Pandora's box was opened, closing it again proved far from easy. The one most affected by him was Fāng Yuán. From gratitude to resentment. Why should you, Fāng Yuán, be a privileged second-generation heir, living a life where money means nothing? While I, Luo Zhangwei, have to work myself to death just to scrape by on that measly monthly salary you hand out. What was even more unbearable to him was that Li Meiyu, the goddess he secretly adored, was secretly involved with Fāng Yuán in some ambiguous way. By now, it wasn't just stunning beauties like Zhang Yunxue and Li Meiyu. Even Miao Yu had completely fallen into Fāng Yuán's trap. Driven by a stung competitive spirit, he began acting even more recklessly. After all, he hadn't spent the foundation's money elsewhere. I'm supporting businesses that can boost the economy, helping those who come knocking with their money, genuinely needing assistance. What could I possibly be doing wrong? Holding on to this mindset, Luo Zhangwei completely strayed from his original intentions. As luck would have it, Zhang Yunxue and her 4 daughters moved into the Fāng family estate, and he was temporarily appointed as the foundation's acting chairman. Luo Zhangwei sensed his chance to make a fortune had finally arrived. He began secretly reaching out to business tycoons in need of assistance. Given that Fāng Yuán stood behind the Green Grass Foundation, virtually no one dared cross him. The process of making money became simpler and faster, evolving from thousands or tens of thousands to now yielding millions in returns with a single move. Luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful women plunged Luo Zhangwei deep into a life of opulence and excess, leaving him utterly ensnared. After eating, drinking, and getting a massage, he drove his newly purchased $1 million luxury car back to the villa he had privately bought. The thought of his colleagues still working overtime at the foundation made Luo Zhangwei shake his head in disbelief. Luo Zhangwei couldn't help but shake his head and mutter, "If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Bunch of fools. What's the point of working for Fāng Yuán day in and day out? Does he really think he'll hand over all his money to you lot?" Just as he pulled out his phone, ready to invite a girl he'd hooked up with yesterday over to the villa, to show her his true capabilities, a sudden knock sounded at the front door. Who is it? Since his villa was in a high-end neighborhood, he didn't worry about security. Luo Zhangwei staggered over and opened the door. To his surprise, standing before him, 2 bodyguards dressed in black. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked behind them. Zhang Yunxue and Miao Yu stepped out of the car slowly. The sight sobered Luo Zhangwei halfway. He forced a strained smile and hurried forward. "Chairman, Miao Yu, what brings you here? You didn't give me any advance notice, leaving me completely unprepared. I'm truly sorry." However, Zhang Yunxue remained silent, merely giving him a cold stare. Driving luxury cars, living in mansions. Humph, I really underestimated you. Could it be you're a hidden rich kid too? Miao Yu trembled slightly with anger. She never imagined that the classmate who had once arrived at the foundation together with her, the classmate who constantly preached about learning gratitude, would turn out like this. Chapter 196, Manipulation. Listening to Zhang Yunshue's words, Luo Zhangwei felt increasingly uneasy inside. But he still forced a calm smile and said, "Oh, no, I just won a lottery ticket recently. Combined with my savings, I barely managed to buy it." Hearing this, Zhang Yunxue nearly laughed in exasperation. Even the 2 bodyguards following him shot him a look that said he was an idiot. A lottery win? Then your family's ancestral graves wouldn't just be smoking, they'd probably be exploding. He really thought the director was an easygoing person. Realizing that winning the lottery was nothing short of a fairy tale, Luo Zhangwei gave an awkward chuckle. But no matter what, he still felt he hadn't done anything wrong. After all, the money had genuinely gone toward various construction projects. He'd merely pocketed a few kickbacks along the way. He'd worked with these colleagues for so long that even if they fired him now, he'd simply move on. The money he'd saved over the years would be more than enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Luo Zhangwei, I never imagined you'd become like this. Do you even realize what you're doing? Miao Yu, we're classmates. How could you not trust me? What exactly are you implying? What have I done? Though he had his suspicions, Luo Zhangwei stubbornly refused to admit it. When he first decided to do this, he'd already steeled himself for the consequences. That's why he insisted on face-to-face meetings and accepted only cash payments. All funds for the public construction project were accounted for transparently on the books. At worst, they could say the repairs were done in the wrong places, but then what? Who could find evidence of him accepting bribes? The business owners who sought his favors certainly wouldn't confess voluntarily and bring trouble upon themselves. Luo Zhangwei let out a cold, silent laugh. Seeing his unrepentant attitude even now, Miao Yu grew even more furious. Enough, No need to waste words on him. Luo Zhangwei, considering your past contributions to the Green Grass Foundation, I'll give you one last chance to truthfully confess how you abused your power to accept bribes. If you remain stubbornly obstinate, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Yunxue displayed a rare display of firmness at that moment. In her view, public welfare required absolute purity. One could choose not to engage in it, but once involved, one must not allow personal greed or selfish motives to contaminate it. If Luo Zhangwei's actions aren't handled properly, the subsequent repercussions would be far from negligible. If everyone were to follow suit, the Foundation's public welfare mission would become a laughingstock. Seeing Zhang Yunxue speak thus, even Luo Zhangwei, no matter how foolish, knew his actions had been exposed, but he still insisted. You say I took bribes, where's the evidence? Do you have any proof? I know young Master Fāng is powerful, but this is Xia Nation. Even he can't slander an ordinary citizen without consequence, right? Does the fact that you two share one man and have climbed onto his coattails mean you can stand above the law? Luo Zhangwei sneered coldly, each word cutting to the bone. The bonds of friendship and camaraderie from their school days shattered in that instant. Good. Very good. Zhang Yunxue didn't grow angry. Instead, she smiled. Had they humbly admitted their mistakes and begged for mercy, she might have hesitated over how to handle the situation. My apologies, but this is my private villa. You two are free to leave now. Luo Zhangwei turned and walked away. Let's go. Since he didn't value the chance we gave him, there's no need to hold on to any sentimentality. By noon, Fāng Yuán's sudden return brought a pleasant surprise to everyone. It lifted the gloomy mood the two women had been in over the fund employees secretly using their positions for personal gain. That evening, Fāng Weiguo, who hadn't seen his son in ages, insisted on making Fāng Yuán drink several times more than usual, but old Fāng clearly couldn't hold his liquor well. After barely 2 cups, Zhang Yudan dragged him back to his room with a look of disgust. Come, my darlings, eat more. Meng, eat more too. You must take good care of yourself. Fāng Yuán grinned as he served dishes to each of the 4 women in turn. He relished this atmosphere of warm togetherness. Returning home, all the fatigue from his time in Dai Kingdom vanished. In their place came a deep sense of joy and warmth. Fāng Yuán, you should eat more too. Zhao Meng's belly had begun to swell, radiating maternal warmth throughout her entire being. The other 3 women also felt particularly protective of their youngest sister. There was absolutely no room for jealousy or rivalry. At this moment, Fāng Yuán felt profound relief that it was Zhao Meng who was carrying the child. Otherwise, if it had been Zhang Yunxue or Li Meiyu, he might have been in for a world of trouble. During dinner, Zhang Yunxue casually mentioned the matter involving Luo Zhangwei. Fāng Yuán wasn't surprised. He simply remarked, simple enough, track down the people he's been dealing with. Anyone capable of pulling off something like this can't be squeaky clean themselves. We'll start by investigating them. Right, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Zhang Yunxue tapped her forehead, deeply puzzled that such a straightforward solution had eluded her. Most likely, she'd been living too comfortably lately, her mind growing sluggish. Don't worry, leave this minor matter to me. Fāng Yuán waved his hand dismissively. Back then, he'd been concerned that the fund's employees were underpaid, fearing they couldn't balance work with a decent life, so he'd deliberately raised everyone's compensation. He provided housing and financial support, yet some still couldn't control their personal desires. Such outcomes didn't surprise Fāng Yuán. He'd seen too much to be surprised. Human nature never stays the same. The next day, Luo Zhangwei received a letter from the Foundation's legal department. How could this be? His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the sofa. Attached were photographs documenting his various violations, along with a small USB drive. The contents were all on-site evidence he had left behind while accepting bribes. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his previous composure. Luo Zhangwei had believed his actions were well concealed, leaving no trace of evidence, but those seasoned veterans who'd been navigating the business world for years weren't pushovers either. Did he really think others would willingly hand over hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars without a second thought? Leaving no trace whatsoever was simply impossible. Fāng Yuán's network of connections in Xia Nation was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Many things that seemed highly covert to him were merely a phone call away. It didn't take much effort. Several bosses he visited promptly handed over the evidence they had on Luo Zhangwei's bribery. Recalling his reckless words from yesterday, the insults hurled at Zhang Yunxue and Miao Yu, Luo Zhangwei wanted to slap himself twice. But now it was all too late. After a moment of panic, he regained his composure, quickly gathering all his cash and bank cards. Grasping his car keys, he prepared to flee. Though he was reluctant to abandon this grand villa, he knew he had to flee the country now. Only then could he evade the full force of the law. Otherwise, the bribes he'd taken alone would land him decades behind bars. But as soon as he pushed open the door, 2 black-clad bodyguards greeted him with smiles. "Come on. The lady is waiting for you at the foundation." In that moment, Luo Zhangwei felt the world spinning. It's over. Everything was over. Chapter 197, I don't want it. Inside the foundation, all staff members gathered in the conference room. Luo Zhangwei stood at the front, his face ashen, recounting in detail how he had exploited his position to amass wealth over the past period. He laid bare how he had exploited his position to amass wealth on a massive scale. Some faces lit up with realization. No wonder he'd been acting so secretive lately. His daily expenses had also increased significantly, and he'd been spending lavishly. Who would have thought such a massive secret lay hidden? Others silently agreed that Luo Zhangwei had brought this upon himself. Had he not been greedy with such lucrative opportunities, he would never have ended up in this predicament. Making a few $100,000 a year was no big deal. With the foundation's massive cash flow, who could easily trace it? In the end, it was greed that brought this disaster upon him. Zhang Yunshue's face turned cold as she said, "I know everyone has ambitions to get rich, but a gentleman loves wealth through proper means. And more importantly, our Qingchao Foundation is a public welfare organization. To have someone secretly accepting bribes, if this gets out, it could have incalculable repercussions for the entire organization. This matter will be legally handed over to the relevant authorities. I hope everyone will take this as a lesson." Upon hearing he would be handed over to legal authorities, Luo Zhangwei remained silent. He had already braced himself for this outcome when he committed the act. Moreover, this was the first such case in the entire Green Grass Foundation's history. Even if it was meant to make an example of him, Zhang Yunxue would never let it go lightly. Before the law enforcement vehicle pulled him away, Luo Zhangwei turned back with a calm expression. "I know my crimes are unforgivable, but I have one final request." "Go ahead." Zhang Yunshue's expression was complex. After all, the man was considered a founding member of the Green Grass Foundation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted him with the acting chairmanship in the first place. "Sai, please spare my family and fellow villagers from knowing about this. Let me retain a shred of dignity." Zhang Yunxue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the receding figure of the enforcement vehicle for a long while. Her mind was lost in thought. Fāng Yuán lay on the large lawn outside with his parents. They chatted leisurely about old times. "Honestly, who would have thought our Fāng family would end up like this? Dad, honestly, how rich is our family really?" This question had been gnawing at Fāng Yuán for ages, but every time he brought it up, his parents would dodge it with excuses. They simply refused to give him a straight answer. Fāng Weiguo paused, then silently summoned the system interface. Godly Wealth Cultivation System. Hosts, Fāng Weiguo, Zhang Yudan. Cash assets, 111,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 yuan, 1110 trillion. Godly Tycoon Cultivation Progress, 81%. Assets under ownership, 100% shares of Zhonghua Yuwei Investment Holding Company, Ltd. 100% shares of Anning Holding Group, 100% shares of Haichuan Group Company, Ltd. 100% shares of Jingxi Group, 100% shares of Tianding Group Company, Ltd. 100% shares of Hengyi Group Company, Ltd. 100% shares of Penguin Group, 100% equity in Kerry Hotels, 100% shares in Galaxy Film and Television, 90% shares in Tianding Group, 100% equity in Shilin Grand Hotel, Manhwa Mall. As the Fāng family's snowball grew ever larger, the pace of wealth accumulation became increasingly terrifying. Fāng Weiguo had grown numb to money. Back when he was poor, he believed money was the most useful thing in the world. Now, however, to them, money seemed like a pile of worthless paper. "Son, even your old man can't keep track of how much money we have these days, as long as we have enough to get by." He said such things again. Fāng Yuán was speechless. He was genuinely curious why parents couldn't tell their own sons how much money the family had. Zhang Yudan merely covered her mouth and giggled quietly. Truthfully, at the Fāng family's current level of wealth, they could practically declare themselves the world's richest. There was absolutely no need to keep up the pretense of being conservative anymore. "Stop prying into our family affairs. You should be thinking about something more pressing." Mengming's belly is growing bigger by the day. "When exactly are you planning to hold the wedding?" Mentioning this made Fāng Yuán cringe a bit. Now it wasn't just the 4 daughters, there was also the ruler of Xisha Kingdom to consider. The only consolation was that Princess Xisha was still somewhat restrained. But as time passed, the 4th princess's desire to marry grew ever stronger. As they spoke, Miao Yu and Zhao Meng emerged hand in hand, the elderly Fāng couple. Upon seeing this, smiled warmly and rose to depart, leaving the time and space to the younger generation. "Fāng Yuán, when are you finally going to marry us? I want to wear a wedding dress." Zhao Meng instinctively leaned into Fāng Yuán when she saw him. Miao Yu, meanwhile, grinned with schadenfreude. He, What's the rush? It'll happen soon. As long as Fāng Yuan's subsequent plans proceed smoothly, he'd soon gain absolute influence across all of Southeast Asia, though it certainly wouldn't match the level of the bigwigs in Congress, but he'd still be above tens of thousands. Soon, you always say that. Li Meiyu swayed her hips as she approached from behind, a seductive smile playing on her lips. It's broad daylight. You're so flirtatious. Seeing Li Meiyu stirred something within Fāng Yuán. Though he'd been drained quite a bit by the Queen of Shisha back in Dai Kingdom not long ago, young people never truly tire of such things. After a day or two of abstinence, their interest would surely reignite. What are you staring at me for? Li Meiyu said, reaching out to gently tease Fāng Yuán's belly. Hey, you seem to have gained weight. Seeing Li Meiyu's disapproving gaze, Fāng Yuán chuckled. Every day, he ate until he was full, then slept until he was full again. No need to work outside, and beautiful women keep me company at night. It was only natural to grow plump with such a carefree life. You insolent demon! How dare you speak to this noble lady like that? You're asking for a beating. Li Meiyu not only showed no fear but laughed playfully. That's right. I am asking for a beating. Every inch of me deserves it. What are you going to do about it? She pouted her lips and flashed a seductive glance. It was nothing short of blatant seduction. Fāng Yuán gently ruffled Zhao Meng's hair. Then he grabbed Miao Yu and Li Meiyu by the arms and pulled them toward the room. Oh, don't do this. I don't want to. Had. It's not up to you two anymore. Fāng Yuán grinned mischievously as his hands began to wander. Left standing there, Zhao Meng stood with her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out in anger. But given the current situation, even if she wanted to, Fāng Yuán wouldn't dare act recklessly. She could only watch helplessly as Fāng Yuán led Miao Yu and Li Meiyu into the room. The door closed behind them. Before long, rhythmic moans began to drift faintly from within. Chapter 198, The End. He stayed at home for only a few days. Fāng Yuán returned to Dai Kingdom once more. Currently, all key official positions in Dai Kingdom were held by Fāng Yuán's people. The original Dai royal family seemed to have been reduced to mere figureheads, yet no one dared to voice dissent. First, because of the support from the ruler of Shisha. Second, because of Fāng Yuán's performance during this period. His accomplishments had surpassed everyone's expectations. Moreover, after fully taking charge of Dai Kingdom affairs, Fāng Yuán's investment in Dai Kingdom grew increasingly substantial. He began by allocating 50 trillion to improve the Dai Kingdom's infrastructure across all sectors. Additionally, all official personnel saw their original benefits and salaries increased by more than fivefold. Given such generous benefits, any future instances of misconduct or lawbreaking, the consequences would be far more severe than before. He certainly didn't want to pour so much money into the country only to end up with a bunch of parasites. More positive news followed. All the investment teams he had dispatched earlier had successfully obtained approval. What puzzled him most was that his parents' first request wasn't for him to start a company and make money, but to invest the money in public welfare projects. Given that his parents were clearly business tycoons capable of amassing such wealth, Fāng Yuán had no reservations about their judgment whatsoever, so he followed their instructions without hesitation. Projects launched simultaneously across over a dozen countries consumed trillions of dollars on the very first day alone. This colossal sum could have leveraged half the planet's economy. Every penny was channeled into the nations that had pledged their investments. Fāng Yuán's reputation began to spread far and wide internationally. 3 months later, Fāng Yuán suddenly announced plans to marry on Batty World Island. News that spread across the entire world. This marvel, hailed as one of humanity's architectural wonders, thanks to Fāng Yuán's continuous additional investments, its completion could almost be described as a miracle. The completion timeline, originally projected to take 2 to 3 years, was compressed to a mere 3 months. Meanwhile, the assets returned from his earlier investments in public welfare projects across over a dozen Southeast Asian countries far exceeded Fāng Weiguo and Zhang Yudan's expectations. Unbeknownst to them, the Fāng family's assets had spread across nearly every corner of the globe, from the speed of its rise to ultimately dominating the global economy. It took them just over a year. October 1st, 2033. Fāng Yuán deliberately chose this extraordinary date. He was no longer the man he once was. Even the 10 oldest families in the world were willing to bow down before Fāng Yuán. On the day of his grand wedding, Fāng Yuán wore a black suit, a smile on his face. The wedding venue, constructed at a cost of hundreds of billions, was a dreamlike spectacle. With the azure sea and sky as its backdrop, the sky city beneath his feet was forged from advanced materials. At first glance, it radiated opulent grandeur. The banquet alone featured over 10,000 tables. Seated at the very front were the heads of state from the world's most powerful nations. The reputation of Fāng Yuán as the god of wealth has now spread far beyond the borders of Xia. Internationally, it is also a widely recognized fact. Who doesn't know that when the young master of the Fāng family makes a move, he can shake the entire world economy? With such an important figure getting married, major figures from all sides were willing to grace the occasion with their presence. As the first to reach an understanding with Fāng Yuán, the Sichuan leader was honored to be seated at the very front. Yet sitting among so many powerful figures from major nations, even the perpetually composed and unflappable boss Chuan felt his legs tremble slightly. It was simply too nerve-wracking, too exhilarating. He'd never sat at a table with so many heavyweights in his entire life. Fortunately, the leader of Xia Nation was also present, which gave him a tiny bit of confidence. That damn kid. He knows I'm just a lowly provincial leader. Yet he still stuck me here. This is bloody annoying. Brother Chuan was at a loss for words. Xia Guolauda chuckled and turned to Secretary Jiang standing behind him. Ha! I never imagined this kid would rise to his current position. I suspect a single word from him carries more weight than anything I could say. Secretary Jiang smiled faintly. Indeed, while it could be called a miracle, thankfully this one-of-a-kind miracle belongs to our Xia kingdom. Recalling how Fāng Yuán had continuously increased investments in domestic military technology over recent times, the head of the National Assembly nodded with satisfaction. With Fāng Yuán's massive financial backing, Xia Nation's fleet of aircraft carriers and warships now numbered over 100, a staggering figure. This figure does not include other super weapons across various domains. Xia Nation's current global military strength now rivals that of M Nation. This was something that had been unimaginable in the past. Yet now, it had been achieved. For the wedding ceremony, Fāng Yuán chose no one else to officiate. Instead, he entrusted the role to his dear friend, Zhang Dao. For this wedding, Zhang Dao had practiced for a full fortnight. It's fine. It's fine. Why so nervous? Fāng Yuán laughed heartily and patted Zhang Dao on the shoulder. Easy for you to say. The people sitting down there are all top-tier big shots. How could I not be nervous? Zhang Dao wiped the sweat that had started dripping from his forehead again. His voice trembled slightly. Damn it, this was his first time in such a high-stakes situation. If it weren't for Fāng Yuán, he'd never have dared step onto the stage. As time ticked by, the auspicious hour had arrived. Zhang Dao silently mustered his courage as he strode onto the wide podium. Simultaneously, over 100 international supermodels, dressed in pristine white gowns, took their places. Some held bouquets of flowers, others carried flower baskets ready to scatter petals. The mere dazzling entrance of this group of supermodels was enough to leave many speechless with awe. Welcome, esteemed guests. Zhang Dao's hands trembled as he managed to stammer through the opening remarks. He then declared the wedding ceremony officially open. Fāng Yuán stood on the stage. Four brides, each in a pristine white gown adorned with sparkling gems, were escorted by their fathers. They slowly made their way from the back of the hall toward Fāng Yuán. Needless to say, the four women were filled with excitement. After waiting so long, this day had finally arrived. As Fāng Yuán watched the four beautiful brides gradually approach him, a smile spread across his face. From the very first day he met them, through the twists of fate that had brought them together, they had been inextricably bound together. What was even more fortunate was that not long after his last return to the country, the other three women had each brought in joyful news. The Fāng family was about to welcome four new members. Gazing at the four brides on the wedding stage, Shisha couldn't help but gaze at them with envy. But in the end, she sighed deeply and quietly finished the wine in her cup. Unnoticed, she slipped away from the venue. In the farthest corner, where the waitstaff stood, the twin girls' eyes gradually dimmed. As the wedding proceedings reached their conclusion, Fāng Yuán personally placed exquisitely crafted gold rings on the fingers of each of his four beloved wives. As Zhang Yudan would say, it was all about substance. Meeting all of you in this lifetime is my greatest fortune. Fāng Yuán gently embraced the four women. Amidst the crackling of celebratory fireworks and a shower of petals, the story reached its ultimate happy ending.